On a quiet night, beneath a sky packed with cold, glittering stars, the land just outside a towering castle lay under the pale glow of moonlight. But that peaceful sky only made the destruction below look even worse. The ground was torn apart, stone walls had collapsed, and everything around the castle looked as if a fierce battle had just swept through it. Then, from beneath the broken rubble, a single hand suddenly pushed upward. A man buried under the debris forced his way out, dragging himself from the wreckage with whatever strength he still had left. Even if a star cannot shine from the highest reaches of the night sky, even if it lies buried deep in a ditch where no one ever bothers to look, it is still a star as long as it longs to shine and carries even one spark of light in its heart. Those words seemed to belong to the man who had just clawed his way out of the dirt, covered in dust and ruin. He planted his sword against the ground, used it like a support, and struggled back onto his feet while cold night air rushed into his lungs. The moment shifted, and the same man now stood in front of a building, completely still, his attention fixed on a sword displayed against the wall as if he could not tear himself away from it. His bright blue eyes stayed locked on the blade as it caught the light and shimmered, almost like something enchanted. No matter how many times Vlad looked at it, he could not help muttering to himself that the sword was unbelievably cool. That little daydream was broken when someone called out to him. Vlad's face immediately tightened with irritation, and he turned with a bothered look toward the person who had dragged him back to reality. The one who had found him was Zemina, and from the look on her face, she had expected exactly this. She told Vlad she knew he would be standing there again, staring at that sword like always, and with a slightly condescending expression, she pointed out that he had been spacing out a lot lately. Vlad bristled at that and snapped back, warning Zemina not to get on his nerves when she was interrupting one of the few breaks he actually had. But Zemina did not look the least bit scared of his temper. Instead, she bluntly told him that this strange behavior was exactly why people had started whispering rumors about him. That caught Vlad off guard, and his irritation quickly shifted into surprise as he asked what she meant by people talking about him. Zemina instantly realized she had let something sensitive slip out without thinking, and her confidence faltered. Rather than explaining, she turned her eyes away and awkwardly tried to move the conversation somewhere else. Instead, Zemina suddenly asked Vlad whether he was still hearing strange voices in his head whenever he picked up a stick. Vlad did not answer her. He simply stared ahead in silence, his eyes drifting as if the question had struck something too familiar. Seeing that reaction, Zemina quietly concluded that he was still hearing them, then wondered aloud what kind of sins he must have committed in a past life to end up like this. After all, Vlad had somehow been struck by lightning on a perfectly clear day, and it had not even been ordinary lightning. The bolt that hit him had been black. Something like that was already rare enough to be terrifying, so Zemina warned Vlad to stay hidden inside the shop for a while. She told him the new bishop was rumored to be extremely sensitive about omens and strange signs. Worse, that bishop had once served as a heresy inquisitor, meaning he knew exactly how to sniff out anything that seemed supernatural. If a man like that decided Vlad looked suspicious, Vlad could be dragged away and burned at the stake before anyone could protect him. Hearing all of that only made Vlad's expression sink further, because he understood that Zemina was not exaggerating about the danger hanging over him. Part of him hated that she would say something so heavy so bluntly, but Zemina softened just enough to explain that she was telling him because she was genuinely worried about him. She reminded Vlad that plenty of people had seen the lightning strike him with their own eyes. Ever since that day, those same people had been talking about him behind his back, so she warned him again to stop standing out in public and brooding in front of that sword all the time, because if the church noticed him, they could come and take him away at any moment. But Vlad stubbornly brushed off her advice. Still staring at the sword, he insisted that he would not let himself be hauled away like some criminal just because he liked looking at a blade. Zemina finally lost patience, called him dense, and told him that if he was going to obsess over it this much, he might as well just buy the thing. Of course, that was easier said than done. The sword was far beyond what Vlad could afford, and when he pointed that out, Zemina seemed convinced he was exaggerating. To her, it was just something made by a back-alley blacksmith, so it could not possibly be that expensive. She even casually offered to buy it for him, thinking it would be simple enough. After a short pause, Vlad finally told her the price: 5 gold coins. Zemina's reaction made it clear that the number hit her like a slap. She could not believe a plain piece of metal could cost that much, and her mind immediately started racing through everything else 5 gold could buy. Vlad, looking far too pleased with himself, finished the thought for her, and pointed out that with that kind of money, she would not have to work for an entire year. Just then, another voice cut sharply into the conversation, making both of them turn. An angry old man had overheard Zemina calling that expensive sword a stupid chunk of metal, and he was clearly not about to let it pass. The man snapped insults at them and ordered them to get out. From his clothes and the soot-stained air around him, he was obviously the blacksmith, and Zamina's careless remark had struck a nerve. He barked that a sword like that was not meant for back-alley brats like them and tried to chase them off. But Zamina was never the type to lower her head just because someone shouted first. He fired back by asking who else was supposed to buy it if not people like them. After all, the sword was being sold in the slums, so naturally the only person likely to purchase it would be someone living in the slums. Then, just to twist the knife a little deeper, Zamina asked whether the old man had lost his mind. Oddly enough, the question itself did not seem to offend him as much as the word old. The blacksmith's temper flared even hotter, and he snarled at Zamina for having no manners at all. The fearless red-haired Zamina only made the situation worse. She suggested that he must be making swords only for knights because he was already old enough to drop dead any day now. At that point, a huge vein bulged on the blacksmith's forehead as his face twisted with rage. He snapped that she was right, then called Zamina a dumb kid and told her to run back to her shop and wash dishes. For once, Zamina finally tasted her own medicine, and her expression tightened the moment he called her a child. She shot back that she was a grown lady, not some kid. As the air between them grew more heated by the second, Vlad quickly stepped in and pulled her away before the argument could turn into something uglier. Vlad dragged Zamina out of the blacksmith's place while telling her not to get so worked up, but Zamina was still fuming, her cheeks hot with anger because in her mind she had not said anything wrong at all. As the two of them walked away, the old blacksmith kept grumbling after them, still tossing insults in Zamina's direction and calling her rotten, sharp-tongued, and full of venom. Then his anger softened into a bitter memory. He thought back to when Zamina had been younger and hungry, and he blamed himself for feeding her too well back when they had nothing to eat. When the blacksmith glanced down, he noticed the footprints Vlad had left behind in front of the display. From the depth and placement of them, it was obvious the boy had been standing there for a long time. The old man quietly thought that Vlad would be better off worrying about how to survive another day instead of losing himself in dreams he could never reach. Still, the blacksmith reached up and took the sword down from its place. After holding onto it for so long, he decided it was finally time to let it go and sell it to someone who might actually use it, because in his mind, children born in the slums never grew up and made their way out into the wider world. He held the precious blade in his hands, the final work he had ever made, and thought that in a strange way it resembled Vlad. Both of them still managed to shine, even in a place as dark and hopeless as the slums. From there, the view widened, revealing the beating heart of the northern economy. That place was Sora, a city known as the Lighthouse of the North, made prosperous and brilliant under the power of the Bayezid family. But even a city that bright cast deep shadows. Beneath Soara's wealth and shining streets lay the slums, the place where every foul, unwanted thing was tossed aside and left to rot. Inside one of those taverns, men laughed over cups of wine while women sat close beside them, the room filled with smoke, noise, and the rough warmth of cheap entertainment. That noisy pleasure shattered when a shirtless man grabbed a woman by the hair and yanked her forward, snarling that she had tried to scam him. The woman quickly denied it, but the man growled that she had attempted to sell him fake medicine. He boasted that he could tell it was fake because he had spent 20 years working as a mercenary, and no cheap trick like that would fool him. Just then, Vlad appeared after hearing the commotion, stepping into the tense scene with his attention fixed on the trouble in front of him. The mercenary recognized him right away as the candle maker and ordered Vlad to go fetch Madame Marcella. Vlad answered with a blank, almost bored expression, telling the man that if he wanted to see Madame Marcella, he would need to pay in gold coins, not silver. That only enraged the mercenary further. He barked that they had no right demanding gold when the business could not even run properly, then told Vlad to bring his mother if Madame Marcella was unavailable. On top of that, he accused Vlad of cheating him with the time-measuring candle, claiming it had burned down far too quickly. Vlad immediately fired back, saying that if the man wanted a longer bit of fun, then he should have paid for a longer session. And if he had that much to complain about, Vlad added, he might as well crawl into his wife's bed instead. The mercenary's anger surged even higher at that insult, but Vlad stayed calm and decided there was an easy way to prove whether the candles were a scam or not. He even laid out the terms plainly. If the candle turned out to be faulty, and they really had cheated the mercenary, then the man could do whatever he wanted with the woman. The mercenary hesitated, still grumbling that he had no reason to trust a bunch of scammers, but Vlad pressed him to accept, then added his own promise with a dangerous edge. If the candle worked properly, he would beat the mercenary senseless. As Vlad spoke, his blue eyes began to shine with an eerie, unsettling glow. The mercenary, who had been swaggering only moments before, suddenly felt fear crawl up his spine. Vlad then lit the candle and stood there in silence, watching it burn while everyone waited to see whether it would go out before the 5-minute mark. Sure enough, the flame died exactly when 5 minutes had passed. And before the mercenary could even understand what had happened, Vlad swung his wooden staff and struck him square in the face. As the man staggered and fell backward, Vlad declared that the candles were perfectly fine after all. Then, without giving him a chance to recover, he kicked the mercenary in the back and shoved him into another room. Vlad slammed the door shut behind the mercenary and locked it with a cold final click. Then he turned back toward the trembling man and flatly told him that he was already dead. The mercenary, now completely terrified, clutched his bleeding nose and begged Vlad to wait. But Vlad's blue eyes stayed sharp and merciless, and without slowing down, he stepped in and beat the man until he could barely defend himself. Again and again, Vlad brought the staff down on him, furious that the mercenary had tried to cheat the shop. But what truly pushed Vlad over the edge was the way the man had spoken about his mother with no respect at all. The beating was so brutal that every heavy thud and every muffled cry echoed beyond the room, loud enough for people outside the building to hear what was happening inside. By the next morning, while everyone gathered for breakfast, Vlad told Jorge that someone had tampered with the candles and caused the whole mess the night before. The moment Madame Marcella heard that, her expression flared with outrage. She demanded to know who would be bold enough to interfere with their candles and cause trouble in her establishment. Marcella immediately ordered Vlad to track down whoever had done it. Vlad, completely unsure where to even begin, asked how he was supposed to find the culprit. But Marcella only smiled brightly and revealed, with far too much cheer, that she had already found them. As it turned out, Marcella herself had been the one messing with the candles. She had shortened them on purpose so she could squeeze more money out of drunken customers. And with that playful confidence and striking beauty, Marcella proved she was not just another woman surviving in the slums, but someone who knew exactly how to turn the darkness around her into profit. Vlad stared at her in stunned silence. Only then did it sink in that the fat mercenary he had beaten half to death had actually been telling the truth about the candles. As Vlad made his way down the stairs afterward, he pushed the guilt aside with a tired shrug. In the end, he told himself he had only done what an employee was supposed to do. That was when a group of men approached him, blocking his path with easy grins. The man leading them praised Vlad for the beating he had handed out the night before, acting as if they were old friends. The ringleader casually hooked an arm around Vlad's neck and pulled him close, lowering his voice as he asked for money. He had heard Vlad earn some tips selling candles the previous night, and he claimed his group needed help because every one of them was broke. Vlad snapped at the man called Burley, his patience immediately wearing thin. As his irritation rose, that strange glow began to return to his blue eyes. Burley only laughed and teased Vlad, telling him not to look so scary. Then he explained that he was not simply begging for money. According to him, he had come to offer Vlad a fair trade. Vlad frowned, clearly not understanding what Burley meant. Seeing his confusion, Burley grinned wider and said he had something worth handing over in exchange for a bit of silver. Then, without warning, Burley yanked a little boy forward by the hair and shoved him into view. He called the child a useless pickpocket, too stupid and unskilled to even steal properly. Vlad recognized the boy right away. Burley noticed the look in his eyes and immediately offered to return the child to him for 40 silver coins. The first thing Vlad asked about was the boy's fingers and ankles. Burley quickly assured him that he had not cut anything off, only roughed the little thief up enough to teach him a lesson. In the end, Vlad handed Burley and his men the silver, but as he did, he coldly told them that next time they should simply kill pickpockets instead of dragging them to him. The boy went pale with fear the moment he heard those words. Burley, however, clicked his tongue and insisted that he and his gang were not murderers. As Burley and his men started to leave, Vlad reminded him that he was basically scamming Vlad's own family and co-workers. Burley did not care in the slightest. He was too pleased with himself for managing to squeeze money out of Vlad by using a stray kid as leverage. Once the men were gone, Vlad turned on the boy named Ned and scolded him sharply. Ned quickly apologized, saying he had tried to be careful, but Vlad only checked that no bones were broken before telling him to leave. Ned thanked him in a small, shaken voice and hurried away. Afterward, Vlad stood there thinking bitterly that his dream of saving up 5 gold coins had just been pushed even further out of reach. Later, Vlad went to see Harvin, a man working under Captain Hoover, the infamous boss known as the Whale Hunter. Vlad told him about Ned and mentioned that luckily the boy had managed to keep all his fingers. That news seemed to catch Harvin off guard. He could not help remembering the time he had stolen something and paid for it with his own fingers and ankles. Back then, young Vlad and Zemina had watched him bleed in the street, while his punishment became a warning for everyone else in the slums. Harvin then brought up another rumor, saying he had already heard that the candles at Marcella's place had been tampered with. Vlad looked surprised, wondering how Harvin had learned about that incident so quickly. Harvin explained that whispers had been spreading all over the slums, claiming Marcella was cheating her customers. Still, he did not seem convinced, saying he did not believe Marcella was the type to do something like that without a reason. Vlad said he felt the same way. Even so, he admitted that Jorge already seemed to know what had happened, which made the whole situation feel even stranger. Harvin leaned into that thought and suggested that even if Marcella's people really were tampering with the candles, they must have had a serious reason for doing it. Vlad looked at him, puzzled, and asked what kind of reason could possibly justify that. Harvin, the fingerless man, answered that they were most likely trying to gather money in a hurry. Then Harvin's tone grew heavier as he warned Vlad to be careful. In the slums, there was only one reason an organization would suddenly try to rake in as much money as possible, as fast as possible. According to Harvin, it meant one thing. They were preparing for a war against another organization. Jorge, the Whore's Knight, Black Bear, the Swine Butcher, Dice, the Gambler, Captain Hoover, the Whale Hunter, and One-Armed Jack, the Money Bug. These were the 5 bosses who held the slums of Sora in their grip. Without Vlad even realizing it, every shadowed part of slum life was beginning to creep closer to him, stretching toward him from the darkness. That danger became impossible to ignore when One-Armed Jack and his gang showed up at Vlad's shop, looking for Vlad's boss. Vlad could only stare at him in disbelief. He had never expected One-Armed Jack himself to walk straight into the shop like this. His gaze fixed on One-Armed Jack, and Harvin's warning echoed in his mind. Vlad wondered if the preparations for war had already begun. One of One-Armed Jack's men snapped Vlad out of his thoughts by yelling at him. The thug had a ponytail and a scar across his face, and he barked at Vlad like he was nothing more than a brat, demanding to know why he was not answering One-Armed Jack and where his boss was. A frown settled across Vlad's face almost immediately. He answered that he had no idea where the boss was, because as far as this place was concerned, he was only the candle seller. The ponytailed thug clearly had no patience at all. He insulted Vlad again, then slammed his fist down onto the table with enough force to make the whole surface shake as he threatened him. The impact sent candles scattering into the air and tumbling across the room. Even so, Vlad did not flinch. He simply stared back at the man with steady eyes, making it clear he was not frightened. The other workers were a different story. The women watching from nearby were frozen with fear, their mouths hanging open as they waited to see how far this confrontation would go. Then Vlad suddenly lowered himself to one knee and began gathering the expensive candles that had fallen and broken on the floor. Without even looking intimidated, he calmly made the ponytailed thug even angrier by suggesting that the shop was closed for the day. The ponytailed thug's face twisted with irritation. Vlad's calm refusal to react only made him more frustrated, as if every ignored threat was another insult thrown back in his face. While Vlad continued picking up the broken candles, he suddenly spoke again and told the man to move his feet out of the way. That finally pushed the thug past his limit. He raised his leg to kick Vlad while Vlad was still kneeling, but Vlad's trusted wooden staff flashed up and struck the man's leg cleanly in midair. The ponytailed thug lost his balance at once. Vlad seized that opening without hesitation and swung again, landing a powerful blow straight across the man's face. The strike knocked him down hard, sending him crashing onto the floor. Everyone in the room stared in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had just seen. One-Armed Jack, however, did not look angry. If anything, he seemed amused, watching Vlad with a faint interest that made the room feel even more dangerous. With that eerie blue light still burning in his eyes, Vlad looked down at the thug sprawled beneath him and pressed the end of his staff against the man's face. In the back alleys, the rule had always been brutally simple. The winner remained standing above, while the loser was left crawling below. The sight instantly enraged One-Armed Jack's men. Seeing Vlad humiliate their companion right in front of them made their blood boil, and several of them looked ready to rush him at once, until One-Armed Jack raised his voice and ordered them to stop. One-Armed Jack lifted his hook in front of his men, stopping them with a single casual motion. His subordinates froze in confusion, clearly unable to understand why their boss would hold them back instead of letting them tear Vlad apart. The huge man then explained, almost lazily, that he had taken a liking to Vlad. To everyone's surprise, One-Armed Jack even began applauding the candle seller. Despite having only one hand, he was impressed enough to clap for Vlad in his own strange way. One-Armed Jack asked Vlad to be a little more understanding about all the noise and trouble they had caused. Vlad, without a hint of fear or hesitation, simply answered that he did not discriminate against disabled people either. Instead of taking offense, One-Armed Jack found the insult wildly amusing. His mouth split into a grin, and the next moment he burst into loud laughter right there in the shop. One-Armed Jack told Vlad that he wanted to speak with him privately later. Then the red-eyed boss reached out and touched the young boy's face with the cold curve of his hook, asking Vlad to remind him who he had taken away before. Vlad only shot back that whoever it was must have died young, since one-armed Jack apparently could not even remember. Their sharp exchange was cut short when one of one-armed Jack's men suddenly called out to him. Both Vlad and one-armed Jack turned, and there stood Jorge with his men, facing them down. Jorge greeted one-armed Jack with a mocking smile, saying he would have prepared grilled meat if he had known such a guest was coming. But one-armed Jack brushed off the offer without the slightest warmth, reminding Jorge that the two of them were not exactly close enough for that kind of hospitality. Jorge treated him like a guest anyway, and suggested they continue the conversation upstairs. One-armed Jack replied that he would rather have good liquor than grilled meat, and asked for something worth drinking. Jorge's green eyes glinted with a dangerous chill as he assured one-armed Jack that when it came to hospitality, Madame Marcella never disappointed her guests. One-armed Jack's red eyes shone back with the same murderous pressure, and he answered that if Marcella's liquor was really that good, then he would gladly have a taste. One of one-armed Jack's men helped the pony-tailed thug drag himself back to his feet. Then one-armed Jack and his group moved upstairs, leaving the broken tension of the shop behind them. Only after the pressure in the room eased did Vlad finally let out the breath he had been holding. A moment ago, he had been standing right at the edge of death, and he knew it. Later, Vlad finished gathering the broken candles scattered across the floor. As he looked over the damage, he wondered bitterly just how many of those expensive candles that pony-tailed bastard had smashed. His thoughts were interrupted when one-armed Jack called out to him from nearby, addressing him with a strange grin as a shining star. It seemed one-armed Jack and his men were leaving after finishing their talk with Jorge and Marcella. The boss admitted that both of them had spoken well of Vlad, and after saying he had seen Vlad's potential with his own eyes, he told Vlad to come find him whenever he got tired of smelling burnt candles all day. One-armed Jack made it clear that he would value someone like Vlad under him. But Vlad, still loyal to his current place, answered that he had no real complaint about his job. They paid him, fed him, and gave him a roof over his head. Hearing that, one-armed Jack only laughed and said he could offer all of that and far more. But since Vlad clearly intended to stay where he was, one-armed Jack tossed him a gold coin as payment for the candles his men had broken. Vlad's eyes widened at the sight of the coin, and he immediately said it was too much. The man with the hook insisted he take it anyway, then added that Vlad could earn many more coins like that if he ever decided to work for him. After dangling that tempting offer in front of him, one-armed Jack reminded Vlad of his other name, the Money Bug. Then, with a satisfied smile, he thanked Jorge for the delicious meal and left the shop with his men. Vlad watched him go and noticed that one-armed Jack looked strangely cheerful. Seeing that expression, Vlad could not help wondering whether the meeting with Jorge and Marcella had gone better than expected. Just then, Zemina called down to him from upstairs and told him that Jorge wanted to see him. A little later, Vlad found himself in the same room as Jorge and Madame Marcella, the air around them heavy in a way that made the earlier tension feel far from over. Vlad stood speechless, staring at the precious knife placed before him. Jorge explained that he had originally planned to give it to Vlad later, but since the situation had changed, he had decided to hand it over now. Jorge told Vlad to keep the dagger on him at all times. As Vlad accepted it, the serious mood in the room told him more than enough. Whatever Jorge and one-armed Jack had discussed, it had probably gone terribly. Vlad looked around the room and saw the men sitting in silence, their faces dark and their spirits weighed down. Even Marcella, who usually carried herself with confidence and charm, looked deeply displeased. Seeing her expression, Vlad knew trouble was already beginning to gather around them. That was when Jorge told Vlad something else. He should stop selling candles for now. Vlad's confusion showed immediately, and he asked what he was supposed to do if he could not sell candles anymore. Sensing the worry in Vlad's voice, Jorge explained that they had received information about one-armed Jack bringing outsiders into the slums. He believed those men were mercenaries who had once been knights. Vlad quickly understood and remarked that they were people like Jorge. With a grave expression, Jorge confirmed it. The look on his face made it clear that even he was worried about what those men could mean. The problem was that one-armed Jack already commanded an overwhelming number of dangerous men in the slums. Even so, Jorge had always been a major obstacle for him. As a former knight, Jorge was like a lone wolf standing among a flock of frightened sheep, too dangerous to simply brush aside. But now that one-armed Jack had brought in mercenaries and swordsmen who were individually skilled enough to stand on the level of knights, the balance that had barely held the slums together had finally been shattered. Jorge admitted that they were already at a disadvantage. Then he explained to Vlad exactly why they needed him on their side now more than ever. Vlad was visibly surprised that they thought so highly of him. Jorge then told him that his first mission would be coming soon, And the news hit Vlad so suddenly that he could only stare back, completely dumbfounded. Overwhelmed by everything happening around him, Vlad found himself thinking of Harvin. Harvin had lost his fingers and even the ability to walk, yet somehow he had survived by sharpening his mind. Through sheer effort, he taught himself language and mathematics, and those skills opened a path for him until he rose high enough to work under Captain Hoover. To Vlad, Harvin became proof that effort could change a person's path. If he learned enough and pushed himself hard enough, knowledge might carry him somewhere higher too. And as Vlad practiced with his wooden staff, that strange voice began echoing in his head once again. The voice told him to narrow the angle of his elbow as he swung downward. Vlad immediately stiffened in irritation, furious that the mysterious voice had returned just as he was trying to train. It had all begun 1 month earlier after Vlad was struck by that jet-black lightning. Ever since that day, whenever he held a sword or anything similar, the voice would creep into his mind like a demonic whisper. Frustrated, Vlad tried to shut it out, muttering that, before he even thought about buying that sword from the blacksmith, he would probably need to buy holy water first. He struggled to ignore the voice and made up his mind not to answer it at all, no matter how many times it spoke to him. So Vlad gripped his staff again, steadied his breathing, and tried to gather both his focus and strength into a single downward strike. But right as he was about to swing, the voice slipped into his thoughts yet again, repeating the same instruction: narrow the angle of his elbow. Almost without meaning to, Vlad followed the advice. The moment the staff came down, he was startled by how much cleaner and stronger the strike felt. In that instant, Vlad realized the movement had followed the path of a real sword. It felt like a road laid out before him, one that might lead him toward mastery if he kept walking it. For a moment, the wooden staff in his hands no longer felt like a simple stick. It felt almost like a true blade, and Vlad finally began to wonder what kind of thing had entered his mind. Far away from Soara, the view shifted to the cold, snow-covered mountains, where a lone man stood cleaning fresh blood from the edge of his sword. The man spoke quietly about how experience could not be fooled, admitting that he could now feel the winter cold sinking deep into his bones. From his bearing and equipment, it was clear that he was a knight. Then his attention sharpened as faint noises rustled from the nearby bushes. Without turning careless, the knight understood at once that someone was hiding there. A faint smirk tugged at the knight's mouth as he stared toward the rustling bushes. Whoever was hiding there, he said, was either genuinely stupid or pretending to be stupid in a very poor attempt to fool him. The white-haired knight stepped toward the source of the noise with his sword still in hand, his boots crunching over the cold ground as he ordered the person hiding there to come out. For a short moment, the bushes went completely still. Then, after a tense pause, a voice finally answered from within the shadows, cautiously asking whether the man before him was Sirstanga. The scar-faced knight caught sight of the boy and immediately recognized him as Vlad, the one people had been talking about. With those striking blue eyes and blonde hair, Sirstanga remarked that anyone who did not know better might mistake him for a young noble. Vlad did not bother responding to that comment, and instead went straight to the reason he had come. Vlad held out a sealed letter and handed it to Sirstanga, explaining that it had been sent by his boss, Jorge. Sirstanga broke the seal and opened the letter. As his eyes moved across the words, a small, amused smile appeared on his face. Once he read that the enemy organization had hired a mercenary who had once been a knight, he finally understood why Jorge had reached out for his help. Once Vlad saw that Sirstanga was willing to cooperate, he told the knight that he would be guiding him back to Jorge. If they kept moving properly, Vlad said, they should be able to reach their destination in about 2 nights. Vlad turned as if expecting Sirstanga to follow right away, but the knight did not move. Instead, Sirstanga teased him, saying it probably was not wise to follow the lead of someone foolish enough to reveal himself the way Vlad just had. Vlad quickly insisted that he was at least capable of guiding Sirstanga back to Jorge, but Sirstanga's expression made it clear he was not convinced at all. The knight told Vlad there was no way he could be smart while doing something so obviously reckless. Vlad's face tightened in offense, but Sirstanga simply glared back at him with those sharp purple eyes. For a moment, Vlad had no idea what to say to make the knight change his mind. Then Sirstanga finally agreed to follow him, but not without warning that if Vlad forgot even one route on the way back, he would kill him. Vlad glared right back at Sirstanga, refusing to be cowed. Then he simply told the knight to keep up, because he had no intention of ruining his very first mission because of him. The blonde guide turned away again and started walking. Sirstanga watched him go in quiet surprise, baffled that Vlad had not looked intimidated at all, even after the knight had deliberately made himself seem threatening. Vlad had openly ignored his threats, and that boldness amused Sirstanga more than he expected. The knight began to understand why Jorge had taken such a liking to this fearless boy. Sirstanga had only spent a short time with Vlad, but he could already tell that this was not an ordinary child from the slums. Vlad had the kind of nerve and spark that made him worth raising properly. Later that night, the two of them stopped inside a small cave to rest. A fire crackled between them, casting orange light across the stone walls while they sat in an awkward silence. After some time, Sir Stanga noticed that Vlad kept stealing glances at him from across the fire. The repeated looks began to bother him, so he finally confronted Vlad directly. Sir Stanga asked why Vlad kept staring at him as if he had never seen a retired knight before. Vlad, a little embarrassed, admitted that this actually was his first time seeing a retired knight from so close. Sir Stanga immediately asked if Vlad was some kind of country bumpkin. Rather than answering that insult, Vlad turned the question around and asked where the retired knight was from. Sir Stanga said he came from a place called Dikia. Vlad reacted at once, blurting out that Dikia sounded incredibly rural. The knight clearly found that offensive, so he quickly changed the subject and repeated his earlier warning that if they got lost, Vlad would die for it. With a harsh look in his eyes, Sir Stanga warned Vlad not to lose the path. If Vlad led them wrong, the knight promised he would slice him clean in half. Just like before, Vlad did not look scared in the slightest. He only told Sir Stanga not to say such terrifying things so casually. As Vlad unwrapped the beef jerky he had brought, he mentioned that he had once heard every joke made by a knight sounded like a threat. Sir Stanga did not answer that at all, because his attention had already shifted to the meat in Vlad's hands. He admitted that the jerky looked surprisingly fresh, then asked whether his own portion was hidden somewhere in the bundle. Vlad replied that Jorge had not given him very much in the first place, then asked Sir Stanga whether he had brought nothing to eat for himself. Sir Stanga insisted that he did have food, then revealed the few sad pieces of meat he had brought with him. The dissatisfied look on his face made it obvious even he was not impressed by his own provisions. Vlad placed his own pieces of meat onto sticks and held them over the fire, slowly roasting them as the flames licked around the edges. Before long, the smell became almost unbearable. The roasted meat gave off such a rich scent that Sir Stanga could feel his mouth watering just from watching it cook. Unable to hide his desire any longer, Sir Stanga made an offer. In exchange for one piece of jerky, he would answer any question Vlad wanted to ask. Sir Stanga leaned into the offer, telling Vlad this was a rare chance and urging him not to let such an opportunity slip away. With meat already stuffed in his mouth, Vlad looked back at him with curious eyes, silently weighing whether the deal was even worth taking. At last, Vlad broke the silence and calmly asked Sir Stanga how many pieces of jerky he wanted, saying that if he wanted some, he could simply ask. Sir Stanga immediately looked offended and explained that his pride would never allow him to beg like that. Sir Stanga declared that knights only accepted something when they gave something in return. Then he crossed his arms and shut his eyes, making it clear that he would not back down from that belief. Vlad pointed out that Sir Stanga was already a retired knight, but Sir Stanga answered that he had lived by that principle his entire life, and he had no intention of abandoning it now. In the end, Vlad decided to start with something simple and asked Sir Stanga for his name. After the knight answered, Vlad asked his age next, and Sir Stanga revealed that he was 42. Only then did Sir Stanga realize Vlad had not given him any meat for either answer, and he snapped at him, calling him a brat. Vlad ignored the complaint completely and moved right on to the question he really cared about. He asked Sir Stanga whether he knew how to use aura. Hearing that, Sir Stanga smiled slightly and said Vlad only looked innocent on the outside. For a boy from the slums, he seemed to know far more than expected. Sir Stanga then explained that not every knight could actually wield aura. Possessing aura and being able to properly use it were two very different things. Vlad sensed that Sir Stanga was trying to dodge the real answer, so he looked at him plainly and asked again whether Sir Stanga could use aura or not. Sir Stanga smiled, then hesitated just long enough to make Vlad anxious. Wanting the truth badly, Vlad even offered to give him all of the beef jerky in exchange for a clear answer. After dragging the moment out a little longer, Sir Stanga reminded Vlad that a knight should only take something after giving something in return. Since that was the case, he decided to show Vlad something special. Sir Stanga drew his sword and held it firmly before him, his grip tightening around the hilt as the atmosphere in the cave changed. Then he closed his scarred left eye. Vlad immediately noticed the strange movement and asked why he had shut only that eye. Sir Stanga answered that he needed to draw out his world from deep within his own soul. With his scarred eye still closed, a faint blue glow began to gather around it. Sir Stanga told Vlad to watch carefully and not miss what was about to happen. A moment later, the sword in Sir Stanga's hands began to shine with the same light. He told Vlad that what he was seeing was the true essence of knights. The blue radiance grew brighter and brighter, filling the cave with such intense light that Vlad had to lift an arm and shield his face from the glow. Later that night, Vlad and Sir Stanga continued on their way and approached the city under the cover of darkness. Sir Stanga complained that he felt disgusting, but Vlad told him that looking dirty and forgettable was better than looking like knights and attracting attention. But Serstanga was not talking about his appearance at all. He grumbled that his mood felt disgusting, because he still had pride as a knight and hated the idea of sneaking through a hole. When he asked why they had to enter that way, Vlad explained that his orders were to bring Serstanga back secretly. If Vlad and Serstanga entered through the main gate, there would be nothing secret about their return at all. But even after Vlad explained that clearly, Serstanga kept grumbling like a sulking child. Vlad urged him to keep moving anyway and promised that once they reached the destination, he would prepare a proper bath for him. As the two of them moved through the hidden passage, Serstanga's eyes narrowed. The silence around them was too deep, and he admitted that the quiet was starting to bother him. Vlad answered without slowing down, telling Serstanga that the passage was only this dead silent because of the hour. At this time of night, there should not have been anyone moving around there, but almost immediately after that, the two of them came upon something that stopped them cold. Lying ahead in the darkness were several dead men, their bodies scattered across the passage. Serstanga looked over the corpses and asked whether this kind of thing happened often around here. Vlad, just as unsettled, answered right away that it definitely did not. Vlad studied the bodies carefully, taking in the positions of the dead men and the signs left around them. From what he could tell, it looked like they had probably fought each other before dying. Then Vlad suddenly suggested that they split up. He said he would tell Serstanga where the secret back door was, the one used only by members of Jorge's organization. Serstanga immediately looked concerned and asked where Vlad planned to go instead. Vlad explained that he would pass through the main gate himself. If they split the attention between them, it would be harder for anyone watching to catch both of them. Then, as he started walking away, Vlad told Serstanga they would meet again later. Sometime later, Vlad finally reached the shop. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened, because the entire place had been wrecked and turned upside down. Then Vlad saw Jorge sitting there, wounded and wrapped in bandages, with Marcella standing close beside him as she tended to his injuries. When Jorge saw Vlad, he praised him for making it back alive, but his expression stayed grim. He revealed that one armed Jack had struck first, something Jorge had already expected, because men who controlled money were usually strong in ways ordinary thugs could never match. Vlad's face tightened with worry as he looked at Jorge's injuries and asked whether he was all right. Jorge admitted that it had been a long time since he had faced someone on the level of a knight. Because of that, the fight had taken a heavy toll on him, leaving him badly wounded. Even so, Jorge seemed less concerned about his own condition than about Vlad's mission. What he truly wanted to know was whether Vlad had managed to bring Serstanga back with him. Vlad told him that he had found Serstanga, but the two of them had been forced to split up because the main gate was being watched. He added that he had given Serstanga the location of the back door, so the retired knight should have arrived by now. Jorge looked pleased to hear that. He explained that they were planning to attack one-armed Jack the next day, and if everything went well, they would finally end the conflict for good. Jorge then asked what Serstanga looked like now, clearly hoping that the retired knight was still in good enough shape to fight. Vlad confirmed that Serstanga seemed fine. He even admitted that the retired knight looked like a decent person, at least from what he had seen. Jorge said Serstanga had always had a hearty side to him, and Vlad added that he was surprisingly quick and nimble too. Jorge then asked whether Serstanga looked like he had lost weight, saying a man had to take care of himself if he wanted to live a long life. Vlad then mentioned that he knew Serstanga could use aura. Because of that, he believed they had a real chance of winning the battle the next day. But instead of being relieved, Jorge looked shocked. The idea that Serstanga possessed that kind of power clearly did not match what Jorge knew about him. Just then, Vlad heard footsteps approaching from outside the room. Thinking Serstanga had finally arrived, he started to move toward the sound. Before Vlad could leave, Jorge called out to him and asked one more time whether he was absolutely certain that Serstanga had used aura. In the next instant, Jorge grabbed his sword and ordered Vlad to get behind him, his wounded body suddenly tense with alarm. Then Jorge revealed the truth. Serstanga was not capable of using aura. Before Vlad could fully understand what that meant, the so-called knight appeared, his sword and coat both soaked in blood. The man wearing Serstanga's place smiled darkly at Jorge and said he had come a very long way. Then he greeted him with a menacing air, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. A brief memory returned to the snowy mountains. Back then, when the impostor had been wiping blood from his sword, he had not been speaking to empty air. He had been talking to the man he had just killed, telling him that age could not be hidden, and that perhaps the winter wind had already settled into his bones. It was right after that killing that the impostor heard rustling in the bushes. When he stepped toward the noise, the person he found hiding there was Vlad. Back in the present, the imposter stood before Jorge with a twisted grin across his face, saying Jorge had changed quite a lot since the last time they met. Jorge demanded to know why the man had come looking for him now. Of all times, the imposter answered by telling him that Count Gaidar had died, and the news struck Jorge hard enough to shake him visibly. The imposter added that the death had not yet been publicly announced because of certain complications. Still, he assured Jorge that it would not stay hidden for long, and soon everyone would know. The irritating purple-eyed knight poured himself a drink as if he owned the room, then began mocking the dead Count Gaidar without the slightest restraint. He lifted the glass in the air and toasted the pitiful count, fully aware that every word was designed to dig under Jorge's skin. Just as expected, Jorge's anger exploded. He cursed at the imposter, drew his sword and charged straight at him despite his injuries. The other man did not look worried at all. He simply kept the glass raised in the air, using it like bait, taunting Jorge because he knew it would force him to attack. When Jorge's sword came down with a powerful strike, the imposter slipped away so quickly that no one in the room could believe what they had seen. Jorge's blade shattered the glass instead, while everyone stared in shock at the speed of the man's movement. Then the imposter raised another cruel toast, this time to the new count, Sigmund, making Jorge's rage burn even hotter. Not only had he mocked the former Count Gaidar, but now he was openly praising the new count, a man who clearly stood on the side Jorge despised. Already injured, Jorge turned and swung his sword at the imposter named Godin. Godin met the attack head-on and blocked it with his own blade. As their swords clashed again and again, Godin revealed Count Sigmund's first command. The deserter knight named Jorge was to be brought back immediately. Jorge snarled that Sigmund was not his lord, and because of that, he had no intention of obeying him. Godin admitted that Count Sigmund had never expected Jorge to return quietly. In fact, the Count had not even hoped for Jorge to come back alive and unharmed. The two skilled swordsmen continued trading blows, steel ringing through the room, but Godin's movements proved far more agile than Jorge's wounded body could easily handle. When Jorge tried to cut at Godin's feet, Godin dodged aside with ease. A moment later, Jorge aimed a heavy swing toward his torso, but Godin slipped away from that too. As the fight grew more violent, Vlad turned to Marcella and warned her that it was no longer safe for her to stay in the room. While Jorge and Godin continued their dangerous duel, Vlad grabbed Marcella and quickly led her outside, moving fast to get her away before she could be caught in the fight. Once they reached the lower floor, the men waiting downstairs looked up in alarm and called out to Vlad, asking what all that noise from above was about. Vlad spotted Burley among them and immediately ordered him to gather every man and send them upstairs right away. He tried to explain that Jorge was in the middle of a deadly fight, but before Vlad could even finish, Jorge was suddenly sent flying down from above. Vlad and Marcella could only stare in horror as Jorge's wounded body dropped through the air and plunged toward the floor below. The men downstairs were too shocked to move. Every one of them froze in place, helplessly watching as Jorge fell from that terrible height. At that exact moment, just as Jorge's battered body is about to slam hard against the floor, Godin suddenly smashes through the wall in a violent burst of debris. With dust scattering around him, he looks down at Jorge as if he can't believe the man is still clinging to the same hopelessly naive choices. Jorge finally crashes down with a heavy, brutal impact, his body hitting the ground so hard that the men around him flinch as he lies there struggling through the pain. His followers rush in and surround him, completely confused by the chaos unfolding in front of them. Their shaken whispers and panicked murmurs are suddenly cut short when poor Jorge starts coughing, his body trembling as each harsh breath forces its way out. From above, Godin silently watches the former knight trying to push himself back up, his purple eyes narrow with a cold, piercing glare, fixed on Jorge as he waits to see what this wounded man will attempt next. Then, without warning, a dagger slices through the air straight toward Godin's head. And this isn't some random blade, it is the very dagger Jorge once handed to Vlad. Godin reacts just in time, snapping his sword up to block the flying dagger. The impact sends the blade spinning away, until it clatters down and bites deep into the wooden floor. Vlad's blue eyes lock fiercely with Godin's purple glare, neither of them looking away for even a second. After that brief but intense stare down, Godin grips his sword and rushes toward the injured Jorge. As Godin leaps down with his sword raised for the finishing strike, Vlad shouts at Jorge with everything he has, warning him to move before it is too late. Jorge hears Vlad's cry just in time. Forcing strength into his battered body, he throws himself out of the way before Godin's killing blow can reach him. Jorge barely manages to avoid the attack, rolling clear at the last possible moment, while the silver-haired knight's sword drives down and sinks into the floor where he had just been. A moment later, Jorge drops back to his knees, breathing hard as he reaches out and clutches his weapon again. Godin pulls himself upright and looks at Jorge with cold disappointment, asking why he simply refused to obey the orders he had been given all those years ago. Jorge answers through his pain, telling Godin that he could never carry out such monstrous commands. He still has a human heart, and more than that, he has honor. Godin immediately corrects him, his voice sharp and merciless. Jorge is not supposed to be just an ordinary human being. He is a knight. Those words ignite Jorge's fury all over again. His face twists with rage, and a low, furious growl rises from his throat. Jorge's men rally around him as well, their anger rising with his. But when Godin sees himself surrounded, he decides this has gone on long enough. The impostor slowly closes his left eye and mutters that now, more than anything, he simply wants to rest. The instant Vlad sees that movement, he recognizes what is coming. His eyes widen as he realizes Godin is about to release his aura. Vlad breaks into a desperate sprint, pushing his body forward as fast as he can, trying to reach Godin before the attack can be unleashed. Vlad is too late. Before he can close the distance, Godin's eyes and sword are already glowing with dangerous light, and his aura fully activates. Thin blue lines begin appearing across Jorge and his men, marking their bodies with a chilling precision and making it clear that every one of them has already been chosen as a target. There's nothing they can do to stop it. A blinding surge of powerful energy explodes outward, blasting Vlad backward and tearing through Jorge's men, killing them where they stand. When the dust finally begins to settle, the place where Godin stood is empty, and all of Jorge's men lie motionless across the floor, their bodies lifeless and soaked in blood. Vlad groans as he forces himself back up, only for horror to wash over his face the moment he sees the aftermath of Godin's attack. Everyone else is dead. In the silence that follows, all that remains in view is Jorge's blood-covered face, with fresh drops falling steadily to the floor. Vlad breaks inside at the sight of his mentor's fate, and in that crushing moment, memories from his younger days come rushing back. He remembers how Jorge was the first person to reach out a hand to him when he was nothing more than a boy rolling through the dirt of the back alleys. Jorge was the first to truly acknowledge Vlad when everyone else dismissed him, and over time, that former knight became the strongest person Vlad had ever known. Now, the strongest person in Vlad's world has been killed. As the blue moonlight quietly spills into the ruined room, Godin stands there holding Jorge's severed head in his hand. The impostor has beheaded the only father figure Vlad ever had. Vlad stares at Jorge's head as if some part of him is still hoping this nightmare will disappear. But the longer he looks, the more painfully clear it becomes. His entire world has been shattered by the villain he himself had brought into his home. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Vlad seizes Jorge's sword and lets out a broken scream filled with raw, unbearable anguish. But right as he is about to swing the sword, the voice rings sharply inside his head, ordering him to stop immediately. Vlad ignores the warning and swings with all the strength his wounded body can summon. Godin slips away from the strike with ease. But even though the attack barely threatens him, he is stunned to see that Vlad somehow knows how to move along the sword path. Godin is left confused, because a gutter-born boy from the slums should have no way of knowing such a technique. What he doesn't know is that this same gutter kid was once struck by jet-black lightning. Despite his curiosity, Godin cannot hide that he is impressed, and he openly admits it. But Vlad doesn't care about earning his praise. The only thing burning in his mind is the need to kill him. Consumed by rage, Vlad charges at Godin a second time, screaming for him to die. Godin fires back with an attack, but Vlad twists his body in a sudden, instinctive motion and manages to deflect it. This time, Vlad's strike actually lands. The blow hits with enough force to send Godin flying backward, and even knocks the sword clean out of his hand. The impostor pushes himself back to his feet, but the shock is written clearly across his face. He can hardly believe what he has just witnessed. Godin realizes Vlad must have been born with some extraordinary gift. To him, that is the only reason the boy could twist his body so naturally and deflect an attack like that on pure instinct. But even though Vlad managed to deflect it, his body clearly paid the price for that violent movement. He collapses to the ground, groaning in pain, while the voice tells him to slow down, breathe, and keep his focus. Vlad clutches the side of his stomach, curling up on the floor as the pain continues to tear through him. Godin watches the child writhe on the floor, his cold gaze lingering as the thought of killing Vlad right then and there crosses his mind. He considers snuffing out the dangerous light and potential inside Vlad before it can grow any further, but in the end he decides that would be far too much of a waste, even though he knows this child may one day return with a sharper sword. Godin thinks back to the days when he and Jorge were still friends. He remembers Jorge once saying that he found joy in watching over people with great potential, and that memory brings the faintest smile to Godin's face. Then Godin calls out to Vlad, who is still wincing on the floor. He tells him that a knight only takes a fair price, leaving Vlad confused enough to ask what he is even talking about. Suddenly, Godin tosses back 2 pieces of the beef jerky Vlad had given him in the cave. He says his name is not Stanga, and he is not 42 years old either. Since Vlad paid an unfair price, Godin is returning a few pieces to balance the exchange. However, Godin makes one thing clear. He is still taking Jorge's head with him. Vlad stares in horror once again at his master's bloody, severed head. As he trembles in place, Godin calmly says he will carry it away because, as the victor, that is the price he deserves. Godin says it with shameless arrogance, staring Vlad down as though daring him to answer. Vlad's heartbroken face hardens with rage, and through his grief, he glares at the impostor and vows that he will kill him. Godin only scoffs at Vlad's threat, turning his gaze away with a look of clear disappointment. He tells Vlad not to even think about demanding the second price for the beef jerky, especially in the miserable state his life is in right now. Then Godin turns his back and begins walking away, leaving Vlad behind, shaking with fury. Vlad remains on his knees, struggling to force himself upright. His teeth grind together, his voice shakes, and he stammers through his rage as he swears again that he will kill the bastard who beheaded his master. But the impostor pays no attention to him at all. Without looking back, Godin walks out of the shop, carrying Jorge's head in his hand like a trophy. Vlad screams Godin's name after him, his voice cracking with fury. But Godin doesn't even bother to turn around. With that same blank, emotionless face, the knight continues walking away and finally steps through the jagged hole he smashed into the wall earlier, while Vlad warns him that one day he will come back and kill him. After Godin's brutal rampage leaves the shop in ruins, Zemina does everything she can to help the injured Vlad escape from that blood-soaked place. Zemina supports Vlad's weight as he limps forward, every step dragging another groan of pain out of him. His hand stays pressed tightly against the spot that hurts the most, and when the pain suddenly spikes through his body, Vlad can't hold himself up anymore and drops down to one knee. For a moment, Vlad can only remain there, sweating heavily and breathing in rough, broken gasps, forcing himself to endure the unbearable pain tearing through him. Few moments earlier, Vlad had still been inside the ruined shop, curled up tightly on the floor like a wounded animal. Marcella looked down at him without sugarcoating a single word and told him to get up. Marcella asked him if he actually wanted to die right there, but Vlad didn't answer her at all, not even with a word. The boy simply stared blankly into the distance, silent and hollow, as if some part of him no longer cared whether he lived or died. Marcella immediately understood that dangerous emptiness in his eyes, and it made her furious. Without hesitation, she slapped Vlad hard across the face, snapping his head aside. She told him to pull himself together, then demanded to know if he understood what truly separated the people living comfortably in the center of the city from people like them who crawled through the slums. Vlad had no answer. He just looked up at Marcella with lost, wounded eyes, almost like a stray puppy afraid that one wrong word would earn him another slap. Marcella told him the difference was opportunity. The people in the city could stumble, fail once, and still stand back up again because they had the money, power, and safety to afford another chance. But for people trapped in the slums, people already treated like losers before they even started. Life was never that forgiving. Marcella told Vlad to look around at the shattered shop and the bodies of their own men scattered across the floor. Then she asked him if they looked like people who could afford even a single failure, because all this blood and destruction had come from just one mistake. She made it painfully clear that people like them had always been chained to a cruel fate, one where failing even once could mean dying before they ever got another chance. That was why Marcella told Vlad not to let the one chance that might come only once in his entire life slip through his fingers. She stepped closer, grabbed him firmly by both shoulders, and held him up so he could not look away from what she was saying. Back in the present, those words have settled deep inside Vlad, and the look on his face is no longer empty. Through the pain, a hard new determination burns in his eyes. Zemina notices how badly Vlad is hurting and asks if he is okay, even suggesting that they slow down so it will be easier for him to move. But Vlad refuses at once, insisting that they have no choice but to keep going. Vlad refuses to let his story end in that ruined shop. He wipes the sweat from his face with a trembling hand, steels himself through the pain, and gets ready to stand again with Zemina's help. Unfortunately, that is exactly when one of their enemies catches sight of them. The man immediately shouts to the others, announcing that he has found Jorge's little minion, the one they have been searching for. In an instant, adrenaline floods Vlad's body, and even though he had been barely able to limp only seconds ago, he suddenly breaks into a desperate run for his life. Zemina runs with him, and Vlad grips her hand tightly, pulling her along so she will not be left behind. Vlad urges Zemina to run as fast as she possibly can, while their enemies chase after them with swords drawn. As his feet pound through the alley, the truth sinks in. Everything that used to be their home has been destroyed. They may still be nothing more than two young birds, frightened and unprepared, but their nest has already been torn apart. Now, whether they are ready or not, they have to spread their wings and survive on their own. Somehow, Vlad and Zemina manage to slip away from their pursuers, leaving the armed killers completely baffled. The men spin around in the alley with their swords raised, trying to guess where the children disappeared to, but they find nothing. One of them curses under his breath and calls them little rats, while another guesses they must have escaped into a different alley. In the middle of the confusion, the gang leader suddenly barks an order for every corner to be searched. He promises a handsome reward to whichever one of his men manages to find the children first. The gang leader's face finally comes into view, revealing the ponytailed thug Vlad humiliated back at the shop when one-armed Jack first arrived. That brief clash with Vlad had cost him several teeth, and the humiliation still burns in him. More than anything, he wants revenge and wants Vlad to pay for the shame he suffered. Once the men hear that a reward is waiting for them, their motivation comes rushing back. They decide to split up and spread through the area, convinced that Vlad and Zemina could not have gotten very far. But in their rush to catch the children, the men run right past the very door Vlad and Zemina are hiding behind. They do not even stop long enough to notice that the door is not locked. Behind that door, Vlad and Zemina remain frozen in silence. Vlad grips his dagger tightly, ready for the worst, while Zemina clamps both hands over her mouth to smother her frightened cries before they can give them away. Vlad listens carefully as the men hurry past and continue searching nearby. From the sound of their footsteps and voices, he realizes their situation is getting worse, and if they stay like this, it is only a matter of time before they are found. Because of that, Vlad tells Zemina that once things grow quieter, she needs to go outside and escape on her own. Just as expected, Zemina immediately worries about him and asks what he plans to do. Vlad explains that he has to find some way out by himself, then points out that moving together would be too dangerous with their pursuers still so close. But Zemina refuses to accept that. To her, splitting up is the last thing they should be doing right now. Zemina rejects Vlad's plan and tells him she wants to stay with him, reminding him of the promise he made to Marcella before they left. Vlad had sworn that he would take Zemina somewhere safe before leaving her alone, but now he only tells her to reach the convent before sunrise. And if that does not work, he says she can go to Harvin instead. Even then, Zemina refuses to see things Vlad's way. Her fear spills over into a childish, stubborn outburst as she cries that she does not want to be separated from him. By this point, Vlad finally loses patience and snaps at her for never listening to anyone. He even calls Zemina an idiot, trying to force the truth through to her that in his current condition, he cannot protect her the way he wants to. Zemina is left speechless by Vlad's sudden outburst, and tears quickly gather in her eyes. But their argument has already become too loud, and the consequences catch up to them almost immediately. A man suddenly appears nearby, his voice sharp as he demands to know who is hiding inside. Zemina panics at once. Her eyes dart down, and she grabs a knife lying on the floor, clutching it in both hands in case she has to defend herself. The man finally steps into view, emerging from another room with a lamp in his hand. In the dim light, it becomes clear that he is the same blacksmith from earlier. The blacksmith recognizes the two children almost immediately and asks what they are doing inside his place. Once again, Zemina starts getting on his nerves right away. Still gripping the knife, she calls him an old man and threatens him as if she is ready to use it. With the most bored, irritated look on his face, the blacksmith fires back at her, asking what the hell is wrong with her and reminding her that she and Vlad are the ones who broke into his home. But Zemina, as usual, does not listen at all. She just keeps the knife pointed at him and warns him not to move, insisting that she really will stab him if she has to. The blacksmith meets her eyes and quickly notices the tears gathering there. Her hands may be holding a knife, but her face is full of fear. Realizing that Zemina is terrified more than anything else, the blacksmith softens his approach and tries to calm her down, telling her that he understands the situation they are in. He calmly tells Zemina to lower the knife, but instead of backing down, she demands that he hand over the sword Vlad is always staring at. The blacksmith is clearly confused by her demand, so Zemina makes sure he understands that she is completely serious. To remove any doubt, she tells him she means the sword he had hanging outside. Zemina explains that they will not be safe even if they make it beyond the city, and with desperation in her voice, she tells the blacksmith one last time to give her the sword because she is not joking. Vlad finally steps in and tells Zemina to put the knife down, but she refuses to calm herself. Instead, she breaks into another desperate outburst, shouting at the blacksmith to bring out the sword. The blacksmith can feel Zemina's desperation pouring out of her, and in that moment he quietly thinks that this is simply what life in the slums turns people into. Down here, surviving often means reaching out, taking something from someone else, and clinging to it before the world crushes you first. His mind drifts back to his own younger days, and he admits to himself that he was once no different from her. So when he sees this frightened girl acting so fiercely, he cannot even bring himself to be surprised. After a long, heavy silence, the blacksmith finally speaks. But all he says is that Zamina's situation is truly pitiful. His tone makes it painfully clear that sympathy alone does not mean he intends to help. That answer pushes Zamina past her breaking point. Her face twists with anger, and she suddenly rushes straight at him with the knife clenched in her hand. The blacksmith sees the blade coming toward him and closes his eyes, standing still as if he has already accepted whatever is about to happen. Vlad also thinks Zamina is about to stab the old man, and he cries out to stop her. But instead of driving the knife into him, Zamina swings it toward herself and slices off her own hair. The blacksmith's eyes snap open in shock. With tears shining in her eyes, Zamina holds out her red hair to him, saying she knows it is nowhere near enough to pay for the sword, but she swears she will repay the rest someday. Her voice trembles as she begs the blacksmith to give the sword to Vlad. In her eyes there is no pride left, only fear, desperation, and a fierce need to protect the boy beside her. For a moment, the blacksmith is left completely speechless. Then he turns his gaze toward Vlad and quietly asks whether the boy is really planning to leave the slums behind. Vlad confirms it, and the old blacksmith feels something stir deep inside him. This boy is about to do the one thing the blacksmith himself was never able to do. All his life, the blacksmith had dreamed of escaping that place and spreading his wings beyond the walls of the slums. Now he is watching Vlad stand on the edge of that very dream. Moved by the two children despite himself, the blacksmith struggles with the decision for a moment. In the end, even with reluctance still written on his face, he agrees to help them. The scene shifts, and the old blacksmith is now hauling a wagon piled high with dirt, trash, and filth. Behind him, Zamina hides under a hood, disguising herself as she pushes the wagon from the rear. When Zamina complains about the horrible smell, the blacksmith tells her bluntly that this is the only path out of the city, whether she likes it or not. Suddenly, a group of goons the blacksmith recognizes steps into their path. One of them eyes him suspiciously and asks why he is dragging trash out at such a late hour. The blacksmith immediately snaps back at them, cursing under his breath and reminding them that they are the ones who blocked every alley with their stupid fighting. Because of that, he complains. His smithy is about to burst from all the garbage he could not throw out earlier. The goon leader then notices the hooded figure behind the wagon, and suspicion flashes across his face. He knows the old blacksmith usually works alone, so the extra helper does not sit right with him. Thinking quickly, the blacksmith explains that he was exhausted, so he gave the boy a piece of bread in exchange for helping him move the trash. Of course, the man does not believe the story so easily. His eyes narrow, and he steps closer to inspect the hooded figure for himself. He lifts his knife and hooks it beneath the hood, warning Zamina that if she so much as moves, he will cut her without hesitation. When the hood rises, what he sees is Zamina's newly shortened ginger hair, no longer falling the way it did before. Zamina lowers her head and plays the part of a poor boy trying to earn a scrap of food. And after looking her over, the goon decides to let her pass. Before the blacksmith and Zamina can move on, the old man asks what the goons are searching for. They answer that they are looking for the body of Jorge's blonde-haired kid. The blacksmith only scoffs and asks if they can finally get going, but the goon leader says they still need to make absolutely sure he is not helping that boy escape. With that, he orders one of his subordinates to check the wagon and tells the blacksmith to move it aside so they can inspect it properly. For the first time, the blacksmith begins to wonder if coming this way was a mistake. But almost immediately, he remembers the harsh truth. There was no other road left for them to take. Goon starts poking through the trash and mutters that there is quite a lot of filth packed inside the wagon. Then, as he catches the faintest hint of movement beneath the dirt, he tells them not to hate him because he is only doing his job. A second later, he thrusts his staff down into the heap of garbage. The blacksmith and Zamina freeze in terror as they watch him stab into the trash. Beneath all that dirt, Vlad is hiding in silence, just as frightened as the two people trying to smuggle him out. Out of nowhere, the goon begins speaking about Harvin putting a boat out on the water. He says Harvin must have done it for a reason, letting the words hang in the air as if they are meant for someone hidden nearby. He tells them to remember that, and after stabbing through the dirt, he declares that he has now repaid the debt of 40 silver coins that his younger brother, Ned, once owed. The man finally allows them to pass. From the way he acts, it seems clear that he knew Vlad was hiding inside the wagon, but he lets them leave the city anyway, repaying the help Vlad once gave his younger brother. At last, Zamina and the blacksmith reach the outskirts of town, where the city's trash is thrown into a channel that runs beyond the walls. As they dump the trash into the water with Vlad hidden inside it, Zamina quietly says her goodbye. The old blacksmith watches in silence, thinking about the star sword now resting in the boy's hand. That sword was something the blacksmith forged out of the dreams he could never reach. And now it had also been bought with the tears of a desperate girl. And now that very sword lies in the hands of one lone boy, a boy who is finally being carried toward a world far greater than the slums. Outside the town, Vlad pushes his way out from beneath the dirt, clutching the sword as he catches his breath. Once he is clear, he begins speaking to the voice inside his head. Holding the weapon tightly, Vlad asks whether the voice can hear him. After a brief pause, the voice answers that it can. Vlad then asks the voice who it really is. But the voice gives no clear answer, as if it does not even know the truth about itself. That leaves Vlad baffled. The voice seems to understand swords so deeply, yet when it comes to its own identity, it cannot explain a thing. Even so, Vlad decides that maybe this arrangement is for the best. If the voice helps him, then he will help the voice in return. Vlad offers to help the voice recover its lost memories, and in exchange, he asks it to become his sword from this moment forward. At this point, Vlad does not care even if the being behind the voice turns out to be the devil itself. Whenever he remembers the overwhelming figure of Godin, the man who slaughtered his friends, Vlad is terrified that without power, he will amount to nothing in this world. Hearing the resolve in Vlad's words, the voice finally responds, telling him that it will now teach him about his sword. After that, the scene shifts far away to the snowy mountains, where a military camp has been set up among the cold peaks, marked by the banner of a noble family. Inside the camp, a man moves chess pieces across a map, carefully arranging them as if he is working through the strategy for an upcoming battle. While studying the board, the man suddenly remarks that everything feels too easy. This is Joseph Bayezid, the second son of the powerful Bayezid family. And as his intense gaze remains fixed on the chess pieces, he repeats to himself that it is far too easy. Joseph is finally interrupted when one of his subordinates enters the room. The man greets him as his young master and reports that he has just returned. Joseph immediately recognizes him as Jaeger and welcomes him with clear excitement. The short-haired man with the eye patch stands before Joseph and quickly notices that something is weighing on his master's mind. When Jaeger voices his concern, Joseph admits that the battle itself is what bothers him, because everything is going far too smoothly. Hearing that, Jaeger begins briefing Joseph on the recent monster subjugation. He explains that the operation has been progressing well, with very few casualties and only a handful of mercenaries lost. But Joseph's attention seems fixed on a different problem, the deserters. Joseph Bayezid is worried that if deserters start appearing among his forces, everyone around him will begin questioning whether he truly has what it takes to command an army. In Joseph's mind, his father and the vassals will almost certainly look down on him for it. And as for his older stepbrother, Rudiger Bayezid, Joseph is convinced that Rudiger would seize even the smallest weakness as a chance to strike. Jaeger can only stand there in silence, unable to answer right away, while Joseph quietly weighs the situation and thinks through what move he should make next. Joseph understands that if he fails to become the next count, the aftermath will be disastrous. And if that happens, he already knows exactly what his brother will do to everyone left standing. The Bayezid family has long worshipped military strength as the highest form of glory. Joseph knows that better than anyone, because he has watched his own father and blood brothers trample over each other again and again for that kind of power. Joseph can already feel chaos approaching, and what frustrates him most is how few reliable swordsmen he has at his side. Aside from Jaeger, there are hardly any blades he can fully trust. Hearing Joseph say that, Jaeger steps forward with a more serious look and reveals that there is something else he needs to report. Joseph's curiosity sharpens at once, and he orders Jaeger to say whatever is on his mind. Jaeger then tells him there is a suspicious soldier among their ranks, and Joseph immediately guesses that the man might be a spy planted by his brother. Jaeger agrees that Joseph's suspicion is reasonable, but says that is not the main reason this soldier caught his attention. To truly understand why, Jaeger believes Joseph needs to see the man's work with his own eyes. Outside, the frozen ground is littered with the corpse of a goblin-like monster, most likely one of the creatures taken down during Joseph's soldiers' subjugation. Joseph studies the creature's body with clear disgust, lifting a hand to cover his nose as the foul smell and mangled remains make him grimace. He looks closer at the goblins hanging from the wooden shed and judges the wounds with a critical eye. From the rough cuts alone, Joseph guesses they were made by someone no better than a child who had only just begun swinging a sword. Jaeger leads Joseph toward more corpses, but the moment Joseph examines those bodies as well, his dissatisfaction only grows. The wounds still look crude, uneven, and far from impressive. To Joseph, every injury looks sloppy, almost embarrassingly poor, and what bothers him even more is that all of them seem to share the same clumsy pattern. Then Joseph finally spots one corpse that makes him pause, because this wound is different enough to actually draw his interest. The goblin's torso has been split open in one clean, decisive cut. After staring at it for a moment, Joseph realizes that despite the difference in quality, all these wounds were made by the same hand. Noticing the shared rhythm in the cuts, Joseph concludes that every one of those monsters must have been killed by the same person. Still, he turns to Jaeger and asks for confirmation. The one-eyed swordsman confirms Joseph's theory. Jaeger explains that the corpses Joseph is looking at now were brought in only yesterday, while the earlier bodies with the clumsy wounds were from a month ago. Joseph is stunned by that answer. He can hardly accept that someone who made such poor, beginner-level cuts could refine his swing so dramatically in only 1 month. Even though Joseph finds the idea almost impossible, curiosity gets the better of him, and he cannot help but ask Jaeger what kind of person this soldier is. In the snowy forest, a group of men is locked in a brutal fight against a horde of goblins. The monsters swarm one of the fighters from every side, but he plants his feet, swings his spiked club, and beats back every creature he can reach. One of the other men shouts for everyone to tighten the formation, ordering them to close the gaps, so none of the monsters can slip away. Just then, another man appears with a spear gripped in his hand, stepping into the chaos with confidence. He plants his foot on a goblin corpse and tells the others that the end is finally in sight. With a loud voice, he urges them to finish off the remaining goblins quickly. But instead of cheering up, the other soldiers suddenly freeze in horror. Behind the spear-wielding man, a massive red-eyed hobgoblin looms over him with its weapon raised, and he only grows confused when he sees the terror on their faces. Before anyone can warn him or explain what is happening, the giant monster brings its wooden club down and smashes him with terrifying force. The impact is so violent that snow bursts upward in a huge white spray, scattering through the air like the ground itself has exploded. When the falling snow finally clears, the other soldiers see the awful result. The hobgoblin has crushed the man's head straight into the ground. Men are terrified beyond words, yet they force themselves to stay where they are, swallowing their fear and fighting the instinct to turn and run for their lives. The creature roars at them, but even that does not make them break. Furious that they still refuse to flee, the hobgoblin charges forward and begins tearing into their ranks. As the beast kills them one after another, the men panic and wonder where such a monstrous creature could have even come from. When the fighters in the rear realize it has already broken through the fifth group, they finally start falling back, but their portly old commander immediately shouts at them to hurry forward instead, ordering the men to contain the beast before it breaks through completely. The commander reminds them that they will not be paid if they retreat, but the mercenaries snap back that no one told them they would have to fight a monster like this. They tell him he should have hired expensive professionals for such a job, or better yet, go fight the thing himself. Enraged, the commander tries to intimidate them into returning to the battlefield, reaching for his sword as he threatens them. But before he can even draw it, the hobgoblin kills the very man he was trying to scare right in front of him. Now face to face with the monster, the commander sits frozen on his horse, realizing with a sinking dread that he may be the next one to die. Then, from among the shaken mercenaries, one man suddenly steps forward and begins walking straight toward the ferocious beast. At first, the other men stare at him in shock, unable to understand why anyone would willingly approach that monster. Then someone recognizes him as the praying Riemann. The mercenaries may know this blonde swordsman by the name Riemann, but we know the truth, this is Vlad. With calm courage, he tells them that he will face the monster alone, and unsurprisingly, no one dares to object. The hobgoblin spots Vlad walking toward it, and immediately charges, its huge body barreling through the snow with murderous force. Vlad steadies himself for the clash, and the moment the beast closes in, he moves quickly and slashes his sword across its side. But Vlad realizes right away that the cut is too shallow. That mistake distracts him for a split second, and the voice inside his head snaps at him to dodge before the goblin's club comes crashing down. Vlad regains his senses just in time and throws himself out of the way, narrowly avoiding the hobgoblin's heavy attacks as they come pounding down one after another. He skids backward through the snow, sending white powder spraying around his boots, and admits to himself that his earlier strike completely failed. The voice immediately scolds him for it, calling him stupid for failing, even after being told exactly what to do. Still, Vlad knows the truth. Pulling off a brand new technique after hearing it explained only once is almost impossible. Even so, Vlad pushes himself back onto his feet. As the hobgoblin charges him again, he tells the voice that he is simply taking the longer path through this fight. The hobgoblin swings its massive club at Vlad once more, and just like before, Vlad slips away from the blow at the last second. After missing again and again, the monster grows furious. It raises its club high, preparing a crushing slam meant to end the fight in one brutal strike. The club smashes into the ground, blasting up a huge explosion of snow. But when the white cloud clears, the hobgoblin realizes it has missed Vlad yet again. The bewildered creature freezes in place, stunned by the empty space where Vlad should have been. In that brief opening, Vlad seizes his chance and finally brings his sword down with a proper cut. As Vlad extends his arms, the sword begins to shine. By the time the hobgoblin notices him coming in for the strike, it is already far too late for the monster to survive. Back with Jaeger and Joseph Bayezid, Jaeger reveals that the one responsible for those strange cuts is known among the men as the Praying Reman. The name immediately catches Joseph's interest, and without wasting a second, he orders his one-eyed subordinate to investigate that soldier right away. Jaeger accepts the order without the slightest hesitation. He places one hand over his chest, lowers his head in a respectful bow, and assures Joseph that he will begin looking into the Praying Reman immediately. After Jaeger leaves, Joseph remains standing in silence, his gaze fixed on the goblin corpses split open before him. He keeps thinking about the way they were killed, because in his mind the evidence simply does not add up. The wounds from 1 month ago were crooked, rough, and sloppy, like the work of someone barely able to control a sword. That is exactly why Joseph struggles to believe all of this was done by the same person. No ordinary swordsman should be able to grasp the path of the sword and refine his swing so much in only a single month. A faint smile begins to form on Joseph's face as the thought crosses his mind. Maybe the boy called Rimmon is not ordinary at all. Maybe Joseph has just found a true genius of this era. At that same moment, Vlad's blade finally cuts clean through his enemy's torso, the strike landing with the sharp precision he had been chasing all along. Vlad's eyes are cold and steady, without a trace of hesitation. In that instant, it is clear that he has taken his first real step onto the path of a true swordmaster. Elsewhere in the snowy mountains, the mercenaries are busy loading the many hobgoblin corpses onto their wagons. One man complains that his side is packed with nothing but monster trash, while another admits it is the same on his end. Apparently, they had expected treasure to be hidden somewhere in the forest, especially with so many hobgoblins gathered there. One of the men calls out to Vlad, who is now using the name Reman and has somehow become their captain. The mercenary excitedly praises Vlad's incredible performance against the giant hobgoblin, though by now it seems almost normal for Vlad to stand out whenever monsters appear. The man keeps piling on the compliments, but Vlad barely reacts. If anything, the constant chatter only irritates him, so Vlad coldly tells him to stop talking and focus on loading the monsters he killed. Vlad's newest admirer quickly says he has already finished that part, adding that no one would dare steal Vlad's kills anyway. Then he asks what they should do next, explaining that the work on the ground is almost done, with obvious excitement. He tries asking whether Vlad would take on another job with him, even though Vlad's expression already makes it clear he has no interest. The man is just about to brag that his brains and Vlad's swordsmanship would make them a perfect team, but Vlad cuts him off without mercy. He bluntly says he has no intention of working with frauds. The man falls silent, clearly offended by the insult. After a short pause, he reminds Vlad that he cannot keep using that mercenary plaque forever. Then tries once again to push his luck. He starts bringing up a good blacksmith he knows, but Vlad snaps at him before he can finish. This time, Vlad's irritation comes out sharper, and he calls him by name to make it clear he is not joking around. Vlad tells Goethe that careless blabbering can get people killed. In the back of his mind, Vlad decides that if Goethe is only making a suggestion, he will settle for warning him. But if Goethe's words turn out to be some kind of threat, Vlad has already made up his mind. He will kill him without hesitation. Seeing the anger in Vlad's face, Goethe immediately becomes more careful. He explains that he was only trying to say Vlad should be earning far more than pocket change, especially with sword skills like his. Since it turns out to be nothing more than a suggestion, Vlad tells Goethe to shut his mouth and keep cleaning. He warns him that if he keeps talking carelessly, he might lose his head. Terrified by Vlad's very unfriendly advice, Goethe quickly takes the hint and hurries away before he gives Vlad a reason to actually decapitate him. Once Goethe leaves, Vlad thinks back on what he said and quietly decides that he will need to deal with that stalker-like follower sooner or later. Behind him, the mercenaries continue stacking the wagons with bloody goblin corpses, while Vlad turns away from the mess and walks off on his own. Vlad heads deeper into the woods, and the other mercenaries immediately assume he must be going off to pray again. For some reason, Vlad always disappears into the forest like this, and the men are genuinely impressed by how consistent his supposed devotion is. Inside the forest, Vlad drops down onto one knee and plants his sword firmly into the frozen ground in front of him. The mercenaries secretly peek at him from a distance, whispering about how impressive and noble he looks in that posture. Some even wonder if he might actually come from noble blood, because even if he does not, they cannot believe someone like him was born into the same class as the rest of them. But Vlad is not praying at all. In truth, The voice inside his sword is scolding him fiercely. Vlad grits his teeth over his failure to cut down the giant hobgoblin in a single strike, and right on cue, the voice calls him a fool. The voice reminds Vlad that the essence of a one-strike kill lies in surprise. Vlad, already frustrated and exhausted, does not even want to think through the meaning, so he simply asks the voice what that is supposed to mean. Realizing that Vlad is refusing to use his head, the voice gives him an embarrassingly simple explanation, almost as if speaking to a small child. Even then, Vlad still does not seem to understand, and the voice grows even more irritated. The voice tries again, saying that when the opponent goes whoosh, Vlad is supposed to go wham. But Vlad still looks lost, and honestly, with an explanation like that, it is hard to blame him. While Vlad struggles to make sense of the voice's strange teaching, the other mercenaries continue watching from afar in awe, still completely convinced that he is deep in prayer. The next morning, back at the soldiers' camp, the men move around between the tents, going about their routines after settling in for the night. Soon breakfast is served, and Vlad receives the same questionable bowl of soup as the other mercenaries, the steam rising from it in a way that does not exactly make it look more appetizing. The other men dig in without hesitation, but Vlad hesitates with his bowl in front of him. He is not convinced it is safe to eat, and he is not even sure the chunks floating in the soup can truly be called meat, so he asks what kind it is. Goethe answers with his mouth already stuffed full, casually saying he has no idea and does not care, because free food is free food. Goethe explains to Vlad that mercenaries rarely find employers willing to feed them without charging for it. One of the other men points out that it is not too surprising this employer can afford it, since they are working for House Bayezid. Another mercenary grumbles that the soup is salty, but even he admits it is still better than having nothing to eat at all. Even with all their attempts to make Vlad appreciate the meal, or at least take a bite, he refuses to join them. Vlad simply stands up from the table, leaves the soup untouched, and tells the other mercenaries to enjoy it if they are fine eating it. As Vlad walks away from the dining area, the men watch him go and wonder if he is heading to see the priest again. One of the mercenaries even says he should start praying like Vlad too, probably hoping it might somehow make him better with a sword. Unfortunately for him, another man crushes that dream right away, bluntly saying he will never become like the praying Riemann. A little later, Vlad arrives at the priest's tent and steps inside. The elderly priest, with his wild hair and gentle face that oddly resembles Albert Einstein, brightens the moment he sees Vlad enter. Vlad greets him respectfully as Father Andreas, then asks whether he slept well during the night. Father Andreas smiles and assures him that he rested peacefully, just as he always does. Father Andreas mentions that he heard Vlad was praying out in the woods last night, and comments that it must have been freezing there. Everyone seems to believe Vlad is some deeply devoted believer, completely unaware that he has actually been taking secret lessons from the voice inside his head. Even Father Andreas is being misled by the image Vlad presents, because while Vlad appears pious, he is truly learning the most efficient way to kill with a sword. Vlad calmly tells Father Andreas that he did not feel the cold because he was wrapped in God's embrace. The old priest laughs warmly at that and says Vlad sounds even more like a priest than he does. Just then, a young priest in training named Jean enters the tent and politely tells Father Andreas that his meal is ready. Father Andreas thanks Jean, then invites Vlad to join him for breakfast. He gently takes Vlad by the shoulders and guides him into a chair where a hot, delicious-looking meal is already waiting on the table. Vlad tries to refuse, saying he did not come there to eat, but Father Andreas simply ignores the protest and sits down. Jean takes his seat as well, and once everyone is gathered at the table, Father Andreas begins the prayer. Jean closes his eyes with innocent sincerity, while Vlad keeps his eyes wide open at first. Father Andreas secretly opens one eye to check on him, but by the time he looks, Vlad has already closed his eyes and appears to be praying properly. Seeing that, Father Andreas quietly believes Vlad is an honest young believer, someone who has not lost faith even after being thrown into such a harsh and lowly place. Father Andreas feels that he must guide this young man, especially because he knows Vlad will continue staining his hands with blood on the battlefield. To Father Andreas, guiding Vlad is not merely kindness, it is a duty and a fate that God has placed upon him. With that thought settled in his heart, the priest brings the prayer to a close. Then Father Andreas says they may begin eating, and Vlad politely thanks him for the prayer. Set out on the table before Vlad was a simple but precious meal. Rare wheat bread, still looking far better than anything the mercenaries usually got, and a warm bowl of soup beside it. The moment he saw it, his face brightened with pure relief, because at last he could eat something that actually looked like real food, instead of the bizarre slop the other mercenaries had been forcing down. Vlad had just reached for the bread, ready to take that long-awaited first bite, when Father Andreas suddenly spoke up and stopped him in place. Instead of letting him eat in peace, the priest turned the conversation toward Vlad's swordsmanship. Father Andreas said he had already heard quite a bit about how Vlad handled a sword, and then added that Joseph Bayezid might have heard the same rumors as well. According to him, Sir Jaeger had personally visited 2 days earlier, asking questions about the blonde-haired swordsman who had begun attracting attention. The moment Vlad heard that, the excitement from the meal faded from his face. A faint uneasiness crept into him, and trying not to show too much of it, he asked Father Andreas to continue and tell him exactly what had happened. Father Andreas gave Vlad an awkward, almost apologetic smile, as if he had only just realized how serious the matter might be. Then he explained that after Sir Jaeger came to see him, the knight had recommended Vlad to the main troops, saying he was looking forward to watching how the young swordsman would grow. That news did not make Vlad happy at all. Instead of feeling honored, his expression tightened, and a worried look settled over him as he realized just how much attention he had drawn. The innocent Father Andreas, unaware of how deeply Vlad was panicking, continued talking about House Bayezid. He explained that the Bayezid family was one of the most respected powers in the north, and that simply working under them would place Vlad in a far better position than the harsh, unstable life he was living among the mercenaries now. But after that conversation with the priest, Vlad could no longer sit comfortably. The warmth of the meal and the kindness in Father Andreas's words only made the situation feel heavier, leaving Vlad restless and deeply uneasy. Before long, Vlad returned alone to the snowy forest, where the cold air wrapped around him and the white trees stood silent on every side. There, under the excuse of prayer, he quietly poured out his frustration to the voice in his head, afraid that his skill with the sword had made him stand out far too much. But the voice answered that they had never truly had another choice, because swordsmanship like Vlad's could not be learned through theory alone. It could only be forged through real experience. The voice then pointed out that the real trouble had begun the moment Vlad became too close to Father Andreas. Vlad did not argue loudly. He simply answered in a low, steady voice that he had needed to be certain. The voice was not some evil spirit hiding inside him. The voice immediately understood what Vlad was getting at, as if it had been waiting for him to admit it. With a sharp edge in its words, it asked whether Vlad had finally found the answer he wanted now that everything around them had started going wrong. Even so, Vlad's mind drifted back to why he had approached Father Andreas in the first place. The priest was known as a man of strong reputation and exceptional divine power, so much so that he had once even been offered the title of bishop. If someone that's spiritually gifted could stand close to Vlad and sense nothing wicked from him, then Vlad could at least believe that the voice inside him was not evil. But that question was no longer the most urgent problem. Vlad asked whether they should run before Joseph Bayezid came looking for him, and the voice suggested that House Bayezid might possibly overlook his false identity if they valued his talent enough. After all, a swordsman as skilled as Vlad was not something any noble family would dismiss lightly. Vlad knew that even if such a miracle happened, it would not solve everything sooner or later. Someone might discover that he had killed a mercenary for stealing, and once that came out, he would not only be accused of hiding his identity, but also charged with murder at the same time. The voice seized the chance to mock him, teasing that Vlad was rather wicked after all. Vlad immediately snapped back at the sword-bound voice, reminding it that it had no right to act innocent when it had been an accomplice to those same crimes. With the situation turning against them from every direction, the voice finally said that running away might be the safest option. It pointed out that claiming self-defense would only work if someone had actually witnessed the fight. Vlad accepted that grim logic and decided they would escape under cover of night, adding that they should bring Goethe with them as well, since they would need his help to get a fake plaque. The plan sounded risky and difficult, and it did not hide its concern from Vlad. But before the conversation could go any further, the voice suddenly sensed something behind them and warned Vlad that someone was approaching. From the weight of the presence closing in, the voice quickly judged that whoever was coming was no ordinary soldier. The aura pressing through the snowy forest belonged, at the very least, to an advanced knight. Vlad reacted instantly. He spun around through the snow, his hand flying to the hilt of his sword, and in a single breath his entire body shifted into battle readiness. But the figure standing there was none other than Sir Jaeger. The green-eyed knight looked genuinely surprised that Vlad had detected him at all, and with quiet interest, he admitted that the young swordsman was even sharper than he had expected. Vlad did not lower his guard right away. He stayed tense, sword ready, while Sir Jaeger calmly informed him that Joseph Bayezid wished to see him. The moment Vlad heard that, his thoughts raced. He regretted not arranging a meeting with Joseph himself while he still had the chance, because now he would be walking in under pressure, and one wrong move in front of Joseph could put him in serious danger. Even with fear twisting inside him, Vlad kept his face composed and replied that he was honored to be summoned by the young master. He forced himself into a calm expression, deciding to play his cards carefully, because in moments like this, a good poker face could be just as valuable as a sharp blade. Sir Jaeger studied him and asked whether Vlad had been expecting his arrival. Vlad answered that he had learned about the matter from Father Andreas, though he admitted he had not imagined Sir Jaeger would come for him quite this quickly. Seeing how steadily Vlad answered, Sir Jaeger found him even more interesting. For someone so young, the boy did not shrink back or tremble in front of him, and that lack of visible intimidation clearly caught the knight's attention. Then Sir Jaeger ordered Vlad to follow him, and turned his back without hesitation. For a split second, Vlad considered making a sudden break for it, but the voice immediately warned him not to try anything foolish, because a knight of Sir Jaeger's level could cut him down before he even managed 3 steps. Realizing there was no escape, Vlad swallowed his frustration and accepted the situation. With no other choice left to him, he quietly followed behind Sir Jaeger through the snow. Sometime later, they arrived at Joseph Bayezid's tent. Waiting inside, the young master looked toward Vlad and said he was pleased to finally meet the famous praying Riemann everyone had been talking about. Vlad lowered his head in a respectful bow, carefully hiding his nerves as he greeted Joseph. He said it was an honor to meet the second son of House Bayezid. Joseph asked whether Vlad had faced any inconvenience in his work so far. Vlad answered politely that all the mercenaries were grateful for the consideration they had been shown. Then Joseph shifted to the subject Vlad had been dreading. Looking at his blonde hair and blue eyes, the young master said he had once thought Vlad might be the son of some fallen noble family. To make certain, Joseph asked directly whether his name was truly Riemann. Without showing hesitation, Vlad confirmed it as if there were no doubt at all. At that moment, Joseph calmly closed the blue book in his hands. His tone changed as he told Vlad that he should have been honest from the beginning. Before Vlad could respond, Sir Jaeger's hand came down with a powerful slap across his face. The sharp sound filled the tent, and Joseph coldly revealed that he hated liars. Vlad wiped at his stinging cheek while Sir Jaeger glared down at him with a hard, warning stare. Then Joseph delivered the real blow, revealing that he already knew the young swordsman was not Riemann at all, but Vlad from the city of Sora. Vlad rubbed his chin and cheek, trying to ease the pain from the slap while acting as though Joseph's words had not shaken him. Joseph went on, saying that their investigation had confirmed Vlad's mother had been an unmarried woman, though they had found nothing clear about his father. Then Joseph looked at Vlad more closely and asked whether by any chance he knew who his father was. That question struck a nerve. Vlad's expression hardened, and with open offense in his voice, he told Joseph that it was very funny to ask the son of an unmarried woman whether he knew his father. The next instant, Sir Jaeger moved without warning. His legs swept in with brutal precision, kicking Vlad's legs out from under him and sending him crashing down. Vlad hit the floor with a pained groan, his body folding from the impact. Sir Jaeger, now visibly angry, warned him not to forget his manners. Vlad glared up at the advanced knight with fury in his eyes, but he forced himself to stay silent. Joseph suddenly stepped in, saying there was no need for more violence. He admitted that Vlad's remark was not entirely wrong, and that his own question had been rather funny, even if it had also been careless and insensitive. The young master walked toward Vlad and stopped over him. Looking down at the boy on the floor, Joseph said he already knew why Vlad had fled Sora, and then asked him to explain where he had learned to use a sword. Vlad gave no answer. He remained where he was, silent and stubborn, staring at Joseph with a fierce scowl. Joseph met that angry blue gaze without flinching. Looking into Vlad's eyes, he said they were hiding far too many things for a boy his age. Without warning, Sir Jaeger drew his sword behind Vlad and moved as if he were about to strike him from the rear. Vlad sensed the danger immediately. His body tensed, his teeth caught his lip, and under the pressure of the blade behind him, he finally forced himself to admit that he had once had a teacher who trained him in swordsmanship. Still down on one knee, Vlad told Joseph that this mysterious teacher had come to him suddenly and vanished, just as quickly, like a flash of lightning that appeared and disappeared before anyone could grasp it. Joseph looked genuinely surprised by that answer, but Vlad did not stop there. Seeing the young master's reaction, he continued, giving him a little more of the truth without revealing everything. Vlad explained that the teacher had never shared his name. All he had passed on was the secret of a lone man who never lost, a secret that was never meant to be spoken of to anyone else. As Vlad said this, he stared straight at Joseph with unwavering intensity. That unshaken look caught Joseph off guard, because despite everything that had happened, the boy's gaze did not bend, tremble, or break. For a few seconds, Joseph Bayezid simply stays quiet, letting the heavy tension in the air settle. Then, with a calm expression, he gives a small nod, accepts Vlad's answer, and even apologizes for the harsh way Vlad had been handled up to that point. When Vlad hears that apology, his eyes shift slightly, and a cautious thought rises in his mind. He starts to wonder whether the quick lie he had thrown together had actually managed to fool Joseph after all. But before Vlad can sink too deeply into that thought, Lord Joseph cuts right through the silence. His expression turns serious as he explains that, at this very moment, he is trapped in a situation that leaves him with very little room to move. Because of that difficult position, Joseph tells Vlad of Sora that he has decided to make him an offer. Then he looks straight at the blonde swordsman and asks whether Vlad has any desire to climb higher than the place he is standing now. The words that follow immediately pull Vlad's full attention toward him. Joseph speaks of things Vlad has always been forced to chase from the bottom: power, freedom, survival, and even the chance to become a knight, and he makes it clear that all of these could be placed within Vlad's reach. Vlad can only stare upward, stunned by the weight of what he is hearing. Before him stands the second son of the mighty house Bayezid, calmly offering his support to a boy who had once belonged to the back alleys of Soara. Sometime later, the sharp crack of wood against wood rings through the air. Two men stand facing each other with training swords in hand, their bodies moving quickly as their weapons collide again and again. They are locked in a sparring match, and it does not take long to understand what is happening. The one driving the pace is Sir Jaeger, an advanced knight, personally putting Vlad through a harsh and demanding round of training. Around them, the other mercenaries watch with wide eyes, clearly impressed by the speed and control on display. One of them mutters in disbelief, wondering how a kid as young as Vlad is managing to hold out against a seasoned knight, while another quickly points out that Jaeger is obviously still holding back. Even so, none of them can deny how talented Vlad looks from the outside. Some admire him, others envy him, and a few openly say that the boy has incredible luck, because with this kind of training and support, his future is already starting to bloom. The sparring continues without mercy, and the difference between them slowly becomes impossible to ignore. No matter how desperately Vlad moves, he is not truly making Sir Jaeger struggle at all. Jaeger's expression hardens as he calls Vlad an arrogant brat. To him, Vlad has no right to speak disrespectfully to Sir Joseph, when the only thing he can currently show is a level of skill that Jaeger considers painfully ordinary. And Jaeger makes the gap between them even clearer. He places one hand behind his back and fights with only the other. Yet even like that, he overwhelms Vlad with effortless swings, scolding him again for being a cocky child who has no understanding of his own position. Vlad grits his teeth as he struggles to survive the storm of attacks coming at him. In his mind, he has to admit that Sir Jaeger is on a completely different level, because if Vlad tries to dodge, another strike follows instantly, and if he tries to block that next blow, the force is too heavy for him to endure. Realizing that he cannot keep responding the same way, Vlad decides he has to change his approach. The moment Jaeger swings again, Vlad quickly catches the attack with his own wooden sword, then slides his blade beneath Jaeger's weapon to break free from the pressure. Once his sword is released, Vlad shifts his stance and gathers himself for a serious counterattack. His gaze sharpens, and the look in his eyes begins to glow with intensity, making it clear that this next strike is not just another desperate swing. Jaeger meets the attack with his own sword and blocks it cleanly. But the moment the spectators realize Vlad managed to create such an opening against him, they burst into cheers, amazed that the boy pulled off a move like that at all. Sir Jaeger does not let the praise soften him in the slightest. He taunts Vlad instead, saying that Vlad should at least be able to manage an attempt like that, since it is the best trick he has. Vlad, breathing heavily and worn down to the bone, does not share the crowd's excitement. In his own mind, he knows the attempt did not truly succeed. To Vlad, that exchange was not a real victory or even a clean hit. He believes Sir Jaeger only allowed him to land that blow because the knight wanted him to feel the difference for himself. At last, Jaeger brings the exhausting training session to an end. Then he casually tells Vlad that from now on, they will be sparring like this twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, leaving Vlad horrified after barely surviving a single round. Vlad is still frozen in shock, his body aching and his mind struggling to accept what he just heard. But Sir Jaeger simply turns away, announcing that morning sparring is finished for now and warning Vlad not to let his body cool down too much. Once Sir Jaeger leaves, Vlad finally lets his frustration spill out. With no one else nearby to complain to, he starts grumbling to the voice inside his head. Vlad mutters that Jaeger is annoyingly vague and non-committal, complaining that the man did not offer him even one proper piece of advice. The voice calmly responds by praising Jaeger's excellent swordsmanship, pointing out that the knight had been cutting away every unnecessary movement Vlad made with ruthless precision. The voice then adds that Vlad will only improve if he is beaten down from time to time and forced to feel his mistakes. Hearing that, Vlad can only sigh bitterly, lamenting that no matter where he goes, it feels like nobody is ever truly on his side. Back inside Joseph's tent, Sir Jaeger arrives to deliver his report. Joseph looks to his loyal knight and asks for his honest impression of Vlad now that he has seen the boy's swordsmanship up close. Jaeger admits that Vlad can definitely be useful to them. In fact, he explains that if a young swordsman with Vlad's ability had been born as a noble, he would already be skilled enough to catch the attention of a count. Those words confirm Joseph's earlier judgment, and his confidence in Vlad's value grows even firmer. Still, while Jaeger acknowledges the boy's talent, he also makes it clear that there is a serious problem attached to it. According to Jaeger, Vlad's biggest flaw is not his sword. The real issue is that he is arrogant, rough around the edges, and completely unaware of where he stands. Joseph does not seem surprised by that at all. He says such behavior is only natural for someone who survived the brutal back alleys of the slums, and adds that manners and etiquette can be taught properly, as long as they are shaped slowly over time. With that in mind, Joseph tells Jaeger that he believes Jaeger is exactly the right person to handle the task. Jaeger falls silent at once, his face showing clear reluctance as he realizes Joseph intends for him to teach Vlad far more than just swordsmanship. Jaeger warns that a sword without loyalty can never be trusted. Joseph admits that even though Vlad lowered his head the moment they met, he still did not truly believe in the boy's submission, which is why he would rather let Vlad reveal his real nature than have him hide behind a false mask of obedience. Elsewhere, Vlad's face is twisted with anger, his emotions burning too fiercely for him to hide. In his heart, he insists that there is something he must accomplish no matter what it costs him. Joseph believes that having Sir Jaeger take Vlad under his wing may actually be the best path forward. After all, a relationship where both sides want something from each other can sometimes hold stronger than one built on empty loyalty. Jaeger is clearly not happy with the arrangement, and his silence says more than enough. But as Joseph's knight, he has no real choice but to obey his master's command. Joseph does not see Vlad as a fully grown wolf just yet. To him, the boy is still cocky, suspicious, and far too confident in himself. So he tells Jaeger not to rush the process, because they will need time to build a cage large enough to hold someone like him. And that cage, in Joseph's mind, cannot feel small or obvious. It has to be so wide and comfortable that the wolf inside Vlad will eventually mistake captivity for freedom while still remaining under their control. Later that evening, several mercenaries make their way into the freezing forest. The men still cannot quite accept that their former captain is now serving directly under Sir Jaeger, and Goethe bitterly regrets not charming his way into Jaeger's notice when he still had the chance. As the cold bites at him, Goethe cannot help thinking that Vlad really did get lucky. While the rest of them remain stuck with the expedition team in this miserable weather, Vlad has somehow found a path that leads somewhere far better. His gloomy thoughts are suddenly cut off by the sharp voice of the new captain, Sir Roderick. Roderick scolds him on the spot and orders him to pull himself together so he can properly do his job. Goethe immediately decides that he cannot stand this stiff, arrogant new captain. In his mind, he grumbles that Roderick probably came by on patrol just to make a show of checking on him, then leave him alone for a good long while. With that thought, Goethe tries to steal a little sleep in the cold. But the moment he begins to drift off, Roderick's voice reaches his ears again and snaps him awake. When Goethe looks over, he spots Roderick speaking with a woman nearby. The woman sounds distressed as she claims she is searching for her child. Roderick answers her with blunt disbelief, telling her she must be out of her mind. According to him, there are no children anywhere in this camp. Then, in the middle of speaking, Roderick suddenly stops. The abrupt silence is so unnatural that Goethe's unease begins to rise immediately. Frightened, but unable to ignore it, Goethe cautiously moves closer to check what happened to the captain. Just as he nears him, Roderick suddenly turns and begins walking away from the camp, heading straight toward the dark forest. Goethe's blood runs cold when he notices the filthy aura clinging around Roderick's body. The captain keeps walking deeper between the trees, like a man whose mind has been seized by something else entirely. Back with Vlad, the blond swordsman is groaning under his breath while rubbing his sore shoulder. He complains that an advanced knight like Jaeger could have gone a little easier on him, but the voice in his head clearly disagrees. Instead, the voice tells Vlad that he has been handed a rare and valuable chance to train directly with Sir Jaeger. It reminds him that countless people would gladly pay a fortune just for the opportunity to exchange blows with an advanced knight of that level. Even after hearing all of that, Vlad still feels like Jaeger's real goal was simply to beat him into the ground. And in a way, it is hard to blame Jaeger entirely, since the knight already sees Vlad as a stubborn, arrogant child who shows far too little respect toward his seniors. Vlad stubbornly presses his point, insisting that Jaeger was not training him out of kindness at all, but because he wanted an excuse to punish him. The voice, however, treats that harshness like a blessing, saying those kinds of conditions make the sparring even more effective, because nothing sharpens a person's movements quite like the fear of being beaten senseless if they fail. Vlad falls silent for a moment, clearly unable to find a proper response to that twisted logic. Then he mutters that, whether it helps or not, being trained under those conditions is still incredibly upsetting, only for a sudden whisper from the nearby bushes to cut into his argument with the voice. Vlad immediately turns his head toward the sound, his eyes narrowing as he searches the greenery. A moment later, the person hiding there reveals himself, peeking out from behind the trunk of a tree as if he has been waiting for the right moment to call out. Vlad's confusion only deepens when he recognizes the man hiding there. The one crouched behind the tree is none other than Gerda, looking far more suspicious than usual. Vlad quickly asks when Gerda even returned, since the rest of the expedition squad does not seem to be back yet. Gerda does not answer right away, instead darting his eyes around the area like he is checking for hidden listeners, and only after making sure no one is nearby does he quietly reveal that he plans to escape the camp once night falls. Naturally, Vlad stares at him like he has lost his mind. He immediately demands an explanation, asking Gerda what he is trying to do and why he is suddenly talking about running away. Gerda only makes the situation sound even stranger. He tells Vlad to remember that he came here purely because he was worried as a friend, then tosses out a vague warning before suggesting that they meet later and enjoy themselves somewhere far away from all this trouble. Vlad's expression twists with confusion, because by now it feels like Gerda is just rambling nonsense, but Gerda quickly insists that he is not joking around, his voice tightening as he claims he saw something out in the woods with his own 2 eyes. At last, Gerda lowers his voice and tells Vlad the real reason for his fear. The forest they are supposed to investigate is not normal, it is cursed. That word instantly catches Vlad's attention, leaving him both alarmed and curious. Seeing that Vlad is finally listening properly, Gerda leans further into his explanation. Gerda points out that there had already been plenty of deserters before, but now that the Bayezid family is paying the mercenaries well and providing everything they need to survive, even Vlad has to agree that there is no real reason for men to keep fleeing, until Gerda reveals the part that makes the whole matter truly disturbing. According to Gerda, those men were never deserters in the first place. He believes they were missing people, dragged away one by whatever curse is hiding inside the woods. Vlad's face grows more tense as he listens, the worry in his eyes becoming harder to hide. Gerda doubles down immediately, insisting that he is not making this up because he saw the whole thing happen himself. Gerda says he saw a ghost taking people into the forest. For a brief moment, Vlad says nothing at all. Then he suddenly smacks Gerda on the head, calling him a rascal for inventing such an absurd story, while Gerda flinches under the blows and desperately insists that every word is true. Of course, Vlad still does not believe him at first. But then Gerda reveals that the person he saw being taken away the night before was not just anyone. It was a knight. This time, Vlad immediately understands who Gerda means. He realizes Gerda is talking about Sir Roderick, and Gerda confirms it before adding that, on his way back, he noticed something even more unsettling. Every single one of the missing men had black hair. A while after that shocking discovery, Gerda is seen muttering curses under his breath, his face tight with regret and fear. It quickly becomes clear why he is so miserable. His little attempt to slip away quietly has been completely ruined. Sir Jaeger arrives on horseback with the mercenaries following behind him, while Gerda, the fool who exposed everything, is forced to lead the way. As he walks at the front, Gerda silently curses his own goodwill and bitterly regrets not grabbing his belongings and running when he still had the chance. Now the entire group knows about the supposed curse in the woods. And because Gerda is the one who brought the story forward, he has been ordered to guide them straight to the place where it happened. As Gerda trembles and mumbles like a coward at the head of the group, Jaeger studies him with obvious suspicion. He then turns toward Vlad and asks whether they can really trust a man acting that strange. Vlad answers honestly without trying to defend Gerda too much. He admits that he does not trust the man at all, but he also knows one thing for certain: Gerda may be pathetic, but he is definitely not crazy. Hearing that, Jaeger quietly thinks back to Joseph Bayezid's view of the situation. To the young master, this strange little search is not just a nuisance but a possible opportunity. Instead of treating the expedition as a worthless errand, Joseph believes that uncovering a clear pattern in the forest could prove far more useful than anyone expected. If something is really happening out there, then finding the rule behind it may give Bayezid an advantage. Even so, Jaeger cannot shake the discomfort crawling under his skin. The detail about every missing person having black hair keeps circling in his mind, and since his own hair is the same color, the thought of walking into that forest sits badly with him. Wanting to be certain, Jaeger asks Vlad again whether the information about the hair color is accurate. Vlad confirms it and adds that 3 knights have been stationed at the post in case anything happens. Though, as an advanced knight, Jaeger still finds it difficult to rely on others in a situation this uncertain. Because of that, Jaeger realizes that even if the black-haired victims make him uneasy, he cannot hang back behind the rest. With Sir Roderick already missing, someone more skilled than the lost captain has to stand at the front, and that means Jaeger must take the vanguard himself. Jaeger is still turning the danger over in his mind when Goethe's voice pulls him back to the present. Goethe announces that they have already reached the expedition camp. At the camp, Jaeger is met by a man named Erun. The man steps forward and introduces himself as one of Sir Roderick's subordinates. Jaeger immediately questions him, asking whether they are absolutely certain their captain is nowhere to be found. He also wants to know if they have truly searched through the entire forest. Erun confirms that they have not found even the smallest trace of Sir Roderick. He explains that even with former hunter mercenaries leading the search, they could not discover a single footprint or trail worth following. After hearing that report, Jaeger understands that waiting around will solve nothing. If no one else can find a clue, then he has no choice but to enter the woods and inspect the area himself. Still seated on his horse, Jaeger gives the mercenaries their orders. He tells them to split into groups of 3, spread out as far as they can see, and begin combing through the area, and the men quickly follow his command as the search begins. Sometime later, Goethe starts picking a fight with Vlad, still fuming over what happened earlier. He complains that he came to Vlad in good faith, only to be exposed and dragged into the very investigation he wanted to avoid. His frustration boils over and Goethe angrily calls Vlad a fraud who takes advantage of people's kindness. Vlad barely reacts to the accusation, simply telling him to shut his mouth and focus on the search, while adding that he will compensate Goethe for the trouble later. As the two continue moving through the woods, they run into Jaeger. The knight immediately asks whether they have discovered anything, but Vlad answers that they have found nothing so far. Jaeger clicks his tongue in irritation and calls them useless country bumpkins. Vlad immediately protests that he is from the city, not the countryside, which prompts Jaeger to ask how Vlad used to find missing people in the back alleys. Vlad answers as if the method is obvious. In Sawara's back alleys, he says, all they had to do was grab someone, beat the truth out of them, and force them to reveal where the missing person had gone, which only convinces Jaeger even more that Vlad is completely useless for this kind of search. Just then, Jaeger notices the fading light around them. The sun is already sinking low, and with nightfall approaching fast, he begins wondering whether they should give up for now and return to camp. Jaeger thinks it over for a moment, scanning the surrounding forest. Then his eyes land on the river running nearby. He asks Vlad and Goethe whether the mercenaries searched beyond the river. Goethe says he does not remember anyone crossing over, since that area was not even part of the expedition's original route. Jaeger considers the situation carefully. They have already searched the woods twice and still found no trace of Sir Roderick or the strange woman Goethe claimed to have seen, which means continuing in the same area is unlikely to lead them anywhere. With that decision made, Jaeger orders the men to gather. He prepares to tell them that the search area is changing and that they will be crossing the river. Goethe follows the order without arguing this time. He quickly signals the other mercenaries, calling them over so everyone can gather around Jaeger and hear the next instruction. Jaeger steps onto the ice first, testing it carefully under his weight. Right away, he confirms that the river is not completely frozen solid. Vlad points out that winter is probably already ending, which would explain the weakened ice. Even so, he believes it should still be strong enough to let them reach the opposite bank. And while Jaeger agrees, he decides it will be safer if they split up and cross separately instead of moving all at once. The other mercenaries gather around Goethe, assuming he must have found Sir Roderick. But Goethe quickly tells them that this is not why he called them over. Jaeger then informs everyone that they are expanding the search area by crossing the river. He warns them that the ice is not fully frozen, so they will divide into 3 separate groups before moving across, and the mercenaries respond with agreement, ready to follow the plan. Before long, the men organize themselves into their assigned groups. Carefully and with their weapons close, they begin stepping out across the frozen river, each group spreading out to reduce the risk beneath their feet. As they make their way over the ice, Goethe begins acting strangely again. Vlad notices it almost immediately, watching the man's nervous movements and uneasy expression from the side. Vlad asks Goethe what is wrong, sensing that his fear is more than simple cowardice this time. Goethe swallows hard and admits that he has a terrible feeling, as if something bad is about to happen at any moment. Just like before, Vlad brushes Goethe's warning aside and accuses him of being scared. Goethe does not even try to deny it. Instead, he admits it plainly, saying he is not someone powerful like Vlad or Sir Jaeger, and because of that he has to be extra careful if he wants to stay alive. Goethe explains that weak men like him only survive by trusting the little instincts that tell them when danger is close. And right now, every part of that instinct is screaming that the moment they cross this river, everything is going to go terribly wrong. Goethe insists that they should not be stepping onto the frozen river at all. After hearing him out, Vlad says he does not know much about instinct, But there is one thing he is absolutely certain about, leaving the terrified mercenary staring at him in confusion as he waits for the rest of Vlad's answer. Vlad finally makes it clear. If Gerta tries to run back now, his end will be far worse than anything waiting across the river. Vlad bluntly warns that he will kill Gerta himself if he attempts to escape, because Gerta is still their only lead in finding the missing people. Gerta goes pale the moment he hears that threat. But Vlad does not soften his tone. He tells him to stop whining about bad feelings, because at this point, crossing the river is the only path Gerta has left if he wants to survive. Vlad steps out onto the ice first and tells Gerta to follow him. Gerta clearly has not changed his mind, and his whole body screams that he wants to turn back, but he understands that he no longer has a choice and must cross like everyone else. The moment Gerta takes his first shaky steps onto the ice, his knees begin to tremble. He stares down at the frozen surface beneath his feet, terrified that it might crack open at any second and swallow him whole. By now, Vlad has completely run out of patience with his cowardice. He coldly tells Gerta that even if the ice does not break on its own, Vlad will break it himself and throw him into the water if he keeps muttering nonsense. In a truly pathetic display of fear, Gerta drops down onto all fours and begins crawling across the ice, apparently thinking that spreading himself flat will somehow stop it from breaking beneath him. Gerta whimpers that he cannot cross the river, but an irritated Vlad grabs him by the shirt and orders him to get up, pointing out that they are the only ones still lagging behind. The instant Vlad tries to pull him to his feet, Gerta lets out a wild scream of terror. Vlad's irritation flares even hotter at first, assuming Gerta is just making another ridiculous fuss. But when Vlad follows his gaze and looks down through the ice into the dark water below, he immediately understands why Gerta screamed. Beneath the frozen surface, bodies are floating in the river. Pale, lifeless corpses drift under the ice, staring upward from the black water, like they have been waiting there all along. Gerta completely loses control and screams at the top of his lungs, desperate for everyone else to hear him. His voice cracks through the frozen air as he warns the others that there are dead bodies trapped beneath the river. Then, without warning, the corpses under the ice begin moving. The dead men appear to swim upward through the dark water, and almost immediately cracks spread across the frozen surface beneath the mercenaries' feet. None of the men can understand what is happening, and panic tears through the entire group at once. The calm search turns into chaos as fear spreads faster than anyone can control. The mercenaries start running across the ice in every direction, desperately trying to reach the riverbank before the frozen surface gives way beneath them completely. As the living scramble for safety, the dead break through from below. Rotten hands smash up through the ice, and the undead begin dragging themselves out of the river one after another. Unfortunately, the squad is too late. Before they can make it off the ice, the undead surround them from every side, cutting off their path to solid ground. The corpses crawl closer across the broken ice, their bodies twisting unnaturally as they close in. The terrified mercenaries turn toward Sir Jaeger, shouting in confusion as they ask what they are supposed to do now. In that moment, Sir Jaeger finally realizes the truth. This entire mission was a trap from the very beginning, and the way the undead rose at the perfect moment makes it feel as though they had been waiting for the group to arrive. The worst part is that they walked straight into it. Now they are trapped in the cold darkness and broken ice, inside a place that feels less like a battlefield and more like territory that was never meant for the living. While Vlad, Sir Jaeger, and the mercenaries face the undead out on the frozen river, the danger begins to spread elsewhere as well. Back at the main camp, a different kind of darkness starts to stir. Inside the camp, the priest kneels in prayer, offering thanks to the Lord for watching over his people and protecting them through the cold and uncertain night. With a young priest in training kneeling quietly at his side, the priest continues his prayer, asking the Lord to guide them with holy light so they may remain on the righteous path. But all of a sudden, the priest's voice comes to a stop. The boy beside him notices the strange silence immediately, and worry spreads across his face. The boy calls out to the priest in concern, but before he can get a proper response, the entire place begins to tremble, as if something unnatural has just entered the camp. The water inside a nearby chalice starts trembling as well, rippling harder and harder until it rises out of the cup. The dark liquid floats into the air, leaving the priest staring in stunned disbelief. The black water continues twisting and drifting through the air, forming a strange and ominous shape. Then, from within that darkness, the figure of a woman begins to appear. She steps out from the dark fog gathering around the camp, moving slowly as if searching for something precious. Her voice and presence carry the same unsettling purpose as she wanders through the area, looking for her child. The fog wraps around the strange woman as she moves through the camp, trailing after her like a living shadow, while she continues her eerie search from place to place. Meanwhile, back on the frozen river, the clash between the living and the dead has erupted into a full battle. Even worse, the man they came to find has already become one of the undead, and Sir Roderick now attacks his former comrades without a shred of recognition. The undead Sir Roderick lets out a horrible roar and swings toward Goethe. Instead of running properly or standing his ground, Goethe only screams in terror as if his shrill voice alone might somehow keep the dead man away. Thankfully, before Sir Roderick can cut him down, Vlad rushes in at the perfect moment. His sword flashes through the air, slashing into the undead knight and saving Goethe from being killed by his former captain. But that strike immediately draws the attention of the other undead. The agitated corpses turn on Vlad at once, charging toward him with frightening speed across the broken ice. Vlad spots them coming and steadies himself for another wave. His eyes begin to shine with a pale, fierce glow as he takes a clean sword stance, and in the next instant, he moves with incredible speed, cutting down every undead creature rushing through his path. All around Goethe, severed limbs and broken pieces of undead bodies fly through the air. And while Vlad fights, Goethe can only scream in fear as the remains of the dead scatter around him. Vlad's patience with Goethe snaps yet again. He calls him a rascal and orders him to get up and fight with a spear, but Goethe immediately insists that he cannot do it, trembling as he admits he is far too terrified to face the dead. Vlad grows furious because Goethe has now become a burden in the middle of a battlefield. He curses inwardly, but the voice in his head tells him not to lose control, advising him to calm down, choose a direction, and only then think about escaping. Vlad looks ahead and sees 3 more undead rising out of the water, their dead eyes fixed directly on him. That makes the path forward impossible, and with the ambush splitting everyone apart, he starts wondering whether Sir Jaeger is safe on his side of the ice. Elsewhere on the frozen river, Sir Jaeger is still fighting with terrifying skill. His blade tears through the undead one after another, slicing them apart so cleanly that the corpses barely have time to reach him. But even a knight as strong as Jaeger cannot ignore the endless pressure forever. When he watches one of his men get taken down right in front of him, he realizes grimly that the undead just keep coming without end. At that point, Jaeger becomes certain that this was not some random accident. Whoever prepared this trap must have thought through every detail long before they arrive. He still does not know who is behind it. But one thing becomes clear to him. The trap was made with a specific target in mind. With that thought settling in, the left eye hidden beneath Jaeger's eye patch begins to glow with a sharp green light, piercing through the darkness like a signal that he is done holding back. Jaeger decides there is no longer any time to hesitate. His sword begins shining with the same green light as his eye, revealing the flow of aura gathering through both his body and his blade. That aura wraps around Jaeger like a fierce, controlled storm. Using that power, he meets the undead head-on and destroys every corpse standing before him in one overwhelming strike. A burst of power lights up the frozen battlefield, and in a dazzling display of strength, Sir Jaeger completely overwhelms the undead around him. The sight is so incredible that some of the mercenaries actually stop for a moment, just to watch him fight. Seeing a knight of Jaeger's level on their side fills them with relief, and their spirits rise as they find the courage to keep battling. In the middle of the chaos, Jaeger raises his voice and calls out to Vlad. He orders Vlad to fulfill the contract between them, making it clear that the time has come for Vlad to play his part. Vlad is still dealing with another undead attacker when Jaeger's voice cuts through the battlefield. The call immediately catches him off guard, and his eyes sharpen as he realizes the knight is calling for him directly. While cutting back the undead pressing in around him, Vlad raises his voice over the chaos and shouts back to Sir Jaeger. With his sword still moving, he demands to know exactly what the advanced knight wants him to do. Surprisingly, Jaeger's order is not complicated at all. He tells Vlad to hold the right post for as long as possible, reminding him that as a hired sword, his contract now demands one thing above all else: protect young Master Joseph Bayezid, no matter what it takes. Vlad does not waste even a second arguing. The moment the order reaches him, he accepts it, cuts down the remaining undead blocking his path, and starts carving out a way to escape the frozen battlefield. As Vlad breaks away from the fight, he calls for Goethe to come with him. Goethe is already panicking behind him, yelling for Vlad to wait as he scrambles to keep up. While Vlad leaves the river behind, Sir Jaeger remains surrounded by the dead, his left eye glowing so fiercely beneath the eye patch that green flame seems to leak from it. Even with corpses closing in from every side, Jaeger silently prays to the Lord that Vlad will reach Joseph in time, thinking only of the safety of the master he serves. Then Jaeger throws himself back into battle. His sword flashes through the darkness again and again, cutting through one undead creature after another without hesitation. Eventually, a low growl rises behind him. Even while dealing with the undead in front of him, Jaeger senses the new presence at his back and immediately recognizes that another threat has joined the fight. Jaeger whips around to face it, only to find the zombified Sir Roderick standing before him. The knight quietly apologizes to his former comrade for arriving too late to save him, but Roderick and the rest of the undead are already beyond rescue, their only remaining instinct aimed straight at Jaeger's life. Back at the main camp, Joseph Bayezid sits alone inside his tent, looking as composed and bored as ever. A book rests in his hands, but his distant expression makes it clear that his mind is not truly on the pages. Then a sudden shout cuts through the quiet. Joseph immediately looks up, startled by the noise, and begins wondering who could be causing such a disturbance outside. A moment later, he hears someone yelling for something to stay away from him. That single cry is enough for Joseph to understand the situation. The camp is under attack. Joseph rises from his chair and prepares to leave the tent. But before he can step out, someone rushes inside and calls out to him. He turns toward the entrance and sees that it is one of his men, Vorden. Joseph immediately asks Vorden what all the noise is about, but Vorden is so out of breath that he can barely speak, stumbling over his words while trying to pull himself together. It quickly becomes obvious that Vorden does not actually know what is happening. Joseph's expression hardens, and he sharply asks whether Vorden really barged into his tent without first confirming the situation outside. Vorden is clearly guilty, but he tries to cover for himself by claiming that he rushed into his master's chamber to check whether Joseph was safe. He insists that Joseph's safety is his highest priority, but Joseph can tell at once that the excuse is nothing more than a lie. Even if Vorden's nervous face had not exposed him, one thing makes the truth impossible to hide. He came rushing into Joseph's tent without a sword or weapon, proving that he had not entered with any real intention of protecting his master. Joseph points out that Vorden did not even arm himself before running in. Only then does Vorden look down and notice his empty sheath, finally realizing that his sword is not at his side. Joseph's voice turns cold as he tells Vorden that, if this were any ordinary day, he would have had an imbecile like him hanged for such carelessness. The threat makes Vorden immediately break into desperate apologies. While he is begging for forgiveness, Father Andreas and several other men enter the tent as well. Joseph turns to Father Andreas and asks whether he knows what is happening. Before Joseph can even finish, the priest warns him that something evil has entered the camp, then opens his sacred text and urges Joseph to look at the Bible written in holy ink. When Joseph looks at the pages, his eyes widen. The holy writing inside is trembling violently, like leaves being battered by a storm. And Father Andreas admits that this reaction means they are dealing with no ordinary presence. Unease creeps across Joseph's face as he asks whether there is a way to stop it. Father Andreas answers honestly, telling him that he is not an exorcist. Even so, Father Andreas promises that he will draw out every bit of divine power he has to ward off the evil. But he also admits that the thing confronting them is so deeply wicked that his strength may not be enough. That answer only makes Joseph more anxious. His eyes sharpen as he falls into thought, desperately searching for a way to turn the situation around before the camp collapses into panic. Joseph knows the knights left in camp are not likely to be much help against something this unnatural. Still, he also understands that they are the only defense he has remaining. So Joseph stands and orders the knights present to follow him and help bring down the enemy. He steps out first with a firm expression, and the men fall in behind him, their faces tense but ready for whatever waits outside. The moment Joseph emerges from his tent, he stops in shock. A thick fog has swallowed almost everything around the camp, turning familiar tents and figures into faint shadows, barely visible through the haze. But this is not just an ordinary mist rolling through the night. The air feels heavy, foul, and ominous, far more dangerous than Joseph could have imagined. The fog does more than blind the mercenaries inside the camp. It slips into their bodies and twists their minds, forcing them to struggle for control as the strange woman's spirit calls to them as if they are her children. The men try to resist, but their strength means little against something supernatural. No matter how hard they fight back, the fog keeps pressing into them, pulling their bodies and thoughts out of their own control. Joseph covers his nose and mouth, trying not to breathe in the fog, and asks Father Andreas if it causes delirium. The priest cannot say exactly what the mist does, but he is certain of one thing. It is not a natural phenomenon. Unfortunately, even their caution cannot protect them for long. The dangerous fog soon reaches Joseph, Father Andreas, and the others gathered around them. Joseph realizes too late that he has already inhaled it. A strange voice creeps into his mind, calling him her child, and soon Father Andreas and the men around him begin experiencing the same terrifying pull. The spirit woman continues drifting through the camp in search of her child. When Joseph and the others finally see her clearly through the fog, horror spreads across their faces at her vile appearance. With long black hair hanging around her and a pale white gown dragging through the mist, the woman walks barefoot through the camp, endlessly searching. Then her gaze turns toward Joseph, and she asks whether her child is there. The instant her face turns toward the young lord, the men around Joseph freeze in terror. Joseph himself stands speechless, still clutching the cloth near his face as he stares at the apparition before him. The woman's black mouth and hollow eyes stretch open in a horrifying expression as she screams that she has finally found her child. To everyone's shock, the person she has chosen is none other than Joseph Bayezid. The terrifying woman reaches out with both hands and lunges toward Joseph and the men around him. Her voice rises into a desperate scream as she cries out for the boy she believes belongs to her. Before she can reach them, an invisible force suddenly blocks her path. A barrier forms directly in front of her, stopping the apparition in her tracks. Father Andreas is on his knees in prayer, pouring his faith into the air around them. A glowing protective shield takes shape, holding the woman back and keeping her from forcing her way inside. Beside him, the young priest in training is completely overwhelmed by fear. While Father Andreas continues praying, Jean cries and screams, unable to hide how terrified he is by the monster pressing against the barrier. Joseph stands inside the shield, watching the woman claw at the protection around them. As the situation worsens, he wonders whether in the end there may be no one besides Sir Jaeger capable of facing this possessed woman properly. His fear is not without reason. Two of his strongest knights, Cade and Maxim, have already been taken down by the witch, and even with Father Andreas's powerful blessing supporting them, they were not capable of defeating her. While Joseph thinks through their remaining options, the woman continues slamming against the magical shield. She strikes it again and again, desperate to break through because, for some unknown reason, she is convinced that her child is inside. When she forces her hand into the barrier, her fingers begin burning away from the holy power. But even as her flesh is scorched, she refuses to stop reaching forward. Seeing how relentless she is, Joseph comes to a grim conclusion. This entire disaster is not some random haunting. It is a spiteful curse aimed directly at him by an enemy he has not yet identified. Father Andreas continues holding the shield with everything he has, but when Jean suddenly coughs up blood, his concentration wavers. He looks back at the boy in alarm and tries to comfort him, telling him to endure and assuring him that the sun will find its way to him. Jean gathers what courage he has left through the pain. With a trembling voice, he joins Father Andreas in prayer, singing hymns alongside him so their faith can strengthen the barrier. Even with their brave effort, Joseph cannot shake the feeling that they are only buying time. Father Andreas has clearly reached his limit, and every passing second brings him closer to exhaustion. Worse still, Joseph knows the hymns will not last forever. Once those prayers fade and the barrier weakens, there may be nothing left between him and the woman reaching for his life. As that eerie battle of wills drags on beneath the endless night, Joseph keeps his eyes fixed on the witch and quietly starts shaping a plan in his mind. Waiting for sunrise suddenly feels far too slow, as if the darkness itself is stretching longer just to trap them. But before Joseph can settle on his next move, his focus snaps back to the battlefield when a familiar figure suddenly rushes in from behind the witch. And sure enough, the one flying straight toward that possessed woman is none other than Vlad, the blonde-haired young swordsman. With his blue sword glowing fiercely in his hand, he cuts through the air like he's throwing his entire body into one desperate strike. For a brief moment, the witch doesn't seem to notice Vlad at all. She fails to sense him closing in from behind, and because of that, she doesn't even turn her head to meet his attack. But just as Vlad is about to bring his blade down, the voice stops him cold. It warns him that the witch's body is being driven by the curse itself, and a normal sword strike, no matter how sharp, will never be enough to cut her down. Hearing that warning, Vlad pulls back at the last second and quickly slips behind a nearby rock to hide himself. Still gripping his sword tightly, he asks the voice what they're supposed to do against something like her, and the voice answers with a question of its own, asking whether Vlad can use aura right now. Vlad immediately admits that he can't use aura at all, and for a moment even the voice seems thrown off by that answer. But after a short pause, it tells him there may still be another way to defeat an enemy like this, and of course, Vlad's blue eyes sharpen with curiosity as he waits to hear what that solution is. That's when the voice gives him a far more dangerous suggestion. It asks Vlad to lend over his body for a short while, meaning the voice intends to take control of him directly and handle the fight with its own power. The moment Vlad hears that, his expression tightens with worry. He asks whether something like possession is even possible, and the voice explains that it is confident in its ability to use aura. The real uncertainty is whether that aura can actually be manifested properly through Vlad's young body. And that isn't the only risk. The voice also warns him that even if the attempt succeeds, Vlad's body may be left unable to move afterward, which is about the worst thing that could happen in the middle of a deadly fight against a cursed monster. The voice speaks honestly and tells Vlad that it does not recommend taking such a reckless gamble. But Vlad understands the situation clearly. If he fails to kill the witch here, then she will be the one to kill him. For Vlad, that alone is enough reason to accept a dangerous option. Even after the voice reminds him that the path of the sword is never safe, and that this choice could cost him dearly, Vlad steadies himself and agrees to let the voice borrow his body. The voice asks one last time if Vlad is truly certain, and Vlad answers with quiet resolve. He remembers the promise he made to Joseph, and now that there is something he must accomplish, he chooses to give himself to that duty not merely through loyalty, but through faith. After hearing those words, the voice accepts Vlad's decision. With the plan decided, Vlad pushes himself out from cover and charges toward the cursed enemy once again. This time, the witch finally senses him coming. She twists around to face him just as Vlad launches himself into the air. And in that suspended moment, the voice begins taking control of his body. The voice tells Vlad to close his right eye. Vlad obeys without hesitation, and almost immediately the strange possession begins to settle over him. Vlad's awareness is pulled away into a strange place. The voice calls the world of voices. As his consciousness drifts there, his physical body starts glowing with the same brilliant blue light as his sword, and aura pours through him like a force too powerful for his own frame to contain. With that borrowed power surging through him, Vlad closes the distance in an instant. Then, with one brutal and overwhelming slash, he cuts straight through the witch, as if her cursed body were nothing more than soft bread beneath his blade. Everyone watching freezes in shock. Gasps break out all around the battlefield as they stare at what Vlad has just done, unable to believe that the terrifying witch has actually been sliced apart. While everyone else is still reeling, Vlad suddenly drops hard to his knees. A pained scream tears out of him as the voice continues forcing massive waves of energy through his body, each surge tearing at him from the inside. Joseph sees Vlad collapse and immediately panics. His face fills with fear as he calls out to Vlad, desperately trying to reach him through the pain. Then, without warning, Vlad's eyes turn completely white, his screaming stops and his body grows eerily calm, as if the agony has been smothered all at once. Even though Vlad is no longer crying out in pain, Joseph can't forget what he just witnessed. He is certain those were traces of aura, and while he has no idea how Vlad managed to bring out such power, he understands one thing clearly. A young body like Vlad's must have paid an enormous price for it. Before Joseph can think any further, his attention is dragged back to the witch. Somehow, she begins rising again, and in that broken, haunted voice, she starts calling out for her missing child once more. Vlad is still too weak to move after letting the voice possess him, and his body refuses to answer properly. Even worse, the witch stretches one arm toward him, reaching for him as he remains helpless on the ground. Determined to save him, Joseph rushes forward without hesitation. He orders Father Andreas not to stop the hymns, but the others are so stunned by his sudden charge that they immediately shout after him, trying to pull him back. Joseph reaches Vlad as fast as he can and hauls him up, urging him to lean on him and hold on. Vlad groans through the pain, barely able to support himself, but with Joseph carrying part of his weight, he manages to stumble away before the witch can close the distance. The witch, furious that Vlad has slipped out of her reach, forces herself up again and lashes out. Before Joseph can fully escape, she catches hold of his leg in a vicious grip. Joseph struggles to tear himself free, but her grip is terrifyingly strong. No matter how hard he pulls, he can barely move, and the helplessness of it makes him bitterly think of himself as a weakling who can't even escape this much. Just as Joseph feels the situation turning hopeless, Vorden suddenly grabs him by the cloak from behind. With a powerful pull, Vorden yanks Joseph out of the witch's grasp and throws both Joseph and Vlad toward the side where Father Andreas is waiting. The witch screams in rage and despair as her prey is torn away from her. Joseph lands safely on the ground, breathing hard, and admits that this may be the first time he has ever been truly glad to have Vorden beside him. Vorden, clearly pleased to receive praise from his master, answers with sincere gratitude. While Joseph and Vorden exchange those rare warm words, Vlad quietly reaches for his sword again. Even after all that pain, his hand still moves toward the blade. The sound of Vlad's strained groaning makes it obvious that his body has not recovered yet. But he refuses to stay down, and with his sword in hand, he suddenly asks Father Andreas to bless the blade, making it clear that he intends to return to the fight. Vlad insists that they have to send the cursed witch off properly and end her suffering. Father Andreas pauses for a moment, then accepts Vlad's resolve and agrees to give him the blessing. Without hesitation, Father Andreas presses his palm against the sharp edge of the sword. The blade cuts into his flesh and blood begins to spill across the steel. As Father Andreas's blood smears along the length of the blade, he offers the sword back to Vlad. In a solemn voice, he tells him that he has now given it a firm blessing. Vlad takes the blessed sword from Father Andreas at once. Even through his exhaustion, he thanks the priest for the blessing with quiet respect. Then Vlad turns and walks back toward the battlefield as he heads out to face the cursed witch one final time. Father Andreas and Jean remain behind, watching him with tense faces and silently praying that he will come back victorious. The injured witch is still sprawled on the ground, unable to rise properly. When Vlad finally reaches her and stands over her with his sword raised, she begins to plead with him. But she isn't begging for her own life, and she isn't asking to be spared. All she asks is that he find her missing child. Vlad looks down at her horrifying nightmare-like face, expecting only madness and malice. But for one fleeting instant, he sees something else hidden behind that monstrous expression. A memory flashes before Vlad's eyes. He sees women trapped inside a dark prison, locked behind iron bars, while their children are left outside the cages on the cold floor, abandoned there to die. Imprisoned mothers cry and beg for their children to be returned to them. But no matter how desperately they plead, no one gives their babies back. In that terrible memory, Vlad sees the woman's deepest agony. She can do nothing except scream and sob as her child freezes to death right in front of her. Just as she reaches out now, her bruised hands once stretched through the iron bars, trembling as she tried in vain to touch the child she could never save. At that moment, Vlad finally understands the pain that chained her soul, and why the curse left her wandering forever in search of her child. But he also knows that her torment has gone on long enough. He raises his sword and drives it into her head, telling her to rest in peace. As blood runs down her face, the monstrous aura that had twisted her for so long begins to fade. The terrifying expression disappears, and little by little, the cursed witch returns to the form of an ordinary human woman. Tears stream down her cheeks as she looks up at Vlad. In her final, broken moment of peace, she wonders if perhaps the young man standing before her might have been her child all along. While Vlad is severing the curse, the focus shifts deep into the forest. There, an ominous hooded man sits in the shadows with a strange box placed between his legs. Dark energy coils around him, and black fog gathers under his control, making it clear that he is likely the one behind the supernatural horrors that have been unfolding. The sinister man continues feeding and shaping that black fog, letting it swell larger and denser in front of him. As the darkness grows, a twisted smile spreads across his face, showing just how much pleasure he takes in this cruel work. But right as the dark cloud is about to reach the size he wants, it suddenly begins to vanish. The hooded man's expression changes at once, his confidence cracking as he realizes something has gone wrong with his plan. Unfortunately for him, this night is not going to unfold the way he expected. Confused by the disappearing fog, he realizes that the hateful thoughts he had been drawing from the desperate woman have suddenly stopped. The moment Vlad pierced her head and restored her humanity, the spell connected to her was destroyed. Because of that, the sorcerer begins to suspect that someone must have defeated the puppet he had been controlling. The thought deeply unsettles him, because he can hardly imagine anyone capable of overcoming such a creature. Then, all at once, he remembers that there is only one knight known to use aura with that kind of efficiency. But before the sorcerer can even finish saying the name in his mind, the very man he feared appears right in front of him. It is none other than the green-eyed advanced knight, Sir Yager. Standing before the evil sorcerer with his aura wrapped around his entire body, Yager calmly confirms that his suspicion was right. He has finally found the rat hiding in the dark and pulling the puppet's strings. The moment the sorcerer sees Yager's overwhelming presence, his confidence collapses, and his body begins to tremble in fear. The sorcerer looks like he might lose control of himself on the spot, because he understands exactly how dangerous Sir Yager is. Yager has every intention of ending him right there for all the chaos and suffering he caused, and the evil magician knows perfectly well that there is no escape left. But before Jaeger's punishment can be seen directly, the moment moves forward to a later time, when Jaeger returns to meet Joseph. As the knight arrives before him, Joseph looks at the face brought back from the forest and asks if this is the one who had been controlling death from the darkness. And that is when it becomes clear just how merciless Sir Jaeger was. The brooding knight with absolutely no softness in him had already cut the sorcerer's head clean off, and now he is presenting that severed head to Joseph as proof. Holding the bloody head by its hair, Sir Yager gives a blunt answer. From everything he found, this man appears to have been the one behind it all. But the severed head is not the only thing Yager has brought back. He also believes that the box found with the dead sorcerer is likely the cursed object the desperate woman had been searching for throughout the previous night. With the sorcerer's head gripped in one hand and the strange chest in the other, Yager comes to a grim conclusion. That box was not merely part of the curse. It had become the coffin of the woman's missing child. After hearing such heartbreaking news, Joseph instructs Sir Jaeger to deliver the box to Father Andreas once they return to Varna, so the priest can examine it properly. As expected, the ever-loyal Jaeger accepts the order without hesitation and assures Joseph that it will be done. Before Jaeger can leave, however, Joseph stops him for a little longer and speaks with him privately. Joseph quietly admits that this expedition, which was supposed to strengthen his authority, has ended as a complete failure instead. Sir Jaeger does not deny it, and confesses that he feels ashamed by how everything turned out as well. The two men stand together on a cliff, looking down at the camp below, and Joseph repeats that he has truly failed this time. Even so, he decides they must return home carefully, with their steps lighter and their pride swallowed. The moment Joseph says this, Sir Jaeger suddenly asks whether he found the blonde boy useful. Joseph gives Jaeger a sideways look for a brief moment, as if he already knows exactly what the knight is trying to ask. Then a faint, knowing smile appears on his face, and he admits that he may have found the person who can one day replace Jaeger as his sword. Joseph begins thinking back to the impossible sight he witnessed the night before. In his mind, Vlad is no ordinary boy, but someone destined to grow into a swordsman who will shine brighter than anyone around him. The image Joseph remembers is almost unreal. Vlad standing amid blue flames and sparks, his body overflowing with the pure force of aura, but that majestic form did not last for long, and once the brilliance faded, all that remained was a battered, drained blonde kid who had pushed himself far beyond his limits. Soon after, Vlad finally wakes up. His hair is sticking out in every direction like a bird's nest after a fight broke out inside it, and his pupils are so tiny that he looks completely dazed. The shocked expression on his face makes sense, because he has just been told that he was unconscious for 3 whole days, and is only now opening his eyes again. Unable to believe what he has heard, Vlad immediately asks the voice inside his head to confirm it. The voice answers in that same casual way, confirming that 3 days really did pass and warning Vlad to be much more careful from now on. The voice adds that it never expected the recoil to be that severe. Meanwhile, Vlad just sits there on the bed like a half-awake corpse, still staring forward in disbelief as the weight of those lost 3 days slowly sinks in. After a little while, Vlad finally manages to push through the shock. He admits that, whatever happened, he is relieved to be awake now, because he wants to finish everything at the camp quickly and return with the others as soon as possible. That is when the voice tells him something important. Joseph and the others have not left yet. They are actually waiting for Vlad to recover before beginning the journey back. Using his sword like a support to steady his weakened body, Vlad forces himself upright. As he does, the voice also mentions that Joseph seemed to be genuinely concerned about him. Vlad manages to stand and makes his way outside, but when he pulls aside the flap of his tent and looks around, he freezes because there is no one in sight. The entire camp looks completely abandoned. At first, Vlad is caught off guard by the emptiness. Then he quickly decides it must make sense, thinking that after everything that happened the previous night, most people probably ran away in fear. Vlad realizes he jumped to conclusions too quickly when a familiar voice calls out from behind him. He turns around and sees Goethe, the cowardly mercenary, hurrying over while saying how worried he had been because of Vlad. Hearing that someone stayed behind and cared enough to look for him, Vlad can't hide the happiness spreading across his face. Vlad immediately starts teasing Goethe, pointing out that he had wanted to run away before yet somehow ended up being one of the people who stayed the longest. Most of the mercenaries had already fled the Bayezid camp, but Goethe and a small group remained behind. Of course, the reason was not pure bravery. It was because they had been promised higher pay until they returned. Then Goethe begins proudly listing his so-called heroic achievements. He reminds Vlad that he was the one who brought him back to camp when Vlad could no longer ride his horse, and that he even returned to the dangerous forest for Lord Joseph. But it soon becomes obvious that Goethe is not saying any of this just to impress Vlad. What he really wants is for Vlad to speak well of him later and make him look good in front of Joseph. Vlad answers with an easy, almost careless tone, telling Goethe that he will do his best to put in a good word for him. Right then, Goethe suddenly remembers something important. Sir Jaeger had ordered him to call Vlad as soon as he woke up. Since Joseph is waiting in the barracks, Goethe urges Vlad to hurry, while also reminding him to leave enough time to praise Goethe properly. The moment Vlad hears where Joseph is, he turns to leave and says goodbye, but Goethe keeps repeating the same reminder so he won't forget. Vlad's patience starts wearing thin, and by then he silently wishes Goethe would finally stop talking. Not long after that, Vlad arrives at Joseph's tent, where Joseph personally receives him. As Joseph pours red wine into a glass, he casually asks Vlad whether he is able to drink. Vlad answers with surprising confidence, saying he can handle alcohol because he used to work around both a brothel and a bar. Still, even though he has tasted liquor before, he admits that he has never had anything as refined as a noble's drink. Hearing that, Joseph explains that the bottle in his hand is exactly that, a drink meant for nobles, far different from the rough alcohol Vlad would have known in the slums. Before pouring Vlad his glass, Joseph says he wants to thank him first. Joseph knows very well that when things turned terrifying and dangerous, Vlad could have abandoned them and run. Instead, the boy stayed, fought, and saw the battle through until the end. Vlad responds bluntly, reminding Joseph that they had a contract, so it was only natural for him to fulfill it. But Joseph corrects the meaning behind it, pointing out that Vlad had promised him faith, not simple loyalty. As Vlad's blue eyes remain fixed on him, Joseph thinks back on that promise. At first, their contract may have seemed like nothing more than words, but Vlad kept his end of it even when his life was on the line. Because of that, Joseph realizes that Vlad is a talent he cannot afford to lose. Then Joseph's thoughts sharpen even further. Vlad is not merely someone he should avoid losing. He is someone Joseph must bring to his side no matter what. After reaching that decision, Joseph slides a glass of wine across to Vlad. He tells him that it is now time for Joseph to fulfill his own side of the contract. But this time, the reward will match what Vlad has actually achieved. With that, Joseph formally offers Vlad a place within the powerful House Bayezid, presenting the invitation itself as Vlad's reward. Afterward, the journey brings them to Varna, the beautiful county ruled by House Bayezid. Joseph and the others return to Varna, and while they are still settling in, Sir Jaeger reports that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Joseph acknowledges the report and praises him for handling it well. He then tells his men that the expedition report is still pending, so they will need to remain in Varna for another day or two. Vlad, meanwhile, looks completely overwhelmed by the beauty of the place. His head keeps turning from side to side as he takes in the streets, buildings, and atmosphere around him. Noticing this, Sir Jaeger asks whether it is Vlad's first time visiting the county. Vlad answers honestly, saying that anywhere he goes will feel like a first time for him. After all, before this journey, he had never left the miserable slums he grew up in. That answer immediately earns him a snide reaction from Sir Jaeger, who wastes no time giving him a new teasing nickname, Country Bumpkin. When Joseph hears the exchange, he tells Vlad to take the day off and look around the county, and Vlad is genuinely grateful for the chance. Before leaving with Joseph, Sir Jaeger warns Vlad not to lose his way in the city and orders him to be at City Hall by nightfall. Vlad already did not care much for Sir Jaeger before, but after being scolded, teased, and mocked again and again, he feels his dislike for the advanced knight growing stronger. The voice, however, suggests that Jaeger probably likes Vlad just as much as Joseph does. Vlad does not find that very comforting, because if this is what Jaeger's affection feels like, then a little more of it might actually get him killed. Vlad shakes off that unpleasant thought and decides to focus on something far more important. With a heavy payment finally in his pocket, he wants to treat himself to a delicious, greasy meal for the first time in far too long. As Vlad wonders what kind of food Varna might have, someone suddenly tugs at his arm. He turns around in surprise and finds Jean standing there. Jean smiles brightly and tells Vlad that Father Andreas would like to see him as long as Vlad does not already have any major plans for the day. Soon, Vlad and Jean are standing before a massive church. Vlad looks up at the huge structure and admits that even the churches back in Sawara were never this large. Jean explains that while Sturma may be the capital, Varna is considered the religious center of the kingdom. Jean asks Vlad to wait inside while he goes to bring Father Andreas. The moment Vlad steps into the church, he stops in awe, his mouth practically falling open as he takes in the magnificent beauty of the interior. Standing there beneath all that sacred grandeur, Vlad suddenly realizes something uncomfortable. Even though he has been going around under the name Rimmon, he has never once offered a proper prayer. Because of that, guilt slowly begins to creep over him. Surrounded by the holiness of the church, Vlad starts to feel as though he may have committed some kind of sin without even realizing it. Just then, Father Andreas finally arrives, stepping into the church with a gentle apology for making Vlad wait. Vlad, still trying to compose himself in that sacred place, answers with proper manners, saying it is no trouble at all, and sincerely thanking the priest for inviting him. Father Andreas simply laughs it off as if there is no need for Vlad to be so formal. Then he presents Vlad with an identification token, explaining that Joseph would certainly have handled matters somehow, but when it comes to official recognition, a token backed by the church carries the strongest weight. After all, the Lord's favor is not limited to a single city or noble house. Its reach spreads across the entire continent, and that kind of authority can open doors that ordinary backing never could. Vlad grows even more stunned when he looks closely at the token and realizes that Father Andreas himself is listed as his guarantor. Before Vlad can fully process it, the priest calmly tells him that from now on, whenever he needs help inside the city, he may come to the church and seek him out. Father Andreas will stand as Vlad's guarantor in Varna. Vlad is left speechless, because he never imagined that a boy from the back alleys, someone who could not even have his birth properly registered, would one day have a real person sincerely write his name into the wide world. Overcome by that kindness, Vlad lowers himself before Father Andreas and kneels on the church floor. It is the only way he can express just how deeply grateful he is. From this moment forward, Vlad is no longer just an unnamed back alley boy surviving in the shadows. He now carries a place and an identity with him, Vlad of Sora. As things move forward, the scale of Bayezid territory becomes clearer. The county is made up of 3 major cities and 12 surrounding villages, each with its own role in the land's power and prosperity. The first of those cities is Soara, a coastal city facing the sea. Because of its location and constant flow of goods, Soara serves as the trade capital of the county. The second city is Varna, known as the religious center of the region. And beyond that stands Storma, the main capital and the heart of Bayezid authority. That capital is also the place Vlad is now seeing for the very first time. As he enters the magnificent city alongside Joseph, he can barely hide his amazement, because even the outer view of the city is already enough to leave him staring in awe. Once the travelers finally step inside the incredible city, Sir Jaeger turns to Vlad and Goethe with a strict expression. He informs them that from this point on, they are guests personally brought by Lord Joseph, which means every careless move they make will reflect badly on Joseph's reputation. Sir Jaeger also warns them not to keep whipping their heads around like country bumpkins, seeing civilization for the first time. He orders them to stand still and wait quietly. Vlad, who has been listening carefully, immediately acknowledges the warning with seriousness, while Goethe just sulks beside him. Then Jaeger adds that servants will soon bring them refreshments. After saying that, he starts to leave. But something clearly bothers him, and he pauses as if another thought has just crossed his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Jaeger turns back and changes the instruction. He tells Vlad and Goethe not to touch the snacks until he returns, clearly worried that the 2 uncultured guests might attack the food like starving beasts. Naturally, neither of them feels comfortable with being treated that way, so Vlad tries to speak up and asks if they can at least have a little. Before Vlad can even finish the sentence, Sir Jaeger cuts him off sharply and tells him to shut up. His order is simple and absolute. They are not to touch a single piece of food. After Jaeger leaves them alone, Vlad and Goethe decide not to simply stand there doing nothing. They begin wandering around the castle a little, and before long they find themselves inside a luxurious waiting room glittering with gold. The room is so grand and overwhelming that Goethe can hardly believe what he is seeing. To Goethe, the place feels far beyond anything he ever imagined. He openly admits that Bayezid is completely different from wherever he came from. And Vlad, who is just as stunned by the elegance around them, can only agree with him. While the 2 awestruck guests are still trying to take in the sheer beauty of the room, an unfamiliar voice interrupts them. Someone nearby remarks that he has never seen either of them around before. Vlad and Goethe immediately turn toward the voice, but at first they cannot see the speaker clearly. All they notice is a shadowy figure standing behind a curtain. The stranger begins walking toward them, casually explaining that he had only intended to rest in the room for a while before they wandered in and disturbed his quiet moment. When he finally steps out from behind the curtain, Vlad sees his face clearly. Something about the man feels familiar, and Vlad is certain he has seen him somewhere before, but he cannot immediately remember where. The man stops in front of the 2 guests and plainly asks who they are. But Vlad is so focused on trying to place that familiar face that the question barely even reaches him. Then Vlad realizes something else about the man. The aura around him feels completely different from an ordinary person's, so sharp and oppressive that it seems like he could kill someone with nothing more than a look. His eyes burn with such intensity that the air itself feels heavier. When Goethe notices that terrifying pressure, he quickly panics and begins introducing himself. His words come out in a nervous stutter before he finally manages to explain that he accompanied Lord Joseph on his expedition. Before Goethe can start rambling about things the noble has no interest in, the unidentified man cuts him off. After confirming Goethe's name, he turns his attention to Vlad and asks who the blond boy is. Vlad straightens himself and answers without flinching, introducing himself clearly as Vlad of Sora. The nobleman finds that answer interesting, partly because he has never heard Vlad's name before, but there is something beyond the name itself that catches his attention. As the stranger studies Vlad's face, he silently judges the boy to be rather impressive. Vlad's eyes are full of spirit, and what stands out most is that he does not shrink back while speaking to him. For someone with such a frightening aura, seeing a young guest remain steady in front of him is unusual enough to be memorable. In the end, the noble concludes that Joseph has managed to find himself a useful subordinate, someone with far more backbone than his age or appearance might suggest. With that thought in mind, the noble reaches into his pocket and brings out a handful of peanuts. He offers them to Vlad in a casual gesture and asks whether he would like some. Vlad stares at the nobleman's open hand in silence for a moment. After looking at the peanuts for a while, he finally explains that they were ordered not to eat anything, leaving the nobleman visibly shocked and confused by the answer. Seeing that confusion, Vlad becomes a little impatient and plainly repeats that they were told not to eat any food from this place. But while Vlad says it so bluntly, horror slowly spreads across Goethe's face, because he starts wondering if Vlad has completely lost his mind. Goethe is shaken to the bone and terrified by the situation. To him, refusing food offered by a noble is almost unthinkable, especially in a place like the Bayezid estate. Meanwhile, the high-ranking noble who offered the peanuts simply stands there, surprised and somewhat disappointed by Vlad's response. And just like that, Vlad of Sora's very first act after arriving at the Bayezid family estate becomes refusing the hospitality of Rüdiger Bayezid, the eldest son of the family. Goethe practically turns pale from embarrassment and fear after Vlad's little display. Rüdiger, on the other hand, quietly decides to eat the peanuts himself, casually admitting that they taste good. The moment shifts elsewhere, where a man is writing on a sheet of paper while hearing the name Vlad for the first time. This man is Joseph's father, the Lord of House Bayezid, and he is being informed about the guests currently staying in his home. Without even looking away from his writing, Joseph's father points out that Joseph has never brought anyone home before, aside from Sir Jaeger, who had been assigned to him by his mother. Because of that, Lord Bayezid suddenly makes a promise. If Joseph succeeds in raising Vlad into a proper knight of the Bayezid family, then Joseph will be rewarded for it. Joseph accepts the offer respectfully. He thanks his father and bows low, showing the proper respect expected before the head of the family. While Joseph remains in that bowed posture, his father continues speaking. He admits that he knows wielding a blade has never been Joseph's greatest strength, but even so, he sternly reminds his son that they are now within Bayezid territory. Joseph understands the weight behind those words. He acknowledges his father's warning and assures him that he will not forget where he stands. Only then does Lord Bayezid ask, somewhat awkwardly and reluctantly, about Joseph's health. Joseph answers that he is fine, and with that he receives permission to leave the room. Joseph turns to go, politely telling his father to take care before stepping away. But as Joseph walks out, his father watches his retreating figure closely, his stern expression giving way to unmistakable worry. Once Joseph is no longer in sight, Lord Bayezid quietly mutters to himself that he should prepare some tonic for his son. The gray-haired man who has been standing beside him the whole time supports the idea. He says Joseph would surely be pleased by it, and adds that Madame Oksana would be happy as well if she learned that Lord Bayezid had personally prepared the tonic. Hearing that Joseph's father remarks that Madame Oksana is certainly very particular when it comes to anything involving her son. After letting that thought linger for a moment, Lord Bayezid shakes it off and turns his attention back to work. He then asks the old man, Ragmus, what he thinks about Joseph's report. Ragmus advises his lord not to treat the matter lightly. According to him, strange phenomena have been occurring more and more often, and that pattern is too troubling to ignore. Lord Bayezid's anger flares the moment he hears that. He insists that they must uncover whoever is behind these unnatural events, because no one has the right to use sorcery freely in his land. While Joseph's father seethes with rage, Ragmus reveals that reports have also been coming in from Varna. Those reports suggest that there may be a connection between the undead and the curses spreading through the territory. All of those clues lead the investigation in only a few possible directions. Either the culprit is an exceptionally powerful wizard acting alone, or the strange supernatural events spreading through Bayezid territory are the result of two sorcerers working together behind the scenes. Peter Bayezid then suggests that the matter could be even larger than that. It might not be a single wizard or even a pair of them, but a group, perhaps even a hidden organization moving in secret. Ragmus listens closely and seems willing to consider that possibility as well. But no matter how many clues they gather or how many theories they build, Peter Bayezid makes one thing clear. None of those possibilities change what must be done. The menacing lord finally rises from his chair, his presence turning colder and heavier with every word. He declares that House Bayezid will continue to rule over its land, and anyone who dares to stand in its path will be eliminated without mercy. With his anger fully awakened, Peter Bayezid gives a firm order. The people responsible for these supernatural incidents must be found immediately, no matter where they are hiding. And that order especially applies to those bold enough to harm Joseph, his own son, while also causing chaos inside Bayezid territory as if the land belonged to them. Later that night, Joseph finally returns to the waiting room with Sir Jaeger at his side. Vlad and Goethe have been waiting there for hours, hungry and restless. So the moment Joseph appears, their spirits rise at once. Joseph admits that his little arrangements took longer than expected and politely asks whether he made them wait too long. Goethe, far too excited to complain in front of Joseph, quickly insists that everything is fine and that waiting was no trouble at all. And when Joseph actually calls him by name, Goethe practically lights up with joy, already imagining the reward that must be waiting for him. Unfortunately for Goethe, that happiness barely lasts a moment. Joseph suddenly tells him that their rewards will be discussed the next day, and Goethe instantly realizes that all his starving and waiting has led to nothing for now. While disappointment crushes him, Joseph calmly adds that a servant will guide him to his room so he can rest. Goethe cannot even find the words to answer properly. He leaves the room with a gloomy expression, telling the remaining 3 men that he is going, likely hoping someone will stop him or call him back. But no one does. Once Goethe is gone, the mood in the room changes, and the men who remain settle into a more serious conversation. Joseph takes his seat, crosses his legs, and fixes his gaze directly on Vlad. Joseph reminds Vlad of the moment he saved him, and of the vow Vlad made afterward. He urges Vlad to remember clearly that he pledged to become Joseph's sword. Vlad confirms that he remembers his vow. Once Joseph hears that answer, he brings up something Vlad himself still needs to do. From Joseph's understanding, Vlad wants to gain his freedom first, and only then fulfill his duties afterward. Vlad confirms that this is what he meant, but Joseph once again reminds him that he already promised to become Joseph's sword. To Joseph, those two things do not fit together. It makes no sense for Vlad to swear himself as Joseph's sword, then immediately ask for freedom right after. Hearing this, Vlad slowly begins to understand just how heavy the promise he made truly was. Joseph leans back in his chair with his legs crossed, his calm posture making him look almost like a crime boss setting terms across a table. Then he tells Vlad that he wants to make everything perfectly clear. Joseph promises that he will give Vlad an answer to his request, but before that, Vlad must reveal the real reason he is asking for freedom in the first place. For a short while, the 2 young men simply stare each other down in silence. Then Vlad finally breaks it, asking Joseph whether he knows a knight named Godin, the man connected to the memory of the Blue Moon. The moment Joseph hears that name, his view of Vlad changes completely. Until now, he had thought Vlad was merely a talented boy with sharp instincts, but he never imagined that this same slum-born kid was carrying such an extraordinary and dangerous past. Joseph then reveals that the person who destroyed Rose's smiles was Godin, a knight of Gaidar. Vlad already knows the name too well, because the figure from that night is burned into his memory, and impossible to forget. The image of Jorge's severed head flashes through Vlad's mind, dragging his pain back to the surface. Godin was the one who killed the man who saved him, and in doing so shattered the entire world Vlad once knew. And yet, despite all the suffering that mysterious knight brought into Vlad's life, there is something strange inside him, for reasons even Vlad cannot fully explain. He cannot help but feel a painful kind of admiration toward Godin. With that complicated thought weighing on him, Vlad remains standing before Joseph, while the young master falls into deep consideration. At last, Joseph reaches his decision and tells Vlad honestly that he cannot help him with this matter. The people Vlad is seeking are far beyond Joseph's current reach, even though Joseph is a son of House Bayezid. Even so, Vlad does not lose his resolve. He bluntly says that he already knew Joseph would not be able to help him, and in truth, he expected this kind of answer because Joseph is still only the Count's son. Vlad is disappointed, but he gives Joseph credit for at least being honest about the limits of his power. Since that is the case, Vlad decides that the contract between them should be changed. But before Vlad can say it himself, Joseph reads the direction of his thoughts and suggests revising the contract first. Joseph gives Vlad no real time to process the idea. He immediately proposes a 7-year contract that would keep Vlad under his service for that entire period. Naturally, Vlad is horrified the moment he hears the length of it, because 7 years is no small amount of time. Before he can even properly protest, Joseph makes it clear that offering this contract already means lowering his own pride. To make things even worse for Vlad, Sir Jaeger is standing nearby, staring him down like a predator watching its prey. As Vlad thinks over Joseph's proposal, he reluctantly admits to himself that even though he is unsure, Joseph does seem to be speaking honestly. Still seated comfortably in his chair, Joseph assures Vlad that a promising future is waiting for him, reminding him that Vlad is the one who saved his life. Then Joseph makes the offer even more tempting, explaining that for the next 7 years, he will feed Vlad, clothe him, and have him trained properly. On top of that, Joseph intends to turn this so-called country bumpkin into an outstanding knight who will not lose to anyone in battle. Until that point, it is obvious that Vlad has no interest in accepting the contract, especially because the term is so painfully long. But the moment Joseph says he will make him a proper knight, Vlad's eyes widen with a mixture of surprise and hunger. While Vlad is still caught off guard, Joseph continues laying out the conditions, trying to draw him in further. He says that a poor boy from Swara can enjoy all these benefits as long as he remains loyal and only handles the tasks he is permitted or ordered to take on. Joseph then says that the matter of Godin goes without saying. He cannot directly help Vlad pursue that enemy, but he will allow Vlad to interfere in any matters related to his former city of Sora. After that, Joseph drops another piece of information. He tells Vlad that a girl named Zamina appears to be staying at the monastery right now, and as expected, Vlad is shocked that Joseph knows about his childhood friend. Once that news settles in, Joseph asks Vlad what he truly hopes to accomplish by returning to Sora with nothing but a sword in his hand. He points out that a blade is not the only sharp thing in the world, and with that, Joseph continues striking Vlad with one unexpected revelation after another. Joseph then reveals that he also has a weapon of his own, though not the kind Vlad carries at his waist. That statement leaves Vlad stunned again, and after laying all his cards on the table, Joseph finally asks Vlad for his answer. Sometime later, Joseph stares at his own reflection and admits that Vlad has an impressive goal. He seems satisfied with the method he used to approach the boy, but Sir Yagor does not share that feeling. The knight points out that Joseph looked far too desperate and asks whether he truly needed to go that far. Sir Jaeger continues by saying he can always find another useful child for Joseph if that is what his lord needs. Joseph replies that he understands talent can be found all over the world, but awakening that talent is another matter entirely, and that is exactly what keeps drawing Joseph's interest back to Vlad. Even though Joseph sees Vlad as the perfect candidate, Sir Jaeger still tries to change his mind. He asks whether Joseph is truly certain that the blonde boy will agree so easily. Joseph keeps staring at his reflection for a moment longer before finally answering. He believes Vlad is perfect for him, because he saw it with his own eyes during the expedition, when Vlad cut down the cursed woman with power that should not have belonged to an ordinary child. Sir Jaeger does not give up. He tries another approach, reminding Joseph that Vlad is irrational, rebellious, and difficult to control, which means he could become a serious problem in the future. Seeing how persistently Jaeger keeps pushing back, Joseph decides to flatter him a little. He says training Vlad should not be too difficult, since there happens to be an advanced knight perfectly suited for the job. Joseph also reminds Jaeger that 7 years is a long time, and more than enough to put a leash around Vlad's neck and teach him obedience. Joseph's plan works immediately. In the blink of an eye, Sir Jaeger accepts the responsibility of training the headstrong boy. Even though Jaeger does not look especially thrilled about it, he assures Joseph that he will do his best to make Vlad follow their orders without unnecessary trouble. Joseph is pleased by that answer and encourages him further, saying that the harder Vlad is to manage, the more rewarding the final result will be. By now, it is clear that Joseph is deeply fascinated by Vlad. Even after finishing his conversation with Jaeger, he returns to praising the blonde boy in his own mind. Looking again at his reflection, Joseph says that he first thought Vlad was a useful wolf, but now he sees that Vlad is also someone who chases after the moon. By the next morning, Sir Jaeger brings Vlad to his new room and begins helping him settle into life under House Bayezid. Jaeger admits that the room is a bit shabby, but assures Vlad that he will have the whole space to himself. Vlad's reaction immediately reveals just how different his standards are, because to him, the room looks incredible. In Vlad's eyes, this supposedly shabby room is nearly perfect. There is no dirt covering the floor, and even better, there is an actual bed waiting for him. To Vlad, it might as well be a palace, and as Jaeger listens to him marvel over such basic comforts, he remembers once again that this boy truly came from the back alleys of Sora. Jaeger is not used to that kind of reaction. Most trainees come from wealthy or respectable families, and because of that, they often struggle when they are thrown into the harsh conditions of training. After everything Jaeger has seen in such a short time, he figures Vlad probably will not have much trouble settling in here. The only real concern is whether the boy decides to cause trouble on his own. Vlad immediately understands that Jaeger is talking about the peanut incident with Rudiger Bayezid, and his eyes narrow as he silently judges the knight for giving him such troublesome instructions. But Jaeger pushes the blame right back at him, saying he honestly never expected Vlad to obey the order this time, especially after the boy had listened so obediently before. Their little exchange ends quickly when Jaeger turns to leave. Before walking away, he tells Vlad to come to the military exercise hall after eating, because from that point on, their sparring sessions will officially begin. Just as Jaeger is about to step away, a woman's voice calls out to him, addressing him as her loyal knight. For someone who always carries himself with a stern, brooding face, Jaeger becomes shockingly flustered the moment he hears Lady Oksana speak. The nervous knight quietly tells Vlad that the woman approaching them is Joseph's mother. Then, in a hurried whisper, He urges Vlad to show his respects exactly the way he was taught earlier. Thankfully, Vlad manages not to embarrass himself this time. He carefully imitates the senior knight's movements and greets Lady Oksana with proper manners. Lady Oksana returns their greeting with graceful ease, then turns her bright gaze toward Vlad and asks if he is the child she has been hearing about. Jaeger confirms it at once, explaining that Lord Joseph personally took Vlad in under his protection. Hearing that, Lady Oksana studies Vlad intensely with her brilliant yellow eyes. Her gaze is so direct and elegant that Vlad grows visibly uncomfortable, and before he can stop himself, his face begins turning red. Once her gentle charm has completely unsettled him, Lady Oksana thanks Vlad for saving her son. Vlad, now thoroughly flustered, stumbles over his words as he tells her that he was only doing the job he had been given. Even so, Lady Oksana says she intends to reward him properly, because what Vlad accomplished was far greater than he himself seems to understand. His cheeks still burning red, Vlad bows before her and gives his thanks. But then Lady Oksana suddenly reaches out and pats his head, softly complimenting the color of his hair and the brightness of his eyes. Like a mother unable to stop herself, Lady Oksana begins speaking gently about Vlad's appearance, suggesting little ways he could be made to look better before long. She even promises to arrange proper clothes for him. By this point, Vlad is completely overwhelmed by her warmth, her affection, and the calming presence she gives off. He tries to keep himself composed, but the blush spreading across his face makes it painfully obvious how embarrassed he is. At last, the motherly noblewoman leaves with her maids, giving Jaeger one final instruction to keep up the good work. After Lady Oksana and her attendants disappear from sight, Vlad and Jaeger both seem to breathe again. Jaeger then looks at Vlad and asks why he had been acting so restless in front of her. Vlad admits that he has never met a noblewoman before, and Jaeger says he handled it well for a first encounter. After all, Lady Oksana has a special talent for making people lose their composure before they even realize it. With that brief conversation finished, Jaeger finally allows Vlad to go and eat his meal before training begins. The scene moves to the dining hall where trouble is already waiting. A bully leans over Vlad's soup and spits directly into it, while his little group of followers cheers him on like they have done something clever. The troublemaker smirks after the insult and tells Vlad he mistook him for a trash can, claiming the blonde boy smells like garbage anyway. But Vlad refuses to give them the reaction they want. Instead, he calmly scoops the spit out of the soup, tosses it aside, and continues eating as if nothing happened, while thinking that these idiots started causing trouble even faster than he expected. The bully and his gang are both furious and confused by Vlad's calmness. As they hesitate over what to do next, Vlad remembers Jaeger's warning not to damage Joseph's reputation, so he begins thinking of a way to handle them without dragging Joseph into the mess. The ringleader turns to leave in a huff, calling Vlad a bastard and warning him to prepare himself for hazing soon. But before he can fully walk away, Vlad suddenly calls out and asks for his name. The bully freezes, surprised that Vlad would ask something like that so calmly. Vlad simply repeats the question, making it clear he expects an answer. This time, Vlad's face carries a chilling, murderous intent, and the atmosphere around him turns sharp enough to send a shiver down the bully's spine. Troublemaker loses all confidence in an instant. Terrified by Vlad's glare, he stammers before finally revealing that his name is Sovanin. Vlad repeats the name slowly and says he will remember it. The way he says it makes the words sound less like a casual promise and more like Sovanin has just been marked for death. Sometime later, Peter Bayezid takes a walk outside with Ragmus, his trusted right-hand man, at his side. They eventually reach a spot overlooking the training grounds below. Seeing the people training there, Peter Bayezid suggests they stop and watch for a while, and Ragmus readily agrees. As Peter Bayezid looks down at the training field, one figure quickly catches his attention. It is Vlad, the blonde swordsman Joseph brought back with him. Remembering that he had heard the boy was blonde, Peter Bayezid asks if that is the child in question. Peter Bayezid continues watching Vlad closely, and even admits that the boy is rather good-looking. But before he can say anything more, Ragmus suddenly draws his attention towards something else. Across the far side of the area, someone is standing half-hidden while secretly watching the training session. But the hidden observer is no stranger. Peter Bayezid and Ragmus quickly recognize him as none other than the advanced knight, Sir Jaeger. Apparently, even Jaeger is anxious to see how the blonde swordsman under his care will perform during his very first training session. Peter Bayezid understands that feeling well, but he is just as curious himself. He wants to see exactly how much skill this new boy truly has. Soon, the sparring begins in earnest. Vlad steps onto the training ground and clashes wooden swords with another knight in training, the sharp cracks of their practice weapons echoing through the hall. With a cold, unreadable expression, Vlad swings again and again. Each strike drives his opponent backward. giving the other trainee no room to breathe and forcing him into a difficult defense. The opponent groans under the nonstop pressure, barely managing to block Vlad's attacks without pause. Watching from the side, the spectators begin wondering how such a young boy can fight with so much ferocity. Vlad's bright blue eyes stay locked on his target as he unleashes a relentless storm of wooden sword strikes. What makes it even more impressive is that his opponent is much taller than him, yet Vlad still keeps pushing him back. Even with such an impressive display, Peter Bayezid simply says that Vlad's movements are still sloppy. Ragmus, who already finds the boy remarkable, looks surprised to hear such a harsh evaluation. Ragmus asks if Peter Bayezid truly sees it that way, and Peter answers that something does shine through in the boy. To him, Vlad's efforts are praiseworthy because even though his form is clumsy, he is clearly trying to use everything he has learned. As Peter says this, his scarred fingers and knuckles come into view, hinting at the many years he himself spent training with a sword. Meanwhile, Vlad continues dominating his opponent on the training ground. With every movement, he reminds himself that all swordsmanship begins from the feet. For Vlad, the placement of his feet is the foundation of the fight. If he can deceive his opponent with his shoulders and eyes, then he can control the opponent's reactions through his own movement. Vlad applies those lessons one by one. He controls where his feet are placed, drops his shoulders at the right moment, and uses subtle body movements to mislead the trainee in front of him. At the same time, Vlad keeps his blue gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. By combining his eyes, posture, and footwork, he quietly lures the other trainee into the exact position he wants. Sure enough, the plan works. The trainee sees what looks like an opening and swings down with a powerful overhead strike, but Vlad springs backward and dodges it cleanly. The black-haired opponent is left exhausted and frustrated after missing what should have been the perfect chance to hit him. Vlad gives him no time to catch his breath or recover from that mistake. The moment the attack misses, Vlad rushes in with a heavy counterattack. Vlad's wooden sword smashes into the black-haired trainee's side with devastating force, and the impact makes him scream in pain. From the sound of it, the blow looks strong enough to rattle something deep inside his body. After practically incapacitating him, Vlad grabs the trainee by the hair and recognizes him as one of Sovanin's lackeys. Suddenly, it becomes much clearer why Vlad has been fighting with the intensity of someone settling a personal grudge. Vlad drags him by the hair and clenches his fist, as if he is about to knock him into the next life. Then he reminds the guy how much he enjoyed laughing at him earlier in the cafeteria, and coldly dares him to try snickering again now. Vlad's eyes were burning now, glowing with a terrifying mix of power and pure rage. And the moment he finished making his point, he drove his fist straight into the henchman's face with brutal force. That one punch smashed the man's nose, sending blood spilling across his features until his whole face was a mess. The sight was so vicious that the other students could only freeze in place. One by one, their faces went pale as they stared in stunned horror, completely unable to look away from what Vlad had just done. While the beating continued down below, Joseph Bayezid's right-hand man watched with growing unease. From where he stood, it looked far too dangerous to simply stand back and allow Vlad to keep pummeling the other boy like that. But Joseph Bayezid himself did not seem shaken at all. Instead, he calmly told the old man to leave them alone, pointing out that anyone who wanted to become a knight needed at least that much fighting spirit inside them. On top of that, Joseph noted that Jaeger seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. And when his right-hand man looked over, he could only agree, because the veteran knight was watching Vlad's beating with an intense, almost fascinated concentration. Meanwhile, Vlad kept driving his fists into his opponent's face, hitting him again and again until the boy's features were barely recognizable. Finally, one of the other students could not take it anymore and shouted at the newcomer to stop hitting him. Vlad did not even bother to answer. The blonde swordsman simply ignored the shout completely, and that cold dismissal only made the other student even angrier. The student raised his voice even louder, trying to scare Vlad into backing off with sheer volume. But Vlad only stopped when he was personally satisfied with the bloody damage he had carved into the henchman's face. With blood smeared across his own face, Vlad turned toward the others and offered a chillingly calm apology, admitting that he had gotten a little too absorbed. But none of them cared about the apology nearly as much as the terrifying look in his eyes, a gaze they could not understand at all. After beating the other boy unconscious, Vlad finally turned away as if the matter was finished. But before walking off, he made sure to throw one last taunt at Sovanin, telling him to apologize to the henchman for him since Vlad tended to lose control once he got too engrossed. Sovanin's face twisted with rage, and he was just about to curse him out when Vlad cut him off first. Blonde Swordsman suddenly began walking straight toward Sovanin, his presence pressing down harder with every step. In a low, warning voice, Vlad said he wanted to apologize in advance too, because if Sovanin was the one getting beaten next time, it would not end as lightly as it had today. After locking eyes with the troublemaker long enough to make the threat sink in, Vlad finally turned away. But before leaving, he added one more cruel promise, saying that if his soup ever tasted too bland again, he would make sure to call Sovanin over to spit in it. With that icy line hanging in the air, Vlad walked off without another word. Behind him, Sovanin was left standing there in discomfort, because now he understood exactly what kind of reckless, dangerous bastard the newcomer really was. At that moment, Sovanin became convinced that Master Joseph had dragged a mad dog out of the back alleys and brought him into the manor. And when Vlad glanced back at him with a twisted little smile, it only made that thought feel even more painfully true. The scene then shifted to Goethe, who looked almost unrecognizable after cleaning himself up. Sitting at the table with a sharper appearance than usual, he was enjoying his meal like a man who had finally found a peaceful moment. While they ate, Goethe suddenly looked over at Vlad and asked if it was true that he had been beating up other vassals around the manor. According to him, the rumor had spread through the servants so quickly that almost everyone was already talking about it. Vlad did not give him a straight answer. Instead, he smoothly shifted the conversation by asking Goethe how his work as a stable hand was going and whether the job was as difficult as it sounded. Goethe immediately latched onto the new topic, proudly insisting that he was no ordinary stable hand anymore, because he now worked for the great Count Bayezid. He was just about to launch into a full bragging session about the experience when he suddenly stopped, realizing that Vlad had neatly pulled him away from the real issue. Goethe quickly returned to the point, saying he had heard Vlad was beating people all over the manor, and reminding him that assault was still a crime. Vlad, however, looked completely unbothered and simply asked Goethe why he was acting so surprised. Vlad reminded Goethe that he had always been a criminal, even before coming here. Compared to the things he had already done in his life, he said, a little simple assault was practically him being gentle. Goethe was left stunned by how calmly Vlad said it. Even so, he did not interrupt right away, and instead sat there, listening carefully to whatever else the blond boy still had to say. Vlad continued defending himself, arguing that he had not even hit them in any especially obvious way. Besides, from his point of view, those boys had brought it on themselves by picking a fight with him first. Goethe still could not understand how Vlad thought any of that made the situation acceptable, but Vlad insisted it was fine, because now nobody came up to bother him for no reason anymore, and as far as he was concerned, that was a very useful result. Just then, another student entered the room carrying a tray piled with food. He approached rather awkwardly and introduced himself as Portly Canner. Vlad turned toward him with clear impatience on his face. Without softening his tone at all, he bluntly asked what business Portly had with him. Portly immediately shrank back under Vlad's unfriendly response, his body trembling with nervous fear. Seeing that, Vlad flatly told him to either sit down at the table with them or get lost. The moment those words left Vlad's mouth, Portly's gloomy expression lit up with pure excitement. He had clearly never expected the blond swordsman to allow him to sit beside him, even in such a rough and careless way. Portly hurried over and joined them at the table, thanking Vlad with obvious gratitude for inviting him. Vlad, on the other hand, only let out a tired sigh, because in truth he had been hoping Portly would choose the option where he disappeared. Portly was so thrilled just to have a seat with them that he began rambling about how he had been eating alone until now. He even admitted that sometimes he had taken his meals in places as miserable as the bathroom. Naturally, Vlad looked disgusted the moment he heard that. With his precious sausage still in front of him, he reminded Portly that this was absolutely not the kind of thing he wanted to hear while eating. Portly noticed the food and asked Vlad if the sausage was good, then quickly revealed that his father was actually the one who supplied the manor. According to Portly, the Canner family provided all the meat used there, and their household had been involved in livestock and cattle farming for generations. After explaining all of that, Portly suddenly remembered seeing Vlad ask for more sausage earlier. Wanting to be helpful, he offered to share some of his own with the newcomer. Of course, Vlad immediately grew suspicious of such sudden politeness. He snapped at Portly, demanding to know what he was really trying to say with all this kindness. Vlad tried his best to act like he was not tempted by the mouth-watering offer. But when the scene changed, the truth became obvious, because there he was, standing in front of what looked like a paradise made entirely of sausages. It turned out to be Portly's enormous private stash sent by his father for him to eat. Portly insisted that there was far too much for him to finish alone, so he wanted to share it. Looking at all that food and hearing the reason behind it, Vlad was reminded that the vassals living in this manor were all young masters from powerful families. For a short while, Vlad had actually forgotten that these were people he could never have even spoken to back when he was still trapped in the back alleys. With that thought settling in, he decided that while he was in a place like this, it might be smart to build at least one useful connection. So almost out of nowhere, Vlad asked Portly if he wanted to eat with them from now on. Portly's face immediately brightened with joy, and he accepted without hesitation, while Vlad calmly confirmed that he was fine with the arrangement. Vlad then said that all vassals should get along with each other. And even though it looked like he was only making friends with Portly for the sake of those sausages, there was a little more going on in his head than simple hunger. Scene shifted again, this time to Jaeger, the green-eyed veteran knight, walking alone down a wide and imposing hallway. Jaeger looked somewhat worn out, and honestly it was easy to understand why. Serving the young master while also practically raising an entire human being was not something anyone could handle lightly. The pressure was clearly building on him, and he knew the only time he would finally be able to breathe was when his men, Cade and Maxim, recovered from their injuries. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a large knight with a thick beard stepped into his path and approached him. The man asked Jaeger where he was heading in such a hurry. At that, the eye-patched knight turned around and recognized him as Sir Gregory. The moment Jaeger saw his fellow knight, he cursed inwardly. From the look in his eye, it was obvious that this was not someone he had wanted to run into right now. Jaeger tried to hide his irritation, but Sir Gregory caught it immediately. The bearded knight laughed at him and teased him for being far too easy to read whenever he was annoyed. Jaeger bluntly told him that he was busy at the moment. Gregory only laughed again, saying that of course he was not surprised, since Jaeger was the one handling nearly all of Joseph's duties by himself. Unsurprisingly, Jaeger grew tired of the conversation almost immediately. He cut through the pointless banter and asked Gregory to get to the point, wanting to know if there was actually something he had come to say. Gregory kept smiling like a child who had just been handed a sweet treat, then revealed that he had come to suggest that a knight like Jaeger should be raising a vassal of his own. He added that it was not too late for him to start, but Jaeger, completely uninterested, shot back that Gregory should worry about properly raising his own vassal first. Even though Jaeger usually ignored most of the nonsense that came out of Gregory's mouth, this time he could not help wondering why the man had suddenly brought up vassals out of nowhere. Gregory then revealed that his own vassal was Portly Canner. He proudly claimed that the boy was already all grown up, though he also admitted with a grin that Portly still needed to lose some weight. After saying that, Gregory burst into another round of needless laughter, clearly enjoying himself far too much. Jaeger, already running low on patience, finally asked him to explain what he was really trying to say. Instead of getting straight to the point like Jaeger wanted, Gregory only dragged the conversation out even more, circling around the subject with that same relaxed smile. He casually mentioned that Vlad seemed like quite an impressive young man to him. Gregory continued praising the blonde boy without hesitation, saying Vlad had a strong, manly character and a spirit full of confidence. But with every extra word, Jaeger's patience thinned further, and his expression grew sharper as the pointless chatter kept stretching on. Finally, Jaeger could not hide his irritation anymore. Letting out his frustration, he reminded Gregory again that he was extremely busy, then demanded once more that he stop dancing around the matter and say exactly what he wanted. Gregory only kept laughing as he spoke, looking far too amused for Jaeger's liking. Then he said that a knight meddling directly in a vassal's personal affairs was not exactly proper, and if handled poorly, it could easily turn into an embarrassing situation. Even so, Gregory eventually revealed that Vlad seemed to be warming up to Portly Canner lately. Jaeger, however, did not believe that for a second, because as far as he knew, Vlad had no friends at all. And on top of that, the blonde swordsman seemed to look down on nearly everyone around him. But Gregory was not discouraged by Jaeger's blunt opinion. He simply made his request clear, asking Jaeger to tell Vlad to spend more time with Portly from now on. Gregory then explained that Portly was his cousin's nephew, which made the matter a little personal for him. Because of that family connection, he could not just sit back and watch the chubby boy get beaten around the manor. After placing that request in Jaeger's hands, Gregory added that Jaeger was probably the only person in the manor who could influence Vlad's behavior at all. But the seasoned knight's face made it clear that he had no intention of accepting a troublesome favor for nothing. Jaeger immediately asked what he would be receiving in return. Gregory, still wearing that easy smile, answered, as if the solution was simple, saying Jaeger could ask him for a favor someday in the future. Gregory even thumped his chest proudly, implying that he would honor the promise properly as a knight. But just when he seemed confident that the deal was settled, Jaeger flatly told him that Vlad did not really listen to him anyway. Hearing that, Gregory suddenly exclaimed with admiration instead of disappointment. To him, that stubborn, untamable nature was exactly the kind of quality that would make Vlad rise far in the world. Meanwhile, over at the Bayezid family stable, a brown horse stood calmly nearby, while Gerda tried to reassure Vlad that the issue was not his fault. Gerda explained to his captain that, for some strange reason, Vlad would not even be able to mount any of the horses, even though they had all been properly trained. Gerda went on to say that these horses were not the kind to shy away from people under normal circumstances. That only made it even stranger, because the moment Vlad approached them, they all panicked as if something about him terrified them. According to Gerda, this had nothing to do with Vlad's skill or effort. The problem was so noticeable that even the other stable hands had started complaining about the horses acting strangely whenever Vlad came near. After hearing all of that, Vlad could only curse under his breath in frustration. The whole situation felt painfully familiar, as if this had always been the kind of problem that followed him no matter where he went. Ever since Vlad was younger, animals had never liked him. Cats and dogs would panic, tense up, or run away the instant he got close, and now he had the uneasy feeling that the horses were reacting to him for the exact same reason. As Vlad sank deeper into thought, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. He remembered that during the expedition, there had been one time when he rode Jaeger's horse. Vlad brought up the night they escaped from the undead, reminding Gerda of what happened back then. But after saying it, he admitted that he had mostly been sitting behind Gerda, while Gerda handled the actual riding. Gerda quickly pointed out that Jaeger's horse was an extremely expensive one. That answer only made Vlad's mood sink further, because it would sound ridiculous to claim that he could only ride costly horses. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, especially since Jaeger had insisted that he learn horseback riding no matter what. While the two of them stood there gloomily, stuck with the failure in front of them, someone suddenly entered the stable and interrupted the heavy mood. It turned out to be a maid sent by Lady Oksana, and she had come with a message. Oksana was summoning Vlad to meet her. Vlad was completely caught off guard when he heard that Oksana had called for him. Then the scene shifted to an elegant, expensive-looking room where the green-haired noblewoman stood with him and remarked that, seeing him now, she never would have guessed he had grown up in the back alleys. The reason was clear at a glance. Vlad was now dressed in an impressive outfit fit for a young nobleman, and Oksana looked him over with satisfaction, saying that the clothing suited him remarkably well. She then turned to the clothmaker and instructed him not to make the fit too tight. After all, Vlad was only 17 years old, which meant his body was still growing. Oksana mentioned that Joseph Bayezid had also grown quite a lot when he was around Vlad's age. Then she promised to prepare more clothes for him once summer arrived, because for someone expected to train and move properly, seasonal clothing was essential for maintaining physical condition. By the time Oksana finished speaking, Vlad's cheeks had turned bright red. Unable to come up with anything clever or guarded, he simply lowered his head and thanked her with genuine sincerity. But Oksana gently dismissed his gratitude as if it were unnecessary. She reminded Vlad that, if anything, she was the one who owed him thanks, because he had saved her son's life. The overly courteous noblewoman then apologized for calling Vlad away when he was probably busy training. After that, she gave him permission to leave, and Vlad thanked her once more before quietly exiting the room. Once Vlad stepped outside, he finally let out a breath of relief. For some reason he could not quite explain, being around Oksana made him feel tense and awkward, even though she had treated him kindly the entire time. Vlad looked down at the new clothes on his body and found himself wondering just how much they must have cost. They were so comfortable and finely made that they hardly felt like something that belonged to him. Then his gaze shifted to the old clothes he was holding in his hand, and another thought struck him. Those worn-out clothes had never truly belonged to him either. As Vlad walked down the hallway, he told himself that he should not get too used to this new life. Even after struggling so hard to reach the Bayezid family, a hollow feeling still remained inside him, whispering that he did not truly belong in this place. Blonde Boy even felt as if he was gaining weight in a way that had nothing to do with food. It was like new flesh was clinging to his soul, slowly covering the part of him that had survived the back alleys. That gloomy spiral of self-pity suddenly broke when Vlad glanced out a nearby window. Something outside caught his attention, and his eyes sharpened immediately. Vlad froze for a moment when he saw Savanin below, brutally beating one of the other vassals until the boy could barely defend himself. Sovanin kept striking him while sneering and calling him a pig. Between the blows, he asked if the boy had already forgotten what it felt like to be bullied. Sovanin looked furious, as if the very sight of the boy enjoying himself had offended him. In his mind, they had only allowed that kid to live quietly, and yet he had dared to start having fun. That was when it became clear who the poor vassal on the receiving end of the violence was. The boy being beaten down was Portly Canner. Sovanin continued to lash out at Portly, mocking him by asking if he liked his new best friend. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, until he was spitting insults and calling them a flock of filthy bastards. From the high window, Vlad watched the whole thing in silence. As he looked down at the scene, he came to the bitter conclusion that people were the same everywhere. There would always be those who enjoyed themselves by making others suffer, and those who were never allowed to live in peace. In the end, Vlad saw them for what they were. Nothing more than petty rascals who fed on anyone weaker than themselves. Anger slowly built inside him until he made up his mind. For at least one day, he decided, he would need to put his old clothes back on again. Later that night, Vlad stood in front of a door and knocked. When the person inside opened it, Portly Canner appeared in the doorway. Vlad fell silent for a moment when he saw how badly Portly's face had been beaten. Portly, confused by the late-night visit, asked what Vlad was doing there at such an hour, and Vlad answered plainly that he needed something from him. The chubby vassal looked both surprised and puzzled by that answer. Vlad, however, simply peered into the room, spotted the largest piece of meat inside, and pointed straight at it, telling Portly to give that piece to him. Portly hesitated, clearly reluctant to part with it. That ham was something he cherished too, but Vlad did not back down and insisted on taking it. In the end, Portly agreed to hand it over. Even so, a sadness settled over him, because part of him had hoped that, at the very least, they would smile and greet each other like actual friends. But since their relationship did not seem to be like that, Portly began to think that Vlad only wanted to use him. To him, it felt as if Vlad had come simply to take advantage of his food. It was a harsh and lonely thought for Portly to accept, and it clearly hurt him. Still, after thinking it over, he decided that even this was better than going back to eating by himself. Portly brought down the heavy piece of ham and held it out to Vlad. But Vlad told him not to think of it as some unfair exchange, because what he was taking from Portly was a fair price. Portly Canner stared at him in confusion, clearly unable to understand what Vlad meant by a fair price. Seeing that lost expression, Vlad quietly explained that a knight he knew had once said something similar to him. Then Vlad's voice faded, and for a brief moment, his thoughts drifted back to the man who had taught him those words. Vlad remembered that knight as someone who only took the price he believed was rightfully his, and as that memory settled over him, the scene shifted from the doorway of Portly's room to another place entirely, where Vlad now stood with a wooden sword in his hand. In front of him were the other vassals, all of them gripping their own sparring weapons as they faced him. Strangely enough, those boys did not look frightened at all. They carried themselves with bold, almost foolish confidence, as if surrounding one blonde swordsman would be enough to guarantee victory. Unfortunately for them, their confidence was nothing compared to the calm certainty in Vlad's eyes. Vlad swept his gaze across the group without the slightest hint of fear, counting them one by one. 14 opponents stood against him, and he was facing them completely alone. Even the thugs from the back alleys, he thought, had never gone this far just to bring him down. The moment Vlad said that, the leader of the group snapped in anger and told him to shut his mouth. Sovanin was so furious that a vein bulged at his forehead as he pointed straight at Vlad and challenged him again, saying he wanted to see just how long that unwavering spirit of his could last. As expected, Vlad accepted without even a second of hesitation. He lifted his hand and motioned for them to come at him, urging them to hurry up. Then, answering Sovanin's threat in his own cold way, Vlad said he had quietly come all the way out here because of him, so he expected Sovanin to show that same level of commitment. That only poured more fuel onto Sovanin's rage. His teeth clenched hard, his face twisted into a deadly scowl, and with anger burning through him, he shouted for his henchmen to attack Vlad and crush him together. Right on command, the vassals rushed forward with their wooden swords raised. As they closed in from every direction, Vlad quietly thought to himself that changing back into his old clothes had been the right choice, because he was certain blood would be flying before the night was over. When the fight truly began, the first thing that became clear was that Vlad was not being overwhelmed at all. The bullies surrounded him, hoping their numbers would break him down, but he tore straight through them as if their formation meant nothing. Sovanin stayed behind the others, barking orders at his lackeys and screaming for them to fight harder. He told them not to give ground and ordered them to block Vlad from every side. But all that shouting was useless, because Vlad was simply too strong for them to contain. Watching Vlad cut through them with such terrifying force, Sovanin began to feel horror crawling up his spine. This was not the same person he remembered from their last sparring match. It made no sense to him, because as far as he knew, Vlad had barely been able to handle a sword just 2 months ago. Even though the situation in front of him was completely beyond his understanding, Sovanin refused to let his men falter. He shouted at them not to back down, and even threatened to kill anyone who dared to retreat. But while Sovanin was still yelling that threat at the top of his lungs, Vlad suddenly moved through the chaos and advanced straight toward him. Vlad was visibly angered by Sovanin's empty threats. With a sharp glare, he asked Sovanin whether he had ever actually killed anyone before. Naturally, that taunt struck Sovanin's pride like a blade. Enraged, he swung his wooden sword with everything he had, trying to shut Vlad's mouth for good. But Vlad was far faster than him. The blonde swordsman slipped past the attack with practiced ease, moving cleanly out of the weapon's path before stepping in for a counterstrike. Just before Vlad launched his hit, he remembered the expedition and the way he had poured all his strength into single, decisive blows back then. Now, he intended to recreate that same kind of attack right here. Vlad struck at Sovanin, but the bully managed to block the blow. Still, that was nowhere near the end of it. Vlad was determined to make the results of Yugger's training obvious, and at that moment the voice stirred in his head again, urging him to keep trapping his opponent inside the opening he was creating. Sure enough, Vlad did not give Sovanin even the smallest chance to breathe. He pressed forward relentlessly, keeping the bully locked in place. Blow after blow rained down on Sovanin, each strike forcing him further into desperation. All the bully could do was curse and swear through gritted teeth as Vlad's wooden sword kept crashing in. As the rhythm of the fight came together, Vlad finally began to understand the technique in a real way. He could feel the gap in space, the flow between one movement and the next, and he decided to use that opening to create a rhythm of his own. With that fighting style taking shape in his hands, it did not take long for Vlad to break through Sovanin's defense and send him crashing down to the ground. Sovanin hit the floor on his back and groaned in pain, his face twisting as he cried out about his injured leg. But before Sovanin could even finish complaining, his eyes lifted, and there was Vlad standing over him, fierce and silent, with the wooden sword aimed directly at his face. As Vlad raised his hand high, Sovanin realized he might truly be finished. Tears began spilling down his face, and in that terrifying instant, he seemed to accept the fate coming for him. For one breath, it looked as if Vlad had actually smashed Sovanin's head with the wooden sword, but almost immediately, the other bullies realized that was not what had happened. Instead of ending Sovanin's life in one merciless strike, Vlad held back at the last instant. The wooden sword buried itself into the ground just a few centimeters beside Sovanin's head. Sovanin trembled on the ground like a soaked bird caught in a storm. Above him, Vlad stared down with murderous blue eyes and warned him never to look him in the eye again. Vlad also made one more thing clear. Sovanin was never to mess with portly Canner again. Hearing that warning, and seeing just how serious Vlad was, Sovanin could do nothing but nod frantically with terror written all over his face. Looking down at Sovanin, Vlad was honestly a little surprised. For all his pathetic fear now, the bully really had tried to kill him during the fight. Either way, Vlad decided that what he had done so far was enough to pay back the price of the ham. Then he turned his gaze towards Sovanin's remaining minions and asked which one of them wanted to fight him next. With killing intent still darkening his face, Vlad told them they needed to finish what they had started. But by then the lackeys had completely lost their will to fight, and every one of them looked like they would rather be anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately for them, Vlad had no intention of letting the matter end there. In a cold voice, he warned them that if they did not come at him first, then he would be the one to attack. Vlad did not charge like a mindless beast. Instead, he walked forward with the slow confidence of a lion closing in on prey, and with each measured step, the boys in front of him grew more terrified. Yet even with fear shaking through their bodies, none of them had the courage to run. They simply stood there frozen, trembling in place, until Vlad reached them and delivered the brutal lesson he had decided they deserved. Vlad made sure those bullies learned exactly what came from preying on the weak, and by the time he was done, he had left behind marks they would not forget anytime soon. As blood splattered across the training ground, Count Bayezid watched from a window above. Rather than looking disturbed, he seemed deeply impressed by the sheer quality of Vlad's display and the sharp progress in his swordsmanship. Several days later, the Bayezid family held its regular monthly meeting of knights. The gathering took place in the throne room, and almost by coincidence, Rudiger Bayezid's supporters and Joseph Bayezid's supporters stood on opposite sides, with Rudiger's men wearing especially obvious frowns. Of course, not everyone in the room belonged firmly to one side or the other. Among the divided knights, there were still some who remained neutral, watching the tension without openly taking a position. Just then, the knights were informed that the duty schedule had been reorganized to prepare for Rudiger Bayezid and his men leaving soon on a mission. The announcement came from the Knights' Order Captain, Anatalis. Anatalis then moved on to the next matter, revealing that the meeting would now address the distribution of holy items sent by the church. But while he continued speaking, Count Bayezid's attention drifted elsewhere. Count Bayezid found himself thinking about how completely different the atmosphere felt today. His eyes moved toward Rudiger Bayezid's knights, who looked so tense and hostile that they seemed ready to tear into the other side at any moment. On the other hand, Joseph Bayezid's supporters appeared far more relaxed than usual, and honestly Count Bayezid could understand why, because this time they had every reason to feel pleased. After all, until recently, it had usually been the knights on Joseph's side who seemed dispirited and pushed down. With that thought in mind, Count Bayezid's gaze drifted almost absent-mindedly toward Jaeger, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Naturally, Jaeger noticed the gaze almost at once. The green-eyed knight glanced sideways at Count Bayezid and began wondering why the man was smiling at him like that. Not long after, the regular meeting came to an end. Captain Anatolis advised all the knights to review their newly assigned duties once more before leaving. As the swordsmen began filing out of the room, one of them could not resist taking a jab at Jaeger. The knight sneered that the Bayezid family had brought in a rabid dog that did not even know who it was supposed to bite. Then he added that this was exactly why a person's background should be considered carefully in such matters. Jaeger took offense immediately and turned to glare at Rudiger Bayezid's knights, but they did not shrink back from him. Instead, they met his look with sharp scowls of their own. One of them only clicked his tongue and suggested they leave, rather than waste time confronting the advanced knight. Another then confirmed the point out loud, saying that the new ferocious knight in training was indeed under Jaeger's command. As Rudiger Bayezid's knights walked away with anger still hanging around them, one of the neutral knights came over to Jaeger with an amused look. He joked that those men were practically boiling alive from rage. Jaeger turned his green eye toward him and asked Sir Gregory what he was talking about. But Gregory only grinned wider, telling him not to pretend he knew nothing when the rumor had already spread everywhere. When Gregory saw that Jaeger genuinely looked confused, he finally explained what he meant. Apparently, he had heard that Vlad had carried out a massive exorcism among the vassals, and even the drill instructor could not properly handle the blonde kid because Vlad had already gone far beyond the usual standard. Of course, Jaeger had not heard any of this beforehand, and the moment the news reached him, he immediately remembered just how troublesome Vlad could be whenever that boy decided to act on his own. After dropping that piece of news, Sir Gregory cheerfully offered his help again. He claimed he could take on any task Jaeger needed, no matter how difficult, exhausting, or annoying it turned out to be. Jaeger did not give him a clear answer. He simply started walking away, saying in a dry voice that he would keep Gregory's offer in mind. Once Jaeger was finally alone again, his expression softened just slightly. Quietly, he admitted to himself that Vlad had made him proud, though he was not exactly shocked by it. After all, since Jaeger was the one who had trained the boy, he felt that much was the bare minimum Vlad should be able to achieve. Not long after that, a brand new set of armor was brought out and unveiled before them, its fine craftsmanship immediately drawing everyone's eyes. The armor was apparently a gift Count Bayezid had personally sent for Vlad. Hearing that, Jaeger was visibly surprised, because even he had not expected the Count himself to prepare something like this for a mere vassal. Jaeger almost could not believe it, and another knight nearby seemed to feel the same way. In that knight's eyes, the armor looked far too valuable and far too generous to be given to someone of Vlad's current standing. As they continued staring at the beautiful armor, Sir Jaeger noticed what it was made from and narrowed his eye. He realized the leather came from an orc, and not just any orc, but a gray orc. Joseph Bayezid then confirmed that his observation was correct. Gray orcs were creatures found only in the northern lands, which made their leather rare and deeply tied to that region. Armor made from gray orc hide was not just equipment, it was the kind of thing that marked its wearer as a warrior of the north. Seeing such a rare gift being prepared for Vlad, Joseph concluded that his father had already taken a liking to the blonde boy. In his mind, Vlad must have done something to prove he was worth investing in, because earning the great Count Bayezid's approval in just 1 month was no ordinary accomplishment. Jaeger agreed with Joseph's judgment. At the very least, he said, there was not a single vassal in the manor who could truly stand as Vlad's equal anymore. Joseph admitted that he had heard the same thing, and by now the rumors about Vlad's strength had already spread widely. Still, even with Vlad achieving so much in such a short time, Joseph reminded his knights that they could not afford to sit back and do nothing. Then Joseph suddenly took out an envelope sealed in red wax. When Jaeger asked what it was, Joseph answered only vaguely, saying that this was their next step. After breaking the seal, Jaeger unfolded the paper and began reading through its contents. It did not take long for him to realize that this was no ordinary invitation. Joseph then looked to his trusted knight and asked whether Jaeger would be able to respond to it. Naturally, Jaeger was more than willing to act for his young master. On top of that, after spending so much time cleaning up after Vlad lately, he had plenty of pent-up frustration that needed somewhere to go. Joseph was delighted to hear that. With the matter settled, he confirmed their decision and announced that their next destination would be a place called Dirmar. Before long, a horse-drawn cart rolled across a bright, sunlit field, its wheels creaking gently as it moved along the open road. Inside the moving carriage, Joseph Bayezid sat across from Vlad, looking unusually excited about the journey ahead. Since they had time on the road, the young nobleman decided to teach Vlad a little about their destination, explaining that Dirmar was famous for its lemons, and that northerners had good reason to appreciate such a city, since fruit was something they rarely got to taste. Joseph went on to say that Dirmar was also one of the gateways leading toward the central regions. That position made the city especially important to the people of the north, both as a route and as a valuable point of connection. After listening to the explanation, Vlad asked with curiosity whether that importance was the reason Sir Jaeger was getting involved. Joseph confirmed that it was, then reminded Vlad that a crisis could always become an opportunity, especially when the crisis belonged to someone else. The crisis in question was the Heinel family succession dispute. Joseph believed that the invitation he had received from the legitimate heir was not just a formal message, but practically a cry for help. Once Joseph laid out the situation, Vlad sat there dumbfounded for a moment. Then he honestly admitted that the world of nobles was far more complicated than he had expected. Seeing the confusion and exhaustion written across Vlad's face, Joseph simplified the entire matter for him. In the end, he said, this journey and all the political drama around it came down to a fight over the land of Dirmar. Only then did Vlad finally understand, though he was still baffled that the dispute was happening between blood relatives. Joseph noticed Vlad's reaction right away and explained it without much surprise. Among nobles, he said, feuding with one's own blood was practically an old and well-established tradition. Elsewhere, the rightful heir of the Heinel family was a young blue-haired lady named Alicia Heinel. Her uncle Endre Heinel had become one of the people standing against her, claiming that Alicia had been born from an illegitimate relationship. Naturally, it was an extremely convenient story for him to spread among the people. After all, if Alicia were to mysteriously disappear for any reason, Endre Heinel would be the one most likely to become the next Baron Heinel. Alicia was the only child of the former Baron Heinel, but with her father's seat now empty. The fact that she was a woman made it easier for others to weaken and challenge her right to inherit. In the end, Alicia had no choice left but to prove her innocence through an honorable duel arranged under the authority of the church. Joseph reflected on Alicia's unfortunate circumstances and considered how their relationship stood in that strange noble sense, distant, but still close enough to matter, yet not close enough to be simple. Thinking back through his own bloodline, he admitted that through his mother's side, he was no more than Alicia's eighth cousin. Even so, that distant connection was still enough to establish a form of kinship between them. Because of that, Joseph believed they could use this chance to make the Heinel family indebted to House Bayezid. As he revealed this plan to Vlad, he also made it clear that his father, Count Bayezid, fully supported the move. After hearing all the layers hidden inside noble family politics, Vlad felt a little overwhelmed. Still, he could not deny that Joseph's plan was impressive, even if it made his head spin. As that thought passed through Vlad's mind, he looked outside and saw Sir Jaeger riding on horseback beside the carriage. Vlad realized that the knight must truly be honored, though he still did not quite understand why a family head would specifically invite Jaeger to defend his honor. While Vlad was thinking that, Jaeger suddenly sensed something from outside. He turned his sharp gaze toward the carriage window, stared directly at the blond boy, and asked what that insolent look in his eyes was supposed to mean. Vlad quickly denied that he had done anything wrong, but Jaeger seemed determined to pick a fight with him anyway. The knight snapped that it irritated him to see a lowly vassal like Vlad sitting comfortably inside the carriage, while the knight he served had to ride outside on horseback. Hearing that, Vlad looked embarrassed and had no clever excuse to offer. In the end, he could only admit that he had nothing to say in his own defense. Jaeger angrily continued, saying he had finally been ready to walk around with pride after hearing that Vlad had crushed the other vassals. But now that he had seen the boy could not even ride a horse, his disappointment was beyond words, and he felt furious at himself for wasting so much time teaching an idiot. The advanced knight was so annoyed that he kept scolding Vlad from outside the carriage, his voice carrying even when Vlad moved away from the window. Embarrassed as he was, Vlad tried to comfort himself by thinking that maybe he would be able to ride an expensive horse at least. Unfortunately for Vlad, Jaeger did not seem to think that argument made even the slightest bit of sense. Jaeger immediately crushed that idea, shouting that if anyone deserved to ride an expensive horse, it should be him, because he was far more of a noble than some kid dragged out of the back alleys. Jaeger yelled loudly enough for every word to sink into Vlad's head. But when the shouting finally faded, Vlad suddenly felt something strange happening inside him. Sensation seemed to come from inside his armor. Vlad pressed a hand against his chest, wondering if something was wrong with his body, because for the last few days his heart had been pounding wildly. Confused, he wondered if all of Jaeger's constant nagging had somehow caused it. Honestly, Vlad decided, it would not be that surprising if the nagging really was the reason. After all, Joseph would not stop talking in front of him, and beside the carriage, Yager seized every chance he could to scold him. But as much as Vlad would have preferred that first explanation to be true, he soon realized the strange sensation was not coming from his body at all. The ground beneath them was shaking. It was an earthquake. At that exact moment, the vibrations grew even stronger. Outside the carriage, the other knights shouted in alarm as they confirmed that the ground itself was rumbling. Jaeger noticed it too, and as panic began spreading through the traveling group, he immediately took command. His voice cut through the confusion as he ordered everyone to stop moving. He shouted for the riders to get off their horses, but with the violent shaking making every movement unstable, some of them struggled to dismount before the force threw them off completely. Inside the carriage, Vlad reacted quickly and told Joseph Bayezid to get out before he was hurt. Judging by the look on Joseph's face, that was not the kind of warning he had expected to hear from Vlad at that moment. After Vlad helped Joseph Bayezid get clear of danger, Joseph looked at the blonde boy with a calm expression and casually said his sincerity was admirable. Still, he told Vlad not to let himself panic too much over something like this. That response only left Vlad more confused, but before he could think too deeply about Joseph's strange calmness, the knights around them began sighing in relief. The violent shaking had finally passed, and everyone could breathe again. Vlad actually seemed a little excited as he admitted that this was the first earthquake he had ever experienced. But Joseph immediately corrected him, telling him that it was not an earthquake at all, then urged him to look carefully at the trail of destruction left behind. Once Vlad looked over the damaged ground, it was obvious Joseph was right. The torn-up earth did not look like the work of an ordinary tremor at all. It looked more like something enormous had burrowed straight through it, like a giant mole tearing beneath the surface. That guess was not too far from the truth, but Joseph revealed that the creature was actually a giant death worm. He explained that it was a remnant of the fallen dragon, and the moment Vlad heard that, his curiosity sharpened. In fact, Vlad looked genuinely delighted by the news. A smile spread across his face, and instead of being afraid, he admitted that something like that sounded incredibly exciting to him. Soon after, the group arrived at Dirmar, the Heinel family's city. It was a large settlement surrounded by towering fences and heavy pillars, standing apart from the outside world like a place carefully guarded from everything beyond its walls. When their carriage entered the city, the group eventually stopped at the Heinel estate and stepped down. There, Joseph Bayezid told Vlad that from this point on, he was free to move however he liked, leaving Vlad honestly surprised that the young master would let him roam an unfamiliar city on his own. When Vlad showed his confusion, Joseph simply added that he could bring Gertel along if he wanted. More importantly, Joseph emphasized that Vlad should move freely, look around as much as possible, and make sure he saw many things while they were staying in Dirmar. Even after Joseph had said it twice, Vlad still looked deeply suspicious. The idea that they were genuinely allowing him to wander around freely did not sink in easily for someone used to being watched, ordered around, or restricted. Vlad still did not seem completely convinced that he was allowed to do that. When Joseph noticed his strange reaction and asked whether he was dissatisfied, the blond boy immediately denied it, quickly saying he was perfectly fine with the arrangement and would gladly go sightseeing. But before Vlad could add anything else, Joseph cut him off and told him to think carefully about why he had brought him to Dirmar in the first place. An honorable duel was already a rare event, and Joseph wanted Vlad to understand the value of witnessing it. This time, the duel was even more unusual because it would be fought as a team event. On top of that, Joseph explained that knights from many different backgrounds had gathered in Dirmar, so he instructed Vlad to observe them closely and learn whatever he could from watching them. Vlad was caught off guard by that instruction, realizing that Joseph had not brought him along just to tag behind the group. There was a purpose behind this freedom, and Joseph clearly had something planned for him. Joseph understood that seeing something once could leave a deeper impression than hearing about it 10 times. That was why he intended to raise Vlad properly through real experiences, hoping the young knight in training would broaden his world little by little. Jaeger, however, only gave Vlad a blunt warning not to get beaten up in some random alley. Jaeger also informed Vlad that they would be warming up and sparring later that evening. But while the knight was still talking, Vlad showed a bit of attitude, trying to make it clear that he was not some complete idiot who needed every little thing explained. Unfortunately for Vlad, Jaeger did not seem to hold him in very high regard at the moment. The knight openly admitted that he had lost faith in him, especially after discovering that Vlad could not even ride a horse. A fresh wave of shame washed over Vlad as the same humiliating weakness was brought up yet again. After Jaeger finished mocking him, Joseph gave Vlad one final instruction. He had to report back every evening, and if he noticed any strange movements or unusual behavior in the city, he was to tell Joseph immediately. Once Joseph and Jaeger finally left, Vlad stood there and slowly absorbed the unfamiliar reality. For the first time in what felt like ages, He had free time that truly belonged to him, so Vlad decided to look around the estate first. It did not take long for him to notice that the building was smaller than the Bayezid mansion, and the whole place had an old, worn feeling to it, making him wonder whether it was being properly maintained at all. The more Vlad looked around, the harder it became to connect this place with Joseph's description of a city famous for lemons. If the Heinl family was supposed to be tied to such a valuable region, the estate itself certainly did not look like it had much money to spare. Just then, Vlad suddenly tightened his grip around his sword. The moment his hand touched it, the voice stirred again and began speaking to him. The voice revealed that it had been in Dirmar before. It said it remembered the tree on the hill, the one standing not too far away, as if that distant sight had awakened something buried deep inside it. When Vlad looked toward the tree, a faint smile appeared on his face. After such a long time, he admitted that he would need somewhere to pray. The graveyard, a mysterious leafless tree, rose high over the headstones, standing silently among the dead. The words lingered like an old vow, "I shall give you the sword, and you shall give me the memories." And somewhere nearby, someone unseen acknowledged that it was finally time to give something back, after taking for far too long. Meanwhile, inside the Heinl family mansion, Lady Alicia Heinl welcomed the visitors with composed courtesy. She thanked Joseph Bayezid for coming all this way after receiving her invitation. Joseph answered her with a polite smile, saying that of course he had to respond. After all, this matter concerned the crisis facing the rightful heir of the Heinl family. He then reminded her that the call of blood was the most important thing in a situation like this, especially between noble houses tied by kinship, no matter how distant. Joseph assured Alicia that Count Bayezid had already approved both the visit and their intervention. The only thing left now, he told her, was for Alicia herself to make her decision. Alicia replied without hesitation, making it clear that her mind had already been made up. She told Joseph that everything would proceed according to Count Bayezid's wishes. Of course, that would only matter if Alicia emerged victorious from the honorable duel that would decide both her fate and the future of the Heinl family. Hearing that, Joseph calmly assured Alicia that she had nothing to fear. Then he added with confidence that the sword of Bayezid had always promised victory. After that bold declaration inside the dimly lit room, Joseph and his men left the meeting behind and stepped out of the Heinl mansion. On the way out, one of Joseph's knights commented that Alicia should not be underestimated. Joseph agreed, admitting that her temperament as a future matriarch had been very easy to see. Joseph could tell that Alicia was holding herself together properly under all that pressure. He also remembered how she had managed to maintain the upper hand throughout their meeting, even while asking for help. Even so, Joseph confidently told his men that their plan would not change. A team battle was about to begin soon, and Alicia Heinl's entire future would be hanging on the outcome. Elsewhere, Vlad stood in the graveyard wearing his armor, quietly looking over the headstones before him. His thoughts drifted as he reflected that, in the end, memories were all that remained. Maybe that was why people were so desperate to leave traces of themselves behind. It made sense to Vlad in a strange way. When people looked back at those traces, even if they were like scars, the memories of that day could still rise clearly in their minds. Vlad gazed at one of the graves with a quiet longing in his eyes. As he stood there, he found himself wishing that he could do something like this for his mother as well. Then he noticed the wilted leaves scattered over the grave. Seeing them lying there made him think that this place was not being cared for as well as it should have been. So Vlad reached out and began cleaning it a little, gently brushing the dead leaves away from the grave with his hand. He suddenly paused, wondering if the sword had something to say about what he was doing. Vlad reminded the blade that it was only common courtesy to greet the owners of the land properly, but the voice denied having said anything at all. Vlad already understood what the voice wanted. Without making a fuss, he drew the blade and allowed it to face the grave as long as it wished. After all, he had skipped watching the nights he was supposed to observe just to come to this graveyard. In response, the voice thanked him, confirming that it had wanted to see this place all along. Vlad knelt before the graves and bowed his head, planting the sword into the earth in front of him. He remained like that for a while, silent and still, until a spirit appeared behind him. It was the ghost dwelling inside the sword, and as Vlad continued kneeling, the spirit began to remember fragments of its past. The spirit remembered that the tree in the cemetery had been much smaller back then. It wondered how long it had been since it last saw that tree, and as Vlad stayed kneeling before the graves, more memories surfaced. Then the spirit recalled that. The last time it came here, it had not been standing by that tree alone. But before the spirit could sink any deeper into those memories, something caught its attention and startled it. The spirit quickly warned Vlad that something was watching them. Even more strangely, it said that whatever was watching them seemed to recognize the spirit. Vlad was shocked by the warning, But before he could fully understand what was happening, the spirit made an unexpected request. It asked to borrow Vlad's human body for a short while. The request caught Vlad off guard, but he agreed almost immediately. Since it would only be for a moment, he decided there was no reason to refuse. Vlad closed his eyes and braced himself as the blue spirit behind him moved closer. Sure enough, the ghost entered his body, and in the next instant, a powerful surge of energy burst outward from him. Vlad is still trying to make sense of the strange change washing over him when, all at once, his glowing eyes widen so sharply, they look like they might burst right out of his face. He actually stammers for a moment, barely able to get the words out as he wonders what in the world that thing in front of him could be. And then, there it is, coiled among the branches of the tree, a gigantic white serpent staring down from above. Vlad has absolutely no idea what he is looking at, but the voice inside him calmly gives him the answer. That enormous white snake, strange as it seems, is also a spirit. The blue-eyed serpent fixes its gaze directly on Vlad, and the blonde swordsman can only stare back in confusion. How could something so huge, so solid, and so alive-looking be a spirit? The whole thing feels so bizarre that Vlad can't help admitting he has been running into far too many strange things lately. Then Vlad notices something else. The serpent spirit is definitely looking right at him, so he quickly points it out to the voice within him. But the voice corrects him, explaining that the snake is not truly looking at Vlad, it is looking at him, the spirit dwelling inside Vlad's body. Without warning, the enormous serpent begins sliding down from the tree, its long body moving closer branch by branch. Naturally, Vlad's nerves immediately tighten, and he shouts to warn the voice. But the voice simply tries to calm him down, telling him the snake probably will not bite. Vlad, however, is not convinced at all, because probably is not exactly comforting when a giant spirit snake is coming straight toward him. Yet, despite the serpent's massive size and unsettling appearance, Vlad slowly realizes something strange. It does not feel hostile. There is no killing intent, no pressure, no sense of danger at all, and that only makes him even more curious. Instead of fear, Vlad begins to feel a strange warmth coming from the snake, almost gentle enough to make him lower his guard. By the time the serpent comes face to face with him, that feeling reminds him of spring air drifting through the cold. But the moment is suddenly broken when a woman steps up behind him and asks who he is. The unfamiliar voice makes Vlad jolt in surprise. And at that exact moment, the white serpent spirit slowly fades away from sight, as if it had never been there at all. The woman narrows her eyes and asks how he managed to get into this place, but Vlad is left completely dumbfounded, still caught between the vanished spirit and the person now standing behind him. His silence only makes her more irritated. With a sharp tone, she tells him that no one except members of the Heinl family is allowed inside this graveyard. Judging by her outfit and the cleaning tools she carries, she seems to be a worker from the Heinl estate, which explains why she looks so stern and angry about finding an outsider there. After hearing her warning, Vlad quickly lowers his attitude and apologizes. He explains that he had only wandered in while searching for a quiet place to pray, never meaning to trespass on a noble family's private grounds. The blue-haired woman pauses at that and looks at him with clear suspicion, as if the idea of someone coming all the way here just to pray sounds far too strange to accept. Seeing the doubt written across her face, Vlad hurries to prove himself. He pulls out his badge and shows it to her, explaining that he is a vassal under Sir Yager, not some suspicious wanderer sneaking around the estate. Vlad holds the badge right in front of her, so she can see it clearly. The woman studies it with careful eyes, checking every detail, and only after confirming it does she finally accept that he is not someone she needs to treat as an immediate threat. Once she gives him that much approval, Vlad smiles with visible relief and thanks her. But right after that, the air between them turns awkward, and neither of them seems to know what to say next. The two of them just stand there, staring at each other in uncomfortable silence. Then Vlad finally realizes just how rude it must look for him to be lingering beside a nobleman's grave. He knows he has made a serious mistake, and now all he can do is hope this woman does not report the incident and drag young Lord Joseph into trouble because of him. And honestly, Vlad's fear is not unreasonable. If word of this reaches the wrong ears, he could be punished badly. And knowing Sir Jaeger, that punishment would probably be anything but light. So Vlad decides he has to say something, anything, that might convince her to let the whole matter disappear quietly. But with no clever excuse coming to mind, the young knight in training suddenly asks if there is any way he can help her. Of course, the question catches her completely off guard, since this strange boy she just caught trespassing is suddenly offering to assist her. While she is still trying to process that, Vlad keeps going and asks if she is a maid who came to tend the grave. The question surprises her all over again, and before she can even answer, He quickly adds that he had already cleaned the area a little before she arrived. The woman remains silent, with her arms crossed, just staring at him as if she is waiting to see where this is going. So Vlad fills the silence himself, explaining that there had been leaves piled up around the grave, and that he had cleared some of them away. She looks genuinely surprised to hear that he actually cleaned it. Vlad confirms it without hesitation, saying he thought it was only proper courtesy to greet the owners of the land respectfully. He points toward the grave, and the woman turns to look, clearly unsure how she is supposed to respond to him now. But Vlad does not stop there. He suddenly reaches for her bucket and cleaning tools, taking them as if it is already decided, and offers to handle the rest of her work himself. The woman is still too speechless to stop him, so she simply watches as he moves forward. That is when Vlad finally reveals the real reason behind his sudden helpfulness. He would be deeply grateful if she could let their earlier little encounter pass without mentioning it to anyone. Vlad admits that Sir Jaeger would be furious if he found out what happened. The moment those words leave his mouth, something seems to click in the blue-haired woman's expression. Her face shifts quickly from confusion to playful mischief. Instead of letting him off easily, she decides to use the situation against him, telling Vlad that she will only consider granting his request if he cleans the grave properly. The moment Vlad hears that, he knows he has stepped into trouble of a different kind. In his head, he bitterly curses his own luck and confirms a painful truth for himself. The pretty ones are always the hardest to persuade. He is clearly annoyed, but at this point, he has no real choice left. So Vlad gets down to work and starts scrubbing, while the mischievous woman watches him with a satisfied smile, clearly enjoying the power she now has over him. The scene shifts back to the Heinl family mansion, where the quiet tension of the graveyard is replaced by the sharp, violent sound of steel crashing against steel inside the estate. Hidden away from view, Vlad secretly watches a duel between knights unfold before him. His eyes stay locked on every movement, amazed that he is finally witnessing a true clash between trained warriors. As the fight continues, the voice from the sword comments that one of the knights is showing impressive strength. Vlad, still watching closely, asks if he is talking about Sir Colin. The voice confirms that he is, and even adds that if Vlad ever had to face that ferocious knight in battle, Sir Colin would be able to cut right through his bones. Vlad does not even try to argue with that assessment. He quietly admits that Colin really is strong, and the more he watches, the more he understands why that brutal knight has earned the nickname Dirty Boar of the Midlands. Even so, Vlad finds himself more impressed by the other knight, Sir Pablo of Arnstein. The voice agrees with him, noting that Pablo's shield techniques are excellent and that he has the experience to calmly parry most incoming attacks. Vlad keeps watching with intense curiosity, hardly able to believe that this is only a warm-up spar before the real event. The force, speed, and skill on display feel overwhelming, and he starts wondering whether someone truly needs to reach this level just to be called a knight. The voice reminds him not to overestimate every knight too much, pointing out that Sir Vorden is also considered a knight. Hearing that, Vlad accepts the point and realizes that even among knights, there are clear differences in ability. Still staring at the duel, Vlad begins to feel as if he finally understands something he never could have known back in Soara. The world is vast and his own place in it is still painfully small. With a tired sigh, he accepts that he has a long, difficult road ahead of him. At last, the day of the duel arrives. Inside the preparation area, someone is carefully helping a knight tighten the straps and fittings of his armor before the battle begins. That someone is Vlad, and the knight he is assisting is Sir Jaeger. As Vlad works on the armor, Jaeger gives him a blunt order to tighten it more firmly. Vlad obeys immediately, pulling the armor into place without complaint. But while his hands keep working, his attention drifts toward the very reason they came to the Heinl estate in the first place. Across the room stands a sharp, unpleasant-looking blue-haired man. Vlad is surprised to learn that this is Endre Heinl, the man trying to take away his niece's rightful claim. Vlad is pulled out of his thoughts when Sir Jaeger tells him to keep his eyes wide open during the fight. After all, chances to witness a genuine duel between knights do not come around every day. Before heading out, Jaeger also tells Vlad not to worry too much about whatever happened the day before. Vlad is startled because even though Jaeger does not know the exact details, he somehow noticed that Vlad had been hiding something. Seeing the boy's reaction, Jaeger teases him for looking so shocked, then explains that fear is written plainly all over his face. At that point, Vlad admits that the duel he secretly watched the previous day left a deep impression on him. The knights' skill had been monstrous, their strength overwhelming, and the sight had shaken him more than he expected. But Jaeger simply tells him that a child must learn to walk before trying to run, making it clear that Vlad is still nowhere near ready to rush toward that level. He explains that the higher a person's goal is, the longer and harder the road leading to it will be. It is not exactly comforting advice for a young swordsman hungry to grow stronger, but Vlad quietly admits that he understands. Their conversation is cut short when a voice suddenly rings out, ordering everyone present to show their respects. Vlad turns and sees the young mistress of the Heinel family approaching. He recognizes that she must be the master of Heinel, only to realize with a start that he has never actually seen her face before. From what Vlad has heard, she is still quite young. But the moment she enters the room, his stomach drops. He realizes he has made an enormous mistake because the so-called maid he met in the graveyard the day before is actually Lady Alicia Heinel herself. Vlad looks like he is about to cry on the spot, while the voice in his head dryly tells him to add insulting a noble to his growing list of offenses. Hearing that, Vlad can only curse inwardly, because by now he is already buried far too deep in trouble. Alicia Heinel is escorted in from the entrance, with all the dignity of the family's young ruler, and as she walks straight down the center of the hall, every knight on both sides lowers his head in respect. When Alicia reaches the spot where Vlad is standing, he desperately tries to disappear into the line of bowed knights. But her blue eyes immediately find him, locking onto him with unmistakable recognition, and Vlad's blood runs cold as he realizes she knows exactly who he is. At that point, Vlad has no choice but to keep his head lowered and pretend nothing is wrong, even though he knows the truth is already exposed. Alicia gives him a small, knowing smile as she passes, but once she reaches her throne, that playful look fades, and she takes on the stern presence of a proper ruler. After Alicia takes her seat, the priest steps forward and declares that the duel may now begin. Since both sides have arrived, he calls upon the gods watching over that place to bear witness, and announces that the result of the rising will stand as the proof. With that, the duel carrying everything on its blade is about to begin. This fight will decide Alicia Heinel's fate as heir, turning the hall into a solemn battlefield where honor, blood, and brutal strength will settle the struggle between her side and her uncle's. The tension is obvious just from the way the knights face one another, their eyes sharp, their hands ready, and every stare between the two sides carrying the weight of a coming storm. Before the blades are drawn, the meaning of noble blood becomes painfully clear. Noble blood is said to be blue because it bears the duties, burdens, and karma that ordinary warm red blood could never carry. But Alicia is not ready to let that blue blood turn cold in front of her. Not long after the duel begins, the young princess throws in the towel with fear in her voice, desperately shouting for the bloody clash between the two knights to stop. Alicia brings the fight to an end herself, declaring her surrender for one reason only. She wants to save the older knight, who has clearly suffered far more wounds and taken the worst of the exchange. But the injured swordsman remains standing, breathing hard through the pain, and refuses to accept that it is over. His body is covered in cuts, blood running from several wounds, yet he keeps his sword raised and insists that the battle has not ended yet. Priest addresses the wounded knight as Sir Duncan and reminds him that his master, Princess Alicia, has already thrown in the towel. With the surrender declared, the priest urges him to acknowledge defeat and put an end to the duel. His younger and stronger opponent also encourages him to lower his sword, telling him that it was a worthy fight. Even after defeating him, the young knight still recognizes Sir Duncan as his captain. Sir Duncan falls silent when he hears that word, because he never expected the young knight to still call him captain after everything. The old knight closes his eyes in quiet defeat, remembering how he once trained this energetic opponent and raised him to become the future of House Heinel. What he never imagined was that the boy he sharpened would return as the very blade meant to cut down his master. As that bitter thought settles in Sir Duncan's heart, shame weighs heavily on him. At the same moment, the priest raises his voice and announces that the victor of the duel is Andre Heinel's knight, Sir Chard. When Sir Colin, who also serves under Alicia's uncle, hears the result, he bursts into laughter and praises Sir Chard for giving their side such a strong opening. Andre Heinel smiles as well, clearly pleased with the first victory. And while that confidence still hangs in the air, the priest calls for the next two proxies to step forward. At a glance, everyone can tell the second duel will be fierce, because Sir Jaeger is now set to face the massive brute, Sir Colin. The two knights stare each other down from across the floor, and the priest gives one final reminder that the use of aura is strictly forbidden. That rule naturally favors Colin, whose size and raw strength already give him a powerful advantage. The priest then repeats the conditions of the duel. The fight ends if a proxy or that proxy's master surrenders, or if one of the knights is injured so badly that continuing becomes impossible. Once the rules are finished, Sir Jaeger turns his head and looks back at the anxious vassal watching him from the side. The green-eyed knight can clearly see the worry in Vlad's eyes, but instead of comforting him, Jaeger seems to decide that the boy needs to watch this properly. If Vlad cannot even walk yet, then there is no point thinking about running. Jaeger points toward his open eye, silently telling him to keep watching and miss nothing. That is because Sir Jaeger has already chosen this duel as Vlad's lesson for the day. The veteran knight draws his sword without fear and prepares to begin, making it clear that Vlad's study material this time will be none other than Sir Colin, the warthog of the central regions. As expected, the larger knight makes the first move, bringing his blade down in a powerful overhead strike. But Sir Jaeger remains calm, blocks the heavy blow with controlled ease, and immediately answers with a counterstrike just as fierce. Sir Colin handles the response without backing down, and when he notices that Jaeger's attack only carried a one-step difference, his confidence surges. In his mind, that tiny margin makes victory feel completely within reach. So Colin raises his sword again, gathering even more force into his arms. This time, he prepares to swing harder and faster, determined to crush through Jaeger's defense with brute power. Unfortunately for him, the skilled, one-eyed knight slips away from the first heavy strike almost casually. Colin tries to follow it up with another blow, but that swing misses as well, cutting through nothing but empty air. Even with only one eye, Sir Jaeger reads every movement Colin makes. It almost looks as if he can see the brute's next action before Colin himself fully commits to it. But that does not stop the wild boar of a man from attacking. Colin keeps swinging with all the speed and power he can muster, and even though he still has not landed a single hit, Endre is pleased to see that Colin's strength truly matches the rumors. The blue-haired uncle does not seem concerned by Colin's failure to connect. From where he stands, he believes his brute is pressuring Jaeger, overwhelming him and slowly driving him into a corner. One of the other knights on Endre's side hears that judgment and can barely hide his disappointment. To him, the idea that anyone could read the battle that way is almost ridiculous. He knows Colin is not overwhelming Jaeger at all. In fact, the flow of the fight is shifting in a strange direction, and he starts to wonder whether he is the only one sharp enough to notice it. He is certain Colin must be feeling it too by now. And sure enough, the so-called killer boar begins to lose patience. No matter how many times he swings, he still cannot reach Jaeger, and that frustration starts burning across his face. Sweat begins to gather on Colin as exhaustion creeps in. But Sir Jaeger only makes things worse by moving like a matador before a raging bull, calmly slipping around him and feeding his anger with every missed strike. With a cold, fearless look in his eye, Jaeger lets out a simple sound, almost as if he is casually acknowledging Colin's rage. That tiny provocation is enough to awaken the wild boar inside Colin completely. The insult sends Colin over the edge, and he charges at the one-eyed knight while cursing him furiously. But this is exactly what Jaeger wanted. He had already predicted Colin's uncontrollable outburst, and when the giant knight tries to bring down a killing blow, Jaeger lowers his stance into the perfect position for the true finishing strike. At that crucial moment, the voice tells Vlad to watch carefully, making it clear that this is the exact instant the boy is meant to burn into his eyes. Colin believes he is finally about to land a hit on Jaeger, completely unaware that he has stepped right into the place the veteran knight wanted him to be. With blistering speed, Jaeger blocks Colin's strike and creates a sudden gap between them. The voice begins guiding Vlad through what he is seeing, explaining that this opening is an unavoidable gap created the moment a blow is blocked. The voice goes on to explain that this is the essence of a counterattack technique. Vlad understands the idea at once, a move that turns the enemy's first strike into the chance to launch a follow-up attack. And sure enough, that is exactly what Sir Jaeger had been aiming for. In the next instant, Sir Colin is no longer standing tall before him. He is down on his knees. The brute is shaken, drained, and visibly terrified, because he finally understands that Sir Jaeger exists on an entirely different level from him. That level feels impossible for Colin to overcome, and with no strength left to deny it, he accepts his defeat. The priest then announces that Alicia Hino's proxy, Sir Jaeger, has won the round. Hearing that result, Alicia lets out a breath of relief, while across from her, Endre Hynal and his men scowl bitterly, their earlier confidence replaced by barely contained anger. Like the champion he is, Sir Jaeger walks back from the duel floor with victory behind him. When he reaches Vlad, he immediately asks whether the boy watched properly. Vlad answers with a smug little smile, making it clear that he saw everything, and he thanks Jaeger for giving him such a valuable lesson. But even with Jaeger's victory, the contest is not over yet, because Alicia and her uncle are now tied in wins. That means one final duel is needed to break the tie. For this decisive match, the blonde knight from earlier will face the purple-haired knight standing on Alicia's side. The blonde swordsman steps forward and introduces himself formally as Sir Pablo of Arnstein, clearly expecting his opponent to return the courtesy before they cross blades. Unfortunately for him, the purple-haired swordsman does not seem to care much for that kind of ceremony. He simply asks why Pablo is acting so stiff, pointing out that there is no need for such formality when they already know each other. Even with that mocking response, Pablo proves just how strict and proper he is by insisting on formal greetings. Left with no other choice, the purple-haired knight finally plays along and introduces himself as Jubert of Shahzad. The voice inside Vlad's head takes one look at Jubert and admits that Alicia has managed to secure an excellent fighter. According to the voice, Pablo and Colin may be around the same level, but Jubert stands far beyond their league. Then, in a sudden and confusing twist, Jubert turns away from his opponent and faces Joseph Bayezid and Alicia Heinel instead. The move leaves them unsettled because he is supposed to be fighting on Alicia's behalf. Joseph grows visibly worried, unable to understand why Jubert seems to be bidding them farewell before the duel has even begun. And before Joseph can even fully process what that strange gesture means, the situation is already shifting towards something far more troubling. Then, as if the situation was not tense enough already, Jubert of Shahzad calmly bows before Joseph Bayezid and Alicia Heinel, only to destroy the entire plan by announcing that he is withdrawing from the duel. The moment those words leave Jubert's mouth, everyone on Alicia's side freezes in horror. Alicia, Sir Jaeger, Vlad, and even the wounded Sir Duncan all stare in disbelief, unable to accept what they just heard. Joseph Bayezid looks the most furious of all. His face twists with rage so sharp that he looks ready to grab the purple-haired traitor, chew him to pieces, and spit him out right there in the hall. For Andre Heinel, however, Jubert's betrayal is wonderful news. He knows that if Alicia's proxy withdraws, the duel can be forced to end immediately. The ambitious uncle asks the room to confirm his claim, and Joseph only grows angrier as he finally understands the truth. Andre had been holding 4 cards from the very beginning, and Jubert was the final, most important one. While Joseph glares bitterly at the relentless uncle, Andre Heinel steps forward and declares before the gods that he is the only true Heinel, openly acknowledging his own claim with smug certainty. Even though it already looks as if Andre has won, Joseph Bayezid refuses to let the matter end in such a disgraceful way. He suddenly raises his voice and announces that the duel is not over yet. The confident smirk spread across his face. Andre points out that Alicia's proxy has withdrawn from the duel. He even taunts Joseph, saying he understands how the young master must feel, before repeating once again that the duel has already ended. But Joseph answers him without hesitation, his voice cold and blunt. As far as Joseph is concerned, this fight cannot end until he himself is convinced. Then, with a dangerous look darkening his face, Joseph makes his position perfectly clear. The Bayezid family has no intention of simply accepting whatever outcome these people try to force on them. Joseph refuses to step back and insists that the fight is not finished. Seeing the tension rising, one of Andre's advisors quietly urges him to at least listen to what Joseph has to say. The advisor reminds Andre that Joseph Bayezid represents the north, while their own knights answer to the center, meaning this dispute could grow far beyond the hall. The advisor warns that if they mishandle the situation now, a conflict between the north and the center could break out. Hearing that, the blue-haired menace is forced to recognize that his advisor has a point. Now visibly irritated and uncertain, Andre turns back toward Joseph and asks what exactly the young master expects him to do. Joseph feels a small measure of relief when Andre finally gives him room to speak. But he also knows the best possible outcome has already slipped away. At this point, his goal is no longer a clean victory. He has to avoid the worst-case scenario, and to do that, he needs a defeat that is certain, controlled, and useful enough to give them a path forward afterward. With that in mind, Joseph addresses Andre directly and asks him to allow the duel to continue. He argues that they cannot allow Lady Alicia's reputation to be stained by something as disgraceful as a forfeit. Of course, Andre immediately asks whether Joseph actually has someone who can stand in for Sir Jubert. Feeling certain there is no possible replacement, he agrees that he will accept the request if Joseph can produce someone willing to fight. Andre knows that Sir Duncan is the only knight Alicia has left, and there is also an unwritten rule preventing guests from bringing too many knights into another house's affairs. Because of that, Andre is delighted and completely confident, convinced that there is no way the duel can continue. But Joseph simply stares him down with a challenging fire in his eyes. Then he reveals that he does, in fact, have someone who can fight in Jubert's place. Andre is left shocked and confused by the declaration. Then Joseph Bayezid presents a warrior before everyone in the hall, offering him in the name of Princess Alicia's honor. And when Joseph points, every eye turns toward none other than Vlad of Sowara. Vlad clearly did not expect to be chosen, but even so, the blonde boy somehow manages to look steady, strong, and almost strangely confident as everyone's attention falls on him. Not surprisingly, Andre refuses to accept the challenge. His anger flares as he argues that Vlad is not even a knight, then declares that a mere vassal has no right to stand in a duel like this. Joseph immediately counters him, reminding the ambitious uncle that in a duel of honor, anyone who takes up a sword has the right to fight. But Andre keeps pressing the issue, insisting that Vlad cannot be accepted because his opponent is a true knight. Forcing Sir Pablo of Arnstein to face a vassal, he claims, would be nothing less than an insult. This time, Joseph's patience snaps. He turns his sharp anger on Endre and his men, demanding to know whether they thought about the honor of House Bayezid when they allowed this disgraceful scheme to unfold. Everyone falls silent as Joseph scolds them for daring to provoke the Bayezid family with such a shallow trick. After that, he stakes his own word on Vlad, openly vouching for the boy's reputation in front of the entire room. With Joseph pressing him this hard, Endre is forced to comply. He allows the duel to proceed, though he clearly believes that a lowly vassal like Vlad will not be able to accomplish anything meaningful. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger is already helping Vlad prepare his armor for the duel. Vlad still cannot quite believe that he is about to fight a real knight, but Jaeger confirms it in such a casual tone that he makes the whole thing sound almost ordinary. Vlad, not exactly reassured, asks if he is at least not going to die out there. Jaeger tells him that if things reach the worst possible point, he will step in. That answer does not comfort Vlad much because even Jaeger's worst possible point still sounds extremely bad for him. But Jaeger offers no extra reassurance and simply stays silent. Vlad notices that silence right away and gets irritated, glaring at the veteran knight for not even trying to say something more encouraging before sending him into danger. While Vlad is still scowling at Jaeger, Joseph suddenly calls out to him. Before Vlad can properly react, the young master steps forward and pulls him into a warm embrace. As expected, Vlad finds the sudden hug incredibly awkward. He stiffens in Joseph's arms and mutters that the young master really does not need to make such a public display out of this. But before Vlad can finish complaining, Joseph leans close and whispers into his ear. He tells Vlad to endure for just 10 minutes. What looks like a sentimental embrace is actually part of Joseph's plan. Joseph reveals that he already has a plan in motion and has given Sir Vorden the necessary orders. All they need now is for Vlad to buy them time. So Vlad quietly asks whether 10 minutes will really be enough. Joseph admits that in this case, the longer Vlad can last, the better. Vlad understands what is being asked of him, accepts the burden, and promises that he will do everything he can to help. The hug finally ends, and Vlad steps away with determination burning in his eyes. As he heads toward the duel floor, Joseph watches him go and tells him to be careful. Vlad walks up before Princess Alicia Hainol's throne, stops in front of her, and lowers himself in a respectful bow. Alicia acknowledges him, granting him the right to stand for her, and Vlad turns from the throne to face his opponent, the mighty Sir Pablo of Arnstein. The two fighters face each other across the floor. Vlad draws his sword and introduces himself as Vlad of Sora, but Pablo only answers with a hard, furious glare. Pablo is so insulted that he immediately drops his shield, refusing even the dignity of a proper exchange. He tells Vlad that the boy is not worthy of hearing his name, calling him an unworthy brat, and declaring that the duel stopped being honorable the moment Vlad stepped into it. Pablo may think he is the only one being insulted, but he has no idea how deeply those words anger Vlad. Because if there is one thing Vlad cannot stand, it is someone deciding another person's worth. The blonde swordsman's thoughts drift back to his life in Soara, to the ugly streets where people without value were expected to stay invisible. He wonders why those with power always try to keep every beautiful, shining thing for themselves. Vlad may have come from a place where people were treated as worthless, but that does not mean he plans to live and die as a nobody. With that fire in his chest, he raises his sword and boldly asks Pablo what exactly makes him seem so lacking. By now, Vlad's eyes are glowing with fierce intensity, making it clear that Pablo's words have struck a nerve he should never have touched. Vlad demands that Sir Pablo tell him what makes the two of them so different. But even after seeing the power burning in the boy's eyes, Pablo only sneers and taunts him further, saying that Bayezid's standards must have fallen terribly low. Naturally, Vlad is not about to let that insult pass. But before he can answer, Sir Pablo cuts him off and tells him he may ignore the normal rules of the duel. Pablo draws his own blade and challenges Vlad to come at him with everything he has. Even then, he coldly declares that he will cut this fight down before it ever has a chance to bloom. At that point, Vlad's anger finally boils over. He charges straight at Pablo with everything in his body, because this is the day he refuses to be treated as nothing. With all his strength, Vlad brings his sword down in a massive strike against Sir Pablo of Arnstein. But Pablo's experience shows immediately. He blocks the attack, and the two swordsmen lock into a fierce clash of blades. They hold that position for a tense moment before Pablo suddenly notices something unusual about Vlad's sword and shoves the boy back to create distance. Vlad does not hesitate for even a second. He charges in again, determined to win because for the first time in his life he has raised his sword, not for himself, but for someone else. The blue-eyed swordsman rushes forward to deliver another powerful attack, and the voice inside his head calmly guides him, telling Vlad to aim for Pablo of Arnstein's left side. the same side Pablo had been protecting with his shield earlier. Vlad follows the voice's advice and drives his attack toward Pablo of Arnstein's left side, forcing the knight to react at the last instant. Pablo barely gets his blade into position in time, stopping the strike just before it can break through. The voice quietly admits that habits can be terrifying things, because even a skilled knight's body remembers what it is used to protecting. After seeing Vlad's sharp attempt, Endre Heinel begins to look slightly uneasy, realizing that the blonde swordsman's speed is far beyond what he expected from an ordinary boy. Meanwhile, Sir Pablo of Arnstein refuses to retreat or show weakness. He had promised to end this duel quickly, and his pride will not allow him to back down now. But even Pablo can no longer deny what is right in front of him. Vlad is not just swinging wildly. There is a natural instinct in the boy's movements, especially in the raw ferocity behind every attack. That ferocity feels almost like a starving wolf lunging for survival, hungry, desperate, and unwilling to let go once it has found its prey. Even with Vlad looking this terrifying in the moment, the experienced knight still believes the outcome is his to control. Pablo acknowledges that Vlad has impressive spirit, but the look in his eyes makes it clear that spirit alone will never be enough to defeat him. Vlad catches that shift in Pablo's expression and immediately senses what is coming. The knight's posture, his grip, and the weight settling into his stance all tell Vlad that a powerful strike is about to fall. Sure enough, Pablo of Arnstein swings with tremendous force, bringing his sword down toward Vlad in a heavy, crushing attack. Vlad manages to block it, but the impact is brutal. As their blades grind together, Pablo stares him down and tells him that he cannot win, because he still has not reached the level he needs. Pablo's blow carries so much power that even after blocking it, Vlad is forced down onto one knee. The knight does not ease up for even a second, pressing his sword down with overwhelming strength as Vlad's arms tremble from the strain of holding him back. The boy from Sora gathers every bit of strength he has left, groaning through the pain as he struggles to stop Pablo from crushing him. In that moment, the pressure feels less like a duel and more like being beaten over and over again with stones. As Vlad begins to wear down, Sir Pablo lifts his sword again and asks whether the boy is done playing tricks. Then he brings down an even stronger strike than before, and somehow, despite the heavier force behind it, Vlad manages to block it again. The impact is so overwhelming that Vlad has to catch the attack from below with both hands on his sword, his whole body bracing beneath the weight of Pablo's swing. While Vlad is desperately struggling to hold the blade back, the voice warns him not to keep meeting Pablo's attacks head-on like this. Instead, the voice tells Vlad to find a way to parry, to redirect the force rather than absorb it directly. Determined to follow that advice, Vlad tries to deflect Pablo's next heavy swing, but the attempt does not go the way he hoped. This time, Pablo's strike sends Vlad flying sideways, the force launching him across the floor until his body crashes hard into the wall. Vlad cries out in pain as his back slams against the wall, the shock running through his entire body. Even so, he refuses to collapse completely. Instead, Vlad lands on one knee like a true knight trying to hold his ground, already preparing to rise again. But Pablo is moving in, ready to end the fight for good. The experienced knight walks toward him like a lion approaching wounded prey. As Vlad struggles to push himself back up, Pablo watches him closely, his eyes narrowing as if something about the boy has begun to occupy his thoughts. Then, all of a sudden, Pablo calls Vlad's performance impressive. He admits that although it is still too early for him, the boy is at least worthy of resisting him. But Vlad does not feel honored by that at all, because he still hates hearing people decide what someone is worth. Pablo raises his sword to bring the duel to an end, and says it is a shame he had to meet such a promising young swordsman under these circumstances. He tells Vlad to come find him again someday, as if this ending has already been decided. But Vlad of Sora has never been the kind of person who gives up just because someone stronger tells him to. The voice tells him that he has worked hard, and those words seem to stir something deep inside Vlad. In the next instant, his eyes begin to glow even brighter than before. Vlad sees Pablo's sword descending to finish the duel, but he refuses to let that be the end. At the very last moment, in a shocking turn no one expects, he moves his own blade and deflects the strike away. Everyone watching is stunned into silence, including Sir Jaeger, who had already been preparing to step in and stop the fight. Endre Heinel and his men stare with their jaws nearly dropping, unable to process what just happened. Even Princess Alicia Heinel looks shaken, her eyes wide as she struggles to believe what she has just witnessed. Sir Pablo is just as taken aback. For a moment, he can only stare at Vlad and wonder whether this boy truly just used a counterattack technique against him. And sure enough, that is exactly what Vlad did. The blonde swordsman has just used the very technique he learned by watching none other than Sir Jaeger. While Pablo is still trying to accept what happened, the spectators around the hall begin murmuring, each of them struggling to make sense of the impossible sight. They cannot understand how a mere squire managed to stop the sword of a seasoned knight. Endre convinces himself it must have been a coincidence, refusing to believe Vlad meant to do it, especially when the exhausted boy looks like he can barely lift his sword anymore. And in truth, Vlad is nearly drained dry. His shoulders rise and fall with heavy breaths, and his whole body looks like it might give out at any moment. But even with exhaustion dragging him down, the boy from Soara still refuses to surrender. The fire in his eyes makes it clear that he is ready to keep fighting, no matter how much pain he has to endure. Sir Pablo hears the murmurs behind him and catches what Endre says, but in his own mind he completely disagrees. There is no way Vlad's move was mere coincidence. It was something strange, something outside ordinary expectations, and even Pablo has trouble accepting it. Pablo's thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Vlad weakly asks him why. The knight does not understand the question at all, since as far as he knows, Vlad cannot possibly be reading what is in his mind. And Vlad makes things even more confusing by asking why it is only him. At that point, Pablo can only wonder whether the boy has lost consciousness or started speaking nonsense from sheer exhaustion. Vlad keeps mumbling in a tired, broken voice while his blue eyes slowly begin to close. Pablo studies him more carefully and starts to wonder whether the blonde boy is seeing something inside his own memories. Vlad's body looks so exhausted that he almost seems asleep where he stands, caught somewhere between the duel before him and the memories pulling him inward. In that haze, dirty shoes appear against the sand, carrying Vlad back to the back alleys of Sora. Back then, he had always been a boy without rights, a child treated as if he had no place to stand, even though he desperately wanted to become something more. Vlad had always longed for the beautiful, shining things beyond his reach. He wanted strength, he wanted ability, he wanted opportunity, but more than anything, he wanted the right to claim them. In that memory, the poor blonde boy stands in the sand with his worn, filthy shoes, staring up at a special sword hanging outside an old blacksmith's shop. It is the same sword that had haunted his thoughts from the very first day he saw it. No matter how badly he wanted it, a rare thing like that was never something a boy from the alleys could afford. Those unreachable treasures are exactly what made Vlad ache for the right to step into a brighter place, somewhere beyond being the underprivileged child, forced to watch from the shadows. As the memory of Soara begins to fade, Vlad snaps out of the trance. His eyes open wide, burning with determination and anger, as he declares that he wants to stand in that shining place too. That sudden awakening shocks Pablo, because for a moment it looks as if Vlad has risen back up from the dead. Pablo can feel it immediately. The fight is no longer the same. The confidence that filled his face only moments ago begins to crack, because something inside Vlad is changing right before his eyes. A brilliant flower, one no one has ever seen before, begins to bloom. An unbelievable aura surrounds Vlad as he pushes himself back up, ready to continue the duel of honor. In the next moment, Vlad and Pablo clash swords again. But this time, Vlad's blade does not tremble under the force. Andra Heinel and his men are left completely bewildered by the sight. Andra can barely comprehend what his own eyes are showing him. Vlad's hands are covered in blood as he tightens his grip around the sword, refusing to let pain, fear, or exhaustion make him release it. Sir Jaeger is just as shocked as everyone else, because he knows very well that he did not show Vlad that technique expecting the boy to actually use it in battle. Sir Jaeger had only shown Vlad that movement as a way to sharpen his focus on the basics. He never expected this absurdly talented young swordsman to drag that lesson into a real duel and pull off a technique that should have been far beyond him. The duel grows even more aggressive as Vlad and Sir Pablo of Arnstein continue trading blows head-on, their blades crashing again and again, while neither swordsman shows the slightest intention of stepping back. Sir Jaeger is still stunned as he watches his vassal use such a dangerous technique in the middle of battle. Vlad swings hard at Sir Pablo, and Pablo studies the strike carefully, realizing that the sharp, scattered edge at the tip of Vlad's sword has already disappeared. That change tells Pablo something important. The boy from Soara is no longer just attacking with raw anger or desperate instinct. His blade is now filled with a resolve that has settled firmly into place, and Pablo cannot help finding that fascinating. Vlad keeps attacking with every ounce of strength and determination he can squeeze out of his battered body, but the sight raises a deeper question. Where exactly is that fierce resolve trying to lead him? Just as Vlad prepares to deliver another heavy strike, Sir Pablo is already waiting for it. The knight braces himself, meets the attack directly, and their swords collide once more with a violent ring of steel. Then Pablo notices Vlad's bloodied hands wrapped tightly around the sword, and a chill runs through him. For one alarming moment, it feels as if the boy's sword itself is howling. Pablo realizes that Vlad's sword is on the verge of blooming at any moment. While that thought weighs on him, Vlad pulls himself together and prepares to swing again with the same reckless intensity. Seeing what is about to happen, Pablo understands that he cannot treat this as a simple duel anymore. As a knight, he has a duty to face the moment properly. The seasoned knight raises his sword to meet Vlad's attack with his own strength, and once again the two blades slam together in a fierce clash. Pablo's intention becomes clear. He plans to receive and block every one of Vlad's strikes, not merely to stop him, but to draw out the world inside the young swordsman, the world that is about to burst into full bloom. Vlad holds his ground against the experienced knight, and the two remain locked in a fierce struggle until little by little a strange power begins to rise from Vlad's sword. The people gathered around the duel floor stare in shock and confusion as that power appears before their eyes, unable to understand what they are witnessing. Even Jubert of Shazad is left bewildered, and Sir Jaeger's expression tightens as he realizes what is unfolding in front of them. This is not just a strange surge of strength, it is a premonition. When Sir Pablo sees it as well, he suddenly calls out in urgency for his shield, demanding that someone bring one to him immediately. A young squire reacts at once, rushing toward Pablo's side with the shield in hand, hurrying to deliver it before the next clash begins. Now armed with his shield again, Pablo strikes his sword against it with a heavy sound and finally gives Vlad the name he had refused to offer before, introducing himself properly as Sir Pablo of Arnstein. With his stance reset and his resolve sharpened, Pablo prepares to continue the brutal fight. He calls Vlad a boy who has rights, then asks him to give his own name in return. Vlad looks back at him with glowing eyes and answers that he is a boy born in a place without rights. The moment those words leave him, the world around him seems to fall away, pulling him once more into his memories of Sora. In that memory, Vlad's small footsteps press into the sand as he walks away from the sword hanging on the wall. But he is not wandering without purpose. He is walking toward the place that shines. As that brilliant place takes shape in his mind, a voice tells him that he has already proven his own rights. Vlad stands before that shining place and stares at it, as if it holds everything he has ever wanted, until his blue eyes slowly begin to glow with a golden light. But that golden glow quickly fades back into blue, because now, more clearly than ever, the young swordsman understands who he truly is. The voice urges him to shout out his identity with pride, and this time Vlad does not hesitate. Power surges around Vlad's entire body as he charges toward his opponent, and with his sword raised high, he declares his name for all to hear. He is Vlad of Sora. The aura pouring from Vlad shines so fiercely that it turns into a blinding light, forcing nearly everyone in the hall to squint or look away. Even Joseph Bayezid has to shield his eyes from the radiance, while Sir Jaeger watches anxiously to see what will happen next. Andre Heinel refuses to look away either, and despite the fearsome aura surrounding Vlad, Sir Pablo remains completely undaunted. Instead of covering his eye against the overwhelming light, Pablo opens it wide. His gaze burns with a fierce golden glow as he faces Vlad head-on. That power wraps around Pablo like a blazing force, and he challenges the young swordsman to come at him one more time. Sir Pablo of Arnstein urges Vlad of Sora to attack, and Vlad answers without hesitation, rushing forward to continue the brutal duel. Vlad roars like a warrior and leaps into the air, terrifying aura surging around him as he aims to deliver a decisive sword strike, but Pablo is ready to receive it, planting his massive shield in place and bracing for the impact, while the fierce energy around him makes him look as though he is wrapped in an inferno. The two powers collide, and for a moment, the entire scene is swallowed by white. When the light clears, the first thing visible is Vlad's bloodied hand, still gripping his sword against the ground. Sir Pablo looks down at the young swordsman with a gentle smile on his face, almost like a proud father watching a child take his first true step forward. Pablo sits near Vlad, who lies unconscious beside him, and quietly admits that the boy fought very well. Vlad is completely out, bruises marking his face after that intense final clash, but while he sleeps peacefully, Andre Heinel immediately tries to stir up trouble. The troublesome uncle starts shouting that Vlad used aura during the duel, even though aura was forbidden. Andre demands that the young swordsman be disqualified for it, but his words only disgust Sir Pablo. Pablo fixes his gaze on the blue-haired nuisance, appalled that even after witnessing such a beautiful flower bloom, Andre can only think about the fruit that might appear once the flower falls. Just then, Sir Pablo turns his head and sees Joseph Bayezid and Sir Jaeger walking toward him. Both of them understand what Pablo did in the duel. They know he helped bring about the blooming of Vlad's flower, and because of that, they thank him for fulfilling his duties as a knight. Pablo answers calmly that he only did what he was meant to do. Still, he admits that helping Vlad bloom was an honorable moment for him as well. After that brief exchange, Joseph turns toward the priest and asks him to confirm whether Vlad truly used aura during the duel. The priest answers that Joseph is correct. What appeared around Vlad was indeed aura. Hearing that confirmation, Joseph asks the priest to decide which stands above the other, the sacred rules governing a duel or the code of the Swordmaster. The question catches the priest completely off guard, and his face goes pale, as if Joseph has just placed something terrifying in front of him. The Swordmaster is a title held by only one person in all of human history. A code is attached to that honored title, and Joseph explains that the code represents both honor and duty, while also carrying a connection to royal authority. Once he finishes explaining, Joseph turns his attention to the blue-haired uncle and his men. He addresses Andre Heinel directly, telling him that a rule and a code are now clashing, then asks him to choose which should come first, honor or duty. Joseph makes it clear that no one present can easily declare one higher than the other. Because of that, he argues that the matter must be reported to the Holy See in the royal palace. With that reasoning laid out, Joseph concludes that the result of the duel will be postponed until a definite answer comes from there. And in that moment, the truth becomes clear. Every young and tender thing in this world deserves the right to let its flower bloom. Vlad lies unconscious after his clash with Sir Pablo, but the fact that his flower has finally bloomed makes the beauty of possibility feel almost overwhelming. The voice says that every young soul capable of expressing itself as its own world is precious, and for that reason, all knights must faithfully protect those fleeting, irreplaceable moments. The voice calls upon all who raise honorable swords to swear by his name, vowing that they will carry out their duties and protect what must be protected. At that moment, the truth behind the man's identity finally becomes clear. The one speaking before them is none other than the Swordmaster himself, the founding king whose name still echoes through history. And as every knight in the hall lowers their head in respect, the Swordmaster calmly reveals the meaning behind his words. What he has just spoken is his very first code. After that intense duel comes to an end, the story moves to the Heinel mansion, where Vlad is finally lying in bed, slowly waking from the deep rest his battered body desperately needed. After all, Vlad had just crossed swords with one of the strongest knights in the entire land, and somehow he had managed to endure it. When he finally opens his eyes, a pained groan slips out of him, and we can see both of his hands wrapped tightly in bandages from the cuts he suffered during the fight. The first thing Vlad does after coming back to his senses is call out for Gerta, assuming his loyal attendant is standing nearby at the side of the bed. His throat dry and his body aching, Vlad asks for water, and someone beside him quickly moves to pour a cup for him. But even while the water is being brought over, Vlad can barely keep from groaning again, complaining under his breath that every bone in his body feels like it has been beaten to pieces. When the cup is finally placed in his hands, Vlad lifts his eyes properly for the first time and freezes in surprise. The person standing before him is not Gerta at all, but the young master, Joseph Bayezid. Joseph does not seem bothered in the slightest by serving him water. Instead, he looks genuinely relieved, admitting that he is simply glad to see the blonde swordsman awake and with his strength returning. Vlad immediately stiffens and apologizes for making Joseph run an errand for him, but Joseph quickly waves away the concern. He tells Vlad there is no need to worry about such things and urges him to stay comfortable. With both hands wrapped so thickly in bandages that they almost look like a mummy's, Vlad carefully accepts the cup of water. Joseph watches him closely and asks whether any part of him hurts more than the rest, but Vlad answers that nothing in particular stands out. Joseph then thanks him with a serious expression, admitting that he never expected his young vassal to go that far or accomplish so much during the duel. After that, Joseph takes a seat beside Vlad's bed and quietly tells him the result of what happened. Because of Vlad's actions, the duel has now been postponed. Vlad cannot immediately understand what Joseph means. He had passed out right after the fight, so everything that followed is a complete blank to him. Seeing his confusion, Joseph explains that the duel was delayed before any final conclusion could be reached, because the rules of the sacred duel became tangled together with the Swordmaster's code. The moment Vlad hears the word Swordmaster's code, his attention sharpens. That phrase is not unfamiliar to him because the voice had once spoken to him about it before. Joseph goes on to explain that anyone who wishes to become a knight must one day swear an oath according to the Swordmaster's code. Then he adds that, if everything continues to go well, the day will eventually come when Vlad makes that pledge himself. Those words instantly pull Vlad into his own imagination. For a moment, he can already picture himself as a true knight, covered from head to toe in shining armor, carrying a great sword at his side, and riding proudly on the back of a powerful horse. Joseph breaks him out of that little dream when he suddenly rises from his seat. Before leaving, he tells Vlad to take good care of himself, then adds that staying in the Heinel mansion for too long could bring its own kind of trouble. Vlad quickly insists that he is already fine, almost ready to say he can leave right away. But Joseph cuts him off before he can finish, making it clear that he will not allow that. Joseph cannot let a future knight throw himself out of bed before his body has truly recovered. After all, he is the kind of person who knows how to treasure things that are genuinely worth protecting. Elsewhere in the mansion, Lady Alicia stands by the window, gazing outside with a heavy, distant look in her eyes. One by one, she watches the guests leave, and frustration quietly builds inside her because she was not even able to properly warn them before they departed. She asks whether Endre has left as well, but her knight reminds her that her uncle's departure was delayed along with the duel. He then reassures her that he has already requested personal protection for her through the church priest. But that news only deepens Alicia's bitterness. The very people who tried to drive her toward ruin are now leaving in peace, and she says it feels as though her heart is being crushed. As she struggles with that pain, the old knight calmly tells her that the time for revenge will come later. For now, these harsh days demand that she become stronger, and more importantly, that she secure complete control over Dirmar. Alicia steadies herself and accepts the truth of his words. No matter how painful it is, she understands that gaining firm control over Dirmar is exactly what she must do. Then, as if forcing herself back to practical matters, Alicia suddenly asks how the lemon harvest is progressing. Unfortunately, the answer she receives is not encouraging. Alicia grows worried when she hears that production continues to decline, and she wonders aloud whether they should begin planting more barley instead. Sir Duncan advises caution, telling her that they should wait and observe the situation a little longer. Changing the entire industrial structure of the region is not something that can be done lightly. Alicia agrees, knowing full well that a choice like that would affect far more than a single harvest. At this stage, it is simply too difficult to decide in haste. She lets out a tired sigh, feeling as though every time she clears one mountain-sized obstacle, another one immediately rises in front of her. Then something outside the window catches her attention, and she turns to ask Sir Duncan about it. Alicia asks whether most knights know how to ride horses, and the question takes the old knight completely by surprise. To Sir Duncan, the answer is obvious. Anyone who calls himself a knight should naturally be able to ride. In Sir Duncan's eyes, a man who cannot ride a horse can hardly be called a knight at all. Horsemanship is considered almost as important as skill with a sword, and as he explains this, Alicia keeps looking outside with a faintly amused expression. Alicia quietly concludes that even the gods do not give everything to one person. Curious about what has drawn her gaze, Sir Duncan steps closer to the window and looks outside, only to be stunned by what he sees. Down below, Vlad is desperately trying to stay mounted on a horse, clinging on with everything he has as the animal bucks beneath him like he has been thrown into the middle of a wild rodeo. Jaeger stands nearby, silently watching the disaster unfold with visible disappointment. Even from the window, Sir Duncan can practically feel the advanced knight's frustration radiating from him. Before long, Vlad is thrown straight off the horse and crashes hard onto his back. The pain is written all over his face, and it is hard not to feel sorry for him, especially since he only recently survived that brutal duel. Vlad lies there for a moment, catching his breath while rubbing his aching back. But Jaeger simply reminds him that he was the one who claimed he could ride an expensive horse. Vlad fires back that maybe the horse just needs to be a little more expensive. As expected, that smart remark is enough to push the short-tempered knight over the edge, and Jaeger delivers a powerful smack to the back of Vlad's head, while telling him to think before opening his mouth. Vlad groans from the blow, then protests that he did manage to get onto a horse the last time he tried. The problem, however, is that Gerda was the one steering it back then. As Vlad tries to explain, Gerda quickly steps in to defend him, insisting that Vlad really did get on the horse. The moment Sir Jaeger hears that explanation, he realizes the situation is much worse than he first thought. At first, Jaeger had believed he could simply teach Vlad how to ride through ordinary training, but now that every attempt keeps failing, he begins to wonder whether the problem might not be Vlad alone, but the horse itself. He watches as Gert tries to lead the horse back toward Vlad, only for the animal to start backing away from him. The horse is not just nervous, it is glaring at Vlad as if it wants nothing to do with him. Jaeger starts to suspect that there may be something about Vlad that the horse is afraid of, though he cannot yet understand what it is. With no clear answer for the moment, he decides to end the training for the day. Vlad asks whether they will continue practicing tomorrow, but to his surprise, the advanced knight says they should skip the next day's training as well. That answer leaves Vlad completely confused, and he immediately asks Jaeger when he is supposed to learn how to ride a horse if they keep putting it off. Jaeger replies that they are delaying that part of his training for now. Vlad, sounding annoyed, points out that he has heard that same kind of excuse far too many times since arriving in Dirmar. The hot-headed knight bluntly asks whether Vlad has a problem with that, and of course, Vlad cannot resist poking at him, casually admitting that he might have just a small problem with it. Hearing that, Jaeger can only let out a weary sigh. At this point, he understands that there is no easy cure for his squire's bratty mouth or stubborn attitude. Jaeger turns and starts walking away, saying they can think about the horse problem again once they return to Sturma. Besides, he has other work waiting for him later that day. Once Jaeger leaves, Goethe finally looks at Vlad and asks the question hanging in the air. Why do horses seem to hate him more and more as time passes? By now, Vlad is starting to look genuinely worried, afraid that even more expensive horses might refuse to let him ride them. Seeing how badly things are going, Goethe suddenly throws out a ridiculous suggestion and says that maybe Vlad should try riding a cow instead. Goethe thinks it should be easier since cows are definitely slower and duller than horses, but Vlad only feels more insulted the longer he listens to that ridiculous suggestion. Vlad snaps at Goethe, accusing him of running his mouth without thinking, and even scolds him with the same warning Jaeger had just used earlier. But Goethe clearly remembers those words too, so he fires right back at the blonde swordsman, mocking him for being the only knight in training stuck riding in a carriage while everyone else rides horses. Then, with a teasing grin, Goethe adds that Jaeger would surely love seeing that. Once Goethe realizes Vlad has no intention of appreciating his so-called advice, he decides to leave and leads the horse back toward the stable. Watching the animal avoid him so openly, and seeing Goethe suddenly turn the teasing against him, Vlad starts wondering what the real problem could be. That is when the voice finally speaks inside his mind, suggesting that Vlad may simply be moving too fast. Vlad grips his sword as the voice continues, calmly explaining that animals are often far more sensitive to such things than humans, and they can sense what ordinary people would never notice. Still confused, Vlad asks the voice what he is supposed to do about it. The voice tells him that he must learn to control his momentum, explaining that this is one way of handling the inner world of the mind. If Vlad can one day use aura freely, then controlling that momentum should become possible as well. For Vlad, the idea feels almost too complicated to grasp right now. He cannot even draw out his aura consciously yet, and even when it appears, it is faint and unstable. The voice reassures him that this is completely natural, because using aura properly in a real battle takes both training and mastery. Then the voice reminds Vlad of what Jaeger had been trying to tell him all along. He is trying to run before he has even learned how to walk. Vlad quietly absorbs those words, but the more he thinks about it, the more overwhelmed he feels, as if every answer only leads to another difficult lesson waiting ahead. Then Vlad suddenly remembers that they are supposed to return to Sturma after the farewell ceremony the next day. His gaze drifts toward the tree on the hill, and he wonders whether he should visit that place one last time before leaving Dear Mar. Inside the Heinel mansion, the purple-haired knight Jubert walks through the halls, convincing himself that his lord will understand once he explains the condition he had been placed in, even if the mission itself ended in failure. As Jubert continues down the corridor, he turns the thought over in his mind, telling himself that no one can blame the sea simply because it creates waves. From Jubert's point of view, everything that happened during the duel was nothing more than an unfortunate accident, something no one could have fully controlled. After all, nobody could have predicted that Vlad's flower would bloom on that very day. The more Jubert thinks about it, the more absurd it feels to him. A lowly vassal creating that much chaos is still something he can barely wrap his head around. His quiet walk comes to an abrupt stop when Jaeger suddenly appears and presses the edge of a sword right against his neck. Jubert glances at the blade and remarks that this is a rather aggressive way to greet someone, calmly assuring the advanced knight that he really did not need to go this far. But when Jubert's eyes glint with that familiar mischief, Jaeger becomes even more certain that yes, he absolutely did need to go this far. Jubert asks how long Jaeger has been waiting there, wondering whether the man has nothing better to do with his time. Jaeger answers flatly that today happens to be his day off. Jubert suggests that spending a precious day off like this is a terrible waste, but the one-eyed knight coldly replies that he is simply catching up on delayed work during his break. Standing there with irritating calm, Jubert admits that he understands why Jaeger is angry, but at the same time, he insists that he had no other choice. Jaeger answers with a sharp taunt, saying their meeting must be a coincidence then, because he does not have much of a choice right now either. Then Jubert slowly raises a finger and pushes Jaeger's sword away from his neck, saying that the whole situation must have been truly upsetting for him. Jubert then reminds Jaeger that the two of them are in the same line of work, so at the very least he expects Jaeger to understand how these things are done. But the green-eyed knight answers without flinching, saying he is only following orders. If his master tells him to bark, then he barks. In the next instant, both knights begin drawing out their aura. Jubert's eyes start to glow, and Jaeger's do the same as the two men lock themselves into a silent, dangerous standoff. Jubert tries to pressure Jaeger with his aura, hoping to intimidate him into backing down, but Jaeger does not give an inch, and once Jubert realizes the warning will not work, he finally lets his aura fade. Seeing that the man with the eye patch is completely serious, Jubert raises both hands in surrender and says Jaeger's warning has been received. Even so, Jaeger keeps the sword against his neck, unmoving, so Jubert decides to rely on words instead. The purple-haired knight suddenly remarks that it is almost wrong for people to call men like them swordsmen in the first place. For a moment, it seems like Jubert might say something to calm Jaeger down, but instead he turns the insult sharper. He tells the green-eyed knight that Jaeger is also just a dog who bites only when his master gives the order. With a condescending look, he tells Jaeger to enjoy his day off if he is done barking, confident that Jaeger would never truly harm him. After all, even the smallest bloodshed here would be treated as a declaration of war against the Shahzad family. But before Jubert can even finish speaking, Jaeger drives his fist straight into his face, sending the purple-haired knight crashing hard onto the floor. Jubert groans as he hits the ground while Jaeger coldly taunts him, saying that one little bite should be fine because his lord is a generous man. Then, without giving Jubert time to recover, Jaeger lunges toward him again. Jubert tries to mock him through the pain, asking whether a punch to the face was enough to satisfy him. But Jaeger answers with another brutal blow, this time slamming his fist straight into Jubert's stomach while making it clear that he has not finished beating him yet. At that point, Jubert can barely breathe, his body folding in on itself as the air is forced from his lungs. He collapses to the floor again, coughing uncontrollably as he struggles to gather himself after the heavy blow. Jaeger looks down at Jubert and tells him that he expects him to understand exactly why this is happening, since the two of them are in the same business after all. After a while, the crafty knight manages to push himself back up, and at last, he admits that this much of a beating should be enough to make the point. Hearing that, Jaeger says he truly hopes they meet again someday, especially because he cannot fully make Jubert pay for mocking Joseph Bayezid while they are still inside the Heinel mansion. Jubert slowly gets back onto his feet, one hand pressed against his aching stomach, and boldly agrees that they will cross paths again sooner or later. He says it because he knows the empire is beginning to fall apart. In times like that, people end up gathering together, whether they want to or not, which means the chances of meeting again are only getting higher. The mischievous knight limps away from Jaeger, still managing to lift a hand in farewell as he says they will see each other soon. Jaeger listens to those words and simply agrees in silence, thinking that the time Jubert is talking about is surely approaching, a time when swords will be needed more than ever, and when their lands will be dragged into war, destruction, and death. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Vlad returns to the graveyard tree. Standing before it, he says the spirit they met last time seemed almost like an old friend. So maybe the voice should try speaking with it again. The voice admits that he still cannot believe the white serpent recognized him, and that the encounter shocked him just as much. Either way, Vlad thinks they should take a quick look and leave before they run into Lady Alicia again, because he knows that would only create more trouble for them. Without wasting time, he kneels in front of the tree and plants the sword into the ground, just as he did before, preparing to let the voice take control of his body once more. At that moment, Vlad's eyes begin to glow, and almost instantly, the white serpent appears right in front of him. Vlad is startled by how quickly it arrives, and even more startled by how close its face is to his own, but he does his best to stay calm. Trying not to panic, Vlad asks the voice to confirm whether this spirit is truly his friend. But even the voice sounds uncertain, admitting only that he hopes the serpent is friendly. Suddenly, the white serpent begins circling around the young swordsman, coiling and moving around him, as if Vlad were some kind of strange egg. Naturally, Vlad is not exactly comfortable with a spirit serpent circling him like that, but he forces himself to stay still, and assumes this might simply be the creature's way of greeting him. The voice also thinks Vlad's guess is probably correct. But while they are still trying to make sense of it, the blue-eyed serpent suddenly stops moving and fixes its gaze directly on Vlad's eyes. The white serpent stares at him for a long moment, then narrows its eyes. Its behavior grows stranger by the second, and Vlad cannot help asking why it is acting that way. The voice simply tells him not to bother trying to understand spirits, because they are another form of the world itself. The serpent continues moving oddly, shaking its head from side to side, as if following a rhythm only it can hear. The voice tells Vlad that the fragile soul of a mortal cannot possibly understand everything that makes up the world, and at this point, that feels painfully obvious. Then the glowing serpent suddenly rises higher into the air and begins a strange, dance-like ritual. As it moves, the grass below and the tree beside Vlad start to shine with the same mysterious light. Soon, even the air around them fills with an unusual energy, thick and almost alive, and when Vlad feels it brushing against his skin, he realizes with surprise that the energy is warm. Vlad cannot make sense of what is happening at first. The warmth, the glow, and the strange movement of the white serpent all feel beyond anything he understands, But then something suddenly clicks inside him. As that gentle energy wraps around his body, Vlad begins to recognize what it is. The sensation is unfamiliar, yet somehow clear enough for him to understand its meaning. Even the voice realizes what is unfolding before them, and his surprise is impossible to hide. He admits that he never expected to encounter a forgotten enigma in a place like this. The truth is that this warm, glowing energy is the White Serpent's blessing. The voice confirms it, as the luminous spirit keeps its gaze fixed on the young boy from Sora, surrounding him in that mysterious light. After that strange and magical experience, the scene moves to Joseph Bayezid preparing to leave with his people. Before their departure, they visit Lady Alicia, and she lowers her eyes in embarrassment, admitting that she feels ashamed to send them off in such a simple way. She wishes she could have prepared a grand banquet worthy of their help, and she says so with clear regret. Joseph gently reassures Alicia that her sincerity is more than enough for him and House Bayezid. He understands her situation completely, especially because this is the moment when she must focus on repairing the cracks within the Heinel family. Hearing his thoughtful words, Alicia's expression softens. She appreciates his understanding from the bottom of her heart and thanks him sincerely for everything he has done. The representatives of House Bayezid give Alicia one final respectful bow, and Joseph calmly announces that they will be taking their leave. Just as they are about to turn away and depart, Sir Duncan steps forward and asks them to spare a moment. Sir Duncan then calls for Vlad to come forward, and the sudden request leaves the blonde young swordsman visibly puzzled. Unsure of what is happening, Vlad glances back toward his masters for permission. Joseph notices the look and gives him approval, telling him to go ahead. As Vlad walks over towards Sir Duncan, Jaeger watches the situation unfold and suggests that the Heinel household must have prepared some kind of closing ceremony. Joseph agrees, explaining that he had asked them to keep the ceremony simple in case they decided to proceed with it. Once Vlad reaches them, Sir Duncan tells him to kneel, and Vlad immediately does as he is told. With Vlad kneeling before her, Lady Alicia begins to express her gratitude to the boy from Sora. Alicia tells Vlad that if it had not been for him, she would not even be standing there now. She praises him for protecting the honor of her household, and for casting light over a sacred duel that had been stained by fraud. Alicia admits that no amount of thanks could ever fully repay what Vlad has done for her. Still, with humility in her voice, she says she wants to offer him what she can. Then Alicia stretches out both hands, holding a purple handkerchief between them. She tells Vlad that even though he is not yet a knight, she wishes to entrust her name to him. Alicia declares that Vlad acted with more honor than many true knights. As she speaks, Joseph watches quietly and realizes that things are unfolding exactly as he expected. Joseph knows Alicia is a clever woman. By giving her favor to someone like Vlad, a promising but still common-born vassal of Bayezid, she is not only showing gratitude, but also making the bond between Heinel and Bayezid visible to everyone watching. Meanwhile, Vlad raises his head and looks at the purple handkerchief in Alicia's hands. Instead of feeling honored, he is secretly disappointed, wondering if this piece of cloth is really supposed to be the valuable reward everyone is making such a fuss about. Vlad cannot even hide his reaction properly, and a frown forms on his face before he realizes it. Since he is still new to all these noble customs, he has no idea whether he is simply supposed to take the handkerchief from her hands. Luckily, a memory quickly flashes through his mind. Jaeger once warned him that when nobles offer something, it is proper manners to accept it. That lesson rings in Vlad's head like a bell, along with the memory of being scolded after refusing Rutiger Bayezid's peanuts. Not wanting to earn another beating from his terrifying mentor, Vlad accepts the handkerchief and politely thanks Lady Alicia. Vlad is probably still wondering what he is supposed to do with this little piece of cloth, but since noble courtesy leaves him no room to refuse, he simply holds on to it. Unfortunately, it becomes clear almost instantly that Vlad may have made another mistake. The moment he takes the handkerchief directly from Alicia's hands, everyone around them gasps in shock. Jaeger looks as if a headache has struck him on the spot, while Joseph grows visibly tense, realizing too late that he forgot to teach the boy from the back alleys how to behave in this kind of noble ceremony. Sir Duncan, looking just as exhausted by the mistake, finally tells Vlad that he accepted the gift in the wrong way. Vlad has no idea what the old knight means. Sir Duncan explains that there are two ways for a lady to pass a handkerchief that symbolizes her honor. One is by hanging it from the end of a sword, and the other is by handing it directly from hand to hand. Only then does Vlad realize he has messed up, and as he turns to see the judging stares around him, he nervously asks how he was supposed to do it. The problem is that those two methods carry completely different meanings. Receiving the handkerchief from the tip of a sword represents honor, while accepting it directly by hand carries the meaning of love. After the awkward misunderstanding settles over the room, Alicia becomes visibly flustered, her cheeks turning red. Vlad, however, is still trying to process what everyone is reacting to. Vlad is completely lost because he still has not fully realized that, by noble custom, he has practically accepted a romantic gesture from Lady Alicia. In the end, Vlad responds in the most Vlad-like way possible, cheekily saying he will make good use of the handkerchief while wondering why everyone behind him is acting like this is such a huge disaster. Later, during the carriage ride back, Joseph admits that he has not felt that flustered in a very long time. Joseph also acknowledges that part of the fault is his own, since he never taught the young squire about that particular custom. Then he jokes that the wandering minstrels of Dirmar will not have to worry about earning their meals for quite a while after this incident. Vlad apologizes for what happened, but Jaeger still scolds him sharply. He tells Vlad that if he ever receives anything from a noble in public again, he must look at Jaeger first before doing anything. Vlad agrees to remember that lesson, but then Joseph suddenly congratulates him. Vlad does not understand why he is being congratulated, so Joseph reminds him that he has now become a man honored by the high-ranking noble lady, Alicia Heinel. In other words, the boy from Sora has now been elevated to the position of an honorary knight. The same Vlad who began as a slum boy has somehow climbed all the way to a rank connected to knighthood. When Vlad hears that he is being treated as an honorary knight, his eyes widen in complete shock, as if the words themselves are too unbelievable to accept. Joseph casually explains that Vlad will be regarded as a knight in places where Alicia Heinel's name is respected and recognized. Even with that limitation, the news still feels enormous to the young blonde swordsman. Vlad can hardly believe that he has been made any kind of knight at all, especially at his age. The thought is so overwhelming that he struggles to wrap his mind around it. While Vlad is still trying to understand the situation, Joseph adds that this honorary status will mostly apply within Dirmar, since Alicia has only just become a baroness. At that point, Vlad finally understands what Joseph means, and he almost looks relieved. Becoming a real knight could never happen so easily, and this honorary title is not quite the same thing. Still, Vlad holds the purple handkerchief Alicia gave him and looks down at it in silence, thinking deeply about everything that has just happened. Joseph interrupts his thoughts by reminding him that he only received the gift because of a mistake. Then he warns Vlad not to lose it, because that handkerchief is not just a random piece of cloth, it represents Alicia's honor. Growing anxious, Vlad asks Joseph what would happen if he somehow lost the handkerchief. Joseph answers coldly that Vlad would have to take responsibility himself because he accepted it with his own hands. Those words send a chill through Vlad. From the look in Joseph's eyes, he can tell the consequences would be far more serious than his young master could easily protect him from. With that in mind, Vlad grips the handkerchief tightly and silently vows not to lose it no matter what. Just then, Joseph takes out a small piece of paper that looks like a contract. He says the matter ended abruptly, and because of Vlad's actions, this document is no longer needed. Vlad studies the paper and guesses that it must be a promissory note. Joseph confirms it, explaining that the document certifies Alicia Heinel borrowed 10,000 gold. The amount is so enormous that Vlad is visibly taken aback. Joseph then explains that the money had been prepared to secure Alicia's soldiers in case she lost the duel. If Alicia had lost the duel, she would have been forced to surrender herself, because at that point, giving herself up would have been the only way to escape her uncle Andre Heinel's grasp. But Joseph Bayezid then reveals something even more important. Alicia never actually borrowed that gold in the first place. Hearing that, Vlad becomes confused and asks why Joseph prepared such a note at all, since everyone already knew that losing the duel meant Alicia would lose her right of succession. Joseph explains that Alicia's claim is like a small spark buried under ashes. With the right gust of wind, that spark can flare back to life. In other words, as long as Alicia remained within House Bayezid's reach, Andre Heinel would have no choice but to feel pressure. At that moment, Vlad begins to understand the way nobles fight their battles. After everything he has seen, he realizes that their lives revolve around excuses, causes, and the careful search for justification. Before Vlad can think any deeper about it, his expression suddenly changes. Something strange reaches his senses from behind, and his body reacts before he can ignore it. Joseph notices the sharp look on Vlad's face and asks what is wrong. Vlad listens closely, then tells him that he heard something coming from the woods to the west. Out in the forest, everything seems calm for only a moment. Then, all at once, clouds of dust rise along the horizon, and a large group of riders comes charging toward Joseph's convoy. Vlad spots them through the carriage window, and his face goes pale with alarm. From where he sits, it looks like an entire band of armed riders is rushing straight for them. Without wasting a second, Vlad warns the others and draws his sword, readying himself for the fight that seems about to crash down on them. But just as Vlad is about to raise his blade, Joseph calmly stops him and tells him in a quiet voice to put the sword away. Vlad stares at him in confusion, but Joseph only wears a faint, confident smile. He assures Vlad that he had already prepared for this possibility before the duel even began. Then the situation takes a completely unexpected turn. The riders were never coming to attack or rob Joseph's convoy at all, because when they reach him, they drop down and bow before Joseph Bayezid. Their white-haired, scar-faced leader kneels and tells Joseph that they arrived a little late because they were collecting the proper price for something. Then, still on one knee, he presents Joseph with a blood-stained sack. Joseph looks at the sack and asks whether this is what he requested, since he knows he had ended up asking for something a little different. Still, Joseph tells the scar-faced man that he has done well, then calmly orders him to stand. The scar-faced leader rises to his feet, and the moment he does, his gaze lands on Vlad standing near Joseph. The man wonders aloud whether Vlad is the young vassal who received Lady Alicia's honor by hand. Apparently, the story has already spread far and wide, and when he says this, Joseph simply confirms it. Joseph seems a little surprised that the news traveled so quickly, but he tells the bandit leader that he can admire the blonde swordsman later. Vlad grows uneasy just from looking at the scarred man's terrifying face, and when the white-haired stranger's gaze sharpens toward him, the pressure becomes even harder to endure. A chill runs through Vlad as he senses the man's aura. It is nothing like the aura he has felt from nights before. Instead, it carries the same raw smell of danger that once filled the back alleys of Sora. Because of that, Vlad's instincts scream at him that this scar-faced man is not someone he should ever take lightly. Joseph then asks the man to follow the convoy if he is returning to Sturma, but the scar-faced leader politely refuses. He says he and his men need to get back a little faster, especially since they are traveling on horseback. Joseph looks slightly disappointed, but he lets them go and thanks the leader once again for his service. The man answers that he merely fulfilled his duty as House Bayezid's hidden sword, a title that sounds far too elegant for what is clearly closer to an assassin's work. Hearing that strange title for the first time, Vlad feels both confused and unsettled. He starts wondering who these men really are because it is now obvious they are not ordinary bandits. On top of that, Vlad cannot stop his eyes from drifting toward the bloody sack, curiosity and dread mixing together as he wonders what could possibly be inside. Joseph notices Vlad staring at the sack and turns toward him, asking whether he wants to know what it contains. Vlad admits right away that he is a little curious. Joseph gives him a vague but chilling answer, saying that what lies inside is the world of nobles, the cold, brutal, and unforgiving world they live in. Even without Joseph saying it directly, the blood soaking through the sack already makes the truth painfully easy to imagine. Back in Sturma, Peter Bayezid hears that a group of pilgrims is passing through the territory, so he asks his advisor whether he should go out and greet them. The white-bearded advisor suggests that the visitors do not seem to want such attention, according to what they said. They only intend to quietly see the dragon's trail and then leave. Hearing that, the head of House Bayezid reflects that they must be like voices of the gods, asking for nothing at all. He has not seen pilgrims so sincere in a very long time, especially ones who refuse both greeting and recognition. Even so, Peter Bayezid believes it would be fine to look after the pilgrims without letting them know. His advisor seems to have expected exactly that response, and Peter simply says that one has the right to enjoy what they deserve. Seeing that his master truly wants to do this, the advisor assures Peter Bayezid that he will make arrangements to quietly watch over the pilgrims. After that, Peter Bayezid brings up another matter. He wants to speak about his second son, Joseph, and Vlad, because he has already heard about the remarkable achievement they accomplished in Dirmar. The advisor confirms the report and admits that it even contained a certain word powerful enough to make an old man's heart race. Peter Bayezid is immediately intrigued and connects that word to the Swordmaster's first code. To him, it is a nostalgic phrase, one he has not heard in a very long time. Elite sword education begins by selecting children with proven bloodlines and natural talent from the very start. These young swordsmen are treated like diamonds in the rough, carefully protected and shaped through their training, which is why situations rarely become so extreme that the first code must be invoked. Peter Bayezid feels that it must have been an extraordinary sight in this era, when knights are raised with such care. The advisor suggests that his master would have loved to witness Vlad in action himself. Peter agrees, but he adds that he is surely not the only one who would have wanted to see it. There are several others who would have been just as interested in such a rare moment. As Peter thinks about Vlad's achievement, the golden generation of Bayezid comes to mind, and pride quietly fills him. Peter Bayezid says that at this rate, the old veterans may come walking in with treats in their hands for the promising newcomers. Hearing that, the advisor remarks that Joseph would certainly enjoy such a sight. The head of House Bayezid closes his eyes and remembers a time when his second son was practically gasping for breath. Back then, he thought Joseph had given up, But Joseph surprised him by crawling through the mud that held him back until he brought something shining into their home. That shining thing was none other than the boy from the back alleys of Sora. But the warm feeling in Peter's heart does not last long, and sadness soon settles across his face. Peter knows he has much to think about, because in the end, he can choose only one of his two sons. Elsewhere in Sturma, the other vassals are gathered around a meal when one of them suddenly announces that Vlad has returned after completing his mission in Dirmar. The table quickly fills with gossip about everything they have heard. One vassal wonders if it is true that the blonde kid actually dueled a knight, while another says he heard Vlad even created his own world. Naturally, Sovanin, still Vlad's biggest hater among the vassals, refuses to believe any of it. He calls the rumors absurd and impossible, because as far as he knows, a back-alley kid like Vlad cannot even use aura. While the vassals continue whispering among themselves, someone suddenly enters the hall. It is Vlad himself, the very person everyone has been talking about, and he admits to himself that he is starving after being away from this place for almost a month. Vlad looks around and sees all the vassals sitting at their tables. But what catches his attention most is how their faces shift the instant they notice him, as if fear has suddenly settled over the entire room. The vassals quietly lower their eyes and turn back to their meals, pretending not to stare. Seeing that reaction, Vlad begins to understand that high birth or low birth no longer matters the way it once did. Whether the difference in status between them is wide or narrow, that old childish struggle between boys in the same training hall has already come to an end. And the reason is simple. One person has appeared among them who walks in a completely different world from the rest. The next moment, Vlad is sitting in front of a plate piled with sausages, devouring them like a starving wolf. Bite after bite, the blonde swordsman makes it painfully obvious just how much he missed eating here. Unfortunately, Vlad cannot enjoy the meal in peace. The other vassals keep stealing glances at him and whispering among themselves, and the constant attention slowly starts getting under his skin, until even the food becomes awkward to swallow. When Vlad complains about it, portly Canner, who is eating beside him, tells him this is probably going to continue for a while. After all, almost everyone here has already heard at least some version of what happened in Dirmar. Vlad casually licks his finger and realizes just how quickly rumors spread around this place. Portly Canner is more or less the only friend Vlad has among the vassals, so he is also the only one who bothers asking what Vlad plans to do during the vacation. The word vacation catches Vlad completely off guard. Seeing his confusion, Portly Canner realizes Vlad did not know, so he explains that the vassals receive a vacation period twice a year. Portly Canner adds that all the followers have already been given holidays this week. That makes Vlad wonder whether he is supposed to receive one too, since he is still new here, not from some treasured household. And on top of that, he does not even have anywhere to go. The moment Portly Canner hears that, his face lights up with excitement. Without hesitation, he invites Vlad to spend the vacation at his family home, explaining that it will not be a problem at all, because his father, Olsen Canner, is officially the one inviting him. Portly Canner nervously admits that he has never actually brought a friend home before, and from the way he says it, Vlad can already tell that his previous attempts probably did not go very well. Because of that, Portly Canner becomes even more determined to convince him. He promises Vlad that guests are treated properly at his house, and even adds that they serve unlimited freshly roasted meat. The offer definitely sounds tempting, but Vlad still pauses to think it over. Noticing Vlad's hesitation, Portly Canner suddenly remembers that Vlad once mentioned he was looking for horses. He reminds Vlad what his family does and explains that House Canner can arrange horses from anywhere nearby. That finally catches Vlad's interest, and then Portly Canner adds that they even have horses with better pedigree than Jaeger's horse. In other words, House Canner has even more expensive horses. The instant Vlad hears that, he agrees without a second thought to spend the vacation at Portly Canner's home. Vlad looks far too serious about the decision, but Portly Canner is simply thrilled that he finally gets to bring a friend home for the holidays. Later that afternoon, Jaeger puts Vlad through another brutal round of training. During their sparring session, the advanced knight casually snaps his wooden sword across Vlad's face, but even after taking the hit, the stubborn young swordsman refuses to go down easily. The pain is clear on Vlad's face, and Jaeger notices it right away. When Vlad tries to launch another attack, Jaeger counters him cleanly and orders him to focus. Jaeger is practically toying with him. With one hand held behind his back, the green-eyed knight uses only the other to shut down every attempt Vlad makes to land a proper strike. Even after being stopped again and again, Vlad does not give up. He keeps pressing forward, throwing every bit of strength and stubbornness he has at the advanced knight in front of him. But Jaeger's expression hardens when he realizes Vlad is trying to force something beyond his current ability. In the next instant, he lands a vicious strike across Vlad's back. the kind of blow that could normally paralyze a man even with a wooden sword. Somehow, Vlad endures the brutal hit. Still, the pain is too much to shake off immediately, and he drops to one knee, breathing hard as he tries to recover. While Vlad struggles to catch his breath, Sir Jaeger reminds him that he already warned him not to attempt things he knows he cannot do. Jaeger is angry because it looks to him like Vlad has started thinking too highly of himself after dueling a knight in Dirmar. Vlad is stunned by the accusation, but he says nothing. He is still kneeling there, breath rough in his throat, trying to gather himself after the blow. Unfortunately, Vlad's silence only irritates Jaeger further, and the knight concludes that his vassal is ignoring him. That shocks Vlad all over again. But even then, he cannot immediately find the words to answer. He is too dazed and overwhelmed to speak properly. Jaeger glares down at him with real anger, and once Vlad realizes his mentor is completely serious, fear flashes across his face. He quickly apologizes to Jaeger. After hearing the apology, Jaeger tells Vlad not to come to the training ground if he feels like he is being forced to train. He also makes it clear that if Vlad now believes he can train without him, then he should stop coming to him altogether. With those blunt words, Jaeger ends the lesson for the day. He turns away and tells Vlad he can leave. Vlad is clearly in a sour mood, but he says nothing. Instead, he quietly walks off in the opposite direction, carrying his frustration with him. Jaeger looks back at Vlad as he leaves and admits to himself that the young swordsman's results shine just as brightly as his achievements. He is certainly proud of what Vlad has done, but he also knows Vlad's strengths are still rough and unpolished. To Jaeger, Vlad is still like sand scattered along the shore, fragile enough to be swept away the moment a great wave comes crashing in. That thought troubles Jaeger deeply, because he understands exactly how dangerous Vlad's situation is. But for now, all he can do is keep guiding the boy as best he can. Elsewhere, Vlad walks down one of the hallways with his sword in hand. The voice suddenly speaks inside his mind, reminding him that he had been told to focus on the basics. The voice says he would have been angry too, but Vlad explains that he was only trying to draw out his aura again. The voice responds by reminding Vlad that not every knight can use aura. He also explains that being unable to use it does not mean a knight is weak or low level. According to the voice, aura is simply proof of a possibility. The possibility that someone can rise even higher. He reminds Vlad not to forget how little time has passed since he first truly took up the sword. In other words, Vlad needs to be patient, because a great flower can only bloom when its roots are strong. The voice also assures Vlad that Sir Jaeger would not have scolded him so harshly if he were not worth teaching. He advises Vlad to think carefully about what Jaeger was trying to tell him. After hearing that, Vlad slowly calms down, lets out a sigh, and decides to accept the advice. Vlad is already used to contempt and ridicule, but today weighs on him differently. What hurts most is not an insult or a sneer, it is the disappointment he saw on Jaeger's face. The more Vlad thinks back to Jaeger's expression, the heavier it feels. To him, that look hurts even more than the wooden sword strike that slammed into his back. The voice then makes the gloomy mood even worse, by reminding Vlad that he never got the chance to bring up the vacation, all because Jaeger was so angry. Vlad gets irritated the moment he remembers that missed chance, but he quickly forces himself to calm down. In a situation like this, he tells himself he should not even be worrying about vacation at all. He looks down at his sword and gives a small smile, deciding that for today he should keep swinging until his mind is empty of every troublesome thought. Later that night, when almost everyone else is asleep, Vlad slips out into the woods alone and begins swinging his sword over and over without stopping. He grips the handle tightly with both hands and drives each swing forward with his whole body, following the path of the blade as it cuts through the darkness. Vlad keeps going until one of his swings carves a deep slash into the earth itself. By then, exhaustion has caught up with him, and he stands there panting heavily while the voice suggests that they end the training for the night. Vlad is surprised that the voice wants to stop already, but the voice tells him he passed the daily quota long ago. He warns that if Vlad burns too hot too quickly, he will only exhaust himself. Of course, the stubborn boy from the back alleys does not want to hear that, but the voice keeps pressing him, reminding him that everything he has worked so hard for could become meaningless if he injures himself, or worse. After taking in those words, Vlad finally agrees to call it a night, even though the decision clearly does not satisfy him. He lifts his eyes toward the moonlit sky, feeling troubled at first, but as he stands there in the quiet night, that heavy feeling slowly begins to shift into something else. Quiet confidence starts to settle over Vlad under the night sky. He finally begins to understand the voice's point, realizing that he has only just obtained something that truly shines. While Vlad stands there glowing softly beneath the moonlight, Jaeger steps outside and notices him from the balcony. Seeing the young boy shining so brightly in the darkness, Jaeger cannot look away and simply watches him in silence. Jaeger sees that Vlad's gaze remains fixed on the moon above him, unmoving beneath its pale light, and the sight stirs something deep inside the advanced knight. When Vlad still doesn't pull his eyes away, Jaeger follows his gaze and slowly looks up at the same moonlit sky. After a quiet moment, the old knight seems to understand something about the boy beside him, thinking that Vlad is just like a wolf chasing after the moon. That night, the knight and his disciple remain there in silence, both of them staring up at the pale moon hanging above them. And while the two of them are lost in that quiet sky, the view begins to drift away, slowly carrying the story somewhere else. Then, through a striking shift beneath the same night sky, the scene moves to Trinova, a county that belongs to the land of Ravnoma. The peaceful moonlight remains above, but the world beneath it has changed completely. Unlike Sturma, where Jaeger and Vlad could calmly stand beneath the moon and look up without fear, Trinova is drowning in chaos. The entire county is lit by flames, and the night there is no longer quiet at all. Trinova burns from within and without, fire crawling across buildings and swallowing everything in its path. As the flames tear through the structures, the only sounds left are the terrified screams of the people and the harsh crackling of the inferno. And as anyone could guess from the horror unfolding there, this is no simple accident and no natural disaster. Trinova is under attack, and deep inside the throne room, the bloodshed has already turned into a massacre. The room is littered with the blood-soaked bodies of fallen knights, their armor scattered across the floor like broken shields. Among them, the final knight, still clinging to life, suddenly finds himself face to face with the one responsible. The surviving knight is already gravely wounded, barely holding himself together, but the assassin had been searching for him all this time. He had come all the way here for one reason alone, to make sure the last loose end was finished. With a sword still wet with blood gripped in his hand, the unknown killer steps closer to the wounded knight. In a cold voice, he suggests that the man must have been carrying out his final duty until the very end. The injured knight breathes hard, every breath rough and painful, yet he still forces himself to speak. Looking at the killer before him, he points out that in the end, the man really did come all this way just to find him. That is when the assassin's identity is finally revealed, and the sight is more than enough to make the moment feel even darker. The killer is Godin, the same dangerous man tied to Vlad's past, the one who killed Vlad's boss back in Soara. With what little strength he has left, the dying knight tells Godin that he does not have to obey orders like a machine just because people say a lord's name must come before honor. Even at death's door, he tries to remind him that a knight should still have a soul. He tells Godin that the knights who once served Count Gaidar were never men who blindly threw away their honor like that. But Godin answers without hesitation, coldly telling him that this way of thinking is exactly why all those knights are dead now. Hearing that, the injured knight gives Godin one last warning, saying that his light will also be snuffed out someday. Until that day comes, he wants Godin to deliver a final message to Count Gaidar, that he will be waiting for him in hell. The instant those words leave the knight's mouth, Godin lifts his sword for the final strike. He calmly promises to pass along the message, and then, with one brutal motion, sends the dying man to the afterlife. Vlad is taken completely off guard when Master Joseph suddenly brings up the idea of a vacation. He clearly hadn't expected anything like that, especially since he had already made up his mind to spend his days focusing only on swordsmanship, without letting himself rest. But Joseph makes it clear that this is not really up for debate. Vlad is, in fact, going on vacation because he has received an invitation from the Canner household. Vlad asks again, as if he needs to confirm what he just heard, surprised that Joseph even knows about the invitation. He starts to ask how the young master found out in the first place, but before he can finish, Joseph simply explains that rumors spread fast. Apparently, Sir Gregory's vassal, Portly, had been talking about the matter with far too much excitement to keep it quiet. The moment Vlad hears that name, the route the rumor took becomes painfully obvious to him. Portly must have excitedly told Sir Gregory. Sir Gregory must have passed it on to Jaeger, and from there, of course, Jaeger would have reported it to Joseph. By now, Vlad can already picture exactly how the whole thing reached his lord. Joseph says that he had been planning to give Vlad a vacation anyway, so there is no reason to send him somewhere else when Vlad already has a place to go. Vlad thanks him properly, but even as he does, a part of him is still irritated at Jaeger for exposing the whole thing. He shoots a sharp glare toward Jaeger, but the knight simply acts as if he has done absolutely nothing wrong. His expression remains calm enough to make Vlad even more annoyed. Joseph notices the strange atmosphere settling over the room and looks slightly confused at first. But after watching the two of them for a moment, he quickly realizes that something must have happened between master and disciple. He understands that if he steps in, the awkward silence will probably disappear right away. Even so, Joseph chooses not to interfere because he knows there are certain relationships that should be respected and left alone in their own shape. The tension keeps hanging in the air until Vlad finally feels as if it is getting difficult just to breathe. Even though he is still annoyed with Jaeger, he decides that it would be better to greet him properly and then excuse himself before the atmosphere gets worse. But while Vlad is still thinking through what to do, the green-eyed knight suddenly speaks first. Jaeger reminds him that even on vacation, a knight must never let go of his sword, not even for a moment. Vlad is briefly caught off guard by the warning, but he knows right away that Jaeger is speaking the truth. Because of that, he accepts the advice without trying to argue or make excuses. Jaeger continues by warning Vlad that if he misses even a single day of training, he himself will feel the difference. And if he lets an entire week slip by, then it will not just be him. Other people will be able to notice it too. Jaeger already knows that Vlad is not the sort of lazy student who needs to be chased down and forced to train. Still, he thinks there is no harm in reminding him, because a young swordsman stays sharper when someone keeps him from drifting even a little. With that thought in mind, Jaeger simply tells his young vassal that they will see how things stand when Vlad returns from his vacation. It is a short sentence, but it carries the weight of both permission and expectation. The moment Vlad hears that, relief and happiness rise across his face. To him, those words mean that Jaeger has finally approved the trip and allowed him to go. Joseph notices just how visibly happy the young swordsman has become, but he quickly cuts into that excitement with a warning. He tells Vlad not to raise his hopes too high when it comes to the horses, because the problem he has right now may be difficult even for the Canner household to solve. With that one comment, Joseph almost instantly cools Vlad's excitement. Then he gives him a practical instruction, telling him to observe just how strongly the horses reject him and figure out which region produces the horses that reject him the least. Vlad takes the advice seriously and confirms that he understands. Once that is settled, Joseph tells him he may leave and that they will meet again after 1 week. Vlad starts to walk out of the room, but he suddenly stops when Joseph tells him that there is no need to bring back any gifts. Vlad is stunned for a moment, then quickly assures him that he will not forget. In Vlad's mind, Joseph's words sound less like a refusal and more like a hidden request, especially since he remembers how much Joseph seemed to enjoy the jam and the pottery Vlad brought before. After that, Vlad finally leaves the room and the door closes behind him. Only Jaeger and Joseph remain inside, the air settling into a quieter mood once the young swordsman is gone. Even after Vlad has left, Joseph still seems unable to fully believe it. The Canner household has actually invited a boy from Soara to spend his vacation with them, and that fact alone clearly gives him a lot to think about. Jaeger seems to understand exactly why Joseph is concerned, so he quietly suggests that if Vlad is lucky, he might end up meeting a certain person there. Joseph agrees, remembering that both Vlad and this mysterious figure are already names worth paying attention to. Then Jaeger asks what might happen if someone is watching both Vlad and that person from behind the scenes. The question leaves Joseph silent for a moment, his expression turning thoughtful before he finally finds an answer. Joseph says that anyone capable of keeping tabs on the two of them would probably be the sort of person who simply asks for what they want when the time comes. It is a calm answer, but there is caution hidden beneath it. Even though Joseph knows that this is most likely the case, he also makes his stance clear. If someone does come asking for something, he has no intention of simply handing it over just because they want it. Elsewhere, Vlad is left looking completely confused. He seems unsure of what is happening around him, and from the look on his face, he does not even fully understand where he has been brought. As it turns out, the situation is not dangerous at all. Vlad has simply been made to try on a new cloak, standing there while it is fitted and checked on him. Unsurprisingly, Joseph's mother, Oksana, is the one behind this latest shower of gifts. Vlad looks overwhelmed by all the attention, but Oksana seems perfectly pleased, saying that the color suits him well. In her eyes, he looks especially good in leather armor, and beyond that, almost anything suits him because of his strong build and solid frame. That is exactly why she enjoys making new clothes for him. Just seeing him wear them makes the effort feel worthwhile. Even though Vlad is clearly shy and uncomfortable under all that attention, he is also sincerely grateful. Lowering himself with proper respect, he thanks Lady Oksana for treating him so kindly. After that, Oksana asks him about the invitation to spend his vacation with the Canner household. Vlad confirms that the rumor is true, and she immediately reminds him that when a person is invited to someone else's home, they must be neatly dressed and properly presented. She explains that this is simply basic manners, and that appearing carelessly in another household can bring shame to the people who raised you. Vlad goes quiet at her words, looking a little down, because he knows very well that she is right. Then Oksana lands an even heavier blow, gently telling him that he should not give her a bad name either. In other words, she is saying it as plainly as she can. She sees herself as someone close enough to be his mother. Lady Oksana pulls Vlad into another embrace, but he is too stunned by what she just said to even react. He freezes in place, his eyes widening as he struggles to take in the warmth and meaning behind her words. As for the kind woman holding him, she only answers his shock with a warm smile. Her yellow eyes shine softly as she looks at Vlad, and under that gentle gaze he immediately becomes flustered. Vlad's face burns so fiercely that even the tips of his ears have gone red. With nowhere left to hide his embarrassment, he simply accepts Oksana's advice and promises in a stiff but sincere voice that while he is away on vacation, he will not do anything that might bring shame to her name. As Vlad lowers his head in a respectful bow, still frozen in that humbled posture, Oksana catches him off guard once again. She calmly tells him that once he returns from his vacation, she will assign a tutor to him. After all, she has no intention of letting him repeat the kind of mistake he made when he accepted a lady's honor directly with his hand. Oksana gently points out that a blunder like that should only ever happen once. The moment Vlad remembers what he did, his embarrassment deepens all over again, and he nervously asks her to forgive him, looking as if he wishes he could disappear on the spot. Lady Oksana then explains that the title of knight places him in a position close to that of a semi-aristocrat, which means he must learn how to behave properly in every situation. Vlad listens carefully, takes her words to heart, and promises that he will remember her advice from now on. The kind woman then turns her attention to a servant standing nearby, who is carrying a basket filled with fruit. With a gentle gesture, Oksana tells Vlad that he may take the basket with him when he leaves. It turns out Joseph Bayezid prepared the basket for him, because visiting someone's home empty-handed would be considered poor manners. Even for something as simple as a vacation, Joseph has already thought ahead for Vlad. Once again, the young swordsman bows deeply before Lady Oksana. Holding back his lingering embarrassment, he thanks her for being so considerate and for guiding him through things he still does not fully understand. Oksana simply waves away his thanks with another soft, graceful smile. Rather than making a big deal of it, she tells him to enjoy himself and truly relax during his vacation. A little later, Vlad steps out of the room with the fruit basket in his hands. The basket is full of lemons, and he carries it carefully as he makes his way through the quiet halls. After closing the door behind him, Vlad suddenly slows down. For some reason, an uneasy feeling rises in his chest, as though something about the moment has started to bother him. He turns his gaze toward the nearby window, and in the glass, he sees his own reflection staring back at him. For a moment, Vlad is struck by how much he has changed since the days when he first left Soara behind. As his mind drifts back to the back alleys of Soara, Vlad seems to glimpse the boy he used to be. The contrast feels so strange that he quietly admits everything around him now feels unfamiliar, almost as if he is wearing fine clothes that were never meant for someone like him. Vlad keeps staring into the glass, unable to look away from the reflection. Then, as if the window has become a mirror into his memories, he even sees the image of his red-haired best friend from the back alleys. But the vision is far from comforting. Zemina appears to be scowling at him, her eyes sharp with judgment, and even the image of Vlad's younger self looks displeased, as if both of them are silently accusing him. Their cold, judging stares seem to bore into him through the glass. Vlad's heart sinks as he remembers that Zemina is supposedly staying in a convent now, far away from the streets they once knew. Unable to endure the accusing reflections any longer, Vlad shuts his eyes and turns away from the window, as if breaking eye contact is the only way to stop the guilt pressing down on him. All Vlad can do is hope that Zemina is safe and doing well. Yet the thought aches inside him because he believes she must also be wearing clothes that do not suit her, trapped in a convent life that feels just as foreign as his own. With that heavy feeling in his chest, Vlad leaves the reflections behind and walks down the hall. Elsewhere, whispers have begun spreading about a certain new attendant who is quickly gaining attention inside the Bayezid household. People have already heard the stories about the genius vassal who awakened his aura in Dirmar. But that is not the only rumor circling around him. According to the gossip, Vlad is not just talented with a sword, he is also shockingly handsome. The ones trading these rumors turn out to be sisters inside a convent. While some of them chat excitedly about how attractive the talented young vassal is said to be, a red-haired girl nearby quietly scrubs the floor. Then the sisters begin describing what they have heard about Vlad's appearance, mentioning his blonde hair and striking blue eyes. The red-haired girl's hands suddenly stop moving. Still kneeling on the floor with the cleaning cloth in her grip, she freezes the moment those details reach her ears. The sisters go on to speculate that a young man with such features might come from noble blood. And since he managed to draw out aura at such a young age, they believe he may someday become a knight who represents the North itself. The redhead quietly dismisses their gossip the moment they suggest he might be of noble origin. To her, that one detail alone sounds far too impossible to match the boy she remembers. The girl scrubbing the floor is none other than Zemina, Vlad's old friend from Soara, as she listens to the sisters talk about a talented vassal who awakened Aura and may soon become a knight. She tells herself it cannot possibly be Vlad. In her mind, there is no way he could have risen that quickly. Still, a small, painful hope lingers. If he is alive somewhere and doing well, that alone would be enough. Because Zemina has become distracted, the other sisters quickly notice that her hands have stopped. Their tone turns sharp as they ask whether she is just playing around, then remind her that she has not made any donation to the convent. They coldly tell her she should spend the rest of her life working to repay what she owes. If she does not want to be scolded by the head sister, they order her to finish scrubbing the floors first and then move on to washing the dishes. Three bullies continue running their mouths, saying Zemina has nowhere to go, even if she leaves the convent. They also point out that there is no one who would come to take her away. So in their eyes, getting used to a life of endless work might not be such a bad thing for her. After throwing those cruel words at her, they leave the room and order her to keep working until everything is finished before lunchtime. Anyone else might have been deeply hurt or furious after being treated that way. But surprisingly, Zemina only smiles faintly and continues scrubbing the floor. Rather than breaking under their words, she thinks it is fortunate that she learned how to endure this kind of treatment back at Rose's Smiles. Even so, that thought soon brings a heavier feeling with it. Zemina's expression grows sad as she remembers that this place was never able to accept everyone. As that memory rises in her mind, the past begins to unfold again. In the flashback, the head sister speaks coldly, saying that the convent is one of the places closest to God. She insists they cannot shelter girls who have placed themselves in filthy environments, clearly looking down on the lowborn girls standing before her. Marcella, who brought the girls there, refuses to let that insult pass unanswered. She firmly insists that all of the girls are virgins and reminds the head sister that even the bishop watched over them. But the head sister still resists. With a troubled expression, she claims that the convent cannot simply take in so many girls all at once. Marcella has no patience left for excuses. She snaps at the head sister and reminds her of the enormous amount of money she has donated to the convent. Her anger is clear because she knows the donation was more than enough to feed the girls for 10 years and still leave plenty behind. The head sister tries to argue back, but her words catch in her throat. Before she can come up with a proper response, Marcella cuts her off again, leaving her with no room to hide behind polite excuses. This time, Zemina is the one who speaks up, asking Marcella where she herself plans to stay. Marcella simply tells them not to worry about her, then leads the girls toward the convent without caring what the head sister has to say. Just as Marcella is about to move forward with them, the head sister stops her. In a firm voice, she tells Marcella that she is not allowed to enter the sacred building. The gray-haired woman accepts that without surprise, admitting that she never expected to be allowed inside in the first place. All she asks is that the head sister take care of the children, adding that every one of them is hardworking and capable. Then, without warning, a group of men appears. The moment they spot Marcella and the girls she has brought with her, they rush toward them with dangerous intent. Hearing the men charging in, Marcella immediately shouts for the children and the head sister to hurry inside. Her voice turns urgent as she pushes them to get behind the convent doors as quickly as possible. The girls manage to make it into the building just in time, but Marcella is not so lucky before she can escape with them. One of the scumbags grabs hold of her. Marcella struggles desperately, trying to tear herself free, but the man's grip does not loosen. Zemina screams in horror, reaching out toward her, only to be dragged away to safety by the head sister. Hoodlums take Marcella and leave the others behind. They drag her back toward the woods by her hair, and no matter how hard she fights, she cannot break free from their hands. Behind her, the doors of the convent shut tight. With that final sound, Marcella is left outside, completely at the mercy of the bandits who have taken her. The memory fades and the present returns. Zemina is still kneeling on the floor of the convent, her hands moving over the same boards she has been scrubbing all along. But the pain of the memory is too much to hold back. Tears begin to spill from Zemina's eyes as she remembers Marcella, and soon she is crying over Vlad as well. Elsewhere, Vlad stands outside a massive residence, staring up at it in stunned silence. The Canner household mansion is so impressive that he finally understands why the family is said to hold so much influence in Sturma, even though they are not nobles. Vlad already suspected the Canner family had money, but the sight before him is far beyond what he imagined. As he enters through the gate with his chubby friend, an elderly man steps forward with several servants standing behind him to greet them. The old gentleman turns out to be the family butler, which immediately explains why Portly Canner becomes so excited the moment he sees him. Portly runs straight toward the old man with both arms stretched wide. then throws himself into a big, warm hug. He happily admits that he missed him after being apart for so long, and the butler, clearly just as moved, says that he is also overjoyed to see the young master again after all this time. Portly quickly turns to the butler and asks where his father is, but the old servant explains that Olsen Canor is busy at the moment, personally receiving a group of guests who arrived without much warning. Since the head of House Canor is still occupied with those unexpected visitors, the butler politely suggests that Portly and his own guests spend a little time touring the pasture, the very place the Canor family takes the most pride in. Vlad accepts the offer without making a fuss, answering in a relaxed tone that he has no problem with that at all. Hearing that, the old butler lowers his head slightly and thanks him for being so considerate. Still, Vlad does have one request he cannot ignore. Before anything else, he wants to see the horses first, because after coming all this way, his expectations are honestly pretty high. The butler sees no issue with that and assures Vlad that they will head over there shortly. The butler explains that Olsen Canor normally introduces the horses himself, especially to important guests, but he admits there is no harm in taking a quick look before the formal introduction. With that decided, the old man leads them toward the place where the horses are kept. Vlad is clearly hoping that the famous Canor estate might finally give him better luck than everywhere else. But sadly, the moment Vlad actually reaches the horses, his hope starts to collapse. There is no real progress at all, because these horses react to him with the same intense rejection as every horse he has met before. It is almost like the animals are terrified of his very presence. As soon as Vlad takes even a few steps closer, the horses panic, scatter, and flee as if their lives depend on escaping him. And it does not stop with the horses either. Even the cattle bolt the moment they notice Vlad approaching. He can only stand there in stunned disappointment, watching the animals run away while the embarrassment slowly sinks into him. At this point, Vlad looks so defeated that he might as well bury himself on the spot. Not only do the horses still refuse to let him anywhere near them, but even the cows will not allow him to ride them. The sheep are no better either, keeping their distance like he is some kind of disaster. Seeing all of this, the butler's expression grows serious, and he begins to suspect that the problem may not be ordinary at all. In a cautious voice, he asks Vlad whether he has already taken this matter to the church. Vlad, of course, does not think the situation should be treated like some terrifying curse. He quickly assures the butler that it cannot be anything like that, especially since his own guarantor is none other than Father Andreas. The old butler is visibly surprised to hear Father Andreas's name, but Vlad barely pays attention to his reaction. His mind is already spiraling as he watches the farm animals keep running from him. The more he stares at them, the more hopeless he feels. Even if he can use aura, what good is it if he cannot even ride a horse? In Vlad's imagination, the future turns painfully humiliating. He sees every other knight charging forward on horseback in a glorious cavalry formation, while he is left behind, eating dust and desperately running after them on foot. When he says it out loud, his voice is full of despair, and Portly feels the pain right along with him. Unable to watch his new friends suffer like this, Portly decides that he has to help Vlad no matter what. Portly promises that he will show Vlad every horse in their pasture, until they find one that suits him. He truly believes that somewhere among the Canor horses there must be at least one that Vlad can ride. Hearing Portly speak with so much confidence brings a small spark of hope back into Vlad's eyes. Portly keeps encouraging him, insisting that they will definitely find a horse that accepts him. Portly then reveals that Vlad has not even seen the best horses yet. There are still the truly beautiful ones, the carefully bred horses with excellent pedigrees, personally brought in by Olsen Canor himself. Portly confidently promises that he will persuade his father to show Vlad those special horses properly. For now, though, he suggests that they leave the rest of the search for tomorrow. The chubby young Canor heir urges Vlad to stop worrying for the moment and simply enjoy his first dinner at their home. Later that evening, the Canor household begins preparing a grand welcome feast, and the entire estate comes alive with movement. Portly proudly brings Vlad into the kitchen, where servants are bustling everywhere and all kinds of meat are being roasted over the heat. Vlad cannot help admitting that the sight is genuinely impressive, almost overwhelming in its scale. After seeing that kitchen, one thing becomes very clear. There is absolutely nothing modest or half-hearted about the Canor household. Just then, Portly's face brightens as he notices someone entering nearby. His father has finally returned. Olsen Canor steps forward and apologizes warmly for not being there earlier to personally welcome such special guests to his home. Vlad greets Olsen Canor respectfully and introduces himself as Sir Jaeger's squire. Olsen responds with a hearty laugh, saying that he already knows very well who Vlad is. because rumors about the genius vassal have already spread all across Sturma. Olsen Canner welcomes Vlad again with even greater enthusiasm, clearly aware that the young guest before him is the boy who, in his eyes, awakened the Swordmaster's discipline. To Olsen, Vlad is a rising star newly born in Storma, and he is genuinely pleased that Portly has managed to become friends with someone so remarkable. Olsen suggests that they all head inside and talk while the meal is still being prepared, openly expressing how delighted he is to host such valuable guests. At that moment, Vlad remembers that he was not the only person to arrive at the estate earlier, and he begins wondering who the other guests are and whether they will be dining together. Portly suddenly mentions that the other visitors are all natives of Bayezid, and that single detail immediately makes Vlad even more curious about who might be waiting inside. When they finally step into the hall, Vlad freezes in surprise. Sitting comfortably inside is a familiar man he never expected to meet here. Vlad silently wonders what that man is doing at the Canner estate. But it turns out the man has been waiting for him as well, because he suddenly gives Vlad a strangely unsettling smile and says it has been quite a while since he last saw the blonde kid. Realizing that the man is Sir Rudiger, Vlad and Portly quickly greet him. Vlad keeps his manners in order, but he cannot hide his surprise as he admits that he never expected to see Rudiger here. Rudiger invites Vlad to sit down and share the meal with him, casually saying that the food looks far too good to pass up. Vlad immediately grows awkward, and in that instant, he painfully remembers refusing the nuts Rudiger once offered him. As Vlad glances around the hall, he notices the sharp stares aimed in his direction. The atmosphere makes him think that everyone here must resent him for insulting the first son of the Bayezid family. And that is not even the only reason they might hate him. Earlier, Vlad also beat up their squires, so from their point of view, they have more than enough reason to glare at him. Even so, Vlad realizes that shrinking back now would gain him absolutely nothing. He forces himself to stand firm, gathers his nerve, and accepts Rudiger's invitation with confidence, saying that he has been waiting for this. Rudiger's interest is clearly piqued by that bold response. A mischievous smile spreads across his face, and he asks Vlad whether they can meet at the same time tomorrow, since Vlad is supposed to be on vacation. Vlad is caught off guard by the question, but Rudiger continues before he can fully react, suggesting that they go somewhere together when they meet the next day. The next day, Rudiger and his knights ride out on horseback toward a dry, desert-like stretch of land for reasons Vlad still does not fully understand. Vlad has been dragged along with them, and from the bored look on his face, he is not exactly thrilled about it. Just then, a beast woman from the Lu family named Dorothea confronts him directly. She notices his gaze, accuses him of staring at her, and asks whether this is his first time being around a beastman tribe. Vlad bluntly answers that there is a first time for everything. Dorothea fires back that it would have been stranger if he actually had seen beastmen before. Since she has heard that he came from Soara, she wants to know how someone like him ended up becoming part of Bayezid. Instead of giving her a straightforward answer, Vlad turns the question back on her. He suggests that him being connected to Bayezid is no stranger than Rudiger having a beastman as his mage. Dorothea takes offense at that immediately, her mood sharpening as she questions him again. She asks whether he has ever truly used aura, because she cannot understand how someone like him is unable to ride a horse. After all, even chubby Portly can ride one without any issue. Vlad, already exhausted by the topic, simply tells her in a tired voice that some things in life just happen. Dorothea insists that his situation goes far beyond normal bad luck, but Vlad has already had enough of her non-stop chatter. Sitting there under the open sky, he starts silently regretting the fact that he ever came on this vacation. Vlad's thoughts drift to the sudden falconry outing, and he wonders why this activity came out of nowhere in the first place. But before he can think too deeply about it, Dorothea interrupts him again, demanding to know whether he is even listening to her. Vlad asks whether all beastmen are this talkative, and Dorothea immediately accuses him of being racist for saying something like that. He then changes the angle and asks whether all mages are this talkative instead, only for her to snap back that now he is discriminating against her profession. Rudiger finally steps in to rescue Vlad from the argument, telling Dorothea to ease up and give him a little breathing room. But Dorothea is not ready to let it go. She calls Vlad a bastard and complains that every time he looks at her, he makes the most irritating expression possible. Rudiger simply points out that Dorothea has been pestering Vlad non-stop, so it is no wonder he looks annoyed. With that, Dorothea is left with no real comeback. One of the knights then points out a suitable spot ahead. Rudiger agrees with the suggestion, noting that from there they will be able to see clearly in every direction. Portly guesses that they must have come out here to hunt, but Vlad, still grumpy from the whole situation, does not show much interest either way. Besides, Vlad does not really think this is an ordinary hunt. If they had come here for that, They should have already released the falcon from its cage by now. Just then, one of the knights calls Rudiger's attention and points towards something moving in the distance. When everyone follows his gaze, they realize it is not a beast at all, but a group of pilgrims traveling across the open plains. Rudiger clearly did not expect to run into pilgrims in a place like this, but he reacts quickly. He orders his men to raise their flags, making sure the travelers can see who they are and understand that the group approaching them does not come with hostile intentions. The banner of House Bayezid rises into the air, fluttering above the party for everyone to see. With that signal displayed, Rudiger shifts his focus again and decides it is finally time to begin searching for their actual prey. Far away on another part of the plains, a herd of horses can be seen grazing together beneath the wide sky. But among them, one horse stands apart from the rest, separated from the group, as if it belongs on an entirely different level. That majestic black horse stands high on the cliff like the ruler of the herd, calm and proud while the others remain below. But as it relaxes there, a sudden burst of energy erupts from beneath the earth and strikes it without warning. At the beginning of this part of the journey, Rudiger's group is still following the pilgrims from a distance, watching them from across the cliff as they move through the lonely wilderness. The pilgrims continue forward on foot, pushing their wagons along the rough road with slow, steady effort. Meanwhile, Rudiger and his men trail behind them closely, yet they do not approach or speak to them. From the outside, it almost looks less like protection and more like they are quietly stalking the travelers. Watching all of this unfold, Vlad quickly starts to lose interest. In his eyes, this is not hunting at all. It feels more like they are simply escorting the pilgrims through the deserted land. Because of that, Vlad becomes convinced that Rudiger never brought them here for falconry in the first place. But while Vlad is still grumbling silently to himself, the wagon beneath him suddenly slams into a large rock. The impact jolts his whole body so violently that he nearly gets thrown off. As the rough ride continues, motion sickness begins creeping over him, making the already annoying trip even worse. Before long, Vlad decides that walking would be far better than staying in the wagon. Vlad starts climbing down from the wagon, and Portly immediately notices something is wrong. Concerned, he asks if Vlad is all right, then guesses the problem almost at once and asks whether Vlad feels like he is about to throw up. Vlad insists that he is not in such terrible shape, trying to brush it off as if it is nothing serious. But even he cannot deny that his heart has been pounding hard for a while now. Sweat gathers on his face, and he presses a hand against his chest, clearly unsettled by the strange feeling. As Vlad continues the journey on foot, Portly wonders if the shaking carriage is what made him feel so awful. Vlad does not have a clear answer, so he simply decides that walking for a while should probably help him settle down. While walking, Vlad finally takes a proper look around and notices that the view is actually impressive. The plains stretch out wide beneath the open sky, and Portly seems to have been waiting for this reaction, because he admits that he had wanted to show this scenery to Vlad for some time. Portly explains that the grassland they are standing on stretches all the way toward Varna. Monsters sometimes appear in this region too, but this year he believes there should be nothing to worry about. According to Portly, that peace is all thanks to Sir Joseph. When they arrive near the edge of the cliff, Vlad reacts with surprise after hearing that Sir Joseph is the reason the monster trouble has calmed down. He cannot quite understand how Joseph Bayezid could be connected to something happening out here in the open plains. Portly then explains that the current peace is the result of the subjugation from last winter, the very campaign Vlad also took part in. The moment Vlad hears that, a pleased, smug look begins spreading across his face, because he remembers very well how impressive his own performance was back then. Getting a little carried away, Vlad suggests that he might have a small share in protecting this beautiful scenery too. But before Portly can even respond, a distant sound interrupts them. Vlad immediately turns serious, staring toward the noise as dust begins rising into the air, wondering what could be causing such a disturbance. That is when a herd of wild horses comes into view, racing across the plains at full speed and heading straight toward Vlad and Portly. The instant Vlad sees the danger rushing their way, fear surges through him, but what grips him in that moment is not only ordinary fear, there is something else mixed into it. At the very front of the stampeding herd runs a distinct black stallion, darker and more imposing than all the others. The sight shakes Vlad badly because he has no idea why that horse stands out so strongly or what is really happening. The wild horses do not slow down at all with every passing second. The thunder of their hooves grows louder as they draw closer to Rudiger's small group of knights and companions. From the top of the cliff, Rudiger and his men look down and clearly see the herd of wild horses speeding below. They can tell at a glance that these are fine horses, but under the current circumstances, Rudiger realizes their sudden appearance is a serious problem for the travelers they are supposed to protect. Then Rudiger notices something even stranger. The herd is moving south, and he cannot understand why. The other men notice it too, and confusion spreads among them because the direction simply does not make sense. At this time of year, the horses should be heading north toward the places where fresh young sprouts will grow. Their current route goes completely against what everyone expects from a normal migration. Rüdiger also realizes that the herd is running far too fast for ordinary movement across the plains. This is not a calm migration or a natural shift in grazing grounds. The horses are fleeing with desperate urgency, as if something terrifying is driving them forward. Because of that, Rüdiger begins to suspect that the horses are not simply running on their own. Something must be chasing them. Rüdiger is not the only one sensing that something is wrong. Vlad is also deeply disturbed by the herd, and the pounding in his chest returns even stronger than before, beating harder and faster with every moment. Then Vlad sees the black horse at the front again. When his eyes meet the animal's frantic gaze, he understands immediately that the horses are not just restless. They are truly terrified. Vlad keeps staring into the black horse's eyes, his concern growing heavier. He cannot imagine what kind of threat could frighten such a massive herd so badly that they would charge across the plains in blind panic. As Vlad wonders what could possibly be behind them, the knights watching from the cliff reach their own conclusion. From the rumbling and shaking, they believe an earthquake may be happening. But Vlad does not believe it is an earthquake. That vibration feels far too familiar, so vivid in his memory, that it is as if he experienced it only yesterday. He knows exactly what kind of presence creates that feeling, and before he can even say it out loud, the answer reveals itself when something bursts violently from the ground behind the fleeing horses. The force of the eruption is almost like a volcano exploding out of the earth, throwing dust and debris high into the air. As the cloud begins to clear, the enormous worm monster finally pushes its hideous head into view. The black horse at the front becomes even more frightened, its panic sharpening as the monster appears behind the herd. Everyone who sees the gigantic creature is struck by fear in an instant. Vlad is especially horrified because he knows this beast far too well. His eyes widen in shock the moment he sees the giant worm, and he immediately recognizes it as one of the remnants of the fallen dragon. It is none other than the death worm. This destructive freak of nature carries an overwhelming presence, and it does not even try to hide the kind of disaster it can bring. The deathworm burrows in and out of the earth, like a monstrous drill tearing through the ground at full power, and right now, that unstoppable creature seems focused on only one thing: slaughtering every horse in its path. The deathworm catches up to one unlucky horse in the herd with terrifying ease. In a single brutal bite, it clamps down and tears the animal's head clean off. Dorothea witnesses the horrifying scene from the traveling group and instantly realizes something is wrong. A deathworm should not be rampaging like this, chasing prey and killing in such a savage frenzy, because by nature it is not supposed to be a carnivore. That realization leaves Dorothea shaken and completely confused. She cannot understand why the creature is behaving in a way that goes against what she knows. Unfortunately, whether Dorothea understands the reason or not does not change the danger in front of them. Right now, the massive worm is clearly hungry for blood. As the mangled leg of a horse hangs from between its blood-stained teeth, Dorothea notices something else strange about the monster. There is definitely something abnormal happening to the death worm. Dorothea focuses on its head and sees a strange energy flowing out from the area around its forehead. From that point on, the situation becomes even worse. The deathworm's sudden eruption has forced the wild horses to change direction, twisting the path of the stampede into something far more dangerous. Now the entire herd is charging straight toward the innocent pilgrims Rüdiger, and his men are supposed to be protecting. One of Rüdiger's men quickly reports this disastrous turn of events, and Rüdiger looks just as stunned and confused as the man delivering the warning. The strange energy keeps pouring from the deathworm's head, and the terrified horses show no sign of slowing down. Whatever is happening, it is driving them forward without mercy. The horses continue running for their lives, but their path still leads directly toward the pilgrims. And as expected, the enormous bloodthirsty worm stays right behind the herd, turning the stampede into an even deadlier threat for everyone in its path. The pilgrims panic and begin fleeing for their lives, abandoning all calm as the danger closes in. But at this rate, it is only a matter of time before they are either crushed beneath the hooves of the wild horses or swallowed by the monstrous deathworm chasing behind them. Seeing that there is no time left to hesitate, Rüdiger moves immediately. He calls out to Dorothea and asks what the deathworm reacts to, since she is the one who should know the most about this kind of creature. Unfortunately, even the supposed expert is trembling with fear like everyone else. Dorothea does not seem to have a plan, and the deathworm does not appear to have any obvious weak point she can rely on, since it has no eyes or ears. Still, she knows one important thing. It reacts to vibrations underground, which means that may be the only way to draw its attention. Rudiger notices that Dorothea is nearly frozen in terror, so he sharply orders her to pull herself together. He demands that she find a way to lure the deathworm away from the pilgrims. Hearing the first son of Bayezid speak with such firm authority snaps Dorothea out of her panic, and she forces herself to focus on the task. Sir Rudiger takes command of the situation without wasting another second. He orders Vlad to bring Dorothea to higher ground and protect her there, then tells them to send a signal the moment they find a way to draw the giant worm's attention. Of course, Vlad does not hesitate for even a second. The moment Sir Rudiger gives him the order, he accepts it without flinching and immediately moves to carry it out. Portly watches him from nearby, completely stunned by how fearless this young swordsman looks in the middle of such chaos. And Vlad is not the only brave one stepping forward. Sir Rudiger takes command at once, preparing to face both the stampeding wild horses and the deathworm chasing behind them. He raises his sword high into the air, making sure every knight under him can see it, and makes it clear that whether this plan sounds reasonable or not no longer matters. Sir Rudiger tells his men that the only thing that matters now is standing where they are meant to stand and doing what must be done. As the first son of House Bayezid, he speaks with enough force to stir the courage of every follower around him. His men listen with admiration in their eyes as he reminds them that their duty is to uphold the mission given by the Count. One by one, the knights draw their swords, their fear replaced by renewed resolve. Then, as Sir Rudiger shouts for them to protect the pilgrims, they spur their horses forward and charge into danger. Rudiger rides at the front, and his men follow behind him with unwavering faith. Sir Rudiger pushes his horse onward, drawing out every bit of courage he has. Even while knowing that the decision he has made goes against ordinary judgment, the entire situation feels far too strange to be natural, and that is exactly why Rudiger becomes convinced that someone must be behind these abnormal events. With that thought burning in his mind, Rudiger charges forward, personally offended by whoever dared to create this disaster. In that moment, Sir Rudiger is like a flame rushing straight toward the enemy. To him, whoever caused this must have an incredible amount of nerve to attempt something so outrageous on Bayezid land. While Rudiger and his loyal warriors ride straight into the danger below, Vlad, Portly, and Dorothea remain on the higher ground, watching the crisis unfold from above. Dorothea suddenly throws a bag of strange jewels onto the ground, scattering them in front of her while the two boys keep their eyes fixed on the action below. She frantically searches through the jewels, trying to remember which one carries the vibration engraving. But the problem is that she has completely forgotten what color it is. Vlad does not seem to understand what she means by engraving either. That is when the voice inside his head calmly explains that an engraving is a kind of mystery created through divinity and aura. The voice goes on to explain that mystery fulfills the Trinity, and once Vlad hears that, the situation begins to make a little more sense. He realizes there must be a reason Dorothea serves as Sir Rudiger's mage, because ordinary people would never be carrying magical tools like these. Then, without warning, a tornado of flame erupts from beneath the ground. The sudden burst of fire makes Vlad and Portly whip around to see what has happened. The moment their eyes land on the flames, horror washes over them, because it is not just fire rising from the earth. The deathworm itself has burst out from below, wrapped in those roaring flames. But even that is not the most shocking part. Through the burning chaos, they can see Sir Rudiger actually fighting the deadly worm from within the flames. It is an unbelievable sight, enough to make Vlad stare in awe. In that instant, he realizes just how extraordinary Sir Rudiger really is, and he can only conclude that this knight stands on a completely different level from anyone he has seen before. The voice inside him, however, does not sound nearly as impressed. The voice tells Vlad that Rudiger's attack is shallow, and almost immediately, that judgment begins to make sense. Even with all his courage, Rudiger has not fully prepared for a direct clash against something this monstrous. Compared to the deathworm's massive body, Rudiger looks unbelievably small, even though his flaming sword is already blazing in his hand. It is obvious that he is fighting at a severe disadvantage. Rudiger grits his teeth, realizing there is almost no way to defeat the giant worm now that it has revealed such an enormous form. Still, he refuses to back down. He challenges the deathworm head-on, mocking it as if he refuses to believe that a giant maggot like this could truly be the toughest dragon. Sir Rudiger is fearless, but the deathworm is not intimidated either. The monster seems determined to prove its own strength, and instead of retreating, it lunges straight in for the kill. The deathworm dives downward with terrifying force, aiming to crush Rudiger and his horse beneath its massive body. Rudiger instantly urges his horse to move, pushing the animal to escape before the monster buries them both. Thankfully, Rudiger's horse manages to bolt out of the target area just in time, escaping before the deathworm drills itself violently back into the ground. The other knights see how close that attack came, and panic flashes across their faces as they call out to their leader, asking whether he is all right. Rudiger does not waste time reassuring them gently. Instead, he warns them not to drop their guard. Rudiger knows a deathworm is not the kind of creature that simply flees after one failed attack. He tells his men to stay alert, because the beast is likely waiting underground, ready to launch another ambush at any moment. From the cliff, Vlad watches everything with his body tense and his nerves stretched thin. The voice inside his head also admits that the situation has become complicated, because no matter how skilled a fighter may be, there is little he can do against an enemy hiding beneath the ground. Rudiger understands that problem as well, so he refuses to simply stand around and wait for the next surprise attack. He orders his men to spread out and search for the deathworm, certain that the creature is hiding somewhere nearby. His knights answer immediately and move to carry out his command. As the men begin searching the area, Sir Rudiger cannot shake the tension crawling through him. He turns sharply from side to side, scanning the ground and wondering where the deathworm might be lurking. Only a few seconds after the search begins, one of the men shouts that he has found the deathworm. But the discovery brings terrible news, because the monster is now heading straight toward the innocent pilgrims they have been trying so desperately to protect. The first son of Bayezid turns and sees the deathworm racing toward the pilgrims from beneath the earth. The monster is already dangerously close, but Rudiger still refuses to give up on saving those people. He drives his horse forward at once and orders every one of his men to follow the deadly creature before it reaches the pilgrims. From up on the cliff, Vlad sees the situation turn worse in an instant, and he knows there is almost no time left. He tells Dorothea that they may need to hurry, but when he looks back at her, the beast woman appears completely lost and confused. It almost looks like Dorothea does not know what she is doing at all, and Vlad's patience immediately snaps. His face twists into a clear scowl as he scolds her, asking how she can be fooling around when people are in serious danger. Dorothea fires back at him right away, insisting that she is not fooling around. She is genuinely offended that Vlad would accuse her of playing during an emergency. Still clutching her painted tail in that strange way, she declares that what she is doing is a unique method used by the Werbeasts. Sure enough, the paper she has been painting on begins to glow, proving that Dorothea actually did know what she was doing. Still irritated, she tells Vlad that she was almost finished even before he started pestering her. Dorothea is furious now, and she even turns that anger on Portly by calling him a fatty. She shoves the painted paper toward him and orders him to deliver it to Sir Rudiger immediately. According to her, that paper is their signal, and it can be activated by either rubbing it or cutting it. Portly just freezes, stunned that she is actually talking to him. He clearly did not expect to be dragged this deeply into such a dangerous situation. Dorothea yells at him again, explaining that the marking spell has completely drained her. After casting it, even walking will be difficult for her, and as for Vlad, he cannot ride a horse at all, which means Portly is the only one suited to deliver the message under these circumstances. The voice inside Vlad's head points out an even harsher truth. Even if Vlad could ride a horse, he would still be too slow because a deathworm moves faster underground than horses can run on land. That means Rudiger's knights cannot possibly catch up to it in time. The moment Vlad hears that, his expression hardens. He understands immediately that there is only one possible way left to save the pilgrims before the monster reaches them. Without warning, Vlad snatches the paper from Portly's hand and takes off running, leaving both Portly and Dorothea staring after him in confusion. They are stunned as they watch Vlad rush away, but he gives them no proper explanation. All he says is that this is their last resort. Dorothea is so exhausted that she can barely even stand, let alone chase after him. She remains on the ground and desperately calls out, asking Vlad what he thinks he is going to do. But Vlad ignores her completely and jumps straight down the cliff. Dorothea is left furious and horrified, immediately deciding that he must be a lunatic. And honestly, it is hard to blame her, because Vlad just threw himself off a cliff without a second of hesitation. As Vlad slides down the steep slope, his mind races. Joseph Bayezid and Sir Rudiger are both competing for the position of family head, and the knights serving under Rudiger are elite warriors of Bayezid. In a situation like this, there should be no need for a mere vassal like Vlad to step forward. And yet the thought of that damned creature refuses to leave him alone. The deathworm bothers him on a level deeper than reason, as if the memory of it has been carved into his bones. Vlad can still remember the helpless terror of watching his home be destroyed by a massive worm-like monster, unable to do anything but stand there and endure the nightmare. As Vlad gets closer to his target, the voice tells him to concentrate his strength into his toes, But almost at that exact moment, his foot catches on a rock. Vlad loses his balance and tumbles down the hill, rolling helplessly as the slope drags him lower. While he falls, the voice instructs him to curl his body into a ball to soften the impact. Vlad tries his best to follow the advice and brace himself properly, but he cannot quite pull it off. By the time he reaches the bottom, his body slams hard into the ground. For a moment, Vlad lies completely still at the bottom of the slope, covered in dust after that brutal fall. Everyone looking down from above goes pale, afraid that he might actually be dead. Then Vlad lets out a painful groan, pushes against the ground, and slowly forces himself back up. When Portly sees Vlad move, tears of relief gather in his eyes, and one slips down his face as he realizes his guest is still alive. Portly is overwhelmed with joy, but Dorothea can only stare in disbelief, unable to understand how that blonde swordsman survived a fall from such a height. Vlad manages to gather himself, brushing dirt from his clothes while admitting that even he did not expect to be this fine. Honestly, after a fall like that, he feels like he should have broken at least a bone or two. But then that strange sensation returns again, and far ahead, the black horse from earlier turns its gaze toward him. For one strange moment, it feels as if Vlad and that black horse are somehow connected, like something unseen is pulling their attention toward each other. A bright blue light begins to glow around Vlad's body, spreading over him like a quiet surge of power. The black horse keeps staring at him from the distance, its eyes filled with an almost painful longing. The voice inside Vlad's head reveals that this glow is a blessing. It tells him that if not for the white snake's blessing protecting his body, that fall from the cliff would have killed him. Vlad looks down at his own glowing body, amazed by the brilliant light surrounding him. Even the voice admits that the blessing is impressive, then casually suggests that they should visit the World Tree later when they have the chance. With new strength rushing through him, Vlad launches himself toward the danger again. He assures the voice that they will get another chance to go there someday. But right now, the only thing that matters is delivering Dorothea's signal to Sir Rudiger and saving the pilgrims before it is too late. Just then, Vlad notices something strange among the pilgrims. His eyes lock onto an old man pushing one of the wagons, and the sight makes him stop dead in his tracks. Vlad realizes in shock that the old man is Father Andreas. The very priest who serves as his guarantor is the one leading the pilgrims through this dangerous path. The moment Vlad recognizes Father Andreas, his thoughts immediately shift to Sir Rudiger. He starts searching the area, wondering where Rudiger and the others are right now. But when Vlad spots them, his heart sinks. Rudiger's group is still much too far away, and at this distance, the death worm will reach the pilgrims long before the knights can stop it. At this rate, Father Andreas and the rest of the pilgrims are in terrible danger. Vlad looks down at the marking spell clutched in his hand, and in that instant, he understands that he has been forced into a painful choice. The voice inside his head calls this situation a coincidence, then reminds Vlad that coincidence often arrives in the shape of fate, forcing people to decide what kind of person they will be. Vlad curses under his breath as the weight of that choice presses down on him. But while he hesitates, the deathworm keeps tearing through the ground, getting closer and closer to the pilgrims. Vlad knows he has no time left to stand there thinking. Every passing second brings Father Andreas and the others closer to death. So Vlad makes up his mind. If he is going to act, then he cannot afford to waver, not even for a moment. With that decision made, Vlad activates the spell himself. He drives the magic into his sword, stabs the blade deep into the earth, and challenges the deathworm directly, making it clear that he is right here and ready to fight. The spell sends a pulse of energy through the ground, rippling outward beneath Vlad's feet. But the voice immediately judges that it still is not enough. The voice tells Vlad to amplify the vibration even further, to make it so powerful that it spreads through his entire world and reaches the monster without fail. Vlad follows the instruction and pours more strength into the vibration, forcing the tremor deeper and wider through the earth beneath him. A massive surge of aura bursts from Vlad's body as he remains kneeling with his sword driven into the ground. He strains himself harder and harder, trying to draw out enough power to drag the deathworm into the open and destroy it. His goal is to create a vibration so intense that the monster has no choice but to respond. And after Vlad pushes the power far enough, the giant killer worm finally blasts out of the earth, searching for the opponent bold enough to call it out. Sir Rudiger is stunned when he sees the deathworm erupt from the ground. Up on the higher ground, Dorothea and Portly are just as shaken, staring in disbelief at the terrifying scene unfolding below. While everyone else is gripped by fear, Vlad stands firmly before the deathworm with his sword raised. Facing the remnant of the fallen dragon head-on, he makes it perfectly clear that he is right here, and he will not run. The deathworm throws itself at Vlad, its enormous mouth opening wide and revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster dives in for a killing strike, but just before it can crash into him, Vlad dodges aside. The deathworm misses its target and buries its head violently into the ground once again. The impact sends a violent shock through the area, pushing Vlad back several meters. Even so, he somehow keeps his balance and stays on his feet, despite the insane vibration caused by the worm's failed attack. Vlad groans from exhaustion, his body already strained, but he refuses to back down. Tightening his grip around his aura-filled sword, he prepares himself for another round against the terrifying creature. At the same time, the deathworm rises again, and the voice finally speaks with a sharper warning. It tells Vlad not to fool himself into thinking he can truly fight a monster like this, advising him to pull back because his current world is not deep enough to stand against such a creature. As far as the voice is concerned, Vlad has already accomplished something incredible just by forcing the deathworm to stay in one place, even for a short time. Vlad answers with fierce determination, making it clear that he already understands that. His eyes glow as he glances back toward the horsemen coming to support him, only to realize with frustration that they are still too far away and not ready to strike. At this point, Vlad understands that he may have to face the creature alone for a little longer. Even though Sir Rudiger's men are racing toward him, they will not reach the battlefield before the deathworm attacks again. Sure enough, the killer maggot launches into another attack almost immediately. This time, the monster opens its massive mouth even wider, looking as though it intends to swallow the blonde boy from Sora whole. Even with death looming right in front of him, Vlad shows no trace of fear. He grips his blade, fixes his gaze on the horrifying monster, and prepares to face whatever the worm throws at him. But the death worm suddenly drives itself back into the ground again. This time the shockwaves are even stronger, bursting outward with enough force to fling Vlad away. Vlad rolls and tumbles across the ground, but he quickly forces himself back onto his feet. Frustration flashes across his face as he realizes the death worm has disappeared underground once more. The worm drills into the earth before the dust has even started to settle. By the time Vlad rushes over to check, all that remains in front of him is a huge gaping hole torn into the ground. Vlad looks around in confusion, trying to figure out where the deadly creature has gone. He already knows it is not retreating. It is hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush him. His eyes sharpen wildly as he becomes fully alert. Every nerve in his body focused on the ground around him. Vlad turns quickly from side to side, scanning every direction and desperately trying to predict where the next attack will come from. After a short while, Vlad can no longer sense the deathworm's presence nearby. That realization chills him because it means the monster may have abandoned him and started heading toward the pilgrims instead. Panic begins to rise in Vlad's chest as he imagines the worst happening to Father Andreas and the others. Then, just as fear takes hold, he suddenly senses the deathworm again. Vlad's eyes widen in horror when he realizes the gigantic killing machine is directly beneath him. For a split second, he freezes in place, unable to decide what to do next. The ground under Vlad's feet starts cracking apart, confirming what he already sensed. In that moment, it looks as if this might truly be the end for the young swordsman. The voice shouts at Vlad to move, and he tries to escape as fast as his body can react. But even while he throws himself away from the breaking ground, he already knows he is too late. The deathworm erupts from beneath the earth and swallows Vlad in a single blink, its massive jaws closing around him before anyone can stop it. Sir Rudiger and his men witness the horrifying moment from a distance, and the young leader is devastated. Rudiger refuses to let the deathworm take Vlad from him, so he pushes his horse harder, desperately trying to close the distance, even though it is painfully clear he may not arrive in time. After swallowing the young swordsman, the deathworm remains there for a moment, its massive body stilling as if it is trying to digest the prey it just devoured. Deathworm drools and slavers where it stands, its enormous body staying strangely still after swallowing Vlad. That brief pause gives Sir Rudiger just enough time to close the distance. But before he can reach the monster, something suddenly bursts through the dust and comes racing straight toward him. To Sir Rudiger's complete shock, the figure tearing out through the dust is Vlad, and even more unbelievable, Vlad is riding a horse. Not just any horse either, but the mysterious black horse that had stood out from the herd earlier. Rudiger's eyes nearly pop out at the sight, and he is not the only one left speechless. Even Vlad himself can hardly believe what is happening. For a boy who thought every horse in the world hated him, actually sitting on a real horse's back feels almost unreal. The voice inside his head is also startled by the sudden turn, but it quickly tells Vlad to look at the horse's forehead through his world. Vlad follows the voice's instruction without hesitation. The moment he focuses through his world, he sees a strange aura radiating from the horse's head. Vlad feels as if he almost understands what that strange presence is, and the voice completes the thought for him. This horse is not an ordinary animal. It is actually a spirit. Just then, the smoke-like aura gathering around the horse's forehead takes shape, forming into a glowing, sickle-like horn. The black horse begins to look almost like a unicorn as it charges forward, and the voice is surprised to realize that Vlad has found a horse with one-horn blood mixed into its lineage. All at once, the world around Vlad seems to shine brighter. The wind rushes past him, the grass flashes beneath the horse's hooves, and Vlad rides across the field with a kind of joy he has never felt before. Vlad is so overwhelmed by excitement that he cannot hold it in. A loud laugh bursts from him as he rides, pure and uncontrollable. His laughter carries across the open air, and the whole moment feels almost dreamlike. For the first time, Vlad begins to imagine what the world looks like from a horse's point of view, racing forward with everything stretching wide ahead. The powerful black horse springs into the air with incredible speed, and Vlad can only marvel at how unbelievable it feels to ride an animal this fast, as if the ground itself can barely keep up with them. That brief, dazzling dream is interrupted when Sir Rudiger and his men finally catch up to him. Sir Rudiger immediately asks whether Vlad is all right, his voice filled with genuine concern. Vlad quickly assures him that he is fine and still able to move. Rudiger's gaze then shifts to the sword in Vlad's hand, and he is surprised to see that Vlad has already imprinted on it. Mysterious symbols glow along the blade, and Rudiger remembers how the young swordsman threw himself straight at that ferocious monster without hesitation. That sight makes Rudiger look at Vlad with new interest. He had not expected a boy this young to be so ready to risk everything for the sake of others, and he realizes that Vlad moved with the discipline of someone walking the path of a true swordmaster. With that in mind, Sir Rudiger finally praises Vlad for the courageous decision he made earlier. He tells the young swordsman that he carried out his duty more honorably than any knight present. Naturally, the boy from Sora does not expect that kind of praise at all, and for a moment, Vlad is completely taken aback. Still, he quickly gathers himself and thanks the first son of Bayezid for his words. Sir Rudiger then asks Vlad whether he thinks he can control his new horse and move it the way he wants. Vlad looks surprised by the question, because honestly, even he does not know the answer yet. Rudiger reminds him that the pilgrims will not truly be safe until the death worm is cut down. If they want to survive this, they have no choice but to make their gamble right now. Vlad seems overwhelmed by the sheer danger of the monster. For a moment, fear begins to surface as he reminds Sir Rudiger that the creature is a remnant of a fallen dragon. But before that fear can fully take hold, Rudiger stops him. With absolute confidence, he tells Vlad that he can deal with the giant worm. Those words shock Vlad, but they also send fresh courage through him. The two swordsmen lock eyes, and Vlad can instantly tell that Sir Rudiger is preparing to do something reckless and extraordinary. The terrifying death worm circles back for another clash, and Rudiger explains that Vlad should be able to lure it away because he still has Dorothea's engraving. On top of that, Vlad is now riding a remarkable horse, and Rudiger believes he can handle the role. Even so, Vlad starts to doubt himself, wondering whether he can truly ride this horse properly when it matters most. He looks down at the black horse with uncertainty, and the gentle creature looks back at him with a vulnerable, pleading look in its eyes. In that instant, Vlad begins to understand what is really driving it. The black horse is not here just to help Vlad. It is here because it wants to save its herd too. Realizing that gives Vlad another burst of motivation and the courage he needs to keep fighting. So Vlad leans forward and urges the horse into motion, deciding that if both of them have something to protect, then they should try this together. Black Horse responds with exactly the strength and speed Vlad needs. Gaining confidence, Vlad tells Sir Rudiger that he can lure the giant deathworm away. Hearing that, Rudiger orders him to circle around the hill and come back toward him. Sir Rudiger says that he will be ready on the other side by the time Vlad returns. Vlad does not hesitate for even a heartbeat, and immediately launches into action. Vlad rides away from the knights and the rest of the group, drawing himself out into the open. Just as planned, the giant deathworm immediately turns and follows him. Vlad glances back and sees the monster chasing after him at terrifying speed. Even with the danger right behind him, he feels relief because the plan is working exactly as intended. Because of that, Vlad urges the black horse to run even faster. When the others see the stallion blaze through the grass with explosive acceleration, they are left stunned by its incredible speed. Sir Rudiger notices it too, and a faint smile creeps onto his face as he watches Vlad and the black horse tear across the field. Rudiger is glad to see that Vlad and his new horse move so well together because that harmony may be the key to defeating the deathworm, but the monster is still right on Vlad's tail. And even with the horse's insane acceleration, it closes the gap again in a frighteningly short time. The voice tells Vlad to lower his sword and explains that he must let his existence flow through the vibrations of the engraving. Vlad looks at his glowing blade, understands the instruction, and does exactly as the voice says. Vlad lowers the sword until the blade touches the ground, then drags it along the earth as the black horse races forward. One of Vlad's eyes begins to glow again as he strains himself to control the power gathering through the sword. Before long, powerful waves of energy surge from the blade, carving a bright trail across the ground wherever the horse passes. Now Vlad can clearly feel it. What is chasing him is not just a worm, but a dragon-like remnant, and that realization gives him the willpower to keep pushing forward. The black horse refuses to slow down either. Rider and horse push themselves to the limit together, doing everything they can to defeat the deadly deathworm pursuing them. The voice tells Vlad that this dragon is following the light shining inside him. As Vlad continues drawing the monster away, Sir Rudiger and his men reach the area where the pilgrims are, ready to protect them. Sir Rudiger immediately orders part of his force to move the pilgrims to safety, while the rest are told to prepare for any emergency that might follow. His loyal men accept the commands without delay and hurry into action. Elsewhere, Vlad continues riding the black horse at full speed, and for a moment, it almost looks like they have managed to outrun the killer maggot. Fortunately, that hope lasts only an instant. In the blink of an eye, the deathworm explodes out from beneath the ground again. This time, the monster is even closer to Vlad than before. When Sir Rudiger sees Vlad approaching the rendezvous point with the deathworm right behind him, he begins preparing himself for what comes next. All at once, Sir Rudiger focuses completely, readying both his body and his sword for the coming clash. A fiery aura wraps around him, burning fiercely in the air, and in the middle of that heat, Rudiger taps the blade of his sword with his finger. The next vision that appears is a vast pool of molten magma, blazing and heavy with heat, revealing the shape of Sir Rudiger's own world. Vlad is still dragging his sword through the grass, leaving a glowing trail for the deathworm to chase, when he suddenly notices what Rudiger is doing. The sight leaves him completely stunned. When Vlad takes another look at the flood of molten magma surrounding the night, the voice confirms what he is seeing. Sir Rudiger has momentarily expanded his world with that move. The voice explains that this is a method used only by knights who can look deeply into themselves and observe their own inner world with exceptional clarity. And from what Vlad could see now, Rudiger Bayezid was absolutely one of those knights. Even the voice, who rarely admitted being mistaken, acknowledged that Rudiger had turned out to be far greater than he had first judged him to be. Now Vlad could finally understand it for himself. The man who had once seemed like a calm, gentle commander was hiding something brutally fierce beneath that composed exterior. Vlad listened with his mouth slightly open, unable to look away, still completely overwhelmed by the sheer force radiating from Sir Rudiger. He probably never imagined that such terrifying strength could be locked inside someone who carried himself so quietly. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, Vlad understood one thing clearly. If Sir Rudiger truly unleashed that power, he could burn down Vlad's entire world without hesitation. Back in the real world, Vlad was still being pursued by the deathworm. The monstrous creature was now only a short distance behind him, closing in with every passing second. Noir's speed and endurance were incredible, but even that divine black horse could not keep running forever against something so relentless. Then, in the middle of that desperate chase, the killer maggot suddenly sensed something else. Whatever it noticed was powerful enough to pull its attention away completely. The huge creature abruptly slowed, giving Vlad and Noir a little more distance. At first, that should have looked like a lucky break. But Vlad immediately realized the monster had stopped chasing them, and the moment he turned back to see why, the relief vanished from his face. That was when Vlad saw the truth. The deathworm was no longer after him. It had changed direction, and was heading straight for Sir Rudiger. The voice noticed it too and cursed sharply, realizing that the dragon's remnant had detected the threat coming from Rudiger's world. Sir Rudiger, however, was still focused on gathering his power. His attention was locked inward, and he likely had no idea that the destructive worm was now rushing toward him at frightening speed. By then, Vlad fully understood how dangerous the situation had become. Frustration burned through him just as fiercely as it did through the voice in his head. He cursed as well, anger finally snapping loose, because he knew he could not let this continue. But at the same time, he also knew the painful truth. He was far too weak to pull that monster's attention away from Sir Rudiger by himself. Vlad was still caught in that confusion when Noir suddenly spun around so sharply that Vlad nearly lost his balance and was almost thrown from the saddle. He barely managed to cling on, his body lurching from the sudden turn. Vlad stared down in disbelief, completely baffled that Noir had changed direction without any command from him. Vlad shouted, trying to pull the horse back under control. But Noir ignored him completely. Instead, the black horse lowered himself into a full sprint and charged straight after the deathworm. When Vlad finally realized what Noir was attempting, he could only yell at the stubborn creature, asking where in the world it thought it was going. But Noir did not even slow down, as if Vlad's protests meant nothing. Just when it seemed like Noir had completely lost his mind, the horse pushed even further. He began racing in tight circles, moving so fast that it looked as if there were two black horses flashing across the ground. Somehow, that wild movement caught the deathworm's attention. Vlad, already dizzy from the speed, shouted at Noir in alarm, terrified that they were getting far too close to the monster. Unfortunately for Vlad, even that scolding went completely ignored. Noir suddenly let out a loud, piercing neigh, as if something inside him had awakened. Even the voice was shocked, unable to hide his disbelief at what was about to happen. A strange glow began to spread from Noir's body. As the light grew brighter, Vlad started to understand what was really happening right beneath him. He was stunned at first, but then the answer became impossible to deny. A shining horn appeared once more on Noir's forehead. Seeing it, the voice revealed that Vlad's world and the blessing of the white snake were resonating with the mysterious horse. In that same instant, both Vlad and Noir were wrapped in light. As the black stallion reared up on his hind legs, the voice declared that an ancient divine secret, long buried in the memories of this world, was rising again. Meanwhile, the deathworm remained still for a moment, watching them carefully. It waited like a predator measuring the perfect instant to strike, and while the monster watched, Vlad and Noir finally brought their powers together, their light and strength merging into one. The two of them were ready to move the moment the deathworm sensed that shift. It wasted no time and launched itself in for the kill. As the worm lunged toward them, Vlad urged Noir forward, pushing the horse to charge directly into the attack. Noir exploded across the ground with unbelievable force. As he ran, the sight almost seemed absurd. A unicorn without its horn fully formed, and a knight who had once lacked a true horse of his own. At first glance, it looked like a strange pair with no hope of standing against such a deadly monster. But at the point where their powers met on the horizon, they became something far greater together. In the darkness of that night, the union of Vlad and Noir shone like a single white star appearing in a pitch-black sky. Noir blazed through the field like a streak of light, and Vlad tightened both hands around his sword, fixing his gaze ahead as he prepared to strike. At the same time, Sir Rudiger's sword was already glowing a terrifying shade of red, heated as if it had been pulled straight from a furnace. The sight was so overwhelming that the voice still felt Vlad and his newly awakened horse were not doing enough. The voice warned them that Rudiger's world was still growing stronger by the second. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the giant worm lost interest in Vlad and Noir again. Vlad grunted through clenched teeth when he heard that. He was already pushing himself to the edge just to compete with Sir Rudiger's presence, but no matter how hard he strained, he could feel his limit approaching, and he knew he could not draw out any more aura to hold the monster's attention. Even with Vlad's body wearing down, Noir did not slow in the slightest. The black horse kept galloping with furious determination, driving straight toward their target. Then, just when it seemed like Vlad and Noir might not be enough on their own, Sir Rudiger's men arrived with reinforcements. They shouted for Vlad not to give up, their voices cutting through the chaos as they urged him to keep riding and keep fighting. All at once, the eyes of the knights and even the bandits began to glow. Power radiated from them, spreading through the battlefield like a gathering wave. Feeling that combined strength, the voice grew confident. With this much power gathered together, they finally had enough to face the deathworm head-on. One of the knights pushed his horse faster until he came up beside Vlad. Riding shoulder to shoulder with him, he told Vlad to keep that same pace and continue straight ahead until he passed Sir Rudiger. Meanwhile, Sir Rudiger himself still looked distant and unfocused. He remained deeply absorbed in concentrating his power, his mind seemingly far away from the battlefield around him. Vlad rushed toward him and shouted his name, trying to break through that trance and wake him before it was too late. That was when Rudiger finally opened his flaming eyes again. As the force of knights thundered past him, he looked toward Vlad and praised him for handling the task well. Vlad and the others had succeeded in drawing the deathworm away from the pilgrims. Now that the monster had been lured into position, Sir Rudiger felt it was his turn to step forward and take over the fight. With that decision made, Rudiger began expanding his lava-like world once again. Facing the filthy maggot before him, he made it clear that it had now entered Bayezid territory. This was a land where creatures like that had no right to spread chaos. Rudiger's eye burst into flame, and the veins stood out across his face, making his fury impossible to miss. With all of that pent-up rage pouring out of him, the knight formed a raging tornado of fire and swung it toward the deathworm, commanded the creature to disappear for good, his words burning with the same force as the flames around him. After the flaming tornado scattered, a massive concentrated beam of fire descended from the sky. In an instant, the entire area was transformed into a terrifying hellscape. With that overwhelming firepower, Rudiger blasted the deathworm directly. The flames were so powerful and so horrifying that the pilgrims watching from a distance could only tremble in fear at the sight. But the knights under Rudiger's command reacted completely differently. Instead of fear, their faces lit up with excitement as they watched their commander display such incredible strength. As for Vlad, he could only stare in stunned silence. At last he understood that this was the world of a knight who had the power to look inward, grasp his own existence, and manifest a true world. The deathworm continued to burn beneath the endless flames. As Vlad witnessed that insane display of power, he could only admit that what he was seeing stood far beyond anything common sense could explain. To Vlad, seeing Rudiger's world was like standing before a mountain that rose endlessly into the sky. Awe rooted him in place, and his thoughts began to race. He wondered whether Godin could do something like this. Then he thought of Sir Jaeger and Sir Pablo as well, questioning whether even they had reached this level. And then, at last, Vlad asked himself the question that mattered most. Would he ever be able to do something like this too? The voice heard that thought and assured him that such overwhelming power was within his reach. But there was one condition. Vlad's world would have to become so firm, so absolute, that nothing in existence could ever make it waver. After some time, Rudiger had completely destroyed the monster. As the last wild flames continued to burn across the scorched ground, Vlad appeared behind him and quietly asked if he was all right. Rudiger gave Vlad a tired but warm smile as the boy returned, welcoming him back like nothing had happened. Then, with that same calm expression, he praised Vlad for handling the situation well. Vlad looked out over the burning field with worry in his eyes, afraid the flames might spread across the entire grassland if they kept raging like this. But Rudiger simply brushed off his concern, assuring him that it would be fine since the grass was still damp enough to keep the fire from running wild. Rudiger explained that the flames would only burn for a short while before dying out on their own. But more importantly than any of that, what he wanted most right now was a cold, refreshing glass of beer after everything they had just survived. Rudiger tried to push himself back onto his feet, but the moment he moved, his legs trembled beneath him and gave out. He dropped right back onto the ground, and the voice immediately guessed that the strain of forcing his world to expand for even a limited time had finally caught up with him. Still sitting there, Rudiger teasingly asked whether Vlad planned to help him up or not, but instead of offering a hand, Vlad simply let himself collapse down beside him, saying that if Rudiger was going to fall, then he might as well fall too. The older knight found Vlad's reaction amusing, a faint smile tugging at his face. But since there was no real comeback for that kind of stubborn behavior, Rudiger let the moment pass and smoothly changed the subject. From what Rudiger had just witnessed, Vlad was an excellent rider. His control, balance, and timing had all been impressive, which made the rumors Rudiger had heard about him seem strangely inaccurate. Vlad quickly explained that he had never been the real problem in the first place. Hearing that, Rudiger turned his gaze toward Noir, studying the black horse carefully, before admitting that the creature really was something remarkable. Vlad agreed without hesitation, clearly understanding just how extraordinary Noir was. But before the quiet conversation could continue, Rudiger's men came rushing over, loud and full of excitement as they gathered to celebrate their victory. The knights praised Vlad for the incredible way he had performed out there, laughing and cheering as they said his efforts were impressive enough to make them consider opening up their vassal positions for him. One of them gave Vlad a more personal compliment, saying that he truly hoped they would meet again someday. Vlad, still a little shy under all that praise, thanked him with a nervous but sincere expression. Just then, another voice called out to Vlad from nearby. When he turned and saw who it was, surprise flashed across his face, because Father Andreas was standing there. Vlad was visibly relieved to see that the priest had made it through safely. Father Andreas, however, was filled with excitement, saying that he had finally understood what he had failed to see clearly before. During Vlad's clash, Father Andreas had seen a brilliant light. It was not the first time he had glimpsed something like it, but until now he had never been able to fully understand what that light truly was. To him, it had looked like a radiance cutting straight through pitch-black darkness, a sharp and shining light that refused to be swallowed by the night. Then, without warning, Father Andreas dropped to his knees and took Vlad's hands in his own, leaving the young knight completely stunned. With deep gratitude in his voice, the old priest thanked him and called him by his true name, Vlad of Sowara. Vlad had no idea how to respond, confusion showing plainly on his face. But Father Andreas continued, lifting his prayer to the Lord and declaring that the boy who had received God's will had acted only according to that sacred calling. Still kneeling before him, Father Andreas prayed for the Lord to comfort the young boy who had protected his world. He asked that this shining child be blessed with mercy, pity, and compassion. On that day, countless hearts gathered into one shared light, all because the world within that young boy had expanded and reached the people around him. As the evening settled over Bayezid, the warm glow of sunset poured across the noble family's mansion. The fading light touched the walls and windows gently, making the estate look calm despite the heavy news arriving inside. Within that mansion, a familiar scarred hand held a letter tightly, the rough marks across the fingers standing out against the paper. The owner of those scarred fingers asked in a low voice whether the contents of the message were absolutely correct. It was Peter Bayezid, questioning his special advisor about the startling report he had just received. The white-haired advisor calmly assured him that the information was accurate, then explained that Dorothea had sent the message through the crystal ball herself. The moment Peter Bayezid heard that, his jaw tightened in anger. All he had done was send the youngsters out as a precaution, just in case something happened, yet somehow they had ended up in the middle of something far more serious. He suddenly snapped, demanding to know whether dark magic was involved again. The old advisor did not avoid the question and admitted that some of those forces had already settled in the north. Peter Bayezid's fury only deepened. In his eyes, the Empire had become far too relaxed about these threats. And because of that carelessness, the old cursed beings were slowly beginning to show themselves again. He fell into heavy thought, his expression dark and troubled, before turning his furious gaze out the window. His advisor then reminded him that not all the news was bad. There was something relieving in the report as well, and that deserved to be acknowledged. Peter Bayezid accepted that point, admitting that his advisor was right, especially because one young prodigy's name had been appearing more and more often lately. Peter Bayezid began recalling the moments where Vlad had proven himself, the winter monster hunt from the previous year, the duel of honor at Heino, and the other moments where the rising swordsman had shone brightly. Now, Vlad's involvement in the matter with the pilgrims had been added to that growing list. By this point, it was impossible to ignore how much attention Vlad had been drawing through his recent achievements. Peter Bayezid even admitted that, without that boy's actions, House Bayezid might have been forced to face disgrace. He could not help picturing the talented young knight in his mind. After witnessing Vlad's remarkable aura once again through the report, Peter Bayezid felt nothing but admiration for the boy who had come from Soara. With that feeling settled in his chest, Peter Bayezid calmly instructed his advisor to call for his son Joseph. The white-haired old man immediately suspected what his master was thinking, wondering if he had finally decided to grant Vlad permission. The advisor asked Peter Bayezid if he was certain. In response, the nobleman turned toward him and calmly stated that those who proved themselves worthy should be allowed to receive the rights they deserved. While those decisions were being made back at Bayezid, Rudiger and his men were still out in the open wilderness. After saving the pilgrims from the massive deathworm, the group had made camp for the night. Vlad had done more than his share of the work, but none of that mattered in the peaceful moment afterward, as everyone sat around the fires and warmed themselves beneath the quiet night sky. The pilgrims were there with them as well, finally able to rest after the terror they had survived. Yet even with everyone gathered together, something felt unusual. Vlad was sitting by a separate fire alone and set apart from the others. It seemed Vlad wanted a little time to himself. When the view drew closer, he was carefully cleaning his sword, tending to the blade after the brutal fight from earlier that day. As Vlad worked over the weapon, he noticed just how many scratches covered it. The blade had clearly endured a great deal during his battle against the deathworm. Vlad had not expected the sword to be damaged this badly. While he was still staring at the marks and thinking about what they meant, Sir Rudiger suddenly appeared behind him. Without any gentle greeting, Rudiger asked why Vlad was sitting there looking so pitiful all by himself. The blue-eyed boy stiffened in surprise when he heard the knight's voice coming from over his shoulder. Vlad turned around just as Rudiger casually sat down beside him. Rudiger asked where Vlad's round friend had gone, and Vlad explained that Dorothea had taken portly Canner away earlier because she needed him for something. After hearing that, Rudiger asked about the priest next. Vlad answered that Father Andreas was currently spending time with the pilgrims, which explained why Vlad had ended up sitting alone. Rudiger understood the situation right away. Holding a bottle of wine in one hand, Sir Rudiger concluded that everyone else was busy. Then he let out a pitying sigh, as if the lonely blonde boy before him was the saddest sight in the entire camp. Feeling sorry for him, Rudiger stretched out the bottle and offered Vlad a drink. Naturally, the underage young knight was startled by the offer and tried to politely refuse, reminding Rudiger that he was in the middle of polishing his sword. But before Vlad could even finish making that excuse, Sir Rudiger cut him off. He already knew Vlad was trying to reject the offer, and he pointed out that the boy was saying no to him yet again. Rudiger then leaned fully into the guilt trip, reminding Vlad that he had refused the peanuts earlier, refused to help pull him up when he had asked for a hand, and now had gone so far as to reject his wine too. Thinking it over aloud, Rudiger concluded that Vlad had rejected him every single time he reached out. Then, pretending to be wounded, he asked whether Joseph had ordered him to act that way. Vlad immediately understood the game Rudiger was playing, and irritation rose in him. because if word spread that he had repeatedly refused the first son of House Bayezid, Joseph could end up being dragged into trouble for it. Left with no better choice, Vlad accepted the bottle. He took it from Sir Rudiger and quickly assured the manipulative knight that Joseph had not told him to do anything of the sort. Once the bottle was in his hand, Vlad realized with surprise that it was whiskey, not wine. Rudiger noticed the look in his eyes and proudly told the boy that this was the liquor of nobles. By then, Vlad had relaxed a little, and after only a brief hesitation, he took a sip. As the whiskey went down, Vlad found himself thinking that Rudiger and Joseph were definitely brothers. Even if their personalities were nothing alike on the surface, their tastes were so similar that the family resemblance was impossible to deny. The boy from Sora ended up enjoying the whiskey so much that he tipped the bottle back and drank it all down. While Vlad was busy emptying it, Rudiger's attention drifted toward the sword resting in the young knight's hands. After studying the blade for a moment, Rudiger suggested that Vlad should have it properly inspected once they returned home. Those words finally made Vlad lower the bottle in surprise. He wiped the leftover whiskey from his lips, looking a little stunned, before telling Rudiger Bayezid that he had actually visited the Bayezid family's blacksmith only a few days earlier. According to that blacksmith, the sword could not be properly fixed unless the handle was removed first. Rudiger narrowed his eyes slightly, finding that explanation suspicious. To him, it made no sense to strip away a perfectly usable handle from a sword unless there was something very wrong hidden beneath it. Vlad explained that the blacksmith had said the handle had been attached to the blade in an extremely careless way. Because of that, Vlad had only two choices: either find the person who originally made the sword, or allow the blacksmith to remove the handle completely. After taking the whiskey bottle back from Vlad, Sir Rudiger gave the young knight a teasing look and said that the sword's owner seemed just as reckless as the blade itself. Rudiger said it while casually drinking from the bottle, but the moment Vlad said he was not going to remove the handle, the older knight suddenly stopped mid-sip. Rudiger looked genuinely confused by that answer, so Vlad quietly explained why. He could not bring himself to do it, because if the handle was removed, it felt like he might lose the sword itself. As Vlad said that, memories from Sora rose in his mind. He thought of the old blacksmith who had made the weapon for him, and of course he thought of his red-haired best friend, Zemina. Vlad lifted the sword slightly, his gaze steady as he said that too many things were held inside this blade for him to simply let it go. For a brief moment, Rudiger could not say anything. He stared at Vlad with quiet awe, before finally gathering himself enough to try persuading him again. Rudiger reminded Vlad that even if he did not want to lose the memories tied to the sword, the weapon still needed to be repaired, especially since it was already starting to look dangerously worn. Vlad agreed with that much, but he insisted that this was exactly why he needed to return home and find the person who had made the sword in the first place. When Rudiger heard that, he asked where this mysterious blacksmith could be found. Vlad did not answer immediately. He hesitated, keeping his mouth shut for a moment, as if the name of that place carried more weight than he wanted to show. But after a short silence, Vlad finally admitted the truth. The person who had made his sword was in Sora. Rudiger did not look especially shocked by the answer. If anything, it made perfect sense to him, since he had already heard Vlad call himself Vlad of Sora more than once. Rudiger teased Vlad lightly on the surface, but deep down the name stayed with him. A gifted young swordsman from the shining city of Sora, known as Vlad of Sora, it was hard for the older brother not to admit how well that title suited him. To Rudiger, it was the perfect name for someone who might one day become a true swordmaster. After all, on the battlefield earlier, Vlad had been the one who shone brighter than anyone. The image of him riding fearlessly on that majestic black horse flashed through Rudiger's mind, and it made him start piecing something together. After replaying everything that had happened that day, Rudiger finally understood why Joseph had been moving so restlessly lately. His younger brother had clearly seen something special in Vlad long before this moment. Vlad kept holding the sword with fierce determination in his eyes. Seeing that expression, Rudiger rose to his feet and suggested that Vlad might be able to have the sword repaired sooner than he expected. At first, Vlad did not understand what Rudiger meant and looked up at him in confusion. Rudiger simply told him that if he wanted the sword repaired badly enough, then sooner or later someone would acknowledge that wish. Vlad was left even more puzzled by those words, and this time he could not hide it at all. While he sat there, staring up in a daze, Rudiger gave him a firm pat on the shoulder and began to walk away. Before Rudiger fully left, however, he made sure to tell Vlad one more thing. He said that Vlad had done well just by making it this far in life. The sudden warmth of those words caught Vlad off guard, leaving him sitting there in silence as Sir Rudiger finally walked away. Rudiger told Vlad to get some sleep early, then added that they would be leaving for Stuma first thing the next morning. Vlad watched Sir Rudiger's back as the older knight disappeared into the camp. After a moment, he quietly admitted that Rudiger was right, because deep down, Vlad truly believed he would be able to fix his sword someday. Vlad sank into thought, holding on to the feeling that this sword was the very reason he still had a place to return to. Memories of Sora slowly began to surface in his mind. His old boss, the life he once lived in the bar, and the people he had left behind. The emotions pressed heavily against his chest, until he was almost brought to tears. On the cliffside, Vlad could still be seen sitting alone beside his small fire, separated from the knights and pilgrims laughing together on the other side of camp. Then, the black horse from earlier appeared again, quietly watching him from above. Noir said nothing, yet the longer the horse stared at Vlad, the clearer their bond seemed to become. There was something silent and powerful passing between them, as if words were not needed at all. The same kind of energy seemed to radiate from both Vlad and Noir, almost like their souls were echoing each other. In that quiet moment, it felt as though the two of them had been meant to meet from the very beginning. That same night in Sturma, Lady Oksana was spending the evening quietly with one of her maids. She sat with needle and thread in hand, passing the time through careful stitching and embroidery. Oksana did not seem completely confident in her skill yet. As she worked, she turned to the maid and asked whether the embroidery looked good enough. The young maid immediately praised her, saying that the Countess's stitching looked almost identical to the drawing they were trying to copy. Excited, the girl showed Oksana the book again, and Oksana asked if she could move on to the next crest. Oksana picked it up, and the maid happily showed her the next pattern she was supposed to stitch. But Oksana quickly reached for the needle and thread, saying she did not even need to look at the drawing for this one. This next symbol was deeply familiar to her, engraved so clearly in her memory that her hands began moving almost naturally, even though it was her first time making it herself. Lady Oksana admitted that she and her siblings had only watched their mother create it when they were young and had never actually tried doing it on their own. The maid gently suggested that the very fact Oksana had watched her mother do it made the work even more precious. Oksana accepted that with a quiet, thoughtful expression. Oksana admitted that it truly was precious. To her, this craft was more than simple embroidery. It was a tradition slowly fading away as fewer and fewer people remembered how important it once was. She thought of the knights of the present day. Men who had been raised with comfort and care, and felt bitter that they were not even worthy of lifting the flag that belonged solely to them and no one else. Speaking of those nights, morning soon arrived, and Rudiger and his men were already prepared to begin their journey towards Sturma. As always, the red-caped son of House Bayezid rode at the front, leading the group forward. But as they set out, one of his men suddenly called out, drawing his attention to a stunning sight nearby. The man was amazed, saying he had never seen anything like it in his entire life. Sir Rudiger turned to look, and there, running across the plains, was a massive herd of wild horses. They were moving side by side with the knights and pilgrims, close enough to make the man stare in disbelief, because he never would have imagined such a thing could happen. Seeing the herd racing beside them, Sir Rudiger calmly admitted that it was indeed a rare sight. In fact, he suggested that this might be the first and last time any of them would ever witness something like it. As the wild herd slowly began to pull away from the convoy, the red-caped leader glanced back toward Vlad with a mischievous look in his eyes. Vlad had already returned to life without a horse, which meant he was stuck inside the carriage, while the other knights rode proudly on their mounts. He looked visibly gloomy about it, and Rudiger noticed right away, understanding that Vlad and the black horse must have formed a bond unlike anything ordinary during their brief time together. But that moment had come to an end. Vlad and Noir now had to return to their separate lives, and as anyone could guess, Vlad was taking the parting much harder than the wild stallion seemed to be. Vlad seemed to be thinking exactly what Rudiger had already guessed. He leaned toward the carriage window with a long, sorrowful face, knowing that the time had finally come for him, and that incredible stallion to go their separate ways. Noir blazed across the plains with the rest of the herd, and Vlad tried hard to hold back the ache rising inside him. He knew he had his own purpose to fulfill, and Noir had a duty of his own as well, to lead and protect the herd. No matter how much Vlad wanted otherwise, the two of them could not simply stay together. Then, all at once, Noir came to a sudden stop when he reached the edge of a high cliff. Noir could no longer keep following the knights and their convoy, so the black stallion rose onto his hind legs, striking one last unforgettable pose for Vlad to carry in his heart. By then, it was clear this was their goodbye. Vlad understood that this might be the final moment they could see each other like this, and tears gathered in his eyes as he looked at Noir one last time. It was heartbreaking to watch him struggle with the farewell, but while he was still caught in that sadness, Father Andreas suddenly appeared beside him and gently told him not to be too sorrowful. Vlad quickly tried to hide what he was feeling, pretending that he had only been saying goodbye because it was the proper thing to do. But Father Andreas clearly knew better. The old priest burst into laughter and said that humans truly did have a hard time being honest with themselves most of the time. To Father Andreas, human life was a constant cycle of meetings and farewells. Goodbyes brought tears and heaviness to the heart, while new hellos arrived carrying happiness and hope. The old priest then admitted that what had happened the previous day had been an extraordinary encounter even in his eyes. Because of that, he found himself wondering when the young star would cross paths with that remarkable horse again, even though the moment looked painfully sad. Father Andreas did not believe this was truly the last time Vlad would see Noir. After all, the depth of a bond was not decided only by how much time two beings spent together. Hearing those words, Vlad slowly began to brighten. Father Andreas was right, and as that thought settled in, a small smile returned to Vlad's face. He realized that he and Noir would meet again someday. He was sure of it. With that new belief in his heart, Vlad was finally ready to leave the black stallion behind for now. And as the traveling party moved farther into the distance, Noir remained on the cliff, silently watching them go. Later that night, a violent storm rolled over Storma, shaking the mansion of House Bayezid beneath flashes of lightning and heavy crashes of thunder. Rain battered the estate from every side, making the entire noble house feel tense and restless. Inside his office, Peter Bayezid sat with a deeply frustrated expression, his mood even darker than the storm outside. But the thunder and lightning were not the true reason for the pressure weighing on him. The real cause was the troubling report he had just received about the fall of Count Ravnoma. Even after hearing it, Peter Bayezid was still trying to accept that such a major family had truly been brought down. He covered his face with one hand, looking utterly worn down by frustration, while his advisor stood nearby and confirmed that the urgent news had only just arrived. Peter Bayezid had known for some time that the movements in the West had been strange, but he had never imagined they would lead to something this severe. The thought made him wonder when, and how, Count Gaidar's house had gained enough strength to make such a move. According to the report, the houses of the West had formed an alliance with Gaidar at the center of it all. Because of that, even Ravnoma, the true leader of the West, had been overwhelmed and defeated by sheer numbers, with too few allies left to stand beside him in battle. Now that the situation had grown this serious, Peter Bayezid found it shocking that the royal family had not stepped in. His advisor answered that matters involving the central region were usually difficult for them to learn about in detail. With that realization settling heavily on him, Peter Bayezid rose from his chair. He thought about how the North had always carried a stronger identity than any other region, protected from the royal family's influence by the unshakable wall built around it. But that same isolation had also left them blind to what was happening beyond their own borders. And because of that ignorance, the Count's family had fallen before anyone could properly react. Peter Bayezid could hardly believe that a guardian family tied to the old pact had collapsed so easily to him. It felt as if the rules and traditions of the past were being trampled into meaninglessness by those who now held power. The nobleman felt the weight of the changing era pressing in around him, fearing that truly turbulent times had arrived. His advisor agreed, saying that the empire needed to understand exactly where the line should be drawn. As Peter Bayezid looked out through the rain-streaked window, he could not shake the feeling that Count Ravnoma's downfall marked the beginning of a new age. And worse than that, he realized there was now even more trouble waiting to be handled. The so-called pilgrims were not ordinary travelers at all. They were refugees from Ravnoma, and they had now arrived in Sturma, carrying the old pact with them. Elsewhere, Vlad learned what had happened and found himself completely torn. The truth left him unsure of what he was supposed to do next. Helping the pilgrims had been the right thing to do, or at least it should have been. But now Vlad had also helped Rudiger, and he already knew Joseph would not be pleased when he heard the full story. Vlad could already picture Sir Jaeger's face the moment everything came out. In his mind, the green-eyed knight looked furious enough to beat him half to death this time. Still, there was no point trying to run from what was coming. With his fate practically decided, Vlad stood before Joseph's door and knocked. From inside, Joseph calmly told him to enter. When Vlad stepped in, the young master pointed out that he had returned a day earlier than expected. Joseph seemed strangely composed as he said he had already heard a little about what had happened. His voice was calm, almost too calm, which only made Vlad more uneasy. The first thing Joseph asked was whether Vlad had been injured. Vlad quickly answered that he was fine and had managed to return safely. Even so, Joseph advised him to take better care of himself from now on. Vlad could only agree, answering obediently while trying to read Joseph's expression. At first, Vlad was confused because everything seemed surprisingly normal. Joseph looked calm and the room did not feel as tense as Vlad had feared. But when Vlad looked closer at Joseph's face, he realized he was in trouble, because the hidden frown on his lord's face was becoming clearer with every passing second. Joseph then began speaking about Sora. He admitted that he did not know much about the back alleys there, but said he had heard rumors of a conflict, and asked Vlad if those rumors were true. Vlad was caught off guard by the question, but after a moment he admitted that it was true. Joseph then asked whether Vlad was unable to send letters back to Sora, which only left the young knight even more baffled. When Vlad asked what Joseph meant, Joseph finally mentioned Zemina, referring to her as the girl Vlad cared for back in Sora. Vlad immediately corrected him, making it clear that he and Zemina were friends, not lovers. Joseph said he had understood that much from the beginning. Then he pointed out the real reason Vlad had not been sending letters home. Vlad was afraid that the people in Sora might get hurt because of him. Joseph admitted that he wanted to solve that problem for Vlad, but he also made it clear that doing so would require a great deal of effort and careful preparation. He suggested that the man known as One-Armed Jack was too valuable to ignore. Vlad confirmed it, because he knew that One-Armed Jack had built connections with some of the most powerful people in Sora. Then Joseph suddenly shifted the conversation, speaking about everything Vlad had endured in his service. He said it was time to repay him properly, just as the two of them had once promised each other. Vlad looked confused, so Joseph showed him a flag that represented a knight's honor. In the old days, knights carried flags like this as proof of who they were, and Joseph admitted that he had always been frustrated by the fact that he could never possess one himself. Because of that, Joseph had made up his mind to find a knight who could carry such a flag in his place. And now Vlad had fulfilled every condition Joseph had been waiting for. Joseph declared that Vlad was a knight worthy of raising his own flag. He promised that House Bayezid would stand behind him and give him their full support. After all, Vlad was the man who had received Lady Alicia Heinel's name, and he was also a sworn vassal of House Bayezid. For that reason, Joseph wanted Vlad to raise his head with pride beneath his own flag and return to his hometown carrying it openly. Joseph told Vlad to go back, cut down the worthless people who still bound him, find his true freedom, and then return to his side once it was done. Serge Jaeger gave his approval without saying a word. Seeing that silent support, the young boy from Sora was deeply moved. Vlad thought back on everything that had carried him to this moment. The plain sword given to him by the girl and the old man, the identity token given by Father Andreas, and the handkerchief bearing Lady Alicia's name. And now before him stood his very own flag, marked with the crests of the family that had chosen to support him. Each of those gifts had become part of Vlad's roots. Each one was proof of the life he had lived, the bonds he had formed, and the achievements he had earned with his own hands. Overwhelmed by the honor of it all, Vlad lowered himself onto one knee like a true knight. Tears ran down his face as he promised Joseph that he would carry out his young lord's command. Soon after, the scene shifted to Peter Bayezid's throne room. Father Andreas stood before a massive chest bound tightly in chains, while behind him the pilgrims knelt respectfully before the nobleman. The head of House Bayezid stared at the chained chest in front of him, his eyes narrowing in surprise as he realized it was the proof of the pact. By then, the box was glowing with a sinister red aura. Whatever had been sealed inside was clearly no ordinary relic, and it certainly did not feel harmless. Peter Bayezid hesitated to accept what he was seeing, but when he finally asked whether this was truly the proof of the pact, Father Andreas quickly confirmed it. The old priest then revealed that a dragon's fragment was sealed inside the chest. Within that mysterious box rested a fragment of the prime dragon of perfection, the enormous dragon said to have possessed scales like gold. Father Andreas reminded Peter Bayezid that this magnificent beast had once been slain by the founding king. Naturally, Peter Bayezid's attention sharpened at once. He could only let out a low hum, unable to find the right words. The information was almost too overwhelming to process, especially with such a rare and dangerous object sitting in the middle of his own throne room. Seeing Peter Bayezid's reaction, Father Andreas bowed and apologized in advance, because he still had even more shocking news to deliver. He then informed the nobleman that Count Ravnoma's family had been the only house in the West capable of protecting the pact. That was enough for Peter Bayezid to understand the situation immediately. His expression hardened as he made it clear that he knew exactly what Father Andreas was asking of him. The leader of House Bayezid understood that, with Count Ravnoma's family defeated, the old priest was now requesting assistance. Without hesitation, Peter Bayezid promised to provide the pilgrims with his knights. He vowed to help move the proof of the pact as safely as possible, using every resource he could offer. Peter Bayezid also recognized how exhausted the pilgrims must have been after such a difficult journey, so he kindly invited them to rest comfortably in his mansion. He even asked them to remain as his guests until the preparations were complete. Hearing this, Father Andreas thanked him sincerely, and with that matter settled, the pilgrims immediately began turning their attention to what had to be done next. The hooded men moved quickly around the ominous chest, covering its chained surface with a plain white tarp before lifting it together and carrying it out of the throne room without wasting another second. Peter Bayezid watched the hooded men leave with the chest, his eyes fixed on their backs and a deep scowl carved across his face as they disappeared from the room. Something was clearly troubling him. The tension in his expression made it obvious that his thoughts were moving in a dangerous direction, and his advisor noticed the change in his mood right away. Because of that, the old advisor tried to calm his lord, gently telling him not to let the matter weigh too heavily on him. Peter Bayezid suddenly rose from his seat, but the advisor continued, reminding him that the pilgrims had not been left with any real choice. Peter Bayezid stepped down from his seat, still unable to shake the anger pressing against him. He said he already understood that much, but from the West's perspective, the only guardian house of the pact that could stand equal to them was the ruler of the North. To Peter Bayezid, the ruler of the North was the only person the people of the West would truly recognize as a threat. And honestly, it was not difficult to understand why, because the Iron Duke, Timur Baranov, looked like the kind of man who could crush fear into an entire battlefield just by standing there. With his glowing red eyes and enormous blade, Timur Baranov was clearly a terrifying force in his own right. Peter Bayezid knew there was nothing he could do about the situation at that moment, yet the thought still clung to him like a heavy weight on his shoulders. He drifted into silence, staring out the window as his mind wandered through every possibility. Then, all at once, something outside the window snapped him back to reality. What he saw on the other side was shocking enough to pull him completely out of his thoughts. Peter Bayezid's eyes widened in disbelief as he spotted a familiar flag waving outside. Almost without realizing it, he murmured that he had not seen that banner in a very long time. Hearing him speak, the advisor grew curious and quickly moved closer to see what had caught his lord's attention. When the white-haired advisor looked through the window, he immediately understood why Peter Bayezid had been so drawn in. The sight outside surprised him as well, leaving him quietly taken aback. The advisor stared at the banner for a moment, then admitted that he too had not seen that flag in ages. The reason both men were glued to the window soon became clear. It was the very crest Lady Oksana had been sewing earlier, now made into a flag for Vlad. As Peter Bayezid watched it flutter from the moving carriage, he thought the boy should have at least rested for a while before setting off again. His advisor, seeing Vlad leave as well, suggested that perhaps the young knight simply could not hold himself back. After all, Vlad was a knight now. With that in mind, Peter Bayezid understood him completely and admitted that he probably would not have been able to control himself either. Vlad had just received his own banner as a knight, and not just any ordinary banner, but one bearing the powerful crest of House Bayezid. No one could really blame him for wanting to ride out beneath it as soon as he could. Peter Bayezid understood very well what it meant for a knight to stand beneath his own flag. Vlad was now being recognized as a knight banneret, an achievement that carried real weight in the world of knighthood. As Peter Bayezid continued watching him from the window, admiration filled his eyes. He supported the journey completely and felt proud to have such a young knight flying his family's flag on the road back to his hometown. Peter Bayezid wanted Vlad to carry out the duty that rightfully belonged to him, and as the carriage rolled away from Sturma, that was exactly what Vlad was heading out to do. The scene shifted away from the bright, lively city of Sturma and returned to a far darker place, the filthy, dangerous back alleys of Sora. There, a crowd of rough lowlifes had gathered outside, waiting impatiently for a woman whose name was already famous in those streets. The woman was clearly in high demand, because every man outside her door was restless, eager for her to finally appear. They shouted outside her chamber, arguing shamelessly over whose turn it was to be with her. In a place like this, those arguments were usually settled in the simplest and ugliest way possible. The man who offered the most money would be allowed to go first. One of the men yelled for the woman to pour him a drink, and at last, the person they had all been waiting for was revealed. It was Marcella. Marcella ignored the barking voices outside as if they were nothing more than background noise, calmly applying her makeup in the mirror. As she slowly colored her lips, someone else inside the room complained that the men outside were causing a commotion like animals in heat. The woman in charge was clearly sick of the noise and wanted Marcella to hurry out and entertain them if she was finished getting ready. The boss finally came into view, a harsh old madam with a face twisted by greed and cruelty. She reminded Marcella that she had to serve as many men as possible because that was the only way she could pay off her debt. The old woman wore a nasty, satisfied look as she said it, clearly enjoying the money Marcella brought in and the suffering that came with it. Marcella answered with a sharp glare, her eyes burning as if she wanted to crush the old madam without even lifting a hand. But the old madam was not someone who scared easily. She simply glared right back at Marcella, her own face hardening into a stubborn scowl. The two women stared each other down in heavy silence, until the old madam suddenly reached out and grabbed Marcella by the face. She forced Marcella's chin up and turned her toward the mirror, making the young woman look at herself. The old madam wanted to know just how long Marcella could keep pretending to be so confident. As far as she was concerned, they had plenty of time, and Marcella would remain trapped under her control even when her beauty began to rot away. Words like that would make anyone wonder just how deep Marcella's debt truly was. For a brief moment, Marcella looked as though she might crack under the pressure. But then the fear vanished from her face in an instant, and her usual proud composure returned like a mask sliding perfectly back into place. With a cold, unfazed side-eye, Marcella looked toward the old madam and taunted her, telling her to live a long life. The old madam was genuinely startled by Marcella's confidence. It seemed to worry her, and she looked both confused and disappointed that even after all the humiliation she had put Marcella through, the young woman still refused to break. Realizing that Marcella would not crumble so easily, the old madam finally gave up on trying to frighten her. She turned toward the door, and as she left the room, she only ordered Marcella to hurry up and go outside. Once the old madam was gone, Marcella was left alone with her thoughts, and the truth hiding beneath her steady expression began to surface. Marcella finished her makeup and reflected on the position she had managed to reach, despite being someone forced to sell herself to survive. Even so, she considered it a remarkable path in its own way, because at the very least she had chosen the direction of her own destiny. It sounded like the kind of thought Marcella repeated to herself whenever she had to prepare for work, a fragile little shield before stepping back into the world waiting outside. Then Marcella rose from her seat and walked toward the door of her chamber, moving with confidence while the men outside continued waiting for her. The instant Marcella appeared, the crowd erupted again. The men shouted, cheered, and argued over who had been waiting the longest, each one desperate to claim her for himself. As Marcella stepped out to face those hungry eyes, she admitted inwardly that the destiny she had chosen was nothing but a road toward destruction, yet somehow she carried herself as if that no longer mattered. The old madam also came out behind her, now that her most profitable woman was ready to be sold for the night. The old madam teased the waiting men, asking whether they had truly been waiting that long for Marcella. Seeing their eagerness, she called for the highest bidder to step forward, declaring that the man who wanted the honey of the black rose for the night should prove it with gold. With that, the bidding began, and the desperate men quickly started shouting out their offers. Some of them even tried to pool their coins together, hoping that combining their money would be enough to buy a night with Marcella. But the madam immediately shut that idea down, making it clear that the auction did not work that way. The scene quickly turned into every man fighting for himself, and as the crowd began arguing again, the old madam smiled with greedy delight. Marcella kept bringing in money, and to the madam, she was nothing more than a fading flower to be drained dry until nothing useful remained. Then one man suddenly made an offer of 4 gold, and the madam accepted it almost immediately. The other men were still groaning in disappointment when another voice cut through the crowd and offered 100 gold. The entire place fell silent at once. No one moved and no one spoke, because the amount was so absurd that everyone needed a moment just to process what they had heard. The silence finally broke when the madam choked on her smoke and burst into a coughing fit. Everyone turned at the same time, eager to see what kind of outrageously wealthy person would throw out an offer like that. All eyes searched for the bidder, while the madam, still stunned, asked again just to make sure she had heard the number correctly. The mysterious man repeated himself without hesitation, making it clear that he was willing to pay 100 gold for Marcella. Then he began climbing the creaking stairs, revealing himself step by step. The sound alone sent a chill down Marcella's spine, because she recognized that footstep far too well. Marcella knew that sound. It was the same sound that had once brought destruction crashing down upon her nest. It belonged to the man who had killed her husband, the man who had shattered her life, and the reason Vlad had been forced to leave his hometown. The man standing there was none other than the notorious Godin. Marcella still hadn't seen the man's face, not even a glimpse beneath that hood, yet the thought of who he might be was enough to send chills crawling across her skin. The ominous hooded man finally climbed the stairs and stepped into the room, his silence pressing down harder than any threat as he entered without offering a single word. Everyone inside was still frozen by the unbelievable offer, and the old madam could barely process it. She asked him again if he had truly said 100 gold, her voice trembling with disbelief as she searched his covered face for any sign that he was joking. But the man seemed tired of repeating himself. He ignored her question completely and moved past the crowd, walking straight toward the counter where Marcella stood rigid, bracing herself for whatever fate was coming next. The men in the room had already been uneasy, but now that he was closer, they could truly feel how dangerous he looked. His presence alone made the air feel heavier. They all sensed it right away. His aura was no ordinary pressure. Curiosity flickered in their eyes, but not a single one of them had the courage to open his mouth and question him. The hooded man finally stopped at the counter, then calmly asked the women there if he could order something from the house. The moment she heard that, the old madam's greed stirred. Even if the 100 gold had been an empty bluff, she figured a man like this could still easily hand over 10 gold without blinking. With that thought in mind, she hurried to bring out the menu and serve him properly. But before she could present it, he stopped her and told her there was no need for a menu at all. Then came the twist no one expected. The person hidden beneath the hood was not Goethe or some random mercenary at all. The man refused the old madam's offer and quietly said there was one dish he had never stopped missing since the day he left Sora. That dish had stayed with him the entire time he was away, so now that he had returned, the first thing he asked for was grilled sausage with black pudding. The instant those words left his mouth, Marcella's eyes widened in shock. That order was far too familiar, and deep down, she knew there was only one person in the world who would ask for it like that. Sure enough, the man beneath the hood was none other than Vlad. He pulled the hood back, letting his blonde hair fall into view, and once again made the same order that his former master Jorge used to love. Marcella was left completely speechless at the sight of him after all those years. And what shook her even more was that Vlad had returned to Sora as a knight, while honoring Jorge with the very meal he used to order. In that moment, Marcella understood that the gold he offered had never come from some filthy desire. Memories rushed back all at once. The little boy Jorge once brought home, the bright color of his blonde hair, and the days when she herself had bathed him like he was family. Marcella remembered everything so clearly that it almost hurt, and even though her heart struggled to believe what her eyes were seeing, Vlad gently reassured her that he had truly come back. At that, Marcella lifted a hand to her mouth, trying desperately to muffle the soft sobs escaping before anyone could hear them. Just looking at the young man she had helped raise was enough to break her composure, and tears began to gather before she could stop them. The room grew heavy with emotion as Vlad met Marcella's gaze. So much time had passed since they last stood face to face, yet the warmth between them had not faded even slightly. Vlad smiled at her softly, and for a brief moment, the two of them simply shared that quiet reunion, letting the silence carry everything they could not say aloud. It was the kind of moment that should have lasted much longer, but Marcella suddenly remembered exactly where they were and what kind of dangers surrounded them. A room full of lustful lowlifes was still waiting nearby, all of them expecting to buy her for the night, and Marcella knew Vlad could be in danger. She quickly wiped the tears from her face, leaned in close, and whispered for him to leave the pleasure house as fast as possible before the men lost control. Keeping her voice low, Marcella warned him that this place was being run by the subordinates of the notorious one-armed Jack. The last thing she wanted was for that man to learn that a blonde swordsman had returned to Sora. Marcella continued whispering urgently to Vlad, and the old madam noticed the exchange right away. However, no matter how hard she listened, she could not make out what Marcella was saying. To the old madam, it sounded like nothing but hushed nonsense, and that only made her more curious. She was startled to realize Marcella and the mysterious man clearly knew each other, and the secretive mood between them made the entire atmosphere feel strangely tense. That uneasy feeling quickly pushed her into action. Before anything unexpected could happen, she decided she needed to separate the two of them as fast as possible. With that in mind, the old madam turned her eyes toward a group of shady armed men sitting together at a table in the corner and quietly signaled them over. One especially vicious-looking man caught her gaze, and the moment their eyes met, he understood exactly what she wanted without needing a single spoken command. Without wasting even a second, he gave a signal to his men. One by one, they pushed back from their seats and rose like soldiers heading out on a mission. It was almost as if they shared some silent connection. No one said Vlad's name, yet every armed thug in that corner understood at once that he was the target. Vlad sensed more and more people starting to close in around him, but he did not look bothered in the slightest. He kept his attention on Marcella and calmly said that before he paid the full amount, there was a calculation that needed to be settled first. The old madam's curiosity sharpened at the mention of a calculation, and she immediately cut in, asking him what exactly he meant by that. Vlad answered by speaking the name One-Armed Jack, then made it clear that there was something he needed to collect from that man. Of course, those words were not something the men running the establishment could simply ignore. After all, they were One-Armed Jack's subordinates, and Vlad had just openly called out their boss. The scar-faced thug was the first to lose his temper. Furious, he drew his sword and barked at the others to deal with Vlad for daring to say such a thing. To him, this young man was beyond ridiculous. He spat insults at Vlad, calling him a crazy bastard, enraged that anyone would casually speak his boss's name in that manner. But before the thug could finish ranting, Vlad moved in a single brutal instant. The young knight cut off his head right where he stood. The man's body dropped flat onto its back in front of his own men, and within seconds, blood began spreading across the floor in a dark, horrifying pool. The old madam shrieked the moment she saw the blood spilling across the room, but Vlad silenced her immediately with a cold, sharp command. She clamped her mouth shut at once, and Vlad warned her that if he could not collect enough from these bastards, he would take what he needed from her as well. Most people would have backed down after watching their leader die like that, but these thugs drew their swords instead. Glaring at Vlad, they demanded to know who he was and where the hell he had come from. Vlad prepared himself for the fight, standing before them with nothing in his hand except a small dagger. But that dagger was no ordinary weapon. It was the final dagger left behind by his late master Jorge, and Vlad carried that meaning as part of himself as well. Thugs were stunned when they heard those words. They stared at Vlad in confusion, struggling to understand what he meant. Then, after a few seconds, the realization hit them. The man standing in front of them was Jorge's old boy, and that only made them more certain they could handle him. Even though they were surprised to see him alive and standing there, their shock quickly twisted into arrogance. In their eyes, Vlad was still someone they could underestimate. They sneered that their master would shower them with gold if they brought back only Vlad's head. Then they mocked him, saying he should have stayed hidden if he had somehow managed to survive until now. But none of their threats shook Vlad. He looked at them without fear and told them to stop running their mouths and come at him already. He wanted them to try with everything they had, just like they had done back then on the day they tried to kill him. The moment those words left him, a terrifying aura began to pour from Vlad's body, and every thug around him froze in shock, unable to believe this was the same kid they once knew. The boy from the past was gone. Standing before them now was something far more dangerous. A bloodthirsty wolf wearing a knight's calm face. With Vlad's presence bearing down on them like a predator in the dark, the thugs were too terrified to even take the first step, so Vlad moved first instead. Every man foolish enough to raise a sword in front of Vlad was cut down without mercy. At this point, every scream that rang through the room marked another life being taken. Vlad had gone far beyond ordinary anger now. He moved like a beast set loose, and not a single soul standing against him was being spared. In Vlad's mind, every tear Marcella had shed because of these men demanded payment, and he was ready to take as many lives as it took to balance that debt. He had already decided that he would not stop until their blood had paid a fair wage for everything they had stolen from Marcella. While Vlad was busy turning the pleasure house into a scene of blood and screams, the view shifted elsewhere, where one-armed Jack was drinking himself senseless inside his own home. For some reason, one-armed Jack's thoughts drifted back to Jorge. Ever since Jorge disappeared, he had felt as if the back alleys of Sora finally belonged to him. But even after claiming that much, one-armed Jack still wasn't satisfied. He wanted more power, a higher position, and he convinced himself that there was no reason to stop where he was. That hunger was exactly why he never hesitated to seize what belonged to others. To one-armed Jack, every fallen enemy was nothing more than another corpse he could step on to climb higher. Yet after rising as far as he could in the back alleys, one-armed Jack finally understood something for the first time. No matter how strong he became down below, the real fate of the alleys was decided by the people above. Thinking about that bitter truth, one-armed Jack simply returned to his drink. He drowned himself in alcohol, while remembering how firmly he once believed victory could win him anything. And even though he had failed to reach the top, he comforted himself with the power he had managed to gain. Jorge had once been the true victor in that struggle for power, but Jorge was also the one who ended up dead. With that in mind, one-armed Jack accepted that the same fate could eventually come for him, decided by someone standing above him. He cursed the rotten world around him, and at that exact moment, his men burst into the room carrying terrible news. They shouted that they had been surrounded, but one-armed Jack was so drunk that the words did not fully reach him right away. His men quickly explained that the entire back alley had been overrun by soldiers, and it was so complete that even their rear exit had already been blocked off. The men began arguing among themselves in a panic, suspecting that the soldiers outside might be Sora's own security forces. That only made the situation more confusing to them, because as far as they knew, they had already paid those soldiers their monthly bribes. One of them tried to convince the others that it was probably just a normal patrol, but the rest refused to believe it after seeing just how many soldiers had gathered. Whoever had come for them had clearly arrived with a plan, and the moment one-armed Jack heard that, he suddenly began to laugh. He had always expected a day like this to come eventually. The only thing he had never known was that it would arrive today. Even so, one-armed Jack almost felt relieved that the moment was finally here. Instead of spending his life anxiously waiting for destruction, seeing it appear right before his eyes felt strangely easier to accept. The view then shifted away from one-armed Jack's drinking room, revealing rows of soldiers lined up with weapons ready on another side of the small town. One of Sora's high-ranking officials hurried over to the knight in command, who was none other than Sir Vorden, and reported that new orders had arrived, confirming the garrison's deployment was complete. Sir Vorden simply looked at him and asked whether the other alley had been sealed off as well, leaving no path for escape. The frightened man quickly confirmed that it had been done, insisting that they had worked as hard as they could to secure it. As it turned out, this trembling official was actually the mayor of Sawara. Unfortunately for the mayor, Sir Vorden did not seem convinced by his claim. In the commander's eyes, if the mayor and his people had truly done their best, the problem would never have grown this large in the first place. The mayor could only stand there in shame, lowering his face while Sir Vorden scolded him. The commander was clearly furious that the count had learned of the situation, and he made that anger very clear to Sawara's leader. Embarrassed, the mayor admitted that he had no excuse for what had happened, but then he immediately tried to defend himself by saying one-armed Jack was an unusually capable man. In other words, he claimed he had no excuse, while already preparing to make one. But Sir Vorden did not even allow him to continue. The knight cut him off at once with a sharp clearing of his throat. Then Sir Vorden fixed the mayor with a cold, deadly glare, and the look alone sent a chill straight down the man's spine. At that moment, the mayor realized he would not be able to outwit this knight. What puzzled him most was how a mere soldier seemed to know so much about the hidden dealings of Sawara's back alleys. Once the mayor understood that lying would not work on Sir Vorden, his cunning mind quickly shifted to a different approach. He suddenly declared that he was grateful the cancer-rotting Sawara would finally be removed now that Sir Vorden and his men had arrived. But those words only irritated the knight even more, and Sir Vorden glared at him again. As far as Sir Vorden was concerned, the true cancer was the mayor himself. The commander could hardly believe that a back-alley boss like one-armed Jack had been allowed to control such a large system within the town. To Sir Vorden, the mayor was the reason one-armed Jack had gained so much influence. A criminal could only hold that kind of power if the town's leader looked the other way and hid the corruption behind his title. And the price for ignoring those crimes was obviously compensation, bribes plain and simple. Sir Vorden recognized it so clearly because he himself had taken bribes before. Just as one meat-eater can recognize another at a glance, Sir Vorden could spot a corrupt official the moment he saw one. The mayor was still badly shaken, so he tried to change the subject by asking when the other knights would arrive. The men meant to enter the back alley still had not reached the city, and he was especially anxious about the knights from House Bayezid who had been sent to Sawara. Before the mayor could keep rambling, Sir Vorden calmly informed him that the knight from Bayezid was already there. The mayor's eyes widened in shock, and almost as if Sir Vorden's words had summoned him, a knight stepped out from the darkness. The mysterious knight's boots were stained with blood, making it clear that he had just walked away from a massacre, and Sir Vorden immediately introduced him to the mayor. The corrupt mayor was horrified when he realized only one person had arrived. He quickly turned to Sir Vorden and asked whether a lone knight could really handle this. Afraid that the Bayezid knight might not be enough for the job, the mayor suggested that his own knights and Sora's forces should take care of the matter, since he had already deployed his best men. Sir Vorden rejected that idea immediately. The senior knight made it clear that he would never allow such a thing under his command, leaving the mayor stunned that his authority meant nothing here. Confused and offended, the mayor demanded to know why his plan would not work. Sir Vorden answered plainly, telling him it was because Lord Joseph had poured his heart and soul into arranging this entire situation. In truth, the deployment of soldiers and the careful sealing of the alleys had all been prepared for one purpose: to set the stage for Vlad's official debut fight. And because of that, Sir Vorden had no intention of letting anyone ruin it. Then Vlad stepped fully out of the darkness. His armor and coat were splattered with the blood of the thugs he had already dealt with, giving him a chilling presence. Sir Vorden quietly moved closer and whispered, asking if he would truly be fine fighting alone. Keeping his voice low so the mayor would not hear, he warned Vlad that more than 50 enemies were waiting inside, and that he would not be able to face Lord Joseph if anything happened to him. Lord Joseph's wrath was not something Sir Vorden wanted to imagine, so he needed to be absolutely certain Vlad understood the danger. Vlad, however, answered calmly, assuring Sir Vorden that even if he got hurt inside, he would make sure Sir Vorden did not take the blame. Unfortunately, that answer did nothing to ease Sir Vorden's worries. If anything, it only made him more anxious, because he had just explained that letting Vlad get hurt was the one thing he absolutely could not allow. By now, Sir Vorden was growing visibly uncomfortable. He could not predict what Vlad was planning, and that uncertainty made the whole situation feel even more dangerous. To make matters worse, Vlad did not answer him anymore. He simply stood there in silence, staring at the massive building ahead, and after a long moment, Sir Vorden finally realized that nothing he said would change the young knight's mind. With a tired sigh, he stepped back and let Vlad go. Before letting Vlad move ahead, Sir Vorden reminded him one last time that Vlad had promised to protect him from punishment if anything went wrong. Vlad gave his confirmation without hesitation, calm as ever. Once Sir Vorden heard that answer, he quickly handed Vlad the banner he had been holding, saying that Lord Joseph had ordered him to present it to Vlad in front of everyone gathered there. Sure enough, The soldiers stood lined up behind Servorden, watching the entire exchange unfold clearly. The senior knight placed the banner into Vlad's hands, and Vlad accepted it without the slightest sign of doubt. Vlad stepped forward and drove the banner pole deep into the ground, letting the cloth unfurl proudly in the night air. The moment the soldiers saw the banner spread open, shock rippled through their ranks. To them, carrying a personal banner into battle was an old tradition nearly forgotten by time, and seeing it revived so boldly made them desperate to know who this young knight really was. They began whispering among themselves, unable to understand how someone so young could already be granted a flag of his own. The sight felt almost impossible to believe. Then one of the soldiers spoke up, saying that this was the knight personally sent by House Bayezid, and that single detail made the display feel even more extraordinary. While the ordinary soldiers were still stunned by Vlad's imposing entrance, Vlad himself was quietly preparing his mind and body for the battle ahead. With his banner planted firmly in the earth and his cold blue eyes fixed on the enemy's stronghold, Vlad shifted fully into battle mode. In that moment, he claimed this ground as his domain, exercising the authority given to him under the honored names that stood behind him, over Sora and everyone living within it. As those powerful thoughts settled inside him, Vlad's eyes began to glow with a fierce light. While he asserted his presence before the enemy's den, Servorden opened a scroll and raised his voice toward the back alley scoundrels. Servorden shouted loudly enough for every criminal inside to hear, calling out not only to the gathered thugs, but to one-armed Jack himself. Servorden declared that one-armed Jack and his men had violated the laws and authority of the Bayezid family, draining the life from the people of Sora like parasites. Because of that, Peter Bayezid, the rightful lord of Soara and head of the family, had sent a message to the filth ruling the back alleys. Reading from the letter, Servorden announced that Peter Bayezid could no longer tolerate their wickedness, and had therefore sent a proxy to act in his place. According to Peter Bayezid's letter, every right and authority Servorden now exercised was guaranteed by both Peter Bayezid himself and the Church of Faith. With that authority behind him, Servorden angrily ordered one-armed Jack and his henchmen to come outside at once. He demanded that they open their doors immediately and allow the rightful proxy to enter. At his command, the soldiers behind him began striking their weapons against the ground, creating a heavy, thunderous rumble meant to shake the walls and drag one-armed Jack's attention outside. They chanted the name of the Bayezid family again and again, their voices growing so loud and relentless that the scoundrels inside could no longer ignore it. The criminals grew furious at the commotion, but the knights and soldiers refused to stop. The soldiers shouted that God protected their proxy, and with absolute confidence they declared that one-armed Jack would fall. While those voices thundered outside, the back alley boss remained seated in his chair, quietly drinking from another bottle as if the noise meant nothing. Outside, the chants continued to pound through the air, and Vlad waited in patient silence for the criminals to finally show themselves. Once Servorden finished reading Peter Bayezid's letter from the scroll, he told Vlad that the justification was now in place. The people stood on Vlad's side now, unlike before, when some had doubted whether he could truly handle what was waiting inside. Since everything had been formally declared, Servorden told Vlad that he could release his strength without hesitation. With that permission granted, Vlad thanked Servorden and immediately turned toward the real work ahead. Vlad drew his glowing sword and began walking toward the door of the enemy's hideout. As he moved forward, Servorden called after him, reminding him to be careful. At that moment, the voice stirred inside Vlad's mind again. It warned him that one-armed Jack was most likely already preparing for him, and advised Vlad to widen his awareness, because the boss would try to take his life from every direction. Vlad steadied himself for the fight, and the voice made it clear that this battle would not be like the ones he had survived before. Voice continued guiding him, reminding Vlad that one of the fundamentals of battle was to seize the initiative first. If he was going to begin this fight, then he needed to start it in a way no one inside could ignore. So the blonde swordsman began pouring every bit of power he could gather into his blade. As the light built around the sword, countless thoughts rushed through Vlad's mind while he prepared to face the infamous one-armed Jack alone. Vlad remembered the day Jorge died, and guilt twisted inside him. He wondered if Jorge might still be alive if Vlad had never called Godin back then. Then Vlad's thoughts went even further back. Maybe Jorge would have survived if one-armed Jack had never threatened him in the first place. If that threat had never happened, then Vlad might never have needed to call Godin at all. All those what-ifs kept clawing at his heart, until only one answer remained. Vlad decided that one-armed Jack had to die. Only by killing him could Vlad loosen even a small part of the guilt that had been haunting him for so long. With that resolve burning inside him, Vlad charged toward one-armed Jack's stronghold, his eyes glowing and his sword blazing in his hand. Vlad struck first with overwhelming force, and the locked door shattered apart in an instant, collapsing under the power of his blow. The goons guarding the entrance were blasted away, their bodies sent flying across the room as the impact tore through the place. The force of Vlad's strike left the building in chaos, and by the time he stepped inside, the guards were scattered, injured, and completely disoriented. As Vlad looked over the wreckage, he felt as if one-armed Jack's world was still trying to swallow his own, and that only strengthened his belief that this had to end here. For Vlad, cutting down one-armed Jack was the only way to sever that tangled connection and finally move forward. Vlad marched into the building and announced himself before the stunned goons, declaring that he was the one and only Vlad of Sora. The blonde swordsman made it clear that he had come to settle their quarrel once and for all. With his blade in hand, Vlad stood before the enemies and waited for their next move. But none of them dared to move a muscle. When he saw them frozen in silence, he raised his sword toward the boss deeper inside and called one-armed Jack out. Vlad lifted his glowing sword and shouted that Vlad of Sora had returned and that he had come back for revenge. He called out again and again until one-armed Jack finally decided to answer. One-armed Jack remained seated in his chair at first, listening closely to the voice echoing through the building, only to realize that it sounded strangely familiar. Once recognition began to sink in, one-armed Jack slowly rose from his chair, straightening himself as a sinister laugh burst from deep in his chest. He had already recognized Vlad's voice, and the moment he realized his opponent was that same kid from the past, his confidence surged wildly. To one-armed Jack, it was almost funny that the blonde boy from the back alleys had become the rightful proxy sent to take his head. Of course, one-armed Jack had heard plenty about Vlad's impressive achievements, but none of it made him believe he would lose. The idea that the rising star himself was knocking on his door only excited him more because he saw the challenge as entertainment. While one-armed Jack treated the whole situation like an easy game, Vlad stood ready to prove him wrong. He fixed his gaze deeper into the building and waited for his enemy to reveal himself. And as if the boss's confidence had spread through the room, the surrounding goons suddenly found the courage to fight again. One of the thugs shouted for the others to attack the blonde swordsman, disturbing their peace. And at his call, the men rushed toward Vlad with their weapons raised. The goons charged bravely, convinced they had the advantage in numbers. Vlad did not back away either. He launched himself forward with his trusted sword ready to cut through them. In the very next moment, the blonde knight overwhelmed them completely, his speed and strength crushing their confidence almost instantly. The thugs were horrified when they saw how ferociously Vlad moved, but by then it was already too late to retreat. He tore through them without mercy. Vlad slashed through the men with blinding speed, leaving a brutal trail of blood and severed limbs scattered behind every step he took. One thug tried to sneak up behind him, hoping to strike from Vlad's blind spot, but the lightning-fast swordsman sensed the attack before it could land and countered immediately. Vlad spun around in the blink of an eye and cut the man's head clean off. The severed head flew across the room, spraying blood through the air before finally hitting the floor. When the other thugs saw that gruesome display, they finally understood that this was the same ruthless blonde kid who once walked the streets of Sora. Many of them recognized him, and judging by their expressions, they all carried some old grudge against him, which only made them more determined to bring him down. With that anger driving them, the remaining men rushed at Vlad again, intent on surrounding him from every side and crushing him together. Even after seeing what Vlad could do, the thugs refused to retreat. Instead, they tightened their formation around him, trying to use their sheer numbers to pressure the young knight into backing down. The goons managed to surround Vlad from every side, and when they noticed he wasn't attacking right away, one of them urged the others to wait for the perfect opening and jump him all at once. They all wanted to see the blonde swordsman fall, but none of them could hide how badly they feared him. Every thug there knew Vlad's skill with a blade was no joke, so they moved carefully, knowing that one reckless step toward a knight like him would only end with their own death. For a few tense moments, they kept him boxed in, but the longer they waited, the more obvious it became that none of them was ready to make the first strike. Vlad simply stood there, calm and patient, waiting for the next unlucky fool to test him. Before long, the men started whispering and pushing each other to step forward first. But even with all that pressure, not one of them was willing to become the sacrifice. And honestly, that was exactly what stepping forward meant. Anyone foolish enough to challenge Vlad alone was basically digging his own grave. The standoff grew dull fast, especially when Vlad was far more eager to make one-armed Jack taste his blade. Seeing that none of the henchmen had the courage to move, Vlad decided to end the waiting himself. The blue-eyed killing machine suddenly cut through their nervous murmuring with a cold, steady voice. Vlad told them there was no point thinking so hard about what they should do next. After all, Vlad was going to cut every last one of them into pieces anyway. No matter what plan they chose, the ending would be the same. they would die by his sword. A promise that brutal sent a fresh wave of fear through the room, and chills ran down the backs of the men surrounding him. Unfortunately for them, Vlad was not making an empty threat. The instant those words left his mouth, he launched into the next round of slaughter, and this time, the violence was even more overwhelming. As Vlad moved, he activated his world, and a brilliant light suddenly burst through the space above them, filling the area with a blinding glow. The thugs froze in place when that dazzling light appeared, their faces twisting with shock and terror. At that point, it was painfully clear that none of them stood a real chance against Vlad. Every bit of hope they had of defeating him vanished in an instant, because the enemy in front of them no longer looked like an ordinary human. Vlad gathered that powerful beam of light and turned it into a devastating slash, sweeping through the fighters surrounding him. As the light carved them apart, their screams filled the building, and within seconds, the men who had tried to trap him were lying lifeless in pools of blood at his feet. The remaining henchmen could only stare in disbelief at what had just happened. None of them had the slightest idea how they were supposed to stop a monster like Vlad. Then one of them suddenly shouted a desperate idea, telling the others to throw the iron fishnet over Vlad and trap him. They acted immediately, and in the blink of an eye, Vlad saw a massive fishnet flying through the air toward him. Without wasting even a second, Vlad darted out of its path. When that failed, the henchmen decided to start throwing anything they could get their hands on. But their plan was hopeless from the start, because Vlad was far too fast for that kind of desperate trick to work. Vlad suddenly vanished from their sight, but someone spotted him taking cover behind a pillar, determined to catch the blonde intruder. The men quickly worked together to block every possible exit. The thugs on the lower floor tried to drive Vlad upward, hoping to force him toward the upper level, where more men were waiting to ambush him with every blade they had. Of course, Vlad heard their plan clearly, and he immediately understood that charging straight into the second wave of fighters would be too reckless. Seeing the danger waiting ahead, Vlad moved cautiously, but the men above began taunting him, daring him to come forward if he was truly confident. Thankfully, Vlad was far too sharp to fall for such an obvious trap, so he chose to stop relying on aura against them for the moment. Just then, his eyes landed on a rope tied around a pole, and he remembered how Zamina used to complain about that very thing. When Vlad noticed the heavy curtains connected to the rope, a plan formed in his mind. He could use their weight to rise above the henchmen waiting for him without charging through them head-on. Vlad sliced the rope and grabbed hold of it, letting the force of the heavy curtains pull him upward toward the higher floors. In the blink of an eye, Vlad reached the next floor, and the goons below immediately panicked and rushed upstairs after him. When Vlad saw how few guards were stationed on the highest floor, he was surprised that this was all they had left. Still, that only made things better for him, because it meant he could cut them down much faster. Vlad lunged straight at the waiting bastards, and they attacked him with everything they had. But their confidence only backfired, because none of them was a match for such an experienced swordsman. He drove his blade into the first man's neck, and the ease of the strike reminded him just how terrifyingly sharp his sword truly was. To make things worse for the thugs, they were attacking without any real skill or discipline, so Vlad swatted them aside as easily as flies. Their fighting was so pathetic that Vlad honestly felt Sir Jaeger's wooden training sword was probably more dangerous than they were. After the brief massacre ended, the rising star let out a small sigh of relief, thinking that part was finally over. But just as Vlad relaxed for a moment, he suddenly sensed another attack coming straight for him. His sharpened senses and unbelievable reflexes kicked in instantly, allowing him to dodge an arrow at the very last second. But avoiding one shot did not stop the archers. They kept firing at Vlad again and again. The other henchmen shouted for the archers to keep shooting, desperate to make sure the knight never reached the highest floor. The archers unleashed everything they had, sending arrow after arrow slicing through the air. No matter how many arrows they released, Vlad kept charging forward. Then he leapt over the railing, throwing himself toward the archers on the other side. While still airborne, Vlad broke through some of the arrows flying toward him, then reached the archers and cut them down with lightning-fast slashes before they could react. After finishing them off, Vlad let out a casual sigh, as if he had only completed some annoying little chore. He admitted that getting up there had been more of a hassle than expected. Meanwhile, the remaining goons stared at him like they were looking at a ghost, and Vlad simply grabbed a nearby kettle and gulped down whatever was inside. The henchmen were too terrified to say a single word. They just watched the blood-stained knight in stunned silence, their jaws hanging open. Vlad quickly spat out the contents of the kettle, making it clear that whatever he had just drunk was awful. Then, with a frightening smile, he asked the remaining fighters how they wanted the next round to go. After all, he still had to collect rent from them for staying in his house all this time. Those words sent another chill through the thugs, and Vlad realized they must have truly believed this place belonged to them. But that mistake was fatal. This place was not their territory at all. It was Rose's Smiles, Vlad's nest. Elsewhere in Sora that night, Vlad's old friend Harvin was down by the harbor. Somehow sensing that one-armed Jack had finally gone mad, Harvin looked completely exhausted by the crime boss and his goons, knowing that even the thugs in the market caused less trouble than they did. Sitting in his office with frustration written all over his face, he tried to write a report, but his thoughts kept breaking apart. Every time he remembered that a dangerous nuisance like one-armed Jack was running loose in Sora, that uneasy feeling came crawling back. Harvin was genuinely lost, unsure what he was supposed to do anymore. One-armed Jack and his henchmen seemed ready to keep looting openly, and Harvin feared there might be nothing he could do to stop it. Still thinking about the crime boss, Harvin finally stopped writing and remembered how everything had become worse after Jorge's death. One-armed Jack had changed completely after Vlad's guardian died. Even before then, the notorious criminal leader had drained debtors dry, but he had never pushed things this far. Jorge's death gave one-armed Jack the confidence to run wild, and now he was making life unbearable for debtors, driving them closer and closer to a dead end. Looking at everything happening around him, Harvin could not see any hope left for the town if things continued this way. At this pace, only a few months would pass before Sora's entire back alley economy collapsed for good. The pressure of it all was clearly weighing on Harvin, so it was no surprise when he finally admitted the situation was driving him insane. And honestly, who could blame him? He had no idea how he was supposed to report that someone had taken away so much contraband in such a short time. It would barely sound believable once written down, so he remained stuck on the same page, pen in hand, with his mind tangled in frustration. While Harvin was sinking deeper into frustration, someone suddenly burst into his office with urgent news. It was one of his own men, rushing in to report that the back alleys had been sealed off. The short-haired young man looked like he had sprinted all the way there, panting hard and struggling to catch his breath. But Harvin had no time to worry about that. What mattered first was understanding what the boy was even saying, because the idea of someone blocking off the back alleys sounded impossible to him. Frowning in confusion, Harvin demanded that the worker explain himself properly. That was when the breathless boy finally told Harvin that the blockade had been caused by people from Sturma who had arrived in Sawara. The worker also revealed that they had come to capture one-armed Jack, and right now, while they were speaking, Sawara's guard soldiers had the back alleys surrounded from every direction. Hearing that only made Harvin look even more exhausted than before. He figured one-armed Jack must have crossed a serious line this time, because people from Sturma did not come hunting criminals in a chaotic place like Sora for no reason. Part of him felt relieved, but he knew he could not simply celebrate one-armed Jack's downfall either. If such a powerful crime boss was truly being forced out of Sora, then blood would surely pour through the back alleys before it was over. While Harvin was still caught in that bitter mix of relief and dread, the young informant suddenly said that one of the visitors might be someone close to him. Harvin looked up in surprise, unable to understand who the boy meant, and when he asked, the answer that came back was Vlad. That name only made Harvin feel even more strained, because he had no idea why Vlad was suddenly being brought into this conversation. The worker nervously admitted that he had not seen Vlad with his own eyes. But then he explained that there was apparently a blonde young man among the group that had come from Sturma. As expected, that irritated Harvin immediately. Vlad was not the only blonde person in the world, so Harvin snapped at the worker for jumping to conclusions and turned his attention back to the report in front of him. But the worker quickly added that there was more. The blonde young man had supposedly introduced himself as Vlad of Sawara. The instant Harvin heard that, his hand froze above the paper and goosebumps spread across his body. Slowly, he lifted his head and gave the worker his full attention, needing to confirm that he had heard correctly. Harvin's eyes widened in disbelief, because the claim sounded impossible. But the short-haired worker repeated it without hesitation, even adding that he had heard Vlad planted his flag in front of Rose's Smiles not long ago. Harvin suddenly began to tremble, and when his subordinate noticed it, he asked if he was all right. Harvin did not answer. He simply drifted into silence, remembering all the rumors he had heard over the past few months. Vlad's exploits had reached his ears again and again, but until that moment, Harvin had chosen not to believe them. He had heard stories about Vlad's aura manifesting during the Duel of Honor in Deir Mar. He had also heard the tale of the young Bayezid vassal who performed an incredible feat during the hunt for a death worm. Harvin knew the rumors surrounding the newest rising star, the young knight called Vlad of Sora. He had simply refused to accept that those wild stories could be true. But now Harvin realized that everything he had dismissed might have been real after all. Even then, he still could not bring himself to believe it from rumor alone. So he pushed himself up from his chair, grabbed his walking stick, and stormed out of the office to confirm the truth with his own eyes. While Harvin set off to investigate for himself, Vlad was still deep inside Rose's smiles, caught in the middle of a brutal and bloody fight. The bloodbath continued without slowing down, and Vlad showed no trace of mercy toward the men who kept coming at him. With one deadly strike, Vlad slashed through the foot of a charging henchman, crippling him instantly. Then, without missing a beat, he spun around to deal with another thug bold enough to sneak up from behind. Vlad's blade landed cleanly against the man's neck, cutting him down on the spot. But even such a ruthless display did nothing to stop the next wave of attacks rushing toward him. The goons kept charging at Vlad with killing intent in their eyes, throwing themselves at him fearlessly, even though none of them truly had a chance against him. Driven by the same fierce resolve, Vlad dashed forward with terrifying speed, meeting the incoming attackers head-on so he could cut them down in a single sweeping strike. And that was exactly what happened. Before any of them could even understand how he had moved, Vlad's slash tore through them all at once, faster than their eyes could follow. The attack was so quick they could barely process it, and by the time they tried to react, it was already over. Blood sprayed across the room, severed bodies collapsed around him, and Vlad himself was left drenched in crimson along with his shining sword. With every strike, Vlad displayed a terrifying mastery of the blade, enough to surprise even the voice dwelling within the sword. Watching Vlad move, the voice admitted that his form and technique were the kind that would leave anyone speechless. The voice was awed by the raw talent Vlad possessed, but just as much it was drawn in by the relentless effort and ferocity he poured into every battle. Beyond skill alone, Vlad's will burned so strongly that anyone nearby could feel it pressing through the air. Seeing that, the voice reached a clear conclusion. This young boy had been born with the instincts of a slaughterer. As if proving that thought true, Vlad drove his sword straight into the heart of the last thug foolish enough to challenge him. By then, Vlad looked fully consumed by battle, staring into the dying man's eyes with a chilling, almost unhinged intensity. With a twisted smile spreading across his face, Vlad told the thug that he still had all the time in the world, so he might as well put his fallen tooth back into his mouth before dying. Then again, Vlad added that the man would not need his teeth anymore anyway. With that cold remark, he pulled the sword from the thug's chest and ended his suffering. Vlad held the bloodied sword close to the dying man's face, but before he could make another move, the voice suddenly told him that he had already done enough. After all, no one was going to survive a blade through the heart. The moment Vlad heard the voice, the haze of killing finally began to clear from his mind. Vlad looked around and seemed almost surprised by the number of bloody corpses scattered around him. He decided to calm himself and agreed with the voice that he had done enough. He had not perfectly recreated the scene from that day, but the results satisfied him for now, and it was time to end the entire mess. Even beneath all the blood, Vlad's sword still gave off a faint sparkle. With his resolve set on finishing one-armed Jack for good, Vlad closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began climbing the final flight of stairs toward the one-armed crime boss. The dark stairway creaked beneath each step. Vlad took, the sound echoing through the silence. After a tense climb, he reached one-armed Jack's room and quietly stepped inside. Vlad broke the eerie stillness with a simple announcement, telling the crime boss that he had arrived. The young swordsman stood near the doorway, while one-armed Jack sat at a small bar inside the room. One-armed Jack did not even need to turn around to know that the person standing behind him was the rising star. With his back still turned, one-armed Jack welcomed the night in a strangely casual tone, then offered Vlad a drink. One-armed Jack pushed a glass to the side and asked if Vlad wanted one. When Vlad gave no answer, the crime boss simply decided that the blonde swordsman was no fun at all. Staring down into his own glass, one-armed Jack reflected on the fact that the young man standing in his room really was Vlad of Sora. One-armed Jack admitted that he had heard the rumors, though he had not believed them at the time. After draining the contents of his glass, he muttered that he should have brought Vlad under his control much earlier. Seeing Vlad standing inside his domain, one-armed Jack thought about ordering his manager to beat the intruder half to death. But he already knew that was impossible, because by now, Vlad had almost certainly killed the manager. One-armed Jack finally rose from his seat and suddenly burst into laughter. If his manager had to die, at least it had been at the hands of someone he recognized, which made it a little less irritating. The crime boss admitted that he had left Vlad alone for too long because he did not want to deal with the kid back then. But one-armed Jack was also the kind of man who liked to make things certain. And now he felt he had no choice but to finish the job himself. Without warning, he reached for his blade and drew it from its sheath. Now one-armed Jack stood with both hook and blade pointed toward Vlad. And the moment Vlad saw him like that, he felt that tangled connection between their worlds once again. Vlad understood then why one-armed Jack's world had been eating into his own for so long. The endless feeling of reverence Vlad once had toward the one-handed crime boss was gone now. Whatever shadow one-armed Jack had cast over him in the past no longer held the same power. Vlad was certain that one-armed Jack's world could no longer contain him. With that conviction settling in his chest, he raised his sword and prepared to face his opponent head-on. Just before making the first move, Vlad warned one-armed Jack that he was about to strike. Of course, that only excited the big man even more, and one-armed Jack waited eagerly to see what kind of skills the kid had brought back with him. Vlad lunges straight into the attack, his body cutting forward without hesitation. And as he closes the distance, one thought burns through his mind. One-armed Jack's very existence has always felt like an enemy standing in his path. Even so, Vlad doesn't treat this as a simple execution. If this is going to be their final clash, then he intends to pour everything he has into it, giving the crime boss one last form of respect through the only language the back alleys truly understand. Vlad steps in with killing intent and unleashes the first heavy blow, his sword crashing down with brutal force. But one-armed Jack raises his weapon in time, catching the strike and stopping it head-on. Vlad presses harder, forcing more weight and strength behind his blade. Across from him, the massive crime boss digs in and refuses to yield, his whole body straining against the pressure. But Vlad's strength is simply too overwhelming. It doesn't take long before one-armed Jack's guard begins to collapse, and the big man is forced backward, step by step. The force of their clash throws both fighters apart for a brief instant, steel ringing through the air. And just as one-armed Jack thinks he might finally have room to breathe, Vlad surges back in even fiercer than before, pouring every bit of himself into the next strike. He shows the old man no mercy, because deep down, Vlad knows this is the only kind of respect that ever mattered in Soara's back alleys. That was the law of their world, harsh and simple, so Vlad refuses to soften his blade, refusing to hold back even a fraction in this brutal exchange. Once again, one-armed Jack manages to block the blow, but this time the power behind it is far beyond what he can truly withstand. His knees begin to tremble beneath him, his huge frame shaking as he struggles to stay upright against Vlad's relentless pressure. In the end, his body finally gives out, and the crime boss drops to his knees as the truth becomes impossible to deny. The kid standing before him has become stronger than he is. Vlad doesn't let up. Instead, he drives even more force into the attack, determined to crush the man who once ruled the alleys, because in that world, strength decides everything. Soara's back alleys were merciless beyond reason. One-armed Jack growls and groans through clenched teeth, fighting with everything he has just to keep the ferocious young swordsman from breaking through. For a moment, it really looks like the end has come for the powerful crime boss. Fear spreads across one-armed Jack's face, plain enough for anyone to see. But unfortunately for Vlad, the fight isn't over yet. Without warning, one-armed Jack gathers a sudden burst of strength and violently shoves him away. It's almost as if something has taken hold of one-armed Jack's body and filled him with unnatural power. Even Vlad is stunned as he's forced back. A terrifying expression twists across Jack's face, and every trace of fear vanishes in an instant. He lifts his blade, aiming to deliver a fatal blow, but Vlad reacts fast enough to deflect it, then slips away from the next attack before it can land. One-armed Jack can't hide his shock. He admits that it's unbelievable to see how far Vlad has come, because the rising star who once swung a wooden sword has changed so much that he's almost unrecognizable now. Looking at Vlad's strength, the crime boss understands that the boy must have reached this level before daring to return to the back alleys of Sora. One-armed Jack admits that Vlad's growth is impressive, even admirable. But being impressed doesn't mean he plans to go easy on him. If anything, seeing how strong Vlad has become only makes the old monster want to fight the young swordsman with everything he has left. In that moment, one-armed Jack seems to recognize something familiar in Vlad, because long before he became the monster standing here now, Jack once had a dream of his own. And strangely enough, the dream of this deranged old crime boss was once almost childlike. When he was young, one-armed Jack looked up at the night sky and wanted every shining star for himself. No matter what it took, he wanted to reach out and hold those lights in his own hands. Even back then, he understood one cruel truth. If he wanted to take hold of something so far above him, he would need power, a great deal of it. To him, strength was the only ladder that could let him reach those sparkling stars spread across the darkness. But as the years passed, he came to believe that strength alone was not enough. He needed even more power and more blood staining his hands if he was ever going to make that impossible dream real. One-armed Jack gave everything he had to chase that dream. In a chaotic place like Sora, where the line between good and evil barely existed, He never allowed morality to slow him down. What he means is painfully clear: to climb higher and gain the power he craved. One-armed Jack kept killing, stepping over more and more bodies along the way. And yet, even after all the violence, all the bloodshed, and all the lives he trampled to reach that power, he never came any closer to touching the stars he wanted so badly. To him, it made no sense. He had tried everything, sacrificed everything, and still ended up grasping at nothing. Even so, he still longed for those stars. Their light may have been dulled and dirtied by blood and greed, but his desire for them never truly disappeared. One-armed Jack didn't care how stained they had become. In his twisted heart, those stars still belonged to him. The memory fades away, and in the present, the towering crime boss is suddenly swallowed by a dazzling burst of light. That blinding radiance is coming from none other than Vlad himself. His sword is already moving, gathering power for a devastating strike that makes the next attack impossible to miss. But one-armed Jack is caught off guard. The light floods his vision, distracting him at the exact moment he needs to focus most. As the brightness fills his eyes, the old man thinks about how much strength it must take to seize something that shines. And there Vlad is, swinging toward him with a blade glowing like a star brought down from the sky. Before one-armed Jack can fully process that thought, Vlad's powerful slash reaches him. In the next instant, he sees the horrifying result. His remaining hand has been severed clean off. With that single cut, Vlad turns one-armed Jack into a man with no arms left at all. The blade takes the arm off with terrifying ease, and Vlad immediately moves in to finish him. As he prepares the killing blow, everything around him begins to shine, his eyes and sword glowing like stars, while his aura surges as if it's about to burst beyond its limits. At that moment, right after cutting away one-armed Jack's last working hand, Vlad looks as though he has reached the very height of his power. He moves to strike again, but then his attack suddenly stops. One-armed Jack screams in agony as his severed hand drops to the ground before him. The crime boss keeps groaning through the pain, his body trembling, while Vlad stands over him and watches in cold, patient silence. For a brief moment, one-armed Jack looks like he might actually break down in tears, but in the next instant, that expression twists into something completely different. A sinister smile spreads across one-armed Jack's face, and then he suddenly bursts into a cruel, villainous laugh. It's almost impossible to understand how twisted he is. His last good hand has just been sliced off like nothing. Blood is pouring from him, and instead of collapsing in shock, he laughs as if he's enjoying it. Still grinning through the pain, he praises Vlad's performance, saying it was excellent, and even claims he wishes Jorge were alive to see the young knight's display. Of all people, one-armed Jack is the last man who has any right to say Jorge's name in front of Vlad. So the moment those words leave his mouth, Vlad's anger flares, and he attacks again. Vlad launches himself into the air, bringing his sword down in another fierce slash while ordering Jack to shut up. The strike lands with terrifying force, but somehow the insane crime boss manages to deflect it. Vlad one-armed Jack doesn't deserve forgiveness or mercy. This is the man who had a hand in Jorge's death, the man who fed on the ruins of Rosa's smiles and helped turn that pain into something even worse. He is also the bastard who sold Marcella away. As Vlad remembers every sin tied to this man, his judgment becomes simple and absolute. One-armed Jack deserves a miserable death. Fueled by revenge and the grief that has been ripped open inside his heart once again, Vlad drives forward, determined to end it. He stabs one-armed Jack, and for a moment it finally seems like the fight is finished as the huge man screams in pain. But once again, that moment twists into something sick, because the screams soon turn into laughter, and Jack suddenly declares that this is a happy day. One-armed Jack says they should throw a grand celebration in Sora because the day has finally come for Vlad to climb higher than him. Vlad has no patience left for his madness and tells him to shut up before driving the sword deeper into the big man's chest. A quiet stillness settles over them after the blade sinks in. One-armed Jack calmly admits that this is a better ending than being crushed beneath an enormous world the way Jorge was. To him, dying at the hands of a young warrior still trying to climb higher feels almost fitting. Then Vlad asks whether he has any final words. Even at death's door, the twisted man simply tells him that he did well. One-armed Jack even tells Vlad to get some rest before leaving Sora, but that only irritates Vlad further, and he yanks the sword out of the crime boss's body with force, making sure the wound will bleed him out. Barely able to keep himself standing, one-armed Jack still insists that Vlad has already done enough to finish the job. He admits without hesitation that he lived an evil life, but even now, with death closing in on him, he says he has no regrets because at the very least his life was fierce. With what little strength remains in him, one-armed Jack brags that he lived well and fought hard, even if he was finally cut down by a rising star. In the end, one-armed Jack decides that his life was a great one. Then, with his final breath, he calls Jorge's name one last time before his body finally gives out, and he collapses to his death. Vlad stands in silence and watches one-armed Jack's massive body drop from the upper floor, falling away into the darkness below. As the crime boss disappears from sight, Vlad remains there, trying to take in the weight of what has just happened. Revenge is supposed to taste sweet, after everything one-armed Jack did, after all the blood and suffering tied to his name. It only makes sense that this ending had to come. But even knowing that, Vlad can't shake the bitter feeling left behind. Instead of satisfaction, something heavy and unpleasant lingers in his mouth. He should be glad. He should feel relieved now that one-armed Jack is finally dead and Jorge has been avenged. But as Vlad stands there in the aftermath, the sense of fulfillment he expected simply doesn't come. Vlad slowly turns his gaze toward the counter and notices the drink one-armed Jack had left behind for him. After a moment, he picks it up, drains it in one long gulp, and lets out a tired, hollow sigh. The instant Vlad sets the empty glass back down, one-armed Jack's words about climbing higher return to his mind. He sits with that thought for a brief moment, then quietly places a coin on the counter. He leaves the coin there for the dead boss of that place, because in Vlad's mind, a knight should only take what he has properly earned. That was one of the lessons Jorge left behind for him. Vlad leaves the blood-stained empty glass behind, along with the coin smeared in red to pay for his drink, and then walks away from the place for good. He steps out of Rose's Smiles, that stagnant corner of Sawara where people passing through would stop, sink, and drift like still water. On his way out, Vlad glances once more at one-armed Jack's lifeless body. In his mind, it feels as though one stagnant drop of water has finally flowed out of this world, leaving only a faint ripple behind in Vlad's own. A few moments after his brutal victory over one-armed Jack, the night outside Rose's Smiles remains heavy and tense. While Vlad is still inside the building, Sir Vorden begins to grow uneasy. The sudden silence hanging over Rose's Smiles feels far too ominous, especially after all the violence that had been raging inside. That silence pulls at Sir Vorden's curiosity as much as it worries him, because he has no way of knowing what is happening beyond those walls. Then, only seconds after the thought crosses his mind, he sees someone step out from the burning building. Sir Vorden is left completely stunned. Seeing Vlad come out alive brings him relief, but at the same time, the sight of him fills the night with a deeper, sharper unease. Vlad walks out as the victor, his sword still dripping with the blood of the henchmen and villains he cut down inside. Every step he takes carries the weight of the slaughter behind him. Sir Vorden can't find a single word when he sees the coldness in Vlad's eyes. The look is so chilling that the other warriors around him freeze as well, staring at the young knight as if a ghost has just walked out of the flames. Only then does the full horror of Vlad's appearance become clear. From his head down to his feet, his body is covered in blood, and that alone is enough to make the soldiers recoil in fear. The soldiers can hardly believe that all of it is really blood, yet there is no denying what they are seeing. What makes it even more terrifying is that only a few drops of that blood actually belong to Vlad himself. Every soldier stares at him with open horror written across their faces. The thought that this blonde knight managed to cut down more than 50 men on his own is almost impossible to accept, even with the proof standing right in front of them. None of them knows how to react, and no one dares to take a step closer to Vlad. Sir Vorden is just as speechless as the men behind him. He has known Vlad long enough to understand that the boy is a prodigy, but Vlad keeps surpassing every expectation again and again, rising so far that no one can even guess where his limits truly are. As Sir Vorden continues watching him, he realizes that the feeling in his chest has gone beyond simple respect. What he feels now is closer to fear, and after seeing what Vlad has done, it's hard to blame him for feeling that way. After all, Vlad has just massacred an entire gang of deadly henchmen by himself, and on top of that, he defeated the dreaded one-armed Jack. When Vlad notices everyone staring at him in frozen silence, he lets out an exhausted sigh, and somehow that quiet breath only frightens them even more. Realizing just how terrified they are, Vlad chooses not to approach them. In the next moment, the blonde swordsman turns away and begins walking off, leaving the stunned soldiers behind. Sir Vorden is shocked when Vlad starts to leave, but even then, he can't bring himself to call out or stop him. Vlad is only a few steps away from vanishing back into the shadows when someone finally gathers enough courage to speak. A voice breaks through the silence and calls out to him. Vlad turns around at the sound of his name, and that is when he realizes the person calling him is Harvin. Harvin calls Vlad's name again, and for a moment, the young knight can only stand there, deeply puzzled by the familiar voice. Vlad thinks about it for a second, and it's clear that the name has stirred something in his memory. Still, he almost can't believe it could be real, so he turns fully toward the voice. That is when he sees the other soldiers holding Harvin back. They won't let him through, and since he can't reach the terrifying young knight directly, Harvin shouts Vlad's name as loudly as he can. Vlad finally spots Harvin and realizes that his old friend is truly standing there. The sight hits him hard, leaving him completely stunned. Sir Vorden notices the change in Vlad's expression and quickly understands that the two of them know each other. Without hesitation, he orders his soldiers to make way for Harvin. The soldiers immediately step aside, clearing the path and allowing Harvin to pass through. With the help of a walking stick, Harvin slowly makes his way toward Vlad. Vlad says nothing and simply watches him approach, his eyes fixed on his old friend. It is almost as if Vlad still can't trust what he is seeing. Harvin, too, is visibly shaken as he takes in how much the blonde boy he once knew has changed. Right now, Vlad seems like a darker shadow of his former self, sharpened by danger and drenched in blood. Harvin approaches cautiously and asks if he is all right, because ever since Vlad entered and came back out of one-armed Jack's den, something about him has clearly not been the same. It feels as though some part of Vlad died in that building along with the men he cut down. But the moment Harvin comes close enough for Vlad to truly see him, that frozen expression begins to soften and a faint brightness returns to his face. Knowing his old friend is really there lets Vlad finally lower his guard. Then, all at once, Vlad lets his sword slip from his hand. The weapon clatters to the floor, a small smile appears on his face, and his body begins to collapse. Thankfully, Harvin catches him before he hits the ground. Only then does Vlad finally reveal just how badly he is hurting, telling his old friend that the pain is everywhere, spreading through his entire body. Harvin is understandably confused, since from what everyone saw, Vlad was the one who dealt most of the damage inside the building. So he asks what really happened, and Vlad answers quietly that he finally feels like he has come back to himself. The next morning, Vlad wakes up to a beautiful view stretching across the city. From his room, he can see so much of Sora that he almost looks like a prince gazing down over his own domain. But even with such an impressive sight before him, Vlad can't quite get used to it. His bright blue eyes look out past the wide balcony, towering above the surrounding buildings. As he takes in the view, Vlad realizes why it feels so unfamiliar to him. It is nothing like the back alleys where he grew up. While Vlad is still staring out over the city, Gerda suddenly enters the room. He clearly hadn't expected Vlad to be awake already, and seems to have thought this would be the perfect time to come in. Seeing Vlad up so early, Gerda tells the young captain that he should have slept a little longer, but Vlad explains that lying down is even harder right now, because his entire body still aches from the insane battle he fought the night before. Then Vlad notices the bowl of water in Gerda's hands and asks what it's for. Gerda responds by spreading a strangely eager smile across his face and explaining that the water is for Vlad to wash up. Vlad immediately frowns, because he has no interest in being fussed over when he is perfectly capable of washing himself. He stares at Goethe with obvious discomfort and bluntly asks what the hell is wrong with him. It is a fair question because Goethe's smile while talking about washing Vlad is far too creepy to ignore. He is clearly being over the top, and it is painfully obvious. Still, Goethe denies that anything is strange and insists that this is simply how he has always been. With that weird smile still stuck on his face, Goethe nervously pretends he has no idea what Vlad means. But just as Vlad suspects, Goethe is working toward his own little goal. He knows that Vlad's old acquaintances across Soara are beginning to appear one after another, and he worries that if too many of them return, his own position beside the young captain could become harder to keep. Because of that, Goethe is determined to prove that Vlad needs him, even if it means acting overly helpful and suspiciously pleasant. After all, he didn't follow Vlad this far just to end up tending horses back in Bayezid. Goethe keeps trying to act as though he has no hidden motive, but Vlad sees straight through him and already understands exactly what he is doing. Vlad knows what is going on inside Goethe's head, and in a way he understands it too. So he tells Goethe not to get so anxious and promises that he will take care of him, as long as Goethe continues doing his job properly. The moment Goethe hears that, his face lights up with joy, and he can barely hold himself together as he asks whether Vlad is truly promising him. Vlad answers dryly that if Goethe doesn't trust his word, then he should go do something about it himself. From Vlad's tone, Goethe immediately realizes that the young captain is getting irritated. He quickly panics and assures Vlad that he does trust him, especially because he knows Vlad is fully capable of changing his mind if he feels like it. Watching Goethe get that frightened and desperate only makes Vlad feel a little sorry for him. He lets out another tired sigh, already exhausted by all the excessive flattery and nervous groveling. Right around then, Goethe suddenly remembers something he should have told Vlad the moment he saw him awake. Sir Vorden had asked to see Vlad as soon as he got up, but Goethe had completely forgotten to pass along the message because he was too busy trying to prove himself as the perfect servant. Vlad is a little surprised when he hears that Sir Vorden wants him, but the timing actually works out well. After all, Vlad also has something he needs to discuss with the senior knight. The scene shifts again, and the next thing spread out before them is a large office table packed with pastries, cakes, and all kinds of sweet treats. Apparently, this is what Sir Vorden considers a normal breakfast, which explains a lot about how a man who is supposed to be an active swordsman ended up with that kind of belly. Vlad clearly isn't impressed by the mountain of sugary food. He looks at Sir Vorden and bluntly warns him that if he keeps eating like this, that kind of diet is going to get him killed one day. Unfortunately, Sir Vorden is already far too attached to his sweets to take that advice seriously. He answers Vlad by saying he'll die if he doesn't eat them too, then lifts a slice of cake and gazes at it like it's the most precious thing in the room before taking a huge bite. Of course, Sir Vorden didn't call Vlad over just to be scolded about his eating habits. He quickly shifts to the real reason and points Vlad toward the huge stack of documents piled up on a table in the corner. Sir Vorden explains that he has to go through all of those papers, but even looking at the pile makes it clear he'll never see the end of it alone. So he brought in the young prodigy, hoping Vlad could lend him a hand with some of the work. Even then, Sir Vorden still doesn't seem to think there's anything wrong with his breakfast. In his mind, his brain needs plenty of sugar to keep working, which is probably the excuse he uses every time he fills his desk with sweets. Sir Vorden then reveals that one-armed Jack's shadow reached even into the deepest corners of the back alleys. Vlad isn't especially surprised to hear it. If anything, it makes sense, because Jack was born and raised in those alleys before eventually ruling over nearly everything there. Sir Vorden agrees with Vlad's reaction and adds that it will still take time to pull out every root of that dark network. One-armed Jack may be dead, but the mess he left behind isn't going to disappear overnight. After that, Sir Vorden casually asks what Vlad plans to do next. The senior knight himself has to remain in Sora for now, handling the aftermath of one-armed Jack's defeat and cleaning up the chaos that followed. Sir Vorden tells Vlad that his own immediate work in the city is basically finished. When Vlad admits that he isn't sure what comes next, Sir Vorden explains that he'll be on standby until Lord Joseph officially arrives in Sora. Since that's the situation, he also asks Vlad to help him with the work from time to time. Vlad immediately questions whether there's anything he can actually help with. He admits that he doesn't know much about documents, paperwork, or the kind of desk work Sir Vorden is buried under. But Sir Vorden has already thought that far ahead. He says he knows perfectly well what Vlad is and isn't good at, then picks up a sheet of paper and hands it across the table to him. Vlad reads through the document and is genuinely surprised by what he finds. According to the paper, he'll be staying in Sora on standby as captain of the guard, and along with that new position, he'll also be given certain privileges, including representative authority. Vlad has no idea what that title is supposed to mean, so Sir Vorden explains it in simple terms. Basically, Vlad will have the right to arrest anyone who breaks the law, and Sir Vorden seems especially amused by the fact that this authority gives him a legal reason to rough up criminals to a reasonable degree. From Sir Vorden's explanation, Vlad learns that Lord Joseph intends to use this victory as the perfect chance to finally clean up the back alleys. Joseph's plan is to pull out the weeds by the roots, then replace them with people and systems that can actually hold the place together properly. Vlad is still a bit overwhelmed by the sudden responsibility, but Sir Vorden assures him that he is the right man for the job. After all, no one understands the back alleys better than Vlad of Sora. Hearing it put that way, Vlad reluctantly accepts the position, admitting that it does make sense to leave this kind of work to him. Once Sir Vorden sees that Vlad is willing to accept it, he tells him there's no need to start immediately. For now, Vlad still needs rest, and he should use the time to reconnect with his old friends in the back alleys. Sir Vorden even jokes that Vlad should invite his girlfriend over, but Vlad does not look amused in the slightest. With a completely blank expression, Vlad reminds the teasing knight that Zemina is only his friend. Sir Vorden then takes the opportunity to mention that he has already applied for a visit to the convent. He expected permission to be granted right away, but the convent asked him to wait a few days instead. So he tells Vlad to be patient and promises to let him know as soon as he receives good news. Vlad is caught off guard by the thoughtful surprise and immediately thanks Sir Vorden for going that far. He hadn't expected the senior knight to handle the matter so thoroughly, especially since Vlad hadn't even asked him to take care of it. With no more updates to give, Vlad prepares to leave, but before he can take a proper step away, he suddenly remembers one more thing he needs to ask. Out of nowhere, he turns back and asks Sir Vorden whether the rest of one-armed Jack's henchmen are being held in prison. Sir Vorden answers that all of the goons have been locked up. Even though they were scattered all over the area, the guards made sure to track them down and apprehend them. After hearing that, Vlad asks if he can visit the arrested henchmen, and the request clearly surprises Sir Vorden. He hadn't expected Vlad to want to go anywhere near the prison, so he quickly asks why Vlad would need that kind of permission. Vlad's expression turns serious, and in a firm voice he explains that there is someone he needs to find. His determination is clear. Vlad says that if he doesn't find that person inside one of the prison cells, then he'll search through the entire back alleys until he does. Later that night, Vlad arrives at the prison, where the guards inform him that one-armed Jack's captured henchmen are being held in the innermost section. Vlad thanks the guards for their work, then steps into the dark passageway. It doesn't take long before he reaches the cells and comes across some of the imprisoned men. Even from behind bars, the prisoners have already heard about Vlad's bloody revenge. The moment they see the blonde-haired knight walking through the prison corridor, they recognize him at once. Most of them had known Vlad back when he was still a boy in the back alleys, but now the name passing between them is different. To these men, he has become Jorge's dagger. The inmates are shaken when they hear that someone like him is walking through their halls. They can hardly believe the Bayezid proxy is standing in the prison with them, and they are even more confused because they have no idea why he would come to a place like this. Then a terrifying possibility suddenly hits them. What if Vlad has come here looking for everyone involved in the attack on Rose's Smiles, planning to take his revenge even inside the prison walls? Just imagining that possibility is enough to make even these hardened criminals go pale. After all, they've already heard how Vlad slaughtered more than 50 men by himself, and then went on to kill the infamous one-armed Jack right after that. Suddenly, Vlad stops in front of one of the cells and looks inside. His gaze moves slowly from one prisoner to another as he scans the cramped room. His blue eyes seem to pierce through the darkness, and the terrified prisoners quickly scramble away from the bars. Not one of them wants to be the unlucky man who draws Vlad's attention. For a moment, Vlad says nothing. He simply stands there in silence, and his expression almost seems disappointed. But then Vlad notices someone crouched near the back of the cell. The instant he sees him clearly, he realizes this is exactly the person he came looking for. Out of everyone in the cell, that man is the only one who doesn't seem frightened at first, so Vlad decides to speak with him before doing anything else. He remarks that the man is already dark enough as it is, and with him squatting so far in the back, Vlad could barely recognize him. The man freezes when he hears Vlad's voice, as if he hadn't been paying attention until that very moment. Then he slowly looks up at the blonde swordsman, and fear immediately creeps across his face. Sweat starts forming on him all at once, though it turns out he has no reason to be afraid, because Vlad hasn't come to harm him. Instead, Vlad casually offers him a deal, promising to get him released in exchange for 40 silvers. The short-haired man is Otar, the same person who helped Vlad escape Sora that night when Zemina hid him beneath a pile of trash in a wagon. Otar is completely stunned, while Vlad continues joking as if the situation is perfectly normal. He even adds that if Otar doesn't have the coins ready, he accepts credit too. Otar can hardly believe what he is seeing. In a place where dark-skinned people like him are often shunned, the first person to reach a hand out to him turns out to be someone who never lost his light, even after crawling through trash and darkness. Otar remembers Vlad clearly. He remembers the boy from that night, the one who desperately needed to escape from the city. The scene shifts again, and Vlad arrives at the convent in a carriage. The nuns become excited the moment they see him. They whisper among themselves, openly amazed by how handsome the young man looks. With his bright blue eyes and blonde hair, they are certain he must be the vassal from Bayezid. Peeking through the windows, the sisters continue gossiping, unable to contain their curiosity. They talk about the rumors spreading through the city, especially the ones saying that the Bayezid vassal has already become a knight. The sisters are convinced those rumors must be true. In their minds, there is no other reason the headmistress herself would personally escort him into the convent. On top of that, the sisters also notice the local dignitaries following behind Vlad, which gives them even more reason to believe he is no ordinary vassal anymore. In their eyes, those people must have donated a fortune just for the chance to stand close to someone connected to the Bayezid family. Only then do the girls finally understand why the headmistress had bought so much wine earlier. It clearly wasn't for some ordinary guest. While most of the girls are busy whispering, gossiping, and getting carried away, Zemina is off to the side, quietly washing dishes all by herself. Just then, one of the matrons bursts into the kitchen and sharply scolds the girls for wasting time when such an esteemed guest is expected. The girls immediately shrink back, quickly apologizing for their behavior and promising that they'll finish their chores right away. The matron warns them that the service is about to begin, then storms back out of the kitchen. The moment she leaves, the other girls turn their frustration on Zemina again, blaming her for the scolding and saying it only happened because she was moving too slowly. Zemina, already used to being treated that way, quietly apologizes. The other girls simply tell her to hurry up, then leave her behind to finish the rest of the work alone. Zamina doesn't complain or try to defend herself. She just stays behind with the chores while the other girls rush out, eager to claim the front row in the chapel. A little while later, inside the church, the headmistress formally introduces Vlad to the gathered sisters. Father Andreas has already vouched for the blonde swordsman, and with the Bayezid family standing behind him as well, the sisters can't help but look at Vlad with open admiration. To them, he looks like a knight who stepped straight out of a fairy tale, with those clear blue eyes, bright blonde hair, and calm, polished presence. Then Vlad quietly scans the chapel, his gaze moving across the room. The moment the girls notice his eyes passing over them, they all start imagining that he might be looking at them. But Vlad isn't searching for any of them. He is discreetly looking for Zamina, and when he doesn't see her anywhere, irritation rises in him because he specifically asked for everyone in the convent to be gathered in the chapel. With the introduction finished, the headmistress decides it is time for prayer. Vlad kneels properly like the knight he has become, and the sight only makes the sisters admire him even more. All of a sudden, Zamina comes running toward the chapel, and somehow, as if Vlad senses her arrival before he even sees her, a small smile begins to form on his face. Zamina reaches the church in a rush, and relief washes over her when she realizes the service hasn't ended yet. She quickly slips into line and joins the prayer, trying not to draw attention. At the same time, Vlad resumes searching through the chapel. The moment Vlad's eyes finally land on Zamina, the look on his face changes completely. Anger flashes across him, sharp and immediate. He lets out a low hiss, no longer caring what anyone in the chapel thinks of him. The headmistress asks what is wrong, and Vlad immediately voices his anger. Zamina is far too thin, so thin that he can't help wondering whether anyone here has even been feeding her properly. Still furious, Vlad keeps grumbling under his breath and walks away from the altar without waiting for permission. He moves straight towards Zamina, and when she sees him coming, she can hardly believe that the person in front of her is truly her childhood friend. At first, Zamina sadly convinces herself that there is no way it could really be Vlad, but then he stops directly in front of her and calls her name. She looks up at him nervously and asks what he needs. Vlad looks at her closely, really taking her in for the first time, and that is when he notices her bruised hands and the dirt clinging to her clothes. The sight only makes his anger burn hotter. Vlad starts checking her clothes in disbelief, scolding her because he can't understand how she allowed them to starve her and leave her wearing something so filthy. The other girls gasp when they realize that Vlad and Zamina actually know each other. But Vlad doesn't pay the slightest attention to their shock. His focus stays entirely on Zamina, as he continues taking in the state of his old friend. He looks so shaken that he nearly breaks down, and that is when Zamina slowly reaches out and touches his blonde hair for the first time in a very long time. Only then does Zamina finally believe it is really him. The moment that truth sinks in, tears spill down her face without stopping. Seeing just how much Zamina has suffered in the convent, Vlad decides he is done caring about procedures. Whatever rules stand in the way, he is going to get her out of that place. Zamina can only keep crying, so Vlad takes her hand gently and tells her it is time to go home. And just like that, the girl who had never truly had a home hears those words for the first time in her life. They had been vagrants from the back alleys, children with no home, no parents, and barely any food. For Vlad and Zamina, the only home they ever knew was each other's company, and because of that, they had always been each other's family, the only family either of them had ever known. Later, Vlad and Zamina ride away together in a carriage, heading back from the convent. Even after being rescued, Zamina still looks deeply shaken. She doesn't say a word during the ride, only clutches a pillow tightly against her chest, looking frightened and withdrawn, as if she believes Vlad might still be angry with her. After some time, Zamina finally gathers enough courage to lift her head and look directly at Vlad's face. At almost the same moment, Vlad looks back at her. It feels as if Vlad has been waiting for their eyes to meet, and now he has finally caught her sneaking glances at him. Zamina looks so nervous that it makes him uncomfortable, so he bluntly asks why she is acting like that. In his mind, he expected her to be relieved after escaping the awful place where she had been mistreated, but instead, she seems stiff, distant, and painfully unsure of herself. Even through her nerves, Zamina tries to speak and begins asking him something. But before she can finish, Vlad cuts in and asks why she keeps looking at him like that. The awkward silence in the carriage has worn him down, and he wants to know what is actually going on inside her head. Zamina tries to explain why she has been staring, but she is still too nervous to put it into words. Every time she looks at Vlad's face, his appearance distracts her all over again. It is hard for her to accept that this polished blonde swordsman is the same boy who once grew up beside her in the back alleys. Vlad notices her eyes drifting back to him again. That only leaves him more confused, while he is still trying to understand what is wrong with her. Zemina quickly hugs the pillow to her chest again and hides her face in it, thinking about how much Vlad has changed since the last time she truly knew him. Seeing her act like this surprises Vlad because he can't understand why she feels so awkward when they have only been apart for about 6 months. Yes, some time has passed, but to him it isn't long enough for Zemina to suddenly feel like a stranger, especially when they had been so close before he left Sawara. Even after Vlad asks her about it, the shy girl still can't bring herself to answer. Zemina keeps her face buried in the pillow while sitting across from him. Eventually, Vlad gets tired of trying to pull words out of her and decides to act as though she isn't there, turning his attention to the carriage window instead. But the moment he stops trying to make her comfortable, Zemina slowly lifts her head and stares at him again, unable to help herself because he is just so different from the boy she remembers. For one thing, Vlad is now a knight, dressed in shining armor with a huge sword by his side, and that alone feels almost impossible for Zemina to believe. The way he looks now makes her think he must have become some kind of noble. That thought makes Zemina even more nervous. She clutches the pillow again, growing so uncomfortable that her eyes look like they might fill with tears at any moment. Then, out of nowhere, Vlad places something into her mouth, leaving Zemina completely confused. He pushes the small sweet past her lips with his finger, looks her directly in the eyes, and tells her she has been out of it for a while. Vlad says she should eat it and snap out of her gloomy mood, so Zemina agrees, even though she has no idea what he just gave her. Zemina asks what it is, and Vlad tells her it is caramel. He adds that he got it from a knight he knows. Zemina is shocked that Vlad would casually give her something so delicious because she knows caramel is expensive. Then fear creeps in, and she immediately worries that he must have stolen it. Vlad looks completely exhausted when she says that. He only wanted her to feel a little better, so instead of explaining everything, he tells her to think whatever she wants, then leans back against the seat to rest, knowing the sweetness should help cheer her up. And sure enough, only a few seconds after tasting the caramel, Zemina begins to smile. Vlad secretly opens one eye to peek at her reaction, but instead of relaxing, he is shocked to see her suddenly shivering and trembling. By the time Vlad opens his eyes fully to understand what is happening, Zemina is already sobbing uncontrollably. He can only stare at her in confusion, completely lost on what he is supposed to do next. Bewildered by how suddenly her mood has fallen apart again, he asks why she is crying this time, and Zemina finally tells him it is because he came too late. Vlad goes completely silent when those words leave her mouth. He tries to find a way to comfort her, but Zemina turns her face away from him and presses herself deeper into the pillow, hiding her tears behind it. Seeing that Zemina is still too overwhelmed to speak properly, Vlad decides not to push her any further. For now, he simply gives her the space she clearly needs. Not knowing what else he can do, Vlad turns his gaze toward the carriage window, hoping the view outside might help clear his head. After a little while, he notices how pleasant the weather is, almost painfully calm compared to everything they have been through. And as the carriage continues rolling forward in silence, the quiet moment carries a simple truth with it. No matter where someone is born, everyone deserves to hold a star inside their heart. And when it comes to birthplaces, the path of memory returns to Vlad's own beginning. The back alleys of Sora appear once again beneath the night, and there, among the narrow streets of the slums, a familiar figure from Vlad's past comes into view. It is the same old blacksmith Vlad knew when he was younger. Everyone may be worthy of carrying a star in their heart, but making that star shine in the real world is another matter entirely, and for many people, it is never simple. The old blacksmith is one of those people. Right now, he looks worn down and miserable as he stares into his furnace, watching the coal and glowing molten heat inside it. The longer he looks, the more he feels like that furnace reflects his own life. In his mind, he is no different from the red-hot liquid trapped inside the fire. Both of them are slowly wasting away, burning without purpose, fading without ever truly accomplishing anything. That is exactly how the blacksmith sees himself now. After sinking into that self-pity for a long while, he finally decides to close up for the day, especially since even wandering drifters rarely stop by his shop anymore. Before shutting everything down, the old man glances toward the empty spot where that special sword used to hang, and the sight immediately makes him think of Vlad. It has been a long time since he last saw the blonde boy, and now the old blacksmith wonders whether Vlad is doing all right. He remembers how admirable Vlad seemed even as a child, though back then, he also thought the boy was terribly pitiful. 6 months have already passed since he last heard anything about him. The old man has no idea where Vlad might be now. All he can do is quietly hope that the boy did not freeze to death somewhere after leaving Sora. While those thoughts linger in his mind, a familiar voice suddenly interrupts him. Someone walks up to the shop, sounding slightly surprised that the old man is already closing for the night. Of course, that unexpected visitor is none other than Vlad, but the grumpy blacksmith still hasn't realized who it is. He is too wrapped up in his own gloom to even turn around and check the face of the potential customer. Instead, he starts heading back inside and tells Vlad to come another time, because he is closed for the day. Vlad answers that he cannot come later, since he will be busy tomorrow, and he insists that he needs the blacksmith's attention right now, making it clear the matter is urgent. Those words finally catch the old man's interest. More than anything, he is curious about what someone from the back alleys could possibly be so busy with. As far as he knows, people around here usually have nothing but time, so hearing such urgency from this stranger makes him turn his attention properly toward him. Vlad tells the old blacksmith that his sword needs repairs, explaining that it has been quite a while since the blade was last fixed. The blacksmith is stunned by the request, and for a moment he looks genuinely confused, because that is the last thing he expected to hear at this hour of the night. With a gentle smile, Vlad explains that the other blacksmiths all said they could not repair the sword. Then he offers the blade to the old man and tells him that he is the only person who can fix it. Only then does the blacksmith finally turn and see the admirable young boy he had just been thinking about. But Vlad is not just a boy anymore. He now stands before him as a knight, and a respected one at that, leaving the old man completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been hoping Vlad had not frozen to death somewhere, so seeing him alive and standing right in front of him feels almost unbelievable. The old blacksmith is shocked, but beneath that shock, he is deeply relieved to see that Vlad is safe. The blacksmith keeps staring at him in silence for several seconds, still too dazed to respond properly. Seeing that, Vlad helps pull him back to the moment by asking whether he can repair the sword or not. That question finally snaps the old blacksmith out of his trance. He quickly regains himself and admits that yes, he can repair the blade. After going so long without meaningful work, seeing such a beautiful job arrive at his door feels almost like a gift, and the old blacksmith grabs that opportunity with both hands. Excitement begins to fill his chest as he realizes this is really happening. He gladly invites Vlad into the shop and tells him to sit down, already more than ready to take on the repair. With renewed energy, he leads the way inside, takes the sword from Vlad, and begins examining the blade carefully to understand exactly what it needs. As the blacksmith studies the many scratches across the sword, he admits that he is pleased to see how thoroughly Vlad has been using it. To him, every mark is proof that the weapon has truly lived in its owner's hands. Then the blacksmith notices one striking scar on the blade and asks where it came from. Vlad explains that it happened last winter while he was hunting goblins. Back then, he still was not fully used to the sword, which is why the blade ended up chipped. The old blacksmith soon spots another scar and becomes just as curious about that one. Vlad tells him it came from the Duel of Honor in Deer Mar. The curious old man does not stop there because one mark after another keeps catching his eye. When he asks about another scratch, Vlad explains how he recently had to act as bait in order to catch a death worm. During that dangerous job, the sword scraped against the ground while he was trying to lure the creature in. After hearing all of this, the old blacksmith is stunned by everything the sword has been through. Monster hunts, duels of honor, and even the hunt for the remains of a fallen dragon. The stories leave him speechless. He stares at his own reflection on the blade, overwhelmed by the fact that the weapon he once made has been carried through such heroic battles. Those adventures are incredible, and the blacksmith cannot help feeling proud of the young blonde knight in front of him. Vlad did not waste his star the way so many people do. Unlike the old blacksmith, who had been slowly withering away in the back alleys, Vlad has been faithfully carrying out his duties and moving forward. Seeing him return like this fills the old man with joy, and hearing about everything he has done makes that joy burn even brighter. Suddenly, the blacksmith bursts into laughter. He admits that he feels even happier now than he did when he first created his greatest work, the very sword Vlad has brought back to him. With excitement surging through him, the old blacksmith tells Vlad to wait there while he repairs the blade in no time. Without wasting another second, he rushes toward the blazing furnace and begins pumping air into it, feeding the flames until they roar brighter. The old man throws himself into the work, breathing in short, focused bursts as though the fire might vanish if he hesitates even once. As he places the sword into the heat, the passion he thought he had lost begins to flare inside him again. The blacksmith has not felt this kind of fulfillment in his craft for what feels like ages. Watching him light up as he works on Vlad's sword is almost beautiful, because in that moment, the star that had been fading inside him begins to shine once more. The following morning, Vlad goes to speak with Harvin. It has been a long time since the two friends had a proper conversation, so they use the chance to catch up. Harvin is surprised when he learns that Vlad has the loan certificate for Rose's smiles. the same document one-armed Jack held before he died. Vlad only smiles cheekily in response and says it was a fair exchange between him and the crime boss. Marvin understands exactly what Vlad means by that, so he simply laughs before asking whether Vlad plans to run Rose's smiles now that he has the deed and related documents. Vlad denies it without hesitation and makes it clear that he has no intention of managing the place himself. He has already given it back to Marcella. Marcella cannot reopen Rose's smiles immediately, but Vlad is confident that everything will be sorted out there soon enough. Harvin agrees, saying the decision makes sense, especially when the whole place is still soaked in blood. Since Vlad is leaving the business to Marcella, Harvin grows curious about what he plans to do next and asks whether he will return to Sturma or stay in Soara with them for a while. Vlad confirms that he will remain in Soara for the time being and tells Harvin that he is currently on standby. He gives Harvin a gentle smile, already knowing his friend will be happy to hear that. And sure enough, Harvin looks visibly relieved, unable to hide the smile on his face. He admits that seeing Vlad like this feels great, especially now that his childhood friend has become a man trusted by a noble family. That is when Vlad adds that they also asked him to look into something during his free time. Vlad tells Harvin that he has been asked to investigate one-armed Jack's hidden assets, along with anything the authorities still failed to recover. After all, Vlad knows that one-armed Jack, that moneybug, had been digging holes all over the place. Harvin is more than willing to help with that, and Vlad suggests that it could not be any other way. Vlad then teases Harvin a little, especially since Harvin had treated him to some very expensive whiskey earlier. Then Vlad suddenly remembers that Marcella also said she was looking for the other girls. Harvin suggests that they may have already been sold off, but even though Vlad knows that is possible, he still believes they have to be somewhere. All at once, Harvin starts to feel that the missing gold coins and the missing girls might be connected. Something about the situation feels deeper to him, as if there is another hidden layer beneath one-armed Jack's crimes. Vlad, however, admits that the whole matter already sounds like a hassle. He explains that he has tried searching for a few of them, but most left no trace at all. Harvin becomes curious at that and asks which girls Vlad is talking about. Without hesitation, Vlad says that one of the girls is named Anna. Besides Anna, there are several others who disappeared without leaving behind any clear trail. After Vlad explains this, Harvin agrees that it is strange because in his mind, there should have been at least some way to trace some of the girls. Harvin remembers that one-armed Jack did plenty of terrible things while ruling the back alleys, but even so, this feels different from his usual methods. Seeing how mysterious the situation has become, Harvin offers to help Vlad investigate it as well. He admits that his own organization has shrunk recently, so he may not be able to provide much support, but he is willing to do what he can. Their conversation comes to an end when the dark-skinned prisoner Vlad freed arrives. Otar calls out to Vlad and tells him that just as Vlad had suspected, there is indeed a suspicious place worth checking. After hearing that, Vlad immediately rises from his seat and heads out to meet Otar, while Harvin stays behind and promises to let him know the moment he uncovers anything new. Not long after, Vlad arrives at a suspicious-looking butcher shop tucked away in the shadows of the back alleys. He asks about the missing girls, but the butcher quickly plays dumb, insisting he has no idea what Vlad is talking about. But Vlad's eyes narrow, because he clearly remembers this street, and 6 months ago there was no butcher shop here at all. When he presses the man on it, the butcher dodges the question and tells him to go ask Black Bear instead. According to the butcher, Black Bear, the so-called swine butcher, is one of the 5 bosses ruling the Black Alley, and he was the one who gave them permission to open this shop in the first place. Vlad can tell the man is trying to intimidate him by throwing Black Bear's name around, but he doesn't back down. Instead, he calmly says that if that's the case, then he'll simply go and meet Black Bear himself. That is when Vlad catches the butcher in his own lie. Most people raised in the back alleys cannot even read, yet this man instantly recognized that the paper Vlad showed him had names written on it. With that one mistake, it becomes obvious that the butcher is not a real back alley resident. Vlad's expression hardens, and without hesitation, he accuses them of selling human meat. The moment those words leave Vlad's mouth, the butcher's mask completely falls apart. Realizing his secret has been exposed, the man lashes out and attacks the young knight. Vlad slips away from the strike before it can land, his anger rising as he demands to know who the man really is. But Vlad fires the same question right back at him, warning him that if he knows what is good for him, he had better cooperate. Then Vlad turns to Otar and tells him to shut the door. As far as Vlad is concerned, this butcher shop is no longer open for customers today. After Vlad finishes dealing with the butcher, he sits down with Otar to talk things through, still wondering how an outsider like that managed to slip into the back alleys so easily. Otar can only suggest one thing. One-armed Jack must not have been watching over the back alleys properly. Vlad is stunned that a crime boss could let things fall apart this badly in just 6 months. Otar admits that one-armed Jack changed a great deal after Jorge died, and the whole alley has felt different ever since. Earlier, Vlad had already forced the strange butcher to talk. He drove his blade through the man's hand, pinning him in place until the butcher finally broke down and confessed that the slave merchants knew something about the missing people. Back in the present, Vlad struggles to accept what he has learned. People are not just disappearing from the back alleys by chance, they are being trafficked openly, and he never imagined the problem would be buried this deep. For now, Vlad feels that getting even this much truth is enough to move forward. Otar, however, points out that once the higher-ups start digging, they will probably uncover the details soon enough. Just then, a young boy hurries into the area and calls out to Vlad, saying he found the thing Vlad had asked him to look into earlier. It turns out another kid had seen something important, and as payment for the boy's help, Vlad hands him a small treat to keep him talking. While the child happily eats his skewers, Vlad asks what exactly the other kid saw. The boy explains that someone saw the brunette Anna climbing into a horse carriage they had never seen around the back alleys before. The moment Vlad hears that, his mind starts racing, wondering whether Anna has already been sold off and taken somewhere far beyond his reach. Then the little boy adds one more detail, and it hits Vlad even harder. The other women riding in that same carriage were pregnant. Vlad is left baffled by it because he cannot understand why anyone would go out of their way to buy pregnant women when they would not even be able to work properly. Otar notices Vlad suddenly falling silent, his eyes fixed in thought, and worry begins to show on his face. Anna being pregnant was already disturbing enough, but now there is someone actively buying pregnant women, even in the filth and cruelty of the back alleys. This feels far too twisted. And then, without warning, Vlad remembers the strange spirit he had encountered only a short while ago. A cold fear settles over him as he wonders whether that spirit might have been Anna, or perhaps one of those pregnant women, desperately trying to reach him. At that moment, the voice inside his sword warns him to listen carefully to his own instincts, because dark suspicions have a way of turning real in the end. Vlad desperately hopes that the thought forming in his mind is wrong, but he also knows he cannot afford to ignore it. If the worst is coming, then he has to be ready for it. Later, Vlad reports the strange activity he discovered to Servorden, but the portly knight looks more exhausted than alarmed and tells him he should consider taking a break. Vlad reminds Servorden that he was the one who ordered the investigation in the first place. Servorden can only admit that he never expected Vlad to uncover something so quickly. Servorden had finally finished his paperwork and only wanted a moment of peace, but that peace becomes impossible when Vlad keeps dragging new problems out of the shadows. The portly knight asks why Vlad is in such a hurry, then mutters that this might be the beginning of a real crisis. Hearing that, Vlad suspects Servorden is trying to push the responsibility onto someone else, so he asks for permission to visit the mayor, though Servorden clearly hesitates to answer. The senior knight has no desire to spend what was supposed to be his vacation buried under even more work. All Servorden wants is to sit back and relax, but when he glances out the window, he realizes that chance has already slipped away. Outside, he sees Joseph Bayezid and the rest of his convoy arriving in Soara a full 2 days earlier than Servorden had expected. Naturally, the mayor rushes forward and tries to flatter Joseph Bayezid, but Joseph barely acknowledges him. He walks straight to Servorden, and after the greetings are exchanged, the young master immediately asks whether anything happened while he was away. Servorden is not ready for the mountain of work that would come crashing down if he tells the truth, so he quickly claims that nothing serious happened. Vlad, on the other hand, says nothing at all. That silence does not escape Joseph's notice, and with a sharp look, Joseph suggests they continue the conversation inside. The mayor leads them toward his office, but before anyone enters, Sir Jaeger insists on checking the room first. The mayor is clearly irritated and begins to complain, but the moment the one-eyed knight fixes him with a cold glare, his anger shrinks back down and he quiets himself. Without missing a beat, Joseph praises Vlad for handling things well, then directly asks what he had been trying to say earlier outside. Vlad admits that he is worried he might be making a needless fuss if he speaks too strongly. Joseph, however, simply tells him to say what he needs to say. After a brief pause, Vlad explains that it may be better to ask the mayor for the kind of help he has been searching for. Joseph smiles when he hears that answer. In that moment, he feels that all the effort spent teaching Vlad was worthwhile, because Vlad is already learning how to read the position he stands in. Joseph is impressed that Vlad understands an important truth. Being connected to House Bayezid does not automatically give him authority over everything. Because Vlad recognized that, Joseph tells him he made the right call. Just then, Sir Jaeger reports that the office is safe to enter. Everyone steps inside, and Joseph takes a slow look around before complimenting the room's impressive appearance. From that high office, the view over Sora is striking. The whole city spreads out beneath the windows, making it easy to see nearly everything from above. Still, even though most of the office is grand and well-arranged, Joseph points out one problem. The chair, in his opinion, is far too extravagant and badly needs to be replaced. The mayor is taken aback by that comment, because to him there is absolutely nothing wrong with the chair at all. He nearly opens his mouth to say something rude in response, but the words die in his throat the moment he sees Joseph calmly sit down in that very chair. Vlad is stunned the moment he sees Joseph Bayezid settle into the mayor's chair so naturally. But Joseph only speaks with calm confidence, revealing that he has just become the new mayor of Sora. Sometime later, Vlad heads out on a short trip with Otar, but the whole way there, he cannot stop complaining about the stench and how difficult it is to reach such a miserable place. They are moving through the oldest and most tangled section of the back alleys, a maze-like district so vile that the air itself reeks of blood, rot, sweat, and every foul smell that could cling to a forgotten corner of Sora. And the smell is not even the worst part. The people living there have a frightening emptiness in their eyes, the kind of look that comes from spending every day so close to death that fear has almost become normal. Seeing that place for himself, it becomes easy to understand why even one-armed Jack never dared to carelessly interfere with this part of the back alleys. After all, this is exactly the kind of nightmare one would expect from the alley ruled by Black Bear, the swine butcher himself. Vlad finally reaches the place he came for and steps up to knock on the door. Sure enough, the man who answers looks every bit as nasty and hostile as the alley itself. The stout man peers out through the small opening and asks who Vlad is. Vlad answers coldly, saying the man must have already heard of him, especially since he and his companions had been watching the blonde swordsman from the entrance of the alley. The instant Vlad says that, the irritated man slams the viewing hole shut so hard that Vlad cannot even finish his next sentence. Vlad tries to tell him to wait, but the sharp bang cuts him off completely. Inside his mind, the voice remarks that the man is clearly trying to provoke him, and Vlad silently agrees. Vlad feels a cold irritation settle in his chest. In the past, he might have swallowed this kind of treatment without a word, because disrespect like this had once been ordinary for someone from the back alleys, but that was when Vlad had been a nameless nobody. Now too many people have placed their trust, honor, and expectations on his name, and because of that, he can no longer allow insults like this to pass unanswered. After thinking of every person whose honor now stands behind him, Vlad decides that walking away is not an option. He plants himself in front of the door and stays there for hours, forcing Otar to remain beside him the entire time while holding the folded banner upright. A long while passes, and by the time the sun begins to rise, Vlad is still standing in the same place. Dust has gathered over his feet, showing just how long he has waited without moving an inch. Only then does the rude man from earlier finally open the door again. When he sees that the young knight has truly waited there all night, he sneers and tells Vlad to come inside in a tone dripping with condescension. Vlad does not answer the insult. He simply stands there with a cold expression, letting the silence press down heavier than any reply could have. He takes a slow breath, quietly considering how he should deal with the man in front of him. But before Vlad can settle on a response, the man has the nerve to interrupt and ask whether he is coming in or not. This time, the man has two large, heavy-built thugs standing on either side of him, and that makes him look far more confident than before. He seems to believe they can overpower the young knight, and Otar appears to sense the danger too, because he suddenly starts trembling as the tension rises. Vlad still says nothing, and that silence only makes Otar more nervous. The young man understands exactly how dangerous these back alley brutes can be, and the longer Vlad remains quiet, the more frightening the moment becomes. After waiting and receiving no answer, the rude man laughs mockingly and tells them to get lost if they are too frightened to step inside. He turns back into the building and starts to shut the door again. But this time, Vlad finally speaks. His voice is low and blunt as he warns the man not to even think about closing it, because if he does, he will not be able to handle what comes next. The big man freezes, shocked, because he had already dismissed Vlad as a frightened little boy, but that judgment could not have been more wrong. A dangerous gleam flashes through Vlad's blue eyes, and the man begins to feel unease crawling up his spine. He is still trying to process what he just heard, likely because no young man has ever dared to challenge him so directly before. The man snaps back and asks what Vlad is trying to say. Vlad answers without hesitation, telling him that he has brought this punishment on himself. As Vlad says this, he reaches toward the wooden pole in Otar's hands, takes it firmly, and drives the end of it down against the ground with a sharp, commanding strike. The moment the pole hits the floor, the folded banner unfurls, revealing the powerful seal of House Bayezid. Vlad then introduces himself before the thugs as Vlad of Sora, declaring that he will now exercise the authority granted to him by the honorable names standing behind him. Once Vlad makes that clear, his expression darkens completely, and his eyes burn with a murderous edge. Then he orders them to go tell Black Bear to stop hiding and come face the rightful representative of House Bayezid. Those words strike the rude man with pure fear. The same man who had been insulting Vlad moments earlier suddenly begins to tremble, and when Vlad sees the horror spreading across his face, he decides to drive the warning in even deeper. Vlad knows the man has probably heard the rumors by now. That means he should also understand what happens whenever a certain blonde knight plants his flag in a place. With all the stories spreading through Sora, the thug does not need anyone to explain that his life is now in danger. In his mind, he can almost see the bloody piles of criminals Vlad has left behind over the past few days. And because he is no different from those corrupt men, he realizes this might be the end for him too. At this point, Vlad can practically sense the fear pouring out of the man's body, so he decides that the warning has gone far enough. Vlad tells the man not to take his words lightly, making it clear that this is the final courtesy he will offer. In other words, if the man ever insults him again, death will be waiting. Meanwhile, in the center of Sora, the former mayor is still sinking into misery after being stripped of his position. With Joseph Bayezid now serving as the new mayor of Sora, that corrupt and spineless man no longer has a home to return to. He gazes helplessly at the mansion that once belonged to him, then walks away in tears, knowing there is nothing left there for him anymore. As the former mayor takes one last look at the place he used to call home, Joseph sees him from the window, even though Joseph never meant to feel pity for such a man. A trace of sympathy still rises in his heart. Hearing Joseph's reaction, the firmest knight in the room speaks up and reminds his master that the man is only paying for his crimes. Sir Jaeger has no softness to spare for the former mayor of Sora, and he makes it clear that after all the corruption in his administration has been exposed, there is no escaping the punishment waiting for him in Storma. Joseph accepts Sir Jaeger's words, knowing his right-hand man is correct. The former mayor deserves what is coming, but Joseph still cannot fully shake the feeling that his own actions helped push that punishment forward faster. Speaking of corrupt men, Joseph suddenly remembers that he still has not received any proper news about Black Bear. Joseph asks for an update, and Vlad answers by reporting that the swine butcher has agreed to cooperate as much as he can. Hearing that, Joseph admits the situation is moving well so far, especially because he knows Black Bear must have been difficult to bend. Vlad simply says that sharing a similar background may have helped him get his message through to the crime boss. Joseph does not seem fully convinced by that explanation, because Black Bear is not just some ordinary thug. He is a boss who controls an entire district. Joseph does not believe that a shared background alone was enough to sway Black Bear, but he is still genuinely impressed by Vlad's performance. He understands that Vlad must have struggled in a situation completely unfamiliar to him, which makes it even more remarkable that he handled the mission so well. Because of that, Joseph feels that his plan to raise Vlad into a polished and capable knight is moving in the right direction. The blonde young man has proven himself again, and Joseph can clearly see the progress. The new mayor praises Vlad, then steps forward to take command of the room, preparing to address everyone gathered under his authority. At this moment, Joseph has 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 administrative staff members, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire at his side. And that squire is none other than the blue-eyed swordsman, Vlad. To Joseph, every person in that room is his vassal, bound to the same fate as him. If he rises to become the next head of House Bayezid, they will rise with him. But if he loses his place in the struggle for succession, then every one of them will fall alongside him. Sora is Joseph's final stepping stone, and because of that, he vows to govern the city smoothly from this point forward. He promises to do everything in his power, even though he knows that for the time being, he will be too overwhelmed to personally handle every matter that appears. Joseph understands that he is not fully prepared to face the darkness that has seeped into every corner of Sora. But at the same time, he knows no one can ever be perfectly ready for every danger that lies ahead. From now on, Joseph decides that every action he takes must become a step forward, because this opportunity may be the last real chance he has. With that decision made, Joseph entrusts Sir Gregory with the immediate task of choosing members for the investigation team. Sir Gregory thanks Joseph for trusting him with such an important duty, and in that moment it becomes clear why Joseph chose him for the role. Sir Gregory has always remained neutral within the family, which is why Joseph believes he will not be blinded by the rivalry and conflict between the Bayezid brothers. Even though Sir Gregory is not exactly one of Joseph's personal men, Joseph is certain that he is the right knight for the task. Since this mission depends on quietly following people without being noticed, Sir Gregory chooses Sir Cade first, knowing that Cade's tracking skills are exactly what they need. After that, Sir Gregory turns his attention to Vlad and says he will also be relying on the rising star. Vlad is caught completely off guard when his name is called, his expression showing clear surprise. Far away from Sora, in a place called Moshium, a gloomy mansion stands under the name of Baron Uthman, its dark walls giving off an eerie, unsettling presence. The mansion looks like something pulled straight from a ghost story, and the storm raging outside only makes it worse, with rain battering the windows and thunder pressing down over the house. Inside one of the rooms, a gravely ill boy lies weakly in bed. While his parents stay close to him, their faces filled with fear, exhaustion, and desperate hope. It seems they have brought in a strange healer for one final chance, but the boy's father needs reassurance, asking whether the ritual she is about to perform can truly save his son's life. The mysterious woman calmly assures the lord of the house that her method will work. Even though Baron Uthman still looks doubtful, his desperation leaves him with no room to refuse. After all, Baron Uthman has no better answer in front of him. With tears running down his cheeks, he finally gives in and tells the woman that he will pay any price, as long as his son can survive. The hooded healer notices the father's suffering, but rather than comfort him gently, she tells him not to drown too deeply in pain, saying that God cannot watch over everything. Then she reveals her face, floating with an unnatural presence, as her eyes glow with a sinister purple light, making her look more like a witch than a healer. The woman begins to cast her spell, and an ominous energy spreads through the room like a living shadow. As the grieving father watches, she tells him that people like her exist precisely because God cannot watch over the world alone. Meanwhile, Vlad and the rest of the investigation team stand out in the rain, keeping watch beneath the cold downpour as their stakeout becomes more miserable by the minute. Sir Gregory looks up at the terrible weather and admits that the conditions are awful. With rain coming down this hard, continuing the mission properly will be nearly impossible. Vlad agrees that it is unfortunate, while Sir Gregory reminds him in a dry tone that life rarely moves according to anyone's plans. The two of them stand side by side, looking out over the surrounding area, and that is when Vlad notices Sir Gregory quietly dropping something like a pill into his cup. Vlad stares at it in silence, unsure what he just saw. Sir Gregory catches his gaze and casually asks the young squire whether he wants a sip of the drink, saying a little alcohol in this weather would not hurt. Sir Gregory adds that the cold makes it even more tempting, but Vlad refuses the offer without hesitation and heads toward the nearby bushes to gather branches instead. Sir Gregory warns him that every branch around here is already soaked through, so starting a fire will be nearly impossible. Even knowing that, Vlad insists they should at least try, making Gregory wonder for a moment whether this stubborn kid really is Sir Jaeger's squire. Unsurprisingly, once Vlad steps into the forest and starts searching, he quickly realizes that Sir Gregory was right. Every branch he finds is drenched and practically useless, and Vlad begins to worry that they may be forced to spend the whole night trembling in the rain. While Vlad is imagining the worst, another knight arrives carrying better branches wrapped in cloth. He explains that these should work because they are hollow inside. Vlad is visibly relieved and thanks Sir Cade, offering to take the wood from him. As Vlad gathers the branches from Cade's arms, an awkward silence settles between them, and Cade seems to struggle with something he has been wanting to say. Suddenly, Cade thanks Vlad, saying he never had the chance to say it properly before. Vlad understands right away what Cade means because he had once saved Cade's life. So Vlad answers simply, telling Cade that he was only doing what he was supposed to do at the time. Then Vlad asks how Cade has been holding up since then, and Cade admits that during that earlier encounter, he truly believed cutting off a limb was the only choice left to him. Just then, Sir Gregory joins them and says once again that he chose the right men for this task, because very few knights would willingly accept this kind of dirty, difficult work. The moment Sir Gregory says that, the same person comes to both Vlad and Cade's minds. It is hard to blame them, since Sir Vorden has already proven himself to be one of the laziest knights they know. In any case, Sir Gregory is grateful that both of them are willing to work with him, especially now that they are no longer acting as formal knights, but as mercenaries. Sir Gregory explains that they are now inside Baron Uthman's territory. Thanks to Black Bear's cooperation, they have managed to follow their targets this far, but they still have no solid evidence to act on. Even though they are still in the north, this land lies outside Bayezid territory, which means Joseph Bayezid cannot openly support them past this point. After laying that out, Sir Gregory tells Cade and Vlad that their job is to enter the village quietly and investigate without drawing attention. For now, Sir Gregory decides it would be better for them to head back and find a place to rest before continuing. But as they make their way back, Vlad cannot stop remembering the sorrowful wailing he heard on that winter day. Looking at the ominous fog blanketing Baron Uthman's territory, Vlad silently hopes that he will never have to hear that terrible sound again. After waiting for a while, the knights mount their horses and begin searching for somewhere to rest. But the fog is so thick that Sir Gregory grows wary, fearing an ambush could be waiting just beyond their sight. Even Gerda is frightened by the empty road and the unnatural silence around them, but Vlad feels it may still be too early for anyone to attack. Then Sir Cade suddenly notices that there should be an inn up ahead, and everyone feels a small wave of relief at the possibility of finally getting out of the cold. The knights head toward the building, and when they arrive, the innkeeper looks surprised to see customers appearing at such an early hour. Sir Gregory quickly invents a cover story, saying the rain kept them from entering the village the previous night. He asks for bowls of hot soup for everyone, but the innkeeper remains cautious and asks whether they are mercenaries, explaining that with all the disturbing incidents in the village lately, they cannot simply let anyone inside. While Sir Gregory tries to persuade the man to let them stay, Vlad notices a little girl hiding behind the counter. He gives her a gentle wave to ease her fear, especially because she reminds him of Zemina when she was young. Just then, the voice inside Vlad's head calls him away, so Vlad quietly excuses himself for a moment. The voice tells Vlad that they have likely come to the right place, then offers to lend him its otherworldly sight so he can take a closer look at the little girl. Vlad agrees and uses that strange vision to look at the child. The moment his gaze settles on her, he sees ominous purple energy twisting around the cross hanging from her neck. The sight shocks Vlad and sends a chill through him, because he understands immediately what that dark energy means. The little girl has been cursed. Through the borrowed sight, Vlad can see the dark power wrapping around the child's neck, shaped almost like a demonic hand clutching at her throat. It is a cruel truth that children are so often the first to be sacrificed, despite being the most innocent. Vlad has seen that cruelty again and again, especially back when he was a boy watching adults steal from children who already had nothing. In those days, children with nothing left had only death waiting for them. They either starved, froze in the cold, or cried themselves into exhaustion while searching for parents who had already abandoned them. Even after growing up in a world like that, Vlad made a decision deep in his heart. He would never become like those wicked adults, and he would never choose to live the way they did. An oath has to be upheld, and knights exist to uphold what they swear. With that thought burning in him, Vlad knows exactly what he must do. Because in this place, there are children who need protection. Vlad makes his way to a lonely church with a bell tower standing over it, and the voice tells him they have reached the right place, because the strange energy from the necklace ends there. With that confirmation, Vlad decides it is time to go inside, and the voice agrees, guiding him toward whatever truth is waiting within the church. Vlad quietly asks whether the voice can detect anything suspicious inside the church. But there is nothing clearly out of place. Even so, the air feels heavy, twisted, and strangely evil, as if something rotten is hiding beneath the silence. The young swordsman cannot shake the feeling that something here is wrong. Just as that unease settles deeper in his chest, he senses someone approaching from behind. Vlad is startled for a moment, but he quickly steadies himself. He knows he cannot act like he came here to investigate, so he forces his body to move naturally and keeps his expression calm. Thinking fast, Vlad drops to one knee and pretends to pray. But the stranger still speaks to him, calmly suggesting that Vlad must be new to the village. Vlad answers carefully, admitting that he only arrived the previous morning. The priest immediately pieces it together and assumes Vlad must be one of the mercenaries who recently came into town. Vlad apologizes for entering the church without warning, keeping his tone polite. But then his eyes catch something strange. The cross on the priest's holy book is hanging upside down. In that instant, the pieces begin to connect in Vlad's mind. The reason the whole village has felt so wrong is because he has not seen a single proper cross since arriving. Every cross has been inverted, and now that Vlad understands that, he knows he must be extremely careful around this priest. The priest gently assures Vlad that there is nothing to fear, saying God's embrace is open to everyone. But this false priest seems disturbingly powerful because even the voice cannot see through him or clearly sense the darkness surrounding him not yet. The man apologizes for interrupting Vlad's prayer, but Vlad smoothly says it is fine. He claims he feels more at ease now that he has been given permission to stay. Vlad then promises that he will leave once he finishes praying. The priest responds warmly, telling him that this place is a home for all who seek God. The priest tells the young knight to do as he wishes, and then leaves him alone. But once the man is gone, Vlad becomes even more certain that something strange is rooted in this village, because the cursed energy from the little girl's cross led him directly to this church. Even though the priest wears a harmless smile and speaks with a gentle voice, Vlad knows better than to trust him. Vlad refuses to let his guard down around that man, so he decides to cut the conversation short and avoid showing too much interest. But before Vlad can fully step away, the priest says something that stops him cold. A plague has been spreading through the village. Vlad is genuinely shocked to hear that, but the priest only makes himself seem even more suspicious by calmly praying that the plague will not reach the children. Later that day, Vlad goes to question a man from the village about the so-called plague. But the man does not seem to understand what Vlad is talking about at first. Vlad explains that the priest mentioned it, adding that it concerns him because he and the others will be staying in the village for a few days. The man tells him not to worry too much because the plague only kills children. That answer leaves Vlad shaken. He asks how any plague could possibly affect only children, but the farmer has no explanation. All he knows is that the same tragedy has been spreading through the villages in Baron Uthman's territory. Man mutters that God must be angry with them to allow such a terrible curse to fall on their homes, especially one that steals only the lives of children. Once Vlad realizes he has gotten all the useful information he can from the man, he thanks him and quietly takes his leave. On the way back, Vlad thinks about the missing women in Soara and the dying children in this village, and the more he connects them, the more they feel like part of the same chain of ominous signs. In Vlad's mind, this is definitely not a simple plague. The problem is that he still has no solid evidence to prove what is really happening. For a moment, Vlad considers returning to Soara to borrow a holy item, hoping it might help him identify the truth. But the voice does not believe that would be very useful right now. Instead, the voice suspects the curse was created by a skilled black mage, the kind of work that only a properly trained priest would be able to recognize with certainty. Vlad wonders how the voice can judge something that serious, but even the voice has no clear answer. That only frustrates Vlad more because he can feel the danger with his instincts, yet he still has nothing firm enough to present as proof. While Vlad is still lost in thought, he overhears a child saying that the priest gave them something. When he looks over, he spots a hooded figure holding an inverted cross in front of the children. The mysterious figure hands the cross to the little kids and then walks away. Vlad quietly follows, thinking that if he is lucky, this person might lead him to the evidence he needs. The voice warns Vlad to be careful, because the hooded figure does not seem like an ordinary person. Vlad answers with confidence, saying he will be fine since, long before he became a knight, he spent years as a skilled pickpocket. Of course, the voice immediately reminds him that being a former master thief is not exactly something to brag about. After tailing the hooded figure for some time, Vlad begins to feel that he is being deliberately drawn toward the outskirts of the village. The voice cannot resist teasing the former pickpocket, pointing out that the stranger clearly noticed he was being followed. With his cover blown, Vlad decides that continuing to follow the figure would be too risky. Instead, he thinks it is time to retreat and report everything to Sir Gregory. Unfortunately, the voice does not believe the hooded figure intends to let Vlad walk away so easily. Sure enough, Vlad senses the hooded figure drawing a sword, and the threat becomes obvious. The stranger is coming straight for him. Before Vlad can fully process the danger, the hooded swordsman closes in and attacks him with a sharp strike. Thankfully, Vlad is no helpless target. He draws his own sword quickly and tries to block the blow, but the sheer force behind the attack throws him into the air. Vlad is shocked by the impact, but he has no time to dwell on it. He scrambles back to his feet and runs for his life, while the voice urgently tells him to keep moving and guides his steps so he can dodge attacks he cannot even see coming. After several desperate attempts to escape, Vlad realizes he cannot outrun this opponent. With no other choice left, he turns around and prepares to face the hooded swordsman head-on. The moment their blades cross, Vlad understands that his opponent is also a knight. And this is no inexperienced fighter. Whoever is under that hood is dangerously skilled. The hooded knight glances at Vlad's sword and notices the strange glow surrounding the blade. At the same time, Vlad forces himself back onto his feet, ready to continue the fight. He still cannot tell whether his opponent is a former knight or one still serving under a banner. Since he cannot figure it out through ordinary observation, Vlad decides to rely on a rare technique. He points his sword toward the enemy and closes one eye, narrowing his focus for a precise read. While Vlad holds that stance, the enemy charges again. But Vlad does not move because he knows the key to landing a deadly strike lies in surprise. He waits for the hooded knight to make the first move, searching for the perfect opening to deliver a lethal counter. As Vlad waits, he reminds himself that he only has one chance. There will be only one instant to choose correctly, so he shuts out every distraction and pours all his focus into that single moment. Vlad's sword begins to shine, and with a sharp movement, he manages to knock the enemy's blade aside. But the hooded knight still has hidden tricks. Even after losing the line of attack, the enemy keeps hold of the sword and activates a secret power. A brilliant golden light flares from the hooded knight's eyes and sword, and Vlad immediately realizes what he is seeing. This opponent is using aura. The sight shocks Vlad, but the fight has already reached a dangerous rhythm. Even though the voice warns him that he should retreat, it is already too late for Vlad to simply stop. With no safe path left, Vlad clashes blades with the enemy, and the fight turns into a contest of whose aura can overpower the other. Their swords collide with such force that the impact sends a shockwave through the forest and blasts Vlad backward. Thankfully, Vlad is not seriously hurt, but when he opens his eyes and sees the hooded knight advancing with overwhelming energy, it becomes painfully clear that he is not the stronger one here. Vlad struggles to push himself back onto his feet, and the voice admits that this encounter is far stranger than expected. The person standing before them is actually a holy knight. And even more surprising, there is not a man beneath that hood. Once Vlad realizes who he has been fighting this entire time, he decides he needs to clear up the misunderstanding somehow. But the voice is not convinced that talking will work anymore, because the holy knight no longer looks willing to listen. After all, a sword moves faster than words ever could, and explaining himself would take time Vlad clearly does not have. The voice believes the holy knight has already made up her mind, which means she intends to bring Vlad down first and ask questions later. At this point, it is painfully obvious that Vlad has no choice but to face this mysterious warrior head-on. It is far too late to retreat, and peaceful conversation is no longer an option, because the golden-haired holy knight is clearly determined to defeat him. With no other path left, Vlad grips his blade and charges back into another brutal exchange of steel. As he rushes forward, the voice in his head predicts the incoming attack, and quickly warns him to counter before the strike lands. Fortunately, Vlad manages to deflect the blow with his own sword, which is now surging with aura as well. But even though he blocks it, the sheer weight behind the woman's attack tells him exactly how dangerous she really is. Her strike carries a force unlike anything Vlad has faced before, and he admits that it feels completely different from Sir Pablo's attacks. That alone says a lot. This holy knight may be the strongest opponent Vlad has ever fought, yet he still has no choice but to keep clashing with her. What baffles him most is how she can release so much aura without any obvious sign. And while Vlad is still trying to understand it, the voice tells him that what she is using is not ordinary aura. It is a blessing. In that instant, a glowing golden cross-like seal shines above the holy knight, and right after that she leaps high into the air, bringing her sword down toward Vlad with terrifying force. As the holy knight descends for what looks like a killing blow, the voice explains that because of her blessing, she does not even need to create her own world. The word of God is already resting upon it. Just as the voice finishes explaining, the white-haired warrior's devastating strike crashes down on Vlad. For a moment, it looks like she may have him completely overpowered, but Vlad somehow stays in the fight, gathering every bit of strength he has to hold her sword back while she presses down harder and harder. Even under that crushing pressure, Vlad refuses to collapse. As he struggles to stay alive beneath her blade, he can hardly believe that she gained this much power simply by accepting the will of God. For most people, this would be the moment where their spirit breaks. But Vlad of Sora is not most people. He digs deep, forces strength back into his arms, and shoves the holy knight away, creating just enough distance to breathe and steady himself again. Even though the blessing has made her overwhelmingly powerful, Vlad refuses to be swallowed by fear. Her strength is terrifying, but he is certain that even an opponent this overpowered must have openings he can exploit if he watches carefully enough. In that split second, Vlad begins to notice several weak points in the holy knight's armor. Each one is a place where he could land real damage if he moves fast enough, so he braces himself and prepares for the next clash of blades. Vlad quietly draws her into his trap, and just as he expects, the holy knight charges in with her sword raised, believing this next attack will finally put him down. The white-haired knight lifts her blade, ready to drive it straight into her opponent. But she has no idea that Vlad has been waiting for exactly this moment to deceive her. Right before her attack lands, her weak points open up. Vlad seizes that perfect instant, pretending at first as if he means to block her sword, only to suddenly shift his aim and thrust his blade straight toward the gaps in her armor. The older knight's eyes widen when she realizes she has been tricked. But by then, it is already too late to properly counter. Shock flashes across her face, and for one brief moment, there seems to be no way for her to avoid Vlad's attack. At least that is how it appears. Vlad's plan works almost perfectly, and he succeeds in forcing his opponent into an incredibly vulnerable position. The sharp tip of Vlad's sword stops right beside her exposed neck, so close that only a few centimeters separate the holy knight from death. At this point, anyone would think the fight is over for the white-haired knight. But instead of panicking, she gives Vlad a cold, steady stare, showing not even the slightest trace of fear. That chilling glare shakes Vlad for just a moment, and fear creeps into him before he can stop it. That tiny hesitation gives the more experienced knight the opening she needs to shift the path of his sword away from her face. Vlad can hardly believe what he is seeing, and while he is still stunned, the holy knight launches her counterattack. He is so shocked by how smoothly she escaped that he barely realizes she is already tackling him toward the ground. Of course, the voice sees the danger coming and urgently warns Vlad to focus, regain his balance, and stop himself before it is too late. But the warning comes too late. The powerful swordswoman grabs Vlad and slams him down before he can fully understand what is happening. With frightening speed and monstrous force, the Holy Knight drives Vlad into the hard, rocky ground. A blow like that could leave some people paralyzed, and most others would simply die on impact. The pain that rips through Vlad is written all over his face. His eyes go wide from the shock, and for a terrifying instant it feels as if his life flashes before him. Thankfully, Vlad is not paralyzed. Determined to survive, Vlad forces his body to move and starts crawling away from her. But the Holy Knight has no intention of letting him escape that easily. She immediately stops Vlad by bringing the tip of her sword right beside his face, pinning him in place without even needing another strike. Vlad is still shaken, unable to fully process what just happened. He cannot understand how she countered him so effortlessly, so the voice explains that she used armor magic. It is a technique unique to Holy Knights, allowing them to use their plate armor to twist the trajectory of an opponent's sword. That explains how the Holy Knight redirected Vlad's blade away from her neck and toward her armored shoulder instead. Once Vlad notices the scratch on her shoulder plate, everything starts to click, and panic rises inside him. She has a blessing, and on top of that, she has magic armor, which makes the whole fight feel completely unfair. As far as Vlad is concerned, this woman is practically a walking cheat. And honestly, it is hard to blame him, because they have been locked in a brutal sword fight for so long, yet she has not even broken a sweat. Not a single drop of sweat marks her cold, composed face, which makes it painfully obvious that she has been controlling the fight from the start. After everything Vlad has learned, he begins to suspect that she may have shown him those openings on purpose. Vlad thought he was the one setting a trap for her, but now he realizes that the Holy Knight had been playing him from the beginning. He wanted him to attack, just so she could prove exactly who held the advantage, and now that Vlad understands how completely she outplayed him, he can only smile. He is not even angry, because her skill is genuinely impressive. While he is still taking that in, the white-haired warrior grows impatient and finally asks who he is. The moment Vlad hears her voice, he raises both hands in surrender, knowing she could easily end his life while he is in this vulnerable position. Without wasting a second, he tells her that he is from Soara and explains that he came into the village as part of an investigation. The Holy Knight seems surprised when she hears that Vlad is from the city of Soara, and she asks again to make sure she heard him correctly. Vlad confirms it, and because she is clearly familiar with the place, his life is spared almost immediately. Before long, Vlad and the Holy Knight return to the inn together, the deadly tension between them finally easing enough for everyone to speak. There, the Holy Knight formally introduces herself as Justia from the Northern Archdiocese of San Rosino. To her, meeting the Knight of Soara in this village must be the will of heaven, and she considers it an honor, just as the other knights involved in the investigation do. Sir Gregory is there as well, and he shares Lady Justia's sense that this meeting is far too meaningful to be dismissed as coincidence. Now that everyone is no longer at each other's throats, the bearded knight suggests they all sit down and talk things through. Lady Justia agrees without objection. It turns out that Lady Justia has also been investigating the village in secret. She explains that she had been looking into the strange incidents happening in the area, and at first she believed the village was suffering from some kind of plague. But after digging deeper, Lady Justia realized the truth was far worse. This was not a plague at all. It was a curse. Lady Justia reveals this to the others and adds that during her investigation, she also discovered traces of something extremely ancient hidden beneath the events. Naturally, Sir Gregory is shocked to hear the word curse, especially because he was not with Vlad inside the church earlier. The theory confuses him because as far as he knows, there is a large church nearby, and that should normally prevent curses from taking hold in the village. Sir Gregory cannot understand how something wicked could spread so openly in a place watched over by a church. But Lady Justia responds with a far more alarming possibility, suggesting that the church itself is the source of the curse. She believes the so-called holy building is what gave birth to the curse, and the moment those words leave her mouth, the knights fall silent. It is such a bold and dangerous claim that none of them know how to respond. But inside Vlad's mind, the voice agrees with her completely, and is genuinely impressed that she managed to figure it out so quickly. Sir Gregory is horrified by what Lady Justia has said, and he immediately understands that the situation is far more serious than he first imagined. He never expected a holy knight who follows the will of God to point to the church itself as the root of an evil curse, and that alone tells him this is a crisis that cannot be ignored. Even though Sir Gregory knows they need to act quickly, he also understands the problem standing in their way. This village does not fall under Bayezid jurisdiction. That leaves Sir Gregory torn, because the matter is rapidly growing beyond both his authority and his ability to handle. Frustrated, the senior knight slams his fists down on the table, while Lady Justia simply watches him in silence, unsure what more she can say. Before Sir Gregory can let his frustration spill any further, Lady Justia calmly cuts into his little outburst. Her tone stays composed, but her words land clearly as she tells him to pass along her gratitude to the new mayor of Sora. Sir Gregory stiffens for a moment, visibly caught off guard by that unexpected request. Lady Justia simply continues, saying that the mayor's method of making use of information hidden beneath the surface was genuinely impressive, and in her eyes, the way he handled the entire matter deserved real praise. Put another way, Lady Justia is carefully and politely telling the Bayezid knights that they should step away and leave the rest of the matter in her hands. After all, Gregory himself has already admitted that this village does not fall under Bayezid's jurisdiction. The bearded knight turns her words over in his mind, wondering if she is quietly ordering them to stop digging any deeper, though a part of him also thinks she may simply be trying to spare them unnecessary trouble. As Gregory weighs everything in silence, he remembers that any matter involving black magic ultimately belongs within the church's authority. If that is the case, then Bayezid's knights have no proper ground to keep pressing forward. With the situation boxed in from every side, they may have no choice but to return home, and Sir Gregory can only swallow that bitter truth. Vlad watches the exchange unfold without saying a word. He understands from the tension in the room that an invisible line has just been drawn, not by strength or anger, but by the heavy weight of authority, duty, and responsibility. Later that night, Vlad sits alone beside the window, while an eerie fog presses against the glass and swallows almost everything beyond the inn. The world outside is so dim and blurred that it feels unreachable, and his face darkens with disappointment as the thought settles in that they may not be able to save Anna after all. Just as that bleak thought drags him deeper into silence, a small voice suddenly interrupts him. The little girl from earlier looks up at him and asks, with innocent worry in her eyes, whether he will be leaving soon. Sadly for Anna, Vlad already feels that their farewell is not far away. When he quietly admits that they will probably be saying goodbye soon, the girl's eyes begin to water. Heartbroken, she asks why he has to leave so quickly, and the young swordsman can only tell her that their work here is already finished. Judging from Vlad's expression, he has no desire to keep talking. Now that the investigation has been cut short, all he wants is to sit there in the dark, stew in his frustration, and let the night pass around him. But Anna refuses to let him sink into that silence. In response to his excuse, she tells him plainly that in this life, there is no such thing as work truly being finished. Vlad's brows tighten into a grumpy scowl, because the worst part is that the little girl is completely right. That truth irritates him more than he wants to admit. Vlad would much rather stay out of trouble and follow the decision his superior has already made. Yet this stubborn child has struck straight at the heart of the matter without even realizing it, forcing him to face the reason he cannot simply look away. Not knowing how else to shake her off, Vlad bluntly asks if she has no friends of her own. He cannot understand why she has spent so much time hanging around the inn instead of playing somewhere else. Anna answers simply, telling him that her father warned her not to go outside. The moment she says it, Vlad understands. With everything strange and unnatural happening around the village, it makes sense that her father would rather keep her safely indoors than risk letting her wander outside. Vlad can completely understand why Anna's father keeps her close, though he does not realize that the man himself is quietly watching their conversation from nearby. The poor girl must be painfully lonely, trapped inside day after day with no other children her age to spend time with. So when she starts begging Vlad to stay just a little longer, it hardly feels surprising. She tries to tempt him into remaining by telling him that the church will soon be handing out gifts. Vlad clearly has no idea what she is talking about, and his surprise shows right away as he asks if he heard her correctly. At that point, the innkeeper steps in and explains that the church plans to gather the village children soon and perform some kind of blessing ritual. From the way he speaks, the man seems to believe the church's words without question, even thinking the ritual is something to be grateful for after all the hardship the village has suffered. The moment Vlad hears that, his attention sharpens. He turns to Anna's father and asks when this ritual is supposed to happen. The man admits that he heard it would take place in roughly 3 or 4 days, and adds that the priest intends to gather every child in the village for it. After hearing all of that, Anna looks at Vlad with pleading eyes and asks him to stay until then, hoping with all her heart that he will not leave before the blessing day arrives. But Vlad still cannot give her an answer right away. He falls quiet instead, lifting his drink and taking a slow sip while his thoughts begin to turn. As he sits there, Vlad starts calculating the situation in his head. He remembers that Justia has only just sent out a carrier pigeon to request help, and based on what he knows, it will take at least 4 days for the Holy Knights to reach this village. The timing is dangerously tight, almost too close for comfort. After weighing the risk for a while, Vlad begins to feel that staying might still be possible. With that thought settling into place, he finally tells Anna that he could remain in the village until the blessing ritual. The instant Anna hears that, her face lights up with excitement. She suddenly decides she wants to give Vlad something as a gift, and when she reaches into her pocket, he watches her curiously and asks what she is holding. Anna quickly reveals a small ring and proudly hands it over to him. She calls it a flower ring, but Vlad stares at it in confusion, because no matter how he looks at it, there is not a single flower on the thing. Vlad turns the little ring in his fingers and realizes it is made from thin, twisted twigs. She must have woven it from the ivy growing along the inn's wall. In any ordinary place, it would seem like a simple child's trinket, but in a village where even one real flower is not allowed, this tiny handmade ring carries far more meaning than it first appears. Just then, Anna's father calls out to her and tells her it is time for bed. Anna immediately tries to argue, not wanting the conversation to end yet, but her father has no intention of listening to any excuses. He firmly tells her to go upstairs to her room, and Anna reluctantly begins to shuffle away. Before she leaves, she pauses and turns back to ask Vlad if he will really still be there in the morning. Instead of giving her a clear promise, Vlad only flashes a mischievous little smile and says that he probably will be. That small possibility is enough to make Anna brighten all over again. Her disappointment melts into excitement, and she immediately tells Vlad to promise that he will stay a little longer. Anna does not even wait for Vlad to answer before turning to leave. But after taking only a few steps, she suddenly stops in place, her small body going unnaturally still as if something unseen has taken hold of her. Then, in the very next instant, Anna collapses where she stands, her strength vanishing as she loses consciousness. Her father lets out a terrified scream the moment he sees her falling. He throws himself forward and barely catches her before her head can strike the floor. But by the time she is in his arms, her body is already shaking violently, like she is trapped in a seizure. Vlad instantly understands that something terrible has just begun. He moves without hesitation, determined to save Anna before it is too late. At the same time, the voice inside his head reacts with urgent readiness, offering to lend Vlad its world so he can grasp what is happening. It will not be enough to solve the problem on its own. But with that power, Vlad will at least be able to see the truth more clearly and understand the shape of the danger in front of him. Because the terrible truth is that the curse has finally been triggered. Anna's father's screams tear through the inn and alert the other knights. One after another, they rush down the stairs to see what has happened, only to find the man cradling his daughter in his arms and desperately trying to wake her. Sir Gregory freezes in horror when he sees the very curse Justia had warned them about happening right before his eyes. While the senior knight struggles to get his words out, the voice warns Vlad that Anna's breathing is beginning to fade. The curse is draining away her life force. But Vlad is the only one who can see the pale white smoke spilling from Anna's mouth and drifting through the air, flowing straight toward the church. Vlad has no idea how he is supposed to explain what he is seeing to everyone else. As he frantically searches for the right words, Justia suggests that their enemies may have detected her presence. It seems the wicked force behind the curse has tracked Justia to the inn, and now an innocent child is paying the price for it. Justia's expression tightens with guilt as she blames herself for being careless. She had believed her presence was hidden well enough, never imagining they could sense the level of divine power she carried. Without warning, Justia turns and starts walking out of the inn. As she moves toward the door, she tells the others that if she does not return, they must explain everything to the Holy Knights when they arrive. With the situation spiraling out of control in front of him, Sir Gregory can only let out a strained groan, frustration and helplessness weighing heavily in his voice. But Vlad cannot understand why the senior knight is still standing there. To him, every passing second feels like another life slipping closer to the edge. Anger rises in Vlad's chest as he watches Sir Gregory hold himself back because of jurisdiction and authority. To Vlad, those invisible boundaries feel cruelly meaningless while a child is dying in front of them. And just when it seems things cannot possibly get worse, the curse spreads across the entire village. All at once, children everywhere begin to convulse, their small bodies seizing as the same nightmare overtakes them. Terrified parents scream in anguish as they watch their children collapse before their eyes. Their cries fill the village raw and desperate, as each family realizes they may be losing the ones they love most. The entire village erupts into unbearable suffering, and Vlad feels that pain crashing over him from every direction. The fear, the screams, and the helplessness press down on him until it becomes almost impossible to endure. Vlad did not claw his way out of the back alleys simply because he wanted to survive. He did not take up the sword only because he admired knights from afar. What he wanted was the power to change something, If he sits still now and watches this horror continue, then he is no different from the helpless boy trapped in those filthy alleys, forced to watch the world crush the weak. With that resolve burning inside him, the rising star swordsman reaches for his sword and moves to step outside, ready to hunt down the enemy himself. But before he can leave, Sir Gregory blocks his path and stops him. The senior knight tells Vlad that he understands the anger tearing through him. But in the same breath, Gregory reminds him that a knight's sword must carry weight equal to its sharpness. Gregory tells him that a knight cannot swing a sword without justification and responsibility. But Vlad, already wounded by everything happening around him, snaps back and asks what the point of justification and responsibility even is if they cannot protect the people standing right in front of them. Hearing Vlad's furious words, Sir Gregory falls silent for a moment, then admits that the young knight has struck the heart of the matter. Suddenly, with a grave look in his eyes, he tells Vlad to repeat after him. Vlad is baffled by the sudden command, but Gregory does not waver. The old knight tells him that, at this moment, the Swordmaster's code is the only justification they can still rely on. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lady Justia, who now stands alone in a place that feels like the very center of the curse itself, surrounded by the ominous presence at the heart of everything tormenting the village. No matter how thickly the place is wrapped in sinister energy, Justia holds on to one certainty. This church still stands upon land created by God, and that truth alone keeps her steps steady. In Justia's eyes, nothing born of darkness can truly stand against the will of God. With that conviction burning inside her, she pushes open the church doors and prepares to confront the enemy head-on. But the moment she looks toward the altar, her expression hardens in shock at the demonic symbol defiling that sacred place. The instant Justia sees that cursed mark spread across the altar, her voice turns sharp with anger. She accuses the false priest of committing blasphemy in the very house of God. The corrupted reverend smiles as soon as Justia's voice reaches him. Rather than looking surprised, he remarks that she arrived earlier than he expected, then wonders aloud why she would come to a place like this all alone. After all, in his twisted mind, the two of them by themselves could never offer enough prayers for all the people gathered inside the church. The moment Justia hears those words, her senses sharpen. She realizes that the entire church is saturated with an alien, unnatural energy that should never belong in a holy place. Justia scans the interior, but she cannot see or sense any ordinary living people around her. Then, from the darkness filling the church, the hidden congregation of demons begins to reveal itself. The evil forces stir awake one after another, while the priest breaks into a mad, echoing laugh. With his voice ringing through the corrupted sanctuary, he declares that the service can finally begin. From the other side, the demons suddenly surge toward the church like frenzied corpses. They rush at terrifying speed, and the moment they reach the entrance, they start clawing and tearing at the door, as if trying to rip it apart. The dead hurl themselves against the door, desperately crying out for their lost children. Only then does the horrible truth become clear. These undead were once the parents of the children sacrificed here. Justia's stomach turns in disgust as she realizes what the false priest has done, unable to understand how a man like him could stand there without any fear of God. In response, the false prophet coldly tells Justia that God has very little to do with him anymore. As he says it, he lets his unholy Bible slip from his hand and drop heavily onto the floor. The priest admits that God is indeed someone to be feared. But with a chilling calmness, he claims that he no longer needs to return to the Lord's embrace. As those words leave his mouth, the dark power he has obtained begins to reveal itself. This is the same foul power that gave birth to the curse, now ravaging the village. Seeing the depth of that darkness, Justia understands that this enemy is far stronger than someone she can easily handle alone. She drops to her knees and calls upon the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Rosino, who stands beside God. Facing the crushing weight of evil before her, Justia offers a costly prayer. She calls on Saint Rosino to descend and save the wretched souls suffering inside this cursed church. Justia makes her sacred request and declares that she herself will pay the price. As the vow leaves her lips, her eyes begin to shine, and golden wings of light burst from her back like the wings of an angel. Once again, the holy night is blessed with overwhelming power from the heavens. At that same moment, a brilliant radiance appears high above the church and comes crashing down like a pillar of divine judgment. Just when it seems as though the entire place will be swallowed by dark energy, the power of God pours down over the church. The holy light floods the corrupted sanctuary, driving back the evil forces that had gathered there. The evil priest watches the light descend, and horror finally spreads across his face. He realizes that what Justia has called forth is the solemn exorcism. That light is something that can be perceived even without eyes, something that can be found even in absolute darkness. Yet instead of fully trembling before it, the false prophet treats the miracle almost like a challenge placed before him. To him, the most impressive part is that Justia managed to call down such a radiant light without any proper preparatory ritual. Even so, he has no intention of surrendering his corrupted church so easily. With a confident sneer, he says that no matter how brightly a torch burns, it still has limits when it stands alone. After saying that, the false priest begins gathering another dark spell around himself. He seems fully aware that Justia's miracle is the kind of power that demands a terrible backlash from its user. He tells Justia that the power she is using is no ordinary blessing. It is a miracle that burns away the user's own life, and he expects her to understand that better than anyone. In his eyes, no matter how glorious that light may appear, only a deeper and more suffocating darkness waits at the end of it. The massive beam of holy light continues crashing down upon the old church, blasting through the roaring evil spirits that writhe and scream inside. In an instant, the undead soldiers that had nearly reached Lady Justia are struck down where they stand. For one brief moment, it almost looks as if the Holy Night has already won. Unfortunately, the heavenly blast has not ended the nightmare as completely as it first appears. The true source of the dark energy is still alive and pulsing within the church. Even after being struck by that divine radiance, it remains active and determined to keep fighting. Lady Justia stays on one knee, her mighty sword still driven into the floor beneath her. Part of her believes the holy blast sent from heaven has saved her from the monsters that were about to devour her. But that hope lasts only for a moment. She raises her head and looks around the church with eyes glowing gold. As her gaze sweeps across the ruined sanctuary, she realizes she is still surrounded. The possessed victims who had been struck down moments earlier suddenly begin rising again. Some emerge from other rooms inside the church, while others push themselves up from the floor, as if the holy attack had barely touched them. Justia quickly understands that this battle is far from over. For the first time, panic flickers across the white-haired knight's face. She never expected so many victims to be hidden inside the church. Justia had likely believed that the first wave was all of them, but now even more undead warriors are crawling out from every direction. Exhausted as she is, she refuses to flee, yet her body is too drained to stand and cut them down. All she can do is remain on one knee, breathing heavily with her sword planted in the floor. While Justia is trapped in that weakened position, the possessed false prophet decides it is finally time to act. His army is still far from defeated, even after Lady Justia's attempt to wipe out the victims with holy light. Because of that, the evil priest believes the advantage is now his. He approaches the holy knight with his blade wrapped in dark energy, then coldly tells her that darkness is about to fall. As far as the false priest is concerned, Justia already had her chance. She unleashed a holy blast against his church of darkness, but failed to finish him with it. Now he believes it is his turn to strike, and he is ready to show her exactly how he intends to end her. Lady Justia looks up at him from her kneeling position and immediately understands that one wrong move could mean her death. Even though she is exhausted, panting hard, and struggling to catch her breath, surrender never enters her mind. Her eyes remain fixed on the priest, and the look in them says only one thing: she is still searching for a way to kill him. The false prophet continues walking toward her with absolute confidence, convinced that the battle is already in his hands. Then Lady Justia begins calling once more upon the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Rosino, who stands beside God. She is still trying to summon the saint when the evil priest cuts her off, insisting that her efforts are useless. Lady Justia ignores his words completely and continues calling to the saint in heaven. Before she can even finish the prayer, her eyes flare with that same fiery golden light from before. The holy energy begins flowing through her body again, proving that her attempt is not nearly as pointless as the priest believed. Feeling the power gather inside her, she presses on and asks St. Rosino's church to bring down all enemies before her. The moment Lady Justia makes that call, a mighty figure appears behind her. It glows with such blinding radiance that the false prophet is forced to retreat several steps. The villain is horrified by the power unfolding before him. He can hardly believe what he is seeing, as if he never imagined such pure holy force could still exist in this world. The false prophet has controlled the village for some time, tormenting its people with his dark energy, so the presence of such overwhelming sacred power shakes him to his core. While he is still reeling from the shock, Justia, now filled with even greater strength, vows to bring him down even if it costs her life. Just as Justia makes that vow, a flaming cart suddenly bursts into the church from behind her. It rushes in out of nowhere, and she does not notice it until it is already only a few meters away. The knight senses the incoming danger and twists around. Her eyes widen as she sees the burning cart speeding straight toward her. At almost the same moment, Justia spots Vlad clinging to the speeding carriage and shouting for her to get out of the way. Realizing that this reckless flaming charge is aimed at the false priest, she immediately throws herself out of the danger zone. Once Justia moves clear, Sir Gregory reveals himself inside the church as well. He yells out to the blonde swordsman, urging Vlad to drive the burning cart straight toward the prophet. Vlad does exactly that, sending the flaming carriage hurtling toward the enemy. At first glance, it seems like the attack should at least do some damage, but when the priest sees the inferno rolling toward him, he merely scoffs. He looks almost disappointed that they believed something like this could hurt him. To the false priest, the whole attempt is laughable. With casual ease, he blasts the burning cart apart, reducing it to fragments in an instant. The impact triggers a violent explosion inside the church, and from the outside it looks as though their surprise attack may have worked. But it is not. Vlad is the first to notice the false prophet stepping out through the flames, and the moment he sees that, he prepares to rush in with a follow-up strike. Vlad grips his sword tightly and launches himself into the air, his whole body driving forward with one purpose. He is determined to cut down the false priest before the man can spread any more darkness. At that moment, no one in the church hates the priest more than Vlad. The moment he gets a chance to strike, he throws himself into the fight with pure fury burning in his eyes. To Vlad, the false priest has crossed a line that can never be forgiven by using the village children as sacrifices. Now he wants to end the man for good. Steel crashes against steel as two opposite powers collide, and a fierce battle erupts. The false priest proves he is no easy opponent, holding his ground against Vlad's relentless attacks and blocking every attempt the young knight makes to cut him down. As Vlad and the false priest clash again and again, the rest of the church begins to burn around them. The flames from the exploding cart have spread through the old building, crawling across the walls and beams until the entire place looks ready to collapse into fire. This should be the moment for everyone to escape, but in the middle of the battle, no one has the room to notice the danger closing in. Vlad is too focused on killing the priest to care about the heat around him, and the false prophet is just as absorbed in the fight. As the fight grows more intense, both of their eyes begin to glow in that instant. The priest starts to understand who he is truly facing. He stares into Vlad's blue eyes and catches sight of the source of the power hidden inside them. The figure reflected within Vlad's eyes looks terrifyingly powerful, with lightning-like glowing eyes and an aura heavy enough to make the air tremble. But even that frightening presence does not seem to scare the priest. Instead, the false prophet recognizes the shadowy figure the moment he sees him. His expression shifts from surprise to fascination, as if he cannot believe he has been given the chance to meet that man again. The realization excites him. From the way the priest reacts, it becomes clear that he has some kind of history with the man he sees hidden within Vlad's eyes. Vlad notices the priest getting excited over something he cannot understand, and that only makes him angrier. He is trying with everything he has to kill the man, yet the priest looks like he is enjoying some private joke. Driven by rage, Vlad sharpens the force behind his attacks and snaps at the priest to stop spewing nonsense. His sword swings faster, each strike carrying more anger than the last. Right now, Vlad wants only one thing: to see the false priest dead in front of him. He moves in for the finishing strike, thrusting his sword toward the prophet's side in a fatal jab. But the annoying priest seems to read the attack before it lands. While Vlad pours everything into bringing down the evil force, the others hurry over to check on Lady Justia. The white-haired holy knight still looks drained after her first clash with the false prophet, her body clearly pushed close to its limit. Sir Gregory rushes to Justia's side and asks if she is all right. Instead of answering directly, she reminds him that simply being inside the church places him in grave danger. Hearing that, the bearded knight calmly admits that they had no choice but to come. The children in the village are dying, and Gregory knows this church is the root of the curse. After learning that, none of them could simply stand back and watch the situation grow worse. Even so, Gregory never imagined they would uncover something this horrifying inside. The church is crawling with the walking dead, and the sight leaves him deeply disturbed, especially because he still does not fully understand what is happening in this cursed place. Seeing Gregory's concern, Lady Justia tells him they must reach the bell tower, because that is the source of the curse. Gregory immediately understands the importance of her words and decides to help her, but he also realizes they do not have time to clear the path carefully. If they want to reach the tower, they will have to split up and find a way through, no matter how dangerous that choice may be. Gregory quickly looks around the burning church and starts forming a plan. Since Sir Cade cannot use aura, Gregory decides that the archer must be escorted out of the church first before the situation becomes even worse. Knowing he needs to create an opening for Sir Cade and the others, Gregory throws himself into the battle without hesitation. The large knight stomps 1 foot hard into the floor, announcing his presence with a force that shakes the ground beneath him. Then, with his aura fully activated, he charges straight at the evil priest. Sir Gregory rushes in with incredible speed and strength, slamming into the false prophet with the force of a charging beast. Even Vlad is stunned when he sees the enemy suddenly driven down and smashed into the ground right in front of him. With aura surging through his entire body, Gregory feels powerful enough to keep the enemy pinned down, at least long enough to buy the others the time they desperately need. Gregory has already succeeded in separating the priest from Vlad. Now his only job is to keep the false prophet occupied until Vlad and the others can break away and head for the bell tower. While holding the prophet down, Sir Gregory calls out to Vlad and tells him what Lady Justia revealed about the bell tower. He admits that he does not know exactly what waits up there, but he knows enough to give Vlad a clear order. Go to the tower and destroy it. Vlad hears Gregory's command and instantly understands the weight of the mission being placed on his shoulders. Vlad can see that the bearded knight is practically sacrificing himself so the rest of them can move. Because of that, failure is not an option. Without a second of hesitation, the young swordsman accepts the mission and dashes through the church with incredible speed, determined to make sure Gregory's sacrifice is not wasted. Even while pinned to the ground, the false prophet refuses to let Vlad escape so easily. He summons his undead soldiers and orders them to chase down the blonde swordsman. In an instant, the zombie-like victims awaken again and abandon everything else to block Vlad's path out of the church. Vlad realizes his task has just become far more difficult, and although he curses under his breath, he does not slow down for even a moment. A sea of dead bodies rushes toward him from every direction. With no other way forward, Vlad lowers his stance and charges straight into them with even greater speed. For Vlad, forcing his way through is the only path left. He shoves, strikes, and pushes through the crowd of corpses, trying to carve out a route for himself. But he quickly realizes there are simply too many of them. Just as Vlad is about to be swallowed by sheer numbers, a powerful beam of light tears through the sea of zombies and opens a clear path right in front of him. Vlad is startled by the sudden blast, because he knows for certain that he was not the one who released that holy surge of energy. Confused by what just happened, Vlad glances back and sees Sir Cade working together with Lady Justia. Justia has poured her holy energy into Cade's arrow, turning his shot into a far more powerful strike, capable of blasting the dead slaves out of the way in one blow. They manage to clear the path for now, but the church is still packed with victims, which means their work is nowhere near finished. As expected, more undead warriors begin appearing from every corner of the burning building. The archer quickly realizes he is not done yet. Seeing the crowd of victims trying to swallow Vlad again, Sir Cade shouts for him to keep running straight ahead and promises to cover him. Sir Cade keeps firing golden arrows one after another, dropping a zombie with every shot. His movements show just how experienced he is, because not a single arrow misses its target, and not one shot is wasted. But even with perfect aim, the enemy forces are still far too numerous for them to handle easily. Vlad knows Sir Cade cannot protect him perfectly forever. No matter how skilled the archer is, the dead are pouring in too quickly. So Vlad understands that he will have to force his own way through. With that in mind, Vlad keeps charging forward. As the dead continue to rise in his path, the voice in his head reminds him that he has to hurry. Pushed to the edge, Vlad goes berserk against the victims, smashing through them like a runaway train. As he cuts down zombie after zombie, a thought begins to burn through his mind. Every world in the universe is precious. But even so, not every person living in those worlds has the strength to protect themselves. That is why Vlad and his fellow knights have sworn to stand in the place of the helpless. When they find themselves where they are needed, they cannot look away, especially when lives are being lost right in front of them. For knights, hesitation is not a luxury they are allowed to have in a moment of need. Vlad knows he must burn himself like a torch to light the darkness, and that is the second Swordmaster's code. With those words engraved in his heart, he stays firm and continues cutting his way through the endless wave of enemies. At the same time, Sir Gregory is forced to defend himself from new attacks while still keeping the false priest pinned down. As Gregory holds the prophet in place, one of the possessed victims suddenly attacks him from behind. When he turns to block it, another sneaks in from the opposite side and strikes him across the back. Cornered from multiple directions, Gregory slams his mighty sword into the ground, hoping to crush everything near him in one sweeping move. But even that is not enough, and another attack comes at him almost immediately. Thankfully, Sir Cade saves him just in time by sending an arrow straight into the victim's head. Gregory glances toward his colleague with clear gratitude, and Cade simply answers with a firm nod. The archer is already breathing hard, his body pushed close to exhaustion, and blood drips from his overworked fingers as he keeps his bow ready. For the moment, it seems they have managed to clear a little space around them, so Gregory allows himself a brief breath. Looking at all the zombies swarming around him, the bearded knight jokes that he wishes he were this popular in ordinary life, because that kind of attention might actually be nice. Even while Gregory is joking, one of the zombies crawls toward his feet. He looks down at the creature with disgust, already feeling like he has seen far too many twisted things in a single day. And a major part of what disgusts him is the false prophet's face. Gregory is enraged that the priest has been smiling like a madman through all of this, as if the horror around him is nothing but entertainment. Sure enough, the false prophet is still wearing that sinister smile. It is the kind of creepy expression that makes it feel as if he has another secret plan waiting in the dark. Sitting on the floor as if he has given up on resisting, the priest tells Sir Gregory to do whatever he wants to him. In the sick man's mind, death is not something that can end him so easily. Gregory grits his teeth in anger when he hears that. To him, the prophet is clearly trying to provoke him, and every word makes his rage burn hotter. Gregory is already furious, and hearing the priest speak with such confidence finally pushes him over the edge. Determined to teach the false prophet a lesson, Sir Gregory raises his sword and swings it down hard, eager to see whether the man can keep babbling after losing his head. The false prophet answers Gregory's anger with nothing but laughter, and that only makes the bearded knight's fury burn hotter. Gregory brings his sword down with killing intent, growling for the priest to keep laughing all the way to his death. With one brutal slash, Sir Gregory cuts the priest's head clean from his body. The severed head tumbles down a few steps across the floor. But just when it seems the fight has finally ended, something horrifying happens. All at once, the possessed victims stop moving, their bodies freezing in place as if their strings have been cut. Seeing this, Lady Justia quietly states that if one wishes to destroy an army, the commander must first be captured. With that simple truth confirmed before their eyes, the Holy Knight understands that Sir Gregory's plan has worked, at least for the moment. Anyone would expect Gregory to feel triumphant after taking down the evil priest, but instead, the large knight only looks irritated. He curses under his breath and huffs in annoyance, clearly thinking about just how narrowly they avoided disaster. Even so, Gregory is relieved that the worst seems to be over. He pulls out his flask and takes a gulp, already feeling like he will need far more liquor once the night is done. But just as everyone starts to believe the job is finished, the priest's voice suddenly cuts through the air. From somewhere nearby, he casually tells Gregory that there was no wine at the mess. Gregory nearly chokes on his drink the moment he hears that voice. The other knights are just as horrified, their eyes widening in disbelief at the nightmare of a severed head continuing to talk after being cut off. The head keeps speaking as though nothing unusual has happened. Then, with disturbing calmness, it asks Gregory for a sip of his liquor. Sir Gregory freezes in place when he turns and sees the talking head on the ground. But before he can even process that horror, the situation takes an even worse turn. Suddenly, Sir Cade shouts for Gregory to watch out. At that exact moment, the priest's headless body is shown standing right behind the bearded knight. A strange blue flame erupts from the stump of the severed neck, flickering with an unnatural glow. Seeing it, Lady Justia realizes the truth at once. This evil being is actually the headless knight, known as Dullahan. While the others are still trapped in the church facing the headless knight, Vlad charges up the tower stairs, each step filled with fierce determination. At last, Vlad reaches the bell at the top of the tower. The moment he sees it, he can clearly make out dark energy swirling around it like a living curse. Vlad immediately understands that the bell is the source of the curse, and the voice inside his head confirms it. This is the curse of a noble warlock, and now that the target is clear, the voice urges Vlad to give everything he has and break the spell at once. Vlad begins preparing to activate his power, ready to strike the source of the curse. But before he can complete the move, the headless knight appears and launches an attack at him. The voice instantly warns Vlad to watch out, but the warning comes almost too late. The entire tower begins to shake violently, as if the stone structure is about to collapse beneath his feet. Vlad grits his teeth as he realizes the tower is about to crumble. With no time to hesitate, he throws himself off the collapsing structure to avoid being crushed beneath the falling stones. The entire tower explodes apart, all because Dullahan refuses to let them destroy the source of his curse so easily. Meanwhile, Vlad manages to land safely on the ground, escaping the falling debris in one piece. He looks around at the scattered rubble in confusion, trying to understand what just happened. Then his eyes catch the ruined remains of the church, and he realizes the entire building has been destroyed. At that moment, the headless knight reappears through the wreckage, holding a glowing ball of energy in his hand. Dullahan cannot help but admit that he is impressed by what he has just witnessed. As far as the headless knight is concerned, Vlad's landing after jumping from the tower was genuinely impressive, almost stylish enough to deserve praise. But Vlad is in no mood to accept compliments from a monster. He rushes at Dullahan with his sword drawn, declaring that he always knew the priest was never truly human. Since Vlad cannot see any of his allies nearby, fear immediately grips him. He demands to know where the others are, terrified that Gregory, Justia, and Cade may have been hurt or even killed in the destruction. Dullahan simply replies that their lives mean nothing to him, and grimly enough, the motionless bodies of the other knights can be seen lying among the rubble. The headless knight says the only thing that matters to him is already in his hand. As he speaks, the glowing curse becomes visible, pulsing within his grasp. Furious, Vlad demands that Dullahan hand it over. But of course, the villain only challenges him to come and take it for himself. Vlad's anger boils over, and he charges at the Headless Knight again, while demanding the curse. Dullahan warns him not to push his luck, saying Vlad has no idea when his courtesy toward his peers will disappear. Those words confuse Vlad, because he does not understand how he and Dullahan could possibly be peers. The Headless Knight then clarifies that he is not talking about Vlad himself, leaving the young knight stunned. In the next instant, Dullahan stops holding back and unleashes a fierce barrage of attacks on the young swordsman. The sudden assault overwhelms Vlad almost immediately. He quickly realizes that his opponent has become far too fast for him to follow properly. The voice confirms that those movements are not human at all. While Vlad struggles just to keep up, Dullahan continues mocking him, coldly calling him slow. Vlad finally reaches his limit. Refusing to be toyed with any longer, he unleashes a deadly armor technique, and the unexpected move catches the Headless Knight off guard. Dullahan is visibly shocked when he sees it. What surprises him even more is the realization that this young knight has the protection of a spirit. Fierce battle between the Headless Knight and the young hero continues, growing more personal with every exchange. At this point, neither knight has any intention of backing down, and both are ready to keep fighting until only one of them remains standing. Vlad is prepared to do whatever it takes to defeat Dullahan. With that determination burning in him, he rushes straight at the flame-headed opponent, his sword wrapped in aura. One of his eyes glows brightly, making it clear that he is no longer holding anything back. The young knight closes the distance with his sword blazing with energy. The moment he finds an opening, Vlad swings with all his strength, hoping to land a blow powerful enough to seriously damage the Headless Knight. Unfortunately, the evil prophet sees the attack coming. Dullahan is no weak opponent, and he is more than ready to answer whatever strike Vlad throws at him. Dullahan can clearly see the rage burning in Vlad's eyes. He knows the boy is willing to do anything to avenge his fallen friends. But for some reason, the Headless Knight remains completely unfazed. Confident that he can handle anything Vlad attempts, he calmly waits for the perfect moment to counter. Using his black sword, which is filled with dark energy, Dullahan casually blocks Vlad's swift strike. It almost looks as though he can predict the young swordsman's movements before Vlad even makes them. By now, it is painfully clear that the Headless Knight is an elite swordsman. Vlad is giving everything he has to land even a single hit, yet Dullahan keeps countering him again and again. Dullahan is simply too fast. As Vlad's strikes keep getting deflected over and over, panic begins to creep into his expression. He realizes that if this continues, he has no real path to victory. The situation looks grim for the young knight from Soara, and the desperation in his eyes becomes impossible to miss. Vlad's mind races desperately, searching for a way out, because at this rate, thinking his way through may be the only chance he has to survive. The strain on Vlad's face makes it clear that he is in serious trouble. In that moment, he finds himself wishing he could contemplate his own world as deeply as Sir Rutiger Bayezid once did. The thought has barely crossed his mind when something suddenly sparks inside him, and his glowing eyes widen as if he has just touched some kind of spiritual realization. Vlad's growing inner world needs something to fill it, something strong enough to help it take shape. And the truth is, the only world currently intertwined with Vlad's own is the world of the voice inside his head. It makes sense, because the two of them have been together for a very long time, sharing battles, pain, and survival. Now the boundary where Vlad and the voice overlap begins to reveal itself. The voice is finally on the verge of manifesting, but this time, it will not simply seize Vlad's body like a hidden puppeteer pulling strings from the shadows. This time, Vlad and the voice have reached a kind of agreement. The voice realizes that he and the young swordsman are about to become one, no longer acting as two separate beings. The stakes are too high for anything less because they have encountered an enemy neither of them can defeat alone. If they want any chance of standing against Dullahan, they must merge their strength. And so the voice permits the union, choosing to lend Vlad his world. Dullahan watches the young knight carefully, but then he begins to notice unsettling changes taking place in Vlad. For the first time, those changes make the Headless Knight show a hint of panic. All at once, the blue glow in Vlad's eye begins to fade, only to transform into sharp bolts of lightning. In that moment, the voice manifests his world in the form of crackling thunder, allowing Vlad to draw that new power into himself and channel it through his blade. The power has been granted to him, and Vlad has every intention of using every spark of it. With this newly granted strength surging through him, Vlad raises his mighty sword, now overflowing with violent energy, and prepares to unleash a supercharged strike against the Headless Knight. As he swings toward Dullahan, Fully aware that the force of the blast will be devastating, he asks the evil priest one more time whether he truly believed Vlad would just abandon the children in the village. There is no world where Vlad would leave without giving everything he has to save the innocent. As a knight, he swore to protect those who cannot protect themselves, and right now, the helpless children suffering under Dullahan's curse are the ones he must save. Fueled by rage and the will to protect the innocent, Vlad finally releases the devastating attack. Dullahan tries to deflect it like before, but this time the force behind the strike is far too overwhelming for him to handle cleanly. The blast spreads out across an enormous distance, tearing through the area with terrifying force. At the center of that storm of power, the headless knight can be seen standing his ground, barely holding back the overwhelming skill pressing down on him. After an explosion that massive, it would be natural to think Dullahan had been destroyed, but when the dust begins to settle, the villain reveals himself once again, still standing, and still very much ready to continue the fight. As the dirt and smoke drift away, the headless knight appears with his sword still in hand. He looks steady, prepared for another round, making it hard to imagine what kind of attack could actually bring him down. After proving that he is still in the fight, Dullahan begins gathering power for what looks like a dangerous counterattack. Seeing that, Vlad's tension spikes, and panic starts to creep in even deeper. Vlad curses when he realizes his opponent is almost unharmed. After pouring so much power into that attack, all he managed to leave behind was a small scratch. It is painfully frustrating, because the effort felt enormous, yet the result barely shows. With his options shrinking, Vlad begins to understand the problem. His own world is still too small to properly contain the world of the voice. That last attack was already incredible, but judging from Vlad's realization, it was only a glimpse of what the combined power could truly become. The reason the blast failed to finish Dullahan is that Vlad's world is not yet equal to the voice's world. Because the two could not fully fit together, the attack never reached its complete power. Vlad is already exhausted after trying almost everything he can, and none of it has been enough. Worse still, he can feel his strength running thin, leaving him with only 2 or 3 real attempts before his energy gives out completely. Even so, Vlad's first strike did manage to cut deeply into Dullahan's wrist. But that injury quickly begins to look like it may backfire, because the blood seeping from the headless knight's body starts twisting into dark energy, turning into something he can use as a weapon. Dullahan laughs and admits that he went easy on Vlad at first because he thought the boy merely shared the same style. But now that he has realized Vlad may actually become a threat, the headless knight stops holding back and unleashes his full ferocity. Without warning, Dullahan's body becomes wrapped in wicked, terrifying armor. From within the gaps of that armor, eerie blue flames burn outward, making his entire form look even more monstrous than before. The sight is horrifying, and when Vlad sees what Dullahan has become, his eyes widen in disbelief as if he can barely process the monster standing in front of him. Vlad is stunned by the insane armor covering Dullahan's body. The headless knight stands before him, ready for another brutal exchange of blades, and with every swing of his massive sword, dark and terrifying energy spills from the weapon like smoke from a curse. While Vlad is still trying to understand the full weight of what he is facing, the headless knight launches the first attack. Vlad does not see it coming in time, but the voice remains alert inside his head. Before the blast of energy reaches him, the voice warns him immediately. Right after that, Dullahan follows with another attack, this one frighteningly fast. Once again, the voice tells Vlad to dodge, and Vlad tries to move aside, but he is still caught by a huge surge of power from the headless knight's blade. The blast is massive enough to send Vlad flying through the air, crashing him back and kicking up a thick cloud of dust around the battlefield. Dullahan remains standing after landing the hit, silently watching as the dust spreads and swallows the space where Vlad fell. The headless knight waits patiently as the dust begins to settle. He wonders how Vlad managed to squeeze out enough aura to deflect part of the attack in that tiny instant, and after seeing that, Dullahan admits the boy has remarkable potential. As Vlad lies exhausted on the ground, Dullahan realizes that what he first believed about the young knight has now been proven wrong by what he has witnessed with his own eyes. Because of that, the evil priest concludes that Vlad's potential is too unpredictable to ignore. To him, this is the perfect time to cut down the threat before it can grow any further. Vlad is exhausted, vulnerable, and barely able to move, making this the ideal chance to finish him. Dullahan knows that if he lets the blonde swordsman survive, Vlad may become a thorn in his side later. With that in mind, the headless knight walks toward him and raises his sword, preparing to drive the blade into Vlad's body. Vlad sees the killing blow coming, but his body is too drained to respond. All he can do is lie there, staring up in horror as the sword descends toward him. At that moment, it looks like the end for the young hero, and what makes it even more painful is that Vlad seems too exhausted to resist. Dullahan raises his sword to stab him to death, and as he presses the blade downward, he coldly tells the boy that he should have acted with more moderation. Dullahan goes in for the kill, and just as the blade is about to pierce Vlad's armor, something completely unexpected happens. Suddenly, Vlad reaches up and grabs the tip of the blade with his hand. With raw force, he holds it back, stopping the sword just before it can punch through his armor. That exact moment, the voice inside Vlad finally speaks aloud. For the first time, someone other than Vlad is able to hear it. The voice roars at Dullahan, asking the evil priest whether he failed to hear what Vlad said earlier. After a brief pause, the voice reminds the headless knight that Vlad told him to leave the children of the village alone. With that declaration, a massive surge of energy erupts from Vlad's body, blasting into the evil priest with overwhelming force. The shockwave hurls the headless knight backward, making him scream in pain as he is blown away. At the same time, Vlad begins pushing himself back up from the ground. Vlad slowly rises to his feet, surrounded by an intense flow of energy. Then he begins to speak, but from the way his presence has changed, it is clear the one talking is no longer only the boy from Soara. The consciousness of the voice has come forward, admitting that he does not know who he is anymore. All he knows is that there is something he must do. The memories of the voice's existence have long since faded, but the duty carved deep into his soul remains. In that moment, he understands that the entire reason he still exists is to fulfill that duty. Now he is more than ready to carry it out, no matter what it takes. With that resolve, the voice takes control of Vlad's body and decides it is time for the adults to step into the fight. The voice is tired of watching the headless knight prey on children. If Dullahan wants to bully someone, then the voice intends to make him try it against someone his own size. Meanwhile, Dullahan is still recovering from the blast that struck him. Smoke coils off his body, showing clearly that the attack managed to deal real damage. Even so, the damage does not kill his will to fight. Dullahan still believes he can defeat the young swordsman, but he may need to rethink that, because while he is still trying to recover, Vlad suddenly shoots into the air to unleash another deadly strike. Dullahan is shocked when he sees Vlad charging at him again. He tries to counter the attack, but this time he is forced backward instead. Even after being driven back a second time, Dullahan refuses to give up or admit defeat. He tries to rise and attack again. But before he can fully recover, Vlad follows up with a supercharged chokehold. Using that crushing grip, he slams the headless knight violently into the ground. The voice feels insulted that the evil priest would dare cause such a mess with skills this pathetic. To Vlad of Sora, Dullahan's power may have seemed overwhelming, but to the voice, none of it is even slightly impressive. At this point, the terrified priest realizes he is completely outmatched. Fear creeps into him, and he finally asks who the voice truly is. The voice gives him no grand answer. He simply tells the headless knight that he has no words to waste on trash who survives by using the blood of children. With that judgment made, the voice decides that Dullahan should die. Then he begins activating a killing technique meant to finish the battle for good. Seeing the power gathering before him, the evil priest becomes even more terrified. What frightens him most is that he does not even understand why fear is gripping him so strongly. It makes no sense to Dullahan, but he is forced to admit one thing: the existence now standing before him is genuinely worthy of fear. At that moment, the headless knight senses something savage approaching, like a beast baring its fangs. Dullahan sees that beast taking shape from Vlad's aura, and terror grips him as he realizes it is coming to devour him. Just when Dullahan feels certain that everything is over, the beast suddenly disappears. Confused, he starts searching for where the terrifying creature went. The evil priest turns around, desperately looking for the devourer, and that is when Vlad appears right behind him. The voice then turns his attention back to the villain and mocks him coldly, asking if the reason Dullahan keeps running his mouth is because his movements are just that slow. That insult clearly strikes a nerve. Dullahan, furious at being looked down on, tries to make his opponent pay by releasing a deadly wave of power, but the attack washes over Vlad without doing any real damage at all. After watching Dullahan's pathetic attempt fail, the voice decides it is time to show the headless knight the difference between empty threats and true power. Burning with rage, the voice unleashes a storm of attacks, striking again and again without giving Dullahan room to breathe. As he tears into him, he spits out his disgust, furious that someone like this would dare mock the precious potential Vlad carries within him. That moment, Dullahan can barely understand what is happening to him. He knows better than anyone that his body should be beyond death, a cursed existence that no ordinary attack should be able to end. On top of that, his body should have rejected pain completely. And yet, as the voice drives one brutal strike after another into him, Dullahan begins to question what in the world is being done to him. The evil priest cannot make sense of this sharp, vivid agony. It feels less like his body is being wounded, and more like something is hacking directly into his soul. The villain keeps enduring every hit, staggering under the relentless assault, but from the look in Vlad's eyes, the voice has no intention of stopping yet. The blonde swordsman presses forward with chilling determination, completely focused on ending the Headless Knight once and for all. The fierce battle rages on until Vlad finally lands a devastating blow, smashing Dullahan down into the ground with terrifying force. Buried beneath broken rubble, Dullahan groans in pain and struggles to lift himself, wondering in disbelief how someone like Vlad could even exist in this world. Until now, Dullahan may have believed he stood above ordinary beings, untouchable and superior, but after facing the young swordsman from Soara, he is forced to realize that he is nowhere near Vlad's level. As that realization sinks in and Dullahan remains sprawled helplessly on the ground, Vlad steps in without hesitation and drives his blade brutally into the villain's chest. Vlad pins him in place with that single merciless stab, and the voice speaks in a stern, commanding tone, ordering Dullahan to hand something over. At first, Dullahan seems unable to understand what the voice is demanding, so he stays silent beneath the blade. But when the voice repeats the order, his tone grows far harsher, making it clear he will not ask again gently. Vlad then raises his fist over the fallen villain, gathering frightening power into his arm as he prepares to smash that supercharged blow straight into Dullahan's chest. The punch lands with explosive force, and the impact sends shockwaves ripping through the entire area. By this point, anyone would think Vlad might finally give the villain a moment to breathe, but the voice does not allow even that small mercy. In the next instant, Vlad moves in like he is going for the kill. He digs his fingers into Dullahan's chest and slowly tears it open, using that horrifying method to split the villain apart and reveal the very thing the voice had been demanding. Inside Dullahan's chest, a powerful glowing sphere of energy floats in the darkness, and the voice reacts with grim satisfaction the moment he sees it. Relieved that the sphere has finally been exposed, the voice wastes no time. Vlad reaches directly into the open chest and pulls out the curse itself. As Vlad drags the curse free, the voice commands it to return to the place it came from. The evil priest can only scream in frustration and agony, helplessly watching as his precious curse is forced out and exorcised before his eyes. Dullahan cries out again and again, but Vlad does not even flinch. He ignores the villain's suffering and keeps tearing away the evil curse until nothing of it can remain. It is far from an easy task, and the strain of what Vlad is doing becomes clear once the effects begin spreading beyond the ruined church. As the curse is removed, the energy from the purple glowing spheres scatters across the entire village, flowing toward every child who had been afflicted by it before. The life force stolen from those innocent children finally returns to them, leaving their parents frozen in shock and confusion as they watch the impossible happen. With the curse energy being drained from the evil priest, Dullahan lets out a weak, exhausted sigh, making it clear that even he has finally given up. After that, the voice suddenly admits that there is one thing he knows for certain. The problem is, no matter how hard he reaches for it, he cannot remember the exact answer. What he is trying to recall is the proper method for killing wretched creatures like Dullahan for good. In response, the evil priest insists that he was never truly on the same side as the curse. He claims he believed they were both beings who had escaped death itself. The voice hears that and answers almost casually, saying that even if he has forgotten the main method, there are still other ways to deal with someone like him. With that decided, Vlad rises back to his feet and stands over the half-dead villain. Then the voice settles on a simple, brutal solution. He will tear every limb from Dullahan's body. To the voice, cutting away all of Dullahan's limbs is practically the same as killing him, because a monster who cannot move is no different from a corpse. Dullahan immediately understands how horrifying that fate would be, and he is not willing to accept it. With no other option left, he begins crawling away in desperation, trying to escape, but it is hopeless. Vlad catches him and starts dismembering the young knight's enemy one limb at a time. By the time only one limb remains, Vlad prepares to finish him off completely. But just as the blade is about to come down, Dullahan lifts his remaining arm as if surrendering and screams a strange word, Lamashtu, leaving Vlad completely baffled. Vlad is still trying to understand what he just heard when, without warning, a barrier of dark energy rises up and surrounds the villain. The dark wave circles around Dullahan like a protective shell, while the headless knight keeps crawling forward with desperate purpose. The barrier blocks Vlad from getting any closer, forcing him to stop and watch in confusion as Dullahan drags himself away. Then the headless knight calls out once more to that strange presence named Lamashtu, and enormous hands begin stretching out from the darkness, reaching toward Dullahan as if to seize him. Vlad watches the eerie sight unfold with a wary, curious stare, unable to tell what Dullahan is trying to accomplish. Dullahan seems to believe that this supreme presence will save him. But the moment he crawls close enough, he realizes his mistake. Because Lamashtu does not reach out to rescue him, she begins devouring him. The Dark Master consumes the evil priest completely. And within seconds, everything that had been Dullahan is reduced to nothing but scattered dust. Once Dullahan disappears, Lamashtu finally reveals herself before Vlad. The voice admits that he has no clear memory of that name, yet something about it feels faintly familiar, making him wonder what kind of existence has appeared before him. His thoughts are cut short when he suddenly remembers that he is still the one controlling Vlad's body, and he is honestly surprised by how far he went with the possession. Even though the voice knows he may have taken advantage of the kid's body a little too much, he cannot help but acknowledge how brilliant Vlad's growth has become. He feels proud that Vlad's body endured for so long and decides he will apologize once the boy wakes up. Right after that, the voice releases control, and in the very next moment, Vlad's unconscious body collapses heavily to the ground. Vlad remains lying there through the long night, unmoving beneath the darkness until the sun finally begins to rise and the ruined remains of the church come into view. Elsewhere in Moshim, within the barony of Uthman, a dark figure sits silently on a chair, surrounded by an ominous stillness. While Vlad's soul had shone with incredible brightness, the traces left behind in its wake were anything but gentle. They were ruthless, deep, and merciless. The ominous woman senses that he is using a kind of magic that has existed since ancient times, and that discovery draws her interest immediately. Beyond that, she can also feel something else. The remnants of the past have begun to move again, and to her, that means the time has finally come for her to take action. Crack has finally opened in the world, and to her that means the age of chaos she has waited for is at last beginning. With that thought settling in her mind, the witch gives her knights a cold order: strip whatever they want from the corpses of Baron Uthman's fallen knights. After all, Baron Uthman has already paid the price demanded of him, all for the sake of his son. Now that son is going to be dragged back from death and returned to life. The witch has fulfilled her side of the bargain, so naturally it is time for her to claim the reward for her work. Since Baron Uthman's son has been revived, she decides that Moshim will become a new harbor for darkness, meaning she and her dark knights intend to settle into the land for the time being. Several days pass and the story returns once again to the small village where everything had nearly been swallowed by the curse. There, Vlad finally appears again after being out of sight for some time, though he looks messy, irritated, and completely worn down. Somehow, the young swordsman has just woken up after sleeping for 3 straight days. This is not even the first time something like this has happened since he arrived in the village, and it clearly bothers him, especially because he is supposed to be an active knight protecting others. Still, as bad as it looks, no one can truly blame him. Vlad had just survived a deadly battle against Dullahan, and after defeating such a powerful enemy, his body desperately needed rest. While Vlad is still sitting there, struggling to understand how he managed to sleep for 3 entire days, Goethe steps into the room. He tells Vlad not to be too hard on himself and says he should simply be grateful that the exhausting fight is finally over, especially since Vlad almost did not survive it. According to Goethe, when he first found him after the battle with the headless knight, Vlad looked less like a knight and more like a torn piece of ragcloth. Goethe then explains just how much trouble it took to get him back to the inn. Since Vlad was completely unconscious, Goethe had no choice but to drag the young knight along the ground the entire way back. After hearing that, Vlad has no idea how to respond, so he only reaches behind his head and rubs it awkwardly, as if checking whether the trip left any extra bruises. Then Vlad suddenly remembers the other knights who had been with him during the battle. Since he has no idea what happened to them afterward, he quickly asks Goethe if they are all right. The moment he asks, Goethe's expression shifts, and it becomes obvious that the answer is not good. Reluctantly, Goethe admits that things are rough, and the captain is in the worst condition out of everyone. It is troubling news, but Goethe still wants Vlad to focus on recovering, so he tells the young knight not to worry too much about the others for now. After saying that, Goethe heads toward the door so he can let the others know Vlad has finally woken up. Before stepping out, he tells the blonde swordsman to call for him if he needs anything, and Vlad quietly accepts the offer, thanking him for everything he has done. Goethe leaves the room, and the door closes behind him, leaving Vlad alone with the weight of everything he has just heard. Sitting on the bed in silence, the young swordsman slowly lets the news sink in. Things are far from perfect, but Vlad feels relieved that everyone survived. The voice in his head agrees, admitting that this is what matters most. Now that Vlad knows none of his companions died in the battle, his mind begins drifting back to the terrifying events of that night. The voice suggests that the barrier Justia deployed must have been strong enough to hold until the very end. That would explain how the knights managed to survive even when the entire church was destroyed in the explosion. For her protective shield to endure that kind of destruction for so long, the voice concludes that Lady Justia must be an incredibly powerful knight. Vlad naturally agrees, but then he suddenly notices something strange about the conversation itself. The situation feels familiar, yet completely different at the same time, and he realizes how odd it is that he can speak with the voice even though he does not have a sword in his hand. Before this, Vlad could only communicate with the voice while holding a blade, but that limitation seems to have disappeared. The voice explains that the horizons of their words are now connected. Even if it happened for only a brief moment during the battle, their worlds truly overlapped. Because of that connection, Vlad can now speak with the voice directly inside his mind whenever he wants, even without a sword. When the voice confirms it, Vlad is stunned, so he tests it for himself and quickly realizes that his thoughts alone are enough to reach him. For Vlad, this is honestly incredible. He no longer has to whisper under his breath while glancing around to see if anyone is watching, and he feels genuinely relieved that he will not have to pretend he is praying every time he wants to speak with the voice. Now that he has gained this strange new ability, Vlad thinks the whole thing over and remembers something he has never actually said to the voice before. Their bond is a secret known only to the two of them, which means no one else will ever know that the voice is the reason everyone survived. If Vlad had not borrowed the voice's world, he would never have defeated Dullahan, and he certainly would not have been able to save the other knights or the children of the village. With that in mind, Vlad sincerely thanks the voice for saving them all, because in his eyes, the voice deserves just as much credit as he does. After hearing Vlad's gratitude, the voice falls completely silent. He is clearly moved, but he has no idea how to answer, leaving an awkward stillness hanging in the room. Before that silence can grow any heavier, the voice quickly speaks up and admits that Vlad fought incredibly hard as well. During that praise, a warm smile slowly spreads across Vlad's face, and for a brief moment, a quiet sense of pride fills his chest. The scene then moves forward, and before long, Vlad is already out of bed and stepping into the next matter waiting for him. Right now, a large knight blocks his path and orders him not to come any closer. Vlad calmly introduces himself, explaining that he is from Sora and has come with a reason. He assures the guard that Lady Justia will know who he is, and that she would want to see him, but the big knight still looks reluctant to take his words at face value. The guard clearly does not trust Vlad yet, so he fixes him with a hard stare, trying to intimidate the young swordsman, but Vlad does not back down and meets that pressure with a cold, steady look of his own. In the end, the guard decides to report to Lady Justia first. He tells Vlad to wait where he is, then turns and heads inside. Once the large knight leaves, Vlad takes a quiet look around the area. Seeing the villagers finally able to rest a little easier brings him some relief. The holy knights may have arrived late, but even so, their presence now gives the village a sense of safety it desperately needed. His thoughts are soon interrupted when the big knight returns and tells him that he has been allowed to enter. Vlad thanks the man and walks into the building, but he only manages to take a few steps before a heavy shock stops him cold. The moment his eyes adjust to the dark hall, Vlad is horrified by the sight of countless bodies laid across the floor, each one covered beneath a tarp. During the chaos earlier, he had not realized just how many victims there truly were. Now that the scale of it is right in front of him, the grief hits him so hard that he is nearly pushed to tears. That painful moment is suddenly broken when Lady Justia appears and asks what he is doing there. The moment Vlad sees the white-haired knight, he quickly straightens himself and asks for permission to search the area for more victims. Lady Justia answers that Sir Gregory has already confirmed all of the missing women. That should have been enough to make Vlad leave, but he cannot bring himself to stop there. He insists that there is one specific person he is looking for, and Lady Justia seems slightly surprised by his request. For a moment, Lady Justia seems unsure what to say. Then she admits that remnants of the curse may still be lingering around the place, so allowing one final search would not hurt. With that in mind, she gives Vlad permission and tells him to come receive her blessing once he is done. Vlad thanks her immediately and begins searching without wasting another second. One by one, Vlad lifts the tarps covering the bodies, checking each face carefully. It does not take long before he finds the woman he had been searching for. The moment Vlad sees her face, horror and guilt crash over him. Some part of him had desperately hoped he would not find her lying there among the dead, and now that hope is gone. Vlad breaks down right there. unable to tear his eyes away from the woman's lifeless face as the weight of the loss finally overwhelms him. A memory from Vlad's childhood rises in his mind. Back then, little Vlad had noticed the bruise darkening around the woman's eye and told her she should rest for the next couple of days, but she brushed it off, insisting that the throbbing bruise was nothing serious. With a forced smile meant to ease the boy's worry, she joked that it could not be that bad since no bones were broken. She thanked young Vlad for worrying about her and handed him an egg, though he refused to accept it. Instead, he told her to use it on her bruised eye to help with the swelling. Hearing that, the woman finally admitted the truth with a faint smile. The egg was supposed to be a bribe. Back in the present, Vlad continues staring at her face, now cold and still in death, while the memory lingers painfully in his heart. Even now, he feels like he had been hoping he could count on her again someday. Heartbroken, Vlad thinks about how cruel and sickening life can be. As he gently wipes her face, he quietly tells her not to do dangerous things in her next life. Next time, he hopes she will be born into a good family and grow up surrounded by love. He caresses her face softly as he says his final goodbye. Before he leaves her side, Vlad whispers an apology, telling her he is sorry he was not there when she needed him. Sometime later, Vlad goes to see Lady Justia in her tent, just as she told him to come for her blessing after finishing his search. Inside the tent, the white-haired knight prepares tea, giving the space a quiet calm so she can properly listen to what Vlad has to say. Since Lady Justia had not been conscious when Vlad's battle against Dullahan finally ended, he begins telling her what happened after she lost awareness. So far, Vlad has explained that Dullahan was pulled into a black hole that suddenly appeared before them, and naturally, Lady Justia wants to hear every detail of what he saw. Justia hands Vlad the steaming cup of tea and asks him to tell her everything he knows without holding anything back. But Vlad simply looks back at her and explains that he has already shared every detail he can remember. He says the battle was far too chaotic for him to notice anything beyond what was right in front of him. At the time, he was barely keeping up with Dullahan's relentless attacks, focusing everything he had on surviving the villain's barrage. Hearing that answer, Justia's suspicion begins to rise. She does not accuse him outright, but her eyes narrow slightly as she studies his face, quietly waiting to see if that pressure will make him reveal something more. While Justia keeps staring at him, Vlad calmly lifts the cup and takes a sip of tea, using the gesture as a perfect excuse to stay silent. Inside his mind, the voice praises him for how smoothly he is putting the story together, because the mix of truth and lies makes it sound convincing. Vlad accepts the compliment with quiet confidence, knowing this is nothing new to him. After all, he grew up in the back alleys, working around prostitutes and surviving by choosing his words carefully, so making people believe him is a skill he learned long ago. The traces left behind after the battle were nothing short of a disaster. Those traces made one thing painfully clear. No matter how hard they resisted, they had been helpless before a force far greater than themselves. That thought lingers in Justia's mind as she begins to feel certain that Vlad is hiding something. She tries to connect every piece of what happened, but the most important truth at the end of the fight keeps slipping out of reach. Vlad seems to realize that Justia is starting to catch on, so he decides to give her something else to focus on. He suddenly mentions that Dullahan called out a name near the end, and just as expected, her curiosity is immediately sparked. When she asks what the name was, Vlad claims he cannot remember clearly because his consciousness had been fading in and out at the time. Determined to pull more information from him, Justia picks up an apple and asks whether having something to eat might help him remember a few more details. Only then does Vlad finally say that the name sounded something like llama, and the moment Justia hears it, she immediately realizes he must be talking about Lamashtu. The instant Vlad confirms it, the white-haired holy knight freezes in place. The apple remains in her hand, but her fingers begin to tremble before she can fully hide her reaction. Justia is clearly shaken, yet she forces herself to remain composed. Even with her body trembling slightly, she manages to thank Vlad for cooperating. She tries to conceal how badly the name has affected her, but Vlad is sharp enough to notice the faint shaking in her hands, and the sight leaves him quietly confused. While Vlad is still trying to understand what just happened, Justia suddenly rises from her seat and assures him that San Rosino will not forget how fiercely he fought that day. Justia has finally obtained the information she needed, but the weight of it is clearly too much for her to process in front of him. Before Vlad can notice anything else, she quickly excuses herself and leaves the tent without another word, while he watches her go with a puzzled stare. Once Justia is gone, the voice admits that it is a relief she does not seem to suspect him. That may be true, but Vlad is far more bothered by the strange expression she made the moment she heard the name Lamashtu. To Vlad, it felt as if Justia had become a completely different person in that instant, and that sudden change leaves him deeply unsettled. The scene then shifts again. this time moving to the mayor's residence in Sora. Inside, Joseph Bayezid, who now serves as the new mayor of Sora, receives an unexpected guest. As he pours tea for the visitor, he asks when the man arrived in the city. The guest is revealed to be the old knight Lemund, who answers calmly that he has actually been in the area for quite some time already. Hearing that, Joseph says he would have personally come out to welcome Lemund if only he had been informed about the visit beforehand. Lemund brushes that off by calling himself the lowest-ranking person here at the moment, saying he would never make the young master go through such trouble just for him. Besides, Lemund has come to discuss something far more important. Without wasting time on formalities, he shifts the conversation and asks Joseph directly where the young boy is. Joseph explains that the young knight is currently away on a mission. Vlad has gone to the Uthman barony, and Joseph believes they should be hearing news from him soon. Lemund is surprised to learn that Vlad is already being sent on missions, despite still being only a servant. Lemund then reveals that before coming to visit Joseph Bayezid, he had already met with the Bayezid patriarch. He also mentions that he has only one ducat left, and because of that, he wants to settle this matter quickly. The word ducat clearly carries great weight, because Joseph is visibly shocked to hear that Lemund still possesses one. At that moment, it becomes obvious that the old knight has not come merely to ask about Vlad. Lemund finally begins revealing his true purpose for visiting. He says the servants in Sturma are all far too dull, which is disappointing since those very servants are supposed to be the ones who inherit and carry the Bayezid name forward. With that in mind, Lemund casually wonders whether the servants Joseph has been raising are any better than the unimpressive ones back in Sturma. At that point, Jaeger finally joins the conversation and confirms that Vlad is definitely better than that lot. The advanced knight says it plainly, though he also admits that the kid has a habit of doing whatever he wants. Lemund becomes intrigued the moment he hears that. If even the grumpy Jaeger is speaking so highly of the boy, then Vlad must be rather useful, because everyone knows how difficult it is to impress the green-eyed advanced knight. Jaeger is startled that Lemund can read him so easily without needing a single word. But before he can say anything, Lemund tells him there is no reason to be surprised. After all, when Jaeger was younger, he had already shown Lemund all kinds of disgraceful sides of himself while grumbling the entire time. Joseph smiles mischievously at that, while the one-eyed Jaeger grows flustered under the old knight's teasing. Lemund then adds that he hopes he will come to like Vlad once he finally meets the boy in person. Lemund mentions a knight in training named Sovanin, a spoiled young man who bullies other trainees because he has his parents backing him. The old knight makes it clear that if Vlad turns out to be anything like that kind of brat, he will beat the boy seriously himself. That is when Joseph calmly tells his guests that Vlad does have parents, a statement that immediately catches Lemund off guard. This works perfectly for Joseph. Now that he understands Lemund's true intentions, he becomes determined to make the old knight even more interested in Vlad. So Joseph explains that Vlad grew up in the back alleys without parents to protect him, and that the boy climbed all the way to where he is now through his own strength. Joseph says all of this very deliberately. It is obvious that there is a reason he chooses to bring up the harsh environment Vlad came from. Joseph knows Lemund will understand that kind of past, because the old knight also endured hardship and carved out success through his own power. As Joseph lays out Vlad's background, Lemund's interest in the blonde swordsman begins to grow stronger and stronger. Joseph then says that Lemund does not have to give Vlad his last ducat, implying that it would be enough if the elder simply taught the boy a thing or two. Of course, this is Joseph carefully playing with Lemund's curiosity, and Lemund responds by admitting that none of the young men he has seen lately have caught his interest. However, that may soon change. Since Joseph has made the request, Lemund promises that he will personally take a good look at the blonde swordsman everyone keeps talking about. Back in the village, the Holy Knights are preparing to say farewell to Vlad's group. Everyone has gathered outside, and Justia speaks on behalf of her order, telling the Bayezid Knights that San Rosino will not forget their bravery. In response, Sir Gregory says he hopes she will put in a good word for them, since their mayor is not exactly the kind of person who handles details carefully. Justia bluntly tells him that she cannot lie in her report, though she does promise to consider their position when she speaks about what happened. Gregory clearly does not trust that enough, so he decides it would probably be better if she simply said nothing at all. Just as the Bayezid Knights are about to depart, Justia notices that Vlad is carrying a flag, and the sight takes her by surprise. Sir Gregory is the one who answers her unspoken question, explaining that the Bayezid family has finally found someone worth keeping an eye on. He also admits that they are treating Vlad quite well. As Gregory says this, Justia thinks back on everything connected to Vlad, the violent traces left behind after the battle, and the fact that he managed to stand against Dullahan. All of it tells her that this boy may truly possess extraordinary potential. Sir Gregory then bids her farewell and prepares to leave. Justia responds by praying that the blessing of Saint Rosino will be with all of them on their journey. As Vlad leaves the village, he looks back toward the people and raises a hand in farewell. With the ominous fog finally gone, he cannot help noticing how much brighter and calmer everything looks now. Sir Gregory speaks up beside him, telling Vlad that the village had once been a peaceful place filled with sunlight. Everything terrible that happened here was because of Dullahan. Now that the villain is gone, Vlad feels relieved, knowing Anna would probably prefer to be buried in a bright, peaceful village like this. As he continues away from the village, Vlad quietly hopes that Anna can find warmth in the place where she will take her final rest. Later that night, the travelers stop and make camp. The others soon fall asleep beneath their blankets, but Vlad remains awake beside the fire, staring into the flames as the events of the village weigh on his mind. To the young swordsman, the mission feels like a complete defeat, because deep down he knows he would have died if the voice had not been there to help him. Vlad cannot shake the feeling that he is still far too weak. The thought digs into him because he had come so close to dying, just like Jorge and Anna, and that truth fills him with shame. In his mind, he sees himself being crushed far too easily by a vast world he still has no power to challenge. As Vlad sinks deeper into that heavy self-pity, Gregory's voice cuts through the silence at just the right moment, pulling him back from his thoughts as the bearded knight asks what he has been thinking about so seriously. Of course, Vlad is not comfortable enough to say everything out loud. Instead, he avoids the real answer and simply claims that he was thinking about all kinds of different things. Gregory can immediately tell that Vlad is not being honest. He does not press him right away, but that only makes the silence between them feel even more awkward. After a moment, Vlad quietly admits that there are far too many incredible people in the world. Compared to them, he does not know if he can keep surviving while standing among such overwhelming existences. Hearing that, Sir Gregory calmly reassures him, saying that everyone has thoughts like that at least once in their life. There may not be a perfect answer to those worries, but Gregory tells Vlad that he has already found his own conclusion after carrying those same thoughts for a long time. When Vlad asks what that conclusion is, Gregory gives him a simple answer. He just has to keep burning. Gregory explains that there is no special way to stop a flame from wavering when the wind blows against it. But as long as even a single spark remains, that fire can always rise up and burn again. With that in mind, Gregory encourages Vlad to endure, again and again, no matter how many times he is shaken, so that his flame can keep burning without ever truly going out. Those words reach Vlad deeply. They remind him that there is no shortcut to reaching the powerful people who stand ahead of him. Vlad understands now that he has to keep burning and focus on what is right in front of him. If he is going to face the enormous world closing in around him, then he will need to build an enormous flame of his own. Eventually, Sir Gregory and his group return, and Joseph Bayezid greets them by commending them for completing the mission. Joseph praises their diligence and acknowledges the effort they put into carrying out their duty. Even so, he makes it clear that he cannot ignore the fact that swords belonging to the Bayezid family were drawn in the territory of another local lord. Sir Gregory immediately bows his head and apologizes, taking full responsibility for what happened. He makes it clear that he is prepared to accept whatever punishment the mayor decides to give him. At that moment, Lamond speaks up and sharply scolds the bearded knight. He rebukes Sir Gregory for interfering in a matter outside their jurisdiction, saying the worst part is that Gregory understood the consequences and still chose to act anyway. When Vlad hears the old man's voice, he turns his attention toward him and wonders who he is. There is something strangely extraordinary about the air surrounding Lamond, enough to make Vlad immediately wary. Meanwhile, Joseph agrees with Lamond, saying Gregory has touched a very sensitive issue at an especially chaotic time. The empire itself is beginning to crumble, now that the imperial family has lost its grip on control. With things growing more unstable by the day, Joseph fears that it is only a matter of time before similar incidents begin spreading into the north. Sir Gregory continues apologizing, but Joseph points out that the Iron Duke is likely already paying close attention to what happened in the village, especially because curses were involved. Joseph admits that the knights acted with good intentions, but he believes the fire Gregory started has grown far too large. In Joseph's eyes, they should have withdrawn from the village much earlier. That statement immediately upsets Vlad, because to him, it sounds as if they are saying the cursed children should have simply been abandoned to keep suffering in that village. Lamond then adds that he heard the Holy Knights of San Rosino were present in the village as well. Because of that, he says the matter should have been handed over to them. That is when Vlad finally snaps, furious that everyone is scolding Sir Gregory when none of them were there to see what was actually happening. By now, it almost feels as if Joseph and Lamond have been pushing this conversation just to provoke Vlad, and if that was their goal, it works perfectly. The blonde swordsman can no longer hold back his anger. Vlad suddenly raises his voice and shouts that the children would have died if they had not gotten involved. His outburst catches everyone in the room off guard. Vlad then turns sharply and glares straight at the meddling old knight without backing down at all. Lamond is thrilled by Vlad's fearless reaction. Seeing that fire in the boy's eyes, he cannot help wondering where Joseph managed to find someone like him. At first, Lamond had assumed Vlad was just some snot-nosed brat, but he quickly realizes he was wrong. The boy standing in front of him is not soft at all. He is more like a beast wearing the shape of a young knight. Still burning with anger, Vlad continues defending Sir Gregory. He bluntly tells Lamond that Gregory did everything he could for the children, and the icy glare in Vlad's eyes makes it clear that he is not afraid of anything the old knight might do to him. At that moment, Vlad does not care whether Lamond feels insulted. All he wants is for everyone to stop blaming Sir Gregory for what happened in the village. He goes on to say that the Holy Knights of San Rosino saw what they did there, and instead of condemning them, they praised their actions. Vlad is so furious now that it looks like he might say something truly dangerous if no one stops him. Before the situation can go any further, Joseph cuts him off. The mayor slams his palm against the table and, with visible anger on his face, orders Vlad to stop talking. Joseph warns Vlad in a furious voice not to test his patience any further. As that sharp command echoes through the hall, Vlad finally realizes just how angry his lord is, and when he looks toward Joseph, the rage in the mayor's eyes shakes him more than he expected. Even Jaeger and the other knights are slightly intimidated by Joseph's current mood. They rarely ever see the young master this openly enraged. Because of that, the entire room falls into dead silence in an instant, with everyone holding their breath and waiting to see what Joseph will do next. All eyes turn toward Joseph, and after that tense, uncomfortable pause stretches across the room, Vlad finally lowers his head and apologizes for speaking out of turn. Joseph does not answer him immediately. He simply looks at Vlad for a moment, then shifts his gaze toward Lamond on the other side of the room. Since Lamond says nothing, Joseph understands that it is his place to continue. He takes a moment to weigh the situation before speaking again. Joseph begins by addressing Sir Gregory, saying he expects the bearded knight to understand that the second rule of a swordmaster is especially sensitive. Sir Gregory bows his head and says he understands completely, then accepts the blame by admitting that everything happened because of his own oversight. After hearing that, Joseph tells everyone present that several delicate matters have now overlapped. For that reason, he says the people of Bayezid must act first and show sincerity before Baron Uthman officially sends a complaint. To prove that Bayezid does not approve of what happened in the village, Joseph decides that punishment is necessary. With that, he declares that Sir Gregory will be suspended indefinitely, shocking most of the knights in the room, especially Vlad. The blonde swordsman is stunned by Joseph's verdict. For a moment, Vlad can only freeze in place, completely unable to process what he has just heard. Joseph then explains what the suspension means. During that time, Sir Gregory will receive no salary and will lose the rights granted to him by the Bayezid household. And just when it seems the punishment cannot become any harsher, Joseph announces that Knight Cade will receive the same sentence. The two knights are clearly heartbroken by the final decision, but they are still knights, so they accept the punishment without complaint. As Gregory and Cade quietly bear the consequences, Vlad watches from the side, already sensing that he is probably the next one to be judged. Sure enough, once Joseph finishes with Gregory and Cade, his attention turns to Vlad. The mayor calls on his servant, and Vlad silently meets his gaze with those wild blue eyes. Joseph is actually reluctant to say what punishment Vlad will receive before speaking. He thinks about how well he has treated the boy, how he fed and clothed the young swordsman from Sora, and how close they had become after everything they went through together. And yet, despite all of that, Joseph now realizes that he has failed to tame Vlad. With his back turned to the blonde swordsman, Joseph admits to himself that he deeply regrets the way Vlad spoke without permission and angered him in front of everyone. Still, he does not think the feeling inside him is truly rage. What he feels is closer to shame. As that thought settles, Joseph realizes he is not really angry with Vlad at all. He is simply disappointed. Once he understands that, he finally turns around to face his young protege and tells him that he too will be suspended indefinitely. After giving the verdict, Joseph feels that it is a terrible waste. He thinks he should have been stricter with Vlad from the beginning, because his casual treatment may be exactly what allowed the boy to become so stubborn. Now Joseph intends to make one thing clear to Vlad: he is still the one in command. With that decision made, Joseph adds one more condition to Vlad's punishment. Unless Vlad is personally summoned, he is not to appear anywhere near Joseph again. In other words, Joseph is cutting off every easy path Vlad had to approach him, and the young servant is struck speechless by how harsh those words feel. After the verdict is handed down, Vlad leaves the room like someone being sent away, walking through the hallways as if he needs to put as much distance as possible between himself and the mayor. As he moves farther from Joseph's office, Vlad's emotions twist together in a painful mess. But what weighs on him most is the thought of facing Jaeger's disappointed expression, and that alone makes his heart sink heavily in his chest. Before Vlad can go much farther, a voice stops him from somewhere in the hallway. The person sounds amused, saying it is surprising that a mere servant managed to anger Master Joseph so badly. The figure waiting in the shadows turns out to be none other than Lamond, probably the very last person Vlad wants to deal with right now. For some reason, the old knight seems to think Vlad will want to speak with him, and he asks whether he is the boy called Vlad. Vlad is taken aback by the man's nerve, so he says nothing and simply stares at him, silently wondering why Lamond would approach him after everything that just happened in Joseph's office. When Vlad refuses to answer, Lamond decides to prod him even harder. With a sharp tongue, he suggests that Vlad must not respond when an adult speaks because no one ever taught him proper manners. That comment hits exactly where Lamond intends it to. Vlad's fist tightens at his side as anger rises through him, and for a moment he wants nothing more than to punch the nosy old man right in the face. Even so, Vlad forces himself to hold back before his temper can take over again. The reason Vlad feels so furious is simple. In his heart, he knows he was taught manners well enough. He learned them from Marcella, the woman who looked at him with the eyes of a mother. The moment Vlad remembers her warm, loving smile, the anger burning inside him begins to cool. He refuses to prove Lamond right by exploding a second time, so he steadies himself and regains control. Vlad slowly opens his clenched fist and places one hand over his chest, letting the anger drain away as he forces his breathing to settle. Once he has calmed himself, Vlad lifts his gaze and politely introduces himself by name. Then, in the same controlled tone, he asks Lamond who he is. Vlad's voice is calm and respectful, but the cold light in his blue eyes makes even Lamond pause for a moment. That gaze is so sharp it almost feels like Vlad is asking for an opponent's name before a duel begins. To make the air even heavier, Vlad's hand seems to drift toward his sword, and Lamond quickly concludes that the boy is challenging him to a fight. The thought brings a sinister smile across Lamond's face, and the old knight feels his blood begin to stir again. This is exactly the kind of spark he has been waiting for, because it has been a long time since anyone made him feel this alive. Now that Vlad has finally chosen to speak, Lamond feels he owes the boy some kind of answer. Vlad asked for his name, so the old knight responds, though not in the way Vlad expects. Instead of giving a simple name, Lamond says he has no name he can immediately go by. Vlad is left with nothing to say to that strange answer, and since the conversation is already becoming tiresome, he simply keeps a blank expression and stares at the old knight in silence. The silence breaks when Lamond slams the pole in his hand against the floor, unfurling the banner he has been carrying. At that moment, Vlad sees the emblems displayed across the flag, and he is stunned by how many there are. He never would have guessed that this frail-looking old man held such an extraordinary rank. Even so, Lamond introduces himself casually as someone who walks the lowest path. He then says that his duty has not yet been completed. According to Lamond, there are knights who grow old without dying properly because they were never able to retire with honor on the battlefield. Because of that, those knights are forced to wander through the lowest places, searching for the honor they lost somewhere along the way. Lamond says this path follows the example left behind by the founding king, who was also a swordmaster in his final moments. The scene suddenly shifts away from Sora and returns to Dirmar. There, Lady Alicia and her advisor are gathered over a strategy map, discussing the situation with tense expressions. The old advisor concludes that Count Gaidar has prepared a bridgehead leading toward the north. More precisely, Count Gaidar has taken control of the region where such a bridgehead can be developed. Hearing that, Lady Alicia realizes that if Gaidar wants to reach the north, he will have no choice but to pass through them. Because of that, Lady Alicia wonders uneasily whether Count Gaidar will come directly to them, and the thought of his forces approaching Dirmar leaves her visibly worried. The old advisor has no clear answer either. The only thing he knows for certain is that they must prepare themselves for every possible outcome. That makes Lady Alicia even more anxious, because she understands that the center has already been blocked. Once everyone realizes the west has closed in as well, the pressure on Dirmar will only become worse. With that in mind, Lady Alicia decides she must send a letter to Count Bayezid before it is too late. She believes he will help them now when they need him most, because he has both the reason and the duty to do so. Her advisor agrees and points back to the maps spread across the table. He explains that if the enemy forces manage to get past Dirmar, the next place they will threaten is Bayezid County. Lady Alicia is frightened by the situation, but at the same time, she feels relieved that she gave Vlad her handkerchief when she had the chance. The advisor then mentions that he has been hearing more and more rumors about the blonde swordsman lately. Judging from those stories, Vlad seems to be growing into a fine man. Lady Alicia agrees and suggests that he may have even formed connections with San Rosino. That thought eases her worries a little because being closer to the church can only help him. Hearing that, the old advisor lightly teases her, saying she looks quite proud of Vlad. Lady Alicia blushes at his words, unable to deny it completely, since she did invest her hopes in Vlad after all. The advisor agrees that she made a good choice. Thanks to her continued attention to Vlad's movements, their own network of spies has also grown much stronger. In fact, the network has expanded so much that at this rate, people may start saying Dirmar's famous specialty is not lemons at all, but spies. The advisor's teasing earns him a sharp glare from Lady Alicia. Still, Lady Alicia does not take the joke too seriously. Since their spy network has clearly become reliable, she suggests expanding their surveillance range. If they can detect suspicious movements early, it will buy them precious time, especially when their available troops are still far from enough. Lady Alicia looks out the window toward the rest of Dirmar, her face tense with worry, hoping that their enemies will pass by without laying a hand on the city. The old advisor quietly agrees with her. He is just as worried because he can clearly feel how quickly the world is changing. Things are moving so fast that even he cannot predict what will come next, though he does not believe every change will bring only disaster. Just as the flowers began to bloom after Vlad left their city, the old advisor feels that their current situation may still bring a small measure of hope and comfort in the end. Back in Sawara, night has already fallen, and Vlad is now venting his frustration inside a smithy. He is still furious about the conversation with that old fogey Lamund, complaining that he wanted to hit the man right on the head. At the moment, Vlad is in the workshop of the old blacksmith from the beginning of his journey. The bearded blacksmith works on Vlad's sword while listening to the young swordsman rant. Eventually, he cannot help asking what on earth Vlad did with the weapon, because it has not been long since he repaired it, yet the blade is already damaged again. Vlad answers with a blank face, saying he used it on a headless man. He admits that Dullahan was an incredibly tough opponent, but the old blacksmith has no idea what Vlad even means by a headless man. Seeing the man's confusion, Vlad tries to explain only to realize he does not really know how to put it into words. At that point, Vlad starts to feel that the more he sees of the world, the more often he ends up fighting things he has never seen or even heard of before. Because of that, Vlad begins wondering if this strange path is simply his fate. While he is still sinking into that thought, the old blacksmith suddenly cuts in and says it may be time for Vlad to replace the sword altogether. Vlad is genuinely surprised by the suggestion, because changing his sword is the last thing he expected to hear. The blacksmith explains that the weapon is no longer as good as it used to be. In his opinion, it is only a little better than the rough, half-finished blades used by common mercenaries. He adds that Vlad would be lucky if this worn-out sword could keep cutting through the monsters he is bound to face in the future. The blade is made of ordinary iron, and from what the blacksmith can tell, the person who first forged it was only an average craftsman. The blonde swordsman is startled by that blunt assessment, so he looks at the old blacksmith and asks what exactly he is trying to say. At that moment, the old blacksmith finally decides to make the truth impossible for Vlad to ignore. He explains that if a man keeps relying on something that no longer matches his level, then sooner or later, that thing will give out beneath the weight. Holding up the old, battered sword right in front of Vlad's eyes, he lets the worn steel speak for itself, and for the first time, Vlad seems to truly understand what the old man has been trying to tell him. But before that lesson can settle in completely, the memory shifts back to an earlier winter day. Back then, a rough-looking man with a scar across his face had suddenly stepped into the smithy, carrying the air of a seasoned fighter, and without wasting time, he asked the old blacksmith for a sword capable of cutting through ghosts. A request like that was so absurd it almost sounded like a joke, because no ordinary blade should have been able to do something like that. The old blacksmith's expression went completely still as he stared at the scar-faced man, his blank look making it clear that he had no such weapon sitting around in his shop. The scar-faced man looked just as confused by the blacksmith's silence, as if he could not understand why his request was being treated so strangely. So the old man asked him again, making sure he had heard correctly, and the man repeated it without hesitation. What he wanted was a blade that could cut ghosts. When the memory fades, the old blacksmith tells Vlad how that man had wandered into his shop last winter, speaking as though a ghost-cutting sword was something a person could simply order. At first, the old man had thought the mercenary was spouting nonsense, but then the man mentioned Vlad's name. He claimed that Vlad of Sawara had once cut down a ghost, and the moment Vlad hears that, the story immediately strikes something familiar in his mind. Vlad remembers the incident clearly enough that he instantly knows who the old blacksmith is talking about. The scar-faced man had been one of the mercenaries he met during the goblin subjugation, and even back then, the man had been strangely fixated on Vlad's sword, pressing him again and again about where the blade had come from. Hearing that, the old blacksmith begins to piece the situation together. From his point of view, Vlad had still been far too young at the time to cut something like that using aura alone. That must have been why the mercenary came searching for him, wondering whether there was something special hidden within the sword itself. The old man then admits something quieter and more personal. When that stranger entered his shop and spoke Vlad's name, he actually felt relieved, because until that moment, it was the only proof he had that the blonde kid from the back alleys was still alive somewhere out there. Still, the old blacksmith cannot hide how amazed he is. To him, it is almost unbelievable that Vlad managed to survive so many dangers and accomplish such remarkable things while carrying that sword. Vlad, however, only looks back at him in confusion, still not fully understanding what the old man is trying to say. Instead of explaining everything with words, the old man simply places the sword back into Vlad's hands. He knows Vlad will keep growing stronger as he faces one trial after another, pushing past dangers that would break most men. But the sword itself will not grow with him. No matter how far Vlad rises, that blade will remain exactly what it has always been. If the sword eventually breaks under that burden, then steel may not be the only thing that shatters with it. The old blacksmith had always hoped that the sword would never become something that dragged Vlad down. Deep in his heart, he also believes the blade itself would never want to become a burden to the young man who carried it so far. The white-haired old man makes it clear that he is not demanding Vlad replace the sword right away. All he wants is for Vlad to keep the possibility in mind, to think seriously about the day when his own strength may outgrow the weapon in his hand. After hearing all of that, Vlad asks whether the old blacksmith accepts custom orders, but the answer catches him off guard. The old man quietly reveals that this sword will be his final piece of work, and as far as he is concerned, Vlad should search for another blacksmith from now on. Vlad may believe he has already become a grown man, but in moments like this, the old blacksmith can still see the boy in him. That stubborn reluctance, that unwillingness to accept an ending, makes Vlad look younger than he probably realizes. For young people, fearing a goodbye is almost a privilege. They still have the strength to dread separation, to resist it, to feel wounded by it. But for an old man like the blacksmith, departures have become an ordinary part of life, as natural and unavoidable as the passing of another day. Then, almost out of nowhere, the old blacksmith asks Vlad whether he will bring the sword back to him again soon. Vlad answers honestly, saying he has no immediate reason to use it, so there is no urgent need. But the moment those words leave him, Vlad pauses. Something comes back to him, and he remembers that there may actually be a time very soon when he will need to draw the blade again. Once the old blacksmith hears that, he does not argue or ask for details. He simply decides that he should sharpen the sword properly before Vlad leaves. With that settled, the old man gets straight to work. Vlad stands nearby in silence, watching the familiar rhythm of the blacksmith's hands as the sound of metal and stone fills the shop. Sometime later, the sword is returned to Vlad, and the blade looks so clean that his own reflection appears across the steel. He cannot help being impressed. The worn weapon now looks almost new again, and somehow its edge seems even sharper and more refined than before. Vlad brightens immediately and thanks the old blacksmith with obvious excitement, telling him that he will be relying on him again in the future. The old man, however, does not look pleased at all, and quickly warns Vlad not to come by too often, because even he needs time to rest. Not wanting to be brushed off that easily, Vlad quickly promises that next time he will bring the old man some high-quality meat. But the blacksmith is not satisfied with that alone, grumbling that meat by itself will not taste nearly as good without something proper to go with it. So Vlad immediately adds to the promise, saying that the next time he visits the shop, he will bring good liquor as well. With that, the old blacksmith finally sends Vlad off, his tone softer now as he says he will be looking forward to it. As Vlad disappears into the dark alley outside, the old man suddenly bends forward and coughs violently, the sound tearing through his chest and revealing just how much weaker his body has become. He realizes he has done more than enough for one day. Sharpening that sword took everything he had left in him, and now his exhausted body is demanding rest. Before heading back inside, the old blacksmith glances once more in Vlad's direction. The boy's back is already fading into the alley, but the way he walks now is different, steady, certain, and filled with a confidence he never had before. Seeing that brings the old man a quiet satisfaction. Vlad is no longer a child trapped in the mud of the back alleys. Now, with those firm steps, he looks like someone who can walk out of that mire on his own. Holding that thought close, the old blacksmith finally turns away, goes back into his house, and lies down to rest. Meanwhile, Vlad continues moving through the dark, narrow alleys, his sharpened sword now back at his side. But as he walks deeper into the shadows, someone else moves quietly behind him, following at a distance while keeping hidden from view. The figure turns out to be Lamund, For a moment, the old knight seems to believe he has successfully stayed out of sight. But just when he thinks he has outwitted the young swordsman, Vlad suddenly senses the presence trailing him. In the very next instant, Vlad turns sharply to face whoever is behind him. Lamond immediately realizes how sharp the boy's instincts are, and in that moment he understands why Vlad was entrusted with the armor of House Bayezid. The young knight's awareness is impressive enough to earn the veteran's silent admiration. Vlad fixes his eyes on Lamond and asks why he has been following him, but the old knight plays innocent, denying everything and claiming that they simply happen to be walking in the same direction. That answer only irritates Vlad more. He knows Lamond has been tailing him ever since he left the city, and the casual excuse is far too weak to fool him. Vlad's patience starts to wear thin, because from the moment they first met, Lamond has acted as if he enjoys provoking him. To Vlad, it feels like the old man has been deliberately trying to get under his skin again and again. Lamond, on the other hand, seems to savor that sharp energy coming from Vlad. Even more than the anger itself, he is impressed by the way Vlad keeps it under control, letting the frustration show without allowing it to rule him. Because of that, Lamond becomes even more certain that Vlad has far more potential than he originally expected. The boy is not merely talented, there is room in him for something much greater. Lamond can tell that anger does not swallow Vlad whole. That realization makes him wonder whether Vlad's earlier rebellious attitude during their first meeting had been intentional all along, a deliberate choice rather than a childish outburst. Back then, Lamond had not even said anything truly unbearable, so Vlad could have ignored him and stayed quiet if he wanted to. Yet he chose to push back. As Lamond gets visibly caught up thinking about it, Vlad cuts through the tension and tells the old man to say whatever is bothering him instead of circling around it. That fearless bluntness delights Lamond. It has been a long time since anyone spoke to him with such raw honesty, and the old knight seems almost pleased to have found someone who does not lower his head so easily. Drawn in by the challenge, Lamond reaches for his sword and says that blades are better than words. Seeing his hand move, Vlad realizes he has no choice but to face him directly. He still does not know exactly who Lamond is or why he is acting this way. But he does know one thing. Joseph Bayezid vouched for him as a former knight of House Bayezid. With that thought in mind, Vlad moves first. He swings his sword with full intent, but Lamond meets the attack calmly and blocks it with effortless precision. Their blades clash in the darkness, and Lamond openly admits that Vlad's swordsmanship is impressive. Vlad says nothing in return. He simply keeps pressing forward, throwing one attack after another with everything he has. But no matter how hard Vlad attacks, Lamond deflects each strike again and again. Vlad quickly notices that the old knight is using the very tip of his blade to interrupt and cut off every attack. It is far too precise to be luck, and Vlad understands that Lamond has already read the flow of his movements. After only a handful of exchanges, Vlad can feel it clearly. Lamond is a man who has crossed swords with countless opponents, and every movement of his blade carries the weight of that experience. Realizing that his attacks have been seen through, Vlad stops for a brief moment. Lamond immediately seizes the chance to tease him, asking if the young swordsman is already tired, but Vlad is nowhere near finished. If anything, he is only beginning to warm up. Vlad tightens his grip on the sword and charges in again, this time unleashing his aura around the blade. Lamond's eyes sharpen at the sight, because even during the chaotic days of war, only a small handful of people could wield aura this vivid at such a young age. And yet here stands a young man from Soara, using that same brilliant aura as naturally as if it were part of his own breath. Even a veteran like Lamond cannot help but recognize how absurdly extraordinary that is. A fierce sword fight erupts between them, blades flashing in the air, and Lamond almost looks like he is enjoying every second of it. Vlad rushes in, aiming to end the battle with a wide, sweeping strike. His aura-wrapped sword cuts through the air with heavy force, but Lamond meets it again and again, as if blocking those attacks is nothing more than a warm-up. Every slash Vlad throws is calmly stopped by the old knight, and when Vlad finally commits to a decisive killing blow, he realizes too late that his speed still is not enough. Lamond slips away from the strike effortlessly, dodging with the ease of someone who has survived countless battles. The aura-filled blade crashes into the ground with tremendous force, kicking up the earth beneath it, and Lamond bursts into an excited laugh. Rather than feeling threatened, the old knight seems to savor the danger, as if it has been far too long since anyone gave him a fight this satisfying. He finds himself admiring Vlad's spirit, but before that thought can fully settle, Vlad manages to land a clean hit, driving Lamond several meters backward. The force of the impact sends Lamond sliding back a few steps, and the blonde swordsman instantly recognizes the opening. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Vlad moves to press the advantage. Seeing that Lamond has been knocked slightly off balance, Vlad charges in once more, his eyes fixed only on finishing the fight. He lunges at the old knight with the clear intent to bring him down, deciding in that instant that he cannot allow Lemund to escape this duel. His skill and experience may still fall short compared to his seasoned veteran, but that gap only sharpens his resolve to defeat the old man right here. In Vlad's mind, he still has one advantage he can rely on. He is younger, stronger, and filled with far more raw energy, so he believes he should be able to overpower Lemund through sheer force. At least, that is what Vlad believes. Holding on to that confidence, he rushes straight at the slippery old knight, and their swords collide once again with a violent metallic crash. The two of them lock into place, blades pressed hard against each other, and the duel turns into a pure contest of strength. Their eyes meet over the crossed swords, both refusing to look away, and in that tense moment, the battle becomes a test of which swordsman can force the other back through raw physical power alone. At first, Vlad seems to be gaining the upper hand. His youth and strength begin to show as he pushes forward, slowly forcing Lemund's feet to slide across the ground. The old knight appears to be losing in this one area, his body being driven back inch by inch, and Lemund notices it clearly. Instead of panicking, he laughs, quietly remarking on how cruel the passage of time can be. Vlad can feel the momentum shifting in his favor, and that small victory gives him enough confidence to taunt his opponent. With pressure still bearing down through his blade, he challenges Lemund, saying he wants to see how long the old man can keep smiling like that. Lemund hears the provocation and openly admits that Vlad's approach was not bad at all. But the expression on the old knight's face makes one thing obvious. He is far from finished, and he looks more than ready to keep crossing blades until morning if he has to. Their swords continue grinding against each other for what feels like an endless stretch of time. Neither side gives way, neither swordsman breaks posture, and the clash settles into a stubborn stalemate. Lemund, still standing his ground with that irritating ease, teases Vlad by saying he is not bad for an old man, then reveals that this little exchange is actually serving as physical strengthening for him. Unfortunately for Vlad, the longer the struggle continues, the clearer it becomes that he is the one being worn down first. Strain twists across his face, and his breathing grows heavier, while Lemund seems to have stamina to spare. Worse still, Vlad begins to sense something disturbing from the old knight's sword. The aura flowing through Lemund's blade is growing stronger than it was only moments ago. Lemund notices the shock spreading across Vlad's face and uses it to needle him even further. With a calm, almost amused tone, he tells Vlad that it is still far too early to be surprised. As far as Lemund is concerned, Vlad could use that same kind of power too, if only he could understand it and adapt quickly enough. Then Lemund proves just how terrifying his ability really is. Without warning, he reaches out with his bare hand and grabs Vlad's sword directly. The blade is still infused with aura, yet Lemund holds it with nothing but his bare hand, as if touching such a weapon is perfectly ordinary. It should be impossible, and Vlad is left completely stunned by what he is seeing. While Vlad is still frozen by the impossible sight, Lemund presses down with one hand and forces his sword lower. Just like that, the old knight begins to disarm him. For a moment, it looks as though the duel is about to end with Vlad helpless, but the young knight makes a reckless, fearless move that completely turns the situation around and catches Lemund off guard. Lemund may have pinned Vlad's sword with one hand, but before he can fully strip him of his weapon, Vlad instantly reaches behind him, pulls out a small knife, and slashes the old knight with a dangerous, well-timed strike. Lemund is left genuinely stunned by what just happened. A rough laugh escapes him as he admits that Vlad is a clever brat, and although the situation clearly irritates him, he cannot hide how impressed he is. To him, abandoning the sword in that instant was an incredibly smart choice, especially because a properly trained knight would rarely even consider throwing away the weapon that defines them. In other words, Vlad's decision was shockingly bold, and that daring instinct leaves the veteran deeply impressed. Lemund becomes convinced that Vlad carries the heart of a beast, and that only makes him even more eager to continue the fight. The old knight loves nothing more than a worthy challenge, and right now, Vlad has proven himself to be exactly that. With excitement surging through him, Lemund clenches his fist tightly. Since their sword fight has been interrupted, he decides to close the distance in a different way, and launches himself forward with a swift punch. Fueled by the rush of battle, Lemund gathers terrifying speed and power into the blow. His fist lands cleanly, striking Vlad with enough force to send him flying several meters away. The impact hurls Vlad through the air like he weighs nothing at all. His body skips and crashes against the ground more than once before finally slamming down amid the dirt and debris. Only a handful of people could survive a hit that brutal. By the time Lemond realizes just how much strength he put behind that punch, it is already too late. Concern flashes across the old knight's face as he sees the damage he has caused, clearly understanding that he became serious without even noticing. Afraid that he may have actually killed the blonde young knight, Lemond rushes toward the crash site. His earlier excitement is gone, replaced by worry as he calls out to Vlad and asks if he is still all right. When Lemond reaches him, he finds Vlad lying face down in the rubble, completely still and silent. For a moment, the old knight thinks the boy must have passed out, and a disappointed look crosses his face as he concludes that Vlad's defense may be weaker than expected. Standing over Vlad's motionless body, Lemond suddenly remembers what Joseph Bayezid had told him. Lord Joseph had warned him not to injure Vlad too badly, because the young knight was a possibility he valued dearly. Clearly, Lemond forgot that warning the moment he threw that nearly fatal punch. Realizing he may have gone far too far, Lemond begins to regret losing control. Vlad still appears completely unconscious, and the old knight is left wondering what excuse he could possibly give Joseph Bayezid if he is asked why the promising young knight ended up in this state. While Lemond is busy thinking up a way to explain himself, Vlad's eyes suddenly open. Those glowing blue eyes burn with anger, proving that he is still conscious and still willing to fight. As he lies there on the ground, Vlad remembers what Sir Gregory once told him about flames. As long as the fire has not gone out completely, there is still a chance. And right now, the flame inside Vlad is still burning, which means this duel is not over yet. With that thought driving him forward, Vlad explodes up from the ground with incredible speed and rushes straight at the old knight who had just nearly crushed him. Vlad bolts toward Lemond before the old man can fully process what is happening, grabbing hold of his robe in a sudden desperate grip. Lemond is shocked to see that the boy still refuses to give up, but before he can react, Vlad drives his head forward and slams a brutal headbutt into him. Their foreheads collide with a terrifying crack, the force of the impact strong enough to send small shockwaves bursting outward. It is almost unbelievable that neither skull splits from the blow, though Vlad clearly takes damage from the reckless collision. When the dust settles, Vlad is down on the ground again, looking painfully dizzy and barely able to keep himself together. It is a miracle he is not completely concussed, but that is not what bothers him. What annoys him most is the feeling that he should have won that head-to-head contest, because in Vlad's eyes, Lemond had cheated at the very last second. Lemond lets out a relieved sigh as he touches his forehead. The gesture makes it clear that he had used some kind of protective magic just in time, shielding himself from being knocked out by Vlad's sudden headbutt. In other words, if Lemond had not raised that protective barrier at the last moment, Vlad's reckless attack could have ended very badly for him. Even so, Lemond admits that the young knight has undeniable talent. Because of that, he decides that Vlad has passed his test. Unfortunately, Vlad is truly unconscious this time, so he is not awake to hear the judgment for himself. The scene then shifts back to Storma, where the head of the Bayezid family receives a report about everything that has recently happened. His advisor informs him that Lemond is currently in Swara and adds that the old knight appears to have taken an interest in Vlad. Hearing this news, the nobleman looks intrigued, though not entirely surprised. It seems Lemond's reaction is something he can understand, even if it still catches his attention. The advisor then says that this news is actually a relief, and the head of House Bayezid quietly agrees with that assessment. He explains that Lemond once served as a knight under the previous patriarch, and he admits that the old man is difficult to handle, even for someone in his position. The nobleman remembers how Lemond once looked over the servants in Sturma, sighed in disappointment, and left without hiding his dissatisfaction. That memory clearly still bothers him, and he admits it was not a pleasant experience to endure. So now that the veteran knight has found some promise in the blonde swordsman, Bayezid feels a measure of relief, as if House Bayezid has recovered a little pride in Lemond's eyes. At the same time, he cannot help feeling conflicted, because the only thing they had that could truly interest Lemond was Vlad's talent. Hearing that concern, the white-haired advisor calmly reminds the patriarch that the era they live in now is not the same as the one Lemond came from. In the advisor's view, Lemond is living proof of a harsh and turbulent age. Back then, a man could begin as a servant and rise all the way to knighthood through grit and ability, so it is only natural that the sheltered servants of the current era would fail to catch his interest. Bayezid listens to that reasoning but still insists that, no matter how much the times may change, certain things remain the same. To Bayezid, Lemond's sigh at the servants of Storma was not merely a casual complaint or an old man's grumbling. There was more behind it, and although he clearly has plenty to say on the matter, he chooses to hold those thoughts back for now. Beyond that, he cannot ignore the deep impression Vlad has already made. After all, San Rosino has gone so far as to send armor specifically for the young knight. Bayezid smiles with pride as he looks over the shining armor. His advisor acknowledges that recognition from San Rosino will make Vlad seem even more special in the eyes of the people, and the Patriarch agrees. With that in mind, he decides the armor should be sent to Soara immediately, so Vlad can receive it without delay. With that thought settling in his heart, the proud Patriarch finally lets out a relieved smile. The old customs had not vanished after all, and the legacy they carried was still being passed forward, and in his eyes that hope survived because of one remarkable servant. Meanwhile, that very servant was waking up somewhere else, not in glory, but with a pounding headache after taking a nasty concussion the night before. One look at Vlad's bruised face was enough to tell the whole story. Laymond had beaten him up so badly that even opening his eyes looked painful. His head throbbed like it was still ringing from every blow, and all Vlad could think about was how ridiculous that fight had been. As the memories returned, he had to admit he had never seen anything like what Laymond did last night, using aura through his own body instead of channeling it into a sword. While Vlad was still turning that over in his mind, the voice quietly spoke up inside his head, pointing out that Laymond was someone worth learning from. Talent did not always appear in the same shape, and that old veteran had clearly shown a rare kind of strength. Vlad could not really argue with that, because now he was starting to understand why Laymond had earned so much respect. The more Vlad thought about it, the clearer it became. When he first saw Laymond, he had probably mistaken him for some harmless, worn-out old man with nothing special left in him. But after last night, that idea had been completely shattered, and Vlad finally understood why even someone like Joseph Bayezid treated him with respect. Just as Vlad was lost in those thoughts, Zemina suddenly kicked the door open and stormed into the room with a heavy pile of clothes stacked in her arms. She froze for a moment, surprised to see him sitting there awake. Until then, she had apparently assumed the sound coming from inside was just Vlad mumbling in his sleep. Naturally, Vlad was not thrilled about her barging in like that, so he immediately reminded her that people were supposed to knock before entering someone's room. Zemina, never one to stay quiet, quickly shot back that both her hands were full with his heavy clothes, so unless he expected her to knock with her forehead, there was not much she could do. Vlad stared at the clothes in confusion and asked why she was washing his laundry in the first place. As far as he was concerned, that was something he could have handled on his own. Zemina teased him by calling him Sir, then explained that laundry was part of the service at their tavern. Since Vlad was staying on the most expensive floor like an honored guest, she said they were expected to take care of at least that much for him. That only made Vlad more confused, especially because Zemina sounded far too serious about it. Just in case she really meant they were charging him for all these extra services, he quickly told her he did not have enough money to pay for anything unnecessary. Before Vlad could even finish, Zemina cut him off and told him not to worry because it was all free. His presence alone was already helping them more than enough. As she folded his clothes neatly on the table, she reminded him that Rose's Smiles was a tavern now, even though plenty of idiots still came around without realizing the place had changed. Hearing that, Vlad wondered if simply staying there could really cover the cost of his room. Zemina answered that Marcella believed his name itself was valuable enough, especially now that he had the backing of Joseph Bayezid, Soara's mayor, and the second son of House Bayezid. On top of that, Zemina added that everyone was already treating him like a proper knight. Vlad immediately corrected her, saying he was not one yet, and warned her not to spread that around so casually. Zemina looked genuinely surprised by that. Holding Lady Alicia's handkerchief in her hand, she pointed to it as the reason she had assumed Vlad had already been officially knighted. The moment Vlad saw the handkerchief, his composure cracked. He started stuttering and breaking into a nervous sweat, suddenly afraid that something might have happened to Lady Alicia. Then, out of nowhere, Zemina looked at him and said she felt strangely satisfied. After cutting her hair and helping him hold a sword back then, seeing him now made her feel like he had truly climbed far in life. Vlad did not seem to know how to answer something that sincere. After a brief pause, all he could manage was to tell her that he was grateful for it. Before that feeling could stretch into an awkward silence, Zemina suddenly bolted right out of the room, leaving Vlad alone with the weight of her words and his quiet gratitude. No matter where truly valuable individuals end up, they have a way of shining, and people are always drawn toward that brilliance. And speaking of someone brilliant, remember the black stallion Vlad joined forces with to defeat the Death Worm? Now it was time to see what that horse had been doing. After passing down his role as leader of his herd, Noir set out on his own path to search for Vlad, remembering the bond they had formed on that unforgettable day. But unfortunately, Noir's search did not go smoothly. On the road to find Vlad, the black stallion was ambushed by hunters who wanted to capture exceptional creatures, and even though he fought desperately to escape, those men refused to let him get away. The hunters chased Noir across the land on horseback, closing the distance little by little. And on this day, the brilliant boy who had once ridden beside him was nowhere nearby, leaving the stallion to face the danger alone, while the men pressed in with capture on their minds. Elsewhere, we catch up with Vlad, who was sitting down to eat dinner after everything that had happened. Lamond was still trying to smooth things over after nearly killing him in that alley. But Vlad was clearly not ready to forgive him. The old knight insisted that he had already apologized, and when he saw that Vlad's mood had not improved, he promised to give him something good to make up for it. Unfortunately for Lamond, that offer did not impress the blonde swordsman at all. Vlad knew very well that there were some things money simply could not replace. Vlad ate with a dark look on his face, openly admitting that he had really liked his old armor. Lamond said he understood, because that armor was only given to servants who had shown real promise, and he even confessed that when he first received his own, he had held it tightly like a treasure. That only made Vlad even angrier. Lamond clearly knew how special that armor was, yet he had still destroyed it during their fight. Seeing Vlad's reaction, Lamond finally looked genuinely guilty and asked him to come somewhere with him. When Vlad asked where they were going, the old knight said they needed to show Joseph Bayezid that Vlad could still be useful, because if he simply fooled around during his suspension, people would only see him as a troublemaker. Lamond knew exactly how to choose his words, and that alone was enough to make Vlad hesitate. Even the voice agreed with the point, since Joseph clearly held Lamond in high regard. Once they were finally thinking along the same lines, Vlad asked how he was supposed to prove his usefulness. Lamond answered that they should do something together first, and then report the results afterward. Vlad, now extremely curious, pressed him for details and asked what exactly they were going to do. Lamond only responded with a sly, mischievous grin and asked Vlad whether he liked horses. The scene then shifted again, and before long, Vlad and Lamond were already traveling through the open wilderness together. Inside the wagon, Lamond spoke about a rumor spreading through Soara. A black horse had once been seen wandering around the area, only to vanish one day as if it had been possessed by a ghost. Goethe then joined the conversation, saying he had heard the same rumors too. According to him, people had started calling the mysterious creature the spirit horse. This was the first time Vlad had heard anything like that, and the surprise showed on his face. Goethe, meanwhile, admitted that he had a bad feeling about the whole trip. Vlad's expression grew more troubled as another possibility crossed his mind. If this so-called spirit horse was connected to the headless knight, then things could become dangerous, especially since the Dullahan had already shown it could possess women in that village. As those worries gathered in Vlad's mind, the voice reached the same uneasy conclusion. If the horse truly was a spirit horse, then the rumors and the Dullahan might not be separate matters at all. Feeling like their journey might be far more dangerous than they had expected, Vlad asked Lamond whether it was really fine for them to lounge around so casually. But the old knight remained completely relaxed, saying there was nothing else for them to do while they followed the merchants. Vlad still thought they should at least stay alert, but Lamond simply told him to rest while he could. In his mind, the horse would come looking for them sooner or later. That only made Vlad more curious and even more restless. Seeing that, Lamond explained that this so-called spirit horse was not just fast, it also behaved in ways ordinary horses never would. Of course, Vlad immediately asked what kind of strange behavior he meant. Lamond told him that whenever horse carriages passed by, the creature would watch them quietly from a distance. Vlad was puzzled by that answer, but Lamond only leaned back and assured him that the spirit horse was not some ordinary animal. Whatever it was doing, it seemed to know exactly what it wanted. All of this made Vlad even more uneasy. He started thinking that if the horse really was being controlled by evil people, an investigation squad would have come to Soara to search for suspicious tracks by now. Lamond, knowing exactly how Vlad's mind worked, could practically hear the boy thinking too hard and reminded him that worrying himself sick would not change anything. As far as Lamond was concerned, the truth would reveal itself when the time came. He closed his eyes again as if he were about to nap, though in reality he had only brought up the horse rumor so he could observe Vlad closely over the next few days. This was a small test for Vlad, and if Lamond liked what he saw, he planned to teach him something useful. Then, without warning, he asked Vlad how long it had been since he started using aura. Vlad answered that it had been around 3 or 4 months, and Lamond casually admitted that his growth was extremely fast, though he found it interesting that Vlad still had not discovered his own color. Vlad was caught off guard by that, because no one had ever told him aura could have a specific color. Lamond explained that aura was the manifestation of a person's heart, and the reason Vlad had not found his color yet was because his inner world had not fully taken shape. The moment Vlad heard that, his curiosity lit up. Leaning forward with clear eagerness, he asked what he had to do in order to find his own color. His anxious intensity nearly startled Lamond. The old knight was surprised to realize Vlad had barely been taught anything about aura beyond the basics, and when Vlad admitted as much, Lamond concluded that Sir Jaeger must have had a reason for keeping those lessons from him until now. So Lamund decided not to pour too much knowledge into Vlad all at once. Instead, he gave the boy a vague piece of advice, telling him to reveal more of himself to the world and stop hiding so much of what was inside him, which only left Vlad staring back in deeper confusion. The veteran knight explained that Vlad needed to create something that could draw out his inner world. Among knights who used aura, that kind of personal trigger was known as a key. Lamond reminded Vlad that the knights he had seen using aura were not simply releasing power without thought. He urged Vlad to think carefully and remember whether they had performed any specific action. But Vlad struggled to recall the details because every time he had witnessed such nights, it had been in the middle of some urgent crisis. After thinking a little harder, Vlad finally realized something. Each of those knights had made a distinct movement at the moment they used aura. Sir Pablo had placed his sword in front of his shield. Sir Gregory had moved his sword in rhythm with his footwork, and Rudiger Bayezid had flicked his sword lightly with his finger before releasing his power. Seeing the look of realization on Vlad's face, Lamund explained that those actions were their keys. They were tools used in a kind of ritual meant to open the world inside a person's heart as wide as possible. Vlad admitted that he had only been using aura in the simplest, most direct way without anything like that to guide it. Hearing that, Lamund's earlier words made much more sense. Of course, Vlad had not found his color yet. Lamond told him that Jaeger would probably explain it properly when the right time came. Still, he added that there was no harm in Vlad thinking about it ahead of time. Just then, Lamond's expression sharpened. He sensed something wrong and immediately ordered Vlad to get down, right as the voice inside Vlad's head shouted the exact same warning. In the very next instant, an arrow tore through the air and flew past them. Lamund's eyes narrowed as he realized this journey was not going to be nearly as peaceful as he had expected. Quickly warned the rest of the traveling group that they were under attack, raising his voice and telling everyone to stay alert. Before the others could even fully grasp what was happening, one of them was struck in the head by an arrow. Panic broke out immediately, and the startled horses began thrashing in confusion. For a moment, no one could tell where the arrows were coming from. Then one of the knights spotted the truth. A large force of bandits had appeared on the horizon. The moment Lamond saw them, he ordered Goethe to get the horse moving quickly, and to hold the reins tightly so the animal would not bolt in fear. Vlad was stunned to see bandits appearing in a place like this. But Lamond quickly made it clear that these were not ordinary roadside thieves. They were far more dangerous than common bandits. These men were barbarians, mounted raiders feared for their speed, cruelty, and skill on horseback. The quiet plains were about to become a battlefield. Without warning, the barbarian force unleashed a storm of arrows, and that single volley marked the beginning of a brutal fight across the open land. The mercenaries and travelers were completely caught off guard by the sudden attack. None of them had expected to run into a deadly barbarian force on this road, so they were not properly prepared. Even so, they raised their shields as fast as they could, desperately blocking the arrows raining down on them. They braced themselves and tried to form a defensive line, hoping to endure the attack long enough to regain control. But within seconds, it became painfully clear that they were being overwhelmed. Still, they shouted for one another to hold firm and keep the formation together until the enemy's assault slowed down. Unfortunately, the barbarians showed no sign of tiring. Their archers calmly drew their bows again, preparing to send another deadly wave of arrows into the travelers. The second volley came like a dark sea of arrows, and the moment it fell, the barbarians began their advance. They had clearly been waiting for a chance to strike, and these unlucky merchants and mercenaries had become their targets. With the slope and momentum on their side, the mounted warriors suddenly charged forward at terrifying speed. Vlad and his small group watched the chaos unfold from farther back. Because they had been traveling near the rear of the convoy, they were able to hide quickly and avoid the first wave of the barbarian assault. Lamund, however, did not look surprised at all. He had clearly expected the attackers to hit the mercenaries first, which explained why he had chosen to stay with the merchants at the back. Thanks to that decision, they had gained a little time to think before getting surrounded. Vlad could not make sense of what he was seeing. Barbarians were supposed to live beyond the northern borders, so why were they this deep inside the country? Lamond agreed that it was strange, admitting that he had never seen anything like it before, since barbarians were not known to come this far into Bayezid territory. The situation clearly annoyed the old knight. He had expected this to be a simple, uneventful trip, but instead they had run straight into a deadly battlefield with no choice left. Lamond drew his sword, preparing to go out there and teach the barbarian raiders a lesson himself. As he readied himself, Lamund ordered Goethe to put a saddle on the horse, making it clear that he intended to ride straight into the danger. Goethe hesitated, knowing the horse was meant to haul luggage, not charge through a battlefield, and he worried that it would not be suitable for fighting. Goethe was afraid the horse would not be good enough. But Lamond reminded him that riding a weak horse was still better than trying to run across a battlefield filled with mounted enemies. Against barbarians on horseback, staying on foot would leave them with almost no chance at all. After all, barbarians were known as some of the finest riders in the world. People said they were practically born in the saddle, and no matter their age or gender, their skill on horseback was something everyone feared. Even so, Lamond believed there were limits. If a barbarian's advantage on horseback could be taken away, then most of them should not be able to handle a trained knight in a one-on-one fight. After making that bold claim, the old knight fixed his gaze on Vlad and told him to burn the next words into his mind. Once Lamond was sure Vlad was listening closely, he told him that when fighting barbarians, the most important thing was to destroy their mobility. Their horses were their greatest weapon, but that also made them their greatest weakness. Before Lamond could finish driving the lesson home, a loud, intimidating voice rang across the battlefield, forcing everyone, Vlad's group, and the wounded mercenaries alike, to look up and listen. The man speaking appeared to be the barbarian leader. He began by declaring that he and his men did not intend to kill the merchants or mercenaries, and that they would be allowed to pass if they paid the toll being demanded. The mercenaries were stunned when they heard that. They were relieved that the attack had paused, but they could hardly believe the barbarians might truly let them go for a toll, while most of them were still trying to understand the offer. One terrified merchant near the back raised his hand in desperate surrender. Speaking for the merchants, he said they agreed to pay, clearly willing to do anything if it meant leaving alive, and then asked the barbarian leader how much the fee would be. The barbarian leader answered without hesitation. The toll for passing through was everything they owned except their lives. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they would walk away with only their bodies and nothing else. Those words struck the merchant like a lightning bolt. He had clearly expected some amount they could somehow manage, not the loss of every possession they had brought with them. Horror spread across his face as the truth sank in. The barbarian leader continued speaking while the merchant stared in shock. He warned them that anyone who tried to hold on to even a single possession would end up paying their toll to the afterlife instead, and the cold look on his face made it obvious. He had no intention of showing mercy. The travelers remained crouched behind their shields, many of which were already splintered and damaged from the arrow volleys. When the merchant spokesman looked over the battlefield again, he realized there was no realistic chance of defeating the barbarians with only the mercenaries they had hired. They had already paid a heavy price for an armed escort, but now it felt like all that money had been wasted. The merchant admitted that he never imagined they would run into mounted bandits inside Bayezid territory of all places, and even worse, those bandits turned out to be barbarians, the last enemies any traveler wanted to face. No matter how much they had spent on protection, survival now mattered more than pride or profit. At that moment, staying alive became the only thing that truly mattered to them. Still, the merchant spokesman wondered whether the words of these barbarians could really be trusted. He did not openly refuse their demand, and that silence was enough for the barbarian leader to signal his men forward. One of the barbarians immediately rode out ahead of the others. As he moved forward, he called for the rest to follow, and the mounted raiders began advancing together. From a distance, Vlad watched the movement carefully and realized the barbarians were beginning their robbery. He muttered that he really did not like them, while Lamond and Goethe reacted with a much more familiar, resigned look. Unlike them, Vlad was still new to dealing with mounted raiders like this, so the whole situation felt especially strange to him. Lamond answered dryly, saying he had tried liking barbarians once, but unfortunately it had not worked out for him. Then their attention shifted. A few of the barbarians had noticed their group and were now riding straight toward them, prompting Lamond to tell the boys to get ready. The old knight warned Vlad that he would probably only get one real chance against them, especially since Vlad did not know how to ride a horse. Vlad let out a heavy sigh, fully aware that this would not be an easy fight. Still, his confidence did not waver. He drew his sword and braced himself as the enemies closed in. But just as the barbarians came within a few meters, Vlad did something strange. The horses suddenly stopped dead in their tracks, as if an invisible wall had appeared in front of them. For some reason, the animals were completely terrified. Faced with Vlad's murderous glare, the horses refused to take even one more step forward. The barbarians did not understand what was happening at first, so they tried to force their mounts onward, but the horses only panicked harder, rearing and bucking so violently that they nearly threw their riders off. Only then did the barbarians realize just how frightened the animals were, and they began to suspect that something unnatural was happening. At the same time, Vlad was clearly struggling with his own power. It looked like he was not fully in control, and frustration tightened across his face as that dangerous energy began interfering again. Seeing the enemy thrown into confusion, Lamond immediately decided this was the perfect moment to attack. Their horses were no longer obeying them, which meant the barbarians' greatest advantage. Their mobility had just been broken. Lamond kicked his horse forward and charged straight into the chaos, calling for Vlad and Gerda to follow behind him. And as expected, Vlad did not hesitate for even a second, rushing after the veteran knight, even though he had to cross the battlefield on foot. It was far from the perfect situation for an attack. But Lamond was an experienced knight, and he knew this was a gamble they had to take before the enemy fully recovered. The distance between them and the barbarians was awkward, and it was obvious that those raiders had no intention of getting down from their horses. Still, Lamond believed this was their only chance to land a serious blow. The plan was supposed to catch the enemy off guard, but because they had so much open ground to cover, the barbarians quickly spotted Vlad and Lamond heading straight toward them. The barbarian facing them looked completely confident, not the least bit shaken by the two figures charging his way. In his eyes, they were nothing more than an old man and a brat, hardly worth fearing. Convinced that the pair would be easy prey, the barbarians urged their horses forward, trying to crush Vlad and Lamond with sheer speed and intimidation. One of the barbarians shouted for his comrades to cut the strangers down, and in the next instant, they hurled their curved blades toward Vlad like deadly boomerangs, weapons meant to slice through the target and return after the kill. Lamond watched the arrogant riders come at him without the slightest hesitation, and irritation flashed across his face. These fools had dragged him into a fight, so now he decided he would personally teach them what happened when they challenged a real knight. With that, the veteran knight exploded forward, moving so fast the barbarians barely had time to understand what they were seeing. Before they could react, Lamond was already in front of them, his sword flashing with brutal force as he knocked the first two raiders clean off their horses with deadly slashes. The remaining barbarians froze in shock the moment they recognized the power surrounding him. That was aura, which meant the white-haired old man was no ordinary traveler, but a knight. Fear spread across their faces as they wondered what a knight was doing in a place like this, and almost immediately, they began turning their horses around to escape. They were not foolish enough to gamble their lives in a close-range sword fight against a knight. Once they understood what Lamond was, every instinct in them screamed to put distance between themselves and his blade. But even though they reacted quickly, their escape route was cut off almost instantly when Vlad suddenly appeared and ambushed them. The blonde swordsman descended on them from above like a shadow, and the moment one of the barbarians saw him looming over their heads, terror locked his body in place. Vlad made the fear even worse by coldly telling the scumbags that they were not going anywhere. The barbarian's eyes widened in pure panic, but he did not even have time to process Vlad's words. In the next heartbeat, Vlad's sword flashed, severing his head and sending his body tumbling from the horse. Vlad killed the first man in the blink of an eye, and when the last barbarian saw his comrade's head lying in the sand, his fear spiked instantly. He stood frozen on his horse, unable to decide whether to run or fight back, while even the animal beneath him trembled under Vlad's terrifying presence. Then Vlad slowly turned his gaze toward the last barbarian, and that single glare sent a chill straight through the man's body. The barbarian's courage vanished the moment he saw Vlad's expression. All the confusion in his mind cleared at once, leaving only one answer. If he wanted to live, he had to run. So the last raider whipped his horse around and fled from the scene as fast as he possibly could. He was lucky Vlad did not have a horse of his own, because if Vlad had been mounted, there was no way that man would have left the battlefield alive. Vlad simply watched the barbarian ride away, and that was when Lamond called out to him, explaining that the barbarian's ambush had failed. Because of that, Lamond wanted Vlad to follow him into the fight immediately. They needed to kill as many enemies as they could before the raiders regrouped and called for reinforcements. But while Lamond was still speaking, another barbarian suddenly appeared above him, launching a fresh ambush of his own. Vlad noticed the danger first, and without wasting a second, he shouted a warning to the old knight. By the time Lamond realized he was being attacked, the enemy was already closing in at a dangerous speed. The charging barbarian stretched out his curved sword, aiming to take Lamond's head in a single sweeping strike. Lamond spun around just in time and caught the blow with his own blade, the impact so fierce that sparks burst from the clashing steel. Even while locked blade to blade, Lamond smiled. That brief exchange was enough to show that this level of pressure was still nothing he could not handle. The barbarian, however, could feel the terrifying strength behind the old man's sword. A question flashed through his mind as he wondered where someone this powerful had suddenly come from. As he looked more closely, the barbarian realized that the white-haired opponent crossing blades with him was a knight. Even then, this high-ranking warrior did not lose his nerve, and his calm reaction was bold enough to catch attention. Lamond noticed that the man remained steady even after seeing his aura, and that immediately made the old knight more cautious. This was not the kind of opponent he could simply cut down with one easy strike. So Lemond committed himself fully to the fight, meeting the barbarian head-on with everything he had. At the same time, he shouted for Vlad to run away as quickly as possible. Vlad was shaken when he heard that order because he understood exactly what it meant. Lemond was not having an easy time. The young swordsman stood there, unwilling to abandon his new ally, but Lemond yelled at him again, reminding him that the mercenaries would flee the moment they saw an opening. If that happened, the merchants would be left exposed with no one to protect them, so Vlad needed to return and help them however he could. Even then, Vlad still hesitated, trying to argue with Lemond instead of leaving him behind. But the old knight cut him off sharply, making it clear that Vlad would be useless in this fight without a horse. Lemond ordered Vlad to get back to the people immediately, and at last, Vlad forced himself to obey. Gripping his swords, he turned away from Lemond and started running toward the other side of the battlefield. But before Vlad could even properly move, another high-ranking barbarian came charging straight toward him, his killing intent obvious from the way he drove his horse forward. The huge rider closed the distance at terrifying speed, and for the first time in this battle, Vlad was genuinely caught off guard. Thankfully, his instincts reacted at the last possible moment, letting him raise his blade and deflect the incoming slash. The impact slammed into Vlad with brutal force as the horse shot past him. He was pushed back hard enough that he nearly fell, scraping through the sand before finally managing to regain his balance. Dust exploded around him from the force of the attack, making the situation even worse for Vlad as he stood there on foot. He groaned and admitted the blow had been incredibly heavy. With the horse's speed added behind the sword strike, the impact was on a completely different level, and Vlad quickly realized this duel would be far more difficult than expected. Vlad saw the barbarian turning his horse around for a second charge, sensing the tension building inside him. The voice finally spoke up, telling Vlad to calm down and stand his ground against the enemy. But those words did little to settle him, because Vlad was already feeling the full disadvantage of fighting without a horse. He wished he could ride one, knowing how badly he needed that mobility. And while that thought burned through his mind, something strange suddenly happened. Vlad's eyes began to glow, as if he had sensed something approaching, and even the barbarians noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. The barbarians looked toward the dust in confusion, unable to tell who or what was coming. For a moment they wondered whether warriors from another group had returned to the battlefield. But that explanation did not seem right. From what they could see, the dust was not being kicked up by a large group of riders. As they stared harder, the shape in the distance became clearer, and they finally realized there was only one black horse racing toward them, and it had no rider. Vlad heard the sound of the approaching hooves, and a smile slowly crept across his face. He already knew exactly who that black horse was. The barbarians recognized the horse as well, but judging by their reactions, their memories of it were far from pleasant. They warned each other in alarm, saying this was the same horse that had escaped them the last time they tried to capture it. Now that the horse had appeared before them on its own, the barbarians were determined not to let it slip away again. This majestic creature was famous throughout the area, known to them as the Son of the Grasslands. In an instant, the barbarians' priorities changed. Robbing the merchants no longer seemed nearly as important as capturing the prize that had just run into their path. They had spotted something far more valuable, so they quickly organized themselves and prepared to chase it down with their numbers. As the riders gathered to capture the Son of the Grasslands, it became clear that the powerful horse had no intention of backing away from them either. Anyone would expect the horse to turn and flee once it saw men coming with swords and ropes. But instead, Noir lowered himself into the charge and ran fearlessly straight toward the barbarians. Barbarians threw their ropes, trying to snare him as he rushed past. But for some reason, every attempt missed its mark, and not a single one landed properly. The Son of the Grasslands slipped through the first wave of raiders with almost no effort at all. The men could only stare in frustration as the magnificent horse passed them so cleanly that their trap looked useless. Noir blazed past and continued racing away, but the barbarians refused to give up on such a prize. They shouted at one another to stop standing around and chase after the horse before it escaped again. The Son of the Grasslands was clearly the fastest horse in the area, and no matter how hard the barbarians pushed their mounts, they could not close the distance. While the chase continued, Vlad climbed up onto a raised platform so Noir could see him, because he knew his old friend had come to help. Vlad called out to Noir, letting the horse know exactly where he was. And with Vlad's eyes glowing and Noir's eyes shining in response, it became clear that some mysterious connection still linked the young swordsman and the black horse. Noir suddenly stopped when he saw the aura radiating from Vlad's body high above the battlefield. That single sight was enough, and in the next moment the son of the grasslands turned and began racing straight toward Vlad. By now it was obvious to everyone on the battlefield that Vlad and Noir were moving as one. The moment the barbarian saw Vlad sprinting toward the black horse, he immediately gave chase, determined to cut off their reunion before the boy could reach him. Vlad ran with everything he had, but the rider behind him closed the distance far too quickly. Just as the barbarian raised his curved sword to slash him down, Vlad threw himself off the cliff without hesitation, taking a desperate leap into open air. Only after his feet left the ground did the danger fully hit him. For one sharp moment, Vlad seemed to realize how badly that fall could hurt him. But then, almost like they had planned it together, the son of the grasslands leapt as well. Noir rose perfectly beneath him, placing himself exactly where Vlad needed him, and Vlad landed on the wild horse's bare back, gripping the mane tightly because there was no saddle to hold him in place. The barbarians stared in disbelief at what had just happened. To them, it was impossible to accept that the son of the grasslands, a horse said to carry divine blood, would allow someone who was not born of the grasslands to ride on his back. To everyone watching, the sight looked almost unreal. But while the barbarians were still trying to understand it, Vlad rode boldly into the battlefield. Now that he had Noir beneath him, the disadvantage was gone, and he could finally move to help the merchants who were being stripped of everything they owned. As Noir raced across the plains, Vlad suddenly broke into an excited laugh. It had been so long since he had felt the rush of riding like this, and the sensation pulled him right back to that battle with the death worm. It was the same feeling from that day, the feeling that told him he no longer had to hold himself back. And from the way Noir surged forward beneath him, it was clear the horse felt that freedom too. That overwhelming sense of freedom wrapped around Vlad so completely that he slowly released Noir's mane. Somehow he knew he would not fall. Vlad could feel it now. He could run as far and as wildly as his heart desired, and that was exactly what he intended to do. But while he was enjoying that long-awaited taste of freedom, the barbarians were still obsessed with capturing the son of the grasslands. Refusing to lose their prize to some boy from the Empire, they gave chase with everything they had. As some of the riders chased after him, Vlad steered Noir straight toward the rest of the barbarian force. He looked confident, almost certain that he could break through them. The barbarians were just as confident in their numbers, charging toward the lone rider, as if they planned to crush him with their combined strength. At that moment, Vlad decided it was time to release his aura. The instant his power flared, Noir responded in the same breath, and man and horse moved in perfect harmony, becoming a force that looked almost impossible to stop. The combined power of Vlad and Noir blazed across the plains, stunning most of the barbarians where they rode. A blinding light tore through the battlefield, and as the enemy charged in, that shining force struck them like a thunderbolt. The barbarians were left speechless by the sight. None of them had ever faced anything like it before. The aura-powered light cutting through the field was a lethal ray, sharp and deadly enough to turn the entire charge into chaos. Every beam that struck the barbarians killed them on the spot. With Vlad and Noir's aura working together, Vlad wiped out an entire wave of raiders almost effortlessly. All it took was one terrifying swing of his sword, and that single slash seemed to multiply in an instant, cutting down enemy after enemy. After the first wave was destroyed, the remaining barbarians recoiled in horror. Only then did they realize that the boy they had dismissed as an imperial brat was actually a knight too, and that discovery sent their fear soaring. The men looked back in panic, trying to understand how many of their comrades Vlad had killed in just the blink of an eye. Once they understood how dangerous Vlad really was, the barbarians knew that charging him head-on would only get them killed. They warned each other not to face him directly, and decided that the only sensible choice was to get away and attack from a distance. But before they could put that plan into action, Vlad turned Noir around and completely reversed the chase. The barbarians had meant to retreat far enough to unleash ranged attacks, but Vlad refused to give them that opening, circling behind them so quickly that they became the ones fleeing while he became the hunter. Now the barbarians were forced to ride for their lives, hoping they could outrun the son of the grasslands, even though they probably knew that was impossible. Noir was the fastest creature on the field, and as Vlad closed in behind them, he raised his aura-infused sword and prepared to strike. Even with the situation turning against them, the barbarians refused to give up. They split into two groups, hoping that by spreading out, they could circle around Vlad and trap him from both sides. But Noir seemed to understand their plan the moment they tried it. The black horse, marked by that pale, mystical horn, let out a strange cry that rang across the field, calling to the other horses. The sound affected them immediately, and the barbarians' mounts began refusing their riders' commands. The barbarians pulled at their reins and tried to force their horses to change direction. But the animals would not obey, acting in a way that was completely unlike their usual discipline. Confusion spread through the riders as their horses grew restless and strange. Some of them quickly realized the animals were scared. The leader of that wave became furious, unable to understand what could possibly terrify their horses at such a crucial moment, and his voice was filled with disgust as he cursed the situation. Then he looked back over his shoulder and finally saw just how menacing Vlad had become while riding behind them. Vlad's expression carried a dark, ominous pressure, and Noir looked even more terrifying beneath him, his sharp horn and glowing eyes making the black horse seem like a creature from a nightmare. The power pouring out from both Vlad and Noir was so intense that aura filled the sky above the battlefield. The air itself seemed to shift, as if a storm were gathering, and Vlad emerged from those terrifying clouds of energy like the center of it all. The barbarians ran for their lives, knowing they had no chance against someone who looked that frightening. In just a matter of seconds, Vlad had turned the entire battle around, transforming the open plains into a nightmare for the raiders who had thought they were the hunters. At this rate, it seemed only a matter of time before Vlad wiped them out completely. He called out to them, making it clear that from this moment on, they were the ones being hunted. With the barbarians fleeing like frightened animals, Vlad's confidence surged, but that momentum was suddenly interrupted when the high-ranking barbarian from earlier reappeared, looking even more dangerous than before. That warrior had been giving Lamond a hard fight for some time, and it even looked like he might be overpowering the veteran knight. He drove in with a heavy strike, and although Lamond blocked it, the strain on the old knight was obvious. Just as Lamond had sensed before, this opponent was truly strong. Each blow carried serious weight, and Lamond was struggling to keep absorbing the attacks. The force of the repeated clashes was also taking a toll on Lamond's horse. The poor animal began foaming at the mouth, its body clearly exhausted, making it painfully obvious that this pack horse had never been meant for a real battlefield. Lamond could tell the horse would not survive much more punishment. He admitted that he had pushed the pack horse too hard, and with the animal nearly at its limit, the old knight realized things were starting to look grim for him. With that in mind, Lamond and his exhausted horse were forced to endure one final finishing strike. Lamond managed to block the sword, but the impact forced him to steer wide and lose control. Unfortunately, neither Lamond nor the horse could recover their balance. Within seconds, they stumbled hard and tumbled across the sand. The fall sent a thick cloud of dust bursting into the air, swallowing the spot where they had gone down. When the dust finally settled, the half-dead horse lay sprawled on the ground. Its eyes had rolled white, and it looked like only a matter of moments before the poor creature gave out completely. Lamond was disappointed by what had happened, but that did not mean he was finished. If this barbarian scum was not moved by the fact that he was facing a knight, then Lamond wanted to carve the fear of swordsmen back into his heart. The old knight smiled, feeling his blood heat up from the challenge. It had been a long time since anyone had stirred him like this, and he had not expected to meet someone capable of it here. Enough talk. Lamond drew his sword again and stood ready for a proper duel. When the barbarian turned and saw the old knight back on his feet, irritation twisted across his face. Lamond had proven stubborn and difficult to break, but the pony-tailed barbarian still believed the old man's end had finally come. Just as their duel was about to begin again, a strange sound cut across the battlefield and drew both of their attention. Lamond recognized it instantly as the sound of a barbarian horn. His guess was exactly right. When Lamond turned, he saw Vlad chasing the barbarian army across the plains, and the most shocking part was that the young swordsman was riding a horse. Vlad rode with a majestic force that drove the raiders into retreat, and when the leader of the barbarian army saw it, rage burned across his face. The thought of a young boy from the Empire sending his best warriors running like frightened chickens made him sick with fury. With anger blazing in his eyes, he rode toward Vlad, determined to punish him for humiliating his army. Just like that, Lamond no longer had to reveal whatever tricks he had been saving. His opponent now had a far more insulting target to deal with. The barbarian leader charged away to challenge Vlad, clearly unable to ignore the humiliation. Lamond shouted for the bastard to stop, but the leader ignored him completely and kept riding. The reason for his anger was obvious. Vlad was riding that black horse. The son of the grasslands had rejected even the barbarian leader, which meant everything to people who were practically born alongside horses. Before Vlad appeared, the leader seemed to believe he was the only one worthy of riding such a stallion, and yet even he had been refused. Seeing a blonde boy from the Empire accepted by Noir baffled and enraged him. So the barbarian leader shouted at Vlad, ordering him to get off the horse immediately. When Vlad saw the barbarian leader charging straight toward him, he was surprised. That man was supposed to be fighting Lamond, so seeing him alone made Vlad wonder whether the old knight had been killed. But then Vlad looked more carefully and spotted Lamond farther back on the battlefield. Vlad let out a quiet sigh of relief because for a moment he had truly feared Lamund might be dead. While Vlad was still feeling that relief, the barbarian leader yelled at him again, once more ordering him to get off the horse. In his eyes, the son of the grasslands was not a mount someone like Vlad had any right to ride. Those words immediately set Vlad off. His eyes sharpened as he snapped back at the barbarian leader, warning him not to act so arrogantly toward the wrong opponent. As far as Vlad was concerned, this man had no right to order him around. Vlad's defiant response only made the barbarian leader explode with anger. His face twisted with rage as he roared at Vlad to shut his mouth. The barbarian leader was furious now, and Vlad could see it clearly. A massive wave of red power began radiating from the man's body, spreading around him like heat from a blazing fire. At that moment, the voice spoke inside Vlad's mind and revealed that some barbarians could use magic to carve their own inner world into reality. Hearing that, Vlad quickly understood that this barbarian leader was at least on the level of a knight who could control aura, meaning he was definitely not an opponent to underestimate. While Vlad measured him carefully, the enraged leader swore that Vlad would pay with his life for defiling a divine horse, and Vlad accepted the challenge without flinching, daring him to try. At that point, both warriors were burning with fury, their power surging around them as the tension snapped. A heartbeat later, they charged straight at each other like two deadly jousters, both ready to risk everything in a head-on clash. After that first violent impact, neither of them backed away. Vlad and the barbarian leader kept pressing into each other, turning the duel into a fierce mounted battle. They rode side by side across the battlefield, blades flashing between them as steel rang again and again in rapid succession. The barbarian leader swung his curved blade with relentless force, landing attack after attack, while Vlad answered every strike with his aura-infused sword, blocking and countering without giving ground. For long, the fight reached a tense stalemate. Neither warrior could overwhelm the other, and for the moment, they looked almost evenly matched. As their swords locked together, the barbarian leader glared at Vlad with glowing eyes, clearly trying to intimidate the young knight through sheer pressure. But after a few seconds, it became obvious that Vlad was not even slightly afraid of him. Realizing the glare would not shake Vlad, the barbarian leader abruptly ended the contest of wills and suddenly brought his horse to a stop. Vlad failed to read the move in time. By the moment he noticed the barbarian leader had stopped, Noir had already carried him ahead. The voice immediately warned Vlad what was happening. The barbarian leader had slipped behind them and was setting up an attack from the rear. Vlad realized it too, but by the time he tried to slow Noir and turn back toward his opponent, the opening had already been created. Vlad could not turn around quickly enough. The barbarian leader seized the moment, charging in from behind to deliver a devastating strike. Thankfully, Noir seemed to know exactly what the barbarian leader intended to do. At the last possible second, the son of the grasslands ducked low, bringing Vlad's head down with him and allowing the blade to slice past by a hair's breadth. Noir had saved Vlad's life with that dangerous movement. Even though the dodge had been terrifyingly close, Vlad was still breathing, and he quickly thanked the horse for pulling him out of danger. Meanwhile, the barbarian leader grew even angrier after missing his chance to kill Vlad. His jealousy deepened as well, because Noir kept revealing one extraordinary trait after another. He had always known the son of the grasslands carried divine blood, so he expected the horse to be special, but he had never imagined it would be this exceptional. At that moment, Vlad could feel it clearly. His movements and Noir's movements were starting to blend together as if they had become one body. Vlad had already faced many terrifyingly strong opponents, and this barbarian leader was undoubtedly one of them. He felt confident that he could still handle the man's sword attacks. But he also knew there was another problem he could not ignore. Just as Vlad was about to focus on that weakness, the voice spoke up and pointed directly to the issue. Vlad's riding technique. He had no saddle, no bridle, and barely any experience riding in a battle like this. If not for his mysterious connection with Noir, he would have been thrown off already. Vlad admitted it too, feeling his thighs trembling from the strain and fear of staying mounted. His legs were shaking so badly that he could no longer use them properly. The voice warned him that the longer the fight continued, the worse his disadvantage would become. Vlad needed a way to reverse the situation quickly, or this duel could end with him dead. That was when Vlad suddenly remembered Lamund's lesson. When fighting barbarians, the key was to destroy their mobility. The old knight's words had stuck with him, and now Vlad realized that taking away the barbarian leader's advantage was exactly how he could turn the fight around. With that in mind, Vlad decided it was time for both him and his barbarian opponent to leave the saddle behind and fight down in the dirt. Vlad charged toward the barbarian leader, searching for a way to immobilize him. When the leader saw Vlad coming, he decided this fight had dragged on long enough and prepared to end it right there. The barbarian leader roared for Vlad to come at him, then drove his horse forward and charged straight toward the young knight. Vlad saw the man rushing in with terrifying speed and chose that instant to act. He turned noir sharply, and the son of the grasslands swerved so fast that dirt and sand sprayed up into the barbarian leader's face. That sudden move gave Vlad enough time to pull away and start running. When the other barbarians saw him retreat, they immediately began jeering at him. The barbarian leader was shocked by the sight, and his anger only grew stronger. To him, Vlad now looked like nothing more than a dishonorable coward. That impression made his blood boil even hotter. The thought of someone without honor riding a divine horse was unbearable to him, and the rage he had shown before was nothing compared to the pure fury rising in him now. The barbarian warlord kicked his horse forward and chased after Vlad. Strangely, he caught up faster than expected, almost as if Vlad was deliberately letting him close the gap. A faint, cheeky smile crept across Vlad's face, making it clear that he had a trick waiting. Once the barbarian leader drew close enough, Vlad started speaking to him. He said he had heard that barbarians were born on top of horses, then added that he himself had spent his life in the mud beneath those horses. The furious warrior had no patience for Vlad's words and snapped at him, demanding to know what nonsense he was spouting. Vlad glanced back at the angry man and said that he had already done him a favor by agreeing to fight on horseback this whole time. Now he felt it was the barbarian leader's turn to do something for him. Vlad waited until the man was close behind, and at the perfect moment, he tore off his cloak and let it fly straight into the leader's face. The trick should have worked, but the barbarian leader's senses were too sharp. He spotted the cloak coming and shoved it aside with one hand, then yelled in fury that Vlad's petty tricks would not work on him anymore. But before the barbarian leader could finish shouting, he raised his head and froze. Vlad was already coming down at him from above. Vlad had leapt from Noir's back, throwing himself at the barbarian leader with the intent to drag him off his horse and force the fight onto the ground. The man's senses were sharp enough to see Vlad coming, but this time, seeing it did not mean he could stop it. Everything happened too quickly. Before the barbarian leader could find a counter, Vlad grabbed him by the neck and told him it was time for both of them to fight in the mud. The barbarian leader was horrified when he heard those words. Vlad sounded almost unhinged, like he had willingly chosen the most reckless path possible. There was nothing the leader could do. Vlad locked him in a headlock and tackled him straight down to the ground, finally stripping the barbarian of the mobility he had relied on. To make matters worse, Vlad did not let the fall end there. He dragged the barbarian leader with him across the sloping hills, turning their crash into a brutal tumble through dirt and sand. The two of them rolled violently across the ground, still struggling against each other, until the next thing anyone saw was both men dropping over the edge of a cliff. Vlad and the barbarian leader plunged down the cliff together, and the rest of the raiders watched in horror as their commander fell with him. Even Lamond was deeply worried when he saw Vlad go over the edge. He knew that a fall from that height could be fatal, no matter how strong a knight might be. The old knight stood at the cliff's edge, feeling a heavy pang of regret for Vlad. But then he looked more closely and noticed a bright glow below. The moment he saw it, Lamond burst into laughter, realizing exactly which skill Vlad had used. He could not help thinking that the boy was a nasty little brat, because Vlad had learned the technique before Lamond ever had the chance to teach it to him. The technique was an aura-focused skill, and it was the reason Vlad had survived a fall that should have killed him. Not only had Vlad survived, but he had also successfully subdued the barbarian leader. With one hand gripping the man's neck and his sword held just inches away from it, Vlad forced him into submission. Pressed into that position, the leader finally introduced himself as Adge of the Budat tribe, likely hoping the name would make Vlad spare him. Unfortunately for AJ, Vlad did not care at all. The scene then returned to Sawara, where a sister from the convent came to visit Joseph Bayezid. She warned him to be careful, even if his intention was to raise and cultivate his servant. Joseph did not seem to understand what she was getting at, so the angry sister could only glare at him with a sharp scowl. In a flashback, the reason for her anger became clear. Vlad had taken Zemina away from the convent without following any proper procedure, even though at the time she was practically living as a nun. Sister's expression hardened as she faced Vlad, refusing to back down even with the Bayezid name standing behind him. In a cold voice, she told him that being connected to House Bayezid did not give him the right to act however he pleased. Vlad's patience snapped the moment those words reached him. His voice cut through the air as he fired back, making it clear that the only reason people like them could still hope to see another tomorrow was because the Bayezid name continued to protect them. As Vlad glared at them, his eyes shone with an unnatural glow that made the room feel colder. The force behind his words sank deep into them, sending a chill crawling down their backs before they could even answer. Back in the present, The sister was convinced that Vlad would become a serious problem for them sooner or later. To her, the boy was not only disrespectful toward the sacred order, but also dangerously cruel, vicious, and far too impatient to be trusted. After she finished laying out her concerns, Joseph Bayezid remained silent for a while, watching her without giving away much of what he was thinking. Seeing that quiet response, the sister pressed further and warned that Vlad would eventually stain his own honor. But Joseph did not accept her warning so easily. He already knew that Vlad had shown disrespect toward the convent, and if it had truly been so urgent, she had been given more than enough time to report it long before now, which made him question why she had chosen this moment to come and caution him about the boy. After all, San Rosino had now acknowledged the boy who had been born in the back alleys. On top of that, the same boy had even received the support of the respected priest, Father Andreas. The more Joseph thought about it, the more deliberate the whole situation felt. There was only one person with enough influence to make the head of the convent move like this, and that person was Bishop Pierre. Sawara had long been held in balance between two powerful figures, Mayor Joseph of the Bayezid bloodline, who governed the city, and the bishop, who claimed to follow the word of God while watching over the people. But that fragile balance was beginning to tilt. The accomplishments of Joseph's vassal would naturally increase Joseph's own influence, and now he could see the opposition's intentions far more clearly, realizing that from the very beginning, their true target had been him. Later, Master Joseph sat in his office, speaking with his visitor as the subject turned to the actions of his vassal, Vlad of Sora. It was true that Vlad had given the opposition an excuse to make noise, but Joseph also believed there were lines that should not be crossed, and he felt everyone needed to understand that he was not obligated to bow his head simply because of a servant's misbehavior. With that thought weighing on him, Joseph began to wonder whether another hidden intention was buried beneath all this trouble. While he was lost in that suspicion, a knock suddenly came at the door, and when the person outside apologized for interrupting the meeting, Joseph finally lifted his gaze to see who had arrived. The one standing there was none other than Sir Jaeger, who immediately reported that the stableman who had gone with Sir Lamund had returned. Goethe was then brought into the room, and for a brief moment, Joseph said nothing, simply watching him closely as he waited to hear what news the man had carried back. But the moment Joseph saw the look on Goethe's face, he understood that this was not going to be a pleasant report. The man's tense expression alone was enough to tell him that something had gone wrong. Sure enough, Goethe finally opened his mouth and delivered the news everyone feared. The barbarians had appeared. The sister from the convent went pale with horror the instant she heard it. But Joseph's reaction was far calmer. He looked almost unsurprised, as if he had already prepared himself for bad news the moment Goethe entered. Joseph turned to the messenger without raising his voice and asked where the barbarians were at that very moment. Goethe quickly answered that they were on the roads connecting Soara and Varna, and worse still, they had already begun attacking the people traveling there. Joseph's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the next question, one that carried far more weight than it first seemed. He wanted to know whether Goethe had fled back on his own and abandoned the others behind. Goethe immediately stiffened in panic and hurried to explain that he had not deserted his companions. Sir Lamond had personally ordered him to ride back for help, and according to Goethe, Vlad had already captured the barbarian captain as a hostage and was still holding the line back at the site of the attack. Joseph felt a measure of relief after hearing that, but another question quickly followed. He asked what had become of the mercenaries who were supposed to protect the merchants, and Goethe answered bitterly that the mercenaries had retreated the moment they found a chance, adding that everyone would have died if Sir Lamond and Vlad had not stayed behind. Joseph quietly absorbed everything Goethe had said, and pieced the situation together in his mind. As it stood, only Vlad and the old knight were still protecting the people caught in the ambush. Goethe confirmed it, leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, the sister from the convent looked visibly irritated, because the young swordsman she had come to condemn was not acting like the villain she had hoped him to be. Joseph noticed that frustration written all over her face, and a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Since his boy had managed to make the meddlesome sister look foolish without even being present, Joseph decided it was time to give that blonde troublemaker the help he needed. Joseph ordered Sir Jaeger to personally lead the mounted troops and ride out on a rescue mission for Vlad and the others. Then he told Goethe to guide them to the right location, making it clear that they were to move as quickly as possible. Both men understood the urgency at once, accepted the order, and immediately set themselves in motion. After they left, Joseph turned his attention back to the sister and resumed their conversation with a faintly teasing edge, suggesting that his vassal was rather impressive. And judging by her reaction, the remark struck exactly where he intended. From Joseph's point of view, Vlad was still acting in accordance with God's will, protecting the helpless lambs, even though he had come from a lowly birth and carried a temper that was not always easy to manage. That, to Joseph, mattered far more than the sister's complaints. The sister realized she had no clean way to argue against that. With visible reluctance, she admitted that Joseph was right, and Joseph immediately seized that small opening before she could retreat from it. Joseph knew that he would eventually have to meet Bishop Pierre in person. But before that meeting happened, he wanted the sister to carry a message to the man of God on his behalf. The sister listened anxiously, waiting to hear exactly what Joseph intended to say. Joseph spoke calmly and said that he was truly grateful for the bishop's concern toward him. Then, as the final piece of his message, Joseph stated that he would visit the man of God soon. The moment those words left his mouth, fear washed across the sister's face, because she clearly dreaded what might happen if those two men finally stood before each other. And honestly, she had every reason to be worried. Joseph had no intention of avoiding Bishop Pierre forever, and when they finally met face to face, he meant to confront the bishop directly. Elsewhere, the focus shifted back to Vlad, who was still out in the wilderness with no room to relax. The open road stretched around him, but the danger following them had not disappeared. Vlad was still traveling alongside Sir Lamond and the merchants, and exhaustion was beginning to show on him clearly. Even on horseback, his posture carried the weight of everything that had happened. As he rode forward, Vlad glanced to the side and noticed another group of mounted men moving together in the distance. From their formation and movement, he became convinced that more barbarians were gathering there, and Sir Lamond confirmed his suspicion, saying that quite a number of them were heading south, which struck him as strange because ordinary mounted bandits would have fled the moment their chief was captured. Because of that, Sir Lamond reached a troubling conclusion. The hostage they had taken was not just some ordinary warrior, but someone with a very high rank among the barbarians. The man in question was tied up in the wagon, yet his face remained strangely calm, almost as if the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. He likely believed his warriors would come to rescue him soon, and Sir Lamond feared the same thing, especially since the barbarians were still lingering nearby, making the old knight worry that they might be in serious trouble before they even reached Sora. For now, Vlad and Sir Lamond continued trying to hold their ground and get everyone home safely, while the barbarians kept circling and waiting for the right chance to strike. Sir Lamond grew increasingly uneasy, wondering why Gerda was taking so long to return with reinforcements, and when the barbarians suddenly began to scatter, he feared they had changed tactics and started questioning whether something unexpected had happened. Then, all at once, Vlad and his horse turned their attention to the side. What they saw there was startling enough to pull their focus away from the enemy. That was when they realized Gerda had finally made it back, and he had not returned alone. He had brought the reinforcements with him. Sir Lamond looked in the same direction and saw clouds of dust rising across the road. The sight confirmed Vlad's words, and the old knight immediately understood that help had arrived. The Bayezid forces advanced toward them, with Sir Jaeger and Gerda riding at the front. When Sir Lamond saw the mounted troops closing in, he finally realized that all the tension he had been carrying had been for nothing. The merchants were overwhelmed with relief the moment they spotted the approaching army. Recognizing them as Sora's mounted troops, they immediately understood that they had been saved, while the barbarian leader could only glare in frustration, furious that the reinforcements had reached them so quickly. That also explained why the barbarians had scattered earlier. They had likely seen Sora's mounted troops coming from a distance and decided to break away before they were caught. Realizing that the situation had turned against him, the barbarian leader acknowledged Sir Lamond's move and praised him for sending Gerda to call for help. He admitted that it had been a sharp judgment, because if they had stubbornly stayed behind to protect every piece of cargo, the outcome could have been completely different. Sir Lamond answered with a smug little confidence, telling him that this was simply one of the advantages of growing old. But he did not waste much time on banter, because now that reinforcements had arrived, the old knight finally had the chance to question their hostage properly. The first thing Sir Lamond wanted to know was why the barbarians had come all the way out here in the first place. He demanded to know why they had pushed so deep into this territory, and this time, the captured warrior seemed ready to answer. The hostage looked at Sir Lamond and gave him a straightforward answer. They had come this far because they needed the son of the grasslands. Hearing that, Sir Lamond pointed out that they could have simply gone after the horse without attacking and robbing the merchants. To him, their actions did not match such a simple goal. When Sir Lamond asked why they had plundered innocent travelers, the bound man replied that they needed some earnings to survive as well. To him, it was only practical, but now that he had been captured and the son of the grasslands had chosen someone else, he believed there was no longer any reason for his people to keep heading south. The hostage then admitted something that clearly wounded his pride. He had never expected the son of the grasslands to choose a boy from the Empire over a wild, well-known master like himself. Even so, AJ finally accepted that he had lost this round. The bitter outcome seemed to settle heavily over him, making him realize all over again that time could be a merciless master, changing even the things a proud warrior thought would never be taken from him. Sir Lamond fell quiet after hearing that, letting the entire conversation sink in while his gaze stayed on the captured warrior. Just as the old knight was turning the matter over in his head, Sir Jaeger arrived on horseback, and the first thing he did was throw a little jab at him. Sir Jaeger claimed he had expected Sir Lamund to handle a few barbarians without much trouble, especially since the white-haired veteran was supposed to know his way around mounted bandits. Naturally, Sir Lamund took that straight to heart and snapped back at the one-eyed knight, saying those bastards would already have been chased halfway to Varna, if only he had a proper military horse beneath him. Once Sir Jaeger heard that, even he could see the old man had a point, so he let the teasing drop and shifted to the matter at hand. Whatever had happened out here, everyone was still alive, and for now his duty was to bring them all safely back to Sowara. But then their eyes turned toward the distance again, where the barbarians were still lingering instead of disappearing completely. Sir Lamund asked Jaeger what he planned to do about the mounted bandits, since they clearly had their own problems to worry about, and Jaeger calmly reminded him that the world had already entered chaotic times, so provoking anxious barbarians too carelessly would only make things worse. Even so, Jaeger had no intention of simply ignoring them. Before returning to Sowara, he decided he would have a little talk with the remaining barbarians himself, riding off in another direction as he said he would persuade them to leave Bayezid territory. As Jaeger moved forward, the eye beneath his eye patch began to glow with a frightening light. A visible aura leaked out from beneath the patch, giving the one-eyed knight an almost monstrous presence as he approached. Agay visibly stiffened when he saw that power gathering around Jaeger. Meanwhile, Jaeger drew closer with a calm expression, claiming that he only wanted to speak with them like any civilized man would, even as his sword began to pulse with energy and made him look anything but harmless. The barbarians, watching from a distance, felt the same terror their captured leader felt. The moment they witnessed the overwhelming pressure rolling off the green-eyed knight, their confidence started to crack. Agay was swallowed by that aura and forced to admit the difference between them. The world Jaeger stood in had a depth far beyond anything he and his warriors had ever truly understood. Because of that, AJ realized with dread that Jaeger could slaughter every last one of them if he chose to. As the glowing knight slowly rode toward his men, fear gripped AJ's heart, and he suddenly screamed for his warriors to retreat before Jaeger could reach them. The mounted bandits heard their chief shouting with everything he had, but when they realized he was ordering them to pull back, confusion spread among them. They were terrified of Jaeger, yes, but they were also reluctant to abandon Agay, and part of them still believed that if they fought together, they might be able to bring the one-eyed knight down. Agay clearly did not share that confidence, which was why he kept roaring at them to get out of there immediately. Their hesitation only made him angrier, because even at this point he could not believe they still failed to understand how dangerous the situation had become. The barbarians were torn between loyalty and survival. If they retreated now, their chieftain might end up dead, but if they stayed, they were trapped right in front of Sora, with no way of knowing when even more reinforcements might come pouring out of the city. And on top of all that, there was still Jaeger. Before they had already struggled against Vlad and Sir Lamund, but now a one-eyed swordsman wrapped in terrifying aura was closing in on them, and the odds were becoming worse with every step his horse took. With the situation turning hopeless, one of the barbarians finally chose retreat, saying they could come back another time. In his eyes, the people of Sora would not kill Agay so easily, because doing that would risk starting a war with the barbarians. That reasoning began to spread through the rest of the mounted bandits. One by one, they started to accept that obeying their chief's order was the only sensible choice left to them. So the barbarians turned their horses and fled before Sir Jaeger could close the remaining distance. As they disappeared from the area, they shouted back to Agay, begging him to survive, and promising that they would meet him again someday. Once the barbarians were finally gone, Sir Lamund could not resist mocking Jaeger for calling himself a civilized man when he had clearly been ready to solve the whole matter with violence. Jaeger simply fired back at the old man, pointing out that no matter how it looked, the result had ended up clean. While those two knights bickered like usual, Vlad found himself surrounded by the merchants he had protected. They showered him with thanks, praising him for standing between them and the mounted bandits and for helping save their lives. Noir, however, did not seem to enjoy all the noisy gratitude one bit. His face tightened as the crowd pressed closer, and then, without warning, the black horse reared up on his hind legs, nearly throwing Vlad off balance. Vlad was caught completely off guard and quickly tried to steady himself before he lost control. Around him, the startled merchants backed away and began whispering about how fierce and dangerous the black horse looked, deciding that since he was clearly a wild creature, keeping their distance was probably the smartest choice. Vlad kept trying to calm the son of the grasslands down, pulling his focus back to the horse as he wondered what in the world had set Noir off so suddenly. While Vlad was still trying to figure out the reason behind Noir's strange reaction, Sir Jaeger approached him. The seasoned knight looked up at the black stallion and asked whose horse Vlad was riding, leaving Vlad slightly taken aback because he was not even sure how to answer that himself. After a moment, Vlad explained that this was the same horse he had encountered during the battle with the death worm. Somehow the black stallion had found his way back to him, and the moment Jaeger heard that, he remembered Vlad mentioning a wild horse from his last adventure, making him study Noir with genuine surprise. Jaeger observed that Noir was larger than ordinary horses, and even at first glance there was something undeniably special about him. Vlad agreed without hesitation, then said that once they returned to Sora, he would have to get a proper saddle made for the son of the grasslands. Jaeger looked at the young swordsman and dryly remarked that it seemed Vlad was finally going to start earning his keep. With a horse like that, there was no way he could pretend to be ordinary anymore. Later that night, the group finally made it back home, but when they reached the entrance to Sora, Sir Jaeger noticed something strange. Vlad was not following him inside, so Jaeger turned around and asked what the kid was doing, wondering why he was still standing out there. Vlad was clearly struggling because at that moment, he was not the one in control. He explained that Noir had suddenly stopped moving and refused to take even one step farther, leaving Vlad completely confused as to why the son of the grasslands had started acting up again. Jaeger stood there watching Vlad wrestle with the stubborn black horse, and for a while, even he had nothing to say. The sight was so ridiculous and troublesome that words seemed to fail him. After thinking it over, Jaeger finally came up with a possible explanation. He remembered how Noir had reacted badly when the merchants came near, then pointed out that the person riding him was already hated by other horses. Of course, Jaeger said it partly to annoy Vlad, and it worked exactly as intended. Still, as irritating as the comment was, the one-eyed knight was not entirely wrong. Jaeger then added that Noir seemed to hate other humans too, which made the whole problem even harder to deal with. A horse that rejected people and other horses alike was not exactly easy to manage inside a city. For a knight as experienced as Jaeger, even this was something new. The more he watched Vlad struggle, the more frustrated he became, feeling like he would never fully understand how to handle this troublesome vassal. Still, there was one bright side in Jaeger's eyes. His stressful young vassal had finally found something just as difficult as himself, and that was at least a small comfort. Since Noir refused to enter the city, Vlad decided they would camp outside for the night until he could figure out how to help his new horse get over his fear of humans. The next morning, Sir Lamund was already starting his day in his usual grumpy fashion, enjoying his first drink while watching the chaos unfold in front of him. From where he sat, the old knight watched Vlad complain and fuss over the wild black horse, listening as the blonde swordsman lamented just how difficult Noir was turning out to be. Vlad walked around holding a bouquet of flowers, grumbling that Noir was far too stubborn for his own good. Sir Lamond asked whether the plan had worked at all, and Vlad admitted that it had helped a little, though clearly not as much as he had hoped. Because of that, Vlad figured Ajay had not been feeding them complete nonsense after all. There had been at least some truth hidden in the barbarian's advice. Apparently, they had asked Agay for guidance on how to handle the son of the grasslands, and he told them that Noir was drawn to the color red. According to him, wild horses in the frozen grasslands moved by following rose vines, because out there, almost nothing else offered them anything useful. Ajay had explained that when rose vines opened in response to heat, that red color became a signal tied directly to survival. Vlad had taken that advice and tried using rose vines, but the ones he had gathered did not seem to be enough to fully win Noir over. After hearing all that, Sir Lamond felt the solution should not be too difficult. If Vlad already knew what the horse liked, then all he needed to do was build on that clue. Vlad paused for a moment, turning the idea over in his head. Then it struck him that the plan might work much better if he could somehow bring in even more red. Sir Lamond supported that idea, and Vlad added that making the red object bigger might help even more. The old man nodded along, admitting that when it came to this sort of bait, bigger usually did tend to work better. Then Vlad took the thought one step further, saying it would be perfect if the little temptation could move as well. At that point, Sir Lamond's expression went blank, because he no longer had any idea what the boy was imagining. The old knight stared at Vlad in confusion, but before he could ask for a proper explanation, both of them were distracted by a familiar redhead passing nearby. It was Zemina, of course, walking by while busy with laundry. The reason both men suddenly could not look away was simple. Her bright, shining red hair looked almost too perfect for the plan Vlad had just started forming. Sir Lamond found himself thinking that Zemina truly deserved to be called a rose. But since he and Vlad were clearly arriving at the same idea, the old knight also started to worry that Vlad might not actually be able to pull this off. Sir Lamond asked Vlad if he would really be fine asking her, since he knew the relationship between Vlad and Zemina did not seem to be very smooth anymore. Vlad simply brushed that concern aside, saying Zemina had been grumbling at him ever since they were children. Because of that, Vlad confidently declared that what he and Zemina had went beyond simple likes or dislikes. He said it with a cheeky smile, looking completely certain that she would help him out. Though whether things would really go that smoothly was another question entirely. Zemina did not even wait for Vlad to open his mouth. The moment the redhead saw him coming her way, she cut him off with a sharp glare and bluntly told him to get lost. The funniest part was that Vlad had not managed to say a single word yet. He was already being rejected before he had even explained why he had come to see her. Zemina gave him no chance to ease into the request at all. While Vlad tried to get her attention, she sternly warned him not to stand in her way, reminding him that she was busy working and had no time to entertain whatever trouble he had brought with him. After that, Zemina turned back to her work and started spreading the sheets across the bed, clearly trying to ignore him. But Vlad, stubborn as ever, kept pressing for just a little of her time, only for her to snap that he should take those requests to Lady Alicia instead. And from the bitterness in her voice, it was obvious where her anger was really coming from. Still, Vlad refused to back away. He looked at her seriously and told Zemina that he needed her help, which immediately pushed her already thin patience straight to the breaking point. Zemina spun toward him in anger, yelling that she was busy, her expression fierce enough to make it look like she was ready to tear into him right then and there. But just as her fury reached its peak, she suddenly froze, caught completely off guard by the huge bouquet of roses Vlad held out in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Zemina's anger cooled into pure confusion. She stared at the flowers, then at Vlad, asking what exactly was going on, and Vlad calmly explained that he wanted her to hold the bouquet and help him with something. The moment Zemina realized this was just another request for help, her irritation came rushing back. She reminded him, just as bluntly as before, that he should take all his problems to Lady Alicia instead of coming to her. But Vlad answered just as plainly and told her no. After making it clear that he had no intention of going to Lady Alicia for this, Vlad looked straight at Zemina and told her that this was something only she could do. Vlad said it while offering the bouquet to Zemina again, hoping she would finally take it from his hands. His smile was warm, and his voice softened in a way that hit her harder than she expected, making the young woman's cheeks begin to flush. Zemina's face was practically burning by then, but she still tried to act stubborn. Even though Vlad's words had clearly shaken her, she refused to accept the flowers right away and demanded to know what he actually wanted from her first. Vlad noticed the redness spreading across Zemina's face, but being as clueless as ever, he had no idea that he was the reason she was getting so flustered. He asked if she was all right with genuine concern, and Zemina, desperate not to let him make her even more embarrassed, snapped at him to shut up. At the same time, Joseph Bayezid and his right-hand man, Sir Jaeger, were making their way deep into Sora's underground prison. After a long walk through the dim hallway, they finally reached the cell where their target was being held. When Joseph arrived before the bars, he introduced himself as the mayor to the large man sitting inside the cell. The prisoner was, of course, the barbarian leader they had captured not long ago, and since Joseph had not met him face-to-face yet, this visit was something he considered necessary. The prisoner answered by introducing himself as Age of the Budat tribe. Thick, heavy chains held him in place, and from the defeated look on his face, it did not seem like he was planning to break out anytime soon. But that beaten expression did not last long. Agea's mouth curved into a smug smile as he said it was an honor to be visited by the mayor of Sora, and then he added that there were a few things he wanted to ask as well. Joseph calmly replied that he sincerely hoped this trip down into the prison would not end up being a waste of his time. As he spoke, he studied Age closely, and what he saw in the man stirred his interest. Joseph had seen plenty of people try to act cold, dignified, or fearless when trapped in desperate situations like this, but only a rare few carried that strength for real, and Age seemed to be one of those rare men. From that brief exchange alone, Joseph concluded that Age was no ordinary brute. This barbarian leader was the real thing, and that made Joseph even more eager to hear what he had to say. Joseph admitted that at first, he had assumed Age's pursuit of the wild horse was part of some traditional ritual of the Budat tribe. But after looking into it more carefully, he had learned that capturing such a horse was actually forbidden by Age's own people. That discovery made the matter even more interesting to Joseph. In his view, every world had its own way of shining and should be allowed to remain as it was, which meant that wild horses, creatures that shone brightest when running free, belonged out on the green grasslands. Joseph repeated that principle to Age, saying that the Budat tribe seemed to be a people who valued such beliefs, at least before this incident began. Age remained silent inside the cell, unable to defend himself, because Joseph's words struck directly at the taboo he had broken. Since Age had no answer, Joseph continued pressing him. He pointed out that Age had violated his own tribe's law and risked his life crossing the Iron Duke's territory just to come here, and Joseph could not believe a clan leader would go that far merely to break a rule he was supposed to uphold, which meant the barbarians had another reason for trespassing. At that, AJ slowly rose and looked Joseph straight in the eye. With his hands still chained to the wall, he stepped closer to the bars and admitted that he had been thinking during his time in confinement, deciding that this situation might actually work better for him as someone meant to take charge of the Budat tribe's future. Then AJ revealed that there was only one reason he would break his tribe's taboo and try to capture the son of the grasslands. He had done it because the Budat tribe needed the fastest being they knew. The moment he said that, Age suddenly roared at Joseph and lunged forward with all the force his chained body could manage. The heavy restraints snapped tight and held him back before he could reach the mayor. Age snarled that the people of Sora had ruined his plan, but before he could push any farther, he looked up and found the tip of a sword hovering just inches from his forehead. Sir Jaeger had already extended his blade through the bars, ready to end the prisoner on the spot if AJ made even one suspicious move toward Joseph. Joseph, however, was more curious than frightened. He focused on what Age had just said and asked him to explain exactly what he was talking about. Age's rage only burned hotter as he glared at Joseph. Once again, he demanded to know what the people of Sora had done to make the dragon fall into a crazed frenzy. The moment Joseph heard that, his calm expression tightened slightly. Age's words clearly touched on something Joseph recognized, and unease began to creep into him. A dragon that had remained quiet all this time had now begun to rampage. That fact alone was enough to make the situation far more dangerous than a simple barbarian raid. Age kept shouting in fury, demanding to know what Joseph had done with the dragon's fragments. And from the way Joseph reacted, it was clear that the mayor understood exactly what those words meant. Joseph knew about the dragon's fragments. This was not some wild accusation he could simply ignore. As far as Joseph knew, the West's evidence of path had already been safely transferred to the Iron Duke. Everything on that side should have been settled, yet he could not stop himself from wondering whether it was somehow connected to the dragon's rampage. Before he could think any deeper, AG suddenly demanded that the blonde boy who defeated him be brought to the prison, and Joseph immediately asked why he wanted to see Vlad. AJ answered that the only being capable of catching up to the fastest dragon was the son of the grasslands, and right now, that black horse was in Vlad's possession. To AJ, Noir choosing Vlad over him could not have been a meaningless accident. He was convinced the young swordsman carried something special, and as Joseph listened, he began to understand what the barbarian was trying to say. So he replied that he would consider the request. But AJ knew there was no time to waste. He urged Joseph to hurry, speaking as though the mayor should already understand just how urgent the situation had become. The remnants of the fallen dragon carried the blood of the most perfect dragon within them. AJ revealed that until now, those remnants had lived without even realizing they were dragons. But something had changed, and that change was dangerous enough to put everyone around them at risk. AJ feared that once those beings realized what they truly were, the disaster would not remain contained within the borders of his own territory. It would spread far beyond the land of the Budat tribe. After making that clear, Age looked at Joseph with desperate intensity and asked again what his people had done with the dragon's fragments. The fear in his eyes made it obvious that this problem was far more serious than Joseph had first imagined. Far away from Sora, in Vastapal, the main city of the Baronoff dukedom, another crisis was beginning to unfold. High above the city, a blue flag snapped in the cold wind, marked with the symbol of a clenched fist surrounded by flames. At the top of one of the castle towers, a white-bearded man stood by the window and gazed out toward the snowy mountains in the distance. As he stared across the frozen landscape, he sensed that the fallen dragon was crying. The realization left a deep concern on his weathered face. That white-haired old man was the Iron Duke, Timur Baronoff. While he looked out through the window, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when one of his subordinates burst into the room and urgently reported that something was happening to the dragon's fragments. The man's voice was filled with panic, and the instant Duke Baronoff heard the report, his own expression grew grave. Whatever was happening, it was clearly enough to worry even him. The Iron Duke informed his soldiers that their familiar problem had begun again, and to handle it, he needed the mages first. When he asked what the mages were doing, one of his men reported that this time the situation looked worse than before, because magic alone was no longer enough to calm the dragon. Because of that, Duke Baronoff ordered them to call for the priests capable of engraving prayers. As his people hurried to carry out the command, he also asked whether the Holy Knights had arrived yet. One of Duke Baronoff's men quickly reported that Knight Captain Gunther was already on his way. The moment he heard that, the Duke ordered them to bring Gunther to him as soon as he arrived, and while everyone hurried to obey, Duke Baronoff rushed straight toward the place where the disturbance was coming from. When Duke Baronoff reached the door, The noise on the other side was already loud enough to make the air feel tense. The heavy rumbling beyond it told him that something inside was moving with terrifying force. The Duke's expression hardened as he listened, because the energy pressing against that door felt completely different from anything they had dealt with before. Even so, standing outside would solve nothing, so he had no choice but to go in and face it directly. Duke Baronoff pushed the door open and stepped inside, bracing himself as the chaotic energy rushed out to meet him. Inside the chamber, two chests were shaking violently, releasing wild surges of power as though something trapped within them was trying to break free. Those chests held the dragon's fragments, and at that moment, the fragments were resonating with each other in a way no one in the Baronoff dukedom could ignore. While the Baronoff side struggled with the growing crisis, the focus shifted back to Suara, where the city's people were still caught up in all the excitement surrounding the young swordsman. A crowd of visitors made their way to Vlad's residence, each person carrying gifts and hoping to see him for themselves. But when they arrived, a young woman informed them that Vlad was not there because he had gone out on a mission, leaving the visitors visibly disappointed that their favorite blonde knight was nowhere to be found. The people groaned in regret, feeling as though they had missed their chance. Some lowered their shoulders, while others held their gifts helplessly, lamenting that they had arrived too late. One visitor complained that he had gone out of his way to prepare a gift for Sir Vlad, because he had not been able to greet him properly at the convent. As the crowd continued to grumble, the young woman wondered if she had been too quick to add Sir to Vlad's name earlier, realizing she may have been swept up in the mood. But after thinking about it for a moment, she realized this situation could actually become a useful opportunity. Rumors that Vlad had saved the merchants from the barbarians were already spreading quickly through Suara, and she decided she could use this gathering to spread his name even farther. With that in mind, she addressed the visitors again, and told them that Vlad had been extremely busy lately. She explained that Vlad was, after all, one of the most promising talents serving House Bayezid. The visitors immediately agreed, nodding and murmuring that it made perfect sense, since a young man like him was surely destined for even greater achievements. Since no one knew exactly when Vlad would return, the young woman asked whether they would like to leave their names behind for him. The visitors welcomed the suggestion at once, saying it was a wonderful idea, while Zemina quietly passed by nearby with more laundry in her arms. Zemina did not look happy when she noticed the crowd gathered for Vlad. That reaction made her feel guilty, because deep down, she knew this was something she should have been glad to see. But instead of happiness, a heavy sadness settled inside her. The more people praised Vlad and came looking for him, the more it felt as though he was drifting farther and farther away from the life they once shared. Zemina's expression darkened as tears began to gather in her eyes. Before they could fall, the dark-haired woman from earlier noticed her and called out to her. Zemina quickly answered, trying to pull herself together, and the friendly woman invited her into the kitchen. There, she explained that she wanted Zemina to take care of the visitors who had come to see Vlad, which immediately left the red-haired girl startled and uneasy. When Zemina asked in confusion, the woman explained that from now on, those guests would have to interact with Vlad through her. That responsibility felt far too heavy for Zemina, because in her eyes, the visitors were important people she was not even qualified to speak with. Because of that, Zemina politely tried to refuse, saying the young woman should be the one to handle it instead. She was afraid that if she made even one mistake while dealing with Vlad's visitors, she might end up putting him in a difficult position. The dark-haired woman fell silent for a moment, but she had no intention of letting Zemina escape so easily. Since Zemina was questioning whether she had the right to receive Vlad's guests, the woman made it clear that no one in Rose's Smiles was more qualified for that role than she was. Then the woman told Zemina that the Vlad standing where he was today might not even exist if it had not been for her. Those words struck Zemina so deeply that she could only stare back in stunned silence. Zemina was shaken to her core as she realized she may have played a far more important role in the famous young knight's life than she had ever allowed herself to believe. Seeing that shock on her face, the woman gently told her that what she needed most was confidence. Even then, Zemina was still struggling to take it in. The idea that the current Vlad might not exist without her left her overwhelmed, and although the woman's faith in her was sincere, Zemina admitted that she would definitely make mistakes and did not even know how to begin. The woman simply smiled at her and said a few mistakes were nothing to be afraid of. As far as she was concerned, if Zemina was going to stand in front of Vlad's guests for his sake, then Vlad could bear at least that much risk for her. Then the woman revealed that she had heard about Vlad asking Zemina to help draw the attention of his horse. She pointed out that if he still came to Zemina for something as strange as that, then it was proof that Vlad still needed her. After saying that, the woman invited Zemina to come to her room. Naturally, the sudden invitation caught Zemina off guard, and she hesitated for a moment. Zemina was reluctant to follow at first, but the woman calmly told her that men were not the only ones who stepped onto battlefields. Women had their own battlefields too, even if the weapons looked different. Then she told Zamina that she would help her learn how to wield her own weapon, just as Jorge had once given Vlad his dagger and helped him take his first step forward. Elsewhere, Joseph Bayezid sat down for tea with Sir Lamond, while Sir Jaeger stood nearby. Sir Lamond explained that stability was always necessary before any expansion could happen, and on that point he believed Count Gaidar would not be able to move north right now, while Joseph noted that the remnants of Ravnoma, the former alliance leader, still remained scattered across the west despite Count Gaidar's strong forces. On top of that, Sir Lamond added that the dwarf movement battlefront was supporting those forces as well. With so many factors tangled together, Count Gaidar would first have to deal with the root of that concern before he could even think about leaving for the north. Joseph agreed with Sir Lamond's reasoning, but the old knight did not look relieved. After a quiet pause, Sir Lamond admitted that he was still worried. That made Joseph look at him more carefully. Curious about what could still be weighing on the veteran's mind, he asked Sir Lamond what was bothering him. Sir Lamond answered that he was worried about the duty he had taken on. In his mind, there had to be a reason why he believed his final mission should be used for a servant of House Bayezid. He knew Joseph might be offended and think his words were cold-hearted, but Sir Lamond still offered his honest advice. Speaking to the third son of House Bayezid, he warned him that the Knights of the West had already surpassed the Knights of the North, and even if that truth was difficult to accept, Joseph needed to know it. For a moment, the mayor of Sora had no words. Sir Lamond then turned the blame inward, saying he had grown too complacent, and that after walking the lowest path while watching the Knights of the West, all he could think was that he had failed to do what he should have done. In the past, the North had been stronger and more honorable than any other region. Its name alone had carried weight across the land. Back then, the North had been like a relentless monster, driving away barbarians again and again, without ever allowing itself to rest. In those days, the only thing colder than the northern wind was the discrimination of the cold-hearted central region, Sir Lamond said. The Knights of the North were people who had been forced to struggle and fight against everything placed in their path. Now, things had changed. The rough strength that once defined the North was fading as Joseph worked to bring stability, while the West's progress was slowly growing stronger and more dangerous. Because of that, Sir Lamond told Joseph not to take Baron Heinel's request lightly. He warned him that he had to begin preparing before it became too late. After hearing everything Sir Lamond had to say, Joseph agreed with him completely, even with the painful part about the current North being different from the North of the past. Even so, Joseph still believed the North had continued to produce strong fruits in recent years. Its old glory might have changed, but its future was not empty. Sir Lamond had been deeply worried about everything unfolding around them, but Joseph's calm hope began to change the air between them. After a few quiet seconds, the fear in the old knight's expression slowly eased into something steadier. Sir Lamond understood that a new generation would always rise to take the place of the old. And as that thought settled in his mind, the person he pictured was none other than the young blonde knight, Vlad. Speaking of Vlad, he was still caught in his own ridiculous struggle to get Noir into the city, but when he returned to the entrance, he froze in surprise at the sheer number of people gathered there. Vlad wondered why so many people had crowded into the area, and the voice suggested that they had gathered because something interesting had appeared. When Vlad failed to understand what was supposed to be so special, the voice told him to think back on everything he had done so far. The voice reminded him that they had tried covering Noir's eyes to bring him into the city, then attempted to drag him in with brute force. And after that, even tried luring him with food. None of it worked, and Vlad had even lowered his head to beg the horse, a fact he could not exactly deny. The voice continued teasing him, pointing out that the young boy whose name was rising higher and higher in value had somehow been rendered completely helpless by a single horse. To the voice, that was more than interesting enough to draw a crowd, though Vlad still did not think it explained why so many people had gathered in the city. Just then, Zamina called out to him, appearing in a striking red dress that made her look almost like a bride. Vlad immediately realized this had not been part of the plan, and asked why she was dressed like that. The voice then told Vlad that Zamina was wearing a woman's combat uniform, speaking with open admiration as it praised how thoroughly she had prepared herself for the battlefield ahead. After hearing the voice's strange praise, Vlad decided there was no point hesitating anymore. He looked towards Zamina and gave her the signal, telling her that it was finally time to begin. Zamina had clearly been waiting for that exact moment. She reached up and slowly removed the veil covering her head, letting her beautiful red hair spill into view, and the men gathered nearby could only stare in stunned silence, completely mesmerized by how well she had hidden such beauty until now. The moment Zamina revealed herself, even Noir began to react, drawn toward her by the vivid red of her hair and dress. But while the son of the grasslands seemed interested, Zemina herself was far less comfortable because the wild horse felt even more intimidating up close, and the weight of so many eyes watching her made the pressure almost unbearable. Even so, Zemina knew she could not back away now. If she faltered over such a small fear, then in her own mind, she would not deserve to stand beside Vlad, so she steadied herself, raised the bouquet of rose vines, and began luring Noir forward just as they had planned. To everyone's amazement, the plan actually worked. Noir finally started moving into the city, and the gathered crowd burst into excited murmurs as they watched the son of the grasslands take those long-awaited steps forward. Vlad was practically glowing with excitement, but he forced himself to stay composed. Instead of shouting in victory, he praised Zemina for doing well and encouraged her to keep drawing Noir in little by little. After seeing just how much effort it took to get Noir to enter the city, Vlad could not help but realize how firm the horse's preferences really were. The son of the grasslands was not merely stubborn, he was frighteningly certain about what he liked and what he refused to accept. At last, Noir reached Zemina. She offered the flowers to the wild black stallion and stood there nervously, holding her breath as his intense gaze locked directly onto her eyes. The silence stretched for what felt like forever as Zemina and Noir stared at each other. Then, after gathering every bit of courage she had, Zemina slowly lifted her hand and reached toward him. Thankfully, Noir did not reject her. The son of the grasslands had already accepted Zemina enough to remain still, allowing her hand to touch him without pulling away. The people around them witnessed the incredible sight and immediately erupted into cheers. Voices rose from the crowd, calling Zemina the Crimson Lady as if she had just stepped onto a battlefield and won. Then someone shouted another title, calling her the Rose of Sora. When Vlad turned to see who had said it, he realized the voice belonged to his old friend Harvin. Harvin was not alone either. Several other familiar faces were there as well, and together they kept cheering for Zemina, some calling her the Crimson Lady again and again, while others proudly hailed her as the Rose of Sora. As the crowd showered Zemina with praise, Madame Marcella smiled warmly, watching those children from Rose's smile stand beneath the city's attention. Nearby, a few people asked her when she had managed to prepare such striking attire for Zemina. Madame Marcella simply told them to look carefully at the beautiful red-haired young woman standing before them. Then she asked whether any of them had ever seen a child from the back alleys receive this much attention from the people of Sora. To Madame Marcella, that applause meant more than simple admiration. No one from the back alleys had ever been cheered like this outside the world that had once trapped them. And because of that, Madame Marcella was glad to see it finally happen, even if only this once. For her, that single moment was precious enough to remember. For the first time, Sora was truly looking at two children born from the back alleys. Vlad and Zemina were standing where the whole city could see them. Far away from that celebration, high in the snowy mountains, two figures were moving through the frozen landscape on an investigation of their own. As they pressed deeper into the mountains, they suddenly came across a scene of slaughter. Bloody gray orc corpses scattered across the snow. The beast girl in the pair immediately understood what had happened and concluded that the entire group had been wiped out. From what she could tell, the victims had all been killed almost instantly. After looking over the bodies and the blood staining the ground, she estimated that more than 50 gray orcs had been murdered there. The man beside her agreed with that judgment. The massacre had happened so quickly and so cleanly that the gray orcs likely never even realized they had died until it was already over. After examining the aftermath, he concluded that Joseph's report had been correct. The beast girl agreed as well because the evidence spread across the snow left little room for doubt. Everyone involved now understood the truth. The prime dragon of perfection had once been torn apart by the Swordmaster, and when that mighty existence fell, its blood scattered across the world. That was how the remnants of the fallen dragon came into being. Some of those dragons had lost their wings, some had lost their scales, and others had lost their eyes. They were scattered across the land, separated from one another, and most had even forgotten the origin they once shared. But the beast girl explained that one of them had somehow awakened to the truth and realized it was a dragon unlike the others. Her partner agreed, saying it was the dragon that possessed the most perfect leg. As he said that, the snow revealed the proof beneath them, a massive footprint pressed deep into the white ground, complete with a full set of toes, marking the path of the dragon they were searching for. Elsewhere, on a quiet beach, the weight of choice hung heavily over the air. Life, after all, was an endless chain of decisions. No one could truly make those decisions for another person, and in the very moment someone chose for themselves, they finally came to understand what kind of being they really were. There, a stout red-haired man named Sigmund confronted another man with a hard stare, demanding to know whether he truly intended to ignore his orders. The man being questioned was Jorge, and he answered without hesitation. Jorge bluntly reminded Sigmund that he was not his lord. Sigmund pushed back, insisting that Jorge was to execute every remnant of the dwarf movement battlefront. The order, he claimed, carried the stamp of his uncle, Count Gaidar. Jorge told Sigmund to take another look at the people around them. They were not soldiers preparing for war. They were only refugees, frightened people with nowhere else to go. But Sigmund was not moved in the slightest. In his mind, Count Gaidar had likely judged those refugees to be no different from dragons, though Jorge refused to believe the Count would truly make such a cruel decision. That refusal angered Sigmund. He accused Jorge of disloyalty and demanded to know whether the knight had abandoned the oath he swore beneath the flag of Gaidar. Jorge's answer was firm and simple. He said he was human, and because of that, he could not follow such an absurd and inhuman order. At that point, it became clear that Jorge and Sigmund would never stand on the same side. Sigmund turned his gaze toward Jorge's men and asked whether they also intended to defy the Count's command. One by one, the men began walking away from Jorge. They told him they must never disobey their lord's orders, no matter how wrong those orders might seem. Just like that, Jorge was left almost completely alone. Only one man remained by his side, while everyone else stepped away. That last knight was none other than Godin, though even he seemed to be struggling with second thoughts. Seeing that hesitation, Jorge told him he could go with the others if he wanted, to a world where he might shine even brighter. Time passed, and the next thing we see is Godin seated in a position of leadership, no longer standing quietly behind someone else. During a meeting, Godin and his men discussed the need to keep a close watch on the Knights of the Iron Duke and House Bayezid, especially since they had information suggesting Baron Uthman had been making suspicious moves. Godin was handed a list of knights belonging to the Iron Duke and House Bayezid. As he looked through it, he realized it matched the report from years ago. From what the list showed, the two houses had failed to raise a notable new generation, with the exception of the eldest son, Rudiger Bayezid, who seemed to be the only new knight worth mentioning. That was how it appeared at first glance. But Godin warned them not to jump to conclusions. He believed the true weight of the Azid name could not be measured through a simple report, because if Gaidar had once possessed a hidden sword like him, then Bayezid might very well have one as well. His subordinates apologized for speaking too hastily. Then one of them suddenly mentioned that he had heard someone from his hometown was now serving in the Bayezid household. The subordinate described that person as unusual, and the word immediately caught Godin's attention. Godin looked toward him and ordered him to explain exactly who he was talking about. The man revealed that a boy servant of House Bayezid had begun showing remarkable promise. But the moment he gave the name Vlad of Sora, a chill ran straight down Godin's spine. The subordinate continued, explaining how Vlad first appeared during the honor fight in Dermar, and how he even used aura there. But Godin's mind had already been shaken by the name alone. At that point, Godin's companions are left just as stunned as he is. To them, the idea is almost laughable, because a mere servant using aura should be completely impossible. A few of them even start chuckling under their breath, treating the whole claim like a ridiculous excuse, as if House Bayezid failed to raise a proper new generation and was now inventing stories to cover it up. While the others dismiss the story as an obvious lie, Godin falls strangely silent. That name he just heard keeps echoing in the back of his mind, tugging at an old memory he cannot quite ignore. It does not take Godin long to connect the pieces. The name Vlad brings him back to that day in Suara, and he realizes this might be the same fearless kid who stood against him when Jorge was killed. The thought amuses Godin more than anything. He still remembers how brightly that boy's potential had shone back then, bright enough that Godin had seriously wanted to take Vlad with him after their clash. Even so, he cannot be completely sure. The rising name in House Bayezid may be that same child. But Godin has no way of knowing whether the boy from that day even survived. Right then, the focus shifts to the dramatic young knight everyone is talking about. And despite all the rumors surrounding him, Vlad looks nothing like a shining hero in that moment. He is slumped over in exhaustion, drained so badly that he seems like he might collapse and die on the spot. Inside his head, the voice shows him absolutely no sympathy. Instead, it sharply scolds Vlad, telling him to stop whining and just eat the food in front of him. There is a reason Vlad is barely functioning. That morning, he had already been put through combat guidance with Sir Jaeger, and before his body could recover, the afternoon was swallowed up by aura training and body-strengthening practice under Sir Lamond. And as if that brutal schedule were not already enough to grind him down, Vlad still has to sit through a training progress discussion at night. Looking at how packed his days have become, he genuinely starts fearing that if things continue like this, training might kill him before any enemy ever gets the chance. After Vlad finishes groaning about his situation, the voice simply tells him that he should consider himself incredibly lucky. Not everyone gets taught by people like that, and he ought to be grateful they are even willing to train him. Vlad can only admit, with a tired and defeated expression, that he already knows that. That is exactly why he keeps forcing his body to move and obeying every single thing they ask of him. Just then, Goethe steps into the room with a large bag strapped heavily across his back. He looks over at Vlad and casually asks whether he has been holding up all right. Vlad lifts his tired eyes toward him, clearly confused. The first thing he notices is the luggage, and he cannot understand why Goethe has shown up carrying enough baggage to move in. Goethe explains that Lord Joseph has ordered him to stay there from now on, but even after hearing that, Vlad still looks puzzled, unable to understand why such an arrangement would be necessary. The reason turns out to be Vlad's new horse. Since Vlad has recently been given a proper place for Noir, and Goethe is the stableman assigned to him, Goethe is now expected to remain wherever the horse is kept. Vlad does not look entirely convinced by this plan. Knowing what Noir is like, he is not sure Goethe can actually handle that horse. Goethe, however, reminds him that he is still the stableman of House Bayezid, so Vlad simply wishes him luck, which immediately makes Goethe look a little uneasy. Goethe nervously asks why he would need luck just to look after a horse, but Vlad is far too exhausted to explain anything, and the blonde knight barely has enough energy left to keep the conversation going. At that moment, Goethe adds that Lord Joseph has summoned Vlad back. The words hit Vlad hard, and his tired expression immediately turns into shock. Vlad wonders why Joseph would call for him now, and Goethe tries to reassure him by guessing that the young master probably intends to lift his punishment. A little later, Vlad arrives before Joseph and immediately regrets trusting Goethe's guess. The mood in the room tells him everything. This is not the kind of atmosphere where a punishment is about to be forgiven. If anything, it feels like he may be in even deeper trouble, because he has been summoned in front of everyone, as though he is standing trial. Joseph begins by reminding Vlad of what happened in one of Baron Uthman's villages, when Vlad disobeyed orders and chose to save the children there. Even with Joseph's stern gaze fixed on him, Vlad does not deny it. He quietly admits that he did defy those orders. Then Joseph asks him something even heavier. If the same situation happened again, would Vlad still choose to go against his command? The question catches Vlad completely off guard. Joseph does not soften his expression or look away. He simply keeps staring at him, waiting for an honest answer. Vlad remembers the oath he made. He did not swear blind loyalty to Joseph. He swore to be truthful with him. Because of that, he cannot hide behind a convenient lie. After a tense pause, Vlad admits that if he were placed in the same situation again, he would still defy Joseph's orders a second time. That answer could easily have ruined everything for him. It could have been the reason Vlad was cast out of House Bayezid for good. But strangely enough, Joseph's reaction shows that this was exactly the answer he had been waiting for. Joseph reveals that this is precisely why he chose Vlad. He explains that honor may be the light that allows other people to shine, but for Vlad, the light that guides him is something different. For Vlad, that light is conscience. To Joseph, conscience is the compass that leads a person back to the right road after they have lost their way. And now, looking at Vlad, he is certain that the boy has finally found the path he is meant to walk. Because of that, Joseph presents Vlad with a new suit of armor. He wants it to shield not only Vlad's body in battle, but also the conscience that brought him this far. When Vlad sees the gleaming breastplate, he freezes in surprise. He recognizes it as armor sent from San Rosino. As a place known for producing countless iron armors, San Rosino's craftsmanship is unmistakable, and Vlad can tell at a glance that this piece was made using several refined techniques. Still, Vlad cannot help feeling attached to the armor he already has. Joseph understands that hesitation immediately. Every dent, scratch, and scar on Vlad's current armor is proof of the road he has walked and the battles he has survived until now. Even so, Joseph gently assures him that this new armor represents something else. It is proof of the path Vlad has discovered in the present. Vlad still does not fully understand what Joseph means, so Joseph tells him to step closer and see it for himself. Vlad approaches the armor, and only then does he notice the words engraved into it. The title carved there names him the Defender of Children. Around him, the other knights smile with quiet pride as Joseph honors Vlad with the armor. Then Lady Oksana tells the young knight that this is the path he will walk from now on. The story then shifts back to the snowy mountains, where Volkov Baranov, successor of the Iron Duke, leads his men through the freezing white landscape in search of the dragon. When Volkov spots flames burning in the distance, his eyes sharpen. The sight is enough to convince him that they have finally reached the right place. But Volkov is not the only one hunting the dragon. Several horsemen are also charging after the white-scaled beast, determined to capture it. The problem is that the dragon moves with terrifying speed, so the riders quickly decide their best chance is to spread out and cut off its paths. As the hunters struggle to corner it, Volkov Baranov suddenly joins the pursuit. Rather than dragging the chase out any longer, he attempts to end the chaos with one decisive attack. Volkov gathers his power, and conjures a massive spear-like arrow, aiming it directly at the dragon as the beast races toward him through the snow. Once the dragon draws close enough, Volkov releases the enormous shot, hoping to bring down the white dragon in a single strike. But the beast slips away from the attack with effortless agility, leaving him stunned. He already knew the dragon was fast, but he had not expected it to move with such sharp, fluid precision. That mistake is a costly one, because this creature is Lindblom, known as the fastest dragon ever. Volkov's lone strike fails to hit the beast, but it does succeed in distracting it. That brief opening gives the horseman enough time to close in, surround the dragon, and block off its escape route. Realizing it has been cornered, the dragon understands that running is no longer enough. If it wants to break free, it has no choice but to face the hunters head-on. With that in mind, Lindblom prepares to unleash a burst of fire breath against them. The moment the hunters see what is coming, they scatter across the snow, trying to avoid being swallowed by the blast. Volkov, however, refuses to simply let the dragon breathe fire on his men. He immediately draws on his power again and launches another massive magical arrow straight at the beast. The attack ruins the dragon's attempt to breathe fire, forced to abandon its strike. Lindblom pulls back and retreats, trying to evade the furious force of Volkov's shot. The dragon turns and bolts across the snow, and the pursuers race after it. But no matter how hard they push their horses, the beast is simply too fast for them to catch. Volkov can only watch as the white dragon slips away from him and his men yet again. Frustration twists through him, and all he can do is curse bitterly as his target escapes once more. While that hunt continues in the north, the focus returns to young Master Joseph, who is receiving a visit from his older brother. Rudiger Bayezid sits comfortably with a cup of tea, savoring it as he remarks that no other place serves tea quite this good. Joseph, however, knows his brother too well to believe this is just a casual tea visit. Without bothering to play along, he bluntly asks Rudiger what he actually came for. Rudiger first tries to act innocent, pretending he has no special agenda at all. But Joseph sees through him instantly, and after a moment, Rudiger gives up the act and admits that he did not come merely to say hello. With that settled, Rudiger reveals the real reason for his visit. It seems that the barbarian's words were correct after all. The moment Joseph hears those words, his expression tightens. He understands immediately what Rudiger is really saying. This is no longer a distant rumor or a vague northern warning. A dragon is truly on the move. Rudiger continues, laying it out plainly for his younger brother. If the western lands are haunted by the terror known as the death worm, then the northern lands have their own nightmare to fear, the Lindblom. He explains that this is no ordinary beast. The Lindblom is said to be the coldest and swiftest dragon in existence, a creature that dwells in the harshest reaches of the north, where freezing winds tear across the ice without mercy. Joseph is visibly shaken by that. To him, the timing does not make sense. This should not be the season when the dragon begins migrating, and even winter itself is not always enough to drive the Lindblom from its territory. Unfortunately, Rudiger points out that the usual patterns may already be changing. The deathworm incident from before had also been different from every record they knew, which means they can no longer rely on old expectations. And worse than that, the Lindblom has already tasted the blood of the gray orcs. Once a dragon begins feeding and rampaging like that, they cannot afford to wait. They have to bring it down before the damage spreads any further. Joseph immediately asks which direction the dragon is descending from, already thinking ahead to defenses and troop movement. But Rudiger admits that they still cannot determine its path. The Lindblom is simply too fast, and in the snow, even finding traces of it is painfully difficult. After hearing that, Joseph wastes no more time weighing the danger. His answer is clear. If the threat is already moving, then they need to act at once. Rudiger agrees, then reveals that this is exactly why he has been entrusted with the Lindblom conquest. Joseph immediately asks what kind of help he needs, promising that Sora will provide whatever support it can. Rudiger's request is direct. He needs knights assigned to the mission, and before anything else, he needs a thorough reconnaissance of the northern region. Joseph considers the demand and finds it reasonable. A dragon hunt cannot begin blindly, so he asks Rudiger how many knights he wants to take with him. To Joseph's surprise, Rudiger says he only needs one knight. That answer immediately makes Joseph suspicious. In his mind, facing a dragon should require several stubborn, reliable swords at the very least. Still, no matter how strange the request sounds, the crisis is too serious for him to refuse support. Joseph asks whether one knight can truly be enough for this operation. Rudiger calmly explains that against the Lindblom, a single skilled blade may be more useful than numbers, because this dragon is completely different from the deathworms they have faced before. Joseph then asks which knight Rudiger has in mind. But just as Rudiger is about to answer, Vlad steps into the room and announces that Sir Joseph had summoned him. Joseph looks as though he does not remember calling Vlad in at all. Rudiger, on the other hand, brightens the moment he sees the blonde swordsman standing there. It has been some time since they last met, and Rudiger greets Vlad with obvious delight, calling him the greatest dragon herder of the North, as if the title were perfectly natural. Later that night, Vlad sits down with Zemina and tells her about the new mission he has been assigned. It is not a quick errand either. He admits that the journey and work will likely take more than a month. Zemina listens quietly, then says it is probably a good thing that he has been kept so busy. After all, from where she stands, Vlad has been doing well lately. Then a softer expression appears on her face, with a gentle smile. Zemina tells him that his mother would have liked to see him standing like this now. Vlad does not look pleased to hear that. He turns toward her with a troubled look and asks why she would suddenly bring up something like that. But Zemina only says the thought came to her out of nowhere. Even so, Vlad's mood clearly darkens. More than 10 years have already passed since that woman died, and although Zemina barely remembers her own mother, she still remembers Vlad's. What stayed with Zemina was the difference between them. Vlad's mother did not abandon her child in the middle of that hopeless situation, while Zemina's own mother had left her behind. Hearing that, Vlad can only answer quietly that he does not really remember his mother either. The words come out flat, but they carry a weight that lingers between them. Just then, Zemina pulls the final thread through the crest she has been working on, finishing the last careful stitch with her own hands. She looks down at the completed piece and proudly tells Vlad that the third crest is finally done, the crest of San Rosino. Zemina shows it to him with clear pride, though she admits the Countess's skill was so refined that matching it was difficult. Vlad studies the crest closely, but unlike Zemina, he cannot help feeling that the design stands out a little too much. Moving on from the crest, Zemina asks him whether dragons are really as dangerous as people say. Vlad answers without hesitation, telling her that dragons are basically living disasters in flesh and scale. Since the mission will take at least a month, Zemina figures that Vlad will not return until winter has already arrived. Vlad agrees, knowing there is no way the journey will be finished quickly. After hearing that, Zemina hesitates for a moment, then reluctantly holds out a handkerchief to him. The sudden gesture catches Vlad completely off guard. He asks what the handkerchief is supposed to be for, but the answer dawns on him almost as soon as the question leaves his mouth. Vlad realizes this must be because he accepted Lady Alicia's handkerchief before. With a teasing look, he points out that Zemina must have been thinking about that all this time. As expected, Zemina turns bright red and refuses to admit anything. Instead, she smacks Vlad across the face and insists that she gave it to him because this one is made of pure cotton, unlike that silk handkerchief from before, which he clearly had no idea how to use. With her cheeks still burning, Zemina tells him to travel safely. Then, before Vlad can properly respond, she turns and storms out of the room. Once she is gone, Vlad presses the new handkerchief against the sore spot on his face. As he nurses the mark she left behind, all he can think is that Zemina really is unbelievably rough. But while he is wiping his face, something on the handkerchief catches his eye. The sight makes his expression soften, and a small smile begins to appear. Zemina had actually stitched her own name into the cloth. The simple little detail touches Vlad more than he expected, making the gift feel far more personal than she ever admitted. Before long, Vlad finally sets out on his newest journey. Together with Rudiger Bayezid and the rest of the party, he pushes through the snowy forest in search of the Lindbloom. As they travel through the cold, Rudiger openly admits that he does not understand Joseph's decision. He specifically asked for 1 night, yet Joseph assigned him 3. Rudiger wonders aloud why Joseph would do that and asks Vlad if he has any idea. Vlad suggests that Joseph may have done it out of consideration for his older brother, but Rudiger rejects that immediately, saying he knows Joseph far too well to believe such a simple explanation. In fact, Rudiger is convinced Joseph must be annoyed with him. Otherwise, there is no reason he would send 2 additional knights who clearly cannot stand each other and expect them to function as support. Those 2 are Sir Lamond and the barbarian leader Age, and from the tension behind them, it looks as though they might start trying to kill each other at any moment. Rudiger knows that if those 2 are handled properly, they could become a tremendous help on the mission, but at the moment, their hostility is so obvious that it is hard to imagine them cooperating at all. Since Rudiger has no desire to deal with that headache directly, he assigns Vlad to manage both of them for the time being. Vlad is left stunned by the order, because he does not think he has the authority or confidence to control either one. Rudiger explains his reasoning. He cannot easily order around a knight who served the previous patriarch, and even if they could ignore the barbarian side of the problem, Sir Lamond is still difficult to handle. But Rudiger has noticed that the old knight has a soft spot for Vlad, which makes Vlad the only person who might actually get through to him. After saying that, Rudiger simply tells Vlad to do his best. Just thinking about the two troublemakers behind them is already enough to give him a migraine. Vlad has no idea what he is supposed to do with that responsibility. While he is still trying to figure out his next move, the mood behind him starts getting worse. Sir Lamond and Ege are already trading sharp words, and it feels like only a matter of time before the argument turns into a real problem. As their insults continue, Vlad's frustration quietly builds. At that moment, he does not want to manage anyone, argue with anyone, or hunt a dragon. All he wants is to go home. Then his thoughts are abruptly interrupted. From somewhere not too far away, Vlad catches the thick, unmistakable scent of blood cutting through the cold air. Rudiger notices Vlad's reaction, and the whole group comes to a stop. Age and the others look irritated by the sudden halt, and Age takes that annoyance out on Vlad, asking if he is some kind of wolf since she cannot understand how he can smell blood across a snowfield like this. Rudiger tells Vlad to move ahead and take the lead. Vlad does exactly that, following the scent through the snow while the rest of the team falls in behind him. After only a short time tracking the smell of blood, they discover a large hut filled with bloody corpses. The moment Rudiger sees the gruesome scene, he understands that this place has been violently ravaged. When they realize the slaughtered victims are barbarians, Rudiger immediately turns to Age and asks whether these people belong to the Budat tribe. Age studies the bodies with a grim expression before admitting that they were not Budat, but they were members of a neighboring tribe. Age knew. That should have been a small relief, but Age's face does not ease at all. Instead, Age points out that the Budat tribe is not far from here either, especially since this neighboring tribe had already traveled all the way into the north. Sir Lamond narrows his eyes at the massacre and admits that something about it feels wrong. The wounds look like they were carved by a sword, but even so, the old knight is certain this was not the work of someone from the north. Rudiger agrees with that judgment. In his view, there would be no reason for any northerner to carry out such an excessive slaughter now, not after so much time had passed since they moved beyond the old cycle of washing away blood with more blood. Taking everything into account, Rudiger reaches a grim conclusion. A strange massacre like this can only mean one thing. Someone who does not belong here has entered the north. The group continues their journey through the snow, and at last, they arrive at their destination. Rudiger lets out a relieved breath, knowing they were fortunate to reach the place before the weather could worsen into a full snowstorm. Rudiger then tells Vlad that the fortress before them is the northern core of Bayezid County. This stronghold is known as Barenheim Fortress. As they ride closer to Barenheim Fortress, Vlad notices something strange fluttering above the walls. There are two flags raised there. Rudiger clearly had no idea about this new development, because the moment Vlad points it out, his expression shifts in shock. Rudiger looks more carefully, and his face hardens the instant he recognizes the red flag. Judging by the anger spreading across his expression, there are guests waiting inside the fortress, and they are definitely not welcome. While Rudiger grits his teeth in silence, Vlad can only stare in confusion. He still does not understand what the red flag means, so he asks Sir Lamond about it. That is when the old knight tells him it belongs to the Central. That answer surprises Vlad, but what makes it even stranger is the wording. This is not just some ordinary central authority people are used to hearing about. This flag belongs to the Central, a title with far heavier meaning. Sir Lamond confirms it, explaining that the title belongs to the direct knights of the Dragon Blood Duke. The crest of the Dragon Killer Knight stands boldly on that red flag, and as the old knight points it out, Vlad realizes they are not about to meet ordinary swordsmen. Even so, Rudiger does not back down in the slightest. He still intends to enter Barenheim Fortress, but before pushing forward, he stops to speak briefly with his men. One of Rudiger's knights reports that the Dragon Killer Knights sent from the Central arrived at the fortress 2 days earlier. Hearing that, Rudiger asks what those knights are doing here in Bayezid territory. The answer is exactly what he feared. The Dragon Killer Knights have come to Barenheim Fortress to subdue Lindblum. Rudiger is irritated that they discovered the dragon's movements so quickly, and then he suddenly calls for his deputy. He does not even need to give a full order before the man understands what has to be done. The deputy immediately heads off to carry out the assignment, leaving Vlad and several others watching in confusion as the situation moves faster than they can follow. Vlad still does not fully understand what kind of people they are dealing with, so he asks again who exactly the Dragon Killer Knights are. Sir Lamond answers in the simplest way possible. They are knights created for one purpose, to kill dragons. He goes on to explain that they are recognized by the Emperor himself, and the organization is controlled by one of the nobles from the Central, the Dragon Blood Duke. In other words, under the laws of the Empire, whenever a matter involves dragons, the Dragon Killer Knights have the authority to get involved. Hearing all of that, Vlad cannot help being impressed. It finally sinks in that some truly powerful knights have arrived at Berenheim Fortress. Then Vlad senses something strange from the upper part of the fortress. As he studies the structure more closely, he guesses that there must have been a large fire here not too long ago. Sir Lamund explains that Berenheim Fortress itself is the beacon mound of Bayezid. Vlad, of course, does not understand what that means right away. So he turns to the old knight and asks him to explain. Sir Lamund tells him that this fortress is a place built to be seized and seized back again. It is a stronghold that must be rebuilt even after being burned black. To barbarians and monsters, it stands as a massive wall, but to Bayezid County, it is a fortress of unbreakable will. After hearing the pride in Sir Lamund's voice, Vlad finally understands why Rudiger is so furious. For the Dragon Killer Knights to raise their flag without permission on a place that represents Bayezid's pride is not just rude, it is an insult. While Vlad is still taking that in, Rudiger strides up to the main gate of Berenheim Fortress. Without hesitation, he pushes the doors open, ready to face whoever is waiting on the other side. The moment the doors open, the Dragon Killer Knights are there to greet him. They have already settled into the fortress as though the place belongs to them. A loud voice calls out, saying he has been waiting for Rudiger and his forces. The man then introduces himself as Mircea Dragulia, captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. This arrogant noble in a cape is the eldest legitimate son of the Dragon Blood Duke, born from the Duke's primary wife. Rudiger's response is cold and furious. He says that someone important has apparently come all the way to his tower without him being told a single thing about it. Then Rudiger introduces himself in return, making his position clear. He is the interim captain of Berenheim Fortress. Mircea Dragulia only smirks at that, his blue eyes filled with amusement. That smug reaction irritates the son of Bayezid even more. For a few tense seconds, the two men simply glare at each other. But the silent clash is cut short when Mircea's attention shifts past Rudiger and lands on Vlad standing farther behind. The captain of the Dragon Killer Knights immediately takes interest in the young blonde swordsman. The moment Mircea notices Vlad, he seems to decide that toying with him might be entertaining. Vlad is instantly overwhelmed by Mircea's presence. The pressure rolling off him feels disturbingly familiar, almost like the dreadful sensation Vlad felt when he first faced the Death Worm. Vlad cannot understand why the Dragon Blood Duke's son gives off that same ominous feeling. While he is still trying to make sense of it, Mircea locks eyes with him directly. Mircea seems to sense the intimidation stirring inside Vlad, and that only makes his smirk deepen. To him, Vlad's reaction is clearly amusing. Before Mircea can continue playing with him, Rudiger cuts in and asks whether the Dragon Killer Knights were responsible for the attack on the barbarians. To everyone's surprise, Mircea does not even try to deny it. He casually admits the attack was their doing and says it had to be done. Then he speaks proudly about how the Dragon Killer Knights were founded with the permission of the founding king and have built up centuries of knowledge and experience. According to Mircea, Lindblom is the fastest among the remnants of the fallen dragons, and catching it directly is nearly impossible. So since they could not keep up with the beast, he decided to use the barbarian corpses as bait to lure the dragon in. The disgusting ease with which Mircea says it sends Rudiger into a rage, but even Rudiger's anger is nothing compared to Age and the rest of the barbarian crew, who look like they are seconds away from completely losing control. AJ curses at the arrogant noble and charges forward with murderous intent. But before AJ can do anything that would drag all of them into disaster, Sir Lamund moves fast and tackles AJ to the floor. Even pinned down, Age refuses to back off. Age shouts for the old knight to get away, but Sir Lamund answers with a deadly calm warning saying he will break Age's neck if another word comes out. Surprisingly, Age settles slightly after that. Sir Lamund leans in closer and lowers his voice, admitting that he understands Age's rage, but he also reminds Age that anger only becomes meaningful when backed by enough strength to actually face the Dragon Killer Knights. With that in mind, Sir Lamund tells Age to stay calm. If Age charges in with nothing but bravado, the only result will be a meaningless death. While all of this unfolds, Mircea merely watches with amusement. He remarks that the son of Bayezid has raised quite a mannerless subordinate, then shifts his insult toward the beast girl in the group, mockingly calling her a cat. Mircea continues looking down on them, wondering whether Rudiger has managed to tame them yet. In his eyes, people of low status tend to forget where they belong. Rudiger answers the insult without backing down. He says his followers are standing exactly where they should be, no matter what Mircea thinks of them. Then Rudiger makes it clear that it is time for Mircea to stand where he belongs as well. The air in the fortress turns sharp, and the Dragon Killer Knights around them look ready to draw steel at any moment. Hands begin moving towards sword hilts, but Rudiger does not flinch. The threat of a clash does not shake him in the slightest. Instead, Rudiger fearlessly unleashes his terrifying flame aura. The heat rises around him as he starts walking straight toward the intruder. The Dragon Killer Knights are instantly swallowed by the pressure of Rudiger's power. Their bravado vanishes. Their bodies stiffen, and all they can do is tremble in place as he strides past them toward their captain. Not a single knight dares to block Rudiger's path. They part without resistance, and the son of Bayezid climbs onto the raised platform until he stands directly before Mircea Dragulia, who is still wearing that infuriating smile. Rudiger stares straight into Mircea's eyes and, with barely restrained fury in his voice, demands to know who gave him permission to raise his flag over Barenheim Fortress. Mircea answers as if the matter barely concerns him. He says he made a request, but since no one moved quickly enough, he simply ordered his subordinates to raise the flag themselves. That shameless answer only makes Rudiger's anger burn hotter. He leans in closer, his voice dropping with menace, and demands to know whether Mircea even received permission to stand inside this fortress in the first place. Even with Rudiger glaring at him from inches away, Mircea remains irritatingly calm. He even treats the question like a joke, saying it would be unreasonable for someone like him to need permission just to stand inside Barenheim Fortress. After all, Mircea claims, by imperial law, the Dragon Killer Knights have the right to use any manpower and facilities within the Empire. The moment those words leave his mouth, Rudiger takes one heavy step forward, forcing Mircea to step back. Rudiger's voice turns firm and commanding as he admits that the Dragon Killer Knights do, in fact, possess those rights. But Rudiger immediately makes the limit clear. Those rights only apply after they properly ask the master of the facility for permission. Rudiger looks like he is one breath away from losing his temper, but Mircea keeps poking at him with that smug expression. With a careless smile, he asks whether Rudiger is saying that Bayezid refuses to cooperate. Mircea is clearly trying to bait him into a dangerous answer, but Rudiger does not fall for it. Instead, he states plainly that he has every intention of cooperating. However, Rudiger adds that cooperation can only begin after Mircea follows the proper procedures. As Rudiger says this, he points toward the flags flying above the fortress. At first, Mircea does not seem to understand what Rudiger is getting at. Then Mircea looks outside again and sees the red flag of House Dragulia waving openly over Barenheim Fortress. Only then does Mircea understand exactly what Rudiger means. Even so, Rudiger spells it out for him in an icy tone, telling him to make a proper request if he wants his flag raised there. His red eyes stay fixed on Mircea, cold and unblinking, ready for whatever response comes next. Rudiger keeps his gaze locked on the intruder and reminds him that he is standing on Bayezid land. If the Dragon Killer Knights want help killing the dragon, then they should first ask the owners of this land for assistance. Rudiger makes his position unmistakable. From this point forward, nothing moves unless Mircea Dragulia begins with a polite request. The Dragon Killer Knights are already shaken by Rudiger's pressure, and when Sir Layman steps forward as well, the fear among them grows even heavier. Realizing that he and his men no longer control the situation, Mircea finally gives in, though not gladly. He falls silent for a moment, then tells Rudiger that he will regret what he has done. Rudiger does not seem moved in the slightest. He coolly replies that he doubts nobles from the Central even understand regret. But Mircea answers that life is full of regrets no matter what choices people make. Mircea quietly weighs the situation. Both he and Rudiger are capable men, but in his mind, there is only one place at the top that either of them can climb toward. With that thought settling in, Mircea lifts a glass of red wine and decides that this tense situation might still be useful if he stirs it the right way. For the moment, he chooses to work alongside Rudiger and his men. Sometime later, Sir Lamond addresses the rest of the group. He says that in his own days there were no hidden schemes like this, and although it was not what they had set out to discover, they have at least learned who attacked the village. Even so, Sir Lamond cannot ignore the cruel method behind it. If they look past the brutality itself, the approach is not so different from what the Dragon Killer Knights did when they used barbarians as bait for Lindblum. Rudiger agrees with the old knight. Since they cannot match Lindblum's speed in a straight pursuit, he admits that using traps may be the only realistic option left to them. AJ speaks up as well, pointing out another problem. If the Dragon Killer Knights fail to kill the dragon quickly, they may use that failure as an excuse to remain inside Barenheim Fortress even longer. Rudiger knows AJ is right. If the Dragon Killer Knights steal their chance to kill Lindblum, they will use the opportunity to push the Central's influence deeper into the north. With the pressure growing, Rudiger turns to one of the main strategists in the group and asks how long it would take to build a trap capable of luring the dragon. The strategist explains that there are no nearby livestock farms, then suggests that one of their best options would be to seek help from House Canner. After considering the supplies, distance, and preparation involved, the strategist concludes that they will need at least half a month before the trap can be properly completed. Just then, one knight suggests capturing some barbarians instead, while another adds that they could even steal the barbarian hostages the dragon killer knights had captured earlier. The moment those inhumane ideas are spoken aloud, Sir Lamond shuts them down. His expression hardens as he sternly warns the two young knights not to say anything that foolish again. Their meeting is suddenly disrupted when a group of knights barges into the room, angrily demanding to know why anyone dared touch the flag of the Central. Clearly, Mercia had not truly accepted the earlier arrangement, and now the tension is about to spill over. When Sir Lamond sees the hostile knights from the Central standing there, his teeth clench in anger. He mutters that this is exactly why no one ever wants to associate with people from the Central. Even though Sir Lamond is furious, he keeps his composure, and the knights under him do the same. Knowing how quickly blood can be spilled in a moment like this, he orders his men not to move yet, because the master of the fortress has not given them permission to draw their swords. After restraining his own knights, Sir Lamond turns his attention toward Captain Mercia. Rudiger also steps in, saying that if they are determined to have a scuffle, they should at least finish what needs to be done first. Elsewhere, a crystal ball rests on a pillow, while a hooded seer reports to Mercia about Vlad. The figure reveals that Vlad is 17 years old and was born in the slums of Swara within Bayezid County. The instant Mercia hears that Vlad was born in Swara, his interest sharpens. That one detail is enough to pull his full attention toward the blonde swordsman. Mercia thinks over the slums of Sora, then connects that background to Vlad's golden hair, blue eyes, and the powerful heartbeat he had sensed the moment they met. The more he considers it, the more certain he becomes that there is something unusual about Vlad. Around that boy, events seem destined to move in ways no one expects. Because of that, Mercia concludes that a young dragon may be closer than he first thought, and the seer agrees with him. Growing more confident in his own judgment, Mercia begins guessing that Vlad must have been born from an extremely low place. That is Mercia's first assumption, but even as he says it, he is not entirely convinced that the answer is so simple. People often say a promising seed will bloom no matter where it falls, but now Mercia wonders whether the opposite might also be true, that a noble seed could have been scattered even into a lowly place like the slums of Sora. The thought leaves Mercia curious, and he knows he cannot rely only on what the seer has already told him. Convinced that there is more hidden beneath Vlad's surface, he orders the crystal ball reader to investigate the young knight further. Unfortunately, the seer reports that they were unable to uncover what Vlad did inside Soara. They could trace his life after he left the city, but his time within Soara itself remains strangely out of reach. That answer irritates the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. Mercia demands to know why the report is so disappointing, especially when House Dragulia has planted more spies in the north than anyone else. As far as he is concerned, they should know everything that happens there. The spy speaking through the crystal ball then reveals the problem. Every one of their eyes inside Sora has been shut down. The reason is Joseph Bayezid, after becoming mayor of Soara, Joseph moved so thoroughly that he practically took full control of the city. Because of that, House Dragulia's spy operations were cut off, leaving them unable to learn what Vlad was truly like during his time there. Mercia is not pleased to hear this, but he forces himself to remain calm and takes a slow sip of wine. Joseph has not been mayor of Sora for very long, so Mercia never expected him to seize complete control of the city so quickly. The spy on the other side confirms that Joseph's rule has indeed been brief. However, the young master used the recent missing people cases as justification and somehow established his influence at remarkable speed. Hearing that, Mercia's thoughts drift toward the similarity between swords and authority. To Mercia, both swords and authority must be strong and sharp enough to cut, yet flexible enough not to break when the situation bends against them. That thought naturally leads Mercia to consider Joseph Bayezid himself. The blonde noble has already heard a few things about the mayor of Soara, including the rumor that Joseph is a man who supposedly cannot even lift a sword. Yet, ironically, Joseph seems to understand the nature of a sword better than almost anyone. To Mercia, that is a remarkable quality, and he cannot help admitting that the Bayezid family has produced some truly capable sons. Even while the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights keeps drinking and smiling, his mind is already turning with new schemes. Meanwhile, the focus returns to Sir Lamond, who is still in the middle of scolding the young knights who suggested using barbarians as bait. He reminds them that the barbarians captured by the Central are from Aegis' tribe. If they have any sense at all, they should think twice before provoking a clan leader, who only just managed to pull his anger back under control. Sir Lamond makes the situation clear. Northerners and barbarians have lived together in the north for many years, And if Bayezid's side starts treating those people as bait, the fragile peace built over all that time could be shattered in an instant. One foolish decision could set the entire North ablaze with war. And the worst part is that such a disaster would not even begin over territory or revenge, but because they were desperate to kill a single dragon. The two knights finally understand how reckless their suggestions were. They immediately lower their heads and apologize, admitting that they spoke with far too little foresight. Sir Lamond only sighs in disappointment, saying the future looks terribly bleak if they can think so poorly at a time this important. As Sir Lamond continues reprimanding them, Rudiger quietly considers the old knight's words. He knows Lamond is right. No matter what choice they make from here, the aftermath could become painfully serious. But then another thought creeps into Rudiger's mind. What if this difficult situation is exactly what the Central wanted from the very beginning? Rudiger begins to suspect that the entire chain of events may have been deliberately guided into place. After all, the people from the Central would gladly watch the North tear itself apart from within. With that possibility in mind, Rudiger falls into deep thought. It does not take him long before a new idea begins forming. For some reason, his plan centers on Vlad's horse. Rudiger mentions that Noir, the son of the grasslands, is said to be incredibly fast, but the moment he says it, Sir Lamond warns him not to even think about riding that creature, because everyone in Soara knows Noir refuses to listen to anyone except Vlad. Rudiger is genuinely surprised to hear that the horse is that stubborn. Sir Lamond assures him that Noir is even worse than whatever he is imagining. That realization leaves Rudiger frustrated. The moment he understands that Noir cannot simply be borrowed, another possible plan collapses before it can even begin. Rudiger had been considering using Noir's speed to catch Lindblum himself and cut the dragon down. But without a mount capable of matching that speed, he is forced to recognize why the intruders are called Dragon Killer Knights. As much as it irritates him, their hunting method is clear and precise, and for a dragon as absurdly fast as Lindblum, they may truly be the only ones equipped to bring it down directly. The thought only makes Rudiger angrier. He curses under his breath, wondering whether Bayezid really has no choice but to play straight into the Central's hands. What he needs now is a way to handle Lindblum without letting Mircea Dragulia and his men interfere. If they could at least learn the dragon's location, a major part of the problem would finally be solved. Rudiger's thoughts are suddenly broken when one of his guards rushes into the room and calls out to him. Rudiger immediately turns toward the messenger and asks what happened. The guard reports that a group of people is outside Barenheim Fortress, requesting that the gates be opened. The news of more unexpected visitors only deepens Rudiger's frustration. He has no idea who could possibly be appearing now, so he demands their identity. The guard's answer leaves him shocked. The visitors carry the symbol of the Iron Gauntlet. Outside the fortress, a blue flag marked with an iron gauntlet waves in the cold wind. It belongs to the Knights of the Iron Duke, the Baronoff household. While Rudiger and his team are forced to deal with the new uninvited guests left waiting outside by Volkov Baronoff, the focus shifts again to the snowy mountains. There, the Dragon Killer Knight's cruel plan has already begun to work. The countless barbarian corpses they scattered across the snow have drawn in the bloodthirsty Lindblum. Back at Barenheim Fortress, the preparations for the dragon hunt continue. Vlad argues that his face does not need any special treatment, clearly uncomfortable with the attention being directed at him, but AJ refuses to back down. With red paint coating the tip of her tail, she tells Vlad that his face is still exposed. According to her, the imprint from her tail will grant him resistance against the cold, so she keeps pressing him to let her place the mark on him. No matter how much Age tries to convince him, Vlad still finds the whole thing strange. To him, it feels odd that she is the only one insisting on painting his face like this. As far as Vlad can see, everyone else has their faces uncovered, so he does not understand why he should be treated differently. Age answers bluntly that he is the one who needs the imprint most, because he will definitely be the one staying on the battlefield the longest. As soon as Age says that, one of the other knights chimes in with a joke, calling Vlad the Bayezid family's best dragon repeller. The others clearly respect him after seeing what he did against the deathworm in the wilderness, and they encourage him to run wild once again. Realizing everyone agrees that the protective mark is necessary, Vlad finally gives in and lets Age imprint his face. Without hesitating, Age turns toward Vlad with the red paint on her tail and carefully draws the protective symbol across his face. It is clearly no ordinary paint. The moment the mark is placed on Vlad, it fades from sight, sinking into him like a magical seal. Vlad sits there calmly, not making much of a fuss over the process. Aga reminds him, however, that he must still avoid Lindblum's breath. The imprint can protect him, but it is not invincible, and it certainly does not mean he can stand there and let a dragon's flames wash over him. Vlad understands that perfectly and acknowledges her warning. Ege then tells him she will also place the protective mark on Noir. Vlad has no problem with protecting his horse too, but he warns her to be careful. The son of the grasslands is famous for his attitude, and he might bite her if she gets careless. AJ clearly does not realize how nasty Noir can be. She shrugs off Vlad's warning, saying there is no way a horse would bite her as if it were some kind of dog. Seeing how little she understands, Vlad casually explains that Noir really does bite people. He even mentions that Gerda was bitten while trying to put a saddle on him. Just then, Sir Lamond steps out and asks the blonde swordsman whether his preparations are finished. Vlad turns and confirms that he is ready. So the veteran explains that the scouts have returned. Lindblom has taken the bait laid by the Dragon Killer Knights, and because of that, the situation has become much more complicated. Sir Lamond adds that AJ is willing to testify that the slaughter of her tribe was not done by the Northerners. Even so, the tension between the North and the barbarians will not disappear quickly. For now, all they can do is handle the situation as best they can. Then he asks Vlad whether he understands the mission details. A mischievous smile spreads across Vlad's face as he answers. The task itself is simple enough. He just has to drive Lindblom toward the designated location and set the rest of the plan in motion. Sir Lamond approves of that immediately. If Vlad can force the dragon toward the northern canyon, Rudiger should be waiting there in ambush, ready to rush out and deliver the finishing blow. At the same time, Volkov Baranov's javelin will likely come flying in as well, making sure Lindblom has nowhere left to escape. After confirming the plan, Sir Lamond asks Vlad whether he has any other questions. Naturally, the battle-ready young swordsman has none at all. Vlad is already focused, his mind fixed on going after the white dragon. But the veteran still wants him to ask something, anything. Vlad is the core of the entire strategy, so he has to move in perfect sync with the others and follow the plan without a single mistake. Sir Lamond then reminds him that this mission is not merely a dragon hunt. That catches Vlad off guard, because he honestly thought killing Lindblom was exactly what they were doing. When Vlad voices his confusion, the old knight tells him that the future of the North depends on this subjugation. Sir Lamond explains that an unseen war between the North and the Central has already begun. He wants Vlad to understand just how heavy this situation really is before stepping onto the battlefield. In the northeast stands the Baranov household, and in the northwest stands House Bayezid. Together, those two houses are known as the supporting pillars of the North. Now, the next generations of both households are about to take part in this subjugation. And on top of that, the Dragon Blood Duke's side has also entered the picture through the Dragon Killer Knights. To Sir Lamond, their presence alone makes this an extraordinary and dangerous event. For representatives of three powerful houses to gather in one place is enough to shake the balance of the empire. And if the two northern households work together yet still fail to kill the dragon's remnant, while the Dragon Killer Knights slay it instead, the Central will use Lindblom as an excuse to tear the North apart. That is why Sir Lamond tells Vlad the truth as plainly as possible. Lindblom must be killed by the Sword of the North. Only then does Vlad begin to grasp the true weight of the mission. This is not a simple dragon hunt they can afford to gamble with. If they want to save Ajaya's tribe, who are being held captive by the Central, then the North must be the side that kills the dragon. Their conversation comes to an abrupt end when both swordsmen notice Sir Rudiger's arrival. Rudiger steps out before the group and looks toward his vanguard, asking whether they are ready to set out. When the knights answer that they are ready, Sir Rudiger Bayezid studies the faces of his men and sees that every one of them is prepared for battle. Satisfied by their response, he gives the order clearly, telling them that they will regroup at the canyon, and the moment his command is acknowledged, the unit moves out without wasting another second. One after another, the knights swing themselves onto their horses, armor clinking in the cold air, as the whole formation begins to ride forward. But among that long line of mounted warriors, one figure stands out more sharply than the rest. His attention settles on a single blond young man riding atop a magnificent black stallion, the horse's dark body cutting through the snowy landscape like a shadow. Even in the middle of seasoned nights, Vlad draws the eye without trying. And as it turns out, he is not the only one watching Vlad. Just then, his companion breaks into his thoughts and quietly asks whether he truly believes that the boy from Sora will be able to hold his own once they step onto a real battlefield. Sir Volkov Baranov cannot hide his concern. To him, Vlad still looks far too young, and he wonders whether the boy will really be able to keep up when the fighting turns brutal. But Sir Rudiger Bayezid does not waver at all. He calmly tells him there is no reason to worry, because out of everyone available, Vlad is the one he trusts most for this mission. Sir Rudiger admits that, at first glance, the blond young knight may not look especially imposing, but then he reveals something that changes the weight of the conversation entirely. Vlad is the same kid who once drew out the death worm that had been hiding deep beneath the ground. Sir Volkov Baranov is visibly stunned when he hears that. He never imagined someone so young could pull off something that dangerous. And it is clear he has not fully understood Vlad's reputation yet. But Sir Rudiger Bayezid already knows exactly what Vlad is capable of. So he continues speaking with quiet confidence, even telling his new partner that the young genius managed that feat back when he could not even ride a horse properly. The red-eyed knight is left completely blown away by the story. After hearing just how impossible the situation had been, he can only admit that it sounds almost absurd to believe such a thing actually happened. But Sir Rudiger Bayezid simply takes it in stride. To him, that is exactly the kind of person Vlad is, a young knight who keeps stepping beyond common sense and doing things no one expects. That small revelation leaves Sir Volkov Baranov riding in silence, his thoughts turning over and over. He still cannot fully make sense of it, but he also knows that age alone never tells the whole story. In the end, what truly matters is experience, skill, and everything a warrior has built up before reaching the battlefield. And all of that will decide whether this mission succeeds. Among the current generation tied to the Bayezid household, Sir Volkov Baranov finds himself genuinely shaken by what he has learned. Until now, he had believed he was the only one in this group truly worth watching closely. But now he understands that there is another person here. Someone who has been quietly making waves in the background and slowly growing into the kind of figure people will one day call a legend. After some time, the view shifts again, and the party is already deep in the snowy mountains once more. They continue pushing through the frozen terrain, using the reports gathered from scouts and the information forced out of the barbarian prisoners. Piece by piece, those clues allow them to narrow down the place where they believe the Lindblum must be hiding. At that moment, the knights are convinced the creature is somewhere just ahead, and everything around them suggests it has fallen into a berserk state. The ruined surroundings make it clear that the dragon has torn apart its own territory, and now it is moving south, completely ignoring the usual instinct that should make it follow the cold. One of the knights points out that the Lindblum is moving almost as if it has a clear objective. That single observation makes the group uneasy, because it raises the frightening possibility that the dragon may have gained some form of intelligence. Of course, the knight cannot say it with certainty, but the creature's behavior is undeniably strange. Normally, a dragon remnant should only act on simple beast-like instincts. Yet if the mages were right, and these remnants truly believe themselves to be dragons, then it would not be impossible for intelligence to awaken inside them. The more they think about it, the more the idea begins to fit. Even the deathworm they faced before had specifically targeted the pilgrims, and that memory makes the situation feel even more unsettling. It is starting to seem as though these dragon remnants are not merely wild monsters. They may truly believe they are dragons. Just then they spot a trail of footprints cutting through the snow, and the moment they see the marks, the knights realize they have come to the right place. The snowfall from the previous night turns out to be a blessing. Because the fresh snow has covered everything else, only the Lindblum's tracks remain clearly visible, which also tells them the creature passed through this area not long ago. With no time to hesitate, the party immediately chooses to follow the trail. Their goal is simple now: catch up to the Lindblum as quickly as possible and bring the mission to an end. For a long while, the group advances through the snowy mountain path, following the heavy tracks as the day slowly fades. By the time the sun begins sinking behind them, the cold shadows have already started stretching across the snow. For some reason, Vlad is riding at the rear of the formation. Then, without warning, he glances back over his shoulder, and a strange, uneasy feeling begins to crawl over him. He remembers what they were told, that the Lindblum had been heading south and abandoning its usual behavior. But now, as he studies the trail, something does not line up. The tracks are gradually turning north, leading them into the forest, a place where the Lindblum's movements should be restricted. Vlad is still trying to piece together what the creature could possibly be planning when the answer suddenly comes crashing toward them. The Lindblum reveals itself from ambush, proving that the whole trail has led them straight into danger. The instant Vlad sees the Lindblum, he curses under his breath and shouts a warning to everyone around him. His voice cuts through the frozen air as he tells them that this is a trap. The terrifyingly fast creature roars directly at him, its killing intent pouring out like a wave. Vlad immediately warns the rest of the group to scatter, yelling for them to spread out before the monster can tear through them. But the Lindblum is not about to wait politely while its prey regroups. Before the knights can even fully understand what is happening, the white dragon surges forward. They hear Vlad's warning, but by the time their bodies react, the creature is already closing in on the young swordsman, aiming to finish him first. Thankfully, Vlad manages to block the attack at the last possible moment. Even so, the force behind the blow is monstrous, and it sends both him and Noir sliding back several feet through the snow. By then, the rest of the soldiers finally understand the danger in front of them. Their nerves snap into full alert. Torches flare to life one after another, and they charge toward the monster with desperate urgency. Sir Rudiger Bayezid raises his voice and orders his men to advance, commanding them to surround the Lindblum. The knights obey without hesitation, pushing their horses forward and moving to close off every path around the beast. In only a few seconds, the soldiers manage to trap the creature inside a ring of fire. The burning torches form a bright circle against the snow, hemming the Lindblum in from all sides. For one brief moment, the Lindblum seems cornered, almost confused by the flames closing around it. But just as they had feared, this creature is not moving on instinct alone. It quickly studies the fiery barrier, searches for a weak point, and prepares to break through. Then, all at once, the Lindblum begins gathering power for a breath attack, clearly intending to blast its way out. The instant the soldiers see what is happening, their first instinct is to scatter and avoid being swallowed by the devastating blast. While the knights are still trying to break the circle and dodge out of range, the white beast opens its jaws wide. In the next heartbeat, it unleashes a deadly stream of blue flames. At first glance, it looks as though the soldiers are about to be burned alive where they sit, but this dragon's breath is not ordinary fire. Instead of charring its victims into blackened corpses, the blue blaze freezes them solid on their horses, leaving them trapped in place like statues of ice. The remaining soldiers see the horrifying fate of their comrades, and rage immediately takes over their fear. Clenching their weapons, they charge toward the beast, determined to strike it down and avenge the men who were just frozen before their eyes. Before the others can even reach the Lindblum, the head knight launches himself forward from behind. With a burst of power, he unleashes a heavy shot directly at the dragon. The attack lands against the Lindblum, but the soldiers freeze in horror when they realize it has done nothing. The blow does not leave even a scratch, and only then do they understand how reckless it was to rush at the monster with nothing but ordinary swords. While they are still shaken by that terrifying realization, the head knight shouts for them to get away from the beast. He tries to move fast enough to save them from the next attack, but the warning comes too late. The Lindblum pounces before they can escape, ripping through them and reducing them to bloody pieces of flesh. As the Lindblum tears into the fallen men and devours them viciously, the knight clenches his teeth and curses in fury. The sight fills him with rage, and he steels himself to make the monster pay for what it has done. His eye begins to shine as he activates his magical power. Then, holding a lit torch high above his head, he deliberately draws the creature's gaze and forces its attention onto himself. Right now, the white monster clearly despises those flames. The sight of the torch enrages it so badly that all it wants is to tear the knight apart for daring to carry that fire in front of it. That reaction is exactly what the knight is counting on. His real purpose is to pull the Lindblum away from the others, even if only for a short time. He calls out to his comrades, telling them that he will take the lead in front, while the rest of them keep their distance and follow the beast from behind. The moment he finishes giving the order, he spurs his horse forward, the torch blazing brightly above his head, and the Lindblum is forced to chase after him. The dragon shoots after him with terrifying speed, fully intent on tearing him to pieces. Behind it, the other knights give chase as well, but they make sure to keep enough distance so they are not swallowed up by the monster's next move. The knights behind the Lindblum light their own torches and stay close enough to pressure it, but the creature is sharp enough to understand that they are trailing it, and almost immediately, it begins looking for a way to shake them off. Once the pursuing knights draw just a little closer, the Lindblum lashes its tail through the snow. A heavy spray of powder bursts up behind it, throwing the soldiers' horses off balance and disrupting the entire chase. While the monster works to throw off the riders behind it, it also manages to accelerate. Its body surges forward through the snow, closing the distance between itself and the head knight riding ahead. The knight does not notice the danger quickly enough. By the time he realizes the Lindblum is right behind him, the beast is already nearly upon him, leaving only a heartbeat before disaster. The Lindblum opens its jaws once more, and a cold, deadly light begins gathering deep inside its mouth. It is charging another breath blast, this time aimed straight at the knight in front. The knight riding at the front catches the movement immediately, and the moment he sees the Lindblum preparing another breath, he shouts a warning with everything he has, ordering the others to scatter before they get caught in the blast again. In the blink of an eye, the beast whips its body around. The knights behind it are still struggling to pull their horses out of the way when the Lindblum releases another violent surge of blue ice flame. But this time, instead of aiming straight at their bodies, the cunning creature blasts the ground beneath them, freezing most of their horses in place before the riders can escape. Of course, not every knight is helpless enough to be caught by such a straightforward trick. Even in the chaos, there are a few truly skilled swordsmen who react fast enough to avoid being trapped, and naturally one of them is Vlad. With perfect timing, he guides Noir into a clean leap, lifting the black stallion off the ground and carrying both of them over the spreading ice before it can lock them down. Because of that quick movement, Vlad avoids being pinned in place and manages to stay in the chase. But as soon as he lands safely, he glances back over his shoulder and takes in the damage that the rest of the party has suffered. Vlad may have escaped the breath attack, but he had not expected the Lindblom to target the horses so deliberately. Now, most of the knights are stranded among jagged spikes of ice, and if their horses try to force their way forward, those sharp frozen blades could tear into their bellies. At that point, the knights understand that their first plan has fallen apart. Seeing the horses trapped and the formation broken, the knight in command tells everyone to dismount immediately. The Lindblom has proven far too quick and too clever to simply contain. To slow it down even a little, he decides that their only real chance is to cut into one of its legs and cripple its movement. Unfortunately, that task becomes much harder now that the knights have lost the speed and weight of their horses. They are forced to face the monster on foot, but even then, they do not retreat. Swords slide from their sheaths as they advance through the snow, while the Lindblom, sensing how badly its enemies have been weakened, no longer bothers to run to the beast. Every man in front of it now looks like prey, so it turns to face them and waits for them to come closer. Even though the commanding knight has ordered them to focus on maiming the beast, he knows better than anyone that it will not be easy. In truth, he is not even certain they can manage it, not against something as swift and vicious as the Lindblom. But he cannot let that doubt show because his men need courage right now, not fear. The Lindblom stands ready to take them all on at once, and that alone makes the situation even more dangerous. The fear it showed earlier is gone, replaced by a cold, predatory confidence that presses down on the entire group. As the knights close in, the monster lets out a roar meant to shake their resolve. It nearly lunges straight at the knight in command, and for a moment it looks like he is about to be swallowed whole. But then a sudden splash of blood from another direction catches the creature's eye. Vlad calls out to the beast, drawing its attention toward him. Then he raises his hand and reveals his sliced palm, fresh blood dripping from the wound onto the snow. He has cut himself on purpose to bait the monster, and now that its gaze is fixed on him, he taunts the Lindblom with the blood it seems to crave so desperately. Sure enough, Vlad's risky little plan works almost too well. For some unknown reason, the white dragon becomes instantly obsessed with his blood, as if that single scent is enough to drag every bit of its hunger toward him. The Lindblom's gaze sharpens on Vlad's wounded palm. It watches the red drops fall one by one into the snow, and in that split second, its eyes flare into a furious red. The moment the next drop hits the ground, the Lindblom completely loses control. Since the chase began, it has never looked this wild or this bloodthirsty, and that sudden change makes one thing painfully clear: there is definitely something special about Vlad's blood. Seeing the creature become so frantic and desperate all at once, Vlad smiles with calm confidence, almost amused by how perfectly the bait worked. The madness in the Lindblom's eyes does not shake him, likely because he believes he can still bring it down. But the voice inside his head is not nearly as calm. The beast has never looked this dangerous before, and in this berserk state, there is no telling what it might do. The voice warns Vlad that he should not have drawn it in like that, and the reason becomes clear almost immediately. In a flash, the dragon launches itself toward Vlad. With just one terrifying leap, it nearly reaches him at the cliff, closing the distance far faster than any normal beast should be able to. Thankfully, Noir is fast enough to avoid that first strike. The black stallion slips away just in time, and Vlad immediately begins creating distance between himself and the charging Lindblom. But the blood-crazed creature refuses to stop. It barrels after Vlad with single-minded hunger, and that is when the knight in command calls out to him from behind. He throws the burning torch toward Vlad, and Vlad catches it cleanly without losing balance. Then the knight shouts at the blonde swordsman to run for his life. Vlad does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He drives Noir forward at once, racing across the snow while the Lindblom charges after him, close enough to feel like death is breathing down his back. The monster locks onto Vlad completely and pours all its strength into the chase. In response, Vlad gathers the power inside him and synchronizes with Noir, pushing both himself and his horse to move even faster. Noir's eyes begin to glow, and a shining horn suddenly appears as the black stallion surges into a different state altogether. In that moment, both rider and horse feel like they have stepped beyond ordinary speed. The original plan was to lure the white dragon all the way to the canyon, where Sir Rudiger Bayezid would be waiting with his own soldiers. If they could bring the Lindblom there, they could strike it while it was focused on the chase. So far, that plan is working exactly as intended. The beast has become completely fixated on Vlad, chasing him with such desperation that it ignores everything else around it. Meanwhile, at the canyon, Sir Rudiger Bayezid and Volkov Baranov wait in position, their forces prepared for the moment the beast finally falls into the trap. Sure enough, it is not long before one of the soldiers spots Vlad approaching from the distance. Volkov Baranov asks how much time remains before Vlad reaches the canyon, and at first, the soldier estimates about 5 minutes. But after taking a second look, his confidence cracks. Vlad is moving at a speed so unbelievable that the estimate becomes useless almost instantly. With every passing second, Vlad and Noir cover an impossible amount of ground. The time needed to reach them keeps dropping faster and faster until they are already only a short distance away. Volkov Baranov can hardly believe what he is seeing as the son of the grasslands tears across the snow like a living storm. He has never seen anything on 4 legs move with that kind of speed, and for a brief moment he is left staring in disbelief. Then a soldier's urgent voice snaps him back to reality, warning him that the young swordsman is already right in front of them. Because Vlad arrived far faster than expected, Volkov Baranov misjudged the timing. By the time he understands what is happening, he has already failed to fire the signal when he originally should have. Now that Vlad is nearly upon them, Volkov Baranov immediately orders his men to launch the signal. Without wasting even a second, a soldier fires the arrow, and Vlad recognizes it at once. That signal tells him the canyon is close. For Vlad, that is a relief. At the very least, he knows Sir Rudiger Bayezid and his men are waiting ahead, ready to help him once the bloodthirsty dragon finally catches up. They are on the final stretch now. All Vlad and Noir need to do is maintain their speed for a little longer, and they will reach the canyon where the trap is waiting. But just when it looks like they are about to make it, everything suddenly begins to fall apart. Without warning, a sharp stinging pain erupts deep inside Vlad's chest. It feels as if a bolt of lightning has struck straight through him, and the pain does not stop with Vlad alone. Noir suffers the same brutal shock, his powerful body faltering under the sudden agony. The voice inside Vlad's head is caught completely off guard. It does not understand what has just happened, and it immediately tries to grasp the cause of this strange attack. But Vlad is in far too much pain to answer. He cannot even force words out. All he can do is endure the crushing agony in his chest, as if an invisible hand has wrapped around his heart and is squeezing it tighter and tighter. At that moment, the voice realizes what this must be. As unbelievable as it seems, the pain gripping Vlad and Noir has the shape of a binding spell. Vlad is confused and shaken, desperately wondering who could have cast it. As the pressure tightens around his heart, he searches his memory through the pain, and then the culprit's face rises clearly in his mind. It is none other than the bloodsucker from earlier. Once Vlad understands what has been done to him, all he can do is groan through the pain as the binding spell freezes him in exactly the position the dragon wanted. Sir Rudiger Bayezid is stunned when he sees Vlad and Noir suddenly stop in place. From where he stands, the abrupt halt makes no sense, and confusion flashes across his face. He had already been waiting with his sword ready, prepared to finish the Lindblum once it entered the canyon. But now the situation has flipped completely, and it looks as though the dragon remnant may be the one to finish off his favored young knight instead. In that instant, it truly seems as though Vlad is finished. He can barely move, let alone defend himself from the berserk, bloodthirsty creature only inches away. Anyone watching would think this is the moment Vlad's story ends. But then something unbelievable happens. Instead of pouncing on the helpless blonde knight, the Lindblum suddenly begins to step backward. Somehow the creature senses that something is wrong, and rather than attacking, it chooses to retreat. Sir Rudiger Bayezid notices the change immediately and raises his voice to alert his men. They have sacrificed far too much to drag the Lindblum all the way here, and he refuses to let the monster slip away now. He orders the knights to advance and finish off the dragon, and the command hits them like a spark. In the next breath, they surge forward together, closing in before the Lindblum can fully escape. Among all the soldiers, Sir Lamund moves first, throwing himself into the lead without hesitation. At the same time, Sir Rudiger Bayezid commands the others to tighten the encirclement, pressing the beast toward the canyon with no gaps in their formation. On the other side, Sir Rudiger Bayezid moves out with his own troops as well, making sure every possible exit is covered. The goal is simple: leave the Lindblum with nowhere to run and no opening to exploit. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the Lindblum finds itself surrounded from every direction. The trap finally closes around the white dragon, hemming it in from all sides. The Lindblum is still terrifyingly quick. Even with the trap closing around it, the creature spots one narrow opening in the formation, twists its body around, and immediately tries to break through before the knights can seal it off. For the moment, that gap is the only route the Lindblum can use to escape. But getting away will not be so simple, because Sir Rudiger Bayezid notices the movement at once and calls for Volkov Baranov to stop it. The ponytailed warrior is the closest one to the Lindblum. So Volkov-Baronov steps forward and tells the others to leave this part to him. And he is not just putting on a brave front before the dragon can fully understand what is happening. He releases a powerful blast that strikes the beast and throws its senses into chaos for a moment. That brief opening is all Volkov-Baronov needs. While the Lindblum is still reeling, he follows up immediately, launching one attack after another without giving the monster any time to recover. Each blast slams directly into the Lindblum's body, and the force of the explosions sends smoke, snow, and shards of ice bursting through the canyon. For a moment, the whole area is swallowed by the impact. For a while, the soldiers cannot even tell whether those attacks finally brought the creature down. But as the smoke begins to thin, a pair of furious red eyes shines through the haze. Then, before they can react in time, the Lindblum gathers power and unleashes a supercharged breath attack straight from the cloud of smoke. Sir Lamon sees the dragon preparing to fire, and the old knight instantly understands the danger. Without hesitation, he shouts another warning to everyone standing in the path of the blast, ordering them to spread out before it is too late. Most of the knights manage to scramble out of the way and avoid being struck. But a heartbeat later, they realize with horror that they were never the true target. The breath attack is tearing straight toward Vlad and Noir, who are still frozen in place by the binding spell. Vlad is still fighting against the pain crushing his heart, struggling just to force his body to move. But now the Lindblum's deadly breath is coming right for him, and he has to escape immediately. The voice in his head desperately urges him to wake up and do something, yet all Vlad can manage is a pained groan. Just then, Sir Lamond rides toward him, driving his horse forward to help. In the old knight's mind, if the best outcome is already out of reach, then the next best choice must be taken without hesitation. And for a retired knight like Sir Lamond, that choice is clear. His final duty is to shoulder the burden himself and protect the future that still has a chance to move forward. With that resolve burning inside him, Sir Lamond launches himself ahead of the breath attack. He forces his way into its path and places himself between the blast and Vlad. The old knight takes the full force of the supercharged breath head-on. In that heroic instant, the other soldiers can only watch in silence, their hearts breaking as they realize what Sir Lamond has chosen to do. Even while enduring such a devastating blow, Sir Lamond still somehow manages to make light of it. With his body freezing under the attack, he jokes that once a man gets old, even the cold wind starts seeping all the way into his joints. He bears the entire weight of the breath attack to make sure Vlad survives. Around him, the battlefield falls into a heavy silence as the knights watch the old warrior sink beneath the force of the blast. The attack sends snow exploding in every direction, covering the ground in a blinding white storm. And as the voice continues calling out to Vlad, the young swordsman slowly begins to regain his senses. The breath freezes the ground beneath Vlad, and a biting chill starts creeping into his body. It coils around him like a web of ice, tightening around his limbs and making it almost impossible for him to move. For most soldiers, this would be the point where they accepted their fate and stopped struggling. And as the cold drags Vlad down, memories begin surfacing. Memories of how he once clawed his way out of that horrific bog in the back alleys. He survived that nightmare and dragged himself out of the filth of Sora, yet now he cannot even escape a quiet field of soft snow. For the first time in this fight, Vlad's will begins to waver. His vision turns hazy, the world around him losing its edges. Even the voice calling desperately inside his head begins to fade, growing distant as if it is being swallowed by the snow. Just when it seems as though Vlad's eyes might close for good, a deep warmth spreads through his hands. At first he does not understand what it is, but then he realizes that this warmth belongs to Sir Lamond's world. The voice tells him what he is feeling and urges him to pull himself together. The world that Sir Lamond built over the course of his entire life has reached Vlad's horizon, carrying the old knight's strength to him. In other words, Sir Lamond gave up his own body so Vlad could receive the power needed to cut through the spell. The voice pushes Vlad to act immediately, telling him to sever the binding and let nothing chain him down anymore. Thanks to Sir Lamond's world, that warmth surges through Vlad and gives him the strength to move again. Gathering every last bit of power he can, Vlad draws his sword, his eyes shining with fierce light, and swings with all his determination to break the binding spell once and for all. That single powerful slash cuts Vlad free. As the blade passes through the air, the remnants of the binding spell can be seen peeling away from the sword like dark threads being torn apart. With the new strength Sir Lamond entrusted to him, Vlad does more than simply break the spell. He also sends a clear and painful warning back to the one who dared to bind him. Vlad raises his sword and gathers the dark energy left behind by the binding spell. Then, with Sir Lamond's blade buried in the ground as a point of force, the spell's backlash is triggered. sending the curse rebounding straight toward the blonde bloodsucker who cast it in the first place. The backlash strikes the evil mage like a sharp sting, making blood spill from one of his eyes. It may not be the worst pain he could have suffered, but even so, he is clearly impressed by Vlad's willpower and his ability to fight back from the edge of death. The mage admits that the boy from Sora is good, his gaze narrowing with interest. Instead of stepping in any further, he simply continues watching the chaos unfold across the battlefield. Now that Vlad has finally broken free, he turns toward Sir Lamond. Only then does the weight of what happened fully hit him, and he understands that the veteran knight saved his life. Vlad calls out to the old knight, who is still down on one knee against the frozen ground. But Sir Lamond only tells him to go on ahead, saying that he has already done his duty, and that from this moment on, it is Vlad's turn. The words leave Vlad shaken, even though deep down he already understands what Sir Lamond means. But while he is still trying to hold on to that moment with the old knight, Vlad suddenly senses the Lindblom preparing to unleash another breath attack. By the time Vlad turns around, the blast has already swallowed several of his comrades. As much as he wants to stay and speak with Sir Lamond, he has no choice but to move, forcing himself to escape before the next wave of death reaches him too. As for Sir Lamond, he remains where he is, quietly waiting for the second wave of the breath attack to strike him. The cold consumes him completely, freezing him from the inside out, until even his cape is locked in ice. From a nearby cliff, Sir Rudiger Bayezid watches the attack crash over his men. He feels a faint sense of relief, knowing they all have the engraving, which should at least help them resist the deadly chill. But he also knows that resisting the cold does not mean they can move freely. If he unfolds his world now, everyone trapped down there could be caught in it as well, and he cannot risk harming his own soldiers in the attempt to save them. Frustration grips Sir Rudiger Bayezid as he watches the plan begin to collapse. He cannot find a clean way to intervene, and the thought hits him hard. Are they really going to fail because they were just one step short? The commander has no easy way to help the soldiers below. All he can do is watch as the Lindblom's breath spreads through the canyon like a thick, freezing fog, covering everything in its path. Then, through the storm of snow and frost, Sir Rudiger Bayezid spots a familiar glow. It is Vlad riding Noir straight toward the Lindblom instead of running away. The voice urges Vlad to draw out every ounce of strength left inside him. His eyes burn with power, and his whole body carries one clear purpose now: to destroy the monster in front of him. Vlad charges in for the kill, sword ready and resolve sharpened. Of course, the bloodthirsty dragon rushes toward him as well, throwing its entire body into the clash. The two collide with terrifying force, and the impact erupts like an explosion across the snow. As they begin to trade blows, Vlad quickly feels the strain of fighting something this powerful head-on. For a moment, Vlad feels how difficult it is to keep up with the beast, but the voice reassures him, telling him that his attacks are not useless. Each swing is reaching the Lindblom, and he has already managed to carve a wound into the monster's scales. Vlad looks again and realizes the voice is right. Against all odds, his blade has actually damaged the Lindblom, leaving a real mark on the dragon's armored body. That realization changes everything. Vlad's momentum rises at once, because now he knows this is not an impossible fight. There is a path to victory, if he can keep pushing. The voice drives him forward even harder, telling him that he cannot stop now. If he has found a way to hurt the Lindblom, then he has to keep attacking before that chance disappears. So Vlad does exactly that. With his sword glowing in his hands, he presses forward and continues striking the dragon, forcing his blade against the beast again and again. They clash repeatedly, steel and scales meeting with brutal force. Each exchange becomes fiercer than the last, sending shockwaves of snow and power through the canyon. After some time, Vlad notices a change. The Lindblom is no longer matching his pace as cleanly as before, and that makes it clear his strategy is beginning to work. The Lindblom has slowed down, and Vlad can feel that a vulnerable opening may appear soon. But just when he starts to believe he has finally seized the upper hand, his eyes drop to his weapon, and he notices a nasty crack running through his sword. Vlad has been driving his blade again and again against the Lindblom's impossibly hard scales, and now the damage is finally showing. A crack runs through the sword, making his eyes widen in disbelief, because that blade is the only weapon he has that can actually wound the beast. Even so, Vlad refuses to give up yet, because he has already drawn blood from the Lindblom, and that means victory is still within reach. Blue blood trickles from the cracks carved into the monster's wounded body, staining the snow beneath it. By all rights, an injury like that should have slowed the creature down, but even bleeding and battered, the Lindblom is still moving with frightening strength. The Lindblom suddenly charges toward Vlad again, almost as if it has noticed the condition of his sword. The beast rushes in with brutal confidence, sensing that the weapon threatening its life is now close to breaking. Vlad stays mounted on Noir, holding his ground while he waits for the monster to make the first move. He knows he cannot swing recklessly anymore. Every strike has to be timed with care, because one careless blow could shatter the sword completely. His hands tremble slightly as he braces for impact, and for the first time it almost looks as if he is afraid to rely on the blade. The voice senses Vlad's hesitation and grows worried at once. But even with doubt flickering through him, Vlad still manages to move at the critical moment, landing another powerful strike that cuts deeper into the dragon's body. After the blow lands, the voice immediately questions him, demanding to know why he hesitated. It reminds Vlad that stopping his sword in the middle of a charge is something he should never do. Vlad already understands that, but he also knows the blade in his hand is barely holding together, so he tries to explain. Unfortunately, Vlad does not get the chance to say much. The Lindblum gives him no time to breathe, forcing him into another clash only seconds after the last strike. The berserk dragon is completely consumed by bloodlust now, throwing itself at him with the clear intent to kill. Vlad can see that murderous glare burning in the creature's eyes with every exchange, and he knows he cannot afford even one mistake. The Lindblum pounces down on Vlad from above, its body dropping toward him with terrifying speed. But before it can reach him, a blast strikes the beast and knocks it away, thanks to Volkov-Baranov's timely intervention. Volkov-Baranov storms into the fight with fierce momentum, unleashing a barrage of attacks that hammer the dragon from the side. As his blasts tear across the battlefield, he assures Vlad that he will cover him. Now wounded and outnumbered, the Lindblum finally understands that it cannot fight Vlad and Volkov-Baranov together so easily. The creature turns away, choosing retreat over a losing battle. They see the Lindblum heading toward the open plains, where tracking it again would become nearly impossible. Sir Rudiger Bayezid calls out to Vlad, ordering him to chase after the dragon. After everything they have done and everything they have lost, letting it escape now would mean complete failure. Most of the horses are either exhausted or frozen, and Vlad is the only one still capable of matching the Lindblum's speed. So Sir Rudiger urges him forward. Hearing that order, a renewed sense of purpose settles over Vlad. He steadies himself for the chase and urges Noir after the fleeing target, while the voice speaks inside him about how every being that reaches its limit has no choice but to stop. The voice tells Vlad that he has reached that point as well. Just like his sword, which is already on the verge of snapping in two, Vlad cannot keep pushing forever. The voice admits that Vlad and his sword cannot remain together forever, but even so, it urges the blade to fulfill its duty one final time, to do what it must before the end comes. Those words light a fire in Vlad's chest. Instead of stopping, he fixes his gaze on the Lindblum and finds the strength to continue the chase. It is not an easy choice to keep going when his body is already exhausted, and his sword is near its end. Still, Vlad gathers the last traces of energy and magic inside him, pours them into the cracked blade, and rides hard after the vicious monster they came here to destroy. Lindblum flees from the canyon and charges back toward the plains, its powerful legs driving through the snow with desperate determination. It clearly has no intention of being cornered again. This creature is said to be the fastest thing on 4 legs to ever exist. But whoever made that claim probably never imagined a horse like Noir, the son of the grasslands, would one day give chase. Vlad's black horse surges after the dragon, cutting across the snow with unbelievable speed. In only a short time, Noir begins closing the distance between Vlad and the Lindblum. By the time the Lindblum glances back, the creature is shocked to find Vlad already right behind it. The young swordsman is practically on its tail, refusing to let the monster slip away. Vlad closes in second by second until he finally lands his deadliest strike yet. But he does not stop there. Once the attack forces the Lindblum to slow down, Vlad seizes the opening and unleashes a fierce barrage of slashes against the beast. Each strike chips away at the Lindblum's scales, as Vlad repeatedly orders the dragon to stop. Then, with one mighty blow, he cuts into one of its hind legs, and the creature's own momentum sends it crashing and tumbling across the snow. At last, the Lindblum is brought to a halt. Before the monster can even catch its breath, another powerful blast from Volkov-Baranov slams directly into its body. The Lindblum lets out a piercing screech of agony as it collapses there, injured and unable to move properly. For the first time, the once unstoppable beast looks truly incapacitated. Volkov-Baranov then reveals that the attack he just used was his final spear. With that last weapon spent, he can no longer offer Vlad any more direct support. From this point on, Volkov-Baranov is counting on Vlad to finish the job. He makes that much perfectly clear, leaving the final blow in the young knight's hands. Of course, Vlad has no intention of turning back now. He is determined to end the mission properly and make sure that every sacrifice made on this battlefield was not for nothing. With Noir still moving tirelessly beneath him, Vlad charges toward the fallen Lindblum, His glowing eyes are fixed on the beast, carrying the weight of everyone's hopes. Vlad knows that all the remaining knights are counting on him. More than that, he understands that the strike he is about to deliver will be the last one he ever makes with his current sword. As he rides forward, Vlad remembers the person he was when he first received that blade. The thought settles heavily in his chest, because he knows this truly is the final time he will wield it. In that moment, all of Vlad's memories with the sword flash through his mind. He remembers the day it first came into his hands, and he remembers the first monster he ever defeated with it. He remembers the battle against the death worm, along with every journey, every desperate fight, and every step that blade carried him through until this very moment. Vlad recalls it all and quietly thanks the sword for bringing him this far. After accepting that he is about to lose the blade that stood beside him as a knight, he locks his focus back onto the Lindblum. Noir blazes across the snow with intense speed, while the wounded dragon remains in place, waiting for the final clash. But even wounded and trapped, the Lindblum is not the kind of creature that will simply lie down and die without fighting back. The dragon may no longer be able to run, but that does not mean it has lost its deadliest weapon. Its breath is still there. Realizing that Vlad is coming to end its life, the Lindblum gathers everything it has left and begins charging its most dangerous blast yet. Blue ice flames churn inside its mouth one final time, but Vlad does not slow down. He has already begun his charge, and no matter what the beast prepares, he is determined to slay it. Vlad tightens his grip around the cracked sword and pours more magic into the blade than ever before. This is the final slash, and because of that, he knows it has to carry everything he has. At last, Vlad brings the devastating strike down directly onto the Lindblum's head. The collision erupts with such overwhelming force that the whole battlefield seems to explode beneath the impact. With that single strike, Vlad kills the Lindblum. The proof comes in the form of blue blood bursting across the snow in a massive spray, marking the end of the fastest dragon remnant on four legs. The knights watching from the sidelines can only stare with their jaws slack, stunned by what they have just witnessed. But another breathtaking sight follows immediately. The sword shatters as it makes contact with the dragon's body for the last time. For Vlad, it is a great victory, but it is also a painful loss, because this is goodbye to the sword he cherished. Even after breaking in half from the impact, the sword continues to shine. It may no longer be lifted high into the night sky, but it still rests in the hand of the boy who once dreamed of shining himself. Who would have imagined that a sword born from the back alleys could also earn the right to become a star? Most people would never have believed it, but in the end, the name left behind by that shining star is the Dragon Slayer sword. For any blade, that is an honor beyond anything it could have dreamed of. Half of the broken sword remains in Vlad's hand after the battle, while most of the shattered pieces lie scattered across the snowy battlefield. The pointed half that delivered the final blow is buried in the snow, coated in the blue blood of the fastest dragon that ever existed, reflecting the corpse of the one and only Lindblum. After the incredible fight, the surviving soldiers finally catch up to Vlad. They bind the massive Lindblum corpse by its limbs and attach the ropes to their horses, preparing to drag the great trophy back home to the north. While everyone moves around the fallen beast, a familiar figure sits alone in the snow. Today, Vlad is the champion, the one who brought the Lindblum down and completed the mission. But he is also the young knight who lost the most. He nearly lost Sir Lamond, the veteran who had helped shape him into a better knight despite their short time together. On top of that, he lost the first sword he ever truly knew as a knight. So it is no surprise that while others gather around the great trophy, Vlad sits apart in quiet mourning. His solitude is broken when Sir Rudiger Bayezid walks over through the snow and praises him for a job well done. Vlad is startled at first, but when he realizes it is Sir Rudiger Bayezid, he quickly asks whether the old sir is all right. Sir Rudiger Bayezid is surprised to hear Vlad call Sir Lamond old sir. For a moment, he wonders whether the veteran knight still never told Vlad his real name. Vlad answers that the old man never revealed it, because he said his duties had not yet been completed. Hearing that, Sir Rudiger Bayezid simply sits down beside Vlad and assures him that the old sir will tell him his name soon enough. Then Sir Rudiger Bayezid's gaze finally settles on the broken sword in Vlad's hand, and the quiet weight of what that shattered blade means hangs between them. Vlad immediately defends the broken blade in his hands, saying that the sword gave everything it had until the very end. Sir Rudiger Bayezid does not argue with him, because he can see the truth of it as clearly as anyone. It is a painful moment for the blonde young knight, and even though Sir Rudiger Bayezid is not sure whether his words will truly comfort him, he gently tells Vlad that he will be the one to prepare his next sword. For a moment, Vlad says nothing, his gaze still lowered toward the ruined blade. Then he quietly asks Sir Rudiger Bayezid whether it is even possible to find another sword like this one. Sir Rudiger Bayezid answers honestly, telling him that sharp swords are not rare and that countless blades in the world either shine brightly or possess great toughness. But even he admits that finding a sword capable of fully containing Vlad's world is another matter entirely. Even for an emperor, finding a sword that's special would be a difficult task. Hearing that only makes Vlad's expression sink further, because it confirms just how irreplaceable the sword in his hand truly was. Sir Rudiger Bayezid notices the sadness on Vlad's face, so he tells him not to grieve too deeply. His old sword may be broken now, but the title it left behind will remain by his side forever. Vlad looks confused at that, because he does not even know what title Sir Rudiger is talking about. Sir Rudiger Bayezid simply tells Vlad that it is a title he can carry with pride. In this generation of House Bayezid, only the two of them have earned such a name. Then Sir Rudiger Bayezid looks at the broken sword and says that the blade itself is the witness to that title. At last he reveals it clearly: the title of Dragon Slayer belongs to Vlad of Soara. With that title placed upon him, Vlad's presence grows even heavier than before. The boy from the back alleys of Sora, who once had nothing but grit and a blade in his hand, has now stepped into a legend built through blood loss and a victory no one could ignore. Back in Soara, the story shifts to the new mayor, Joseph Bayezid, as he receives an unexpected letter from Dirmar. He takes the sealed envelope from his green-eyed knight with a puzzled look, and Sir Jaeger informs him that Baron Heinel personally sent it. Joseph Bayezid opens the letter and begins reading through its contents. As his eyes move across the page, he asks Sir Jaeger whether he noticed any movement in the west on his way there. Sir Jaeger answers that Count Gaidar's army still has not moved. That response leaves Joseph Bayezid quiet for a moment, his thoughts clearly turning behind his calm expression. Joseph Bayezid finds the information interesting, and after considering what it might mean, he asks Sir Jaeger when Vlad is expected to return from the dragon hunt. Sir Jaeger explains that the last report they received only mentioned Vlad's outstanding contribution to the Lindblum subjugation. Beyond that, they have no clear information about where Vlad is now or when he will make it back. Hearing that, Joseph Bayezid falls into deeper thought. He already knows that, even under normal circumstances, it will likely take at least a month before his trusted young knight can return to Sora. Sir Jaeger notices the worry on his master's face and asks whether Joseph Bayezid needs Vlad for something. Joseph admits that he does need the young boy from Sora, but since Vlad is unavailable right now, they may have no choice but to work with very little time. Joseph Bayezid reasons that the subjugation squad will most likely return to Sturma after completing their mission. Sir Jaeger agrees, judging that Sturma is the most likely place for them to regroup. Since they both reach the same conclusion, Joseph Bayezid makes his decision. He reveals that he will travel to Sturma himself, where he can meet the subjugation squad and his elder brother. Sir Jaeger understands immediately what that means. The one-eyed knight says he will prepare for the journey at once, then leaves the room to make the necessary arrangements. As Sir Jaeger walks out, Joseph Bayezid sinks back into thought, recalling the contents of the letter and preparing himself for whatever comes next. Count Gaidar may not have made any openly threatening move, but Joseph is certain the letter was sent with a clear intention behind it. A part of Joseph Bayezid wonders whether this situation might truly be coincidence. After all, he never imagined that one hopeful moment from before could become the key to overcoming this new problem. As it turns out, everything now seems tied to Vlad's encounter with Lady Alicia Heinel of Dirmar. The mistake Vlad made that day may have been careless at the time, but now it appears to have become the best move he could have made. The scene shifts once more, this time returning to the snowy hills of the Blood Duke's domain, where the air is cold and the aftermath of the Lindblum hunt still hangs heavily. There, Volkov Baranov returns to his father and reports their victory in the battle against the Lindblum. The news carries weight, because bringing down such a creature is no small achievement. The Blood Duke praises his son for a job well done, but Volkov Baranov makes sure to give credit where it is due. He explains that House Bayezid provided enormous help, and because the dragon was killed by someone from the north, the Dragon Killer Knights were unable to invent any excuse to interfere. After hearing all of this, the sharp-haired Duke Baranov does not dwell on the praise for long. Instead, he asks the most important question: where is their greatest threat now? Volkov Baranov tells his father that Mircea Dragulia, the blonde man from before, has already left with the Dragon Killer Knights. He also assures the Blood Duke that the Knights of Bayezid will keep watching those traitors closely until the very last moment. At those words, the red-eyed Blood Duke begins putting the situation together. The White Dragon is dead, and the Dragon Killer Knights have withdrawn, which means the immediate crisis has finally passed. Duke Baranov believes there is no longer any reason for enemies to rampage through their lands, and for now that is excellent news. Still, the old Duke understands that this peace is only temporary. After all, it is only a matter of time before another dragon awakens to its potential and throws the land into chaos again. To Duke Baranov, these disasters keep repeating because they are safeguarding two dragon fragments in the same place. For that reason, the Blood Duke decides the dragon fragments must be separated. The problem is that he does not yet know who can be trusted with something so dangerous and important. He stands before the two chained chests that remain, their weight far greater than their size suggests. Beside him are Volkov Baranov and one of his advisors, both waiting as the Duke considers his next move. As the guardian of the oath, Duke Baranov is supposed to be the one responsible for protecting them. But if the fragments must be split apart, then he has to decide who is worthy enough to receive one of them. While the Blood Duke wrestles with that difficult decision, the scene changes again, bringing us back to Sir Rudiger Bayezid's party on their return from the dragon hunt. Sir Lamond finally wakes from his unconscious state, and the first person he sees is Vlad. Apparently Vlad has been transporting him in a wagon, wrapped in layers of thick clothing while he was out cold. So the moment Sir Lamond opens his eyes and sees the blonde boy hovering nearby, he grumbles and asks whether Vlad thinks he is moving a corpse. Vlad answers that the wind is freezing and explains that Sir Lamond is being transported that way because they are still far from Storma. To him, bundling the old knight up is only common sense. Sir Lamond scoffs at that excuse and proudly says that a real man is not afraid of the cold. He says it with absolute confidence, even though bits of ice are still clinging to his face. Since Sir Lamond insists on acting tough, Vlad reminds him that he was the one complaining earlier that his bones ached after being blasted by the Lindblum's breath. That shuts the veteran down at once, because he cannot deny it. Sir Lamond is clearly annoyed that the boy remembered, and while he may still claim the cold no longer bothers him, he does not want Vlad tying him up any tighter, since his blood flow might get cut off at this rate. While Vlad and Sir Lamond bicker in the wagon, Sir Rudiger Bayezid speaks with Mircea Dragulia nearby. Rudiger mentions that preparations will soon be finished and asks whether Mircea will not be coming to Sturma with them. After all, Lord Mircea Dragulia and the Dragon Killer Knights are guests from far away, so Peter Bayezid would surely be pleased to see them. But Mircea already knows that Rudiger dislikes him, so he politely declines, saying that while visiting Sturma is a rare opportunity, he doubts he would be able to live peacefully there. Of course, Sir Rudiger Bayezid does not actually want Mircea Dragulia anywhere near Sturma. So once Mircea refuses the first time, Rudiger casually accepts the answer and makes no effort to persuade him further. At this point, Sir Rudiger Bayezid is only speaking with Mircea Dragulia because duty requires it. There is no warmth in the exchange, and certainly no enjoyment on Rudiger's side. Rudiger says it would be embarrassing to let a guest from so far away leave completely empty-handed. Since Volkov Baranov has taken the spear that pierced the Lindblum's leg, Rudiger suggests that Mircea Dragulia should take something as well, then asks whether he would at least like to bring back the tail. Naturally, Mircea Dragulia's pride will not allow him to accept such a minor piece of the dragon when he originally came intending to slay the creature himself. Keeping his expression composed, he politely refuses Rudiger's offer again and says he will simply accept his kind wishes instead. Sir Rudiger Bayezid is clearly enjoying the exchange now because he has the upper hand. The two men are locked in a quiet battle of words, and Rudiger is winning. He teases Mircea one more time, saying it may be better not to take anything after all, since extra luggage would only burden them on the long journey home. After that, Rudiger informs Mircea Dragulia that House Bayezid will handle the barbarians captured as prisoners of war. Then he finishes with a pointed farewell, telling Mircea that from now on, matters of the North should be left to the people of the North, and that he should enjoy his journey back. Mircea Dragulia understands that he has already lost this little contest, so he does not protest. He simply accepts Rudiger's words, and before leaving, he asks for permission to say farewell to the new dragon slayer. The request catches Sir Rudiger Bayezid off guard, and for a brief second he hesitates. In the end, he allows it, but only on the condition that the conversation lasts for just a moment. With permission granted, Mircea Dragulia starts walking toward Vlad. But as he passes, Sir Rudiger Bayezid gives him a cold warning, making it clear that if Mircea tries anything strange again, he will not be forgiven a second time. Mircea Dragulia responds with a polished look of innocence, pretending he has no idea what Rudiger means. He asks what Rudiger is talking about, and the Bayezid knight feels insulted that Mircea would assume he had not discovered what was done to Vlad on the battlefield. The memory flashes back to Vlad in the middle of the dragon fight, suddenly frozen by the binding spell, and struggling in agony when he should have been able to move. Back then, when Vlad was suddenly incapacitated during the most intense moment of the battle with the Lindblum, Mircea Dragulia was the one responsible. And somehow Sir Rudiger Bayezid had found out exactly what he did. Because of that, Rudiger Bayezid now has more than enough reason to hate that blonde bastard standing in front of him. His gaze turns ice cold, and he makes it painfully clear that this is the last mercy Mircea will receive. There will not be another warning. Mircea understands the meaning behind Rudiger Bayezid's words right away. With that same composed, slippery attitude of his, he gives Rudiger an assurance that he has heard the warning clearly, and that Rudiger will not need to repeat it. Once that tense exchange is over, Mircea turns away from Rudiger Bayezid and starts walking toward Vlad, his mind still circling around everything that just happened between them. As he moves, Mircea quietly admits to himself that he acted far too hastily, completely unlike his usual calculating self. A hint of regret lingers in his expression, because now he realizes that the encounter could have been a rare chance to glimpse the world Rudiger Bayezid lives in. But because Mircea had failed to keep his composure at the crucial moment, that chance had slipped through his fingers. And now, for all he knows, he may never get another opportunity like that again. Still, Mircea decides there is no point wallowing in disappointment. Even if he missed one valuable thing, he already managed to see what mattered most to him, the young man at the center of it all. Vlad himself. Meanwhile, Vlad is busy checking over the luggage, making sure everything has been packed properly and nothing has been left behind. Just as he is focused on that task, Mircea suddenly approaches him and interrupts his train of thought. With that sly, unreadable smile of his, Mircea praises Vlad for the impressive performance he showed on the battlefield, speaking as though the two of them are already on friendly terms. Naturally, Vlad is already irritated the moment he hears Mircea's voice. The fact that this man even has the nerve to walk over and speak to him only makes it worse. Without bothering to hide his annoyance, Vlad coolly replies that he could have done even better if a certain someone had not interfered. Mircea, however, only seems more amused by Vlad's reaction. He keeps pushing, saying that he is glad to finally meet the famous Vlad of Sora in person. Vlad does not bother answering that time, but Mircea is sharp enough to understand the silence. The feeling is absolutely not mutual. Vlad's jaw tightens, and the irritation in his eyes is impossible to miss. Even so, the young swordsman forces himself to stay controlled instead of lashing out on the spot. He tells Mircea that there is no reason for him to feel glad about this meeting. If anything, Vlad has plenty of reasons to wish he had never met the blonde bastard who nearly got him killed. Mircea only laughs it off and calls their situation rather unfortunate, then casually suggests that his wish to avoid going somewhere so dangerous must not have been communicated properly. Hearing him twist things that way, as if Rudiger Bayezid's group were somehow to blame for the danger they faced while chasing the dragon, nearly makes Vlad's temper snap. Vlad cuts him off and tells him to stop spouting nonsense and leave if he has nothing useful to say. That brief flash of anger only makes Mircea more interested. He studies Vlad closely, impressed by the sharpness of the boy's presence and the way his rage still stays barely leashed beneath a calm exterior, wondering how someone so young managed to mature so quickly. Mircea does not know the answer to that question, but strangely enough, he feels that this is exactly how it should be. Vlad's growth feels almost natural to him, as if the boy was always meant to stand this way. After all, a person who carries himself proudly, no matter where he stands, is not made overnight. And to Mircea, it is becoming increasingly clear that Vlad was born with that kind of spine. Seeing that Vlad is only a breath away from truly snapping at him, Mircea finally decides to stop playing around and get straight to the point. He tells Vlad that he will ask only a few questions and then disappear from his sight. But before Vlad can even accept or refuse, Mircea suddenly asks whether Vlad's heart starts running wild every time he sees a dragon. That question strikes Vlad harder than he expects. For a moment, he freezes, and it becomes painfully obvious that Mircea may know far more about him than he has been pretending. Vlad falls into a tense silence, his thoughts sinking back to the battles he has fought against the remnants of dragons. Those moments return to him one by one, sharp and unsettling. While Vlad is still lost in thought, Mircea presses even deeper, quietly suggesting that Vlad must have felt thirsty when he saw the blue blood of Lindblum spill before him. At that, Vlad's nerves begin to tighten. He tries to deny it in his heart, but the memory is too vivid, because he really did feel something strange when he saw that blood. A flicker of panic starts to creep over Vlad, and that is when Mircea delivers the question without any disguise. He asks Vlad directly whether he wanted to drink the dragon's blood. With Vlad trapped under the weight of that question, the scene shifts away from the tense conversation and moves to Sturma, the main city of Bayezid County. By then, Vlad and the others have finally arrived in Sturma. While everyone else is likely resting after the long journey, Vlad lies awake in his room, unable to find even a moment of sleep. He stays awake through the night, staring into the darkness as one thought after another churns restlessly inside his head. No matter how hard he tries, Vlad cannot get Mircea's final question out of his mind. It keeps echoing inside him, becoming the only thing he can think about. When Mircea asked whether he wanted to drink the dragon's blood, Vlad had felt insulted enough to snap back at him. But the more he thinks about it, the harder it becomes to ignore the ugly truth. Mircea had touched on something real. Vlad already knew that his heart would start pounding whenever he stood before a dragon. But when he faced Lindblom, it was more than simple fear or excitement. Something inside his heart had seemed to answer, as if it were resonating with the dragon itself. That is what Vlad cannot understand. How could Mircea possibly know about something even Vlad himself has barely begun to understand? The question leaves him wondering who on earth Mircea truly is. He cannot make sense of how that man knows things about him that even he has not fully uncovered yet. And while Vlad is still buried in those troubling thoughts, a sudden knock at the door pulls him back to the room around him. As anyone might expect, Vlad is in no mood to speak with visitors. Without even checking who it is, he snaps angrily toward the door and tells them to go away, making it clear that he does not want to be disturbed. At that moment, Rudiger Bayezid opens the door just a little, clearly feeling the sting of Vlad's tone. He understands that the boy must be under pressure, but he still thinks Vlad went a bit too far. After all, Vlad is not the only one in House Bayezid who has fought dragons. Rudiger himself has faced dragons on the battlefield twice, and he expects at least a proper measure of respect. The instant Vlad realizes that the person at the door is his master's older brother, he springs up from the bed in alarm and immediately apologizes for speaking so rudely. Vlad quickly explains that people have been coming to bother him non-stop, asking about the recent subjugation, so he assumed the visitor was just another curious admirer, hoping to hear the story firsthand. Hearing that, Rudiger Bayezid relaxes a little. With a faint joking tone, he says he was starting to worry that Vlad might secretly be holding some unknown grudge against him. Rudiger then asks if he may come inside, and Vlad, now fully alert and embarrassed by his mistake, immediately welcomes him into the room. Once inside, Rudiger glances around the modest space and quietly takes in every detail. Since he has never really stepped into a servant's room before, even the simple layout seems unfamiliar to him. Vlad can tell right away that Sir Rudiger did not leave his comfortable chambers just to inspect a servant's room. Feeling a little nervous, he carefully asks what has brought him here at this hour. In response, Rudiger Bayezid shows him the large case he has brought along and explains that inside is the sword he promised Vlad earlier. Rudiger says the weapon was personally forged by the finest blacksmith in Bayezid, then opens the large scabbard to reveal a magnificent blade. According to him, it is not only strong and sharp, but also surprisingly light, perfectly balanced, and easy to handle. He goes on to explain that the sword was made by a blacksmith whose reputation is known not only throughout the north, but across the entire empire. Because of that, Rudiger is confident the weapon is more than worthy of being used by Vlad. When Vlad sees the stunning sword before him, he is almost overwhelmed. He can hardly believe how far Sir Rudiger went for his sake, and he humbly says that such an extraordinary weapon is far too much for someone like him. Rudiger, however, does not agree at all. In his eyes, this sword is not too grand for the Dragon Slayer. If anything, it is the kind of reward Vlad has properly earned. He admits that he would have liked to give Vlad the finest artisan sword he could possibly obtain, but doing so might have stirred up unnecessary misunderstandings around the boy. Even so, Rudiger tells Vlad there is no need to worry, because he is not giving the sword with any hidden motive. He simply knows how deeply his younger brother, Joseph Bayezid, values Vlad. Realizing there is no reason to refuse any longer, Vlad accepts the sword with sincere gratitude. After that, Rudiger asks whether Vlad has seen Joseph. Vlad answers that he has, but only briefly, because Lord Joseph seemed extremely busy. Rudiger finds that amusing and remarks that there are times when Joseph seems more like Vlad's servant than the other way around. Apparently, every scandal Vlad gets tangled in eventually has to be cleaned up by Joseph. Vlad is caught off guard by that comment. He has no idea what he could have done this time to make his master so busy, and confusion spreads across his face. At that moment, Rudiger realizes that Vlad has not heard the news yet. When Vlad asks what he is talking about, Rudiger tells him plainly that the Bayezid household has issued a summons to every knight. The scene shifts outside after that, where Sir Lamund is standing in quiet conversation with Peter Bayezid, the head of the Bayezid family. There, the old knight calmly reveals that he has been thinking about bringing his long pilgrimage to an end. Hearing that, Lord Bayezid asks whether Sir Lamund has finally reached a firm decision. Sir Lamund answers with a heavy, thoughtful look, admitting that arriving at this conclusion was not easy for him at all. It had taken time, reflection, and no small amount of inner struggle. Lord Bayezid understands the weight behind those words. With a calm expression, he suggests that Sir Lamond must now be ready to pass on his final honor. The old knight gives a quiet nod. Lord Bayezid realizes that such an honor will place a tremendous burden on Vlad's shoulders, but Sir Lamond replies that this is precisely why he wants to entrust it to the young swordsman. To Sir Lamond, this is not something he is simply handing to a boy he favors. He is giving it to Vlad as a knight and as a true vassal of the Bayezid household. Sir Lamond then says he feels strangely relieved, as if he has finally completed every duty that remained to him. When Lord Bayezid hears that, he thanks the veteran knight for devoting so many long years of his life to House Bayezid. Sir Lamond lowers his head slightly in response and simply apologizes for any trouble he may have caused during all that time. After that quiet exchange, Lord Bayezid asks whether the old knight plans to return to his hometown now. Sir Lamond confirms it, saying it has been far too long since he last saw his own manor, and that he would like to go home at last. Lord Bayezid knows better than anyone how deeply Sir Lamond respects tradition. So when the old knight speaks so plainly about returning home, it only makes Lord Bayezid even more certain that his decision is final. By then, Sir Lamond feels as though he has already received the retirement gift he needed. Now he is simply looking forward to the day when all the knights gather together, because that will be the moment a brand new honor is born. 3 days later, Sir Jaeger is walking through the long hallway of the mansion. His steps are steady and unhurried, but then he suddenly stops in place as soon as he senses Vlad's presence nearby. When Sir Jaeger turns around and takes a proper look at his vassal, he is genuinely stunned. For a moment, he even wonders whether Lady Oksana used magic while preparing Vlad, because the change is that dramatic. To the green-eyed knight, it feels as if Oksana has transformed Vlad into an entirely different person. Vlad looks dignified, polished, and almost majestic, but the young swordsman himself does not seem comfortable at all. Instead, he looks strangely out of place, and Sir Jaeger quickly realizes that Vlad must be nervous. Sir Jaeger asks whether Vlad is feeling tense, and Vlad admits that he is more flustered than anything. His cheeks are already bright red, and he confesses that everything is happening so suddenly that he can barely keep up with it. Hearing that, Sir Jaeger reassures him in his usual calm way. He tells Vlad that he will not scold him even if he trembles like a leaf today, then reminds him that Vlad is the very reason the doors of the knights are being opened. That said, Sir Jaeger steps forward to the great doors and formally requests that Vlad be allowed to enter, declaring that the young man now stands there by the order of the Count. At that moment, the massive doors begin to open. As the view beyond them spreads before him, Vlad is struck silent by the solemn grandeur of the place, because he has just been granted entry into the Hall of Knights. Just before Vlad takes his first step inside, he glances back over his shoulder and sees young Master Joseph watching him with unmistakable pride. Joseph remembers all too clearly how he himself could never stand before those doors, because he was unable to wield a sword. For so long, Joseph had believed that the threshold before him was a line he would never cross in his lifetime. But today, it seems as though Vlad has become the sword that finally reached that place on his behalf. With deep pride swelling in his heart, Joseph encourages Vlad to go forward and enter the Hall of Knights. He congratulates him on the honor he has earned, and calls Vlad his sword. The red path before Vlad is a path of honor, one he has been walking without even realizing it, step by step. This is the oath he once dreamed of beyond the mire of the back alley, the road that led him toward the shining star he had always chased. And now, at last, Vlad has arrived beneath that star. Vlad walks down the red carpet as knights stand in solemn rows on both sides of him. At the far end, he kneels before Lord Bayezid, who waits with his sword in hand to officially raise the young swordsman into knighthood. Lord Bayezid addresses him as Vlad, servant of the Bayezid household, and praises him for reaching this place after everything he has endured. He tells Vlad that he has done well, then hands him a scroll containing the unchanging commandments of the Swordmaster. Lord Bayezid instructs Vlad to hold the scroll in his left hand, then tells him to engrave every word that follows deeply into his heart. The old lord reminds him that a knight must always be able to see the world of possibilities. That is the first commandment of the Swordmasters, and in that moment, its meaning becomes clear. Even when Vlad once met older knights as enemies, those knights still protected the possibilities within him. They guarded the future he carried, because that is the duty a true knight is meant to fulfill. Lord Bayezid continues, telling Vlad that a knight must always listen to his conscience. This is the second commandment of the Swordmasters. Vlad can understand this commandment just as deeply because it reminds him of the knights he was fortunate enough to meet along his journey. He remembers the mission with Sir Gregory in the village haunted by evil priests. Even in that fog-covered town where danger pressed in from every side, the knights risked everything they had, including their own lives. When a person stands where they are meant to stand, They must not hesitate when the time comes to act and do what is right. And in the end, only one's own conscience can decide what that right thing truly is. Then Lord Bayezid places the blade of his sword on Vlad's shoulder once more and speaks the third and final commandment of the Swordmasters. A knight must always pursue the path of honor. A knight must keep his eyes fixed on what is honorable, and he must continue striving toward it so that he can stand without shame, without hesitation, and without even the smallest trace of embarrassment in his heart. Vlad understands all three commandments, not as empty words, but as something he has already been living by. So when Lord Bayezid asks him to swear before his sword and before the commandments of the knights, Vlad has no reason to waver. Vlad of Sora has always looked toward the possibility of becoming a plain, honest sword with no unnecessary ornament, and the red-haired girl who stood beside him, Zamina, could testify to that. Even while living in the mire of the back alley, surrounded by poverty and cruelty, Vlad still tried to hold on to what he believed was right. Alongside Zamina Jorge, the knight who protected Rose's smiles, could also testify to Vlad's conscience. Because that young boy kept looking up toward the stars, he was able to keep moving forward, with the hope of one day reaching them. It may have been something Vlad protected without fully realizing it, but he had always done everything he could to hold on to that belief. And the plain sword that struggled alongside him through every trial would testify to that as well. With all of that standing as proof that Vlad is worthy of this knighthood, he swears before Lord Bayezid, before the sword, and before the commandments that he will give everything he has to uphold the teachings of the Swordmasters. In response, Lord Peter Bayezid, master of the Bayezid household, commands Vlad, the lowly servant who knelt before him, to rise now as a knight. Hearing those words, Vlad rises to his feet. From that moment on, he becomes the knight of Lady Alicia, the protector of the children blessed by San Rosino, the dragon slayer who spilled the blood of Lindblom, and a knight officially recognized by the Bayezid household, the one and only Vlad of Sora. This young man had once been a boy with nothing to his name, but through his own will, his own struggle, and his own blade, he had carved something real out of that emptiness. Around him, the knights gathered in the hall smile with pride. Among them, Sir Rudiger Bayezid and Sir Jaeger look especially pleased to witness this day. But in truth, no one there is prouder than the man who first brought Vlad into his home, young Master Joseph, who is watching everything unfold from just outside the Hall of Knights. Vlad's rise from the very bottom is something every star gathered in that place can bear witness to. It is a great moment in the history of the Bayezid household, and as everyone honors the newest addition to the Knights, the voice inside Vlad's head quietly tells him that he has done well then, for the first time ever, addresses him as Sir Vlad. The scene shifts once again, and this time, the story carries us to Trinova, the current heart of Gaidar County. In Trinova, the infamous Count Gaidar sits heavily upon his throne, his presence filling the chamber with pressure. One of his advisors urges him that this is the moment to move forward without hesitation, but the dwarves lingering behind them make the situation far more troublesome than anyone would like. Because of that unpleasant complication, Count Gaidar has chosen not to rush in with brute force. Instead, he decides to advance slowly and carefully, moving the same way the other nobles have begun to move. Count Gaidar then turns his attention to the Heinel household and points out that Alicia Heinel, the last remaining member of that line, is still unmarried. With a sinister look spreading across his face, Sigmund Gaidar, the ruler of the West, confirms the matter with his subordinate. And once he hears that Lady Alicia has not yet married, he coldly says that such a thing cannot be allowed to continue, because he sees no way a frail woman like her could survive this dangerous world alone. That is when it becomes clear that Count Gaidar is speaking to Godin. His eyes settle on the rogue knight as he tells him that this time, Godin will need to step directly into the matter. Godin simply asks what Count Gaidar wants him to do. In response, the massive ruler of the West orders him to go to Diermar with his son and secure a proper justification there, a command that immediately leaves the rogue knight startled. Godin is surprised because Count Gaidar is asking for justification instead of bloodshed, violence, or open war. But before he can fully sort through that strange order in his mind, the ruler of the West casually praises him, already trusting that Godin will not fail. Faced with that expectation, the white-haired mercenary lowers himself in obedience and vows that he will do everything in his power to complete the assignment. Back in Sturma, Peter Bayezid gathers members of his household for a small meeting. During the discussion, he remarks that he has placed Vlad in the very position his son Joseph had always wished to see filled. Joseph Bayezid responds by thanking his father, but Peter Bayezid does not stop there. He goes on to reveal that the Lord of the North will soon host a meeting where everyone of importance is expected to gather, and that news catches Joseph completely off guard. When his father confirms it, Joseph is left stunned for several seconds. The Great Assembly has not been held in more than 10 years, So hearing that it is suddenly happening again is enough to shake him. There had been no warning signs, no rumors, and no visible movement suggesting that such a gathering was being prepared. Joseph cannot help wondering whether the preparations were simply kept that secret. But another possibility quickly crosses his mind. Perhaps the Great Assembly was rushed forward on purpose. Precisely so, no one would see it coming. While Joseph is still troubled by the implications, Peter Bayezid reveals that he wants to sit beside Elisha Heinel, the Lord of Dirmar, during the assembly. That statement shocks Joseph even more deeply. Before he can fully process what his father means, or even begin to object, the conversation continues without giving him time to breathe. Peter Bayezid begins speaking about how the Heinel household has survived for a long time by benefiting from the North and Central powers keeping each other in check. As he opens a bottle of wine, he calmly concludes that the time has finally come for Heinel to make a decision. In Peter Bayezid's eyes, Dirmar must now decide what it will become: a loyal great land of the North, or an abandoned territory left to central influence. The wise old lord wants to apply pressure immediately, because he knows that if the Heinel household delays too long, it will be swallowed whole by the eagle of the West. Peter Bayezid then states that the age of peace has already ended. From this point on, people must gather together and fight to survive. Dirmar has remained neutral for long enough, and in his view, Lady Elisha will soon have no choice but to make an extremely difficult decision. Joseph cannot hide his worry for Lady Elisha. He quietly wonders whether she will really choose the North, and the moment Peter Bayezid hears that concern, a sly smile appears on the old lord's face. Peter Bayezid already knows how much effort Joseph has poured into guiding Elisha Heinel toward that choice. Even though Joseph is surprised to hear his father acknowledge it so openly, Peter promises to support him completely. Because when it comes to matters concerning Dirmar, Joseph represents the entire Bayezid household. Overwhelmed at first, Joseph eventually steadies himself and leaves the room. As Joseph walks away, Peter Bayezid watches his son's back and reflects on how Joseph has had to struggle all his life simply because he was born without sharp fangs of his own. This time, Peter Bayezid is ready to support him. Joseph has become deeply entangled in this matter, and the old lord has no intention of leaving him to carry it alone. After all, the Heinel household is not the only thing at stake. Peter Bayezid understands that the longer he delays his own decision, the greater the chance becomes that the blood of House Bayezid will be spilled. For that reason, Peter Bayezid decides that this endless problem must be brought to an end during his own generation. To him, this repeating cycle of conflict feels like a curse that has worn him down for far too long, and now he is determined to break that curse once and for all. Later that evening, as the sun begins to sink, Sir Lamund brings Vlad up to the top of the manor to show him something. When Vlad sees the view from above, he is genuinely amazed, admitting that he never knew the scenery from this height looked like this. Sir Lamund quietly answers that he wanted Vlad to see this place at least once before they went their separate ways. He points toward the castle walls, now glowing redder than at any other time of day. Sir Lamund says the walls of Sturma have endured through the ages by feeding on the blood of their enemies, but with a heavy voice he adds that they have also been stained by the blood of the Bayezid household. Vlad hears the pain beneath those words right away. Even without asking, he can tell that the old knight's heart is weighed down by everything those walls represent. Sir Lamund admits that blood is sometimes necessary in order to protect something precious. Then he explains that knights are people who have sworn to offer up their own blood willingly when the day comes that such blood is required. The air between them grows serious, and Sir Lamund looks at Vlad with the weight of experience in his eyes. He tells the young knight that when that day comes, Vlad too will have to offer his blood. Vlad does not flinch from those words. Instead, he gives Sir Lamund a warm, steady smile and assures him that he already understands. Hearing that answer, Sir Lamund finally decides it is time to give Vlad something more personal. He reveals his name properly as Lamund, and Vlad is caught off guard because the confession comes so suddenly. When Vlad shows his confusion, the old knight tells him that from now on, he should call him Sir Lamund then. While Vlad is still trying to understand the meaning behind it, Sir Lamund places his last ducat into Vlad's hand and tells him to take it. Vlad hesitates, unsure what the old coin is supposed to mean. Seeing his uncertainty, Sir Lamund explains that it is payment for the armor he once broke. Vlad accepts the coin, but he turns it over in his fingers with obvious doubt. The rusty old copper hardly looks impressive, and he cannot understand how Sir Lamund expects this little thing to cover the cost of his armor. While Vlad studies the coin with disappointment written plainly in his eyes, Sir Lamund tells him that it is worth far more than the gray orc leather armor he used to own. Knowing Vlad probably cannot grasp its value yet, the old knight simply assures him that one day, when the time is right, he will understand. Sir Lemund then figures that Vlad must have received his first mission after being knighted. Vlad confirms it and tells him that he will be departing the very next morning. At that, Sir Lemund realizes this will likely be the last time they see each other for quite a while. With that in mind, he tells Vlad to visit his manor someday if the chaos around them ever settles down in the near future. Vlad promises his favorite old knight that he will do exactly that. Then, trying to lighten the sadness between them, he jokes that when he visits, he will collect the rest of the payment Sir Lemund still owes him. It is clearly a farewell filled with emotion, but somehow the two of them manage to turn it into something warm and funny. The two share a gentle moment beneath the evening light, and Sir Lemund tells Vlad that he may come to visit whenever he wants. And Sir Lemund stretches out his hand for a farewell handshake, and instead of calling Vlad a brat like he usually does, he finally addresses him with proper respect as Sir Vlad. Vlad is visibly startled by that, but the retired knight only smiles warmly at him and says that the time they spent together was truly enjoyable. Now the moment to say goodbye has truly arrived. Even though Vlad is saddened by the thought of parting from the old man, a small smile slowly appears on his face as he reaches out and takes Sir Lemund's hand. Vlad thanks Sir Lemund for everything he has taught him, from swordsmanship to the weight a knight must carry. And with that heartfelt exchange, the two of them finally part ways. In Dearmar, Alicia Heinel, the familiar blue-haired lady, is growing increasingly frustrated. A full month has already passed since she sent her letter, yet no one has come to see her. Her advisor tries to calm her down, urging her to be patient a little longer. He reminds her that they must always prepare for the worst possible situation, because only by doing that can they be ready for whatever action they are forced to take. Time is running out for the Heinel household, and Alicia can feel the pressure closing in around her. In her heart, she is beginning to fear that the worst possible situation has already arrived. She thinks about the contents of Count Gaydar's letter, especially the demand that she marry his eldest son. The idea weighs on her so heavily that she no longer knows what she is supposed to think. Alicia finally asks her advisor whether she should simply marry into the Gaidar household. The old man is horrified by the question because that was not what he meant at all, and he immediately feels that he must have chosen his words poorly. Even as the advisor tries to calm her, Alicia is still trembling with anger over the so-called wedding invitation she received. It was less a proposal and more a one-sided notice, and Alicia understands perfectly well that Count Gaidar's offer left her almost no room to refuse. The West has disrespected her completely. No matter how politely the Gaidar household dressed up their words, Alicia Heinel could see the greed hiding underneath. They had given her no clear promise about what would happen to the future of Heinel, and all she could feel from their offer was their hunger to take what belonged to her. Right now, Lady Alicia is more lost than ever, because she cannot bring herself to trust anyone around her. Whether it is the North, Central, or Count Gaidar in the West, they all seem desperate to get their hands on her land. In Alicia's eyes, every side reaching toward Dearmar looks like a thief, so she knows she has to choose her next move with extreme caution. Seeing how tightly frustration has taken hold of her, Alicia's advisor gently tells her not to burden herself too much. He assures her that if they endure a little longer, the Heinel household's chance to rise again will eventually come. Alicia listens to him and slowly agrees. Even if the road ahead looks bleak, she decides that they have no choice but to keep trying until that opportunity finally appears. And yet, even after saying she cannot trust anyone, Alicia cannot stop wondering why there has still been no reply from Bayezid. It is almost as if part of her has been waiting for their answer, and she cannot understand why it would be so hard for them to send even a single servant. At that, her advisor suggests that House Bayezid must be calculating everything carefully. He believes they surely understand the advantage Dearmar holds through its terrain, and that they may be weighing their approach because of it. Still, despite that reasoning, there is one thing about the situation that continues to trouble the old advisor deeply. Before the advisor can say what worries him, a servant suddenly bursts into the room and reports to Baroness Alicia that Count Gaidar's people have just arrived. The servant looks frightened as he speaks, likely because everyone knows that visitors from the ruler of the West rarely bring anything good. Alicia's face sinks with exhaustion the moment she hears the news. She had expected pressure from Gaidar eventually, but she clearly did not expect them to appear this suddenly. Understanding Alicia's condition, her advisor offers to delay the meeting until the next day. He promises to buy her as much time as he possibly can, even if it means standing in front of Gaidar's people himself. But Alicia already knows this visit is not something harmless. The uneasiness in her eyes deepens, and the weight of what is coming presses down on her even harder. Her advisor senses it too. With a grave expression, he tells Alicia that she must steady herself and prepare for whatever is about to happen. After all, a starving eagle does not show mercy. Just outside the Heinel barony, Count Gaidar's arrogant successor, Istvan Gaidar, finally appears, and before he has even entered the estate, he is already sneering at how backward the place looks. The moment Istvan says that, Godin calmly tells him that Dirmar has always been this way. Unlike the West, this land has long preferred diplomacy over war. Godin adds that Dirmar tends to rely on family ties rather than commerce. And when Istvan hears that, he sums it up in the laziest way possible, deciding that the place is simply boring. The spoiled young man then asks whether he really has to do anything during this visit. Godin tells him that, at the very least, he must introduce himself properly to Lady Alicia, since Istvan is the one they are trying to marry her to. When Istvan asks what else is expected of him, Godin bluntly adds that he should also pretend to be interested in her. Istvan immediately complains about the arrangement, saying he does not like it at all because he hates anything that feels like work. Realizing that Count Gaidar's eldest son may become a serious problem before they even meet Alicia, Godin decides to correct him right away. He tells Istvan that he must fulfill the duties that come with the bloodline he was born into. That finally makes Istvan ask the question on his mind. He wants to know why his father is making everything so complicated this time. Count Gaidar has always been a man who solved problems through violence, taking whatever he wanted by force. That simple logic is the only method Istvan truly understands. So all this diplomacy and talk of justification leaves him confused. He even begins to wonder whether they lack the power to seize Dirmar from the Heinel household outright. But Godin explains that the North has never failed to protect what it must protect. Godin tells him that the West came this far by taking what it wanted, while the North reached its current strength by protecting what it already had. Now that Count Gaidar stands as both ruler and alliance leader of the West, it is only natural that he would be more cautious when taking the first step beyond his own territory. With that explanation, Godin manages to make Istvan understand the reason behind their restrained approach. Besides, Istvan can tell his father is taking this mission seriously, if only because Godin himself has been sent along. Even so, Istvan still looks bored and uninterested, so the clever rogue knight changes tactics and tells him that the lady they have come to meet is said to be truly beautiful. Godin adds that Alicia Heinel is rumored to be unmatched, even when compared to noblewomen from across the entire region. The moment Istvan hears that, interest finally sparks in his eyes for the first time since the journey began. Suddenly, he admits that he feels motivated enough to behave himself. Meanwhile, in Brigantes, the capital of the empire, something unsettling is beginning to stir within the Dragulia dukedom, the house tied to dragon blood. There, Mircea Dragulia returns to face his aged father, Sarnis Dragulia, the dragon blood duke. The old duke demands a report, and Mircea tells him plainly that the white dragon was slain by the knights of the north. Sarnis Dragulia flares with anger the moment he hears it, snarling that the barbaric north still does not understand its place. But before the old man can lose himself completely in rage, Mircea cuts in and reveals that his trip was not meaningless. He tells his father that he discovered a young boy in the north. According to Mircea, that boy is no ordinary human. He is convinced that Vlad is a young dragon who has not yet opened his eyes, and the statement immediately leaves Sarnis Dragulia shocked. Even with his father staring at him in disbelief, Mircea does not back down. He stands firmly by his conviction and asks whether the old duke has ever been to the north before. Sarnis Dragulia answers that he has been everywhere. With a twisted sense of pride, he claims he has spent his entire life scattering seeds all across the continent. To Sarnis Dragulia, a seed is a being filled with possibility, something no one can predict until it grows. So hearing that a human may have become something close to a dragon makes him feel that all those years of spreading seeds across the land may have been worth it. The Duke then asks Mircea whether his heart resonated when he saw that child, and Mircea confirms that it did. Sarnis Dragulia asks what Vlad looked like, and Mircea tells him the boy had golden hair and blue eyes, just like them. Those colors are no coincidence. They are the colors inherited through the blood of House Dragulia. Hearing that, the old dragon blood duke becomes even more intrigued. Since Vlad has not yet called forth the dragon's fragments, Sarnis Dragulia concludes that the boy truly has not opened his eyes yet, exactly as Mircea suspected. Now that such a strange and dangerous discovery has surfaced, Sarnis Dragulia admits once more that waiting for seeds to grow can be just as difficult as scattering them in the first place. Still, the old duke has lived long enough to understand one thing clearly. Humans keep repeating the same actions again and again, generation after generation. That is the way Sarnis Dragulia has lived as well. And because of that, he says he deeply wishes to meet this special child that Mircea has discovered. Back in Dirmar, Istvan is left completely stunned the moment he finally lays eyes on Alicia Heinel. All at once, the rumors he heard about Dirmar being worthless start to sound like nothing more than empty gossip. His attitude changes because the woman standing before him possesses a beauty he can barely put into words. Something striking enough to wipe the boredom from his face. With that feeling taking hold of him, Istvan greets Alicia at last and says it is a pleasure to meet her. For the first time, he actually manages to look like a respectable young noble as he introduces himself as a member of the Gaidar household. Alicia may already despise the reason he has come, but she still welcomes him to Dirmar with formal courtesy and a stern expression. And she is not the only one glaring, because her advisor looks absolutely furious as well. After hearing Istvan's introduction, the advisor realizes that his suspicions were correct. He concludes that the ruler of the West must have impure intentions, because otherwise his successor would never dare address Alicia merely as lady when she holds the title of Baroness in Dirmar. It does not take Istvan long to notice the old advisor's murderous glare fixed on him. He looks confused, probably because he has no idea what he has done to offend the man so badly. Still, Istvan does not care enough to think about it for long. His attention is already fixed on Alicia, the beautiful blue-haired Baroness he now intends to make his wife. Alicia finally addresses the uninvited guests. She thanks Istvan for coming such a long way, then coldly informs him that it would have been far better if they had notified Dirmar of their visit in advance. Istvan tries to cut in and say something, but Alicia does not give him the chance. She continues firmly, pointing out that the details of such a proposal should have been coordinated beforehand instead of being forced on her without warning. At this point, she is practically scolding both the young heir and the knight who escorted him, making it clear how deeply disappointed she is by the attitude House Gaidar has shown toward her. At first, Istvan is caught off guard by Alicia's strong response. But after a moment, a slow smile creeps across his face, because rather than feeling insulted, he actually finds her boldness impressive. Before meeting Alicia, Istvan Gaidar had assumed she would be nothing more than a sheltered young noblewoman. But after that brief exchange, he realizes her words are sharp enough to freeze the air between them. That icy pressure is exactly the kind of atmosphere he enjoys, and he starts looking forward to his stay in Dirmar. Before Istvan can answer with something rude, Godin quickly steps in to speak for him, quoting Count Gaidar by saying that fateful relationships born from a meeting should always be treated as precious. Unfortunately for Godin, Alicia does not accept that pleasant-sounding excuse. From her point of view, no proper noble household would rush a meeting between families in such a reckless, disrespectful way. Godin immediately realizes that Baroness Alicia will not be easy to pressure, so he changes his tone and tells her that Count Gaidar values her greatly. So greatly, in fact, that he sent his own son all the way to Dirmar just to meet her. Alicia's old advisor listens to the exchange in silence. But inside, his anger is practically boiling over. The Westerners disgust him, yet he knows he must not let that fury show too openly. In his mind, House Gaidar must have a reason for behaving so rudely, and he suspects they are deliberately trying to provoke a reaction, some convenient excuse that would allow them to seize Dirmar by force. While the advisor is weighing that danger, the arrogant heir speaks up again. Surprisingly, Istvan begins by apologizing to Baroness Alicia for failing to observe the proper manners and etiquette expected of him. Of course, there is no real sincerity behind the apology, but at least Istvan has managed to perform the role of a well-behaved noble for the moment. That gives Godin the opening he needs to formally introduce him as the heir of the Gaidar household. For some reason, Godin even suggests that Istvan's presence alone is enough to replace all unnecessary procedures, and Alicia clearly does not like that. She says nothing at first, only fixing both of them with a cold, silent glare. Istvan immediately notices that Alicia has taken offense, so he lets out a small laugh and tells her not to be angry. He claims that they came all this way only because they heard good news and wished to see her in person. In response, Alicia decides that the details can be discussed later as they move forward with the formalities. For now, she urges them to rest in the accommodations she has prepared for their stay. But for some reason, Istvan refuses to put the conversation off. Instead of resting, he says he would rather spend more time talking with Alicia alone, and that bold statement instantly strikes a nerve. Alicia is still stunned by the sheer audacity of his words when Istvan continues, claiming that the present situation is urgent, even though he knows the proper etiquette would be to greet her parents first. Patience may be an important virtue, but even patience has a limit. If one side continues to endure while the other keeps crossing every boundary, that is no longer patience, it becomes an act of lowering oneself. Alicia's anger finally flares, and she demands to know how Istvan could dare suggest something so improper. When Istvan sees the fury on Alicia's face, he is secretly delighted. His little provocation worked exactly as intended. This is the reaction he had been trying to draw out of her, and he can hardly believe how easily she gave it to him. With that, Istvan's personal goal for coming to Dirmar has already been achieved. As far as he is concerned, the Westerners have finally obtained the justification they were looking for. But just before the men from the West can reveal their true intentions, something completely unexpected interrupts them. All at once, someone announces that the Knights of Bayezid have arrived. The news lands like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Alicia's advisor reacts without a moment of hesitation, immediately ordering that the knights be allowed inside. Sure enough, the massive doors are opened at once, making way for the powerful knights of House Bayezid to enter the hall. Sir Jaeger leads the group from the front, while Vlad and the other skilled swordsmen advance behind him to greet the blue-haired Baroness of Dirmar. Jaeger is the first to bow and address Baroness, Alicia calmly admitting that it has been quite some time since they last saw one another. With proper humility, the Knights of Bayezid offer their greetings to the Master of Dirmar and explain that they have come to pay their respects. For the first time since the Westerners arrived, Alicia's face softens into a genuine smile. She gladly welcomes the knights, and that is when Vlad steps forward and apologizes for arriving late. The moment Istvan notices Vlad, irritation flashes across his face, and he immediately shoots the young knight a sharp, hostile glare. The youngest knight of the group steps closer to Lady Alicia and speaks with quiet resolve, telling her that he has come in answer to her call. At those words, Alicia's smile grows even brighter because she is truly happy to see him. After all, Vlad is the only one who has the right to address her as Lady, because he is the only person she allowed to do so when she gave him her handkerchief. With his blue eyes fixed steadily ahead, Vlad declares that he has come to Dirmar to repay the price of receiving Alicia's handkerchief. When the arrogant heir of the West hears that, confusion crosses his face. Istvan has no idea what handkerchief they are talking about, or why it seems to matter so much. At that moment, Vlad finally turns his gaze toward Istvan Gaidar, the man he will soon have to confront. Vlad states that the price he has come to offer is his name, a name guaranteed by House Bayezid and upheld through the honor of a knight. As he says this, Vlad thinks back on the long road he has climbed, struggling upward through the mire to reach this very place. He has come a long way from the slums of Sora, and now that he stands face to face with Godin once again, Vlad feels a quiet satisfaction knowing that his shadow has finally reached the traitor. Godin is shaken when he realizes that the young knight before him is the very same boy he once wronged long ago. Godin is visibly unsettled, but Vlad wants him to look properly. He wants the traitor to meet his eyes and understand exactly who is standing before him now. To Vlad, Godin had always felt distant and slippery, a figure he could never quite catch. But now Vlad is glad, because he has finally earned the right to stand before the Knights of Blue Moonlight and face that man directly. Later that day, the men from the West gather for a private conversation. Istvan looks furious because he had truly believed everything would go smoothly, only for the Knights of Bayezid to appear out of nowhere and ruin the entire flow of his plan. He never imagined that House Bayezid would make such a sudden move at precisely the worst possible time for him. What angers Istvan most is the blonde swordsman who completely overshadowed him in front of Baroness Alicia. Until today, he had never even heard the name Vlad of Sora, and although he thought he had crossed gazes with Vlad, that was not actually the case. The truth is, Vlad had barely been looking at Istvan at all. His eyes had been fixed on Godin, who was standing behind the Western heir. As Istvan replays the moment in his mind, he lets out a low chuckle. The humiliation is irritating, but also strangely interesting, because no one has ever treated him like that before. The fact that Vlad barely spared him more than a glance makes Istvan furious. But it also stirs his curiosity. So he asks Godin whether he knows that young knight, saying that Vlad seemed rather arrogant. Godin answers simply that he and Vlad once had a brief encounter. Even so, the rogue knight is still surprised by what the boy has become, because he never imagined they would meet again in a place like this. The scar-faced traitor thinks back to the last time he saw Vlad. As the memory returns, Godin begins to realize that perhaps he did not spare the boy's life back then out of pity alone. Godin understands now that he may have allowed Vlad to live because the shining possibilities inside the boy had drawn him in, making him want to support that fragile spark without even admitting it. Even though it is clear now that Vlad may one day become a thorn in his side, Godin still has to admit that the young knight is genuinely admirable. He can hardly believe this is the same person he once received a report about. Godin's thoughts are suddenly interrupted when the spoiled heir he has been escorting asks what they are supposed to do now. Istvan reminds him that Count Gaidar ordered them to create a reason to take over Dirmar, but that goal no longer looks easy now that House Bayezid has involved itself so openly. Godin falls silent for a few seconds, thinking through the problem carefully until an idea finally takes shape. Then he assures Istvan that there is still a way to complete the assignment. It will simply have to be a winner-takes-all situation. In Godin's mind, that kind of law works anywhere, and with the Knights of Bayezid now standing in the picture, He believes this is the only path left. Elsewhere, Baroness Alicia sits down for a small meeting with Sir Jaeger and Vlad. Over tea, she tells them that Joseph Bayezid once promised to prove the alliance between their households was truly strong. Now that Sir Jaeger and the Knights of Bayezid have come all the way to Dirmar, Alicia says there is no longer any need for further proof. With everyone now on the same page, Jaeger places a letter from his master, Joseph Bayezid, onto the table. Alicia quickly picks it up and begins reading. Even though Vlad holds her handkerchief, Joseph believes it will still be difficult for her to reject House Gaidar's marriage proposal on that reason alone. Because of that, Joseph has written another option into the letter. By the time Alicia finishes reading, she is shocked to discover that there may be another way to escape the clutches of the West. Once Alicia lowers the letter, Sir Jaeger assures her that Joseph is doing everything he can for Dirmar right now. Alicia agrees, admitting that the plan written in the letter could truly become a possible solution to her dilemma. Alicia then reveals that her grandmother came from the same bloodline as Madame Oksana, meaning that the same blood also flows within Alicia herself. Apparently, Alicia's old advisor had never been told about this hidden bloodline, so the moment it comes out, the elderly man is left completely speechless. While he struggles to hide his shock, Sir Jaeger calmly confirms that the discovery is true. He then explains that the reason House Bayezid lent Alicia their swords was not simple kindness either. They acted because Alicia had inherited that blood as well. As Alicia listens, she slowly begins putting the pieces together in her head. If the Countess of Bayezid truly becomes her godmother, then rejecting the marriage proposal from the Gaidar household would become much easier. After all, if the eldest son of House Gaidar still wants to marry her, he would first have to seek approval from the Countess herself. And of course, there is no chance that Lady Oksana would ever allow Alicia to be married off into the household of a tyrant. Even so, the blue-haired young lady cannot fully relax. Her expression tightens with worry because she feels as if she may be dragging the Countess into unnecessary trouble for her sake. Noticing the concern on Alicia's face, Sir Jaeger quickly reassures her that Madame Oksana has already promised to welcome her at any time. Those words ease the Baroness a little, and a faint look of relief settles over her. But her advisor remains unconvinced. Even though the knights have clearly shown goodwill, he also understands the political weight behind this offer. If Alicia accepts, House Bayezid will gain a proper justification to involve itself in the affairs of Heinel. And once the old advisor realizes that this would be the result, his expression grows heavier. To him, it means that even House Bayezid cannot be acting with completely pure intentions. That thought troubles him deeply. Yet he also knows there is no real alternative left for Alicia at this point. The more he thinks about it, the more he begins to wonder whether House Bayezid had predicted this entire situation from the beginning, deliberately waiting so they could arrive only after the Westerners had already made their move. If that is truly what happened, then the advisor can only come to one conclusion. Joseph Bayezid is a terrifying man, someone capable of arranging this entire operation as if every move had already been placed in his hands. To the old man, this feels less like politics and more like a game of chess being played by Joseph himself. And by now, Dirmar has already been placed right on top of that board. With so many powers pressing in from every direction, and every choice carrying hidden consequences, Alicia suddenly finds herself crushed beneath a pressure far heavier than before. Alicia hesitates, her eyes wavering as she tries to gather her thoughts. She does not know what answer she should give, and in a quiet, uncertain way, she wonders whether she truly has to decide everything right here and now. Sir Jaeger naturally understands that Alicia has been placed in an unbearably difficult position. Instead of forcing her, he calmly tells her that she does not need to choose immediately. He says they know how stressful this must be for her, and that she is free to take her time before giving them an answer. Hearing that, the Baroness's tense expression softens. Alicia is clearly grateful for their patience, and she thanks them sincerely for showing her that consideration. Her advisor also understands just how difficult the decision is. On one side, the Gaidar household came to Alicia under the excuse of a marriage proposal. On the other, House Bayezid is offering protection while using that very safety as bait. From where he stands, it is becoming painfully clear that Alicia may not have anyone she can trust completely. For a brief moment, Alicia falls silent and seems to drift away into her own thoughts. Then her gaze lifts, and her eyes suddenly meet Vlad's across the room. She addresses him respectfully as Sir, clearly aware that Vlad is no longer just a swordsman, but a fully recognized knight. Then, with a gentler tone, Alicia asks how he is feeling, and whether the duty entrusted to him is something he can truly bear. Vlad answers without hesitation. He simply tells Alicia that he will do his best for her. Those are his orders, and more than that, They are orders he genuinely wants to follow. The moment Vlad says that, Alicia is visibly caught off guard. At the same time, her advisor's eyes widen slightly, as if the meaning behind those simple words has suddenly struck him. The old advisor realizes that there is, in fact, one person Alicia can trust without suspicion. That person is Vlad. Unlike the others, the young knight is not placing conditions on his loyalty, nor is he hiding some complicated scheme. He is simply willing to do whatever Lady Alicia needs from him. Once Vlad makes it clear that he is prepared to fight for her no matter what happens. Alicia thanks him from the heart. Then she asks him to show her the handkerchief she had given him before. Alicia thinks the handkerchief may need some mending, especially since Vlad has apparently been carrying it with him all this time. Hearing that, Vlad immediately reaches into his breastplate and begins searching inside his armor for it. When Alicia sees where he is looking, she realizes that Vlad has been keeping the cloth tucked deep inside his armor, close and protected. Knowing that he treasures it so carefully makes her feel quietly happy. After a few seconds of searching, Vlad finally pulls out the purple handkerchief and offers it to Alicia. But this is the exact moment where he makes his first real mistake. Vlad has completely forgotten that Zemina also gave him a white handkerchief. Because of that, he fails to hide it in time, and without thinking, he brings it out together with Alicia's purple one. The instant Lady Alicia notices Zemina's white handkerchief sitting above her own, her eyes fill with disbelief. Before Vlad can even understand what he has done wrong, Alicia moves like lightning and snatches the white cloth straight from his hand. For a moment, Vlad is left completely stunned. Even the voice inside his head falls silent in surprise. The voice admits that he did not even see Alicia's hand move because she was that fast. Vlad, still blinking in confusion, can only agree that he missed it too. Now holding the white handkerchief, Alicia examines it closely. It only takes her a moment to confirm that this is definitely not the one she gave Vlad, and her displeasure becomes impossible to miss. Realizing that Alicia is probably upset, Vlad tries to ease the mood with an awkward laugh. He tells her it is nothing serious and explains that a friend gave it to him. Vlad then admits that he has been using both handkerchiefs. Alicia immediately concludes that this friend must be a girl as well. And Vlad does not even think to lie. With complete innocence, he confirms that Zemina is a young woman he grew up with. All of a sudden, the Baroness's expression changes, and she no longer looks openly angry. Seeing that, the clueless Vlad, who still understands absolutely nothing about women, starts laughing too, convinced that Alicia has already calmed down. He even makes things worse by praising Zemina's handkerchief right in front of Alicia. Vlad cheerfully talks about how it is made of pure cotton, and how comfortable it is to use. By this point, the older men in the room are already pitying Vlad from the bottom of their hearts. They can tell he is only digging his own grave and making the Baroness angrier with every word. Alicia's advisor grows nervous on his behalf, silently begging him to stop saying foolish things, while Jaeger can only pray that Vlad finally shuts his mouth. At last, Vlad opens his eyes to the atmosphere around him. Only then does he notice the strained, worried looks on the faces of the men watching him. He also senses that Alicia is barely holding herself back from striking him on the head, and that is when he finally realizes he has caused trouble again. The voice inside his head immediately agrees, making it clear that this time the situation is actually quite serious. Eventually, Sir Jaeger can no longer suppress his irritation. His patience snaps, and he begins scolding Vlad harshly right there. The seasoned knight says he has always hated fools, but somehow Vlad has managed to become the most foolish person he has ever encountered. Sir Joseph had prepared everything for the young knight so carefully, and Jaeger cannot understand how Vlad still managed to ruin the atmosphere over something as small as a handkerchief. The one-eyed knight is so disappointed that he can only stare at Vlad in disbelief. In the end, Jaeger concludes that Vlad must have a special talent for acting like an idiot. Vlad is deeply ashamed of himself as well. With no excuse left to give, he lowers his head, accepts the scolding, and apologizes for being careless. He admits that he never expected the situation to turn out this way, but just hearing him speak makes Jaeger want to punch him in the face even more. Still, the veteran knight knows better than to beat his own vassal in the middle of this mess, so he forces himself to swallow his rage. After all, Vlad will turn 18 once this winter passes, which means Jaeger has to start treating him more like an adult. On top of that, Vlad is now a knight in his own right, so Jaeger can no longer handle him the same way he did back when he was just a young swordsman in training. Keeping all of that in mind, Jaeger finally manages to calm himself down. Then, with a tight voice, he tells Vlad to leave the room. Vlad is shocked by the order and stares at him in disbelief, but the green-eyed knight only repeats himself once, telling him to get out already. Jaeger is so furious that he does not even want Vlad in his sight for the time being. He warns that he might beat him the way he used to, but to everyone's surprise, Vlad answers back and says he would like to see him try. Feeling oddly confident, he even challenges the seasoned knight to hit him, convinced that Jaeger will not be able to lay a hand on him. Naturally, that only makes Jaeger even angrier. His glare sharpens, and he gives Vlad one final warning to disappear from his sight. The seasoned knight begins cracking his knuckles, openly saying that he may not be able to hold himself back any longer, and just when it looks like Jaeger is about to reach his limit, Vlad's courage collapses, and he bolts out of the room like a coward. The way Vlad runs after talking so boldly is honestly ridiculous. Jaeger can only watch him flee and wonder what in the world he is supposed to do with that kid. After escaping, Vlad ends up in another room, where several Bayezid knights are relaxing with wine. The moment he steps inside, every one of them turns to stare at him. Vlad asks what they are looking at, and they immediately start teasing him about the handkerchief disaster. As far as the knights are concerned, Vlad is no innocent young swordsman at all. To them, he looks like a shameless flirt, who is casually playing with the hearts of two different ladies. They keep teasing him for making such an awful mistake in front of the Baroness, and once their laughter fills the room, the joke starts to wear on him. At that point, it is no longer funny to Vlad. He says he would like to be alone, but that only makes the knights mock him even harder, because they cannot believe he actually thinks they would leave the room just for him. Once Vlad realizes the other knights have no intention of letting the teasing end, he quietly slips out through the door and heads somewhere else. But even as he leaves, their laughter follows him, with one of them joking that they should warn the maids of the Heinel household, because a wild stallion is now roaming the mansion. What started as one small mistake has somehow exploded into a huge mess for Vlad, and as he walks away, he can only wonder how things spiraled this badly. All Vlad had meant to do was take out Lady Alicia's handkerchief, nothing more. Somehow, in the worst possible way, he ended up making the situation look completely wrong, and even he cannot understand how he managed to fail so badly. Now he walks alone through the quiet hallway, his thoughts weighing heavily on him. This is his first real mission as a knight, and he wanted more than anything to do it properly, so the fact that he has already caused such a disaster hits him even harder. What confuses Vlad even more is that the other knights did not try to comfort him at all. Instead, they just laughed, teased him, and made the whole embarrassing mess even worse. That is when the voice in Vlad's head quietly speaks up, saying it was actually good to see them teasing him like that. According to the voice, those knights were not truly mocking him with any malice. For men like them, rough jokes and harsh laughter are simply another way of showing affection. They are hardened warriors trained under Rudiger Bayezid, so the fact that they could laugh at Vlad so openly means they have started accepting him as one of their own. Vlad thinks about that for a moment, then admits he can believe it. After all, this is not the first time he has seen people act this way. Whether they are back alley thugs from Sora or proud knights with noble titles, Vlad realizes that people are not all that different in the end. He went through the same kind of treatment back in Sora when he was still working under Jorge and the men around him. Once that thought settles, Vlad's mind returns to the problem right in front of him. He has already made a mess of things, and at this point, he does not see an easy way to fix it. Going back to the other knights means getting chewed up by their teasing again, and if Jaeger finds him, Vlad is almost certain the man will tear him apart for causing trouble. With nowhere else to go, Vlad pauses by a window and looks outside. In the middle of the open field, he spots a single lonely tree standing by itself, separated from everything around it, almost as if it is just as alone as he is. Seeing that tree reminds Vlad that it has been quite a while since he last prayed. Since his thoughts are already tangled and heavy, he decides it might not be a bad idea to go outside and offer a prayer there. Meanwhile, Lady Alicia is still visibly upset. She sits at her table trying to make sense of what Vlad did, but the more she turns it over in her mind, the more ridiculous and unbelievable the whole situation feels to her. Alicia begins to wonder whether Vlad might truly be that clueless. But even then, she cannot understand how he managed to keep her handkerchief together with another woman's. The thought alone keeps irritating her, no matter how many times she tries to reason through it. Even though Alicia is no longer feeling very favorable toward Vlad, her advisor continues trying to speak on the young knight's behalf. The advisor calmly points out how clean Vlad kept the handkerchief. Alicia tries to brush that aside, but the old man gently insists that most young men Vlad's age would never be so careful with something so small and delicate. That catches Alicia's attention, even though her anger toward Vlad has not fully faded. She looks at the old advisor and asks what exactly he is trying to say. In response, the advisor reminds Alicia that ever since she entrusted Vlad with that handkerchief, he has been sent into one dangerous mission after another. Vlad has crossed blades with all kinds of enemies and passed through battles where a small cloth could easily have been stained, torn, or lost. Yet despite all of that, he still kept it clean, which means he must have taken special care to protect it. The old advisor admits that Vlad made a serious mistake because of his ignorance. However, he also explains that this same ignorance may prove something else, that Vlad's actions were not driven by schemes or impure intentions, but by a completely innocent misunderstanding. In the advisor's eyes, Vlad is not like the other men who might raise their swords for Alicia while secretly calculating what they can gain from her. After hearing those words, Alicia slowly begins to see the sense in what the old man is trying to tell her. Alicia is still hesitant to fully forgive Vlad or return to his side emotionally, but just then, the wise old advisor tells her to look out the window. Together, they look outside and see Vlad standing beneath the lonely tree, quietly praying. The advisor then tells Alicia that every one of Vlad's actions shows why House Bayezid values him so highly. All at once, Alicia's expression softens, and a small light returns to her face. Seeing Vlad praying like that reassures her, because it proves that deep down he still has not changed from the young knight she first met. But that faint smile disappears almost immediately when Alicia notices someone marching toward Vlad. The figure is none other than Istvan Gaidar, closing the distance between himself and the unsuspecting knight. Alicia and her advisor are too far away to reach Vlad in time, and that makes the situation even more alarming. The old advisor begins to panic, urgently asking whether there is anyone outside who can warn Vlad from where he stands. This is no ordinary encounter, it is an emergency unfolding right before their eyes. At that same moment, Vlad is deep within his own thoughts, focusing inward as he tries to draw out any memories connected to the lonely tree before him. He asks the voice to search through those memories, hoping something will surface, but the attempt does not bring much success. Vlad remembers that some memories returned to him after he met Noir, and the voice suggests there may be some kind of connection between Vlad and the serpent spirit tied to those memories. Their quiet meditation is suddenly interrupted when the voice senses someone approaching. The warning instantly sharpens Vlad's awareness, and he quietly listens, trying to determine who is coming toward him. When Istvan Gaidar comes close enough, he looks around and expresses surprise at finding a grave in a place like this. From that alone, Istvan concludes that someone important to Vlad must be buried here. Someone dear enough to make him come all the way out to this isolated spot to pray. Vlad rises to his feet, and before he even turns around, he coldly tells the arrogant Westerner that this is a place where only those permitted by its master may enter. Anger builds in Vlad as he realizes Istvan has stepped into this sacred space with his vile presence, and as he turns, his hand moves toward his sword. Seeing Vlad react that way, Istvan takes it as a challenge and asks why Vlad is allowed here while he is not. Vlad answers that he received permission to stand in this place, but Istvan barely cares about that. What matters to him is that Vlad is finally looking directly at him. Istvan is thrilled to finally have the attention of the young knight who interfered with his assignment in Dirmar. He admits that when the Bayezid knights first arrived, he almost felt invisible, because Vlad's eyes had been fixed only on Godin. Vlad is not interested in Istvan's wounded pride. Right now, he is furious at the brat's nerve for intruding on this place, so he stays silent and lets Istvan say whatever he came to say, waiting for the moment he can send him away. Istvan continues running his mouth, throwing out one irritating remark after another, until he finally reveals that the rogue knight Godin gave him a message to deliver to Vlad. According to Istvan, if Vlad gives up Lady Alicia Heinel's handkerchief, Godin will consider that payment for the second jerky. To anyone else, those words would sound like complete nonsense, but Vlad has met Godin before, and he understands exactly what that message means. Judging by the sudden change in Vlad's expression, the meaning behind it shakes him deeply. Of course, Istvan has no idea what Godin's message actually refers to. He is only passing it along, so he presses Vlad to explain what the knight was supposed to mean by it. For a while, Vlad remains visibly shaken, the message leaving him dazed and disturbed. Istvan notices the reaction and grows even more eager for an answer. He says he is not particularly curious about whatever past connection Vlad and Godin may have had, but he still wants to know what that cryptic phrase means. Right now, Istvan's only real concern is the handkerchief. With that goal in mind, he boldly orders Vlad to hand it over. As expected, Vlad has no intention of surrendering it. His eyes harden, and he tells Istvan that if he wants the handkerchief so badly, he can come and take it himself, if he has the courage. The arrogant heir of the West is stunned that a boy from Sawara would dare speak to him in such a defiant way. Istvan cannot believe Vlad would question whether he is capable of overpowering him. That insult only fuels his desperation, making him even more determined to seize the handkerchief by force. The West has never been a place that hides its desires. It is a world where only the greedy and ambitious survive. But the North is just as unforgiving in its own way, because there, survival belongs to those who refuse to let anything precious be taken from them. Seeing that Vlad has no intention of giving up the handkerchief, Istvan is not exactly surprised. Godin had already warned him that Vlad would refuse to listen, and now that things have reached this point, Istvan decides there is no other option left. Both men understand what comes next, and both of them are ready for it. Since Istvan is the one issuing the challenge, he is the first to draw his sword. The moment the blade appears, its massive size makes the threat impossible to ignore. The weapon is so enormous that holding it with one hand should not even seem physically possible. But Istvan, the brutal successor of the West, grips it like a madman built for raw force, thrusts the huge blade forward and points it directly at Vlad's face. The razor-sharp tip stops only inches away from the young knight's eyes, close enough to make the danger feel immediate. With his eyes glowing red from desperation and pride, Istvan calls Vlad the rookie from the north, his voice carrying the weight of a formal challenge. Then, in that tense moment beneath the lonely tree, Istvan challenges Vlad to a duel over Alicia Heinel's handkerchief. Even with that massive sword pushed right in front of his face, Vlad does not flinch. He stands his ground completely unfazed, his gaze fixed on Istvan without the slightest sign of fear. For a brief moment, Vlad says nothing at all, simply staring down Istvan Gaidar with an unshaken gaze. Then, instead of answering the challenge directly, he tells Istvan to say it again, leaving the brute visibly confused because he has no idea what Vlad is even talking about. When Vlad sees the confusion on Istvan's face, he decides to make the matter painfully clear. He reminds him that he is not some nameless boy standing in a field. He is a knight of House Bayezid, and he is also Lady Alicia Heinel's knight. If Istvan truly wants to challenge him to a proper duel, then he needs to address Vlad correctly and say his name with the respect the challenge demands. After making his point, Vlad cuts even deeper with one final insult, calling Istvan nothing more than a hooligan from the West. Later that night, Godin sits alone, occupied with paperwork that lays out Vlad's recent achievements in detail. As he reads through the reports, he learns that Vlad destroyed an entire organization within a city, drove out the enforcer of a dark mage, lured out the deathworm, and even brought down Lindblom with his own hands. As Godin continues reading, a thought begins to form in his mind. In Vlad's case, he feels House Bayezid may have acted far too urgently. There are standards to consider, and common sense should still matter. Yet it seems to him that they have inflated Vlad's value far beyond what should have been done. From Godin's point of view, Vlad was the sort of boy who would have grown into something impressive even without being pushed through all of these dangerous missions. But now, after seeing how quickly House Bayezid has raised him up, Godin feels as though Vlad's potential has been shaped into something artificial. Godin thinks back to his own clash with Vlad and remembers the path of that single sword strike. To him, it was only a glimpse of possibility, nothing more, and he cannot accept that such a display would be enough for Vlad to reach the title of Dragon Slayer in just 1 year. Even though Godin believes House Bayezid rushed Vlad's rise, he still has to admit one thing: the fact that they awakened his aura is impressive. After all, aura is not something a person can simply gain because someone taught them how. Now that Godin understands just how much Vlad has changed, regret starts to creep in. He finds himself wishing he had taken Vlad with him back then, no matter what method he would have needed to use. His thoughts are interrupted when Istvan returns. Godin turns toward the successor of the West and immediately asks about Lady Alicia Heinel's handkerchief. Of course, Istvan did not manage to bring it back. He confirms with clear irritation that Vlad is exactly the kind of person who refuses to listen. Godin is surprised to see Istvan return empty-handed, since he assumed the brute would simply rip the handkerchief away by force if Vlad refused. Istvan admits that he was about to do exactly that, but the mood was ruined before he could make his move. As it turns out, the Bayezid knights and several Heinel guards rushed onto the scene right before Istvan could properly clash with Vlad. Istvan has no idea how they realized what was happening so quickly. Still, before they interrupted everything, he at least managed to formally request a duel. When Godin hears that, he immediately asks when the duel will take place. Istvan tells him it has been set for 2 days later, and adds that they are required to bring a priest to supervise the match. Godin considers that and says having a priest there as a witness is actually a good thing with an official observer present. The other side will not be able to complain afterward. At this rate, Godin is confident that they will soon gain both justification and profit. That may be good news for the West as a whole, but Istvan has already taken this personally. For him, the true reward will be seeing Vlad's face twist in fear once the duel begins. The scene then shifts to Sir Jaeger, who is having a private conversation with Alicia Heinel's old advisor. The old advisor asks Jaeger whether Vlad has any real chance of winning the duel. Jaeger does not try to hide the truth and admits that it will not be easy. Istvan Gaidar is the eldest son of the conqueror of the West and a direct heir of the Gaidar family. Everyone knows he is not merely a spoiled noble with a sword, but a ferocious warrior who has sharpened his skills since childhood while receiving the finest education his house could provide. Even Sir Lamund has acknowledged the strength of the Western Knights, so Yager understands very well that this duel will be dangerous. In fact, when he weighs the situation honestly, Yager fears that Vlad's chances of victory are quite low at the moment. The old advisor is grateful that Jaeger speaks so plainly, but that honesty only deepens his concern. If Lady Alicia Heinel's handkerchief were to fall into Istvan's hands, the consequences would be far more serious than a simple lost duel. However, Jaeger tells him not to worry too much. He reminds the old advisor that Vlad once fought against a knight even when he was still only a squire. On top of that, Jaeger assures him that Lord Joseph Bayezid did not send them to Dirmar without preparing plans of his own. Hearing that, the old advisor grows curious and asks if they truly have a good plan. Jaeger answers quietly, telling him that this duel is only one part of a larger process. When the old advisor sees the steady confidence in Jaeger's eyes, he finally begins to relax. He had not realized House Bayezid had already prepared so carefully, and now that he knows they did not come without support, he offers to assist them with anything they may need. Jaeger does not hesitate to make his first request. When the old advisor asks what it is, Jaeger tells him that they would like to suggest a specific location for the duel to Lady Alicia Heinel. When the day of the duel finally arrives, Istvan finds himself completely baffled by the place chosen for the fight. Instead of a lobby, a grand hall, or any other proper indoor space where noble duels are usually held, they are standing out in an open field. To Istvan, the choice feels strange from the very beginning. At that point, Godin explains that the unusual location came from a special request made by Baroness Alicia Heinel herself. Because the duel is tied to a proposal and Alicia's honor, she asked for her deceased parents, who rest beneath that ground, to be present as witnesses as well. That is why everyone has gathered in the open field outside the mansion, waiting for the fight to begin. Istvan admits that the explanation is reasonable enough, but that does not change how unsettling the place feels to him. The field may be open, but something about it leaves him uneasy. The ground has been cleaned so thoroughly that Istvan cannot even spot a single small pebble. Noticing the damp grass beneath his feet, he wonders aloud whether it rained that morning, but Godin tells him that it did not. The wet grass is strange, especially since no rain fell earlier, but Godin tells Istvan to endure it. Even if the duel is happening in an unfamiliar northern environment, he has no choice but to fight under these conditions. Godin glances toward the Bayezid Knight's side and silently pieces things together. Preparing the battlefield ahead of time to gain even a slight advantage is one of the most basic acts of a capable commander. And this is exactly the sort of move he would expect from Sir Jaeger. As if proving that point, Jaeger notices Godin staring at him with a knowing look. The green-eyed knight turns his attention back to Vlad and calmly warns him that Gaidar's vigor is sharp, urging him to steady his breathing before the duel begins. Vlad can feel the pressure now. With Istvan standing across from him, the full weight of his opponent's strength begins to settle over the field, and Vlad understands just how dangerous this fight may become. Jaeger is nervous too, though he does not let it show easily. Even so, he believes Vlad can win. After all, Vlad has endured all this time while standing in front of his enemy, holding back his anger and refusing to break. At the very edge of that patience, what remains inside Vlad is his creed, the promise he made to Lord Joseph Bayezid, and the determination to protect it no matter what stands in his way. It is almost as though Vlad can hear Jaeger's thoughts. After a few moments of calming his breath and settling his nerves, Vlad finally opens his eyes, and the look in them makes it clear that he is ready. Jaeger feels true pride watching him in that moment. As Vlad rises to his feet and prepares to step into battle, Jaeger tells him to go and show those usurpers what a just sword truly represents. The moment for the two young warriors to cross blades has nearly arrived. With Alicia Heinel seated nearby to witness the duel being fought over her honor, the priest steps forward and begins announcing the rules. Aura is allowed in this fight, but since the duel is not meant to decide life and death, the priest makes it clear that the match will be stopped immediately if either duelist is judged to be in serious danger. After laying out the conditions, the priest asks both warriors whether they agree to the rules. Neither Vlad nor Istvan raises any objection. Once everyone has accepted the terms, the priest officially declares the beginning of the duel, and in that same instant, Istvan's presence grows even more terrifying. Istvan tries to rattle Vlad first, asking whether he is still carefully protecting the handkerchief. Vlad does not take the bait. Instead, he calmly asks what Istvan plans to offer if he loses. At first, Istvan does not understand what Vlad means, so Vlad explains it more clearly, asking whether he can at least take that massive sword as his prize if he wins the duel. That question catches Istvan off guard. For the first time, he realizes that if he is careless, he could actually lose something too. Vlad makes it clear that Istvan is not the only one capable of playing mind games. Vlad continues pressing him, twisting the knife even further. He says he has heard that stealing from others is simply the nature of Westerners, then asks Istvan whether that is something he is proud of. Before Istvan can even fully process the insult, Vlad adds that there is a place where taking from others is part of everyday life, but in that place, if something is stolen from you, it means death. Vlad is speaking of the back alleys of Sora, the place where he learned what it meant to survive with empty hands and hungry eyes all around him. Then he ends his little exchange by asking which of them is truly greedier, the one who steals because he wants more, or the one who had to steal because he would die otherwise. With those words hanging between them, Vlad finally draws his sword and settles into his stance. But the way he positions himself is unusual enough that Istvan Gaidar immediately narrows his eyes in confusion. At that same moment, the Bayezid Knights reveal their own greatswords, making the atmosphere around the field grow even heavier. When Godin sees that, he understands at once that the Northerners had expected this duel from the very beginning. With his fellow knights standing behind him and raising his morale, Vlad steadies himself for battle. He lifts his sword, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to find out for himself just how formidable Count Gaidar's successor truly is. Istvan finally grows tired of Vlad trying to unsettle him with words. With a burst of aggression, he charges straight at the blonde knight and brings his massive sword around in a powerful swing. Vlad slips out of the way with a clean jump, avoiding the first strike before it can crush him. But in that tiny opening, Istvan immediately follows with another brutal swing, driving his huge blade forward with terrifying speed. Vlad manages to catch the strike with his sword, but the weight behind it is far greater than he expected. For a split second, it looks as though the sheer force of Istvan's blow might split him apart. Even so, Vlad holds the block long enough to find a narrow chance to slip underneath the pressure. He tries to turn that opening into a counterattack, but Istvan refuses to give him even the smallest moment to breathe. The massive Westerner swings again, this time with a vicious backhand strike meant to catch Vlad off guard. Vlad spots it just in time, dodges away, and manages to regain his footing before the next attack can follow. The Bayezid Knights watching from the side are genuinely impressed by Vlad's movements, and even Godin cannot hide his surprise. He can see that Vlad is dodging the attacks built around raw weight and deflecting the thrusts that rely on reach, which proves that the young blonde knight has prepared carefully for this duel. The slick grass also works in Vlad's favor. It allows quick, sliding footwork, but it makes things much harder for a swordsman who needs firm footing to anchor powerful strikes. Godin knows there is no way all of this happened by accident, so he wonders who designed such an elaborate battlefield. Joseph Bayezid may have never been a swordsman himself, but Godin has to admit that the young master is frighteningly clever. Back in the duel, Istvan keeps pressing forward, desperately trying to land even a single clean hit on Vlad. He throws every ounce of aggression and power he can muster into his attacks. But Vlad continues staying just one step ahead of him. The longer this continues, the more irritated Istvan becomes. Unable to accept that he still has not landed a blow, he pours even more strength into his arms and raises his sword for a deadly downward strike. Istvan tries to bury Vlad into the ground with that single crushing blow, but once again the slippery young knight manages to block it. The impact nearly forces Vlad down, yet he grits his teeth, holds his ground, and keeps himself on his feet. Vlad blocks just long enough to create another tiny opening, then slips away from Istvan's reach again. By now, the whole situation is becoming deeply frustrating for the Western brute. Istvan cannot understand how Vlad keeps escaping every time. He was told this boy was only a rookie who had held a sword for about a year, and in Istvan's mind, that should never be enough time to survive a duel like this. The fact that Vlad can keep taking his sword leaves him completely shaken. While Istvan is still trying to make sense of it, Vlad suddenly rushes toward him with blistering speed. Up until now, Vlad has been playing defense, but now he wants to push forward and see what Istvan is truly capable of. Istvan sees Vlad coming and reacts with another huge swing. Fortunately, Vlad reads the attack in time, stops his advance at the last possible moment, and dodges the blade as it cuts through the air. The Westerner starts throwing everything into the fight, desperate to land at least one solid hit and break through Vlad's evasive rhythm. He brings his sword down again in another brutal overhead strike, but Vlad simply leaps aside, moving with the ease of someone slipping through a training match. Vlad's slippery technique begins to grate on Istvan's nerves. Unable to hide his anger, he snaps at Vlad and tells him to fight properly, demanding to know how long he plans to keep running away. Vlad answers with a calm taunt of his own, making it clear that he is not finished running just yet. As if Vlad's attitude is not annoying enough, The wet ground only makes things worse for Istvan. It feels to him like he is fighting in a muddy field, and he worries that if the match drags on, he might eventually give Vlad the exact opening he needs to win. Just imagining that outcome makes Istvan's anger boil. Losing to some unnamed knight would be a humiliation he could never tolerate. With that in mind, Istvan decides he needs to provoke Vlad into attacking. And if he wants to force an emotional reaction, the easiest method is to strike with the ugliest insults he can think of. Istvan sneers that Vlad crawled out of some lowly place and fights in a disgusting way. But he does not stop there. He goes even lower, insulting Vlad's mother and saying that if the woman who gave birth to him could see how filthy he had become, she would turn her eyes away from him. For a brief instant, it looks like the insult actually reaches Vlad. Rage flickers across his face. But just as quickly, that anger turns into a mischievous smile, because Vlad has no intention of letting Istvan control him that easily. Between the two of them, Vlad knows Istvan is far more likely to lose control over a few well-placed insults. So Vlad decides to return the favor, starting by saying how disappointed he is. He had expected nobles to use classier taunts, not the same cheap trash talk heard in the slums. Istvan is caught off guard by the response. And while he is still trying to understand what Vlad is planning, the slippery knight suddenly charges at him. As Vlad closes in, he reveals that the insult Istvan made about his mother would barely count as a greeting in the back alleys. Vlad drives the tip of his sword right up toward Istvan's face, forcing the brat to react at the last second and block it with his enormous blade. Then Vlad continues needling him, this time dragging Count Gaidar into it. He says Istvan's father would probably leap with joy if he could see his son now, because Istvan has finally shown his noble blood to a back-alley orphan who only recently became a knight. That is when the cut Vlad made across Istvan's face becomes clear. A thin line of blood runs down the noble's skin, making Vlad's insult sting even more sharply. Furious beyond restraint, Istvan releases his aura and blasts Vlad away with raw force, spitting out an insult as his anger finally erupts. Vlad hits the ground but quickly gets back on his feet, just as Istvan begins advancing on him again with killing intent in his stride. Istvan is absolutely livid now, warning Vlad to throw away any hope of dying peacefully. But even with that terrifying threat coming at him, Vlad remains steady and refuses to show fear. Even Godin believes this is the point where his ward will seize victory, and Jaeger quietly admits that the depth of Istvan's world is on an entirely different level. It is exactly the kind of strength Jaeger would expect from Count Gaidar's successor. Even so, he still believes Vlad can hold on. Vlad himself understands that a long battle with greatswords slowly eats away at the fighter, and if aura is added on top of that, stamina will burn out even faster. If he keeps dodging Istvan's attacks, he believes he can at least force the duel into a draw. Lord Joseph Bayezid had already told Vlad that it would be fine even if he lost this duel. And from the very beginning, the Bayezid knights had been watching with nervous hearts. Jaeger, his teacher, and even Lady Alicia Heinel, who entrusted him with her honor, all seemed to believe that his chances of winning were painfully low. Maybe that was because no one truly expected a boy from the back alleys to defeat the son of a count's family, a noble warrior raised with the best education and training from childhood. Even if Vlad loses, he knows there are still things he can gain from this duel. But that is not enough for him anymore. Vlad does not want to run away. He wants to escape the cycle of avoiding, enduring, and telling himself that next time will be different. At the very least, Vlad wants to win here and now, right in front of the knight who destroyed his nest. With that resolve burning inside him, Vlad activates his aura and calls forth his own world. He silently tells Godin to watch closely, to see that he now possesses the proud qualification he needed in order to approach the Knight of the Blue Moon. This power is the fruit of everything he has survived. Istvan responds by activating his own aura, pouring that fierce energy into his massive blade. Then he takes another heavy swing, clearly intending to end the duel with this attack. As Istvan swings the huge sword toward Vlad's neck, Vlad bends backward with incredible speed, letting the blade pass just above him. But Vlad knows better than to relax, because the ruthless warrior from the west immediately unleashes a chain of follow-up attacks. Istvan hammers him with blow after blow, each strike viciously aimed to break through. Vlad blocks every attack at the last possible moment, but Istvan is the one controlling the pace now. Vlad is forced backward again and again, with no room to counterattack, trapped completely on defense as the huge brute stops holding back. Istvan pours everything he has into the assault, proving exactly why he is considered such a dangerous warrior. The flow of the duel now clearly favors him, and it begins to look as if Vlad has no path forward except to keep blocking those monstrous strikes or be smashed straight into the ground. Istvan refuses to ease the pressure for even a moment. He continues his relentless attack, and finally brings down his strongest blow yet, striking with such force that Vlad nearly sinks into the muddy ground beneath him. Even though Vlad manages to block the strike, the force behind Istvan Gaidar's blow is overwhelming. His boots scrape across the slick ground, and for a moment, his balance begins to slip beneath him. Istvan immediately notices Vlad losing his footing and charges in to take advantage of it. With a cruel glare, he tells Vlad that it is time for him to die, calling him a lowly bastard before bringing down another aura-infused strike. This time, the young knight cannot fully withstand the force, and the impact sends him flying backward. The strain on Vlad's face makes it clear just how powerful that hit was. But right before his body crashes into the muddy ground, he twists himself back into control and lands on his feet, driving his sword down like an anchor to keep himself from falling. Vlad has survived the blow, but Istvan shows no sign of slowing down. The hot-headed warrior keeps advancing, his massive blade glowing with a terrifying light as he closes in for the next attack. At that moment, Vlad realizes he can no longer treat this duel lightly. If he makes even one wrong move, he may truly be injured beyond recovery. Istvan is undeniably strong, and Vlad admits to himself that he has never faced swordsmanship this rough, this heavy, and this brutally direct before. In the range of greatswords, Vlad knows he is at a serious disadvantage. As the dust clears, he sees Istvan coming toward him with murder burning in his eyes. The odds are clearly against him, but even then, Vlad refuses to step back. Instead, Vlad prepares to charge forward as well, knowing there is only one path left for him. He activates his aura and launches himself toward Istvan, driven by a fierce determination not to lose. Both warriors rush in again, reigniting the brutal exchange, and Vlad slips past Istvan's first strike with sharp, controlled movement. Vlad ducks underneath, trying to carve out an opening for himself, but Istvan instantly follows with another powerful swing, refusing to let him settle into his rhythm. Even while facing an opponent with far greater reach and force, Vlad keeps his eyes fixed forward. He pushes himself past the fear of being struck down, moving as if he is crossing the very edge of death. Vlad is ready to keep trading blows, even if it means getting hurt, because his true goal is to break into Istvan's space. And after enduring that storm of attacks, he finally begins to make it happen. The young swordsman slips through Istvan's strikes one after another, then creates just enough room to unleash a devastating counterattack of his own. In a single instant, the flow of the duel changes. The brute who had been dominating the fight for so long suddenly finds himself driven back several feet by Vlad's strike. Istvan blocks Vlad's attack and manages to stay upright despite being pushed back. But before he can even gather his thoughts or decide on his next move, Vlad charges in again with a follow-up strike. Vlad blasts toward the Westerner, refusing to let him escape the pressure. When Count Gaidar's successor sees him coming, irritation twists across his face, furious that an unknown opponent like Vlad can push him this far. Istvan braces for the clash, calling Vlad arrogant for thinking he has any chance of winning. But while he is still talking, the blonde knight reaches him again. Just like before, Istvan has enough strength to block the strike and hold his ground, then begins overpowering Vlad with the sheer weight of his massive sword and the force of his world. Vlad struggles to keep Istvan pinned down, but Count Gaidar's first son is far too powerful to be held in place for long. It only takes a moment before Istvan releases a devastating blast of his own straight at the young knight. Before Vlad can fully process what is happening, a giant flaming sword comes tearing toward him, flying through the air like a blazing missile locked onto its target. For an instant, shock and fear flash through Vlad as he sees the attack bearing down on him. Istvan sees that reaction and becomes certain that victory is finally his. But Vlad pulls himself together at the last possible second with barely any room to spare. He slips out of the path of the terrifying blade before it can split him in two. He escapes by the thinnest margin, using his armor to deflect the sword's path just enough to survive. Istvan is left staring in disbelief. Only a second ago, he thought the duel was already decided, yet Vlad somehow avoided the finishing blow. The Western brute is not the only one stunned either. Godin himself can hardly believe what he has just witnessed. What Vlad used was armor art, a technique exclusive to holy knights. It is not something a rookie should be able to perform, so Godin is shocked to realize Vlad is familiar with it. While the rogue knight tries to understand what he just saw, Vlad is still feeling the strain from forcing out that difficult move. The technique takes a heavy toll on Vlad, especially because he still lacks the experience to use it smoothly. On top of that, Istvan's sword strike was so heavy that Vlad could not fully deflect it. He is still trying to recover from the force of that attack when Istvan suddenly appears right in front of him, fists clenched. The massive Westerner is about to throw a devastating punch, but Vlad sees it coming quickly enough. He tightens his grip on his sword and rushes forward as well, ready to meet the next exchange head-on. As far as Vlad is concerned, Istvan's bare fist should not be enough to seriously damage him. The moment Istvan punches him directly in the face, the impact is so violent that a small explosion seems to burst between them. But the result is completely different from what anyone expects. Instead of Vlad collapsing, Istvan's fingers are suddenly shown twisted and dislocated. Vlad's face proves too tough for the red-haired brute to break. Instead, Istvan is the one left screaming in agony, his hand mangled from the force of striking him. As Istvan cries out in pain, Vlad seizes the opening without hesitation. The voice signals that this is his best chance to take down the heir of the West, so Vlad swings his sword with everything he has, aiming to end the duel right there. Surprisingly, Istvan recovers fast enough to grab his sword again and attempts to counter Vlad's strike. The Western brute manages to meet the attack, and when their swords collide once more, a massive blast erupts from the incredible amount of energy and aura concentrated in both strikes. Lady Alicia Heinel sees the huge explosion tear across the field and immediately panics, terrified that Vlad might not survive such a collision. Even her advisor is deeply shaken. Everyone watches anxiously, waiting for the smoke and dust to clear so they can see which warrior came out on top. As the smoke slowly thins, the onlookers are shocked to see that both fighters are still standing. Their swords remain locked together, each desperately pushing to cancel out the other's strength. Vlad holds Istvan back with everything he has, fully aware that the Westerner never expected this duel to become such a difficult fight. When the smoke finally clears completely, the truth is revealed. Godin is the one who stepped in to save Istvan. The red-haired heir is already down, and the rogue knight interfered to protect him before Vlad could finish the duel. Vlad turns his gaze toward the scar-faced knight and mocks him, asking whether Godin truly believes he is righteous after stepping into the duel like that. Godin answers without hesitation, calmly admitting that yes, he does believe he is in the right. Hearing that, Vlad simply asks whether this means he can now claim the reward he has rightfully earned, since the duel has clearly ended in his victory. Godin hesitates, unwilling to answer right away. He understands exactly how humiliating it would be to concede defeat to a knight as young as Vlad. Unfortunately for Godin, Vlad has no patience left to spare. The young swordsman raises his voice and demands that Godin answer him immediately. At that point, Godin realizes he has no real choice. In front of everyone gathered there, he must accept defeat and allow Vlad to claim the victor's reward. When Godin concedes, relief finally settles over Vlad. At long last, his sword has reached the elusive and treacherous knight of the Blue Moon. Vlad thinks back to the last time he stood before Godin, then asks the rogue knight whether he remembers what he told him that day. He reminds Godin of those words, that a knight only takes what is rightfully his. The white-haired knight is forced to recall the memory from that time. Back then, the name was never Stanga, and he was never 42 years old. Vlad reveals that he received the wrong prize from Godin that day, and now he is ready to return it. But this time, Vlad is also ready to claim the new prize he has earned through victory in this duel. With that, Vlad boldly faces Godin of Gaydar and demands Istvan Gaydar's sword as the proper price for the duel. The moment those words leave Vlad's mouth, Godin is stunned, and he is not the only one. Everyone present is left shocked by the young knight's fearless demand. Everyone around him is left staring in disbelief at how boldly he says it, clearly taken aback by the sheer nerve of his demand. But Vlad does not back down for even a second. To him, this is not greed or arrogance. It is simply the rightful reward earned by the one who stood victorious. After that tense moment, the setting shifts away from Dirmar, and the story returns to Sturma. There, the city sits beneath a quiet fall of snow, the cold white flakes drifting down as if the world itself has gone still. Inside Sturma, Lord Joseph receives an urgent report from Dirmar. The moment the letter reaches his hands, he wastes no time breaking it open and scanning its contents. As he reads, his thoughts drift to Vlad, remembering how he had prepared the boy as best he could in his own way. Even so, a heavy doubt presses on him, because he now fears the mission may have been far too much for Vlad to handle. A sudden shock crosses Lord Joseph's face as he remembers the hope he had quietly held on to, that Vlad might somehow avoid the worst possible outcome. For a moment, that worry flashes clearly in his eyes, as if he is bracing himself for terrible news. But the more Lord Joseph reads, the more stunned he becomes. Whatever he expected to find in that report, this was clearly not it. The words on the page catch him completely off guard, leaving him frozen in surprise. The letter had been brought to him by Sir Vorden, so Lord Joseph immediately turns to the knight and asks whether Istvan Gaydar could ever be called an easy opponent. Sir Vorden is visibly caught off guard by the question, because to anyone who knows the West, the answer is obvious. The heir of the Western faction is a fearsome warrior. Istvan is only in his mid-20s, but even at that young age, none of the newer knights in the West shine as brightly as he does. His skill is already so widely recognized that many people believe he may one day become the strongest knight the West has to offer. Once Lord Joseph confirms through Sir Vorden that Istvan is absolutely not an easy opponent, he quietly reveals that all of his plans were built around that very assumption. In other words, he had never expected Vlad to face someone ordinary. After all, Istvan is the eldest son of Count Gaidar, the current ruler of the West. From Lord Joseph's point of view, there could not have been a better opponent for Vlad's public debut than a man with that much status, reputation, and weight behind his name. If Vlad lost to someone as famous and powerful as Istvan, no one would be able to blame him for it. And if Vlad somehow managed to force Istvan back even once during the duel, then even without victory, his name would spread quickly and his reputation as a promising knight would rise dramatically. On top of that, Lord Joseph had also considered Alicia Hennel's position. If Vlad lost Alicia's handkerchief to Istvan during the duel, then she would be left with no choice but to lean toward House Bayezid for protection. It turns out that the dark-haired strategist of Sturma had already predicted most of the possible outcomes from the envoy's mission to Dermar. But now that the report from Dermar has reached him, Lord Joseph's face breaks into a sly, delighted grin. Proud of how perfectly his earlier calculations had lined up, he decides that it is finally time to move on to the next stage of his larger plan. Lord Joseph suddenly calls out to Sir Vorden and brings up the task he had ordered prepared earlier. With absolute confidence, he assures the knight that everything had been arranged without a single gap. To him, it was the very definition of a flawless plan, one where he could not possibly lose. Hearing that, Sir Vorden can only stare in admiration, clearly impressed by the depth of his master's schemes. But while Sir Vorden is still standing there in a daze, Lord Joseph abruptly gives him a completely unexpected order. Everything they had prepared earlier is to be thrown away. At first, Sir Vorden answers almost automatically, not fully understanding what he has just heard. Then, a few seconds later, the meaning finally sinks in, and his expression changes as the weight of it hits him. He can already imagine the mountain of work waiting for him. When he voices his confusion, Lord Joseph calmly explains that they will have to rebuild the entire plan from the beginning. Sir Vorden is deeply reluctant to accept that order, especially after how difficult it had been to prepare the first plan. He can hardly believe they are about to discard 10 sleepless days of effort, as if it meant nothing. Unfortunately for him, Lord Joseph has already made up his mind, and he simply tells the knight that the situation has changed. The truth is, Lord Joseph's preparations had been made with disaster in mind, not triumph. He had planned carefully for the worst possible outcome, but not nearly as much for the best one. Lord Joseph had placed layer after layer of countermeasures in case Vlad lost to Istvan. But now that he knows his youngest knight has defeated the Western heir and made him proud, his emotions are strangely mixed. He does not even know whether he should laugh or cry. Sir Vorden, however, seems to have made his choice already because tears are forming in his eyes just from imagining all the extra work waiting for him. Back in Dermar, the story continues after Vlad's victory in the duel. At that moment, the knights of the northern and western houses have gathered inside a hall where a tense meeting is now taking place. Count Gaidar's knights look absolutely furious, their faces tight with anger and humiliation. Across from them, the knights of House Bayezid can barely hide their satisfaction, with smug smiles still lingering on their faces after their side's victory. At the same table, Godin and Jaeger sit across from each other in a serious discussion. The white-haired knight states that he wants Istvan's sword returned, even though Vlad had rightfully taken it as his prize after winning the duel. Jaeger listens calmly, then points out that Godin's request has a clear procedural problem. Of course, Godin already understands that perfectly well. But he is desperate to recover the sword, because he knows exactly how humiliating it would be for Istvan Gaidar to return home after losing his own weapon. Godin argues that Vlad is asking for far too much, but Sir Jaeger does not let that claim pass. He coolly informs the Westerners that whether Vlad's demand is excessive or not is something the knights of House Bayezid will decide for themselves. It is obvious by now that the northern knights have no intention of handing the sword over easily. As that reality sinks in, Godin grows more desperate and far less patient. He insists that the Bayezid side is going too far by demanding an opponent's sword after what he calls a mere duel. The moment Jaeger hears that, he immediately corrects the rogue knight. What happened on that field was not some simple duel. Istvan was the one who challenged Vlad first, and the Western side was the one that crossed the line by backing him without properly considering the consequences. At that point, the Blue Moonlight Knight has no room left to argue because he knows Jaeger is right. With a heavy sigh, Godin accepts that he has lost this exchange and asks the One-Eyed Knight to name the price for returning the sword. In response, Jaeger tells Godin that he is not the person who should be answering that question. His gaze stays steady, making it clear that the scar-faced man already knows exactly who the question should really be directed toward. Vlad is the one who won the duel, so Vlad is the one who gets to decide what he wants in exchange for letting the sword go. And from the way things have unfolded, it is already clear that Vlad has his own reason for taking the weapon in the first place, something Godin understands all too well. After hearing Jaeger's answer, the white-haired knight realizes that the negotiation has gone nowhere. The green-eyed swordsman then advises Godin and his men to leave if they understand what the situation now means. As much as Godin might want to seize the sword by force, he is not foolish enough to ignore the reality in front of him. The Northern Knights are powerful, united, and fiercely protective of their own. Godin also knows how dangerous Sir Jaeger is as a knight, so he rises sharply from the table, anger written all over him as he prepares to leave. Before stepping out, he warns that they will meet again someday. Jaeger answers without the slightest hesitation, telling him to choose the date, because he will gladly come greet the Blue Moonlight Knight in person. After that sharp exchange, Godin turns toward the exit. But before he leaves the room, he tells Jaeger to pass along his farewell to Vlad. Naturally, the green-eyed knight accepts with ease, as if delivering that message would be no trouble at all. Once the Westerners finally leave the hall, Jaeger's expression settles into something quieter. With the tension gone, he cannot help but feel a little sorry for Vlad. Jaeger is genuinely surprised that the young boy from Sora somehow ended up entangled with someone as dangerous as Godin. For a boy still climbing his way into the world of knights and nobles, that kind of enemy is no small matter. The scene shifts again, and this time the story moves to Alicia Heinel and her elderly advisor, who are discussing what has just happened from their own side. Now that Count Gaidar's plans have collapsed, and the Westerners are preparing to return home, Alicia feels there may no longer be any need to accept Lord Joseph's offer. Her old advisor agrees, telling her that she is right, because she has already rejected Gaidar's proposal through the actions of her own knight. Hearing that, Lady Alicia feels a clear sense of relief. No matter how warm and protective House Bayezid's embrace might have seemed, she had still been uneasy about giving them too much leverage over herself and her lands. Now that the immediate pressure has lifted, and she has regained some freedom, her thoughts naturally turn to the reason all of this became possible in the first place. Lady Alicia admits that a knight like Vlad is not someone who can be found easily. Her advisor agrees with her, quietly confirming that people with that kind of talent and presence are indeed extremely rare. Suddenly, Alicia finds herself growing more curious about the young blonde knight who had saved her from such a difficult and dangerous situation. Vlad had appeared at just the right moment, and now she cannot help but wonder more about him. Alicia wonders aloud just how far Vlad might grow in the future. Her advisor answers that if Vlad continues developing at this pace, he may very well become the one who represents the North in the next generation. That answer leaves Alicia visibly amazed. She already knew Vlad was special, but she had likely never imagined that his potential reached that far. Seeing her excitement, the old advisor adds that even this prediction is actually a cautious one when considering the boy's talent. He tells her plainly that Vlad's potential is anything but ordinary. Those words only deepen Alicia's interest, making her look even more intrigued by the young knight who has suddenly become so important to her future. Alicia then begins speaking about how difficult it is to stand alone as the head of a noble house. She points out that there is no guarantee they will remain safe from incidents like the one the Westerners just caused. With that in mind, Alicia reveals something more personal. Rather than being treated like a piece in noble succession games, pushed around by powerful families, she would prefer to have a knight without a heavy background standing by her side. As she says this, a dreamy, almost love-struck look appears in her eyes. Her old advisor notices it immediately, and from his expression, it is clear he already understands exactly where her thoughts are heading. Alicia has clearly developed a strong crush on Vlad. Even though her advisor tries to discourage her, she suggests that having Vlad by her side could actually be a reasonable proposal to House Bayezid. To her, it would be something close to a blood alliance. The old man, however, gently argues that it is still too early to be thinking that way, even if Vlad has been granted noble status as a knight. Alicia simply reminds him of his own words that Vlad may one day represent the North. If that is truly the case, then she believes they should claim him before any other house does. From her perspective, being with Vlad would be far better than being married off to some unfamiliar man for political convenience. Hearing her reasoning, the old advisor nervously admits that she does have a point. He tries to object, but Alicia's momentum leaves him no opening, and before he can properly argue back, his words are already swallowed up. Alicia turns her gaze toward the window, and the moment she sees Vlad near the tree again, her attention is completely captured. Her eyes linger on him, unable to look away. She quietly comments on how admirable Vlad's actions by the tree are. and then the scene reveals what he is doing, standing there with calm sincerity as he pours whiskey for the spirit dwelling within the tree. The spirit reacts with pure delight the moment Vlad offers the drink, circling with almost childlike excitement. Seeing that reaction, Vlad admits the liquor must be something truly special, and the voice agrees, explaining that he chose it because it was made from barley and seemed like the perfect offering for an earth spirit. Just as expected, the drink proves to be absolutely wonderful for the spirit. Filled with gratitude, the small presence swirls around Vlad again and again, wrapping him in its blessing, as if thanking him in the only way it knows how. Watching the spirit bless Vlad, the voice quietly concludes that the expensive liquor has more than paid for itself. After all, receiving the White Serpent's blessing is no ordinary reward. It is almost like carrying an extra life with him. With that in mind, Vlad lowers his gaze and sincerely thanks the spirit. In response, the entity shows even deeper gratitude, lingering near him with warmth and joy as if it is still moved by his offering. The next day, Lady Alicia invites Vlad and Jaeger into her chambers for a private conversation. Her first concern is Vlad's condition after the duel, so she gently asks whether he feels any pain or has suffered any hidden injuries. Vlad calmly reassures her that he is completely fine. Lady Alicia then mentions that she saw him on the hill near the tree, pouring liquor as an offering. Vlad confirms it without hesitation, explaining that it was his own way of greeting the place. He adds that every time he leaves Dearmar, he seems to do so with a shining victory, so perhaps the spirits here have taken a liking to him. Alicia simply smiles at his words, her expression softening in a way that feels unusually sincere. Then she admits that, for the first time in a long while, she felt a kind of warmth connected to her own bloodline. With that feeling in her heart, Alicia hands Jaeger a letter addressed to Lord Joseph. In it, she makes clear that Dearmar has finally come to understand which side it should stand with. Her house Bayezid. This is excellent news. Jaeger receives the letter with the proper seriousness and promises that he will deliver it to Lord Joseph without fail. Then Alicia turns her attention to the knight who defended her honor. She says that the former heads of the Heinel household would surely have liked Vlad as well, and knowing her parents would have admired such an honorable young man, she is certain they would allow her to entrust him with one of their family heirlooms. As Alicia says this, she opens a small chest resting on the table. Inside, a precious jewel catches the light, its warm glow immediately drawing every eye in the room. Vlad is visibly startled the moment he sees it. At the same time, the voice recognizes the jewel and reveals that he has seen it before, calling it the elf's amber. The story then turns briefly to the elves. In this world, they are a different race, living near the eastern outskirts of the empire. Because the god they believe in is not the same, their contact and exchange with the empire have always remained limited. Even so, Alicia explains that the first patriarch of the Heinel household was said to have formed a connection with the elves long ago. With that history behind it, Alicia presents the golden gem to Vlad. She explains that this precious stone came from that old bond between their first patriarch and the elves. It is a rare piece of amber, formed from the resin of an incredibly precious tree. Lady Alicia also tells Vlad that her father once adorned the pommel of his sword with this very amber to the Heinel household. It was never just a decoration, but a treasure tied to their family's pride and memory. However, Alicia has no reason to carry a sword herself, and she refuses to let such a meaningful treasure remain locked away and forgotten. So she decides that it should be passed on to her personal knight, Vlad. Even if she is not a swordsman, she believes the amber should continue to shine, and she says it would fit perfectly on Vlad's sword before finally holding the gem out to him with both hands. Vlad is stunned when Alicia offers it to him. For a brief moment, he can hardly believe what he is seeing, but once he realizes that she is completely serious, his thoughts begin to race. A treasure this valuable must carry an equally heavy price, and that makes him hesitate even more. He struggles to understand why Alicia would give him something so important. She has just explained that the amber is a family treasure passed down from the very first patriarch of the Heinel household, which makes the offer feel far too heavy for him to accept casually. Because of that, Vlad admits that he probably cannot accept the gift. He tries again and again to convince Alicia to keep the amber for herself, but she calmly tells him that he is more qualified to receive it than anyone else. When Vlad still fails to understand, Alicia reminds him that he has already protected the Heinel household twice. She keeps insisting, holding the gem closer, as if refusing to let him escape the decision. Vlad feels overwhelmed by the gesture, and even though she has given him a reason, he still cannot shake the feeling that the reward is far too much. Vlad is not the only one caught off guard. Even Sir Jaeger looks unusually dumbfounded by the whole exchange. The large green-eyed knight appears almost nervous, which is strange enough that Vlad notices it immediately and becomes even more uneasy. At that moment, the voice speaks inside Vlad's mind, stepping in when he sees how reluctant Vlad has become. The voice urges him to accept the amber if he can and bring it with him. The instant Vlad hears those words, realization begins to settle over him, and he finally starts to understand why taking the gem may actually be necessary. Now that Vlad has a newly acquired sword, accepting the amber suddenly makes perfect sense. With that thought, he quietly promises the voice that he will help him. Vlad decides to help the voice recover his lost memories, just as the voice continues helping him with the sword he has obtained. That promise had been one of the reasons Vlad came all the way to Dearmar in the first place. If he truly wants to follow that path, then accepting the amber may be the first real step toward uncovering those missing memories. At last, Vlad reaches out and takes the gem. In that moment, he reminds himself that a knight should only accept a reward when it is justly earned, and this time, he chooses to receive it with that belief in mind. "Vlad, thanks, Lady Alicia," with genuine sincerity, his voice carrying the weight of the gift he has just accepted. Alicia answers him with a warm, honest smile, clearly pleased that he has finally taken it. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger still looks completely overwhelmed by what just happened. He has not fully processed the situation yet, and he still seems unsure whether Vlad should truly be allowed to receive such a remarkable treasure. On the other hand, Vlad begins to feel calmer now that he understands the purpose of the gem. With a reason to accept it, he believes things will somehow work out. The voice thanks him, knowing how burdensome it must feel to receive something tied to so much expectation and responsibility. But instead of feeling crushed, Vlad feels hopeful because this amber may become a clue leading to the voice's lost memories. The voice agrees with him, and then suddenly asks Vlad to look at the amber through his world. The request is quiet, but it carries a strange weight that makes Vlad focus even more closely on the gem in his hand. Vlad tries to view the stone through the voice's world, and the moment he does, what happens next leaves him completely stunned. The amber seems to expand before his eyes, growing vast as though it is trying to pull Vlad inside. As his gaze sinks deeper and deeper into the stone, a memory suddenly opens before him. In that vision, a lonely tree stands on a hill in the middle of a wide field, and for some reason it looks exactly like the tree outside the Heinel Manor. The scene then shifts away from that mysterious vision, returning to the knights who had come from Storma. As they travel together, they cannot help but bring up everything Vlad has been doing lately. Even though Vlad only became a knight recently, he has already been making waves everywhere he goes. The older knights agree that he has a rare kind of ambition, the sort that does not appear often. To them, it is impressive that he is already reaching toward noble status so soon after entering the knightly world. They continue talking about how promising Vlad has seemed ever since his first mission, though their conversation leaves him feeling painfully awkward. Unfortunately for him, the knights do not seem to care how embarrassed he is. Vlad is already regretting that any of them found out Alicia had given him the amber. He should have known they would turn it into a huge topic, and now he is stuck listening to them gossip about it the entire way home while he trails behind them like he is not even there. Eventually, Vlad cannot take it anymore. Fed up with their teasing, he finally cuts in and tries to explain that the situation is not at all what they are imagining. Of course, the older knights do not believe him for a second. Still, they do not seem to disapprove either. In fact, they think accepting the amber was not a bad decision, though they also point out that it feels more like the Heinel household is lending it to him, since the stone is literally one of their treasured family heirlooms. The older knights keep teasing Vlad, especially because he is the same knight who once received Lady Alicia's handkerchief. At this point, Vlad grows frustrated, realizing they have no intention of listening to his side of the story, so he calls out to Sir Jaeger, asking him to say something, since Jaeger had been right there beside him and witnessed the entire exchange. Unfortunately for Vlad, the green-eyed knight has no desire to get dragged into the chatter. Jaeger pauses for a moment before finally saying that he will write a separate report to Lord Joseph for now. The truth is, Jaeger himself still has not fully decided what to make of the matter. Since he does not yet understand the true purpose of the amber, he chooses not to speak carelessly about it. Meanwhile, Vlad is left with no choice but to endure the teasing of the older knights, who clearly have no intention of letting their youngest companion off easily. Before long, the group finally reaches its destination, and Vlad is probably more relieved than anyone. After tormenting their youngest for so much of the journey, the knights are now outside Sora, and it seems like they may finally be ready to let him breathe. Most of them seem prepared to stop, but one of the older knights is still enjoying the teasing far too much. With a joking grin, he suggests that they should camp outside the city for the night and only enter at dawn, just to keep dragging things out. Naturally, that suggestion goes nowhere. The leader of the group gives the order for everyone to head inside, and just like that, the teasing finally dies down as the knights move toward the city gate. When they arrive before the gate, Sir Jaeger turns to Vlad and tells him to try opening it with the proper phrase. Apparently, knights can open the city gates with their words, and Vlad is genuinely surprised to learn this. He had no idea that his new status gave him that kind of authority, which makes being a knight feel even more unreal to him. It feels like only yesterday that Vlad had to slip in and out of Soara through narrow, hidden tunnels, sneaking through the city like a boy who belonged nowhere. But now, after everything he has endured, he has been granted the right to open the city gates with nothing more than his own name and command. Vlad is still stunned, struggling to fully grasp how much his position has changed. While he stands there trying to process it, the knights behind him start teasing him again, joking that if he cannot open the gate, he may as well camp outside. But Vlad is determined to do this properly, no matter how nervous he feels. He raises his sword and prepares to announce his presence before the gate. One of the guards notices him, and Vlad steps forward to identify himself. With his sword lifted, he declares that he is a knight of House Bayezid. Vlad announces that he has returned after completing his mission. The moment he gives his name, the guards immediately hurry to open the gate, realizing that he is the very knight who cut down the lindworm. The guards quickly scramble into motion, rushing to open the castle gates for Vlad. He can only stare upward in disbelief, stunned by how easily the command worked. While Vlad is still frozen by the reality of it, Jaeger calmly reminds him of who he is now, as if telling him not to forget the weight of the title he has earned. The green-eyed knight explains that knighthood is not just a decoration or a pretty title. It is a proof of honor, a qualification held only by those who have already proven their existence through action. Because of that, Vlad now has the right to open any castle gate within Bayezid lands with his own words. For Vlad, this is almost impossible to process. Not long ago, he had to crawl through secret tunnels or hide inside wagons filled with dirt just to slip in and out of towns unnoticed. Now, with one declaration, the gates of a city open for him. The gates swing open without delay, and the guards hurry to welcome Vlad inside. They even apologize for keeping him waiting, treating him not like a boy from the alleys, but like a proper knight whose time should not be wasted. Seeing Vlad hesitate, Jaeger encourages him to raise his hand and move forward with confidence. This may be the same gate Vlad once passed through as a squire, but today is different. Today, he is taking his first step through it as Vlad the Knight. Mounted on his powerful black horse, Vlad rides into the city with his back straight and his eyes forward. For the first time, a deep sense of pride rises inside him, warm and unfamiliar, as the path before him opens like it truly belongs to him. The setting then shifts far away from Soara toward the infamous city of Trinova, the heart of the current Gaidar County. By this time, Sir Godin and Istvan Gaidar have returned home carrying nothing but bad news for the conqueror of the West. Count Gaidar is furious when he learns they failed to claim Dirmar for him, and he begins scolding them without holding anything back. His anger burns especially hot toward Godin, because he had trusted the rogue knight to handle the matter with ease. Count Gaidar makes no effort to hide his disappointment. In his eyes, Godin and Istvan would have been better off offering their heads in Dirmar than returning alive with a report this disgraceful. As for Istvan, the shame is already eating him alive. Losing to a young boy who had only recently been knighted is a humiliation he can barely endure. Count Gaidar had raised and trained Istvan to become one of the most formidable warriors on the continent. So hearing that his son was defeated in such a way is not just disappointing. It is enough to make his rage boil over. Istvan feels that rage bearing down on him, and his own shame only grows heavier. He knows very well that he has failed his father in the worst possible way. He offers an apology, but mere words cannot repair the damage already done. Count Gaidar glares at him with open disgust, and under that terrifying gaze, Istvan trembles while clutching his broken arm. Right now, Istvan looks painfully small, and it is hard to blame him, because Count Gaidar is a terrifying man to stand before. But that fearful posture only enrages his father even more. The red-eyed conqueror is livid to see his own son looking so pathetic. He had finally believed Istvan was beginning to settle into his role, yet the boy ruined everything. Count Gaidar had meant to hand him a wife and a land to conquer. Dirmar had practically been placed on a platter before him, but Istvan threw it all away by losing a duel. And what makes it even worse is that Istvan did not lose to a seasoned name like Roderick. He lost to a fresh rookie, a green knight who had only just received his title. Count Gaidar tears into his son for the humiliation, making it clear that Istvan has not only lost his sword. By losing that duel, he has also handed Dirmar's influence over to House Bayezid. At that point, the conqueror of the West is too disgusted with his son to keep addressing him. His burning gaze shifts to Godin, and he demands to know where the rogue knight was, while Istvan made a fool of himself. He wants to know where Godin stood while his son was shamed like a dog on foreign soil. Sir Godin bows his head and admits that he is deeply ashamed of the outcome of their journey. But Count Gaidar is not looking for an apology, and the cold fury in his eyes makes that painfully clear. What Count Gaidar wants is an explanation. He cannot understand how they managed to throw away every advantage so quickly. More than that, he is especially baffled because Godin had claimed to understand Vlad's strength. As Count Gaidar continues scolding him, it does not take long for the Knight of the Blue Moon to shift the direction of the conversation. Godin answers by turning the pressure back toward the Count, reminding him that Vlad is not completely unrelated to Count Gaidar either. The moment Count Gaidar hears that, realization strikes him. Vlad must be one of the young men raised by the knight Jorge after Jorge deserted them. Even in death, Jorge still manages to make Count Gaidar's blood boil. The conqueror grows furious at the thought that a dead man has continued to be a thorn in his side for this long. This discovery only makes Count Gaidar feel as though Jorge is still interfering with him from beyond the grave. Now that he knows where Vlad came from, his curiosity sharpens, and he wants to understand exactly what kind of blonde knight Vlad is, and what truly happened in Dirmar. So Godin begins explaining what he knows. From what he personally witnessed, Vlad's talent was undeniably excellent. Beyond that, the knights surrounding him were also far above ordinary level, and Vlad had used the advantages of the battlefield in Dirmar with impressive skill. But that was not even the most troubling part. Godin had also seen Jaeger for the first time, and the green-eyed knight was a completely unexpected presence. Godin could tell at a glance that this strange knight possessed the ability to meet his own vigor head-on, and that realization had genuinely shaken him. The Knight of the Blue Moon suggests that Jaeger must be one of the hidden blades House Bayezid has kept out of sight. After all, a knight that capable should be far more famous than he is. Hearing this, Count Gaidar lets out a heavy sigh and curses the cunning northerners under his breath. The conqueror of the West is clearly unsettled by what he has learned, but not enough to retreat. Instead, he suddenly reminds Godin of the teachings left behind by the ancestors who pioneered the West. Godin remembers those teachings immediately. They tell the people of the West to do whatever it takes to put what they already hold into their bellies first, and then use their remaining hands to seize what belongs to others. Only by living that way can a person survive the harshness of the West. Count Gaidar declares that he has lived his entire life following those ancestral teachings. Under that banner, he has destroyed, crushed, and plundered without hesitation. The red-eyed ruler reminds every subject before him that the Gaidars are pioneers. They may take what belongs to others, but they must never allow anything of theirs to be stolen away. With that declaration, the conqueror of the West gives his order. From this moment on, every gaze must turn toward the north, and they will retrieve his son's sword by any means necessary. Back in the snowy city of Sora, Vlad's story continues as he receives his very first pay as a knight. Sir Vorden is the one responsible for handing Vlad his wages, and the chubby knight seems genuinely pleased to congratulate him on his first salary. He places 4 gold coins before Vlad, and the moment Vlad sees them, his eyes widen in surprise. Vlad's reaction is so obvious that Sir Vorden immediately notices it. The older knight looks taken aback as well, clearly trying to figure out whether Vlad is shocked by the amount for a good reason or a bad one. Sir Vorden quickly assumes that Vlad must be disappointed because the pay is smaller than expected. Vlad admits, a little awkwardly, that he had honestly imagined a knight's wages would be more than this. Vlad cannot hide his disappointment, since he thought knights would receive more than just 4 gold coins, but Sir Vorden reminds him bluntly that he is still a rookie. With a scoff, he even mentions that he heard Sir Jaeger still carried Vlad around at his side, almost like a vassal. Then, without warning, the stout knight tells Vlad that knights do not truly earn money through salaries. Naturally, that statement immediately catches Vlad's attention. Vlad leans in, eager to hear what Sir Vorden means. The older knight explains that a knight must follow duty, owe duty, and carry the responsibilities appropriate to his position. Vlad listens carefully as Sir Vorden speaks, but confusion still shows on his face. He cannot quite understand what all of that talk about duty and responsibility has to do with actually earning money. Before Vlad can even finish asking, Sir Vorden cuts in and explains that those duties and responsibilities are the true money of knights. A full cat does not hunt mice, he says, and then he tells Vlad that if he wants both wealth and honor, he must build up as many accomplishments as possible. Sir Vorden explains that the price of honor will be paid at the end of the year under the name of special pay for knights. He tells Vlad to expect more than just 4 gold coins when that time comes, especially since Vlad has already achieved quite a lot within this single year. Hearing that, Vlad's interest immediately sharpens, and he asks what kind of reward his duties and responsibilities might bring him. Sir Vorden casually replies that Vlad hardly needs to ask, considering he is the one who returned with the treasure of the Heinel household. At that point, the senior knight reveals that he has already heard about Vlad's newest reputation, following the Dragon Slayer title. From his tone alone, it is clear Sir Vorden sees the matter as just as big of a deal as the other knights did. Sir Vorden starts going on about Vlad being the man who carried 2 handkerchiefs in his bosom, and then he finally gives him a ridiculous new title, the debauchee of the North, Vlad of Sawara. As expected, that sudden title catches Vlad completely off guard. He never imagined the conversation would twist in that direction so quickly, and the awkwardness immediately settles over him. Sir Vorden, however, leans closer with the enthusiasm of a fan and tells Vlad not to forget him in the future when he finally becomes a noble. Later that morning, Vlad joins his master, Joseph Bayezid, for tea. The young mayor of Soara speaks to him calmly, explaining that now that Vlad has become a knight, he must take on the responsibilities and duties fitting for his class. With that said, Joseph reveals that he intends to assign Vlad a patrol area of his own. For Vlad, this is no small matter. He has very little experience handling that kind of official responsibility, so the news surprises him. At the same time, he cannot help feeling concerned, wondering whether he will have to manage the patrol completely on his own. Thankfully, Joseph makes it clear that Vlad will be given guards as well, though Vlad will still be the one in charge of everything. Relieved, the young knight accepts the assignment, and that is when Joseph reveals the second part of the duty. He believes the back alleys would be the best area to place Vlad, and Vlad immediately agrees. Vlad's reaction is filled with quiet excitement because the back alleys are not just some random patrol route to him. That place is his hometown, the world he came from, and now he is returning to it not as a stray boy, but as a knight of House Bayezid. Unfortunately, Vlad's new patrol area will be short on manpower from the start. Sir Gregory, Maxim, and Cade are already using their own personnel, so there are not many spare hands left for Vlad to borrow. Even so, Joseph Bayezid has already prepared for that problem. He tells Vlad that he is willing to provide salaries for up to 4 people, then encourages him to choose and hire the men who will serve directly under him. Part of the assignment catches Vlad completely off guard. He looks genuinely confused, unable to hide his surprise, and that is when Joseph reminds him that this position is nothing like the days when Vlad simply acted as a mercenary captain. Joseph explains that a knight is someone who leads others, someone who can stand as a representative no matter where he is sent. Vlad already understands the idea in theory, but even so, there is still one major problem that makes the whole arrangement difficult for him. Vlad does not think it will be easy to find suitable members for his team. After all, the only people he really knows in the back alleys who can be useful are gang members and rough men from that world. Vlad worries that recruiting people like that might cause trouble for Lord Joseph's reputation, but Joseph calmly tells him there is no need to be concerned. In fact, Joseph praises Vlad for thinking so honorably, then explains that this appointment is not being given through the polished name of House Bayezid in the first place. Joseph even points out that if he truly cared about appearances in that way, he would have pulled Vlad out of Rose's smiles from the very beginning and kept him far away from the back alleys. Still, Joseph understands Vlad's concern. He knows that using people for good is much harder than simply cutting them down. Because this is Vlad's first time being placed in charge of a patrol area, Joseph offers to personally recommend and send over an employee to help him. Hearing that, Vlad sincerely expresses his gratitude. Joseph simply accepts it and tells him to go on his way, leaving Vlad to begin preparing for his new responsibility. Vlad takes his leave and starts walking out of the room. But while his footsteps are still fading, Jaeger quietly turns to the young master and asks what Joseph Bayezid is truly trying to do. As it turns out, Joseph already has a certain group of people in mind, people he wants Vlad to work with. This entire meeting was arranged as a way to push Vlad toward them without letting the young knight realize he was being guided. Jaeger seems somewhat uneasy about the plan, but Joseph remains confident. He believes this attempt is possible precisely because the person involved is Vlad. At the same time, Joseph also knows that he will once again have to gamble on the young knight's unpredictable nature. The scene then shifts, and Vlad has already begun recruiting the first person for his patrol team. Goethe becomes the first lucky person chosen, and the moment Vlad tells him that they are being assigned to the back alleys, tears of joy immediately well up in his eyes. Of course, Vlad is not exactly fond of seeing Goethe break down so dramatically. He quickly tells him to stop making such a big scene over it. Right now, Vlad needs Goethe to return to the same mindset he had during their mercenary assignment. Hearing that, Goethe becomes convinced that refusing to run away back then was the right choice, even though he had been terrified he might die at any moment. To Goethe, this feels like a reward for all the courage he somehow managed to scrape together. For so long he has been stuck cleaning up horse droppings and getting bullied by the horses, but now that humiliation finally seems to be ending. After all the bizarre, terrifying things he experienced while following Captain Vlad, being called up like this makes him feel that none of it was meaningless. As far as Goethe is concerned, every miserable trial has led him directly to this moment. He believes he has finally become a squire, and despite Vlad's warning, he cannot calm himself down. He keeps sobbing and rambling about how brilliant it was to cling to Vlad's side all this time. Unfortunately for Goethe, His joy is cut short almost immediately. The moment he calls himself a squire, Vlad does not hesitate to correct him. Vlad turns toward him and asks what on earth he is talking about, because he does not remember ever saying Goethe had become a squire. Vlad brings Goethe straight back to reality and tells him plainly that he is only being hired as an employee, just like that. Goethe's tears stop in an instant, as the truth finally crashes down on him. For a few seconds, Goethe is too stunned to speak, but he quickly finds a way to encourage himself again, deciding that anything is still possible. After all, Vlad started out as a mercenary too before becoming a squire. Even though Goethe has not shown much promise of becoming a swordsman someday, Vlad decides it would be cruel to crush his dream outright. Instead, he simply tells him to work hard and keep doing his best. That brief exchange reminds Vlad exactly why he needs to keep Goethe close. Goethe talks too much and scares too easily. But one thing is certain, he handles his work properly. While Vlad is thinking about that, the woman at the bar suddenly interrupts and tells him to take someone else along as well. Vlad looks surprised, unsure who she could possibly mean. That is when she points toward the tall, heavily built man standing guard by the door. To Vlad's surprise, he already knows him. It is Otar, and somehow, since the last time Vlad saw him, the man has become even more muscular. The woman says it is a waste to leave someone with Otar's size and strength inside a shop where no one even dares to start fights anymore. She explains that after she began feeding him properly, he bulked up quickly and has been helping with security around the shop ever since. After hearing her explanation, Vlad admits that Otar is someone he can trust. The man looks strong, focused, and dependable, and more importantly, he understands the situation in the back alleys. He is loyal as well, so bringing Otar along would make perfect sense. Even so, Vlad knows better than to casually take away the shop's only guard. As far as he understands, wherever there is alcohol, quarrels are bound to follow. But when he says that, the woman simply laughs. She tells him that no one has dared to cause trouble there lately, especially not since Vlad returned. The woman is honestly surprised that Vlad still has not realized how much weight his name carries around the back alleys now. Vlad looks confused, so she explains it more clearly. Because of him, Rose's Smiles has become the safest place in the entire back alley district. Customers now come there to drink, rest, and relax in peace, and thanks to that sense of safety, business is thriving. And the reason for that is simple. Rose's Smiles is known as the place where Sir Vlad stays. After wiping out one-armed Jack's forces and taking back control from them, Vlad brought Rose's Smiles back to life in a way no one else could have. Since the day Vlad took those men down, the bar has become something like a safe haven. The woman assures him that he can bring anyone working with him there whenever he needs to. After all, they are receiving protection because of him, so it is only fair that Vlad gains a base of his own in the back alleys. Hearing this, Vlad quietly admits that it is nice. The woman agrees, saying that giving and receiving should always be made clear. But that is not exactly what Vlad means. He explains that what feels truly nice is realizing that he can now protect someone without even having to draw his sword. After saying that, Vlad lowers his eyes toward the drink in front of him, staring for a moment at his reflection on the surface. Then he admits that this may be the thing he likes most about becoming a knight. Those words bring a gentle smile to the woman's face. She seems pleased to see that Vlad is finally beginning to understand the place he now holds in the back alleys. With the topic returning to recruitment, Vlad now has 2 members besides himself. He has chosen Goethe and Otar to work with him, which means there is only 1 spot left to fill. But Vlad already seems to have someone in mind, and to him, this person absolutely needs to be part of the team. The scene shifts to the harbor where Vlad reunites with his old friend Harvin. At the moment, Harvin is clearly drunk on some so-called premium alcohol, claiming that the taste is like night and day compared to the Captain Q drink the boss usually makes. Vlad is surprised to hear that Harvin's boss still makes that poison-like alcohol. The tipsy Harvin only shrugs it off, saying it is the boss's one true pleasure, even though the hangovers from it are strong enough to feel deadly. Still, Harvin admits that it is refreshing to drink, while looking at how much Vlad has grown. To him, it almost feels unbelievable, because it seems like only yesterday that he was feeding Vlad and Zemina and giving them a place to sleep. Harvin then jokes that taking in blonde animals is always the better choice, and the fact that he can even say something like that makes it obvious just how drunk he really is. Vlad can tell Harvin is not entirely in his right mind, so he chooses to ignore the strange comment. After teasing Vlad for a while longer, Harvin finally asks why Vlad came all the way to see him, hoping this visit is not just a waste of time. Vlad remembers that Harvin once studied navigation techniques and the movement of the constellations, so he asks whether Harvin is still pursuing that path. Harvin answers that he gave up on that dream a long time ago. He never believed anyone would hire a lame man as a navigator, so he saw no reason to keep learning and eventually abandoned it altogether. Hearing that, Vlad remembers how Harvin once said he wanted to sail. He had dreamed of escaping this place someday and traveling somewhere far away. Harvin responds by reminding Vlad that not everyone can reach something simply because they dream of it. Some things cannot be obtained through hard work alone, no matter how badly a person wants them. There is a saying that people should know their place, and Harvin believes that for a back-alley urchin like him, ending up like this is already good enough. As he says it, Vlad starts to grow visibly upset, bothered by how easily Harvin is belittling himself. Vlad looks Harvin straight in the eye and asks whether he truly believes what he just said. Under that direct gaze, the brown-eyed man lowers his head in shame, unable to answer with confidence. Seeing Harvin like that, Vlad tells him that a bird locked in a cage for too long eventually forgets it can fly. Harvin is taken aback by Vlad's words, his brown eyes widening as the meaning sinks in. But Vlad has already reached his own answer, and from the hard look on his face, it is clear he knows exactly what has to be done. Without another word, Vlad suddenly rises from his chair and draws his sword, the blade flashing into his hand with a sharp, decisive motion. To Vlad, this rotten place has been gnawing away at Harvin's dream for far too long. The harbor that should have opened the path to the wider world has instead become the cage that trapped his old friend. And now Vlad is ready to tear that cage apart. Vlad's expression darkens with anger as he reaches his conclusion. In his mind, the fault lies with the bastards controlling the harbor, the ones who have kept Harvin buried in this dead-end life for so many years. Vlad looks like he is seconds away from going on a rampage. Harvin realizes what is about to happen and immediately tries to stop him, panic rising in his voice as he reaches out toward the young knight. Meanwhile, outside, the harbor workers are going about their usual day, carrying heavy bags through the port and moving between the warehouses. Then, without warning, their routine is shattered by a thunderous explosion that rips through the air. The workers scatter in every direction, shouting in confusion as dust and debris spread across the area. When the smoke finally begins to clear, they realize the blast came from Captain Hoover's hideout. Just then, one of the men in charge storms out to find out what is happening. He forces his way through the gathering crowd, barking at the workers to stop stumbling around and clear a path for him. When he finally reaches the source of the commotion and sees the damage for himself, his face hardens. He immediately orders the men to inform the boss and gather the rest of the gang as quickly as possible. The men rush to obey while the man in charge remains behind, studying the attack with a tense expression. He had thought the gang was finally getting room to breathe after Moneybug died, so he cannot understand who would dare strike them now. Back inside Harvin's office, the full extent of Vlad's damage is impossible to miss. Splintered wood, broken walls, and shattered debris fill the room where everything had stood moments ago. With just one swing of his sword, Vlad has practically split the building open. Harvin can only stare in horror, completely shaken by the terrifying power Vlad has just unleashed. Harvin yells at him, demanding to know what in the world he thinks he is doing. But Vlad only curses the damned dogs who have been chewing away at his friend's dream for all these years. To Vlad, these ridiculous walls have done more than surround Harvin. They have cut him off from the river, from the water, and from the dream he once carried. The very thing that kept Harvin trapped for so long is standing right in front of them. So Vlad decides that if Harvin cannot break those obstacles on his own, then he will do it for him. He will tear down everything that has kept his old friend from remembering what he once wanted. By this point, Harvin is genuinely terrified. He does not know how far Vlad intends to go, and that uncertainty makes the situation feel even more dangerous. Harvin drops to the floor, desperately trying to convince Vlad to stop. But Vlad's mind is already made up, and there is no hesitation left in his eyes. After all, Harvin was the one who took Vlad in long ago, saving him before the darkness of the back alleys could completely swallow him. Back when Vlad and Zemina were still children with nowhere to go, Harvin gave them help, shelter, and a chance to survive. Harvin was the one who once showed Vlad that he could still have goals, even as a child from the alleys, and because of that, Vlad is now determined to return that same gift to his old friend. With that resolve burning inside him, the young knight cuts through the building again, his sword tearing through the structure with unbelievable force. Outside, the watching men are left frozen in fear as they witness just how much power he can command. After watching the hideout get ripped apart, the men finally catch sight of the blonde swordsman behind the destruction. Vlad reveals himself through the dust and broken walls, his face cold and merciless, his eyes carrying a ruthless light that makes everyone hesitate. Once the room's walls have been torn away, Vlad turns his gaze toward the open water beyond them. Then he tells Harvin to come over and look for himself. Vlad makes it clear to Harvin that his dream has not vanished. It is still flowing right there in front of him, and all Harvin has to do is raise his head and see it again. The river shines beautifully beneath the sunlight, sparkling as though magic has been scattered across its surface. Harvin is mesmerized, as if the water has never looked this breathtaking before. As he stares at the sight before him, he finally understands what he has been separated from for so long. It has been ages since he saw the water in this kind of light, and now that Vlad has reminded him of what he had forgotten, gratitude quietly fills him. Later that evening, Vlad leaves together with his three-legged friend, while Harvin is still basking in the feeling of a passion he thought he had lost forever. As the two walk side by side, Harvin remarks that being a knight must be nice, since Vlad seems able to get away with almost anything now. As it turns out, Vlad has successfully recruited Harvin into his team. He smashed apart the hideout, walked away with one of Captain Hoover's men, and instead of chasing him down like enemies, the gang even sent him off with a parting gift. Harvin can only imagine what it feels like to have that much authority and immunity. But Vlad is more confused than impressed, because he has no idea what gift Harvin is talking about. As far as Vlad knows, the only thing they gave him was that awful Captain Q alcohol, and he is fairly sure they handed it over, hoping he would drink it and die. The light mood fades when Harvin suddenly admits that it feels strange now that he is actually about to leave the harbor behind. Even if Captain Hoover's brewing skills are terrible, the man still took Harvin in despite his disability. Harvin cannot help feeling guilty about walking away after having a place there for so long. Hearing that, Vlad tells him there is nothing to worry about. He assures Harvin that Lord Joseph will not touch Captain Hoover, explaining that Joseph Bayezid is the kind of man who carefully separates useful pests from harmful ones. When Vlad says that, Harvin feels noticeably relieved. He would not want anything bad to happen to the captain, especially since nearly 3/10 of the back alley's economy was built through Captain Hoover's smuggling operations. The fact that Lord Joseph has no intention of wiping out the gang makes Harvin realize just how different Sora's new mayor really is. Even though Harvin has never met Joseph in person, he can already tell the young lord is meticulous and clever. Because of that, Harvin suggests that putting Vlad in charge of the back alleys may also be a test. Vlad is caught off guard by that idea because he had never thought about it that way before. But now that Harvin has pointed it out, he realizes it makes sense. Joseph did not give him detailed instructions, which means Vlad may have been expected to figure out the answer on his own. For a moment, Vlad is unsure what he is supposed to do next. Since there were no specific orders, he asks Harvin what his next move should be. Harvin finds the question amusing, because to him, Vlad already knows the answer. Vlad looks confused when Harvin says this. He has no idea what answer Harvin believes he has already found. Seeing Vlad's confusion, Harvin reminds him of what happened earlier that day. Vlad forced Captain Hoover to surrender without cutting down a single person. Vlad himself may not have noticed how effective that was, but Harvin saw it clearly. To him, the next step is obvious. Vlad needs to show the other bosses in the back alleys who holds authority now. Harvin tells him plainly that it is time to show the other gangs the new order of the back alleys. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is Goethe standing in the middle of a dark back alley street, trembling like a leaf. He is clearly terrified, and considering the terrifying rumors about this district, it is easy to understand why. Goethe was supposed to meet Vlad here, but quite a bit of time has passed, and the young knight still has not appeared. The longer he waits, the more nervous he becomes. His anxiety is interrupted when Vlad suddenly appears from a nearby alley with Harvin. The instant Goethe sees him, he rushes over to his captain, asking where he has been all day. Goethe complains that he has been waiting forever for Vlad to return, while Vlad can only wonder why he is making such a fuss. That is when Goethe reveals that someone is waiting inside, a visitor who came specifically looking for the young knight. Vlad does not seem especially interested at first. He tells Goethe that the visitor should be sent to Zemina instead, since she is the one handling his guests. Even though Vlad clearly does not feel like meeting anyone right now, Goethe nervously insists that this particular guest is someone Vlad should see personally. Elsewhere, Vlad's black horse, Noir, looks unusually murderous, his presence sharp and threatening for reasons that become clear soon enough. Apparently, the visitor has already earned Noir's hostility, and it is not hard to understand why once AJ the Barbarian is revealed standing in front of the stable. AJ looks at the horse with clear admiration, impressed that Noir is still every bit as magnificent as when he first saw him. That tense moment with the horse is interrupted when Vlad and the others arrive at the stable. Even before reaching the yard, Vlad keeps asking Goethe who this guest is and why he brought them to the backyard. The stable should be off-limits to visitors, because Noir might actually bite someone. But the moment Vlad steps into the yard, he freezes in surprise. Of all the people he expected to find there, he never imagined the visitor would be Age. Vlad immediately asks the barbarian why he came all the way here. Age answers without delay, saying that he came because of the mayor's recommendation. So when Lord Joseph said he would find someone for Vlad to work with, It turns out he may have been talking about a barbarian. And with that, the scene shifts back to Soara, where the ever-scheming son of House Bayezid is already moving his next plan into place. Inside his room, Vlad sat quietly before the fireplace, the glow of the burning wood flickering across the walls as the logs cracked and shifted in the flames. Across from him, Sir Jaeger remained deep in thought, his expression heavy with doubt. The plan still did not sit well with him, mostly because he could not imagine Ajay lowering his head to Vlad so easily. Before the Bayezids ever captured him, Ajay had been the leader of his own clan, a man used to giving orders, not obeying them. Someone like that was not the kind of person who would naturally bend his pride or accept another man standing above him. Lord Joseph already understood that perfectly. He knew Ajay would never bow simply because someone forced him to do it, and he was not naive enough to expect obedience born from pressure alone. But in Joseph's eyes, Ajay at least needed to understand the reality of his current situation. More than that, Joseph wanted the barbarian to realize that this offer was not some empty threat or political trick. It was being made with the greatest sincerity Bayezid could possibly show. As Sir Jaeger listened to Joseph's words, the green-eyed knight's expression slowly changed. He began to see the direction his lord was taking, and the pieces of the plan started falling into place in his mind. From that alone, he could already guess what Joseph intended to do next. Lord Joseph confirmed Sir Jaeger's thoughts without hesitation. Now that Vlad had helped them secure a firm hold over Dirmar, Joseph declared that it was time to deal with the danger lurking beyond the northern borders. They could no longer leave that threat sitting behind them like a blade pressed against Bayezid's back. The reason Joseph had drawn Agay into the matter was simple. He had heard that Agay's Budat tribe still carried considerable influence among the barbarians, so rather than letting his former prisoner rot away uselessly, Joseph intended to use him as a bridge, a way to bring those wild northern clans under control for Bayezid's cause. For years, countless clans had tested Bayezid's authority, challenging their borders and pushing against their power as if waiting for weakness to show. But now that Lord Joseph was standing at the center of things, he believed the time had finally come to answer those challengers properly. Not with words, but with action. If they could eliminate the source of anxiety threatening them from behind, Joseph believed Bayezid would finally be free to face any challenge ahead without hesitation. With their rear secured, no enemy would be able to make them falter so easily. Even though the plan sounded promising when laid out like that, Sir Jaeger still could not shake his concern. To him, the burden being prepared was far too heavy, especially for someone who had only just received the title of knight. No matter how talented Vlad was, the pressure waiting for him would not be ordinary. Of course, Vlad was Joseph's vassal, and Sir Jaeger knew better than anyone how extraordinary the boy's talent had been for House Bayezid. Still, as an experienced knight, he questioned whether that young blonde swordsman should really be made to shoulder something as weighty as restoring the North's prestige. Lord Joseph, however, did not waver to him. Even the possibility that Vlad could succeed was already worth placing his faith in. Joseph's confidence in the young knight was not blind. Vlad was the same young man who had ridden the sacred horse the barbarians revered like a divine being, and he was also the one who had saved those very barbarians by hunting down the dragon of the North. With deeds like that behind him, Joseph had every reason to believe Vlad stood apart from ordinary knights. And because of that, Joseph stated with absolute certainty that Vlad was the only one who could cut through the long, bitter chain of hatred tying the different houses together. If anyone had a chance of breaking that old resentment and forcing the North onto a new path, it was the blonde knight who had already crossed boundaries. No one expected him to survive. The story then moves forward with Zemina walking through the hallway after finishing the laundry, a bundle of freshly cleaned clothes held in her arms. As she makes her way toward Vlad's room, she suddenly slows down, her ears catching the sound of voices coming from up ahead. Zemina cannot make sense of what she is hearing. Curious and increasingly uneasy, she steps closer to Vlad's door, deciding she needs to see for herself what is happening inside. The red-haired girl knocks on the door, and Vlad answers almost immediately. The moment he sees Zemina standing there with the laundry in her arms, his face stiffens in surprise, as if she has caught him at the worst possible time. Vlad quickly asks what is going on, but Zemina only stares back at him with a puzzled look, because from her point of view, she should be the one asking that question. She clearly heard voices coming from his room, yet when she peers inside, there is no one else there. The more she looks around the empty room, the more confused she becomes, because Vlad appears to be completely alone. Before Vlad can come up with any kind of explanation, Zemina suddenly throws the clothes into his arms and pushes him back inside the room. Her movements are quick and forceful, leaving him no time to protest. She shuts the door behind her at once, cutting them off from the hallway, and then turns on him with a suspicious glare. There is nobody else in the room, so she cannot understand why she heard people talking. With that thought pressing on her, she asks if Vlad is still speaking to ghosts or something just as strange. Vlad looks genuinely taken aback by the question, his expression caught somewhere between confusion and panic. Zamina's stare makes it clear she does not trust the situation at all, but he quickly insists that he was not talking to any ghosts. Zamina wants to believe him, but the voices she heard were far too clear to ignore. Since she cannot shake the feeling that something strange is going on, she tells Vlad he needs to change rooms immediately. Naturally, Vlad is stunned by how sudden and extreme her decision is. He asks where exactly she expects him to go, and Zamina answers without hesitation, telling him to move to the room at the very end of the hallway. As far as Zamina is concerned, no one else can be allowed to discover what Vlad is like right now. Whatever is happening around him, it is too suspicious and too dangerous to let careless eyes or curious ears get involved. To keep him from feeling abandoned or singled out, Zamina adds that she will move into the room beside his. She says it as if the decision has already been made, making it clear that she is not simply pushing him away. She tells him this because, in her eyes, Vlad cannot keep hiding everything by himself anymore. If he continues carrying these secrets alone, sooner or later someone else will notice. Hearing those words, Vlad falls silent for a moment, visibly surprised. He had not expected Zamina to say something like that so directly. Zamina is making it clear that she is willing to stand with him, even if that means becoming his accomplice. Whether they are back in the shabby alleys of Sawara or surrounded by the polished world of knights and armor, she is still choosing to stay by Vlad's side. The red-haired girl has always worried about him in her own blunt, stubborn way, and Vlad can feel that concern more clearly than ever. Her willingness to protect him leaves him quietly grateful, even if he does not know how to say it properly. After laying out what they are going to do next, Zamina gets up from the bed and takes the clothes back from him. Before leaving, she pauses just long enough to remind him that he still needs to go to church. Vlad hesitates for a short while, watching her turn toward the door. Then, just before she steps out, he calls after her and asks if there is anything she wants him to get for her. He promises he will buy it for her, and the offer immediately catches Zamina off guard. She had not been expecting anything like that, so she stops and thinks about it for a moment. Just when Vlad starts to believe she might actually make a request, she turns it around on him instead and lightly teases him, telling him he should worry about taking care of himself first. With that, Zamina leaves him standing there in stunned silence. As she walks out through the doorway, she tosses one last piece of advice over her shoulder, telling him that if he has money to spend, he should at least buy himself some equipment or something useful. Vlad remains frozen for a second, but he is not truly surprised after all. He already knows exactly what Zamina is like. Sharp-tongued, practical, and always more worried about him than she wants to admit. A small smile rises on Vlad's face as he watches her leave the room. In a softer voice, he tells her that he was only putting the offer out there as if trying to cover up the sincerity behind it. His thoughts are cut short when Goethe suddenly appears and informs him that everything has been prepared for their next assignment. The interruption pulls Vlad back from the warmth of that moment and straight into business. The blue-eyed knight is surprised that Goethe managed to get everything ready so quickly, but the news is welcome. Without wasting any more time, Vlad shifts into action, stepping out with purpose while Goethe follows closely behind him. The scene then shifts to a small-town casino, where Vlad sits in the middle of a tense, high-stakes gambling game surrounded by several other men. The air feels thick with greed and frustration, with everyone's eyes locked on the table. The roulette wheel spins at a dizzying speed, the ball rattling sharply as it circles again and again. When it finally slows and drops into place, one of the men shouts in frustration, clearly furious that luck has turned against him. Vlad, however, stays quiet, staring at the wheel with intense focus as his thoughts begin to drift elsewhere. The voice inside his head remarks that they should have come to a place like this much sooner. In its view, there may be no better training ground for sharpening dynamic vision and reflexes than a gambling table where every tiny movement matters. Vlad silently agrees and activates his aura, letting his senses sharpen as he studies the game more closely. Until now, he had never imagined that combat techniques could be used in such an unusual way, and the discovery feels strangely exciting to him. As Vlad focuses through his eyes, the world around him seems to slow down. While watching the ball move across the spinning wheel, he suddenly notices something that makes him freeze in surprise. No one else appears to catch it, but when Vlad reacts, the voice confirms that what he just witnessed was a movement that should not have happened under normal circumstances. Vlad then shifts his gaze toward the man running the game. With one careful look, he understands what is really happening. The game is not clean at all. Quickly figures out that there must be some kind of trick built into the setup. Still, he is not exactly shocked. In places like gambling houses, scams are practically expected, and this one is no different. The dealer suddenly looks toward Vlad, and the moment he sees those glowing blue eyes staring straight through him, panic creeps across his face. The man realizes that Vlad has caught on to the scam, and for the young swordsman, that realization is almost satisfying. Because to Vlad, this is the perfect excuse. It gives him exactly the opening he needs to start the fight he has been looking for. Unfortunately, before Vlad can make his move, someone appears behind him. A man dressed in a purple suit steps into the scene as if he has been watching all along, calmly asking Vlad whether he is enjoying himself. Vlad is caught off guard and turns around to face him. Behind the man in the purple suit stand two enormous bodyguards, making it obvious that this is not some ordinary customer. He is clearly connected to the people who run the establishment, with a polished smile. The man says they would have prepared a proper welcome if Vlad had informed them he was coming. But Vlad immediately understands the hidden meaning behind those words. It sounds almost as if the man is implying that Vlad needed permission just to set foot in the place. Even though the man denies it with smooth words, his eerie laugh makes the truth hard to miss. He adjusts his glasses and then tells the young knight that they will escort him upstairs, where their boss is already waiting. Vlad's mood darkens the moment he hears that their boss is waiting for him. To him, the idea is insulting. Some man is sitting comfortably above them, expecting Vlad to climb up like a summoned underling and bow before him. The man in the purple suit begins to respond, but Vlad cuts him off before he can properly speak. His voice turns firm as he makes one thing clear. He is no longer some back alley nobody who can be ordered around. The glasses-wearing man grows visibly nervous at Vlad's tone, but one of the large bodyguards behind him does not seem intimidated. Instead, the big man steps forward as if he believes brute force will be enough to silence the young knight. The bodyguard warns Vlad that there is a limit to how far he can push things, even if he has become a knight. But before the man can finish his sentence, someone suddenly strikes him with a powerful kick to the side. The impact sends the massive bodyguard crashing down to the floor, groaning in pain as the room falls into stunned silence. Just then, Gerda stepped into view with the rest of Vlad's newly gathered crew behind him. The man who had been sent flying was down because Otar had driven a powerful kick straight into him. And now that the whole gambling hall had gone silent, Gerda raised his voice and made it clear to everyone there that the young knight standing before them was simply carrying out his official duties. Once Gerda finished making that announcement, the hooded barbarian leaned forward with visible excitement and asked Vlad if they were allowed to kill these men. From the way he said it, he honestly seemed to think cutting them down right there would be perfectly acceptable. The man in the purple suit was completely shaken by this. His face tightened in fear, because he had never imagined that an actual barbarian would show up in a place like this. To him, it made no sense at all, and he couldn't understand how a barbarian had ended up in Sora's back alleys. Now that Vlad had made it painfully clear exactly who these thugs were dealing with, he gave them a cold order. He told them to go upstairs and bring their boss down immediately, then declared that from this moment on, every operation inside the gambling hall was shut down. Of course, the man in the purple suit couldn't just accept that. This place was clearly his source of income, so he snapped back in anger, demanding to know what Vlad meant by shutting everything down. But the blue-eyed swordsman didn't flinch at all, and in a calm, steady voice, Vlad warned him that he would not say it a second time. Then, with the atmosphere growing heavier around him, Vlad fixed the thugs with a terrifying look and gave the order one final time. He told them to bring their leader to him. A few days later, Sir Gregory came by to check on Vlad and see how the newest knight was handling things in Sora. The large senior knight was genuinely impressed by Vlad's progress. Word had already reached him that the young swordsman had been making a serious name for himself lately. And apparently, Vlad had already wiped out 2 back-alley organizations. For someone who had only just stepped into this role, that was no small achievement. Vlad didn't boast or make a big deal out of it. He simply greeted Sir Gregory with a humble attitude, keeping his response modest, despite everything he had already accomplished. Sir Gregory then presented him with something called Jamin as a gift, proudly explaining that it was one of the treasures of House Canner. He added that Portly had apparently given Vlad some of it once before, back when the two of them were still children. Vlad confirmed that memory right away. He admitted that he had even shared the Jamin with Lord Joseph back then, and Joseph had enjoyed it quite a lot. Hearing that, Sir Gregory let out an easy laugh, saying that there probably wasn't a single person alive who wouldn't like it. Vlad accepted the gift and thanked Sir Gregory, saying that he would enjoy it properly. Still, he couldn't hide the confusion on his face, because he had no idea why the senior knight had suddenly decided to bring him something like this. After a moment, Vlad looked at him more carefully and asked if there was something Sir Gregory wanted from him. The big man immediately reacted with a guilty expression, as if he had been caught before he could even begin. Sir Gregory clearly hadn't expected his little bribe to be so obvious, but since Vlad had already noticed what was going on, the senior knight figured there was no point pretending anymore, and decided it would be better to make his request directly. At first, Sir Gregory hesitated, because this was Vlad's territory now. If he interfered too openly, it might look as though he was acting for his own personal benefit. But Vlad didn't seem bothered by that at all, and he calmly told Sir Gregory that it was fine, urging him to speak freely. So Sir Gregory finally brought up the man known as Black Bear. He explained that Black Bear was the boss controlling the meat trade in the back alleys, and Vlad nodded, confirming that he knew exactly who Gregory meant before asking what the problem was. Sir Gregory revealed that Black Bear had been involved in a kidnapping incident some time ago, and that the man's background was far more rotten than it appeared on the surface. After laying that out, Gregory finally asked Vlad if he would be willing to join forces with him and bring Black Bear down. The moment Vlad heard that, he was briefly taken aback. Then the meaning behind Gregory's earlier hesitation clicked into place, and he understood why the senior knight had called it a personal matter. It only took Vlad a few seconds to connect the pieces and realize what Gregory was really aiming for. Vlad wanted to restore order to the back alleys and stop the criminal groups from running wild. Sir Gregory, on the other hand, was also looking at how Black Bear's fall could help Portly expand his influence in the meat industry. In the end, both of their goals led to the same target, and everything they wanted could be taken from Black Bear. Because of that, Vlad had no reason to refuse the plan. He agreed to cooperate, but first he wanted to know one thing. Were they merely going to warn Black Bear, or were they going to subjugate him completely? Sir Gregory answered without hesitation. In his view, giving a man like Black Bear a warning would be far too gentle. The moment Vlad heard that, he was genuinely pleased. To Vlad, it was perfect that they were thinking the same way. He had already planned to deal with Black Bear sooner or later. So now that Sir Gregory had brought the matter to him first, Vlad was eager to start putting a proper plan together for the new operation. Sir Gregory was just as ready to move. He assured Vlad that he would coordinate with the forces under his command and said they could begin within 2 or 3 days. Vlad accepted that arrangement without complaint and acknowledged the senior knight's plan. Before leaving, Sir Gregory asked whether there was anything he could help Vlad with in the meantime. Vlad's answer was surprisingly simple. He asked for a bottle of whiskey. The request caught the big man off guard, so Vlad explained it plainly. There was someone he needed to bribe, and a bottle of good whiskey would be the perfect way to do it. Later that night, Vlad headed into one of the darkest parts of the alley to visit that certain someone. When he arrived, he was surprised to find the shop door shut tight, and for a moment he wondered if the old man was taking the day off or resting inside. But Vlad had come too far to simply turn around and leave empty-handed. Holding on to the things he had brought, he stepped up to the door and began pounding on it, calling out to the old man and hoping to draw him out if he was somewhere inside. Vlad only struck the door a couple of times before it suddenly swung open under the force of his knocking. The moment Vlad stepped inside, he stopped in surprise. The place was completely empty, with no sign of the old blacksmith anywhere in the front room. At first, a quiet worry began to creep over him, and Vlad wondered if something might have happened to the old man. Still, instead of panicking right away, he decided to look around the workshop first. He slowly made his way through the familiar workshop, passing the tools and the traces of the old man's work, until he eventually reached another room. There, he finally found the old blacksmith lying still. Vlad had come all this way carrying the good liquor and meat he had promised to bring the last time they met. But now, standing there in that quiet room, the promise felt painfully late. As Vlad stared down at the old man's lifeless body, the truth settled heavily over him. He had arrived too late. Vlad stood there in silence for a while, giving the old blacksmith the respect he deserved. Then, as if speaking to someone who could still hear him, Vlad began telling him a little about where he had been. He told the old man that he had been far away at the northern border all this time. Vlad spoke of that distant place with a quiet softness, saying it was beautiful there, with snowy mountains rising so high they seemed to touch the sky, and endless fields stretching out beneath them. Then Vlad told him about the dragon he had faced there, a dragon as white as snow. He explained that the sword the old blacksmith had forged had stayed with him through that battle until the very end. As he spoke, Vlad drew out the broken blade and stared at his own reflection in its surface for a long moment. There were so many things Vlad wanted to say, so many memories, regrets, and words of gratitude pressed against his chest, but in the end, he knew only one sentence truly mattered, so Vlad said it quietly. He placed the broken sword into the old blacksmith's hands, letting it rest there, and thanked him for saving his life. That plain sword had been born from the dream of an old man, and it had been completed through the hands of a boy who carried it into the world. Now the blade that had once pointed toward the heavens had finally returned to the old man's embrace, shining more brightly than anything else in that silent room. The story then moved to the old blacksmith's funeral. Vlad made sure the man received a proper burial, along with a funeral worthy of the life he had quietly lived. It was the least Vlad could do for the man who had saved him in the back alleys. The funeral itself wasn't large or grand, but the people who mattered were there. Vlad, Zemina, and Harvin stood together in silence, paying their final respects to the old blacksmith before saying goodbye. Harvin was surprised when he learned that Vlad had spent his very first paycheck to buy a gravestone and a tomb marker for the old man's resting place. And not just anywhere either, but in one of the more expensive cemeteries near the monastery. Vlad didn't regret spending the money at all. In his heart, he simply wanted to help the old blacksmith leave the back alleys behind at the very end, even if the man was no longer alive to see it for himself. On the tombstone, Vlad had them carve words saying that this grave belonged to the best blacksmith in Sora. And honestly, those words were deserved, because this was the man who had forged the sword that cut down a ghost and pierced a dragon. Sadly, the old blacksmith had left behind no name for the world to remember. Harvin admitted that he had asked around the back alleys, hoping someone might know the old man's name. But no matter who he questioned, nobody knew it. As sad as that was, Vlad eventually decided that it didn't change what mattered. To Vlad, the truth was simple. Whether the world knew his name or not, Vlad would always remember him as the finest blacksmith in Sora, and as the man who had saved his life. After the funeral, Vlad and the others began making their way home. Along the road, they noticed a group of children hiding under a bridge, watching them from the shadows. Harvin couldn't ignore the sight, so he asked Vlad what was going on with them. Vlad quietly admitted that the children had been acting like that recently. It was obvious from one glance that the children were starving and they probably had no real homes to return to. Vlad understood that they likely wanted to beg for help. Because of that, he thought they should simply come forward and ask for alms if they needed them. But instead, they only kept peeking out from hiding whenever he passed by. Hearing Vlad say that, Harvin can't help finding it a little funny. To him, it's obvious Vlad truly doesn't understand why those children are watching him that way. Vlad still looks puzzled, completely missing the reason behind their wary stares, and Harvin quietly realizes his old friend must have pushed the memories of their childhood far into the back of his mind. With a faint smile, Harvin reminds him that once they had the very same wild, frightened eyes as those kids in the alley. Harvin, with his brown eyes calm but heavy, explains that this winter has turned out even harsher than the one before it. Because of that, he understands exactly why those poor children are so desperate, shivering out there with nowhere warm to hide from the cold. Harvin says it plainly without trying to soften the truth. If things continue like this, many of those children will end up freezing to death before winter passes. Vlad listens in silence, then quietly agrees because he knows Harvin is right. With that thought weighing on him, the young knight begins to calculate what little he can do. Even a single blanket, something so small and ordinary, might be enough to help one of those children survive another night, so Vlad immediately starts thinking of a way to get warmth into their hands. But before Vlad can move forward with the idea, Harvin quickly brings him back to reality. He reminds Vlad that he only has 1 gold coin left from this month's wages, because almost everything else was already spent on the old blacksmith's funeral. Vlad answers honestly, admitting that he had never planned to save much money this month in the first place. If that last gold coin is all he has, then he would rather use it to buy blankets, not just for those children, but for the other kids around them too, so they can endure the bitter winter a little longer. Harvin hears that and realizes there is no point trying to argue once Vlad has made up his mind. Still, he gives him one condition with a wry smile, telling Vlad to make sure the children say a prayer for the old blacksmith when they receive their blankets. In Harvin's eyes, 1 prayer for 1 blanket is a fair trade, especially since Vlad will be left completely broke afterward. After hearing their plan, Zemina steps in and says she'll speak with Marcella about the children as well. A blanket can keep out some of the cold, but a warm meal in a starving belly can make a child's body fight much harder, so she wants to help them get proper food too. Vlad smiles at that, and for the first time in a while, the expression on his face feels lighter. They still don't have the power to fix everything in Sora, not all at once, but at least they can begin changing the alleys 1 small act at a time. Watching them stand together like this proves something quietly beautiful. Even though the plain sword was buried along with the old blacksmith, the star he forged has not gone out. Its name and shape may have changed, but its light is still shining through the dark back alleys of Sora. After laying the old blacksmith to rest and giving the starving children food, warmth, and a little hope, Vlad finally turns toward his next mission. Together with Sir Gregory's forces and the rest of his crew, he sets out to bring down Black Bear once and for all. As they push deeper into the territory controlled by the meat trade boss, the reason for this mission becomes clearer with every step. The farther they go, the more obvious it is that Black Bear cannot be allowed to remain in power. Even Sir Gregory, a veteran knight who has seen more than enough filth in his life, is shaken by the condition of the place. Blood, bones, and rotting meat are scattered everywhere, filling the air with a foul, sickening weight far worse than any report had suggested. It is so horrifying that Gregory becomes convinced that once warmer weather arrives, this place could spread disease through every corner of the back alleys. At first, Sir Gregory had intended only to shut the place down and put an end to the operation. But after seeing with his own eyes what Black Bear has created here, he understands that a simple closure will never be enough. This place needs a far more decisive answer. Vlad notices the concern on Gregory's face and calmly tells him there is no need to worry. The confidence in Vlad's voice catches the senior knight off guard, making him turn toward the young swordsman in surprise. Seeing Gregory's confusion, Vlad explains with steady certainty that Black Bear himself will give them the justification they need. Once that happens, they will be able to wipe this entire place out without hesitation. The bearded knight is surprised by how certain Vlad sounds, but Vlad simply tells him the truth, as someone who grew up in these streets. The back alleys are not a place that can be handled gently, and anyone who tries to deal with them half-heartedly will only make things worse. Sir Gregory hears that and slowly smiles. It reassures him to know that he and Vlad are seeing the situation the same way again, with no illusions left between them. Gregory seems to appreciate the young swordsman's blunt, direct way of thinking. With their purpose now settled between them, the group continues forward, making their way straight toward Black Bear's headquarters. When they finally arrive, Vlad looks at the building before them and decides the time has come to begin. Sir Gregory stands ready beside him, making it clear that he is prepared to move the moment Vlad gives the signal. With that, Vlad steps forward and makes sure everyone inside can hear him. His voice rings out through the filthy stronghold, loud enough to cut through the silence and announce that judgment has arrived. Vlad declares himself as Vlad of Sora and announces that he has come to arrest the man who has disturbed the order of the city, the criminal known as Black Bear. He then draws out a scroll listing the charges against him, including murder, fraud, human trafficking, and the grave crime of deceiving the rightful rulers of this noble city. After reading those accusations aloud, Vlad calls out to Black Bear once more. His demand is clear and sharp. Black Bear is to come out immediately and face the judgment waiting for him. But even after Vlad's formal warning echoes through the place, the meat trade boss gives no reply. From inside the building, there is nothing but silence. Not a voice, not a footstep, not even the scrape of movement answers them. The stillness becomes so unnatural that it almost feels as though the building might be completely empty. Several seconds pass, and still no one responds. Sir Gregory then concludes that Black Bear and his men must be preparing for a fight, which means everything is unfolding exactly as Vlad predicted. By refusing to surrender, Black Bear has handed them the justification to tear his empire down. Vlad keeps his intense gaze fixed on the door, waiting for the moment it might burst open, while Gregory warns him that the men inside will be armed heavily and ready to attack the instant that door moves. Gregory explains that these criminals already know what capture means for them. If they are arrested, execution is almost certain, so men like them would rather fight until their last breath than quietly let themselves be taken. Vlad silently takes in everything the senior knight has just said. After a few seconds of thought, he calls for Otar and Agay, ordering both of them to come forward with him. Aside from Sir Gregory, who is an experienced knight, Otar and Agay are among the strongest people in their force. That is why Vlad chooses to take the lead with the two of them at his side. As expected, Agay looks more than pleased at the thought of bloodshed, stepping forward without hesitation and following Vlad toward the door. Agay eagerly asks Vlad how they are handling things this time. He wonders if they are only here to frighten the criminals like they did back at the gambling den, but from the sound of the charges, he hopes this will be different. To him, this looks like the kind of fight that might finally let him warm up properly. Vlad does not give him a long explanation. The blonde swordsman simply turns the question back on him and asks what AJ thinks they came here to do. Then Vlad makes the truth clear. These are the same people who sold a pregnant woman and the child inside her womb as materials for black magic. The moment Ajay hears that, something inside him ignites. His anger rises so fiercely that it feels like his blood is beginning to boil. Ajaya's eyes turn red, and thick veins bulge across his head as rage floods through him. At the same time, Vlad takes hold of that same murderous fury within himself, and his blue eyes begin to shine with a cold, lethal glint. By then, it is obvious they did not come here just to scare Black Bear and his men. These are criminals who deserve to be killed the moment they are found, And since Black Bear rejected his chance to surrender, Vlad and his forces now have every reason they need to erase them completely. With that decided, Ajay and Vlad crash into the building with overwhelming force, beginning the slaughter before the thugs inside can even understand what is happening. Once AJ steps in, his bloodlust only grows stronger and he decides that simply killing these men will not be enough. The thugs freeze in shock at the sight of a real barbarian standing before them, because as far as they knew, there were no barbarians in Sora. Worse still, Agay is not just any barbarian. He is a warrior from the Budat tribe. Some of Black Bear's thugs recognize him, yet somehow they still believe they have a chance to bring him down. As AG charges forward like a raging bull, they rush at him in return, convinced they can stop him by force. The red-eyed barbarian reaches them in an instant and begins ripping through them with his curved red blade. Every slash sends blood across the walls and floor, painting the inside of the building in fresh streaks of crimson. AJ tears through the room in a brutal rampage, cutting down every thug who dares to stand in his path. There is no mercy in his movements, only raw fury and steel. Men quickly realize they are facing something closer to a beast than an ordinary fighter. Even so, fear and desperation push them forward, and they become determined to take him down despite how hopeless their chances look. The only advantage they have is their numbers, so they try to surround Agay and crush him from every side. But just when it seems like he might be buried beneath the crowd, Otar suddenly leaps into the fight with his battle axes in hand. Otar carves through the goons around him with heavy, brutal swings, clearing space in the chaos. At one point, he even supports Age directly by driving his axe deep into one thug's head, dropping the man where he stands. Ajay glances over in surprise when he sees that strike. Until now, he likely had no idea the quiet bouncer could fight with such skill and force on a battlefield. Impressed, Ajay gives Otar a quick word of praise for the way he handles himself. Otar, being a man of few words, only lets out a low hum in response and keeps moving. Within only a few seconds, Otar and Agay wipe out the first wave of Black Bear's men, leaving nothing around them but a pile of blood-soaked corpses. But this is only the beginning. And of course it would not truly be a battle if Vlad stayed out of the action. The leader of Black Bear's forces shouts at his men, scolding them for hesitating and ordering them to surround the intruders and attack all at once. But while he is still yelling, a powerful bright light suddenly floods into the room, and everyone can tell it is coming from Vlad's world. Vlad's power crashes over them, overwhelming the thugs before they can even gather themselves. One by one, they stiffen in place, stunned by the pressure radiating from him. The men stand frozen as terror spreads across their faces. Then the young knight speaks in a cold, commanding voice, declaring that anyone still standing on two legs will be cut down immediately. The power of Vlad's world leaves them trembling. As they look up at him with fear written all over their faces, Vlad gives his order without hesitation, telling every last one of them to kneel before him. In the end, Black Bear's men cannot withstand the crushing pressure of Vlad's world. Their courage breaks under that overwhelming force, and one after another, they have no choice but to drop down onto their knees. Once the thugs give in and surrender beneath that terrifying power, Sir Gregory's forces immediately move in. The soldiers take control of the room, stepping over the blood and chaos to begin restraining the men who are still alive. By this point, every surviving man on the ground floor is kneeling with his head lowered. Sir Gregory's soldiers spread out around them, gathering the criminals together and making sure none of them can slip away. Seeing the situation below under control, Sir Gregory suggests that the rest of them should head upstairs while the soldiers finish sorting out the captured thugs on the ground floor. Vlad agrees with the plan, then moves ahead with the bearded knight and the rest of their team following close behind. On the upper floor, Vlad takes the lead, his blonde hair catching the dim light as he advances through the building. The others keep pace behind him until the group finally comes to a stop in front of a locked door. Vlad steps right up to the door without hesitation and forces it open. But the moment he sees what is waiting inside, his eyes widen sharply, and shock flashes across his face. What Vlad finds inside is not the armed resistance he expected. Instead, it looks as though some kind of sacred deliverance ceremony is already taking place right there in the room. A priest is standing with his hands placed over Black Bear, praying over him as if the crime boss were some repentant soul seeking salvation. To Vlad, the sight is almost absurd, because he never imagined a man like Black Bear would suddenly present himself as the religious type. Priest calmly welcomes Vlad into the room as though he had been expecting him all along. Vlad is stunned for a brief moment, but he quickly regains his composure, fixes his gaze on the man, and asks who he is. The priest turns toward him and reveals his backing without hesitation. He says he was sent by Bishop Pierre himself, claiming that he came from the church under the bishop's direct command. Naturally, Vlad is not pleased by this sudden and suspicious twist, but he forces himself to remain calm. He tells the priest that he came here under the mayor's orders, then points out that the man being prayed over is Black Bear, a well-known criminal. But before Vlad can finish laying out the truth, the priest cuts him off and immediately denies it. The priest declares that there are no criminals in this room anymore. According to him, Black Bear's sins have already been absolved in the name of the Lord, as if those words alone could erase everything he has done. Then the shady-looking priest presents a scroll to Vlad, holding it out like proof that cannot be challenged. He explains that it is a sacred pardon, the document through which the crime boss has supposedly been forgiven. God may be said to exist everywhere, but in that moment it becomes painfully clear that the light of that faith does not fall on everyone equally. It reaches those standing above first, and more often than not, it gives even more to those who already have plenty. That is the God and the church that people at the bottom have always been forced to witness. No matter how bitter and unfair it may seem, for those living in the dark corners of the city, that has always been the cruel reality. Vlad is left speechless as he stares at the pardon in front of him. For a moment, he can barely find the words to respond to what he is seeing. He struggles to believe that anyone would even consider granting something like this to a man like Black Bear. The idea that this piece of paper could somehow make him innocent is almost too ridiculous to accept. Yet the priest insists that this is exactly what it means. The priest claims again that Black Bear is now innocent, adding that the pardon was issued personally by Bishop Pierre. Sir Gregory is visibly shaken by that statement, finding it difficult to believe that Bishop Pierre himself would be behind such a decision. The senior knight looks horrified as he tries to understand how this could have happened. He cannot see why someone as powerful as the bishop would involve himself with a back alley boss like Black Bear, while Vlad stands nearby in stunned silence, unable to fully process what he has just heard. It is madness to think that a single sheet of paper could wipe away the tears of the countless women who died in that false church. No written pardon could erase their fear, their suffering, or the darkness they were dragged into. Vlad refuses to accept it, and while that storm of disbelief is still turning inside him, Black Bear suddenly speaks up. The crime boss declares that he is innocent now, rubbing those words right in Vlad's face. Black Bear says he has been forgiven, wearing that fact like a shield. Then he claims that should be enough for Vlad, as if forgiveness from the church means the young knight has no right to touch him anymore. The sheer nerve of Black Bear saying that makes Vlad's anger flare. His expression hardens as fury rises behind his eyes. Black Bear has the audacity to brag about being forgiven after everything he has done, and that shameless confidence only makes Vlad's rage burn even hotter. Vlad snaps at Black Bear, unable to hold back his anger, but the priest immediately steps in to defend the crime boss. He insists that any sin can be absolved through sincere faith, and by then, it is obvious something rotten is hiding beneath this holy language. Black Bear speaks again, backing up the priest's words while gloating that Vlad and his companions must have wasted their trip. Hearing all of this, Vlad can only stand there in disbelief. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot understand how such a thing could be allowed to happen. Women Black Bear sold were trembling in fear when they died in the darkness, and the children dragged into that evil were never given a chance. Vlad cannot comprehend how the church could let the man responsible for leading them to their deaths stand there, smiling, still alive, still protected, and still free after all the sins on his hands. To Vlad, every part of this feels wrong. What he cannot understand most is why the priest would stand there so calmly and support a decision this twisted. So Vlad asks the priest directly whether a person can truly be forgiven for anything, no matter how terrible the crime, as long as that person claims to have sincere faith. The priest answers without hesitation and assures him that this is indeed the case. He says that if a person receives forgiveness from God and the church, then no matter how heinous their crimes may be, they can be declared innocent. Vlad falls silent for a moment, letting the priest's words settle in the air. Then he turns to Sir Gregory and asks whether the senior knight remembers what he once told him in that fog-covered village. Vlad recalls Gregory's words clearly. If no one is standing where they should stand, and if no one takes responsibility where they must, then it falls to the knight to do it himself. The moment Gregory hears Vlad say that, a chill runs through him. He understands instantly that this zealous blonde knight is about to do something drastic, something that cannot be taken back. Vlad prepares to carry out the decision already forming in his mind, and Sir Gregory sees it happening. The senior knight tries to stop him, but by the time he moves, it is already far too late. Vlad remembers that Gregory's lesson matches perfectly with the Swordmaster's code, and without a shred of hesitation, he delivers one powerful strike that takes Black Bear's head clean off. The priest recoils in horror at the sight. Sir Gregory looks deeply disappointed, and AJ, unlike the others, seems genuinely pleased by what he has just witnessed. Otar, on the other hand, looks shaken by the sudden execution. Black Bear's severed head rolls across the wooden floor, leaving a dark trail of blood behind it, while his headless body remains upright for a moment, with blood spraying from the cut. As expected, the shady priest erupts in fury after seeing Black Bear killed right in front of him. He angrily scolds Vlad for cutting down a man he claims had repented and been forgiven. But before the priest can continue shouting, Vlad drops to his knees with his bloodied sword still in hand and calmly admits that he too is a sinner. Vlad does not argue with the priest or try to defend what he has done. Instead, he lowers himself humbly before the holy man and asks to be given the same chance at forgiveness. After all, according to the priest's own words, the weight of the sin does not matter, because all sinners can be forgiven if they throw themselves before the mercy of the Lord. Hearing Vlad turn that teaching back on him leaves the priest visibly shaken. He can only stare at the ruthless young knight in stunned silence, unable to form a proper complaint. After that violent and chaotic confrontation, the focus returns to the mayor's residence, where the consequences of Vlad's actions are already beginning to spread. The news has reached Joseph Bayezid, and at that moment, the young master looks utterly exhausted. He takes time to process everything, because there is too much weight behind what happened. Vlad really killed a man who had received a church pardon, and the person now forced to face Joseph's reaction is Sir Gregory. Gregory had been the one to suggest the mission in the first place, and he was also supposed to supervise the operation from beginning to end. But since he failed to keep the situation under control, he accepts full responsibility for what happened and blames himself for not stopping Vlad in time. He apologizes, admitting that he never imagined Black Bear would suddenly appear with a pardon from the bishop. At that point, Joseph explains something that makes the situation even stranger. Black Bear did not actually obtain the pardon on his own. Joseph reveals that the pardon was simply handed to the crime boss, and that statement leaves the knights in the room completely confused. None of them can understand why Bishop Pierre would give such protection to a back alley boss without any obvious reason. But Joseph does understand, and the very thought makes his blood boil. His anger is not confusion anymore. It is the fury of someone who knows exactly why this was done. To Joseph, this means they must see House Bayezid as a joke. Otherwise, they would never dare take such bold action to undermine his authority as mayor. With that in mind, Joseph asks the men where Vlad is right now, because it is clear he has more than a few words for the young knight. Sir Vorden grows visibly nervous at that question. He is clearly worried that Vlad may be facing a serious punishment after what happened. Even so, Vorden answers that Vlad is waiting in his office. He explains that he thought it would be best to keep the boy out of Joseph's sight for the time being, at least until the mayor had a chance to calm down. They did not want to do anything that might provoke Joseph's anger even further, and after hearing that explanation, Joseph says it was the right decision. Then Joseph calls for Sir Jaeger, and no one in the room is prepared for the order that follows. Without hesitation, the young master commands the advanced knight to arrest Sir Vlad immediately. And Joseph does not stop there. He also orders that the young swordsman, the very person who had become a symbol of hope for House Bayezid's future, be charged with murder. The knights in the room are completely dumbfounded by the command, and for a brief moment, they all freeze in place like statues. It is now painfully clear that Joseph is taking this incident far more seriously than any of them expected, especially considering how deeply he values Vlad. At the same time, Joseph Bayezid is not acting out of simple anger. The clever young mayor already seems to have another plan moving beneath the surface. To him, what Vlad did was undeniably reckless, but even as he judges it as a foolish choice, Joseph can still understand exactly why Vlad made it. More importantly, the pardon itself is far too suspicious. Since the church likely issued it deliberately without any real reason, Joseph begins to see that Bishop Pierre may have been aiming at Vlad from the very beginning. Once that possibility settles in his mind, Joseph realizes there is no room left for hesitation. Joseph pauses for a long, heavy moment, letting an uncomfortable silence spread through the room. Then, without saying anything more, he turns his gaze directly toward Sir Jaeger's single eye. The two men lock eyes, and in that brief exchange, it feels as if Joseph is giving Sir Jaeger a message no one else in the room is supposed to understand. Sir Jaeger catches the hidden meaning almost immediately and acknowledges it with a calm reply, saying he understands. But the other senior knights are still deeply worried about Vlad, especially Sir Gregory, who feels the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Seeing Sir Jaeger accept the order so calmly shocks the bearded knight, and Gregory tries to speak up, hoping he can somehow soften Vlad's punishment. Before Gregory can properly get a word out, Sir Jaeger cuts him off and reminds him that Vlad is his vassal. If the young knight has turned out wrong, then Sir Jaeger says he is the one who must bear the blame and responsibility. Gregory is left with nothing to say, because at that moment he knows he cannot truly take that burden away from Vlad's own mentor. The thought alone makes Gregory feel terrible. Watching a teacher be forced to arrest his own apprentice is painful enough, but knowing what brought them to this point makes it even harder to swallow. More than anything, Gregory is crushed by guilt over Vlad's fate. In his mind, none of this would have happened if he had not rushed the operation for the benefit of House Bayezid. And since he is tormenting himself over that mistake, Joseph gives him no chance to escape the consequences either. As one of the people directly involved in the matter, Gregory will also have to answer for it. The guilt-ridden knight does not argue or try to defend himself. He accepts Joseph's decision at once and says he is ready to take full responsibility. In response, Joseph simply thanks him for his quick judgment, then moves straight into explaining what Gregory's punishment will be. Joseph hands Sir Gregory a sealed envelope containing a letter and orders him to leave for Varna immediately to deliver it to a certain person. Joseph clearly expects Gregory to understand who he means, but the senior knight is still caught off guard by the sudden order. Joseph presses him to hurry, saying the sooner that letter reaches its destination, the better. At first, Gregory is still unsure exactly who he is supposed to deliver the letter to, but once he lowers his gaze and studies the envelope in his hand, realization hits him all at once. In that instant, Gregory understands what Joseph is asking of him. His expression sharpens, and he promises to reach Varna as quickly as possible. With that matter settled, Joseph turns to Sir Vorden and orders him to summon the mage. He says he needs to contact his father, as well as San Rosino. Then he addresses Maxim and Cade, instructing both of them to cancel every mission they currently have planned. Joseph also tells them to gather only the most capable soldiers available. The moment the order leaves his mouth, every knight in the room moves into action, each of them understanding that this is no ordinary emergency. Joseph had always expected that a day like this might come, but he never imagined his enemies would move so openly and so boldly. It is now clear to him that Bishop Pierre used Vlad as bait, turning the young knight into a spark that amounted to a declaration of war against Joseph and the entire Bayezid household. If that is how the bishop intends to play this, then the mayor of Soara understands that he has only one path left. He must answer not as a cornered official, but as a true member of House Bayezid. Joseph can feel the storm gathering on the horizon, but instead of fearing it, he seems to welcome it. To him, this may be exactly what is needed, because the time has finally come to reclaim a city no longer chained by outside powers, a city that truly belongs to Bayezid. Elsewhere, the shady priest from earlier reports what happened to Bishop Pierre, who has now become one of the Bayezid family's most dangerous opponents. The bishop is surprised to hear that the young knight cut Black Bear down without even hesitating, and when he asks whether that is truly what happened, the priest confirms it. The priest is clearly terrified, expecting Bishop Pierre to explode in anger over the failure. But instead of lashing out, the bishop remains disturbingly calm. He admits that the young knight is even more intense than the rumors suggested, then asks whether Father Andreas was truly the one who vouched for Sir Vlad. The frightened priest quickly confirms it, saying that this is what he was told as well. He keeps his posture stiff, as if afraid that even the smallest wrong word might draw the bishop's anger. Hearing that, Bishop Pierre concludes that shaking Vlad up was the right decision after all. Just as Joseph suspected, the bishop had designed the entire scheme to corner Vlad and make him fall into a trap. Now that the trap has been sprung, Bishop Pierre hopes the rest of his plan proceeds smoothly, because if it does, he will be able to eliminate the rising star from Sora in one decisive move. To Bishop Pierre, the second son of Bayezid has dared to challenge him with nothing but the confidence of his bloodline. And Joseph is not the only one Bishop Pierre sees as an enemy. He also considers Father Andreas a thorn buried deep in his side, a man he believes hides behind the image of a devout clergyman. That is how Bishop Pierre sees both men. So his irritation only grows when he realizes that a knight born from the lowest gutters is now being protected by both of them at once. With that thought in mind, Bishop Pierre decides there is no longer any reason to stand by idly. As far as he is concerned, his will represents the will of the papacy, and the will of the papacy is no different from the will of God. Holding firm to that conviction, Bishop Pierre orders the uneasy priest to send word to the mayor of Sora. He demands that Joseph Bayezid properly guide the foolish knight who dared to ignore a pardon issued by the church. But Bishop Pierre's command does not end there. Bishop Pierre also orders the priest to prepare their secret weapon. The moment the frightened man hears those words, he is visibly shaken. As if the order sounds far too extreme, he hesitates, hardly wanting to believe it. But the bishop confirms that this is exactly what he wants. It is the very thing they have been preparing ever since Pierre was assigned to Sora long ago. It is the one said to have been struck by black lightning. Bishop Pierre insists that it is unthinkable for Vlad to emit aura and become a knight, no matter how gifted people claim the young blonde swordsman may be. Because of that, he concludes that some dark shadow may be dwelling inside Vlad. Bishop Pierre is convinced that the truth will reveal itself soon enough. And when that happens, he believes everyone who vouched for Vlad will be dragged into the consequences as well. Outside, a small armed force soon arrives at Vlad's doorstep. Judging from the banners they carry and the cape draped over their leader's back, it is immediately clear that these men have come from the church. The man at the front steps forward and announces their presence in a loud, formal voice. He declares that they have arrived under the authority of Bishop Pierre. The white-haired knight states that Sir Vlad disregarded the pardon issued by the bishop. In his eyes, that offense is the same as rejecting the will of God itself. He goes on to call it a grave offense, one that could even be judged as blasphemy. With that accusation hanging in the air, he loudly demands that the gates be opened to them immediately. The white-caped messenger warns that everyone inside will be treated as heretics if they refuse to obey and open the gates. In response to those threats, the door suddenly opens, and the visitors are greeted not by fear, but by one of the Bayezid knights. The Bayezid knight greets them with a teasing remark, saying they are making quite a racket so early in the morning. Naturally, the large man in the cape does not appreciate being mocked. Without wasting even a second, he reaches for his sword and demands to know who this man is. That is when the Bayezid knight introduces himself as Maxim, knight of Lord Joseph. Then, without backing down, he informs the church's visitors that Rose's Smiles is currently under investigation by order of the mayor. As expected, the bishop's knight is furious when he hears that. He snaps back at Sir Maxim, telling him that this investigation exceeds his authority, and insists that the people inside are suspected of blasphemy. At that point, Maxim shows just how stubborn he can be. He answers the caped man with calm defiance, saying the accusation is going too far. As far as Maxim is concerned, it makes no sense to claim someone is guilty of blasphemy simply because they stayed in the same place as Sir Vlad. The bishop's knight begins to lose patience, though he barely manages to keep his temper in check. He tells Maxim that the church has already passed judgment, and therefore that judgment is final. Then he warns the Bayezid knights that there is an inviolable line between nobles and the church. Sir Maxim answers without flinching, reminding him that House Bayezid is not the one that crossed that line first. The tension grows hotter by the second, and just as the air seems ready to snap, Sir Maxim's soldiers reveal themselves. They march out with weapons and shields ready, forming a solid line behind Maxim. Now that it is clear they are prepared to fight if necessary, the Bayezid knight makes his position known. Maxim declares that House Bayezid is invoking legal jurisdiction and sealing off the area from that moment onward. He makes it very clear to the bishop's knight that if he wants to enter, he will need permission from the mayor himself. In other words, this is exactly the legal wall needed to keep the church's forces from forcing their way inside. The bishop's knight is furious, realizing Maxim has outmaneuvered him. He warns Maxim that he will regret this, saying a mere knight cannot possibly bear the weight of defying the church. But Maxim only answers with a cheeky grin, saying he will just have to try carrying that weight. Besides, Maxim has a debt of his own to repay. That leaves him with little choice but to stand against the bishop right now, because protecting this place is the least he can do to repay the cost of his life. Later that same morning, the tension surrounding Vlad continues to spread through Sora. Vlad is finally seen again, and this time, the young knight is sitting behind bars. As expected, Sir Jaeger does not hold back when it comes to scolding him. He is especially furious because he has warned Vlad again and again to always think ahead and prepare for what comes next. This time, however, Vlad failed to think through the consequences, and now Lord Joseph is the one forced to clean up the mess he left behind. The green-eyed knight is angrier than usual because this may be the biggest disaster Vlad has ever caused. In Sir Jaeger's mind, Vlad's actions have made him look no better than a reckless servant, even after earning the title of knight. Sir Jaeger has every reason to be furious, and Vlad knows it better than anyone. With no excuse left to hide behind, the young knight simply lowers his head and apologizes, accepting the scolding without trying to defend himself. Seeing Vlad so downcast makes Sir Jaeger's anger soften, at least a little. It is painful because Vlad is not stupid at all. In fact, the senior knight knows the boy is sharp, and he feels that if Vlad had only looked at the situation more broadly, he might never have fallen for such a cunning trap. The moment that thought passes through Sir Jaeger's mind, he realizes it is not entirely fair. The blame is not as simple as he first wants it to be. Sir Jaeger knows better than anyone how many missions Vlad has been forced to run from one place to another. Because of that constant pressure, Vlad never had enough time to learn the fragile balance between noble authority and the church. Maybe if Vlad had not been buried under one assignment after another, he would have had the chance to understand the politics waiting beneath the surface. But things did not happen that way, and Bishop Pierre took full advantage of it. He chose his target perfectly, striking at the exact weakness Vlad had not yet learned to guard. Once Sir Jaeger finishes berating him, he tells Vlad that Lord Joseph is doing everything he can to buy him time. But even Joseph can only hold the situation back for so long, and at best they may have about a week. Sir Yager warns Vlad that he will soon have to testify before the church, so he needs to prepare himself for what is coming. Vlad quietly accepts the instruction, weighed down by everything that has happened. Sir Yager can see how miserable he feels, and in truth, the green-eyed knight feels much the same. Unfortunately, softness has never been Sir Yager's strength, and comforting words do not come easily to him. So for a while, Sir Yager simply says nothing. Then, in his own awkward way of showing concern, he offers to bring Vlad a thicker blanket, so the young knight can endure the cold night inside the cell. As Sir Jaeger walks away, the voice speaks inside Vlad's mind and tells him not to blame himself. It assures him that he only did what had to be done, but after seeing where that decision has brought him, Vlad no longer knows what to believe. He stays silent for a long moment, gathering his thoughts before he finally manages to speak. Vlad still believes that killing Black Bear was the right thing to do. Even now, after everything that followed, he cannot bring himself to think the act itself was wrong. But at the same time, he can no longer say that none of this is his fault. Now that he is locked behind bars, Vlad finally understands just how different the world of the back alleys is from the world of knights. Hearing those words from the imprisoned young knight, even the voice falls silent, unable to offer an easy answer. At that moment, Vlad begins to remember some of the lessons Sir Jaeger drilled into him during training. He remembers Sir Jaeger telling him that a knight's sword must always be heavy because it is sharp. Back then, Vlad did not truly understand what his one-eyed teacher was trying to teach him. But now, sitting alone inside the cold cell while snow begins to fall across the town outside, he feels like he finally understands the weight behind those words. Several days later, Bishop Pierre stands by his window, staring outside with disgust written plainly across his face. The sight below finally makes him understand why House Bayezid had been so determined to hold out for an entire week. Outside his residence, a crowd has gathered in protest, filling the street with angry voices demanding justice for Vlad. The people shout that Vlad's trial is unfair, insisting that Black Bear deserved to die because he was a crime boss accused of selling pregnant women into unspeakable evil. To the protesters, Vlad did what someone had to do, and they are furious that a knight who acted for Sora is now being treated like a criminal. In their eyes, Bishop Pierre is the one granting pardons to murderers, and they demand that he stop insulting their knight, Sir Vlad, the pride of Sora. As the outrage grows, the protesters begin shouting that they cannot accept a bishop sent by the papacy to rule over them. This is the North, and the people of Sora make it clear that they want a bishop who carries northern blood. Naturally, Bishop Pierre is deeply irritated by the uprising outside. This kind of public anger works against everything he wants, and his true contempt for Sora becomes harder for him to hide. In his mind, the behavior of the crowd only proves why people say Northerners are no different from savages. Yet even as the protest annoys him, Bishop Pierre also finds it amusing that House Bayezid thought they could shake him with public sentiment. To him, all these noisy displays are nothing more than cheap tricks, and no matter how much effort they pour into them, they are doomed to fail. As far as Bishop Pierre is concerned, this trial will become a stage where the will of the papacy is displayed before everyone. And sure enough, the protests outside are not enough to change what is coming. Before long, Vlad stands inside the hall, facing the judge and jury who will decide his fate. The day of the trial has arrived, and everyone connected to the incident is gathered inside. Most of them are seated in tense silence, while Vlad alone stands before them, waiting for the moment his future will be judged. Then Bishop Pierre enters the hall, and his arrival is announced with enough force that everyone present is ordered to rise. At first, Joseph Bayezid had been sitting with a fairly composed expression, but the moment Bishop Pierre steps inside, Joseph's eyes widen, shocked by what the bishop has brought with him. The secret weapon Bishop Pierre mentioned earlier is revealed at last. He has brought an inquisitor into the trial. Worse than that, it is a heretic inquisitor, and the moment Joseph sees it, unease grips him. The bishop is pushing this far beyond normal limits, because even during the worst witch hunts, the church rarely takes such an extreme step. Joseph is stunned by Bishop Pierre's ruthlessness, and any doubt he still had disappears in that instant. This was planned from the beginning. If Joseph had been unsure before, now he is certain that the bishop intended to drag the trial in this direction all along. While those thoughts race through Joseph's mind, he suddenly realizes that Sir Gregory has still not arrived. He begins to wonder why the bearded knight is missing from such an important trial, and the realization is bitter, because it feels like everything may come down to the time they failed to secure. Soon the trial officially begins. Bishop Pierre takes his seat and calls Vlad forward to start the proceedings. One of the priests holds a Bible out before the young knight, and Pierre orders Vlad to place his hand upon it. He then tells Vlad to swear by the Bible that he will answer only with the truth, and Vlad obeys, swearing that he will speak nothing but the truth. The instant Vlad's hand touches the Bible, A brilliant golden light begins to shine from it. A moment later, that same glow spreads across the floor beneath him. The bright light pours through the hall, washing over the space like a sacred flame, and even the crystal orbs held by the Inquisitors begin to catch its radiance. At that moment, everyone understands that this is no ordinary trial. Many of the people present are left stunned by the sight, their eyes fixed on the glowing hall before them. Most of them have probably never witnessed anything like this before, but Bishop Pierre looks completely familiar with the ritual. Calmly, he explains that the oath blessing has now been engraved. With that done, Bishop Pierre tells Vlad that if he lies at any point, the light inside the orbs will vanish. As soon as he says this, he notices Joseph Bayezid staring at him from across the hall. Joseph is watching every movement with sharp focus, and when his eyes meet Bishop Pierre's, he reminds himself that he must prepare for the worst. This old schemer is clearly planning something, and Joseph knows he has to stay ready for anything. Bishop Pierre, meanwhile, is convinced that every one of his enemies is exactly where he wants them. His confidence is so strong that he wants Joseph to watch closely and feel, with his own eyes, just how powerless the proud blood of the North is before what the bishop calls truth. After forcing Vlad to swear that he will speak only the truth, Bishop Pierre formally begins the trial. His purpose is not just to judge Vlad, but to humiliate the nobles and everyone else who dared challenge his authority. Bishop Pierre opens by stating the charge. Vlad killed the man known as Black Bear, even though that man had already been granted a pardon. Then the bishop turns to the accused and asks whether this is true, and Vlad does not deny it. With his hands bound like those of a common criminal and his head lowered, Vlad admits that he did kill Black Bear. Just as Bishop Pierre promised, the shining orb continues to glow, proving that Vlad's answer is true. Seeing the light remain steady, Bishop Pierre is not surprised. This was the entire foundation of the trial from the start. Once that fact is established, he asks Vlad whether he admits that he defied the word of God himself, twisting the accusation into something far more dangerous. As expected, Vlad is caught off guard by the question. He snaps back, asking Bishop Pierre what he is even talking about, then firmly insists that he did not defy the word of God. Bishop Pierre appears irritated by Vlad's tone, but he keeps his expression controlled. Rather than argue directly, he simply moves forward and prepares his next question. While all of this unfolds, Joseph Bayezid watches with growing irritation, fascinated and disgusted by how far the bishop is willing to go in order to win. Joseph can clearly see that Pierre is trying to frame Vlad with a petty leading question. The truth is that no matter how Vlad answered that question, the cunning old bishop would have found a way to twist the response into his own interpretation of God's will. Right now, Bishop Pierre is playing a shamelessly dirty game, and from the look on his face, he is only getting started. A sinister smile creeps across his lips as he asks Vlad whether he believes he has always made just and righteous decisions every time he killed someone in a situation like this case. Of course, this question is another trap, but Vlad does not catch it quickly enough. After a short pause, he answers honestly from his own conviction and says yes. Then, without warning, the light inside the orb suddenly goes out, leaving Vlad staring in confusion. For a moment, the blonde knight has no idea what just happened. But before Vlad can even begin to process it, Bishop Pierre declares that the answer he gave was a lie. Joseph watches the exchange closely, and because of that, he realizes immediately that Vlad has fallen into the old man's trap. No person can always make the correct decision, so for Bishop Pierre to ask that question in a trial like this proves there is a clear agenda behind it. Always, just righteous. Those three words were hidden inside the question like blades, forcing Vlad into a lie whether he meant to speak one or not. Vlad never intended to lie, so he quickly tries to defend himself, protesting that he did not say anything false. But the cunning bishop has already moved past his objection, simply telling Vlad that it is time for the next question. Moving on, Bishop Pierre brings up something from roughly a year ago in the back alleys of Sora. He says there was a report about a boy struck by a bolt of black lightning, and the moment Vlad hears that, his face tightens in surprise. Before Vlad can even settle his thoughts, the bishop looks straight at him and boldly asks whether he was that boy. This time, Vlad takes a little longer before answering, trying not to rush into another trap, but the question itself leaves him almost nowhere to escape. After a tense pause, the young knight admits that he was indeed the boy struck by black lightning, and a twisted smile slowly forms on Bishop Pierre's face, as if that answer is exactly what he wanted. Now he can openly claim that Vlad has carried an ominous sign since that day. Vlad tries to speak up and explain himself, wanting to make it clear that the bishop is twisting the meaning. But before he can properly get a single statement out, Bishop Pierre cuts him off again and immediately moves to the next question. While Vlad is still struggling to understand how quickly the trial is being steered, Bishop Pierre presses him even harder. He asks whether, after being struck by that black lightning, Vlad heard any kind of voice, or whether he received a revelation from some unknown entity. Now Vlad is truly trapped in the center of the trial. From the way the glowing orb already reacted earlier, everyone believes he has told one lie, and before he can recover from that blow, Bishop Pierre is throwing even more dangerous questions at him. The people gathered in the hall are stunned by what they are hearing. For them, it is shocking enough to learn that the night they admired may have been marked by such an ominous sign. Some people clearly do not want to believe it, but defending Vlad becomes difficult when he cannot answer right away. The implication is too serious, because if Bishop Pierre's suspicion is accepted as truth, then every achievement Vlad has made until now could be dismissed as the result of possession rather than his own strength. Even Joseph Bayezid, watching from his place in the hall, begins to feel panic rising beneath his calm expression. Joseph knows it is true that Vlad's growth over the past year has gone far beyond common sense. But even then, he refuses to believe that talent and rapid progress alone can prove Vlad was communing with something heretical. Joseph has seen the truth with his own eyes too many times to accept that so easily. Joseph has seen Vlad's sword shine with a brilliance unlike anything ordinary. While that memory leaves him torn, Bishop Pierre is growing impatient, eager to force the young knight into a confession and prove that the rising star of Sora is nothing but a fraud. The bishop demands an answer, his voice growing sharper as he asks why Vlad is staying silent. But Vlad is not refusing out of defiance. He is overwhelmed because this question has cornered him from every side. Vlad does not know what he should say. If he says yes, the church can brand him as a heretic. But if he says no, the oath may judge it as another lie, and that would only make things worse for him in this trial. No matter which answer he chooses, everything seems to lead exactly where Bishop Pierre wants it to go. Just then, the voice speaks inside Vlad's mind and tells him to answer yes. It warns him that lying at this moment would be far more dangerous than admitting the truth. The voice tells Vlad to say that the lightning left strange after effects, and that his mind briefly slipped out of control afterward. For now, that seems like the safest path, because if Vlad denies hearing anything, and the orb marks it as false, he may not even get the chance to explain himself. Vlad knows there are still 3 questions left, and with the way the trial is moving, he fears Bishop Pierre may eventually force him to reveal the voice's true identity if the situation turns any worse. In response, the voice simply tells Vlad not to worry. It says there is a way to keep its identity hidden, but that only leaves Vlad even more confused in the middle of the pressure closing in around him. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre is quickly losing patience. He pushes Vlad again, demanding to know what he is doing and why he still has not answered. Since more silence will only make him look more suspicious, the voice tells Vlad to trust it and believe. At last, Vlad begins to answer Bishop Pierre. But just as he is about to respond to whether he heard a voice, someone suddenly storms into the trial and loudly demands that the entire proceeding be stopped. Joseph and everyone else in the hall are startled by the sudden interruption. Even Bishop Pierre is caught off guard, furious that someone has stepped in at the very moment he was about to get the confession he had been waiting for. The unexpected arrival is none other than Father Andreas, and he raises his voice without hesitation, declaring that this trial is unfair. Vlad is shocked to see Father Andreas appear in the hall, while Bishop Pierre's expression twists with anger the moment he sees the old priest and his students. The bishop snaps at him, saying Andreas has no right to be here and no right to speak of fairness in this trial. But Father Andreas pushes back without backing down. He reminds Bishop Pierre that he is the very priest who vouched for Sir Vlad of Sora. Father Andreas was the one who took the name Vlad carried from the dirt of the back alleys and placed it before God as something worthy of recognition. He explains that if there were any suspicion surrounding the young knight, Bishop Pierre should have come through him first. At that point, Bishop Pierre realizes he cannot simply throw his old nemesis out, because Father Andreas understands his own rights within the church. Begrudgingly, the bishop allows him to enter, and once permission is given, Father Andreas walks into the center of the hall and approaches Vlad where he stands. Vlad is so relieved to see the old priest that, for a moment, he cannot find the words to say anything at all. Father Andreas gently takes Vlad's hands and praises him for enduring well up to this point. But now he tells the young knight to leave the rest to him. With that said, Father Andreas turns toward Bishop Pierre and asks him to repeat the question. From this point forward, he makes it clear that he will answer on Vlad's behalf. Apparently, there is nothing improper about that arrangement, so Bishop Pierre cannot easily object. Instead, he explains the situation to Father Andreas, then repeats the question. After Vlad was struck by black lightning, did he hear a voice or receive a revelation from an unknown entity? For a brief moment, even Father Andreas seems taken aback by the question. But he cannot afford to place Vlad in more danger. So, after giving the boy a quick glance, the old priest shapes his answer carefully. Father Andreas states that all of Vlad's actions from that point onward have indeed been accompanied by that voice. Bishop Pierre immediately tries to seize on the answer, asking whether Andreas is suggesting the voice came from something unholy. But Father Andreas knows Bishop Pierre's game all too well, and he cuts off the trap before it can close. He calmly suggests that the voice came from God who resides in the heavens above. That answer leaves Bishop Pierre absolutely furious, because to his ears, it sounds dangerously close to blasphemy. Even so, Father Andreas does not retreat. He reminds everyone present that over the last year, Sir Vlad has cut through pitch-black darkness with a blinding light. He protected pilgrims from the remnants of a fallen dragon, and he even saved children from heretical beings when their lives were on the line. After laying out those deeds, Father Andreas asks Bishop Pierre to consider how rare it is for one knight to be vouched for not only by Andreas himself, but also by San Rosino. The people in the trial hall begin to relax as they listen to them. Father Andreas's explanation makes the voice seem less like something unholy and more like the voice of God. And because one of Vlad's guarantors is Priest Andreas himself, the idea sounds far more believable than Bishop Pierre wants it to. Still, Bishop Pierre refuses to give up on proving that Vlad is acting under the influence of a dark power. He reminds everyone that Vlad was born in the back alleys, a lowly place, and suggests that God would not bestow blessings so easily on someone from such a background. Unfortunately for him, Father Andreas immediately counters by bringing up King Frausen, who was also the child of a fallen noble family and rose upward after enduring countless hardships from the bottom. That same man became the one and only Swordmaster, and eventually, the founding king of the empire itself. With that example before everyone, Father Andreas explains that God's blessings are not decided by where a person is born, but by the path that person chooses to walk. That answer leaves Bishop Pierre unable to respond for a moment. With his argument cut down again, he gives up on that approach and moves on to the next question. This time, Bishop Pierre tries to attack Vlad through his past. He states that Vlad committed countless crimes in the back alleys of Sora, then asks whether that is true. Father Andreas answers calmly, saying those acts were closer to emergency relief than ordinary crimes. Bishop Pierre nearly loses his composure when he hears that. To him, it is absurd to hear crimes in the back alleys described as emergency relief. Once again, Father Andreas has an answer ready. He asks Bishop Pierre whether he has ever truly looked at the reality of the back alleys, where stealing, robbery, and sometimes even killing are woven into survival itself. It is a place where tragedy often becomes the only option left for staying alive. And Father Andreas makes it clear that this is not Vlad's story alone, but the daily life endured by everyone trapped in those alleys. The church looked upon those people with compassion and offered warm support. That endless chain of tragedy could finally be broken. Father Andreas says this plainly to Bishop Pierre, and the bishop grows more frustrated as every accusation he raises is answered before it can take root. Even so, Bishop Pierre insists that Vlad's growth is simply too unbelievable. To him, it makes no sense that someone who only recently took up a sword could awaken aura, fight against knights, and even kill a dragon in such a short time. Father Andreas answers that calmly as well. He recalls the day when a mere mercenary ran through the pitch-black night to fulfill his duty, and tore open the darkness above with a miraculous, pure white light. The priest says with confidence that he was not the only one who witnessed the radiant world of Sir Vlad. Bishop Pierre immediately challenges him, asking whether any witness is present, because without a witness, those words are nothing more than a claim. That gives Joseph Bayezid the opening he needs to step into the trial. He presents the evidence he has prepared, declaring that it is testimony written by honorable knights themselves. Among the witnesses are Knight Duncan of Heinel, Holy Knight Justia of San Rosino, and even Volkov Baranov, the heir of the Baranov household, the rulers of the north. Joseph Bayezid reveals that every one of them has already stepped forward and testified to Sir Vlad's accomplishments, placing their own words and reputations behind the young knight. Even after hearing all of that, Bishop Pierre still refuses to accept Vlad's defense so easily, his expression hardening as if the testimonies have only made him more stubborn. Bishop Pierre had gone to great lengths to build a suffocating web of accusations around Vlad, dragging up doubts about the boy's faith, his low birth, the crimes rumored to stain his past, and even whether his extraordinary talent had been falsely exaggerated. But with those claims beginning to crumble in front of everyone, it becomes clear that the bishop has no choice left but to reveal the hidden weapon he has been saving. So Bishop Pierre gives the order in a cold, commanding voice, demanding that the seal of binding be brought into the hall at once. A moment later, a group of knights enters the hall carrying the seal, and shock immediately ripples through the crowd. These are not ordinary guards, but paladins of the Vatican, and the people can hardly believe their eyes, unable to imagine what kind of matter could possibly require their direct involvement. Once the seal of binding is placed before everyone, Bishop Pierre declares that he has only one final question left. But instead of asking it aloud, he claims that the truth of this matter will be revealed through action, right here in front of them all. And the massive case is opened, and even Father Andreas stiffens in shock when he sees what has been hidden inside. Resting within the case is the mirror of Saint Mariello. It is one of the Vatican's sacred relics, a holy mirror said to reflect every truth buried within the person who dares to gaze into it. With the relic now exposed before the entire hall, Bishop Pierre finally announces his true intention. The exorcism ritual is about to begin. Father Andreas can barely accept what he is hearing, because to him, calling for an exorcism is completely unreasonable. As far as he is concerned, Sir Vlad's innocence has already been supported through honest, truthful testimony. Bishop Pierre is no longer willing to listen to anyone's words. He insists that, as someone entrusted with clearing away doubt, it is his duty to investigate even the faintest shadow of suspicion. Watching the situation turn in this direction, Joseph Bayezid's frustration only grows. From the look of it, Bishop Pierre is twisting the entire trial into a shape that benefits him alone. The old bishop has no intention of backing down, and it is painfully obvious that he is willing to take extreme measures if that is what it takes to avoid defeat. The real danger now is not simply the ritual itself, but the disgrace that comes with it. Once an exorcism is performed on someone, that stain follows them for the rest of their life. The moment Joseph Bayezid understands that this is truly possible, he realizes the trial has changed completely. Bishop Pierre is no longer searching for the truth. What he wants now is to place a lifelong burden on Vlad, and on every person brave enough to stand as his witness. From the very beginning, this trial had been nothing more than a pretext to seize influence over the North, and step by step, Bishop Pierre is now drawing closer to that goal. The old bishop orders the inquisitors to prepare the sacred prayer, and the tension in the hall immediately grows heavier. Seeing that everything is spiraling out of control, Father Andreas quickly tries to offer another way. The priest reminds Bishop Pierre that there is still one holy relic capable of revealing the truth, and he argues that a sacred artifact of the Vatican should not be treated so recklessly or used so lightly. Unfortunately, Bishop Pierre has already reached the end of his patience with Father Andreas. He snaps at the priest and warns him to watch his tongue, making it clear that he does not appreciate Andreas speaking, as though searching for the presence of evil were some trivial matter. With that, Bishop Pierre states that if Vlad's soul is truly clean, then all the young knight has to do is stand before the relic without deceit or fear. At this point, Father Andreas finally understands that there is nothing more he can do to stop the bishop. If the existence of evil is being used as the excuse, then refusing the ritual would only be taken as proof that evil is hiding inside Vlad, so Andreas has no choice but to tell Vlad the truth. He quietly admits that he cannot prevent the exorcism from happening, but he tells the young knight not to be afraid. The relic, after all, is meant only to reveal any impure presence within a person. Father Andreas then reassures Vlad that his faith in him has not shaken at all, because he has seen with his own eyes what kind of person Vlad truly is. Vlad, however, does not look nearly as certain. His face tightens, and the confidence everyone expects from a knight seems to waver for just a moment. Bishop Pierre starts losing patience once again, glaring toward Vlad as he demands to know why the young knight is hesitating to stand before the sacred relic. Now that there is no way to turn back, Vlad finally moves forward, and in that tense moment, the voice speaks gently inside him, assuring him that everything will be all right. Of course, Vlad is frightened. Anyone would be. But the voice tells him to walk forward with pride, just as he has always walked toward the light, no matter how dark the road in front of him became. Gathering what courage he has left, Vlad draws in a deep breath and takes his step forward, forcing himself to face the relic waiting before him. The instant Vlad stands before the mirror of Saint Mariello, the world around him shifts, the hall seems to fade away, and in its place appears a powerful knight draped in a white cape. Vlad freezes in shock, and the sight becomes even more mysterious because, even standing so close, he still cannot clearly see the knight's face. That is when the voice speaks to him again, and as the hidden face is finally revealed, the voice says that at long last, he understands the emotion that had once filled the old blacksmith's eyes. The voice realizes that the old blacksmith must have been hoping his humble sword would not become a burden that held Vlad back. And for the first time, the voice is no longer just something echoing in Vlad's mind, because Vlad can finally see the face behind it. The immortal knight knows he has already taught Vlad everything he could from where he stood, yet there is still regret in him. He wishes he could have watched the pride of Sora grow just a little longer. To avoid being detected by the mirror of Saint Mariello, the immortal knight explains that he must sink down into an even deeper realm, farther beyond Vlad's reach. Vlad remains stunned, unable to fully process what is happening. Everything before him feels too unreal, almost like a dream slipping apart in front of his eyes. He asks the voice what he means, and the entity explains that the world of knights is vast and deep like an endless ocean. Until now, the world Vlad had shown him was only the surface, no more than dipping 1 foot into the water. But now, the time has come for Vlad to descend into deeper waters. Vlad understands right away that this is basically a farewell, and he is not ready to accept it. He reminds the voice that he is still far too lacking to reach such a deep world on his own. But the immortal knight only smiles softly and tells him that someday he will make it there. But from this point on, Vlad must walk that path alone. The voice tells him that only Vlad himself can forge his own complete world. Still, Vlad cannot bring himself to let go. He knows that trying to reach that place by himself could take an unimaginably long time, and deep down, he is afraid he may never reach it at all. In response, the immortal knight simply smiles at him and tells Vlad that he believes in him. He can no longer remain by Vlad's side, so he hopes the young knight will meet him again someday in that deeper world. Even as he speaks, his figure begins dissolving into a bright light, and Vlad watches in horror, terrified by the thought of moving forward without him. At last, the voice bids Vlad farewell until they meet again, and in the blink of an eye, he disappears, leaving only radiant light behind. Vlad reaches out desperately, trying to hold on to the knight, but there is nothing left to grasp, and all he can do is bitterly accept the parting forced upon him. Vlad closes his eyes, and his consciousness returns to his body in the human realm, where Bishop Pierre is already shouting at him. The old bishop is furious that Vlad has shut his eyes in front of the mirror, and he orders him to open them at once and look directly into the relic. Vlad takes a slow, steady breath, because now he finally understands what he has to do. As he opens his eyes, he silently vows that no matter what it takes, he will meet the voice again. The moment Vlad looks into the mirror of Saint Mariello, his eye begins to shine. Then the mirror erupts with a blinding light so brilliant that everyone around him is left staring in disbelief. Bishop Pierre is almost terrified by what unfolds in front of him, and the rest of the people in the hall are just as stunned, their mouths hanging open as they struggle to understand what they are seeing. Father Andreas had said that he believed in Vlad, but even he likely never imagined the young knight would call forth such a magnificent display of purity. A blinding white radiance pours through the vast hall, forcing most of the people inside to squeeze their eyes shut or turn their faces away. In that breathtaking moment, the mirror of Saint Mariello shines as if it has been bathed in the light of dawn itself. It is a noble, spotless light, the kind that can belong only to someone who carries not even the smallest speck of shame within his soul. And as overwhelming as the sight inside the hall already is, the miracle does not stop with the mirror. Outside, the clouds suddenly begin to move, and the pure white clouds high above the cathedral start spiraling in a wide circle over the cross on the roof. The people outside are completely taken aback when they notice the sky changing, and one by one, they stop where they stand and look upward in awe. From the crowd gathered outside the church to the people in the town square, from the busy marketplace to the harbor, and even the shadowed back alleys, everyone in the city of Sora can see the white clouds circling above. It is such a strange and breathtaking sight that no one can look away, and even Zemina sees it from Rose's smiles. Back inside the cathedral, the entire trial has shifted in a direction no one expected, and Bishop Pierre is left standing there with his anger barely contained. The young knight before him has completely overturned the atmosphere, leaving the bishop stunned, irritated, and unable to make sense of what he has just witnessed. At last, Vlad raises his voice. With his emotions pressing down on him, he says he cannot see a single thing he has done wrong. Then turns the question back on his accusers, asking why they keep tormenting him and cursing him as if he deserves it. Vlad asks why they are trying so hard to strip everything away from him, and the pain he has been holding back finally breaks through. Tears spill from his eyes as he cries out that he has done nothing wrong. The moment Vlad's desperate cry echoes through the cathedral, a massive bolt of white lightning crashes down from the sky and strikes the cathedral, blasting straight into the mirror of Saint Mariello. Now the radiance bursting from the holy relic becomes even more blinding and far more terrifying. It feels almost as though the heavens themselves are furious with Bishop Pierre for what he has done, and in that overwhelming light the truth becomes impossible to deny. Vlad has committed no sin in this matter. All he ever did was survive, taking the actions he had to take in order to keep moving forward. As the storm shakes the entire city and lightning hammers the cathedral again and again, the final witness proving Vlad's innocence is revealed to be the lingering voice that has always stayed beside him. And in that moment, everyone can finally see it clearly. Without doubt or suspicion, Vlad is truly the pride of Sora. After everything that has erupted outside the cathedral, Bishop Pierre is left absolutely livid, his fury rising higher with every passing second. He stares at the shattered mirror of Saint Mariello with a face twisted in rage, yet for once no words come out. What just unfolded before his eyes is so unbelievable that even he cannot immediately explain it. The bishop struggles to accept that a sacred relic granted directly by the Vatican could be destroyed simply because it reflected the soul of a mere fledgling knight. After falling into deep thought for some time, Bishop Pierre suddenly turns to one of his disciples and asks whether anyone saw what was reflected inside Vlad's soul. By now, he is convinced it could not have been an evil being, because if it were, the inquisitors would have sensed it immediately. The servant then reports that the people outside saw lightning strike the church spire at the very end of the trial. Because of that, the young man suggests that whatever appeared within Vlad may have been a presence powerful enough to affect reality itself. Even so, Bishop Pierre remains deeply uncertain. He still cannot identify what that presence truly was. It shone too brightly to be called evil, but at the same time its force was far too overwhelming to be dismissed as a simple blessing from God. The old bishop is clearly disturbed by what he witnessed inside Vlad, and he eventually concludes that this matter must be reported directly to the Vatican. Even if the presence is not evil, an anomaly of this scale will surely draw their attention. To Bishop Pierre, this is the best path forward, especially because there is still a chance that Vlad could be summoned before the tribunal again once the Vatican learns what happened today. While Bishop Pierre is already plotting a second attempt to bring Vlad down, one of his servants suddenly bursts into the hall and calls out to him. The messenger announces that a telegram has arrived from San Rosino, and the irritated bishop coldly orders him to read it aloud. Without wasting a second, the frightened messenger reads the message. San Rosino is demanding that Bishop Pierre explain the connection between Black Bear, the man who received the pardon, and the Black Mage. And that is not all. The message also makes it perfectly clear that if Bishop Pierre refuses to answer, San Rosino will open an investigation into him directly. Naturally, Pierre's anger flares even higher as he realizes another serious problem has landed on his shoulders. He curses the northerners under his breath, insulted that a lowly northern diocese would dare speak to him in such a tone, especially when he stands as a representative of the Vatican. Bishop Pierre boils with rage just thinking about it, and concludes that San Rosino is only acting this boldly because the northern houses are standing behind them. As much as he hates admitting it, he knows that even the Vatican's authority may not be enough to protect him if the northern houses unite and move against him. Now that he understands how serious the situation has become, Bishop Pierre immediately begins the first stage of his countermeasures. He orders his servants to summon a mage so they can send a telegram to the Dragonblood Duke. Meanwhile, back in Soara, Joseph Bayezid and his men are already discussing the aftermath of the trial. Joseph Bayezid knows that San Rosino has already sent a telegram to Bishop Pierre, and he is genuinely surprised by how quickly they acted. Since their response came so fast, he suspects they must have carried a deep grudge against the bishop for a long time. Sir Jaeger agrees, reminding his lord that the Vatican's neglect of the northern diocese is well known, so it is no surprise that San Rosino struck back the moment Bishop Pierre tried to destroy Vlad. Joseph Bayezid confirms it, saying that Central's bias and contempt toward the north truly seem to have no limits. Still, Joseph does not consider this new development a bad thing. Thanks to this, they can now secure San Rosino's support on political grounds, something that would have been far more difficult under normal circumstances. A new balance of power is beginning to form, and Joseph is confident that it will lean in his favor. After all, at a time like this, there could hardly be anything better for Joseph Bayezid than having both the northern lords and San Rosino aligned on the same side. With that in mind, Joseph suddenly asks Sir Vorden how the priest is doing. The senior knight reports that Father Andreas is currently resting, but unfortunately he will likely need to remain in bed for several more days after everything that happened. Apparently, the old priest forced himself through a harsh blizzard in his frail body just to reach Soara. When Joseph hears this, he immediately orders that Father Andreas be treated with the greatest care. He is so concerned for the old priest that he would rather not send him back to Varna until the rest of winter has passed. At first, they used Vlad as the reason to bring Father Andreas to Soara, but Joseph would not mind allowing the priest to stay a while longer. After all, Father Andreas's presence alone places pressure on Bishop Pierre, and the old priest is famous enough that no one would find it strange if he were to become the next bishop. That possibility is already in Joseph's mind, and with everything starting to line up, he feels that this is exactly the kind of moment when they must keep Father Andreas close. Joseph's thoughts are suddenly cut short when a knock sounds at the door. Joseph permits the visitor to enter, and a moment later Vlad steps into the room. Joseph does not look especially pleased to see Vlad right now, and he does not even bother hiding the expression on his face. He fixes Vlad with a sharp, dissatisfied stare, as if silently asking what he is supposed to do with this troublesome young knight now. Vlad knows very well that he has caused an enormous mess, so the first thing he can do is apologize for all the trouble. He lowers himself with visible remorse, while the senior knights behind him stand tensely, waiting to see how Joseph will respond. Then Joseph begins explaining that he prefers to achieve results through careful planning and precise preparation. Unfortunately, Vlad has been impossible to predict from the very beginning, and even now, Joseph cannot point to a single moment where the young knight acted exactly as expected. Even so, Joseph makes one thing clear. From this point on, the Vatican will be watching Vlad very closely. After all, Vlad has interfered with their operations in a way they will not easily forget. Hearing that, Vlad can only apologize again, painfully aware of just how complicated he has made the situation for everyone around him. Joseph then informs Vlad that Father Andreas mentioned the possibility of God's blessing dwelling within him. Vlad is visibly shocked by the statement, finding it almost impossible to believe. Joseph does not care whether Vlad believes it or not. As far as he is concerned, they are going to make that interpretation the truth the world accepts. Vlad is still struggling to process that when Joseph points to the sack sitting on the table and tells him to take it. Joseph tells Vlad that the sack contains his special allowance. He explains that this is not Vlad's regular salary, but a separate reward for the achievements he has earned. The moment Vlad hears that, he remembers what Sir Vorden once told him. The senior knight had explained that the price of honor would be paid once a year under the justification of a special allowance. And as that memory returns, Vlad immediately understands what this money really means. Joseph reveals that there are more than 300 gold coins in the sack. And of course, Vlad instantly realizes that this is an enormous amount of money. Vlad is so stunned that he cannot even hide his reaction, blurting out in disbelief as he asks Joseph why he is receiving such a huge sum. Joseph simply ignores the question and tells Vlad that he has also calculated the results of everything they have accomplished together from the very beginning. Now that Vlad is officially a knight, Joseph believes he has the right to claim proper credit for his past achievements. In other words, Vlad is finally being paid for all the work he has done for the Bayezid household since the day he and Joseph first met. With that explanation, the reward suddenly makes much more sense, and Vlad's face brightens as he thanks Joseph with genuine excitement for such a special allowance. Vlad is grinning from ear to ear by now, but before he can completely lose himself in happiness, Joseph reminds him that becoming a knight also means carrying heavier responsibilities. Joseph makes this point firmly, wanting Vlad to understand that his position has become far more serious now, and Vlad assures his lord that he is ready for whatever comes next. Hearing that answer, Joseph reminds Vlad that he disregarded the pardon said to carry the will of God. That was the very accusation Bishop Pierre made during the trial, and Joseph tells Vlad plainly that in that respect, Vlad did leave behind a clear fault. Because of that, Joseph Bayezid concludes that Vlad cannot simply walk away from the matter untouched. If Vlad made a fault in front of the church, then Vlad must also be made to bear responsibility for it. It is a harsh judgment, but Joseph sees it as a necessary one, and in the very next breath, without allowing hesitation to soften his decision, the young lord declares that Vlad is to be banished from Sora. Naturally, the decree strikes Vlad like a blow to the chest. He is so stunned by Joseph's words that he cannot speak at all, only standing frozen in place with horror spreading across his face. After a few silent seconds, Vlad finally asks Joseph to repeat himself, desperately hoping he somehow misheard him. But Joseph's cold, unmoving stare tells him the truth before any answer can. Sir Jaeger and Sir Vorden remain standing quietly behind them, unable to step in. Both senior knights clearly pity Vlad, but in this moment, there is truly nothing they can do to help him. Neither Sir Jaeger nor Sir Vorden can bring themselves to meet Vlad's eyes, and Vlad feels as though his entire life has begun flashing before him. His body trembles as he struggles to understand how everything could collapse around him in a single instant. All at once, the truth becomes painfully clear. There is no other path Joseph can choose. If Vlad makes even the smallest mistake from this point onward, Bishop Pierre and the Vatican will seize it as an excuse to bare their fangs at him again. Joseph is convinced that sending Vlad away is the safest move, because right now the young knight is practically a glowing target for every enemy watching House Bayezid. It is not easy for Joseph to drive away the most promising knight under his protection, but he understands that half-hearted mercy can become poison when politics and the church are involved. What Joseph's people need now is a clean, decisive action that leaves no room for attack. So he shuts away every personal feeling and repeats his order, telling Vlad once again that he must leave Soara within a week. The words cut into Vlad a second time, and now there is no room left for denial. His eyes widen as the reality crashes over him, heavy and merciless. And while Vlad tries to accept the fate forced upon him, his memories suddenly drift back to the early days of his life. In Rose's smiles, a group of men sit drinking and talking, and one of them groans that he wishes he had 100 gold in his hands right now. When another man asks what he would even do with that kind of money, the first says he would buy land, settle down, and find a life outside his current work. From the rough air around them, it is clear these men live in a criminal trade, and even though one of them dreams of escaping it, his companion only laughs at him. Even so, the ambitious young man refuses to let their mocking crush his dream. He says that with that money he would also find a decent building somewhere and open a business of his own. His partners become more curious when they realize he is serious. But to them, the dream sounds almost impossible. Running a business is no easy thing, and one of the men quickly decides that their delusional comrade would probably fail and ruin himself in no time. Still, the dreamer does not back down. To him, even failing at business would be better than surviving by the sword every single day. After saying that, he turns toward the rookie working in the shop and asks the boy to back him up. That is when the blonde child in the corner comes into view, quietly mopping the floor. The man asks little Vlad what he would do if he had 100 gold right now, but the bitter young boy only glares at the men and bluntly asks whether any of them actually intends to give him that money. Hearing the sharpness in Vlad's voice, the ambitious thug teases him for having such a sour attitude. Of course, none of them has that much money to hand over, so the man quickly explains that they were only chatting for fun. Only then does little Vlad actually think about the question. After a short pause, he says that if he had 100 gold to his name, the first thing he would do is pay off his debt. The dreamer is stunned to hear that, unable to imagine a child like Vlad owing anyone 100 gold. He teases the boy, saying Vlad looks more suspicious than expected, then asks if he has been gambling or doing something shady. Vlad answers flatly that it is not gambling debt. There are simply a few things he needs to repay, things he has carried with him for a long time. That only makes the thugs more curious, and they all turn their attention toward the boy, asking what kind of things he means. That memory fades, and back in the present, Vlad understands that he has very little time left before he must leave Soara. So before anything else, he decides it is finally time to repay the debt he has owed for so long. Vlad goes to Rose's Smiles and places several neat stacks of solid coins in front of Marcella. Marcella is visibly taken aback by the amount, and after staring at the money for a moment, she reminds Vlad that he does not need to worry about the inn fees from the time she sheltered him. But Vlad insists that she accept the payment. He points out that lately, Marcella has been spending far too much of her own money to care for the street children. Vlad believes Marcella must have poured nearly all her savings into turning the place into a proper inn. Because of that, he urges her to take the money, assuring her that once Rose's Smiles gets through these difficult days, the place will surely flourish again. Marcella finally gives in and accepts his offer, though she still worries that Vlad should keep at least 50 gold for himself. But Vlad refuses to take any back, insisting that she use all of it to improve the quality of service at the inn. When Marcella still hesitates, Vlad tells her to think of the money as an investment from him. With a small smile, he says she can simply give him a share of the profits in the future. Hearing that, Marcella promises she will work even harder from now on, because she would never want her investor to suffer a loss because of her. Marcella is deeply grateful for Vlad's huge help, but she also looks exhausted just imagining the work ahead. She had once thought about leaving the whole place to Zemina and finally taking a break, but now it seems she will have to stay and keep pushing forward. Vlad is surprised to hear that, and he tells Marcella that he could never stand by and watch Rose's Smiles fall apart while he is still around. Madame Marcella can see just how much Vlad cares, so she tells him that if he is truly that worried about them, he should take better care of himself too. To her, it is hard to understand how Vlad can be leaving again when he only just returned from his last mission. Apparently, Vlad has not told Marcella that he has been banished. Perhaps he does not want her to pity him. So instead, he simply reassures her that he will return safely this time as well, and Marcella believes he will be all right. Then, all of a sudden, Vlad thanks her. Marcella is caught off guard by the words, unable to understand what he could possibly be thanking her for in that moment. At that moment, another memory rises up, reaching back to the time when Madame Marcella first took Vlad in. And so Vlad thanks Marcella for bringing color back into the gray, lifeless world he once lived in, and for everything she has done for him since the very beginning. After stopping by Rose's Smiles to say goodbye, Vlad returns to the mansion in Soara, where he goes to visit Father Andreas and the priest's young disciple. In the hallway, Vlad notices the young disciple struggling with a heavy bucket of water. Before the boy can spill it all over the floor, Vlad steps in and helps steady the load. The little disciple is shocked when he realizes that the famous Vlad of Sora is standing right beside him. For the boy, it feels almost like a dream. Vlad takes the bucket from him, and as the two walk down the hall together, he asks whether Father Andreas is all right. The young disciple answers honestly, admitting that Father Andreas probably needs more bed rest. The cold weather alone had already been hard on the old priest's body, but as soon as Father Andreas arrived, he was forced to confront Bishop Pierre as well. Vlad feels a heavy guilt settle over him when he hears that, knowing Father Andreas suffered all of this because of him. so he asks whether there is anything they need, anything he can do to help the priest recover. Vlad offers to help however he can, but the young disciple admits there is really nothing more to do. Lord Joseph has already provided them with plenty of support. Vlad finds himself at a loss for words, so the two simply continue walking together for a while. Then the boy glances up at him and asks if the rumors are true. Vlad is not sure what he means, so he asks the young disciple to explain, and the boy timidly asks whether Vlad truly received the blessing of God. Vlad is not exactly pleased to hear the question, because the more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated they become. So he quickly corrects the misunderstanding and makes sure the boy understands that things are not as simple as people are saying. The wide-eyed disciple listens with interest, but either way, he tells Vlad that Father Andreas was genuinely happy to hear that Vlad had finally become a full-fledged knight. That revelation surprises Vlad, but it also fills him with a quiet sense of pride, the kind of warmth he cannot easily hide. The little disciple confirms it, yet he still keeps repeating that Vlad received the blessing of God, even though Vlad just explained that it was not quite like that. Unfortunately for Vlad, the rumors may spread even further, because the young disciple suddenly asks whether he can brag about meeting him to the other initiates later. The boy wants to tell everyone that he once prayed together with Vlad, and thankfully, Vlad does not see anything wrong with that. He tells the young disciple to go ahead, even if he is not sure that such a thing is really worth bragging about. Vlad then hands the bucket back to the boy and tells him to continue on. The young disciple accepts it with both hands and thanks the knight for taking the time to listen to him. After they part ways, Vlad starts to feel a little frustrated. He originally came here to see Father Andreas, but now that the priest is bedridden, Vlad does not think it would be right to disturb him. With that thought in mind, Vlad turns around and takes a few steps away, only for a harsh reality to suddenly strike him. Unlike before, when he always had a constant companion within him, Vlad's mind is now painfully silent. There is no voice left to answer him. The voice is gone, and Vlad realizes just how long it has been since he last felt this crushing loneliness. Through most of his trials and journeys, the voice had always been there for him to speak to, but now there is only silence. Vlad is completely alone now, and the saddest part is that there is no one left to soften that silence for him. From this moment on, he has no choice but to learn how to live with it. The next morning, Vlad sits down for breakfast with Sir Gregory, and as the two of them drink from their mugs, the senior knight starts grumbling under his breath. Every time they go through some wild ordeal together, it somehow ends with somebody getting punished, and the bearded knight is clearly tired of seeing their so-called adventures finish with disciplinary action. Of course, Sir Gregory is not nearly as miserable as the one sitting across from him, because Vlad is the one who has just been exiled from Sora. Sir Gregory feels genuinely sorry for Vlad, and after a quiet moment, he asks when the young knight plans to leave Sora. Vlad answers that he has only 5 days left, though if everything he needs is ready before then, he may depart even sooner. The thought clearly weighs on Sir Gregory's heart. Even though the outcome turned out badly for Vlad, the bearded knight still thanks him for making sure everything they planned was completed properly. With Black Bear gone, the Canner family's expansion into Sora is practically settled, and negotiations with Joseph Bayezid have already been finalized as well. Sir Gregory knows that none of that would have happened so smoothly without Vlad's help, and he gives the young knight full credit for making it possible. Even though the cost was Vlad's own home, he does not seem angry about it. If anything, he is relieved that their efforts produced something worthwhile, and that all the chaos was not completely meaningless in the end. Still, Sir Gregory cannot shake the feeling that Vlad's banishment is partly his responsibility. With a heavy expression, he admits that he owes Vlad a tremendous debt, then tells the young knight that his patriarch, Lord Olson Canner, wishes to repay that debt by sponsoring Vlad for life. Vlad is surprised by the offer, and after a beat, he jokingly says that this means he will probably be eating free sausages forever. Sir Gregory bursts into laughter at that and promises to send him so many sausages that Vlad will eventually get sick of them. After that brief moment of humor fades, the air between them becomes awkward and heavy again, and Sir Gregory finds himself making a confession that clearly embarrasses him. Sir Gregory admits that on the day they brought down Black Bear, he felt that Vlad's actions were more knightly than almost any knight he had ever known. The senior knight says he cannot even remember the exact moment it struck him, but what he knows for certain is that when Vlad cut down Black Bear, he set aside religion, politics, personal benefit, and ambition entirely. In Sir Gregory's eyes, Vlad acted according to nothing but the code of a true swordmaster, and that kind of pure resolve is something rarely seen in knights these days. They live in an age where genuine knights are becoming painfully rare, and Sir Gregory says that bluntly, before admitting something even more difficult. That night, he felt ashamed of himself, but at the same time, he felt proud of Vlad, because Vlad alone had shown the kind of true knighthood that most knights had long since lost. After finally saying what was in his heart, Sir Gregory tells the blue-eyed young hero to take care of himself out there in the wider world. Vlad is stunned at first, but slowly, the shock on his face gives way to a proud and grateful smile. The two knights raise their cups together in a quiet toast, and Vlad promises Sir Gregory that he will look after himself once he leaves Sora. The scene then moves to the harbor, and by now it is clear that Vlad is going around the city to say his final goodbyes. Next on Vlad's list is definitely Harvin, who is already standing with him down by the docks. The brown-eyed young man is clearly delighted to spend the day with Vlad, especially because it has been ages since he last got to properly look at a ship. The two of them stop in front of a magnificent vessel, and Harvin cannot help but stare at it with admiration, openly admitting that it is one seriously impressive ship. Harvin guesses that steering such a vessel must be difficult right now, since most of the river is still frozen. Vlad then adds that the ship is also far too expensive, which immediately leaves Harvin staring at him in surprise, because as far as Harvin knows, Vlad has never been some kind of boat expert. After they spend some time looking around at different boats, the two friends take a walk together. Then Vlad suddenly asks Harvin whether he still wants to sail. Harvin naturally says that he does, so Vlad follows up by asking if he still dreams of going far beyond Sora. Harvin confirms that too, but now his curiosity is growing. He turns toward Vlad and asks why he has suddenly started asking all these questions out of nowhere. From Harvin's perspective, Vlad is acting strangely today, suddenly dragging him around to look at ships and bringing up his old dream of sailing. Soon they stop beside another boat, and Harvin explains that this one costs 200 gold, making it cheaper than the others they have seen. Harvin adds that this lower price is exactly why many merchants prefer to use it, and that is when Vlad quietly reveals that this is also the reason he bought it. Once again, Harvin is left completely dumbfounded, because that is probably the last thing he expected to hear from Vlad today. Vlad, on the other hand, only smiles at him. It turns out Vlad wants to give Harvin this boat as repayment for the way Harvin never hesitated to support him and Zemina when they had nowhere else to go. Vlad had sworn to repay the debt he owed Harvin no matter what, and now he is finally keeping that promise. Even if Harvin limps when he walks on land, he would not have to limp out on the open sea. That thought stayed with Vlad, and now the young knight has made sure his word becomes real. While Harvin is still struggling to understand what is happening, Vlad hands him the deed to the boat and tells him to sign it under his own name. Harvin stands there completely bewildered, staring at the deed as if the world has suddenly stopped making sense. For Harvin, it almost feels like a dream he might wake from at any moment. But Vlad calmly assures him that the boat truly belongs to him now. Slowly, Harvin reaches out and takes the ship's deed, and the confusion on his face begins to melt into deep, trembling gratitude. Harvin smiles at Vlad as he accepts the documents, and Vlad takes it one step further by handing him a captain's hat. Vlad congratulates Harvin on his new boat and calls him captain, and that single word is enough to break through Harvin's composure completely. As Harvin puts on the hat, he is so overwhelmed that tears of joy begin running down his cheeks, his dream suddenly sitting right there in his hands. After that, Vlad goes to the cemetery and gives a final farewell to the old blacksmith, knowing that it may be a very long time before he can return to this place again. He also thanks Sir Maxim, who protected Rose's smiles in Vlad's stead, and Sir Vorden, who stood for him by reciting the proclamation when it mattered. Vlad quietly meets with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade as well, two knights who helped protect the future of the children tied to Sora. So one by one, Vlad begins repaying the debts he can still touch, releasing the names that had stayed etched in his heart while leaving behind the people whose kindness he may never fully repay. Time slips by far too quickly, and before long, the moment draws near. It is finally time for Vlad, everyone's favorite young knight, to leave Sora behind and set out on his own. That night, Vlad meets his old friends one last time. He tells Harvin to head to Sturma once the river thaws and receive the Canner family's meat shipment there. Vlad explains that it will not be enough to send Harvin straight out to the open sea, but it should serve as a solid beginning for his first voyage. Harvin is surprised and asks whether Vlad has really already arranged a trade connection for him. Vlad simply tells him to prepare when he can, as if setting up such a thing were nothing unusual. After that, Vlad turns to Otar and asks him to help Harvin with the business, saying that it would mean a great deal to him. Naturally, Otar does not refuse Vlad's request, and with that, the matter is settled quickly between them. Harvin then asks Vlad if he is truly leaving the next day, and Vlad confirms that he will depart at dawn. Hearing that, Sora's newest captain asks whether Vlad went to greet Joseph Bayezid earlier, but Vlad explains that Lord Joseph is strict about separating public matters from private feelings. Right now, Joseph is pressuring Bishop Pierre, so Vlad cannot meet him casually. Even accepting Vlad's farewell could hand the Vatican political leverage, and neither Vlad nor House Bayezid can afford that. Hearing that, Harvin lets out a frustrated sigh, then asks whether Vlad at least managed to meet everyone he wanted to see before leaving. Vlad answers with a mischievous smile and reveals that there is actually still one person left. The scene shifts to Zamina's room, where the redhead is sobbing by herself. She has most likely heard that Vlad is leaving and does not know how to handle it. Then Vlad knocks on her door, urging her to open up, because there is something important he needs to tell her. At first, Zamina ignores him completely, and when it starts to seem like she has no intention of letting him in, Vlad threatens to break the door down if she refuses to open it. That is when Zamina finally answers him from inside the room, revealing through her tears that Harvin already told her what happened at Captain Hoover's hideout. Hearing that only makes Vlad even more determined to reach her. He tells Zamina to move away from the door, because once he counts to 3, he is breaking it open himself. The threat works immediately, and before Vlad can even finish counting, Zamina rushes over and yanks the door open. Zamina is clearly not in the mood for a conversation. She only opened the door because she did not want it smashed apart. So she glares at Vlad and tells him to say whatever he came to say, then get lost. The moment Vlad sees her face, he notices the pain in her eyes. He understands that he is the reason she looks like this, and that only makes the weight in his chest feel even heavier. Zamina is so angry with him that she cannot even bring herself to look him directly in the eyes. Vlad tries to calm her down, admitting that he truly wanted to wait patiently until she was ready to face him. But now, he no longer has that kind of time, so he begs her to understand and not hate him for what he is about to do. Before Zamina can even fully process what Vlad means by that, he suddenly moves in, scoops her up, and throws her over his shoulder. Vlad tells Zamina that she is coming somewhere with him, but she is still furious, so all she can do is scream and struggle while he carries her away. Even with Zamina shouting the whole way, Vlad manages to carry her out into the dark back alleys of Sora. Zamina keeps yelling at Vlad to put her down, but he refuses, saying she brought this on herself by locking herself in her room for an entire week. Still hanging over his shoulder, she demands to know where he is taking her this late at night because she cannot understand what on earth he is trying to do. That is when Vlad finally tells her that he is leaving the next day. And the moment those words leave his mouth, Zamina falls quiet. The news catches her off guard, and after a stunned pause, she tells him he should have simply stayed out of trouble instead of kidnapping her like this. Vlad answers by saying that in the past, he used to be the one running away, but now things are different, because this time he is not fleeing by choice. He is being chased out. Naturally, the truth makes Zamina's heart ache, and all she can do is call Vlad an idiot for messing everything up like this. Vlad does not deny it, but he says this is still better than the alternative, because at least he is only being driven away, not killed. Just then, the bells begin ringing through the night, and both of them realize that curfew has already started. Vlad had not noticed how late it was, so he decides he will have to run if he wants to make it in time. Vlad gives Zamina a quick warning, but before she can even prepare herself, he suddenly launches forward. The young knight tears through the back alleys at full speed, while Zamina screams in horror from over his shoulder. Her red hair flies wildly in every direction, and since she cannot get down no matter how much she struggles, all she can do is yell at him, calling him a crazy bastard for making her blood pressure spike for no reason. Unfortunately for Zamina, none of her shouting is enough to make Vlad slow down. He keeps racing through the alleys at a ridiculous speed, ignoring every cry and every demand for him to put her back on the ground. Eventually, they reach their destination, and only then does it become clear where Vlad had been so determined to bring her. Zamina stands in front of a shop window, completely stunned as her eyes land on a beautiful dress displayed before her. She is so overwhelmed by the sight that she freezes in place. And while Zamina can only stare, Vlad steps forward to speak with the shop owner. The man is thrilled to see the famous Vlad of Sora return to his shop. Vlad apologizes for arriving so late, then asks whether the order he placed earlier has been completed. The excited designer immediately confirms that everything is ready. In fact, he says he had been planning to bring the order to Vlad the next day, since Vlad never came by during the day. After hearing that, Vlad turns to Zamina and tells her to try the dress on, leaving her completely taken aback for a moment. After that unexpected trip through the back alleys, Vlad and Zamina begin making their way back, and soft snow starts falling around them. This time, Vlad is no longer carrying Zamina on his back, because the two of them have finally settled into the same pace. As they walk together through the falling snow, Vlad tells Zamina that the dress he bought for her looked really good when she tried it on. Zamina says nothing in return, so Vlad glances back and notices how strangely quiet she has become. With a warm smile, he asks why she is acting so awkward all of a sudden. That is when it becomes clear that Zamina is still wearing the gorgeous red dress Vlad bought for her. She is obviously flustered, And even though she tries to pretend she is not blushing, the redness spreading across her cheeks gives her away instantly. She claims she has no idea what Vlad is talking about, but he decides not to press her any further. Vlad is more focused on how well the dress suits her, and he is relieved that he had it tailored carefully enough to fit her perfectly. After all, Vlad doubts Zemina is going to get any taller from now on. As expected, the hot-headed redhead does not take that joke kindly, and she immediately asks Vlad if he has a death wish. Vlad did all of this because, from now on, he wants Zemina to wear clothes of her own instead of always borrowing things from Madame Marcella. Zemina cannot even pretend that she is not touched by what Vlad has done for her. He bought her a necklace, earrings, shoes, cosmetics, and even a fan, and the more she thinks about it, the more she wonders how much all of this must have cost. Vlad tells her that the price was about the same as a sword hanging in the forge. But Zemina does not believe him for a second, because the shoes alone look like they are worth more than 5 gold. She already feels like he has done far too much for her, but Vlad only wishes he could have done even more. If he had more time, Vlad says he would have paid to have her hair done too, and he feels bad that he could not manage it. He has been so busy lately, and before he can continue making excuses, Zemina cuts him off by saying he is going through all of this because he got himself kicked out like an idiot. It is obvious that Zemina is deeply saddened by his banishment, but a small part of her still clings to hope as she asks when he will come back this time. Sadly, Vlad does not know when he will be allowed to return, because Joseph Bayezid told him nothing beyond the fact that he was being banished. At that point, Zemina begins to fear the worst, wondering if this might mean Vlad will never come back at all. When she asks him directly, Vlad tries to lighten the mood by teasing her, asking whether she plans to follow him if he says he is never coming back. Of course, Zemina immediately rejects the idea, making sure Vlad does not get too full of himself. She insists that she would never abandon Rose's smiles, and hearing that reminds Vlad that Marcella had once considered leaving the place in Zemina's hands. Vlad tells Zemina about Marcella's thoughts, and the news catches her completely by surprise. Then Vlad throws another teasing jab at her, saying he will have to come back before Rose's Smiles goes bankrupt under her management. After all, he invested a lot of money into the place. With that excuse in hand, Vlad promises that he will return, even if it is only to collect the profits from his investment. After joking around for a little longer, he finally tells Zemina to take good care of their home. Zemina is left stunned by those words, and then Vlad takes out the handkerchief she made for him a while ago and offers it back to her. Vlad says he did not know this was how nobles handled such things, but Zemina only looks confused, unsure of what he is trying to say. While Zemina is still trying to understand him, Vlad suddenly lowers himself onto one knee and asks her to grant him her handkerchief. As expected, Zemina's cheeks turn bright red the moment Vlad kneels before her. She stands frozen in place, even more flustered than before. As it turns out, there are 2 ways for a knight to receive a lady's handkerchief. One way is by accepting it on the tip of a sword, and the other is by receiving it directly, hand to hand. And there, in the middle of an empty plaza beneath the falling snow, a knight kneels before his lady, and her handkerchief passes from her hand into his. Zemina may not fully realize what it means, but through that single act, Vlad willingly takes on a heavy duty. It is a vow to protect her. After that, Vlad rides back through the city on his horse, the night air cold around him as his departure draws closer. There, Vlad meets Goethe, who has been freezing while waiting for his boss to arrive, so they can set off together at dawn. Apparently, Vlad had no idea Goethe was waiting for him. He asks what Goethe is doing there, and Goethe promptly reminds him that he is supposed to be a knight's attendant. Hearing that, Vlad tells Goethe to stop messing around, because he is no ordinary knight heading out on a mission. He is an exiled knight. Vlad advises Goethe to stay in Soara and build a proper life for himself, but Goethe refuses without hesitation. As far as he is concerned, he has already invested far too much into Vlad to let all of that effort go to waste now. With so many swindlers prowling around outside the city, Goethe is convinced that if Vlad sets out alone, that blonde young knight will somehow lose every coin he owns before even a week has passed. Vlad only smirks at that and fires back that Goethe really has no right to lecture anyone about scammers, considering he is hardly the most honest-looking man in the world himself. Still, Goethe pats himself on the chest and insists that, whatever else people may say about him, Vlad can trust him. He tells Vlad to let him come along, because even if the blonde knight thinks he knows every back-alley trick, Goethe has been around long enough to understand the wider world in ways Vlad does not yet. Goethe then brings up the story he heard about Vlad getting a whole boat for Harvan, and his eyes sharpen with half-joking hope. If Vlad can look after an old back-alley contact that well, Goethe wonders aloud whether this exiled knight might treat him just as generously someday too. Vlad does not give him a straight promise. He simply lets out a light laugh, the corner of his mouth lifting as he admits that Goethe's future treatment will depend entirely on how well the two of them get along from here. By now, it is obvious that Goethe will be joining him on the road, so he asks Vlad where they are supposed to head first. Vlad answers without hesitation, his voice calm and simple, saying only that their path begins in the east. That answer comes so suddenly and with so little explanation that Goethe can only blink in confusion. To him, east sounds less like a destination and more like Vlad has picked a direction at random. But Vlad is not wandering without a plan. Behind that quiet expression, his mind is already fixed on something clear, something that has been pulling him toward that direction from the start. There is something waiting for him in the east, something he needs to find no matter what. Vlad makes that much plain to his new companion, leaving no room for Goethe to mistake this journey for aimless travel. After hearing that, Goethe decides that having a real goal is at least better than drifting across the roads like a pair of homeless vagabonds. As the two prepare to leave, Vlad turns back one final time and looks over the city that has been his home for almost as long as he can remember. Standing there at the edge of departure, Vlad quietly says his farewell to Sora. In his heart, he hopes that everyone he is leaving behind in that familiar city will stay safe and take care of themselves while he is gone. And with that last goodbye left behind him, Vlad begins his journey with Goethe at his side. Before the sun even has the chance to rise over the rooftops, the two men ride out of Sora and disappear down the road. As Vlad and Goethe make their way beyond the city, Lord Joseph watches them from the quiet height of his chambers. From where he stands, he can see the two figures growing smaller with every step their horses take. Joseph never truly had the chance to give his most promising knight a proper farewell, and as he watches Vlad leave, he understands that this may be the last time for a very long while, that the knight called the Pride of Sora stands on his side. While Joseph continues staring toward the east, Sir Yager steps into the room and joins him by the window. Looking out at the pale morning air, Yager quietly remarks that the wind feels unusually cold. Joseph does not take his eyes off the distant road. In a low voice, he answers that the cold outside is nothing compared to what he feels inside his own chest. To Joseph, it is more than a simple chill. The ache in his heart feels heavy and bitter, the kind of cold that seems to settle deep enough to make a person feel older all at once. What hurts him most is that Vlad never once turned back to Joseph. That silence says more than any farewell could have. It means Vlad is no longer hesitating, and that the young knight has already set his eyes on a goal only he can see. Even so, Joseph tells Sir Yager that their days will only grow busier from this moment forward. The second son of House Bayezid feels certain that Vlad will eventually return, but when he does, Joseph fears he may not return as a simple ally standing obediently at their side. So Joseph tells the green-eyed knight that they must begin gathering power as quickly as they can. They have to become stronger, strong enough that no one can ever again take from them what rightfully belongs to House Bayezid. Hearing the resolve in his lord's voice, Sir Jaeger offers to follow Lord Joseph wherever that path leads. If Joseph intends to strengthen their army, then Jaeger is ready to stand beside him and help carry that burden. At the same time, Jaeger cannot completely hide his doubt. He asks whether Joseph is truly certain about banishing their most promising knight, especially when Vlad is already the sort of man whose choices are difficult to predict. From Jaeger's point of view, Joseph could have handled things differently. He could have sent Vlad out on an official mission, given him a fixed destination, or tied him to some clear command instead of casting him away under the name of exile. Joseph answers that he could not steal this chance from Vlad. After spending his whole life moving under someone else's orders, Vlad deserved the precious experience of finally acting according to his own thoughts, his own judgment, and his own will. As Joseph sees it, he has given Vlad something far more valuable than a punishment. More than that, he believes this moment carries special meaning for House Bayezid itself, as if an old page of their history has been opened again. A knight leaving on a journey with nothing but his own honor to guide him. That alone is enough to stir up a tradition almost forgotten. It is a custom that has not truly been seen since the generation of their grandfather. Sora may have nurtured Vlad, and House Bayezid may have raised him into a knight, but now he rides forward beneath his own banner. A wandering knight walking by his own honor has not appeared in ages, and now Vlad is stepping onto that very path. Far away in Dobrikiti, on the northernmost edge of the Empire's central region, Baron Dalmatia slams his hand down hard against the table. His face twists with fury as he demands to know if the same disaster has happened yet again, unable to believe the incident has repeated itself one more time. Dalmatia glares at his subordinates and harshly asks what they have been doing this entire time. Every time barley seeds are planted, someone comes along and digs up the whole field, almost as if they had been waiting for the exact moment to ruin everything. The two soldiers standing before him stiffen under the weight of his anger. They try to explain that guards were posted throughout the night, But by the time morning came, the fields had already been torn up and disturbed. Before the soldiers can finish their explanation, Dalmatia cuts them off with a sharp burst of rage. He refuses to listen any further, making it clear that he has no patience left for excuses. The soldiers immediately lower their heads in fear and shame. With their shoulders tense and their eyes fixed on the floor, they apologize at once for failing to stop the damage. Dalmatia clutches his head as if the pressure inside it might split his skull open. Groaning in frustration, he curses the territory itself and laments that there is absolutely nothing useful about his domain. He complains that Dobrihiti has neither rich, fertile soil nor a gentle climate that could make farming easy. The only things they can truly depend on are the thick forests surrounding them and the barley fields that keep the people alive. With a grim look, Dalmatia says that if they cannot even sow their crops at this time of year, starvation is all that awaits them. One of the men hesitantly tries to point out that only soldiers are currently stationed throughout the domain. That cautious remark is enough to make Dalmatia snap completely. In a violent burst of temper, he grabs the half-finished glass of wine and hurls it straight at the man's head. Then Dalmatia barks out a brutal order. If they do not have enough soldiers, then they should put iron shackles on the people of the domain and force them to work, because starvation is closing in, and he has no intention of worrying about commoners. He insists that the sabotage must be the work of monsters crawling out from the forest. With his anger still boiling, he commands that every available soldier be gathered at once to guard the barley fields. The two men bow respectfully and accept his orders without argument. Once dismissed, they withdraw from the room, leaving Dalmatia behind with his rage and his growing headache. Dalmatia says nothing more to them. Instead, he rubs at his temples with a pained expression, muttering that his head is starting to throb, and wondering whether he should simply hire mercenaries to deal with the problem. After a moment, his gaze drifts toward the dark line of trees beyond his estate. Staring at the forest, Dalmatia remarks that the cursed woods feel even more unsettling than usual today. Deep inside that gloomy forest, various supplies have been spread across the ground. Pepper, salt, jerky, and other travel goods lie scattered in front of Vlad and Goethe, making their little campsite look more like a merchant's bundle than a proper survival kit. Goethe looks over the items and asks what all of this is supposed to be. Vlad, as if the answer should be obvious, explains that among his belongings is a pilgrim's certificate written for him by Father Andreas. Goethe frowns as he stares at the pile. With sharp sarcasm, he points out that Vlad somehow remembered to pack rare, expensive goods like pepper and salt, yet failed to bring even one proper flint for starting a fire. Vlad avoids Goethe's accusing stare and turns his face slightly away. Then he fires back that Goethe is hardly in any position to criticize him, since the only flint Goethe brought along was apparently useless anyway. Goethe immediately protests, insisting that he absolutely did bring a flint. The problem, he says, is that Vlad smashed it into pieces, and he angrily demands that Vlad look at the broken remains for himself. Vlad answers with a completely blank expression, claiming that the flint must have been defective. That flimsy excuse only makes Goethe explode with anger, and he curses Vlad for clearly breaking it on purpose. Vlad does not bother responding to Goethe's outrage. As the forest air grows colder, Goethe becomes visibly anxious and urges him to hurry up and start rubbing something together for a fire, warning that if they stay there without warmth, they may freeze before morning. At last, Vlad snaps that he cannot keep doing this anymore. His patience gone, he reaches for his sword and picks it up, the movement sudden enough to make the whole situation turn tense. Goethe freezes on the spot, his face draining with fear. He quickly waves both hands in front of him and stammers that Vlad must simply be tired, then promises that he will start rubbing for fire right away. But before Goethe can do anything, Vlad suddenly calls out toward the trees. Staring into the darkness of the forest, he asks someone nearby whether they happen to have a flint, and if so, whether they would let him borrow it. Goethe just stood there with his hands half raised, completely lost. He could not understand why Vlad was suddenly speaking into the darkness, or who the young knight thought might be hiding among the trees. Then, from deep within the shadowed woods, a mocking voice drifted out. Leaves rustled, branches shifted, and a large figure stepped into view with a crooked grin, remarking that Vlad's ears were sharper than he had expected. The moment Goethe saw them, the blood drained from his face. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the strangers creeping out of the forest were not travelers at all, but bandits. One of the bandits sneered at them and said that if Vlad and Goethe had already noticed they were being watched, then they should have run for their lives instead of standing there trying to look brave. But his confidence faltered for a moment when Vlad silently met his gaze. There was no panic in Vlad's eyes, no hesitation at all, and that calm stare made the bandit's expression twitch with surprise. The bandit quickly grew interested again, letting his gaze crawl over Vlad's face. With a nasty smile, he said that with looks like that, Vlad would fetch a fine price no matter where they chose to sell him. Another one of the men joined in with mocking laughter, asking which noble house Vlad had crawled out from. If Vlad would just name his parents, the bandit suggested, they might even return him alive and collect a tidy ransom from his family. Vlad did not react to their threats in the slightest. With the same calm expression, he simply asked whether any of them happened to have a flint, then bluntly told the bandits to check their belongings and see if they had one. The bandits stared at him for a second, then curled their lips in contempt. One of them demanded to know what nonsense Vlad was spouting, as if the young knight had lost his mind right in front of them. But from the moment Vlad had looked at that man properly, his eyes had already filled with quiet disgust. He had not been treating the bandit as a threat, so much as something filthy standing in his way. Dangling from the bandit's body was a grotesque ornament made from human fingers. The sight alone told Vlad exactly what kind of men he was facing. Vlad slowly drew his sword from its sheath, the blade sliding free with a cold, steady sound. In a flat voice, he said it no longer mattered, because the moment he left his hometown behind, he had already made his choice. His eyes sharpened like drawn steel, and the bandits finally began to frown as the air around him changed. Inside, Vlad hardened his resolve, deciding to reclaim the blunt determination he had carried at the start of his journey, before ordering them to hand over everything they had. At that instant, the bandit leader's body began to tremble. The grin disappeared from his face as the pressure coming from Vlad turned heavier than he had imagined. Vlad's voice dropped even colder as he told them that their lives were included as well. To him, men who decorated themselves with human fingers were worth less than animals. In the end, the forest swallowed everything except the bandits' screams. Their cries of pain ripped through the trees, echoing again and again through the cursed woods. At the entrance to that region, 2 guards stood uneasily with their spears in hand. One muttered that the cursed forest felt especially ominous today, as if the shadows themselves were pressing closer than usual. The other guard admitted that it really did feel like something might leap out at any moment. Then he quickly told his companion not to joke about it, because the rumors already spreading through the territory were unpleasant enough. Just then, both of them noticed movement ahead. A dark figure was approaching from the direction of the trees, slowly coming closer through the dim light. The 2 guards immediately raised their spears and braced their feet against the ground. In the same startled voice, they shouted out, demanding to know who was coming toward them. What appeared before them first was Noir's pitch-black silhouette, so dark it seemed to melt into the forest behind him. His eyes gleamed fiercely, and the flash of his white fangs made him look more like a beast than a horse. The guards stumbled back in terror, their faces twisting with fear. For one horrible moment, they were convinced that some monster had crawled out of the cursed forest. From atop Noir's back, Vlad spoke in a calm, almost casual voice. Without raising his tone, he commanded Noir not to bite the frightened men. Only then did the guards realize that the terrifying black creature was actually a horse, and their knees nearly softened with relief. Vlad told them to lower their spears, then explained that he had captured the bandits who had been causing trouble around the area. The guards stared at him, unable to process what they had just heard. In disbelief, they asked if he meant the same vicious criminals who had massacred nearby villagers. At that moment, a ragged line of people was dragged forward behind Vlad. Their clothes were torn, their faces were battered, and their bodies were bound tightly with ropes and chains. In their hands was the severed head of their leader. The sight was so gruesome and chilling that it made the guards' spines go cold. The guards could only gape at the scene in front of them. Their mouths hung open as they struggled to believe that one young knight had brought in a nightmare like this, alive and broken. Vlad then stated that he wished to meet the lord of the territory. Sitting tall on Noir, he introduced himself clearly as Vlad of Sora, a knight of Bayezid. Soon after, Vlad was brought to a manor in Dobrachiti, where Baron Dalmatia greeted him with loud, cheerful laughter. The Baron seemed genuinely amazed that a knight who had already proven his skill would come all the way to his remote territory. Vlad bowed with proper respect, keeping his posture composed. He thanked Dalmatia for receiving him and for showing him hospitality after his arrival. Dalmatia praised Vlad for capturing the men who had been terrorizing his lands, saying that as the lord of the territory, he could hardly refuse such a guest. Then, with a broad smile, he waved away the formal atmosphere and invited Vlad to sit comfortably. Vlad took his seat across from Dalmatia, while the Baron continued smiling with satisfaction. Dalmatia then confirmed that Vlad had captured 9 bandits. Vlad calmly corrected him, saying the number was actually 15 if they included the severed heads the group had been carrying. Even then, he added a few of the bandits had still managed to escape. Dalmatia clicked his tongue in open admiration, clearly impressed by the result. He promised that Vlad would be rewarded handsomely, and Vlad accepted the words with a solemn expression of thanks. As Dalmatia poured a drink for him, the Baron studied Vlad with a knowing smile. Since Vlad was a knight traveling under his own banner, Dalmatia assumed he must be seeking a chance to prove his honor. Vlad answered without dressing up the truth. He confirmed that Dalmatia's assumption was correct, and that proving himself was indeed part of why he had set out. Dalmatia leaned into the opportunity and said there was something he wished to request from Vlad. He framed it carefully, speaking as though the matter was perfectly suited for a true knight who pursued honor. But Vlad could already see what Dalmatia was trying to do. In his mind, he judged that the Baron simply wanted to use him without offering proper compensation. So Vlad decided his best move was to take the reward for capturing the bandits and leave when the timing felt right. For now, his real priority remained finding traces of the mysterious voice. Dalmatia began explaining that strange events had been troubling his domain. Although it was the proper season to sow barley, the seeds vanished almost as soon as they were scattered across the fields. He said soldiers had even been posted through the night to guard the farmland, yet the seeds still disappeared without leaving a trace. If animals or monsters were truly responsible, Dalmatia reasoned, then the guards should have seen or heard something. Then Dalmatia added that some of the elderly people in the territory believed spirits living inside the forest were behind it all. The moment Vlad heard that, his expression shifted with visible surprise. Elsewhere in the forest, a young girl wandered alone beneath the trees, innocent and unaware of the danger around her. She softly hummed to herself as she searched for wild berries among the brush. When she tasted the berries, her face brightened with simple joy. They were sweet and delicious, and she happily thought that her mother would surely like them too. But then, all at once, the girl felt something was wrong. The cheerful feeling vanished from her face as a cold uneasiness crept over her. Confused, she slowly turned around. Towering behind her was a massive shadow, and from within that darkness, two bright, glaring eyes stared straight down at her. Meanwhile, Goethe could not shake the strange feeling crawling over him. Looking around the territory, he muttered that something about this place felt deeply wrong. Goethe pointed out that the whole area looked painfully poor, the kind of place where people might not even have enough money to feed themselves, let alone pay a proper bounty. He suggested that they should forget about expecting any reward, but Vlad calmly reminded him that Dalmatia had promised to pay generously. Goethe scoffed at that answer, saying anyone could make grand promises with their mouth. He claimed he could tell at a glance when someone was not the type to actually pay, and in his eyes Dalmatia was exactly that sort of lord, the kind who would suddenly be full of excuses the moment it was time to open his purse. In Goethe's opinion, they should have demanded payment in advance before doing anything else for Dobrachiti. Vlad, still calm, simply told him that handling matters like payment and negotiations was exactly the kind of thing Goethe was supposed to take care of. Goethe blinked in surprise, clearly unsure what Vlad was trying to say. Vlad then asked him plainly why Lord Joseph would bother keeping a knight at his side if that knight could not even handle a sword properly, before shifting the question and asking whether Goethe knew Sir Vorden's infamous nickname. Goethe froze on the spot, his expression going stiff. After a brief, awkward pause, he admitted that he had absolutely no idea what nickname Sir Vorden was known by. Vlad lowered his voice slightly and revealed that Sir Vorden was called Vorden the Swindler. Goethe's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked whether Vlad meant that shabby-looking lord, and Vlad only gave a faint smirk, remarking that maybe that unimpressive face was exactly what made him so effective. Either way, Vlad explained that Lord Joseph valued that particular talent in Sir Vorden. In Joseph's eyes, every person had some kind of use, even if that use was not always obvious at first glance. Vlad then made it clear that from now on, whether they were demanding an advance payment, negotiating a bounty, or squeezing money out of a reluctant lord, Goethe would be the one responsible for handling it. Goethe pointed at himself in stunned disbelief, asking if Vlad was truly putting that job on him. Vlad raised one eyebrow and told Goethe to go show that baron from the central region what a northern tongue could do. After all, Goethe's mouth had been sharpened and tempered through countless scams, lies, and back-alley deals. First, Goethe looked startled by the sudden assignment. But once he understood what Vlad was really asking of him, his expression slowly changed, and a sly, wicked grin spread across his face to match Vlad's own intent. Later that night, out in a deserted field, Vlad stood listening with a serious face, while a knight kept talking at length beside him. The knight explained that the forest of Dobrachiti was ancient, and because of its long history, it was filled with strange legends, old stories, and unsettling rumors. The knight went on to say that a child had disappeared that very morning, and the villagers believed the incident had happened somewhere in the nearby forest. According to them, a deep pit had been found near a patch of wild strawberries. As the knight continued rambling, Vlad quietly grew irritated. Inwardly, he wondered why the man was talking so much during what should have been an ambush, since even a knight from some insignificant domain should understand that silence and caution were basic common sense. Meanwhile, the knight kept lamenting the tragedy without noticing Vlad's impatience. He spoke sadly of the missing child, saying she had been a good girl, obedient, gentle, and well-loved by the people around her. Just as the knight began explaining that the girl's mother had spent the entire day crying and wailing at the Lord's manor, awkwardly working his way toward asking them to help search for her, Vlad suddenly raised one hand and covered the man's mouth, silently ordering him to stop. The knight stiffened in surprise, his eyes darting toward Vlad in confusion. He could not understand what had changed so suddenly or why Vlad's face had become so tense and focused. Not far from where they stood, the forest rose in the darkness like a wall of black trees. The air around it felt heavy, still, and deeply ominous. Vlad sensed that something was wrong almost immediately. Without wasting a single breath on explanation, he kicked off the ground and dashed straight ahead. The knight snapped back to his senses and shouted for everyone to move. In alarm, he ordered the soldiers to run after Sir Vlad, calling out to him as Vlad rushed toward the field. Vlad landed ahead of them in the open field, his eyes fixed on the ground. The others hurried over in a panic, demanding to know why he had suddenly bolted off like that. With a grim expression, Vlad stared down at the earth beneath his feet. Then, in a low and serious voice, he said that they had been robbed. The knight stared at him, unable to believe what he had just heard, and asked Vlad to say it again. But moments later, the truth struck him in horror as he realized the seeds they had scattered, as bait had vanished completely, without leaving even the faintest trace behind. Vlad turned toward one of the soldiers and asked if he had brought a shovel. The soldier quickly confirmed that he had, then handed it over without hesitation. Taking the shovel in hand, Vlad began digging into the ground. He was certain he had heard something earlier, even though there had been no visible movement, no footprints, and no obvious sign of anyone passing through. As he dug, Vlad asked how far they were from the place where the missing child had disappeared. His voice stayed calm, but the question carried a sharp sense of urgency. The knight answered that the spot was very close by. Still confused by Vlad's sudden focus, he asked why that distance mattered. After Vlad dug a little deeper, the earth suddenly gave way beneath the shovel. The surface collapsed inward, opening up into an empty, hollow space hidden below the field. The knight cried out in shock, asking what in the world they were looking at. Vlad peered down into the dark opening and muttered that he could not even guess how deep it went. But one thing was certain, no human being could have dug something like this. Vlad then turned to the knight captain and told him to lead the way. They needed to go at once to the exact location where the child had disappeared. Later, back in the village, Dalmatia questioned one of his men about Vlad's movements. With a tense look on his face, he asked what Sir Vlad was doing at that very moment. The man reported that after visiting the place where the child had vanished, Sir Vlad had begun gathering the village elders. It seemed Vlad wanted to speak with those who remembered the old ways of the region. Dalmatia's brow furrowed as soon as he heard that. He asked sharply why Vlad had any reason to involve the elders in the first place. The knight explained that Vlad appeared to be asking about the past, especially the traditions and customs that had been handed down in Dobrachiti before the current generation. Hearing this, Dalmatia's tone turned harsh. He worried aloud that those old people might start spouting strange nonsense. But the knight cautiously replied that perhaps age had made them wiser, not foolish. Dalmatia was clearly not satisfied by that answer. Running a hand through his hair, he muttered that the elders would never say anything useful in front of an unfamiliar knight if it might later be used against them. He added that Vlad's banner carried the emblem of San Rosino, which meant the knight likely had deep ties to the Vatican. Since Dalmatia himself had asked for Vlad's help, he could not openly tell him to stop now, but the thought that Vlad was digging too deeply made him deeply uneasy. In the end, Dalmatia made up his mind. He ordered someone to be assigned to tail Vlad quietly, and make sure the Bayezid knight did not start prying into anything strange or inconvenient. Outside the village, Goethe sat before the gathered elders and asked them again whether nothing at all came to mind. His voice was gentle, but his eyes carefully searched each wrinkled face in front of him. Goethe reminded them that even at that very moment, the missing child might be trapped somewhere down in a pit, shivering in the dark, and desperately waiting for someone to reach out a hand. Tears welled in Goethe's eyes as he pictured the child's tiny body alone in pitch-black darkness. He spoke of her sobbing until her tears ran dry, left with nothing but silent cries, and the cold pressing in around her. Even while crying, Goethe kept watching the elders closely, studying every flinch and every shift in their expressions. He insisted that surely, somewhere in their memories, there had to be something connected to what was happening. Goethe pressed further, saying this was not the first strange incident to strike the village, since Barley had disappeared before as well. Only then did one of the elders finally speak, recalling that when they were young, the villagers used to perform certain rites, but after the Vatican arrived and forbade them, The rites were abandoned, prompting him to curse the Vatican under his breath. Vlad then spoke up, pointing out that back then, no child had ever been dragged down into a pit, though some had been taken by wolves. Keeping his gaze on the elders, he asked what those old rites had actually been for. The elders slowly lifted their heads and looked toward Vlad, but soon, almost as if they had all silently reached the same decision, they lowered their eyes again and sealed their mouths. Goethe urged them to answer, asking what kind of rites they had performed in the past. He warned them that if they kept hiding the truth, they would lose their chance to save the missing child. He reminded them that this winter was unusually cold. If that little girl froze to death somewhere underground before they found her, then the guilt and consequences would be unbearable. After a long, heavy silence, one old man finally gave in. With visible hesitation, he admitted that the rites had been dedicated to an earth spirit. Vlad immediately pressed for more. He asked the old man to explain in greater detail, wanting to know exactly what those rites involved and why they had once mattered to the village. At that moment, Goethe leaned toward Vlad and whispered that he should step outside for a while. No matter how young Vlad was, Goethe reminded him, he was still a knight, and one carrying the Vatican's emblem at that. Goethe quietly warned that the elders were watching Vlad's reactions far too closely. If Vlad stayed there and continued pressing them directly, even the ones willing to talk would shut their mouths out of fear. Vlad accepted that with visible reluctance, but he understood the point. Before stepping outside, he told Goethe to find out everything he could from the elders. Once Vlad was outside, someone was already waiting for him. The person approached politely and asked if they might have a word, claiming that the old rites were not anything strange or sinister. Vlad answered that he understood. Those rites were considered idolatry forbidden by the Vatican. If anyone discovered that such practices had continued or even been hidden, the punishment could become extremely serious. The man looked genuinely startled by Vlad's calm response, as if he had expected anger or accusation instead. But Vlad only continued in an even voice, saying he understood that some rules had been protected by the people of this land for a very long time. When the man hesitantly tried to guess what Vlad meant by that, Vlad made his position clear. He said he had heard nothing in this village about earth spirits or forbidden rites, and before God he would concern himself only with finding the missing child and the thief stealing the barley. Then Vlad told the man to stop following him around so suspiciously. More than that, he ordered him to deliver that message clearly to his lord as well, so Dalmatia would understand where Vlad stood. The man immediately bowed his head with polite restraint. He apologized for offending Vlad, thanked him for showing such consideration, and then quietly took his leave. Not long afterward, Goethe came over and called out to Vlad. When Vlad asked if he had discovered anything, Goethe explained what the elder had told him. The so-called earth spirit was not exactly a terrifying ghost, but something believed to make the land fertile when proper rites were offered. Since farming often required digging deep into the soil, the elders believed the earth spirit had once done that work for them. Goethe brushed the whole story off as ridiculous superstition. Vlad, however, did not dismiss it so easily, quietly thinking that perhaps it was not nonsense at all. After all, this was a world where even snakes could live in trees. Then Goethe leaned in and added one detail that made the matter feel far more unsettling. The part of the forest where the ground had been dug up was apparently the very place where the old rites had once been performed, and according to the elders, the thing liked barley and lived beneath the earth. Vlad's eyes shifted slightly at that. If the creature lived underground, he reasoned, then it probably preferred places without light as well. In Vlad's mind, the words all began to overlap. Rites, spirits, offerings, and old gods might sound different depending on who spoke of them, but at their core they pointed toward the same kind of hidden existence. Vlad then told Goethe to bring him some barley. Goethe flinched at the sudden order and asked what he planned to do with it, and Vlad answered in an ominously calm tone that he had already dragged one monster out from underground before. This time, he needed Goethe to prepare the stage again. Later, inside the gloomy forest, Goethe still could not hide his doubts. He asked whether Vlad truly believed the plan would work, saying he understood scattering bait along the road, but he could not figure out why Vlad insisted on placing some of it on top of a rock. Vlad explained that while he had been digging earlier, he could feel hard stone beneath the soil. Because of that solid resistance, he suspected that whatever was moving below them could break through dirt, but not through stone. Goethe frowned, still uneasy, and suggested that maybe the creature actually could break stone but simply chose not to for some unknown reason. His voice trailed with nervous imagination as he tried to picture what they might be facing. Before Goethe could keep rambling, Vlad lifted a hand and signaled him to be quiet. His eyes were fixed ahead, and the look on his face made it clear that the creature had finally arrived. Soon, strange movement appeared in the darkness ahead. The soil and shadows shifted in a way that felt too deliberate to be the wind. One by one, the creature began eating the bait Vlad had laid out. Each little pile disappeared in order, as if something hidden beneath the ground was carefully following the trail. Vlad, Goethe, and Noir remained hidden behind the bushes, watching every movement in tense silence. None of them dared to step out too early. At last, the creature reached the final pile of food, the one Vlad had deliberately placed on top of the rock. The bait sat there exposed, waiting like a trap. Vlad narrowed his eyes as he observed the creature's reaction. Just as he had suspected, it could not come up through the rock, which meant his guess had been right. Then, from beneath the edge of the stone, a small clawed hand slowly reached out. It stretched toward the bait with cautious, almost timid movements. Vlad drew his sword carefully, staying alert as the creature grabbed for the food. In that moment, with the thing finally exposed, Vlad realized he could see its true shape at last. To everyone's complete astonishment, the terrifying earth spirit turned out to be nothing more than a tiny, adorable mole. For a moment, no one moved at all. Vlad, Goethe, and even Noir seemed frozen by the absurd sight in front of them. Then Goethe exploded with outrage, furious that the elders had worked themselves into fear over something so small. He cursed their nonsense and mocked the idea of calling this little creature an earth spirit, insisting it was obviously just a regular mole. Vlad, however, only curled his lips slightly as he corrected him. This was not just any mole, he said. It was a shining mole. The moment those words left his mouth, Vlad sprang forward. His body shot out from hiding before the creature could even understand it had been discovered. The mole was still in the middle of eating, its tiny body frozen in confusion. It stared blankly, unable to process the danger, rushing straight toward it. Only after Vlad's hand closed firmly around it did the mole finally panic. Its little body wriggled wildly in his palm. Vlad examined the captured creature with quiet satisfaction, while the mole trembled in absolute terror. Then, without warning, the mole released a dazzling burst of powerful light. At that exact moment, Goethe rushed over through the bushes, asking breathlessly whether Vlad had managed to catch it. But Vlad, who had been standing right in front of him only a heartbeat earlier, was suddenly gone. In the next instant, there was no trace of him at all. Goethe and Noir stared at the empty space in stunned silence. Neither of them could immediately understand what had just happened. And Goethe completely panicked, shouting Vlad's name and looking around in frantic confusion. Unable to make sense of the sudden disappearance, he cried out that the whole situation was driving him insane. Noir then moved beside him and gestured for Goethe to turn around. The horse's behavior was too deliberate to ignore. When Goethe looked in the direction Noir indicated, he finally saw it. Where Vlad had been standing was now a deep, pitch-black pit that seemed to drop endlessly into the earth. Goethe went stiff with shock, staring down into the darkness with a helpless expression. Once again he muttered that this was driving him insane, wondering what kind of madness could possibly happen next. Meanwhile, Vlad was sliding uncontrollably downward, unable to stop his fall. The ground had swallowed him whole, and he was being dragged deeper and deeper below. He had dropped through the earth into a vast abyss where almost no light reached. The darkness around him stretched so wide it felt as though the underground itself had opened its jaws. His fall finally ended when he crashed onto a tangled mass of tree roots. The roots caught his body roughly, breaking his descent before he could fall any farther. Dust drifted down around him in slow clouds as Vlad caught his breath. Relieved to still be alive, he thought he had honestly believed he would keep falling forever into a bottomless pit. Once he recovered, Vlad looked around and questioned where he had ended up. It was clear now that beneath the surface lay an underground passage hidden far below the fields and forest. Vlad turned his irritation toward the mole, still responsible for this mess, demanding to know where it had dragged him. He cursed under his breath, blaming the creature for throwing him into such a ridiculous situation. Still, frustration would not help him survive. Vlad admitted inwardly that he had no idea what kind of dangers might be lurking in this underground place, so he forced himself to stay alert. Then Vlad activated his power, letting energy gather around him in the darkness. The mole looked up at him with shimmering eyes as an overwhelming aura began radiating from Vlad's body. In the gloom, that power made him seem far more terrifying than the fall itself. The mole let out a startled cry, shrinking under the pressure. Vlad, meanwhile, bitterly thought that nothing in this world ever came easily, and after glancing upward, he understood that climbing back out the way he had fallen was impossible. Vlad closed his eyes and focused his senses, shutting out the panic and darkness around him. After a moment, he detected a faint current of air brushing through the passage. That draft meant there had to be a connection somewhere ahead. If air was flowing through this underground tunnel, then there must be a path leading back to the outside. Vlad then looked down at the mole and threatened it in a low voice, warning that if he failed to escape by the end of the day, the creature would become his breakfast the next morning. For now, he decided there was no choice but to keep moving forward. As Vlad continued deeper into the passage, his patience began to wear thin. No matter how far he walked through the darkness, the tunnel seemed to stretch on endlessly with no sign of an exit anywhere ahead. Without warning, the faint light around Vlad vanished completely. The underground passage was swallowed by pitch-black darkness, so thick that even the walls and floor disappeared from sight. Vlad clicked his tongue in irritation, his patience thinning in the dark. He grumbled that it was getting far too dim to keep walking like this, then ordered the shining mole to light the way while he was still asking politely. The shining mole reacted at once. Its small body began glowing again, and soft light spread through the passage, pushing back the darkness around Vlad's feet. Vlad nodded in satisfaction as the tunnel became visible again. Still, he warned the creature that if the light went out one more time, he would make it regret it, reminding the mole that it was the whole reason he was stuck wandering under the earth in the first place. The mole-like creature flailed its little arms in frantic protest, waving them around as if desperately trying to explain something. Vlad stared at it, unable to understand a single bit of what it was trying to say. Instead of wasting more time, he decided they should get out first, noting that the draft was growing stronger and that an exit had to be somewhere ahead. But before Vlad could finish sorting through that thought, his senses caught something different. Somewhere in the darkness ahead there was light. Realizing that, Vlad suddenly broke into a laugh. That faint light was proof enough for him that they had not been wandering in circles, and that they were finally moving in the right direction. Then his laughter stopped. Vlad sensed something strange beyond that light, a presence that did not feel normal, and he wondered what exactly was waiting up ahead. When Vlad looked down, the shining mole had curled itself into a tight little ball. Seeing it tremble, Vlad silently understood that the creature was frightened, probably terrified by whatever sound or presence was coming from above. The ground itself seemed to tremble faintly around him. Through those heavy vibrations, Vlad could feel an overwhelming force traveling through the earth. Vlad frowned and decided they needed to climb up carefully for now. Whatever was causing that pressure, he knew he would understand it better once he saw it with his own eyes. With a sharp movement, Vlad leapt out from the tunnel opening. He kept his body low and carefully raised his head, scanning the area before exposing himself fully. The sight waiting in front of him made Vlad freeze. His eyes widened slightly, and a quiet breath escaped him before he could stop it. Before him stood a massive monster, its huge body swinging an axe with savage force. Each wild strike crashed into the trees, chopping them down as if the creature had gone completely mad. The monster's body was enormous and brutally imposing. Its face was ferocious, its mouth stretched wide with rows of sharp teeth that made it look more like a nightmare than a living creature. A chill ran through Vlad as he stared at it. He realized with horror that this was not the kind of monster that belonged to the northern regions at all. Vlad glanced back toward the shining mole, which was clutching its head and shaking in terror. In that moment, he finally understood that this monster was the thing the creature had been so afraid of. Then his gaze shifted to the tree being destroyed. Vlad realized that the tree itself must be connected to the origin of the spirit. Normally, Vlad preferred not to involve himself in problems that had nothing to do with him. But this time, looking at the monster tearing through the forest, he understood that walking away was no longer an option. Vlad told the shining mole to hide inside the tunnel and stay there quietly. For now, the tiny creature would only get in the way if it came any closer. Then Vlad stepped fully out into the open, his attention fixed on the monster. He reminded himself that the key to killing an enemy in one decisive strike was to attack from an angle the enemy never expected. With his sword ready in his hand, Vlad approached slowly and lowered his stance. His gaze sharpened, his breathing steadied, and every step carried him closer to the creature's blind spot. The moment the monster's attention slipped away, Vlad seized the opening. He burst forward in a flash and struck without hesitation, but in that same instant, the monster sensed him. Its massive body reacted, catching the movement just as Vlad closed the distance. Vlad did not slow down. He pushed straight through and delivered a clean, precise slash, severing the monster's head in a single stroke. For one brief moment, Vlad thought the strike had been perfect, but then he froze as dark energy spilled out from the corpse, and the monster's body began repairing itself right before his eyes. Vlad cursed under his breath, frustration tightening across his face. He could not believe he had run into this kind of creature yet again. Elsewhere in the forest, Goethe was frantically searching for Vlad. His steps were restless, and panic was written all over his face. He shouted for his captain again and again, asking if Vlad could hear him. Desperation crept into his voice as he begged Vlad to answer with anything at all. Leaning over the edge of a deep pit, Goethe cursed loudly. He admitted to himself that he was starting to lose his mind, because he had no idea what he was supposed to do next. For a moment, he wondered if he should climb down after Vlad, but he quickly abandoned that thought. imagining the situation becoming even worse if he ended up needing someone to pull both of them back out. After thinking it through, Goethe decided that borrowing a rope from the village would be the smarter choice. At least then he would have some chance of hauling Vlad up safely. While Goethe was distracted by his own anxious thoughts, Noir suddenly caught a scent. The black horse lifted his head, then began moving away from the pit. When Goethe turned and noticed Noir leaving, he called out in alarm, demanding to know where the horse was going. After a brief moment of hesitation, Goethe hurried after him. The deeper they moved, the more the eerie forest reminded Goethe of what the elders had said. They had spoken of strange cries echoing among the trees, sounds that belonged to neither humans nor beasts, and Goethe wondered if this was exactly what they had meant. As Noir continued pushing farther into the woods, Goethe cursed again under his breath. Still, he forced himself to trust the horse for now, reminding himself that Noir was the very spirit once revered by the barbarians. Even so, Goethe's voice trembled despite his attempt at courage. He admitted aloud that he truly, deeply did not want to go any farther. Back at the battlefield, the monster came at Vlad with relentless force. Its attacks crashed down one after another, giving him almost no room to breathe. Vlad dodged through the assault while striking back in sharp counterattacks. His blade cut cleanly through the monster's body, carving through it as he searched for a weakness. Gritting his teeth, Vlad slashed again with all the precision he could gather. When the attack landed, he felt a flicker of satisfaction, believing he had damaged the creature badly enough that it should no longer be able to use its legs. But that hope vanished almost immediately. The monster regenerated once again, and Vlad stared in shock as the damage he had dealt began disappearing before his eyes. The creature retaliated without mercy, driving a powerful kick straight into Vlad and sending him flying backward through the air. Vlad forced himself to recover his balance, boots scraping against the ground as he steadied his body. At the same time, he realized the attack had been wrapped in a sticky, malevolent aura, one almost identical to an enemy he had faced before. Even after its head was severed once more, the monster's body did not collapse. Instead, it calmly picked up its own head and reattached it, as if mocking Vlad with a cruel joke. Dark power spread through the forest like a suffocating fog. Vlad's expression turned grim as he concluded that this monster also possessed immortality, meaning ordinary wounds and half-hearted strikes would never bring it down. As Vlad considered his next move, he realized he had no choice to defeat something like this. He would have to recall that sensation again. His thoughts returned to the moment the voice had allowed him to enter that other world. He remembered the strange feeling from when his own world and that distant place had briefly touched. A brilliant, extraordinary light began radiating around Vlad as he advanced toward the monster. Then, in the next breath, he lunged forward with terrifying speed. Vlad watched the monster's movements with intense focus, reading every shift of its body. As the creature attacked, he slipped past each blow with precise, fluid movements, evading its strikes without wasting a single motion. Vlad drove his feet hard into the earth, forcing his body to stay steady as his sword carved across the creature's flesh. He did not stop there. Either one slash immediately flowed into the next, each strike coming faster and heavier than the last. Gritting his teeth, Vlad tightened his grip and hardened his heart. Deep inside, he swore that no matter how many times he had to cut this monster apart, he would keep swinging until it finally stayed dead. Under the silent, suffocating weight of the night sky, their brutal fight dragged on without the slightest sign of reaching an end. The monster had already been hacked into pieces again and again, its body reduced to countless torn fragments, yet somehow it continued to knit itself back together and return to its original form. The creature suddenly struck back, launching a sharp counterattack. But Vlad twisted away at the very last moment and narrowly avoided being caught. Sweat streamed down Vlad's face, mixing with the dust and smoke that had swallowed the battlefield, and turned the air thick and choking. Vlad's breath came out rough and uneven, while the monster's eyes burned in the darkness, locking onto him as if it refused to look anywhere else. Vlad could feel his mind being pushed right to the edge. Frustration clawed at him as he thought back over everything he had already done. He had severed its arms, cut off its legs, split open its back, stabbed through its heart, burst its lungs, sliced its stomach apart, dragged out its intestines, and even shredded those into pieces, and still the monster would not die. In that moment, Vlad remembered the voice once speaking about cutting down a headless knight. A bitter thought rose in him as he wondered whether the world he understood was still far too shallow. But Vlad knew there was no time to drown in self-blame. He forced every useless thought out of his head and focused only on the path of his sword. If cutting and stabbing could not kill this thing, then he would rip away all 4 limbs and tear its body apart until there was nothing left to restore. The monster's face was drenched in blood, its features smeared red and twisted into something even more grotesque beneath the dark night. Vlad silently warned the creature not to even think about laughing at him. Then, all at once, his eyes caught a strange glow shining in the distance. His body tensed as alarm rushed through him, and he wondered if another monster was lurking somewhere deeper in the forest. Vlad froze where he stood and stared toward that strange light. A shadow began to take shape through the darkness, slowly revealing the unmistakable silhouette of Noir. Shock surged through Vlad as the figure became clear. It was really Noir, standing there in the middle of this nightmare. Before the monster could react, Noir rushed straight at it with explosive force and slammed into its body. The attack caught the creature completely off guard, and just as quickly, Noir darted away again, crying out with almost excited energy. Vlad hurried to Noir's side, his voice sharp with worry as he demanded to know how Noir had managed to find this place. He immediately checked over Noir's body, looking for any wound or injury, desperate to make sure Noir had not been hurt. Only after confirming Noir was still standing did Vlad turn his eyes back toward the monster. The creature that had endured so many of Vlad's attacks was now clearly wounded by Noir's charge, and that sight made Vlad's eyes widen in surprise. Vlad noticed something even more important. The wound Noir had inflicted was not closing. A new suspicion formed in his mind that the spiritual power inside Noir could actually harm this monster in a way his blade alone could not. As Vlad watched the monster struggle under the damage, he understood that his guess had been right. The creature had sensed the danger too, and now it was guarding itself more carefully. Vlad climbed onto Noir's back, and the moment he settled in, his shaken breathing began to steady. Regaining his composure, he urged Noir forward. A thought burned through Vlad's mind. No matter how precious, dazzling, or irreplaceable something might be, without the strength to protect it, someone stronger could simply take it away. To Vlad, this world was filled with people who stood proudly on top of tears stolen from the weak. And if there were people who had no power to defend themselves, then raising a sword in their place, that was what the Swordmaster's code called a true knight. With that conviction burning in his chest, Vlad charged at the monster once again. The monster lifted its blade and swung downward. But this time its target was not Vlad. It aimed directly for Noir. Vlad moved instantly, bringing his sword up to block the strike before it could reach Noir, refusing to let the monster's attack go even one step farther. Blood burst from the monster's body as Vlad pressed the attack without hesitation, hammering it with enough force to send it flying backward. The impact was terrifying. The monster crashed through enormous trees, splintering trunks apart as clouds of dust, broken bark, and debris erupted into the air. When the haze began to shift, Vlad was still there, standing tall amid the swirling dust like he had no intention of falling. The monster slowly dragged itself back up from the wreckage, its body badly mangled and barely holding together after the latest blow. Vlad could feel it now. Their plan was working. Noir's power was finally breaking through the monster's unnatural resilience. He shouted for them to strike again, then surged forward with Noir, aiming to deliver the blow that would end it. The monster gasped harshly as it forced itself upright, its ruined body leaning against a nearby tree just to keep from collapsing. Vlad was stunned that it could still move after all that, and he immediately ordered Noir to stop. The monster struggled under the weight of its own body, one hand shifting slowly and awkwardly. Then, without warning, it lunged toward Vlad and Noir together. Vlad's eyes sharpened as he questioned its movement. Was the creature trying to grab them now because it could no longer launch a proper attack? Vlad had known from the start that an enemy like this would never be easy to bring down. Still, he had not expected the monster to be this cunning. Then it became clear to him. The creature understood that Noir was the only thing on this battlefield that truly threatened it. And that made the situation even worse. If Vlad and Noir rushed in carelessly, the origin of the spirit within Noir could end up being caught in the middle of the clash. Caught between those risks, Vlad hesitated for a brief but heavy moment, torn between charging forward to finish the monster and holding back to protect Noir. Then all of a sudden, Vlad sensed something had changed. When he turned his gaze, he realized that the mole had somehow climbed onto his sword without him noticing at all. Vlad's voice turned cold as he wondered how the mole had gotten there, and when it had even climbed up. He warned it that this was far too dangerous and told it to go hide inside a hole. But instead of running away, the mole clung tightly to the blade and began pouring spiritual energy directly into the sword. Vlad stared in surprise, taken aback by the strange sight unfolding right in front of him. Inside his mind, Vlad realized that the elf's amber was resonating. A powerful feeling spread through him, as if something extraordinary was beginning to awaken. The radiant light frightened the monster. It turned around in fear and stared toward the ancient tree behind it, where a gentle yet brilliant golden glow was spreading through the darkness. Vlad raised his sword, and as the light, the tree, the mole, and the elf's amber all connected before him, He finally understood what was happening. This was the spirit's blessing. Confidence surged through Vlad. With this power flowing into his sword, he believed he could finally cut the creature down. Once the mole finished what it had come to do, it quickly slipped into Vlad's clothes and hid itself away. Then the little mole peeked its head back out from its hiding place and pointed straight ahead, as if urging Vlad toward the enemy. A faint grin curled at the corner of Vlad's mouth as he looked at the little mole and understood exactly what it was trying to say. With Noir beneath him and his sword in hand, he declared that they would all move together. The next instant, Vlad, Noir, and the tiny mole's blessing rushed straight back into battle, closing the distance between them and the monster without hesitation. The creature threw its head back and unleashed a savage roar that shook the dark forest, while a hard, unwavering light flashed through Vlad's eyes. That look alone made the monster falter for a heartbeat, freezing as if it had finally sensed something it could not ignore. Vlad seized that opening and brought his sword crashing down in one decisive strike. The blade tore through the monster, and its scream of pain ripped through the night. Noir lunged forward with powerful steps, and Vlad rose on Noir's back, lifting his sword high above him. The monster stared up in terror, its mouth stretched wide as fear swallowed its final resistance. Far away from the forest, the world shifted into a place soaked in gloom, where the air felt cold, heavy, and strangely lifeless. In that chilling silence, a candle flame suddenly flickered once and went out. Lamashtu sat motionless upon her throne, her cold eyes lowered in deep thought. In a voice as sharp as ice, she said that the light of Dobrashiti had been extinguished, then ordered her servant to confirm what had happened. The man kneeling below her bowed his head at once, accepting Lamashtu's command with careful, fearful respect. Inside, Lamashtu considered what this meant. Only a soul that had already broken past its own limits could destroy her curse. Yet that only made the matter more puzzling, because a remote and insignificant land like that should never have produced someone of such caliber. She could not help wondering who had appeared there. Back in the forest near the village, the missing girl crouched behind the thick trunk of a large tree, hiding herself as best she could. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and wondered if this was really the right place, since the sign had pointed her here. Still, the fact that she could now communicate with something like that startled her. Then a harsh voice rang out, telling her to be quiet and follow along, reminding her that it had been the one who found her crying helplessly in the forest. The girl immediately protested in her heart, insisting that she had not been bawling like that. But as she carefully peeked out from behind the tree, she saw figures moving closer and realized that the villagers might have come searching for her. Her lips parted, and her trembling voice almost called out to them, but she stopped herself before the words could fully escape. A new worry gripped her. She did not recognize the voices coming through the trees, and if they were not villagers, then they might have been bandits instead. On top of that, the thought that the monster might still be somewhere nearby made her fear tighten even more. As those unfamiliar footsteps came closer and closer, the girl pressed both hands over her mouth, trying desperately to keep even the smallest sound from slipping out. Then Vlad suddenly leaned in from nearby and calmly announced that he had found her. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs, completely startled by his sudden appearance, leaving Vlad and the others staring at her in awkward confusion. Once her panic settled, she looked closely at Vlad's face and finally recognized him as the person who had saved her before. At the same time, the mole turned around and rummaged through what it had gathered, then offered the girl a small handful of fresh, ripe raspberries. The girl stared at the raspberries as if she could hardly believe what she was seeing. Her eyes shimmered with tears, and the simple gesture moved her more deeply than words could say. Vlad's voice softened as he told her that it was time to take her back home. The moment she heard that, the girl could no longer hold herself back. She ran straight toward Vlad and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Anyone who carried something bright and precious in this world had to learn how to protect it with their own hands. Those who failed to do so were left with nothing but ruin and sorrow, and if they wanted to keep living, they had no choice but to begin an endless wandering journey. Somewhere else, a young man stepped forward through the dim light and remarked that the fire there had not gone out yet. An old man answered him quietly, saying that someone had to remain and watch it through until the very end. Relief passed over the young man's face as he realized he had not arrived too late. Then he stated his purpose clearly. He had come to place a commission. The old man looked at him in surprise, questioning whether such a request truly had to be made at that very moment. Without hesitation, the young man brought out a pouch filled with silver, and the sight of it left the old man visibly stunned. The young man explained that the metal inside was no ordinary material. It was something that only the eternal flame could properly temper. Then, addressing the master of the last furnace with earnest respect, he pleaded for the old man to forge it for him. The old man stared back in disbelief and asked what kind of thing the young man expected him to forge from such metal. The young man pulled down his hood, revealing himself as he declared in a clear, ringing voice that he wanted a dragon-slaying sword, With burning conviction, he proclaimed that he would slay the prime dragon of perfection. The old man could only stare in shock, taking in the young man's fierce eyes and blazing red hair as the weight of those words settled over the room. The young man stood firm, his resolve unshaken, and declared once more that he would remain there and defeat the prime dragon of perfection. Back in the present, Vlad sat alone in silence, his gaze resting on the still surface of the lake before him. Goethe suddenly called out in surprise, asking why the captain was there, why he was already awake at such an early hour, and what he was doing alone in that place. Vlad answered that he had slept terribly. Goethe shivered in the cold and muttered that no one could have expected them to encounter such a sinister monster in the central region. Then, remembering what Vlad had said earlier, he asked whether it was true that the monster's corpse had vanished like smoke. Vlad sank into thought, remembering that the creature had left no trace behind. To him, that could not have been natural. It looked like a deliberate cleanup, one done with a clear purpose, and he had no doubt it was connected to them. After a moment, Vlad said they needed to report the matter to Sir Joseph. Goethe objected right away, pointing out that there were no mages nearby and asking if they should send a courier instead. Vlad rejected that idea firmly. A courier would not be enough, not in the middle of winter, when roads were harsh, travel was slow, and any message would take far too long to arrive. He then asked Goethe which city to the east of their current location was most likely to have a mage. Goethe thought it over for a moment before answering that if they were heading east, the best possibility would probably be Tanobo in Vitskaya County. Vlad accepted that answer and decided Tanobo would be their next destination. He ordered Goethe to prepare everything so they could leave at first light the next morning. Goethe lifted a hand to show he understood, then quickly headed off to make arrangements. Once Vlad was alone again, he quietly turned the matter over in his mind. He was certain he had dreamed of something, yet the memory refused to stay clear, fading away like a mirage the moment he reached for it. Still, a few fragments lingered. He remembered words about slaying the prime dragon of perfection. For some reason, the idea of slaying a dragon felt strangely familiar to Vlad. He wondered if it might have been a piece of memory left behind by the voice. Vlad shut his eyes tightly, steadying his breathing as he quieted his mind and sank into the world within himself. He could still feel a connection to the voice, and deep down he wanted to meet it again in an even deeper place. With that sword in his hands, filled with a power far greater than before, Vlad made a silent promise deep within his heart. Someday, no matter what it took, that meeting would happen. The next morning, everyone gathered together to see Vlad and his companions off. Dalmatia stepped forward with a troubled expression and asked why Vlad was leaving already, instead of waiting for the weather to clear, wondering if something urgent had happened or if Dobrachiti's hospitality had somehow failed to satisfy him. Vlad answered with calm courtesy, addressing Dalmatia as Baron. He explained that he had already accomplished what he had come there to do, and now that his work was finished, it was simply time for him to continue on his way. Behind Dalmatia's polite face, a sly regret twisted in his mind. He had hoped to squeeze just a little more value out of Vlad before letting him go, especially after that silver-tongued knight had already drawn so many gold coins from his pocket. Vlad quietly studied Dalmatia's expression, noticing more than he let on, and reminded him not to forget the words they had exchanged the day before. Dalmatia had no choice but to nod and accept it. He said he would take Vlad's words to heart, promising that from that day forward, he would no longer burn the forest just to expand the barley fields, nor would he cut down trees without care. Vlad added one more piece of advice, telling him that every now and then, it would not hurt to leave a small offering for the forest. He explained that during the previous night he had felt that being's will moving through the woods, and that such an offering should be treated as a tribute to God, the one who had blessed his victory. Dalmatia looked down at the gold coin before him, his heart growing strangely heavy. He wondered how an act that could have been mistaken for worshipping spirits was instead being framed as a prayer to God, and he was quietly astonished that such a rough northern knight could carry such noble thoughtfulness. Placing a hand over his chest, Dalmatia bowed with solemn respect and offered Vlad his deepest gratitude for his devotion and consideration. He assured Vlad that he would remember everything they had spoken about the night before. Vlad returned the bow in kind and said that even after leaving, he would continue praying from afar for the prosperity of Dobrachiti. And with that, Vlad finally set out from the village. Before he fully left, Vlad turned back for one last look at the village behind him. His eyes rose to the highest point, where the banner marked with a green tree fluttered in the wind, carrying the quiet strength of a blessing, and in his heart he gave it a silent farewell. Vlad understood that what spirits needed in order to keep living was a presence, someone's memory, someone's thoughts, someone who still remembered they existed. Feelings were what allowed spirits to remain rooted in the land, giving them a place to linger instead of fading away. And the feelings that girl had left within the wild strawberries had been truly warm, Because of that warmth, she no longer had to be forgotten. On that day, a single bright yellow star returned at last to the forest of Dobrikiti. Elsewhere, far from that quiet forest, another land came into view. Rows of people in military uniforms marched forward in perfect formation, their movements sharp and disciplined as their footsteps echoed together. Inside a grand palace, the shadowed outline of a man stood in the solemn stillness, surrounded by an atmosphere heavy with authority. Joseph Bayezid asked in a measured voice whether they had uncovered the identity of that individual. The man reporting to him answered that the person was said to be the biological son of Duke Dragulia, which would make him the half-brother of Mircea Dragulia, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. Joseph fell silent for a moment as the pieces connected in his mind. If the man was Duke Dragulia's son and Mircea Dragulia's half-brother, then there was only one person he could be, Radu Dragulia. Outside, the dragon banner rippled against the white snow. The sound of hooves thundered along the road as a group of warriors mounted on warhorses rode into the city, and the man at their center was none other than Radu Dragulia himself. Radu Dragulia stood alongside Mircea Dragulia as one of the most important figures within the Dragon Killer Knights. Despite his youth, he had already slain countless dragons, earned a reputation as an exceptional knight, and was regarded as one of the strongest individuals in the empire. Joseph quietly reflected that Radu truly seemed to come from a family carrying dragon's blood. Judging from reputation alone, Radu might even be stronger than Rudiger Bayezid. That only deepened Joseph's confusion. He could not understand why the Dragon Killer Knights were moving through the north once again, unless their actions were somehow tied to a dragon or a danger born from one. With that possibility in mind, Joseph asked whether any recent dragon-related incidents had been reported, such as the reappearance of a deathworm or a lindblom. The man replied that no such reports had come in, adding that ever since the last conquest, the northern border had remained peaceful. Joseph sank into deeper thought, his brows tightening as an uneasy feeling pressed against him. He could sense that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked one crucial piece of the situation. At that moment, Vorden pushed the door open and urgently called out to Lord Joseph. He reported that critical news had arrived from Sturma, and that Bayezid's eyes had been found moving suspiciously throughout the north. Both Joseph and the man beside him froze in shock. Joseph took the letter and read it carefully, his expression growing darker with every line. Inwardly, he wondered if this was the true source of the unease that had been bothering him. And Joseph admitted aloud that his judgment had been wrong this time. Sora's power had never been Bayezid's true interest, and he blamed himself for failing to properly understand someone who had spent his entire life as an exorcist. The man looked puzzled by those words and asked Joseph what exactly he meant. Joseph explained that the northern churches under the Vatican had begun to move, and that both the Vatican and the Dragon Killer Knights were now heading toward Mosium, the barony of Baron Uthman. Only then did the man finally grasp what Joseph was implying, and shock showed clearly in his face and voice. Joseph confirmed it in a grim tone. What Bishop Pierre truly wanted was not a simple judgment or investigation. It was a holy war. Meanwhile, in a forest far away, Vlad and Goethe were devouring food like men who had not eaten properly in days. Stefan watched them with concern and told them to slow down, reassuring them that nobody there was going to steal the food from their hands. Behind them, the others whispered among themselves, wondering just how long those two had been wandering lost in the forest, because their hunger looked far worse than someone who had only missed meals for a few days. After finishing every last bite, Vlad let out a cheerful breath and said he felt much better. He thanked them sincerely, adding that if he and Goethe had not run into Stefan's group, they would have been in real trouble. Stefan reacted with visible surprise, remarking that he had never expected to hear words like that in his entire life. Vlad stared blankly at the people in front of him, unsure what to make of their reaction and silently wondering what was wrong with them. Stefan then asked if Vlad was not from the central region. Vlad answered simply that he was from the north. The moment Stefan heard that, admiration flashed across his face, making Vlad briefly wonder if he had said something he should not have. Stefan quickly waved his hand and denied that anything was wrong. He explained that this was merely his first time meeting someone from the north, so his surprise had slipped out before he could hide it. He added that people living at the bottom almost never heard someone as high-ranking as Vlad offer them thanks so naturally. Vlad wondered to himself if he had been too polite. From the way they reacted, it seemed the central region placed far more importance on strict hierarchy than the north did. Stefan then asked where Vlad was heading. Without hesitation, Vlad answered that his destination was Tanobo in Vitskaya County. Stefan's eyes widened slightly as he replied that this was quite the coincidence because his group was also on its way to Tanobo. Before Vlad could say anything, Goethe suddenly spoke up in relief. Addressing Vlad as captain, he casually remarked that this was fortunate because if they followed Stefan's group, they would eventually reach their destination. Gerda admitted with complete honesty that he had honestly believed they were going to lose their way in the forest and starve to death out there. Vlad cursed inwardly, silently ordering Gerda to shut his mouth before he made things worse. He could hardly believe how easily Gerda had bitten the bait without knowing who these people really were, especially after Gerda had been the one insisting earlier that they should trust no one, saying that if they looked like clueless bumpkins, they would only become easy targets for crime again. Gerda noticed the unpleasant look settling over Vlad's face, but he had no idea what had actually angered him. At that moment, Stefan rose to his feet and properly introduced himself as Stefan of the Thorn Tree Mercenaries. Vlad returned the greeting with courtesy, almost beginning to introduce himself with his full affiliation before stopping himself and simply saying that his name was Vlad. Stefan smiled respectfully and said it would be an honor to travel with him, addressing him properly as Sir Vlad. From there, the journey carried them to Tanobo, the main capital of Vitskaya County, a city widely known as a major trading hub with the Eastern Elves. Because of that trade, the streets were always busy with traveling mercenaries, merchants, and all kinds of people passing in and out of the city. As Vlad looked around the unfamiliar city, Stefan quietly observed him from the side. Despite Vlad's young face, Stefan was certain he was dealing with a true knight, and he figured that building a connection through a few bowls of soup and some polite words would be well worth it. One of the mercenaries asked whether he should help look for a place to stay. Vlad answered that he already knew of a few decent inns and only needed recommendations, adding that he intended to meet the lord of this land first. Stefan nodded and explained that the Count's estate was the largest building in the city. He also told Vlad that their group would be staying at the inn near the intersection up ahead, so if Vlad needed anything, he would know exactly where to find them. Vlad placed a hand over his chest in gratitude and said that sounded good, thanking Stefan and the others for all the help they had given him. Stefan bowed in return and said he hoped their paths would cross again, and after that, the two groups finally parted ways. Once they were alone, Vlad told Gerda that they should buy Stefan's group a drink later. Gerda answered that instead of just a drink. Vlad should buy them something expensive. Vlad looked at him in surprise and asked why he would say that. Gerda explained that judging from their equipment and from how quickly they had passed the inspection at the castle gates, Stefan's group seemed to hold a fairly respectable position in the central region, at least to some degree. Vlad glanced back toward them and admitted that Gerda had a point, saying it would not hurt to get acquainted with people like that. Then he suggested they head toward the largest building, only for Gerda to look around and point out that every building in this city looked huge, so finding the right one might not be that simple. Eventually, after making their way through the city, the two of them arrived in front of a magnificent palace. Both Vlad and Gerda stared up at the grand structure in astonishment, silently reaching the same conclusion that this had to be the place they were looking for. They stood before the gate and waited for the inspection to begin, until one of the guards demanded that they state their identities. Vlad introduced himself clearly as Vlad, a knight of Bayezid, and said that he had come because he had a request to make of the Lord. The guard asked what message should be delivered. Vlad explained that he urgently needed to send word to his master and wished to borrow the mage telegram, then asked the guard to tell the Count that a knight in difficulty was seeking his kindness. The guard turned away after saying he understood, telling Vlad and Gerda to wait there for a moment. Gerda quietly suggested that they might need to look for an inn later, since there was a chance they could be invited inside. Vlad agreed with him, but time kept slipping by. Morning passed into late afternoon, and even after night had fallen over the city, no answer came from inside. Even so, Vlad and Gerda remained where they were, waiting with patience that was slowly wearing thin. A strange sense of déjà vu crept over Vlad, as if he had been forced through a situation like this not too long ago. Finally, Vlad asked the guard when they would receive a reply, but the guard only answered that he did not know. Vlad's voice grew cold as he said this was a simple request, and that all he wanted was to hear a response. The guard merely told them they would have to keep waiting. Vlad's irritation sharpened as he demanded to know until when, and the guard answered bluntly that they would wait until the Count decided to look for them. The other guards began whispering among themselves, wondering who Vlad even was. One of them said he did not know, but he had heard Vlad came from the north, then mocked him by saying that explained the musty smell hanging around since earlier, calling it the stench of a barbarian. Another guard warned him to be careful, saying Vlad could hear them. The first guard only scoffed, saying it did not matter, and asked what a northern vagabond could possibly do in a place like this. At last, Vlad's patience hit its limit, and he wondered if this was exactly what the Grand Elder had warned him about. He remembered the Grand Elder's words about the people of the central region, especially city elites and those who served under them. They believed the center of the continent was the center of the entire world, saw themselves as naturally noble, and looked down on Westerners and Northerners as people carrying barbarian blood. The Grand Elder had warned him that the central region's discrimination could be even colder than the snow of the north. Vlad finally spoke up, his anger clear in his voice as he demanded to know whether they were making a joke out of him. One of the guards responded with thinly veiled disdain, asking for pardon while insisting that he had never said any such thing. Goethe lowered his voice and called out carefully to his captain. Vlad took the item Goethe handed over, then declared in a firm voice that he was waiting for a reply, not waiting for permission. The guards flinched in shock as Vlad unfolded a flag right there before the gate. They shouted in alarm, accusing him of daring to plant a flag in front of Count Vitskaya's estate and warning that such disrespect would never be tolerated. But their outrage faltered the moment they noticed what the banner actually was. One guard stammered in disbelief as he recognized the banner as belonging to the heavenly dragon lineage. Vlad spoke with stern composure, stating that even if he was only a knight, he still had the right to hear Count Vitskaya's response. Then he repeated that he was waiting. Count Vitskaya, the Lord of Tanobo, continued eating as if nothing had happened and asked how old Vlad was. Vlad looked straight at him without wavering and answered that he was 18 years old that year. Count Vitskaya showed clear disbelief and questioned whether Vlad had truly slain a dragon at only 18. Vlad calmly corrected him, saying that when the dragon died, he had still been 17. Without even lifting his head from his meal, Count Vitskaya pressed further, saying he had heard Vlad had placed the insignia of the Dragon Killer Knights on his banner. Vlad answered without the slightest change in expression, confirming that what the Count had heard was true. Count Vitskaya narrowed his eyes, studying Vlad with a dark, piercing look, as he demanded to know who had given him permission to use that insignia. Thinking of the captain himself, Vlad answered with firm resolve that the permission had come from the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights, Sir Mircea Dragulia. The moment Vlad spoke Mircea Dragulia's name, Count Vitskaya froze in place, his fork stopping just before it reached his lips. For a few heavy seconds, Count Vitskaya said nothing. Then he slowly lowered the utensil and set it down against the plate with a quiet, deliberate motion. Count Vitskaya laced his fingers together and rested his chin on them, fixing Vlad with a gaze sharp enough to kill. In his mind, he seethed at the thought that this filthy northern barbarian would dare speak the name of a noble he had no right to imitate. Then, in a cold voice, he warned Vlad that if even one word of that claim was false, he would die on the spot. At the same time, the two knights standing beside Count Vitskaya quietly moved their hands to their sword hilts, ready to draw the instant their lord gave the order. Count Vitskaya continued staring him down, but Vlad did not flinch. Instead, he stated firmly that he had personally slain Lindblom, and that Sir Mircea Dragulia had witnessed it with his own eyes. Then Vlad's voice turned colder as he emphasized every word, making it clear that there was not a single lie in his testimony. The knights behind Vlad also kept their hands on their swords, refusing to lower their guard without a command. Count Vitskaya, however, let the corner of his mouth curl slightly as he realized the young man before him had not shown even a trace of fear. After a short silence, Count Vitskaya looked at Vlad and asked if he wished to borrow a mage. Vlad answered that he did, explaining that he carried urgent news that had to be delivered to his lord. Count Vitskaya frowned and gave a low grunt, weighing the request in his mind. There was no precedent for a northern knight borrowing a magical telegram in his territory, and under normal circumstances he would have refused immediately. Still, he had to admit that his curiosity had already been stirred. Count Vitskaya then asked what Vlad intended to use the telegram for, remarking that he seemed to be in quite a hurry. Meeting Count Vitskaya's eyes without looking away, Vlad explained that a few days earlier, in the forest of Dobrachiti, he had encountered a wicked existence. As Vlad recalled the monster he had stumbled upon, he said it was a creature unknown in the north, though the local people had called it a troll after hearing his description. Then, as if remembering something deeply unsettling, Vlad continued by saying the creature had been bound by a curse that kept it from dying, no matter how many times it was killed. At those words, Count Vitskaya's composure wavered. Sweat began to form on his face. Suspicion sharpened in his eyes, and he asked what Vlad meant by saying the creature would not die even after being killed. Images of undead hordes flashed through Vlad's mind as he explained that something similar had once happened in the north. Because of that, he suspected that some unknown force was slowly beginning to move again. The knights around them broke into a cold sweat, whispering uneasily among themselves. None of it made sense to them, and they could not understand what Vlad was truly trying to say. At that moment, Count Vitskaya lifted his wine cup and asked exactly where this incident had taken place. With a cold, steady gaze, Vlad answered that it had happened in Dobrachiti, the land of House Dalmatia. Since Tanobo was the closest city to that location, he had ridden there without stopping. Count Vitskaya kept his expression composed as he casually took a sip of wine, but inside questions were already piling up. Vlad clearly had his own business to attend to, so why had he come all this way simply to warn him? As the Count studied Vlad more closely, he felt as though those eyes were silently reproaching him for how poorly he had treated his guest. After a moment, Count Vitskaya waved a hand toward the captain of the guard beside him and ordered him to lend the crystal ball to their northern guest. Hearing that, Vlad gave a slight bow of his head and expressed his gratitude. Count Vitskaya then spoke again, apologizing for having kept Vlad waiting outside. He explained that many knights had recently come seeking audiences, so he had assumed Vlad was merely another one of them. When Count Vitskaya told him to go and make his report, Vlad stood from his seat, placed a hand over his chest, bowed respectfully, and said he understood. Then he turned and left the reception hall. Once Vlad was gone, Count Vitskaya's expression darkened at once, and he ordered his men to find out the truth immediately. The captain of the guard quickly acknowledged the command, saying they would send people to Dobrikiti right away. But before the captain could finish, Count Vitskaya exploded in anger, shouting that this was not what he meant, and calling the man useless. Count Vitskaya demanded that they investigate whether Vlad had truly slain a dragon, whether he really was a knight of Bayezid, and everything else connected to that young man. Seeing the Count's rage erupt so violently, the guards all lowered their heads in fear as Count Vitskaya ordered them to get out immediately. As the guards hurried away, Count Vitskaya watched them leave and let out an irritated snort. He pressed his fingers against his temples and ground his teeth, muttering bitterly about what use there was in spending money when all he ever gathered around him were fools. Yet before long, Count Vitskaya's expression shifted into something more sinister. Vlad was rough around the edges, but there was dignity in him. Those deep blue eyes, vast like a galaxy, lingered in the Count's mind. Perhaps Vlad did not fully know his place, and perhaps he was arrogant, but he also seemed to possess the confidence to justify it. Holding his forehead with a frown, Count Vitskaya quietly concluded that Vlad might prove useful. A short while later, in the room where the crystal ball was kept, Vlad stared at it with widened eyes and asked in complete confusion if the explanation could be repeated one more time. The caretaker of the crystal ball explained again that sending a magical telegram cost 1 gold coin per character, and that the price would rise even higher if the message had to travel a great distance. At that, Goethe rolled his eyes and whispered in disbelief, wondering if the man had lost his mind. After all, they had barely managed to squeeze 10 gold coins out of Baron Dalmatia. The caretaker, however, narrowed his eyes with a reassuring smile and told them not to worry about the cost. Since they were guests of Count Vitskaya, he explained, they were permitted to use the crystal ball for free. Goethe's mood brightened instantly, and he exclaimed that the caretaker should have said that from the beginning because he had truly thought a single telegram was about to leave them completely broke. The caretaker then placed his hand gently on the crystal ball and politely asked for Sawara's wavelength number. Vlad looked utterly lost and apologized before asking what the caretaker meant by wavelength. The caretaker explained that in order to send a magical telegram, they needed to know the wavelength number of the region they were contacting. Still baffled, Vlad turned toward Goethe and asked if he knew it. Goethe looked just as stunned, pointed at himself, and asked whether Vlad was seriously asking him. Seeing both of them completely clueless, the caretaker panicked inside, though he forced an awkward smile onto his face. He said he would look up the number himself and relay the information for them. After the matter was settled and the caretaker left, Goethe muttered in amazement that if they had gone to some random mage instead, they might have ended up completely stuck. Vlad, meanwhile, could only wonder why the whole process had to be so complicated. Then Vlad fell silent. He finally understood that he had stepped outside the fence of House Bayezid, and that simply knowing how to swing a sword did not mean he truly knew how to act as a knight. With a quiet inward sigh, Vlad admitted to himself that he still had a long road ahead of him. Suddenly, Goethe spoke up with a more serious look, saying that although their arrival here had not been pleasant, he believed it was actually good that they had formed a connection with Count Vitskaya. Vlad looked at him in confusion and asked what he meant. Goethe explained that he had asked the attendants a few questions earlier, and they had told him that all the decorations in the manor had been gifts from the elves. The moment Vlad heard that, surprise flashed across his face. Vlad stopped in place and slowly looked around the vast chamber, taking in the many objects displayed throughout the room, as he wondered if everything here truly belonged to that same origin. Goethe gestured toward a painting hanging on the wall and said that elves were known for refusing to let just anyone enter their lands. If Count Vitskaya possessed so many gifts from them, it likely meant he had opened a trade route with them, because access like that would not exist otherwise. The two stood before a gold-framed painting of a fairy, and Goethe continued in a low voice, saying that Count Vitskaya was someone capable of communicating with the elves. Time passed quietly, and later that night, inside Count Vitskaya's manor, Vlad sat alone in his room, absorbed in thought. A green spiritual light flickered within Vlad's eye as he stared intently at the brilliant golden gem embedded in the hilt of his sword. All at once, a fierce radiance flared up before Vlad's eyes, washing across his face as thick, shimmering particles of spiritual energy erupted from the gem and scattered through the air. In that brilliant moment, Vlad saw it, a vision of an ancient tree standing proudly on a hill, its golden leaves glowing as if they were alive. The sight felt overwhelming, beautiful, and filled with power. Yet as he stared at it, Vlad could not shake the strange sadness hanging over that distant place. Vlad slowly raised his sword, his gaze fixed ahead as he measured the vision within himself. As he had expected, holding that world in place for long was still far beyond him, but even so, he could now catch small glimpses of it little by little. Compared to what he had once sensed through the world of voices, however, this image was much fainter, blurred like a reflection seen through mist. After some time passed, sweat began running down Vlad's face, and a heavy breath slipped from his lips. Still seated cross-legged on the bed with his sword in hand, he gathered his thoughts and told himself that if his own inner world continued to deepen, then one day he would be able to see that place with perfect clarity. Clenching his eyes shut, Vlad steadied his breathing and focused his mind, quietly hardening his resolve. Just then, a sudden knock at the door pulled Vlad's attention away from his concentration. From the other side, someone spoke in a respectful voice, asking if Sir Vlad had a moment to spare. Vlad opened the door and looked out, calmly asking what had brought them to his room at such an hour. Standing before him was the captain of Count Vitskaya's guard, and behind the man waited several soldiers all gathered as if they had come with a clear purpose. The captain bowed with formal courtesy and apologized for interrupting Vlad's rest. Then, without much delay, he suggested that they cross swords in a sparring match. Vlad narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly finding the request strange, and asked what this was supposed to mean. The captain quickly explained that it was nothing serious at all, just a light warm-up before retiring for the night. As if worried Vlad might turn him down, the captain added that knights from the north almost never visited Tanobo. For them, he said, it would be a rare honor to personally experience northern swordsmanship through Vlad's blade. Vlad studied the captain's face for a moment, unable to tell how much of that polite praise was sincere and how much was merely decoration. Because of that uncertainty, he hesitated for a brief moment. Then Vlad's gaze shifted past the captain, and he caught sight of the soldiers behind him. Their mouths curled with smug, self-satisfied smiles, as though they had already decided how this little challenge would end. At that, Vlad understood there was only one real way to crush pointless prejudice and contempt before it had the chance to grow any louder. A faint smile slowly formed on his lips. Vlad accepted in a calm voice, saying that since they had helped him send a telegram and offered him a comfortable bed for the night, it was only right that he repay them fairly. But as the words left his mouth, a powerful aura began to swell from his body, pressing into the air around him. Then Vlad made his meaning clear, each word landing with weight. This was not about courtesy. This was about proving oneself. Later that night, Count Vitskaya sat near the fireplace, the warm flames flickering over his face as he listened to the captain of the guard deliver his report. The captain stated with complete certainty that Vlad belonged among the Dragon Killer Knights. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, Count Vitskaya asked what else there was to know, and the captain answered that Vlad's skill had also been tested. The captain continued his report in a grave tone, saying that among the remaining knights under their command, not even one of them had been capable of properly standing against Vlad. Count Vitskaya quietly lifted his cup and took a sip of tea. Only then did he speak, his voice carrying a trace of surprise as he remarked that Vlad was truly that strong. The captain began explaining that 5 men had sparred with Vlad, but before he could soften the matter, Count Vitskaya's expression darkened. In the end, the captain firmly concluded that 3 of those men would be unable to carry out their duties for the time being. And for a moment, the count said nothing at all. Count Vitskaya placed his teacup back onto the saucer with a quiet clink. Then he laced his fingers together, fixed his eyes on the captain, and asked one pointed question. What about the captain himself? That question made the captain fall silent. For a long while, he stood there without answering, his brows drawing together as hesitation tightened across his face. In that silence, the captain's thoughts drifted back to Vlad's eyes, cold, sharp, and bright, like a falling star cutting through the night sky. He remembered himself standing across from Vlad in the training arena, arms folded over his chest, his own stern gaze locked firmly on the young knight before him. Vlad had stood there with his sword in hand, silver-blue aura flashing through his pupils. Around him lay several soldiers already defeated, and the most unsettling part was that no one had clearly seen the exact moment they had fallen. The captain returned to the present with a sharp breath, and a blazing red aura mixed with killing intent surged from his body. In a low, restrained voice, he finally answered that 9 times out of 10, he would be the one to win. Count Vitskaya rested his chin against his hand, sinking into thought as the answer settled over him. Inside, he questioned whether Tanobo's greatest sword truly could not promise a flawless victory against a mere 18-year-old. After letting out a low, thoughtful hum, Count Vitskaya spoke as if turning the matter over in his mind. He wondered aloud whether he ought to hang Vlad by the neck as a warning to the guards. The captain immediately stiffened in confusion and asked the count to forgive him, unsure whether he had heard correctly. Count Vitskaya's thoughts had already moved elsewhere. He remembered Vlad forcefully driving the knightly banner into the ground before the gates of his estate, and a quiet sigh formed inside him. The young man was the real thing, and Count Vitskaya had failed to recognize it at first glance. Count Vitskaya admitted to himself that Vlad's first impression had been so dreadful that he had deliberately left him outside in the cold, partly to keep him from moving about too freely. As that thought ended, the count's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he murmured that it would have been much more convenient if Vlad had been at least a little smarter. The next day, Vlad sat across from Count Vitskaya in a pavilion outside the garden. A servant moved quietly beside them, gently pouring tea into their cups, while the soft scent of the drink rose between the two men. Count Vitskaya was the first to speak, remarking that he had heard tea culture had never developed much in the north. Vlad answered plainly that it was true, explaining that where he came from, people were far more likely to reach for a bottle of liquor than sit around drinking boiled leaves. Count Vitskaya looked down at the pale green tea resting in the cup and introduced it as elf tea. He explained that it was gathered from forests on the far eastern edge and then specially processed before reaching tables like this one. Lifting the cup, Count Vitskaya slowly turned it on the saucer, watching the pale liquid shift inside. He added that one of the main businesses of his territory was trade in elven specialties, and among nobles in the central region. Anything connected to elves was always in endless demand. Count Vitskaya continued, saying that the mysterious ecology of such a long-lived race stirred the imagination of central nobles more than almost anything else. As his fingers lightly handled the steaming cup, he mentioned that some even claimed this tea could extend a person's lifespan, which was why it was treated as being worth more than its weight in gold. That claim immediately caught Vlad's interest. His gaze shifted toward the tea, and he wondered whether a drink like this could truly be valuable enough to deserve such an outrageous price. Count Vitskaya took a slow sip before answering. He admitted that he did not know whether the tea truly lengthened anyone's life, but he was certain it was good for the body, and above all, that it worked especially well for coughs. The moment Vlad heard that word, his eyes lowered slightly. Coughs. That single detail lingered in his mind more than anything else. Count Vitskaya had said. Vlad's thoughts drifted to Lord Joseph's back. Joseph always tried to hide his condition when Vlad was near, yet Vlad had seen those shoulders tremble far too many times to forget. Quietly, Vlad thought that with tea like this, Joseph might be able to endure the winter with a little more comfort. Seeing Vlad fall silent, Count Vitskaya did not rush him. He simply remained quiet as well and continued drinking his tea, as though giving Vlad room to think. Before long, however, a faint smile appeared on Count Vitskaya's face. It was subtle, but there was a clear meaning behind it, as if he had been waiting for Vlad to react exactly this way. Count Vitskaya then asked whether he should set aside some of the tea for Vlad. The offer made Vlad uneasy, especially because the Count looked straight at him with an expression that did not seem to allow refusal. Suspicion filled Vlad's eyes as he tried to read the Count's true purpose. He lifted his cup slowly and remarked that kindness like this usually came with a reason attached to it. Count Vitskaya laughed at that, amused by Vlad's bluntness, and commented that northern knights really were bold. Privately, though, he recognized that Vlad was not like ordinary northerners at all, and that, surprisingly, the young knight had opened the way for the conversation himself. Setting his cup down, Count Vitskaya admitted that Vlad had seen through him. Then Count Vitskaya settled into his familiar posture, interlacing his fingers as he leaned into the matter directly. He said that because he valued the skill Vlad had shown in slaying a dragon, there was something he wanted to ask of him. Count Vitskaya explained that recently, a certain man had been hiding along the trade route and attacking his goods, plundering them so often that it had become a serious problem. Hearing this, Vlad looked at him carefully and asked whether the culprit was nothing more than an ordinary bandit. Count Vitskaya frowned, then closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. He said that was probably not the case, because every knight he had assigned to escort the caravans had been defeated. That answer made Vlad pause. The knights of Count Vitskaya's territory might have been far below the level of Bayezid's knights, but they were still knights from the central region. With that in mind, Vlad voiced his doubt, asking how he was supposed to handle something that even the Count's own knights had failed to stop. Count Vitskaya placed his elbow on the table and leaned slightly forward. In a measured voice, he replied that humility became deception when taken too far, and that if Vlad had been recognized not only by San Rosino, but also by several northern houses, then his skill was more than sufficient. Without warning, Count Vitskaya placed a pouch of gold coins on the table between them, the weight of it landing with a heavy, unmistakable sound. With a look of clear self-satisfaction, Count Vitskaya stressed that he was the sort of man who paid properly. If Vlad drove off the unknown raider, he promised there would be an even greater reward waiting for him afterward. Vlad said nothing at first. He simply stared at the pouch of gold resting on the table, his eyes fixed on it, as his thoughts moved silently behind his expression. Vlad finally lifted his eyes from the pouch and calmly began to negotiate, saying that taking on a job like this entirely by himself might be more difficult than it sounded. Count Vitskaya reacted as though he had already expected that answer, and with a cold, measured tone, he agreed that it was acceptable. Even if Vlad only managed to chase the raider away for a short while, Count Vitskaya said, that would be enough for now. Deep down, however, Count Vitskaya looked down on Vlad with complete contempt. To him, Vlad was nothing more than a cheap knight he could use for the moment, a temporary tool bought with gold. Of course, it would be best if Vlad somehow solved the entire problem, but even if he only held the situation together until Count Vitskaya could invite a truly famous knight, then Vlad would have served his purpose. Vlad lowered his gaze a little, as if weighing those words in silence, then gave a calm nod to show that he understood. But before the matter could be settled, he quietly added that he had one more request. Vlad met Count Vitskaya's eyes directly and said that instead of only receiving gold coins, there was something else he wanted. The request immediately puzzled the Count, who stared back at him and asked what Vlad could possibly want from him. Vlad explained that as a wandering knight, he wished to see more of the wider world with his own eyes. And since he had already traveled this far into Tonobo, he said it would only make sense for him to at least be allowed to enter the elves' forest. Then, with an expression that was completely serious, Vlad added one more condition. He also wanted a box of the tea Count Vitskaya had mentioned, the one said to be especially effective for coughs. At that, Count Vitskaya's aged eyes narrowed ever so slightly, a quiet irritation sharpening his gaze. Inside, he cursed Vlad as an insolent brat who had dared to ask for far more than expected. At first, Count Vitskaya had assumed Vlad was nothing more than an inexperienced rookie knight who did not understand the game being played around him. But now he realized that Vlad had been calmly drawing out exactly what he wanted, guiding the conversation so smoothly that refusing him had become difficult. And when Count Vitskaya thought of Lord Joseph standing behind Vlad as his powerful backer, his thoughts grew even heavier. He could not help wondering what kind of person had shaped a young knight like this. After a long silence, Count Vitskaya finally opened his mouth again. He stated that if those were Vlad's conditions, then simply blocking the raider for a short while would no longer be enough. Allowing a human into the elves' domain was no small matter, he said, and the burden of arranging such a thing would fall heavily on him as well. Before Count Vitskaya could continue any further, Vlad cut him off without hesitation, telling him there was no need to say more. Count Vitskaya was inwardly startled, as Vlad calmly pointed out that the elves themselves would also want trade to return to normal, addressing him directly as Count. With an aura around him that made careless provocation difficult, Vlad placed one hand over his chest and declared with firm certainty that he would resolve the problem. Some time later, on a dark night, a carriage stood motionless in the middle of a bridge, its path cut off as silence settled heavily over the road. Beneath that carriage, a terrified man hid with his body curled tight, trembling so violently that he could barely control his own breathing. From where he lay, the man could see the escorts who had traveled with the carriage. Every last one of them had been slaughtered, their bodies scattered along the roadside in the aftermath of the attack. Then a heavy footstep landed beside the carriage, and panic seized the man completely. The figure standing there had already noticed his hiding place beneath the carriage, and when the man looked up, he found himself staring into eyes that seemed almost demonic. Backlit by the faint light around him, the murderer loomed like a shadow and demanded to know whether the carriage was carrying the elves' goods. The frightened man crawled out from underneath the carriage and dropped to his knees on the ground, desperately confirming that the goods were inside while begging for his life. Once the murderer got the answer he wanted, he turned away and moved toward the rear of the carriage. When the murderer peered inside, he found the carriage stacked high with goods. At the sight of them, his pupils glimmered with a satisfied blue light. Not long after that, the entire carriage broke away from the bridge and plunged straight down into the abyss below. When a new day dawned, Vlad's group was already on the move, traveling down the road in a long, orderly line. Stefan rolled his eyes as sweat slid down his cheeks, finally realizing what was going on. With clear frustration in his voice, he complained that this was exactly why Vlad had brought him along. Riding his horse beside Stefan, Vlad answered casually that it was something along those lines. Stefan let out a sigh as the pieces clicked into place, muttering that no wonder Vlad had lent him a horse and offered such a generous commission fee. A moment later, Stefan felt a dark, prickling pressure from behind him and shuddered in his saddle. He muttered that the glares boring into his back were so intense, it felt as if they might pierce straight through the back of his skull. Behind them, Count Vitskaya's guards were indeed staring at Vlad's group with undisguised displeasure, their expressions stiff and hostile as they rode along. Stefan glanced back at the guards, then turned toward Vlad and asked just how badly he had beaten them for them to be glaring like that. Vlad remained perfectly calm and told him there was no need to worry, explaining that every sparring match had been conducted fairly. Stefan clearly could not accept that answer. He complained that Vlad had only stayed in Tanobo for a single month, and yet because of him, they were already hated this thoroughly. Vlad, completely unbothered, simply suggested that they earn a large reward from this job, and then move on to the next place. Vlad narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked that such things were simply part of a mercenary's life. Stefan broke into a cold sweat at that, and after an awkward pause, he admitted that even though their current situation was awful, Vlad was right enough that he had nothing useful to say back. Vlad looked toward Stefan again and reassured him that he would share part of his own reward as well. Since a chance this profitable did not come around often, Vlad told him they should handle the job properly and make the most of it. Stefan released a tired sigh and said it did not matter anymore. In the end, he would trust Vlad on this, addressing him with weary resignation as his dear employer. Seeing Stefan's reaction, Vlad felt quietly satisfied with himself. Bringing him along had been the right choice after all. Compared to trying to work with Count Vitskaya's knights, who clearly had no intention of cooperating smoothly, dealing with an experienced mercenary like Stefan was much easier. Vlad then turned to Stefan and asked how long it would take them to reach their destination. Stefan answered that if they kept moving at their current pace, they should arrive within 3 days. Hearing that, Vlad frowned inwardly. In 3 days, he would finally be able to see the elves. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword as he reminded himself that the only clue he had for tracing the source of those voices had come from something connected to the elves. In Vlad's mind, he imagined an elf holding an orange crystal, just like the gem set into the hilt of his sword. If that crystal truly belonged to them, then perhaps the elves would understand what was hidden inside it. At last, Vlad lifted his gaze toward the lush green road stretching far ahead and raised his voice, urging everyone to move forward. Under the soft light of early morning, the carriage began rolling ahead at a slow, steady pace, while the mounted group led by Vlad advanced in clean formation along the road. After some time, Stefan pointed toward the path ahead and told Vlad that it looked like they had arrived, urging him to look over in that direction. Deep within the forest, they spotted a wooden house standing among the trees. Seeing it, Vlad and Stefan guessed that this must be the trading place, and that outsiders were probably only allowed to come as far as this point. Just then, one of Count Vitskaya's guards turned back toward Vlad and said that the elves should already be waiting there. With obvious displeasure written across his face, the guard added that they would go ahead first and return shortly. In the meantime, he told Vlad to stay behind and guard the luggage. Vlad showed no sign of objection. He simply accepted the instruction with a calm expression and told the guard to proceed as planned. So Vlad remained behind with Gerda and Stefan, watching quietly as the others continued forward and gradually vanished from view among the trees. Once the guards were gone, Gerda clicked his tongue in irritation and complained that they were being far too obvious about keeping Vlad away from any important meeting. Vlad only smiled lightly and said there was nothing they could do about it, since the Vitskaya family's connection with the elves was said to be their very lifeline. After that, Vlad climbed up onto the roof of the carriage and told the others to rest for the time being. Raiders would not appear in a place like this, he said, so there was no need to stay tense for nothing. Sitting on top of the carriage, Vlad gazed off into the distance and quietly thought over the contract. His original condition had been to enter the elves' forest, and now that they had found the trading place, it would not be too late to return here after the mission was complete. With that in mind, he placed his hands behind his head, lay back, and decided to watch how things unfolded before choosing his next move. As sunlight filtered down through the canopy above, Vlad let his thoughts drift lazily elsewhere. Then he closed his eyes, loosened the strength in his body, and silently admired how fresh the air felt around him. The soft warmth of the shimmering sunlight settled over him, and Vlad thought to himself that this was the sort of air one would never experience in the harsh north. Somewhere nearby, a cascade of golden hair suddenly stirred in the breeze, fluttering softly among the leaves. An elven woman with orange-colored eyes leaned forward from where she stood on a tree branch, watching Vlad closely as he slept atop the carriage. Meanwhile, at the trading house, the area outside remained strangely quiet and empty, with no one in sight. Inside the quiet trading house, one of Count Vitskaya's guards stepped forward on behalf of the group and carefully placed a small chest onto the table. With a tense expression, he told the elf standing before him that, for the moment, this was all they were able to pay. The elven representative's eyes sharpened at once, flashing with a cold hostility as her gaze dropped to the chest. Then she answered in a cutting voice that this amount was not what they had promised. The guard visibly flinched and began stammering for an excuse, but before he could properly explain himself, the elven representative continued in a colder tone. Turning epsilon leaves into elf tea, she said, required an enormous amount of labor, and it was not something one or two people could simply finish on their own. Hearing that, the guard broke into a nervous sweat and hurried to defend himself. He quickly admitted that they understood the effort involved, addressing her respectfully as Lady Veratis, yet his voice faltered before he could say anything more. Lady Veratis cut him off without hesitation, saying that she already knew raiders had been blocking the trade route. With the truth exposed so directly, the guard pressed his lips together in fear, silently realizing that she had known everything from the beginning, and that this negotiation could collapse at any moment. A heavy silence settled between the two sides after that. Neither Lady Veratis nor Count Vitskaya's guard seemed willing to speak first, and the air inside the room grew increasingly tense. After some time, Lady Veratis finally broke the silence by asking whether the tea was selling well. The guard answered immediately, almost too quickly, saying that the tea was selling very well. If Lady Veratis would grant them just a little more time, he insisted, they would gather and pay the full amount. Lady Veratis did not respond right away. Instead, she asked another question in a calm but pointed voice, wondering how the tea was being received outside the central region, and whether people in other territories liked their tea as much. Count Vitskaya's guard looked toward Lady Veratis and carefully replied that, since the product was already so popular among the central nobles, nobles elsewhere would surely want it as well. That, he explained, was simply how trends spread. The moment Lady Veratis heard that, her expression darkened. In a voice chilled by displeasure, she remarked that if that were the case, then other lords would naturally begin wanting to trade with the elves directly. Her words startled Count Vitskaya's guard so badly that he nearly lost his composure. He quickly began to stammer that such a thing would be impossible, but before he could finish the sentence, his voice caught in his throat. Lady Veratis's sharp gaze pressed down on him, leaving no room for further excuses. She warned him that this was his final chance, and added that she sincerely hoped she would not have to go through the trouble of finding another seller. Realizing that Lady Veratis had still left him a path forward, Count Vitskaya's guard immediately bowed his head and said he understood. He promised that they would keep her warning in mind and prepare the remaining half of the gold as quickly as possible. Then, without warning, Lady Veratis tilted her head slightly, as though a completely different thought had just occurred to her. Her gaze shifted toward a direction beyond the walls of the house, and she casually asked about the person who had come with him. Count Vitskaya's guard hesitated in confusion, unsure what she meant, and asked her to explain. The guard blinked at her in uncertainty, then carefully asked exactly whom Lady Veratis was referring to. Lady Veratis answered as if the wooden walls in front of her meant nothing at all. She said she was talking about the one lying on top of the carriage. That answer stunned the guard inwardly. He could not understand how Lady Veratis could possibly see anything from inside the trading house, and in disbelief, he asked who exactly was lying there. At that moment, a white, glowing, five-pointed star appeared within Lady Veratis's pupils, shining faintly as her gaze sharpened. Lady Veratis kept staring straight at the wall of the house, her eyes fixed as though she were looking far beyond the room itself. Before her eyes, silvery white streams of spiritual energy began to twist and flow like drifting currents. As she observed them, Lady Veratis silently thought that the presence felt almost dizzying. Then, from a single bright point, that silvery white energy surged and gathered together. Lady Veratis could not clearly put the sensation into words. It was unfamiliar, yet somehow strangely familiar at the same time. The longer Lady Veratis watched that mysterious presence, the quieter she became, her expression settling into a deeper silence. After a moment, Lady Veratis lowered her face slightly and spoke again. She said that it must have been difficult for them to come all this way, so she would treat that person to a cup of tea. Count Vitskaya's guard immediately grew suspicious again and asked if she truly meant tea. Remembering the white particles of spiritual energy surrounding Vlad as he slept on top of the carriage, Lady Veratis gave a simple instruction. she told the guard to call the one lying on the carriage as well. At that same time, Vlad appeared to be sleeping deeply, his body completely still atop the carriage roof. A single golden leaf drifted downward and landed gently on the surface of a silver-colored lake, sending soft ripples spreading outward across the water. At that exact moment, Vlad jolted awake, his eyes snapping open wide as if something had pulled him out of sleep. Bracing himself with one hand, Vlad slowly sat up in a daze, but instead of the carriage roof, he found himself in a meadow soaked in dusk-colored light, and confusion immediately rose inside him as he wondered where this place could be. His eyes widened even further as sweat trickled down his face. For a moment, Vlad thought it might be a dream, but he rejected that idea almost instantly. Everything around him felt far too vivid, too real, to be dismissed so easily. Vlad stared ahead at the golden rice field stretching before him, each stalk swaying gently as if filled with spiritual energy. The more he looked, the more his confusion deepened. Then something behind him suddenly caught his attention. Vlad startled and turned around sharply, his thoughts racing as he realized just how strange this place truly was. Only then did Vlad notice the gigantic jade plant standing beside him. It radiated dazzling golden spiritual energy, and countless flowers bloomed across its massive form. Vlad stood frozen in front of it, completely dazed by the sight. He could only stare and silently wonder why flowers like these existed in a place like this at all. Just then, one of the flowers loosened from the plant and began to fall. The wind caught it gently, carrying it through the air toward Vlad. And while it hovered before him, the flower suddenly changed shape, transforming into a brilliant golden butterfly. Vlad watched the glowing butterfly flutter to a stop right in front of his face. Seeing something so impossible, he muttered to himself that this really had to be a dream. Without warning, the butterfly landed lightly on the tip of Vlad's nose. He froze on the spot, afraid to move even slightly, clenching his teeth as a muffled cry of astonishment burst through his mind. Vlad could see the butterfly resting on the bridge of his nose, its tiny wings shining with an intense golden light that filled his vision. His eyes widened as realization struck him. This was the world remembered by the voice, the mysterious presence connected to his sword. Vlad closed his eyes for a moment and steadied himself, telling himself that this was the only place where he might be able to trace that presence. While Vlad was still trying to understand where the butterfly had come from, a distant voice suddenly echoed through the empty space. It called out again and again, urgently shouting for its boss as if trying to pull him back. The butterfly fluttered away from Vlad's face, leaving behind faint, lingering waves of sound across the tip of his nose. All at once, Goethe rolled his eyes back and screamed at the top of his lungs, desperately calling for his boss. Only then did Vlad jolt awake in shock, his body snapping back to reality. The first thing Vlad saw was a pair of clear orange pupils staring directly down at him, so close that he had no time to understand what was happening. An elven woman was straddling Vlad on top of the carriage, both hands braced against the roof, as she leaned over him and fixed him with an intense, unwavering stare. Below the carriage, Goethe and the guards witnessed the entire shocking scene with their own eyes, unable to look away. Cold sweat broke across Vlad's face as he blurted out in disbelief, completely unable to process why an elven woman was suddenly right above him. Goethe stood frozen in place, his eyes turned white, and his mouth hanging wide open. Around him, Stefan and the others stared at Vlad and the elven woman in stunned silence, sweat sliding down their faces as none of them could find the words to react. The elven girl stayed exactly where she was over Vlad, making no move to pull away as confusion filled her face. She looked him over with an almost innocent intensity, wondering aloud what all of these strange things around him were. First, she pointed toward the glowing object resting against Vlad's chest, singling it out as if it were something she absolutely could not ignore. Then her finger shifted toward the jade gem set into the hilt of Vlad's sword, and she remarked that there was another one there as well, her curiosity only growing stronger. After that, she raised her hand again and pointed straight at Vlad's nose, adding that there was something there too. To Vlad, the elven girl's entire figure seemed wrapped in brilliant golden sunlight as she leaned over him, pointing at him with pure, unfiltered curiosity. At the same time, the golden butterfly hovered lightly in the air, its metallic body shimmering as its wings beat softly before Vlad's eyes. A little later, the elven girl hid behind Varatis and continued watching Vlad from there, making Vlad wonder helplessly what strange problem had appeared this time. Sitting across from the two elves, Vlad inwardly let out a weary lament. One mysterious elf had already been difficult enough, and now there were two of them staring at him. When Vlad noticed both pairs of eyes drifting toward him again, he began to sweat on the inside, feeling the situation grow more uncomfortable by the second and wondering when the carriage would finally be ready. Then someone suddenly spoke up, drawing Vlad's attention toward the title engraved on him, the knight who had protected the children's breath. Viratus turned his gaze toward Vlad and asked what that title meant. Vlad touched the engraved letters on his armor and explained that the Northern Archdiocese of San Rosino had carved it there for him. He added that, in the past, he had once saved children from a rather unusual being. Hearing that, Viratus spoke with genuine admiration, saying that it was splendid. Beside him, the elven girl nodded along as if she fully agreed. Seeing their reaction, Vlad noticed that the girl had also been staring closely at his armor and the amber. That made him think more strongly than ever that elves and spirits must share some kind of connection. Just then, the door of the house opened, and a demon maid entered with a tray of drinks in her hands. Viratus turned toward her and remarked that the timing was perfect, adding that the carriage was ready. Then Viratus looked back at Vlad and said that, regardless of race, he respected the knight who had stood against that peculiar being. Vlad narrowed his eyes slightly, gave a composed nod, and replied that he was honored. As Vlad lifted his gaze toward them, he quietly judged the mood in the room. Viratus seemed cold at first glance, but the goodwill in his words was unmistakable, and Vlad began to think that if things continued smoothly, entering the elves' forest might not be impossible after all. The guards were also served drinks, and they accepted them with polite gratitude, saying that they would drink with appreciation. Viratus then gestured toward the cup placed before Vlad, inviting him to drink as well. Steam still curled from the tea, and Vlad picked up the cup while thinking that even if the taste was not to his liking, he needed to leave a favorable impression before taking a sip. He brought it closer, breathed in the scent, and praised its fragrance. But just as Vlad was about to drink, the elven girl suddenly covered the mouth of the cup with both hands, startling him completely. She leaned across the table, looked up at Vlad with her golden eyes, and firmly refused to let him drink. The sight left Count Vitskaya's guards gaping in shock, while even the elven soldiers nearby began to sweat nervously at the unexpected interruption. Viratus glanced at the girl in silence, looking as though another crease had been added beneath his eyes. Yet even he seemed unable to find the right words. The elven girl pulled her legs up with firm determination and declared again that Vlad was not allowed to drink the tea. Vlad, unsure how he was supposed to react, hesitated before carefully asking her why. The elven girl stared straight at Vlad without giving any explanation. Then, all at once, she lowered her head, her expression turning strangely sorrowful. Her feet swung lightly beneath her as she kept gripping the teacup in Vlad's hands, repeating with quiet insistence that he simply could not drink it. But the cute little movement of her feet did not match the seriousness of her refusal at all, leaving Vlad even more confused than before. Vlad forced a stiff smile onto his face, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he could not remember doing anything that would have earned this kind of reaction. Sometime later, once they were outside, Goethe leaned closer to Vlad and whispered that he needed to be careful with his expression, because the elves were still watching him. Sure enough, the elves stood lined up in front of the house, their eyes fixed directly on Vlad's group. Noticing the elven girl clinging tightly to Viratus's arm from behind him, Goethe said with certainty that she had to be someone of high status, because when they entered the trading post earlier, the other elves had treated her with formal courtesy. Hearing that, Vlad turned his head slightly and replied that either way his chance of entering the elves' forest seemed to be gone now. Inwardly, he cursed his own mistake and wondered again what he had possibly done wrong. Just then, the captain of Count Vitskaya's guard mounted his horse and called for everyone to move out, saying they needed to cross the cliff before sunset. Vlad immediately answered that he understood. But before Vlad could climb onto his own horse, someone suddenly called out for him to wait. Vlad turned back and saw the elven girl whispering something to Viratus. Viratus leaned slightly forward, listening to her with serious attention, and as she continued speaking, he nodded as if confirming what she meant. After clearing his throat, Viratus spoke to Vlad, saying that he felt bad about sending him away like this. The elven girl hid behind Viratus once more while he continued speaking, earnestly asking Vlad to forgive the mistake she had made earlier. Vlad answered in an indifferent tone that it was fine and that he did not mind. Viratus went on, adding that he had also heard something happened earlier on the carriage. That remark immediately made Vlad suspicious. Viratus glanced toward the elven girl. Seeing that she remained silent, still clinging tightly to his arm without saying a word, he let out a sigh as if he understood exactly what she wanted. Then Viratus stepped forward on his own, faced Vlad directly, and extended his hand with quiet confidence. He said that he wished to meet Vlad again sometime soon, and if nothing else, hoped this gesture would make up for their earlier discourtesy. Vlad looked down at the hand offered to him with unease, silently wondering whether a handshake held the same meaning for elves as it did for humans. Sensing Vlad's hesitation, Viratus explained that this gesture was their way of inviting someone. Unlike humans, he said, elves did not offer handshakes lightly. The nearby guards immediately broke into nervous whispers. They wondered what exactly was happening, muttering that they had worked for so long just to reach this point, only for Viratus to accomplish it all in a single day. Even more unbelievable was the fact that an elf had been the one to extend the invitation first. Vlad then reached out and grasped Viratus's hand, accepting the invitation without hesitation. With his eyes sharpening into a bright, determined gleam, Vlad added that this would be a valuable opportunity to broaden his knowledge. Viratus met Vlad's gaze and replied that he truly hoped Vlad would come at least once. Then Viratus suddenly looked down at the orange crystal embedded in the hilt of Vlad's sword and told him to make sure he brought that amber along. Vlad was left confused and asked what he meant. Viratus glanced toward the elven girl hiding behind him and explained that she had taken a strong interest in the amber. After that, Viratus's gaze shifted once again, and he added that he was also interested in Vlad himself, especially the silver spiritual energy surrounding him. Those words made Vlad flinch in surprise. Right after that, Vlad turned his head once more toward the elven girl as she waved goodbye to him. Around her small figure, he could see countless clusters of radiant golden light drifting and sparkling, as if the sunlight itself had gathered around her. Much later, while Vlad rode along the road with the others, one thought finally caught up to him. Only then did he realize that after everything that had happened, he had never even asked the elven girl for her name. Goethe looked at Vlad suspiciously and asked why that mattered so much. Vlad answered in a straightforward voice that if they met again, he would at least need to know what to call her. Goethe gave a foolish laugh and said she had truly been beautiful in the way only an elf could be. Then he added that once she grew a little more, even looking at her directly might become difficult. Vlad immediately frowned at that, questioning whether Goethe was seriously thinking that way when the girl looked so much like a child. Goethe responded with open disdain, asking what Vlad was even talking about. With elves, he said, there was no telling. She might already be well over 100 years old. Goethe emphasized that no human could judge an elf's age by appearance alone. Hearing that, Vlad's expression darkened a little as he wondered how someone with such a youthful face could possibly have lived 100 years, though in the end, he had to admit that Goethe's point made sense. At that moment, the captain of Count Vitskaya's guard stepped forward and warned Vlad in a serious tone that from here on, they would need to stay alert. The captain explained that once they left the forest past the cliff, and continued all the way to the bridge ahead. Everything beyond that point would be considered a danger zone. Raiders usually appeared somewhere along that stretch, so no one could afford to relax. That warning caught Vlad's attention, and he remarked that the stone bridge they had passed on the way in had looked like the most dangerous spot. The captain confirmed it without hesitation, saying that they had already lost many carriages there. Vlad looked up at the sky and checked the position of the sun, seeing that it would soon set. He suggested that they spend the night nearby instead of pushing forward recklessly. The captain rejected the idea at once. He said that staying overnight was impossible, because the forest was much colder than the elves' domain, and if they failed to return quickly, the tea leaves would freeze solid. The captain then proposed that from this point onward, they should keep moving without stopping, even if it meant cutting down their sleep. After hearing the reasoning, Vlad gave a short nod and said he understood. Vlad immediately began giving orders. He stated that he would ride at the front and take the lead, while the others were to spread out and cover both sides of the pack carriage. The captain placed one hand over his chest and bowed without delay, acknowledging Vlad's command with formal obedience. Goethe watched the captain turn and head toward the carriage, a faint, knowing smile creeping onto his face. Then Goethe covered his mouth and whispered to Vlad that it was funny how they had been treated like northern drifters only a short while ago. Yet the moment Vlad received an invitation from an elf, everyone suddenly became polite. Vlad sharply told him to shut up and ordered him to move to the side of the pack carriage. Vlad then turned toward Stefan and commanded him to take position at the rear. Stefan answered immediately, accepting the order without complaint. Only after the formation began to settle did Vlad sink into his own thoughts. Counting himself, they had 6 knights in total, and no ordinary bandit should have been reckless enough to attack such a group. If someone still chose to appear, then that person had to be after something other than simple plunder. As the sun slowly sank behind the mountains, Vlad looked ahead with a heavy feeling he could not explain, sensing that they were walking straight into a lion's den. Night eventually fell, and thick fog spread through the forest like a pale curtain. Even so, Vlad's group continued forward, pressing deeper into the dangerous road without slowing down. Vlad rode at the head of the procession, his watchful eyes sweeping across the trees and shadows around them. Behind him, the captain and his men also scanned every direction, while Goethe and Stefan moved with the group, both of them keeping sharp lookout as the fog closed in. Then Vlad suddenly caught sight of a flash of light bursting from the slope of a distant mountain. For a split second, he wondered if it might have been starlight glinting through the mist, but the light did not fade. Instead, it grew larger and larger as it rushed toward them, and a thunderous roar soon tore through the night air. Vlad sensed danger instantly and reached for his sword, but the blinding streak of radiance shot past him before he could even draw the blade. The light flew straight behind Vlad at terrifying speed, moving so fast that his sword had not even cleared its sheath before the attack had already passed. Soldier in the group let out a pained groan as something slammed deep into the center of his chest. In the very next instant, his body toppled from the horse and crashed down hard. When the others saw the soldier lying motionless on the ground with a smoking object lodged in his chest, someone cried out in shock, demanding to know what had just happened and what that thing even was. Vlad's face turned pale as cold sweat ran down his skin. Fear tightened around him as he admitted to himself that he had not seen the attack clearly at all, leaving him to wonder what on earth had just struck them. When Vlad finally made out the object buried in the soldier's chest, confusion hit him even harder. It was nothing more than a pebble, and yet that tiny stone had punched straight through plate armor as if it were no obstacle at all. Vlad's pupils widened in terror. Something like that should have been impossible, and yet the evidence was lying right in front of him. At that moment, the captain suddenly pointed toward the distance and shouted for everyone to look. Far away, on the peak of a mountain, a lone figure stood against the darkness, and the captain loudly declared that the raider had appeared. Hearing that, Vlad clenched his teeth in silent disagreement. Calling someone like that a raider was absurd. Whoever stood on that mountain was no ordinary thief waiting to steal goods from a carriage. Vlad fixed his gaze on the distant figure. The man's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and one of his hands was still wrapped in silver energy. Seeing that, Vlad understood the enemy was a knight. Standing high atop the mountain, the mysterious man lifted another stone, letting energy gather around it until the small rock seemed charged with lethal force. Then the man bent forward and hurled it down with explosive force, sending the stone flying like a crushing strike aimed from the heavens. One of Vlad's men took the impact directly in the chest. The blow slammed him onto his back and dust burst upward around his body as he hit the ground. The captain of the guard was still supporting the soldier who had been struck earlier, leaving him unable to help the second man. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he cursed under his breath. At the same time, the captain turned toward the two soldiers behind him and shouted at them, demanding to know what they were doing. He ordered everyone to get off their horses and form a defensive formation. But Vlad immediately shouted back in anger, ordering them not to dismount. Since the group was still in the middle of the bridge, the captain tried to object by calling Vlad's name, but Vlad cut him off sharply, pointing out that they were standing on a bridge with no cover anywhere around them. The captain, still holding up his wounded comrade, pressed his lips together as Vlad continued. Vlad demanded to know if he did not understand that stopping here would only make them perfect targets. Vlad looked up again at the man on the mountain and quickly judged the situation. The enemy had not truly intended to kill them yet. If killing had been the purpose, he would have thrown something sharp instead of ordinary rocks. With a cold frown, Vlad reached the answer in his mind. This attack was not a finishing blow. It was a warning. Watching the confidence of the sword-bearing man on the mountain, Vlad understood the message behind it. This was a predator's warning, meant to show that he could take them down whenever he wished. Then Vlad raised his voice and shouted for everyone to run. From this point on, he declared, they would break through at full speed. The moment Vlad finished speaking, he kicked his horse forward and urged Noor to charge ahead. Goethe reacted immediately, spurring his own horse while shouting in panic for everyone to run. Stefan glanced toward his own squad and quickly gave the order that they would run as well. He told everyone to seize the reins and move before they became the next targets. Then Stefan rode alongside Goethe, both of them charging after Vlad. Seeing them move, several of Count Vitskaya's guards turned anxiously toward their captain and asked what they were supposed to do. Watching them hesitate, the captain erupted in fury and shouted back, asking what else they could possibly do. With no other choice left, he ordered them to follow Vlad and the others. In the blink of an eye, Vlad surged forward at the very front, with Goethe and Stefan's forces racing after him through the fog-covered road. The mysterious man's eyes widened as he watched the group move below him, his gaze sharpening the moment he noticed the figure at the head of their charge. At the same time, another flash of concentrated energy burst from the mountaintop. The instant it appeared, someone cried out in alarm, warning that the attack was coming again and shouting for everyone to spread out before it landed. At the front of the group, Vlad's eye shone with a pale white glow. Without slowing his horse, he shouted back to the others, telling them not to panic, not to look back, and to keep running with everything they had. In the next breath, a blazing beam of light tore down from above, descending like a missile aimed straight at the fleeing riders. Vlad's glowing eye flashed even sharper. He clenched his teeth, lowered his posture, and kept driving forward instead of turning away. The sphere of light from the sky slammed directly into Vlad's chest, and in that instant, a dazzling explosion erupted, sending waves of force rippling outward in every direction. Broken fragments of light scattered wildly through the air, with some raining down among the riders. But even with danger falling around them, not a single person dared to stop running. That sight made the mysterious man freeze for a moment, clearly startled by what Vlad had just done. Meanwhile, Vlad glanced down at his sword, watching the spiritual power radiating from its blade. He realized the defense was working. The first attack had been too sudden and impossible to predict, leaving them no time to react, but now that he understood the timing, he knew they could answer the next one. The captain of the guard broke into an excited shout, unable to hide his relief as he cried out that they had actually blocked the attack. Then he immediately twisted around in the saddle and yelled to everyone behind him, urging them to keep moving and follow Sir Vlad without hesitation. But suddenly, from the mountaintop above, the mysterious man launched himself downward, racing along the slope of the mountain and heading straight for Vlad. Vlad gritted his teeth and urged his horse on harder. They had made it. They had crossed the bridge. If they could just break through the forest ahead at this speed, he believed they still had a chance to escape. But before that thought could even fully settle in his mind, Vlad's body jolted as a sudden chill of shock ran through him. Right before his eyes, an overwhelming surge of white spiritual power erupted into view. The mysterious man appeared in Vlad's path, raising a brilliantly glowing sword that blocked the way forward like a wall of light. The captain of the guard stared in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide and frozen. Behind him, Goethe and Stefan broke out in cold sweat, shaken by the terrifying amount of energy pouring from the man. Vlad instantly glanced over his shoulder and shouted for everyone to scatter. Then, without slowing down, he drove himself straight toward the blazing beam of light standing in his path. A heartbeat later, a devastating explosion ripped through the forest. Trees were blasted into the air, trunks snapped apart, and thick white smoke swallowed the area all at once. Vlad crashed to the ground with a groan, but even as his body hit the dirt, his hand remained locked around the hilt of his sword. Through the drifting dust and smoke, Vlad lifted his gaze in shock and saw that the tree line ahead had been sliced clean through, its upper half completely sheared away. Cavalry formation had collapsed into chaos. Horses and riders lay trapped beneath fallen trees, their cries of pain echoing through the broken forest. Then from behind Vlad, the mysterious man calmly approached and remarked that Vlad had shown quick judgment, daring choices, and on top of that, the relentless execution needed to carry those choices through. The man walked through the smoke as if the destruction around him had nothing to do with him, not a single speck of dirt marking his body. Looking at Vlad, he admitted that what Vlad had shown was not bad at all. With cloth wrapped around his head and silver showing in both his hair and beard, the man looked down with a cold, piercing stare. He confessed that he was honestly impressed, saying he had assumed Vitskaya County was full of useless dead weight and never expected to find a knight like Vlad among them. Vlad responded without a word. He pushed himself up in one sharp motion and immediately pointed his sword at the man, every muscle in his body tense with caution. Seeing Vlad rise so quickly and take his stance again, the mysterious man looked genuinely surprised for a brief moment. In the next instant, Vlad sprang forward and disappeared from sight. He reappeared right in front of the man, driving his sword straight toward the man's throat. But the man slipped back just enough to avoid the thrust. Then he angled his body, raised his own sword, and caught Vlad's attack before it could reach him. Sparks burst between the two blades, but the man paid them almost no attention as he glanced at Vlad again. A moment later, both fighters drew their swords back at the same time, their blades carving matching arcs through the air. Vlad clenched his teeth and pressed the attack again, striking with fierce speed. But every blow he unleashed was calmly and effortlessly shut down by the man. A sharp gleam flashed through Vlad's eyes. With a shout, he poured his strength into the next strike, and a blinding white light flared across the man's face. The man twisted his wrist backward and intercepted Vlad's slash, their blades crashing together as crackling electricity burst between them. The impact forced the man backward, his feet scraping across the ground as he slid away. Vlad, however, remained planted in place, lightning curling around his sword as he lifted it beside his ear and locked his eyes on his opponent. For the first time, the man's brow furrowed with real seriousness, and he demanded to know exactly who Vlad was. His eyes moved over Vlad's stance, and then he questioned how Vlad had learned that swordsmanship. Vlad froze in shock, his mind reeling as he wondered how this man could possibly recognize the swordsmanship taught by the voice. Without warning, the man's sword began to tremble, releasing a dense surge of spiritual energy. In a low voice, he warned Vlad that depending on his answer, Vlad might have to surrender his head. The power around the man's blade flared violently, and his cold, threatening eyes made it clear that he was no longer speaking casually. Then both men raised their swords and took the same stance, facing each other in perfect mirrored posture as they prepared to strike. The sight sent a chill through Vlad. He stared in horror, wondering what this man truly was, while the man answered with an icy gaze, saying it seemed they were both curious about the same thing. Keeping his sword lifted beside his ear, the man continued in a steady voice, saying that the sword's path must stretch forward in a straight and unwavering line without the slightest hesitation. Vlad's face was damp with sweat, but he did not dare look away. The man went on, saying that the only thing capable of opening that path was one decisive strike, built upon the power of the unexpected. The old man's eyes flashed with a razor-sharp light as he declared that this was the essence of the one-strike kill. Then, without warning, his figure blurred and vanished from Vlad's sight. The very next instant, the man appeared at Vlad's side and unleashed a slash, fully embodying the one-strike kill he had just spoken of. At the same moment, a violent burst of five-colored spiritual energy exploded outward, filling the space between them with overwhelming force. Vlad's sword was knocked high into the air as the man completed his lightning-fast technique, his eyes following the flutter of Vlad's cloak in the aftermath. A second later, as the cloak slowly settled back down, Vlad's sword came plunging into the ground behind him. Vlad stood completely frozen, unable to move, while the man's sword rested against his neck with terrifying precision. The man straightened his posture, his expression hard and unyielding, and said he would ask only one final time. The killing intent blazing in his eyes, he clenched his teeth and hissed the question at Vlad, demanding to know who he really was. The image of a sword king appearing behind Vlad flashed through the man's mind. His pressure grew even heavier as he demanded to know who Vlad was to be using imperial swordsmanship, leaving Vlad standing there in absolute terror. Warm sunlight poured into Count Vitskaya's reception room, spreading across the polished furniture as the Count looked at the young man seated before him. With a pleased expression, he praised Vlad, saying that he had done fine work and had dealt with a troublesome matter far better than expected. Count Vitskaya lifted his teacup and took a slow sip before continuing. He added that he had heard the duel had been far from easy, and then, with a faint trace of regret in his voice, mentioned that it was unfortunate Vlad had been unable to recover his opponent's corpse. At those words, Vlad fell quiet. His gaze lowered slightly, and his thoughts drifted back to the night of the ambush, when that mysterious swordsman had stood before him in the darkness, and Vlad had asked him about the imperial swordsmanship style. Back then, the man had noticed Vlad's stunned expression, and looked at him as though he could hardly believe it. He had asked whether Vlad had truly never heard of imperial swordsmanship before, and whether Vlad had been swinging that blade all this time without even knowing what style he was using. That same moment, the captain of Count Vitskaya's guard, who had been lying nearby, finally began to regain consciousness. Seeing that the situation was shifting, the mysterious man lowered his sword. His killing intent eased just enough for him to tell Vlad that, from the look of things, the two of them would need to have a long conversation. Then, as if the fight had already ended in his mind, the man turned away from Vlad and began to leave, telling him to wait for him in Tanobo. As the man's figure slowly faded into the darkness, his voice lingered behind him. He reminded Vlad that the matter would come down to either honor or his life, and that the choice belonged to Vlad alone. When Vlad's thoughts returned to the present, he closed his eyes for a brief moment before answering Count Vitskaya's praise. In a calm voice, he said that he had only survived because luck had been on his side. Count Vitskaya laughed at that, as if he found the answer amusing. He admitted that luck had certainly played a role, then added that Vlad probably had no idea how much trouble that bastard had caused him. After thinking it over for a moment, Vlad spoke again, his tone more serious this time. He said that the man he had faced had been frighteningly skilled. Count Vitskaya's eyes narrowed slightly as Vlad continued. Vlad pointed out that even if the Count's knights had been with him at the time, there was no way they would have been able to match that man in combat. Then Vlad's voice turned cold. He remarked that this must have been exactly why Count Vitskaya had avoided sending a knight captain, because the Count had already known that even the sharpest sword in his possession would not have been enough to stop that unknown raider. The accusation clearly irritated Count Vitskaya. He set his teacup down with a sharper motion than before and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere, saying that anyone who carried responsibility had to think about what would come afterward. But Vlad did not let the matter slip away so easily. Keeping his eyes on the Count, he asked who Count Vitskaya had planned to call in if Vlad had failed. Count Vitskaya paused and considered the question for a short while. Then he answered plainly, saying that he had intended to summon the Dragon Killer Knights. As the image of Mircea Dragulia leading his forces with his sword came to mind, Count Vitskaya explained that their cooperation could not be obtained for nothing. To move them, one needed a proper justification, such as the appearance of a dragon or an enemy powerful enough to be treated as something similar. The Count went on to say that Vlad's failure would have provided exactly that kind of excuse. After all, Vlad was a dragon slayer who had been permitted to bear the emblem of the Dragon Killer Knights, and that would have made the situation impossible to ignore. Hearing those words, Vlad's hand tightened around the cloth resting on his thigh. In that instant, he understood just how far Count Vitskaya had intended to go. The Count had planned to use Vlad, the knights who followed him, and even Vlad's death if it became convenient. Then, as if the ugly truth had never been spoken aloud, Count Vitskaya suddenly produced a pouch and smiled. He said he was truly relieved that Vlad had settled the matter, adding that hiring the Dragon Killer Knights would not have been cheap. The Count tossed the pouch onto the table between them and told Vlad to take it. He added that he had placed more money inside than the amount they had originally agreed upon. Count Vitskaya then moved on to another subject, saying that since Vlad had already received an invitation from the elves, he would no longer need the Count's letter of recommendation. The extra payment, he explained, also included compensation for that part of the arrangement. Vlad looked at the pouch for a moment, then quietly gathered his thoughts. After a short silence, he stated that he would be leaving. He rose from his seat and prepared to walk out, but before he could leave, Count Vitskaya suddenly called after him. The Count asked whether it would not be a waste for someone like Vlad to rot away in the north. Count Vitskaya took another measured sip of tea and continued, saying he had heard that Vlad had been exiled. Then he suggested that instead of serving a lord who had thrown him aside, Vlad might be better off working under someone who truly understood his value. With a calculating gleam in his eyes, Count Vitskaya sweetened the offer even further. He promised Vlad treatment beyond anything he could possibly imagine receiving in that insignificant northern land. Those words made anger surge through Vlad so sharply that the veins in his hands stood out. Still, he forced himself to remain still, holding back the fury behind a respectful tone. He thanked Count Vitskaya for the offer, but made it clear that what he wanted was not better treatment. He wanted a lord he could actually trust. Count Vitskaya listened while calmly drinking his tea. Then, with a disappointed sigh, he said that it was truly a great shame. Just as the conversation seemed to be ending, Vlad suddenly added that he had a feeling they would meet again someday. That unexpected remark made Count Vitskaya lift his eyebrows, confusion flickering across his face. Vlad then turned his gaze directly on Count Vitskaya. His eyes were cold, steady, and sharp enough to make the air in the room feel heavier. The pressure in Vlad's stare struck Count Vitskaya harder than any spoken threat. For a moment, the Count's composure cracked, and fear rushed through him so suddenly that the teacup slipped from his hand. The cup hit the floor and shattered, sending broken pieces skittering across the room as spilled tea splashed over the ground. Vlad said nothing. He only kept glaring, but that silent expression alone was enough to make Count Vitskaya panic, his face stiffening as cold sweat began to bead on his skin. Seeing the Count lose his nerve, Vlad finally turned away. As he walked toward the exit, he thought that one day he would have to collect a fair price for the way Count Vitskaya had deceived both him and the North. Count Vitskaya remained behind him, stunned and unable to respond. Vlad ignored him completely and left the room with a cold, unshaken stride. Later, as the sun tilted toward the west and its light slipped between the narrow streets, Vlad walked along an empty road. The quiet stretched around him until a small pebble suddenly bounced against his foot. Vlad stopped in place and glanced toward the direction the pebble had come from. But there was no one there, only stillness pressing in from the empty street. He stepped into a deserted alley where the sunlight cut across his body in thin bands, and the only sound was the echo of his own footsteps. Then Vlad sensed something behind him, stopped without turning around, and calmly said that no one was following him. At that moment, from a dark corner that had looked completely empty, a man quietly stepped out. He asked whether Vlad was not a knight of Vitskaya County. It was the same mysterious man Vlad's group had encountered in the mountains. He added that if Vlad had truly been one of Count Vitskaya's knights, then Vlad would not have chosen honor. The man came to stand before Vlad, his presence calm but impossible to ignore. Then he asked whether it was time for them to have a proper conversation. Sometime later, the two of them sat inside a grill shop, plates of meat laid out in front of them. The man ate casually and remarked that the food was not bad, then asked how Vlad had found a place like this. Vlad answered without making much of it, saying that back alleys were the same no matter where one went. Hearing that answer, the man lifted his beer and took a drink. As he watched Vlad across the table, he quietly thought that this young knight was a strange one. The man observed how comfortably Vlad ate the cheap street food in front of him. At a glance, Vlad carried the bearing of someone connected to a noble house, yet somehow he blended into the slums more naturally than anyone around him. After a while, the man finally began the conversation himself. He asked why Vlad was not asking him anything. Vlad looked puzzled and asked what he meant, so the man clarified that he was talking about his name. Vlad kept eating as he answered. In a matter-of-fact tone, he explained that retired knights did not hand out their names so easily. That answer made the man pause inwardly. He wondered how Vlad had figured out that he was a retired knight. Thinking of the sharp gaze of an old knight he once knew, Vlad looked directly at the man and said it was because he reminded him of someone familiar. His skill, his unhurried air, and even the way he watched Vlad all felt strangely similar. The man took another drink of beer before answering. He admitted that Vlad was only half right, then explained that qualities like those appeared only in people who had reached the lowest point. Vlad pushed back without hesitation. He said that on the lowest road, the honor a person was supposed to pick up was not theft. The retired knight's expression immediately turned more thoughtful. After a quiet pause, he admitted that there was still something left unfinished, and that his retirement had come much sooner than he had ever expected. Vlad had not expected such a straightforward answer from him. For a moment, he could only sit there in silence, unable to find the right words to respond. After a little while, the retired knight looked at Vlad with a sharper gaze and reminded him that Vlad owed him his life. When Vlad quietly acknowledged that this was true, the man's eyes narrowed, and he declared that he had every right to collect a fair price for it. A cold sweat ran down Vlad's face as the weight of those words sank in. Still, he could not deny it, so he admitted once again that the retired knight was right. The retired knight then explained that there were many things he needed to ask, and just as many things that still needed to be done. Because of that, Vlad would have to help him for a while. Vlad, however, did not accept blindly. Staying cautious, he insisted that he should at least hear what the man wanted first. In response, the retired knight placed a small paper wrapping on the table. Inside were several dried leaves, and he asked Vlad if he knew what they were. Vlad answered almost immediately, saying they were epsilon leaves, the so-called elf tea. But the retired knight rejected that answer at once and revealed the truth. This was not simply tea, it was a drug. Thinking of the elves and the name attached to them, the retired knight explained that in the language of the empire, epsilon meant elf tea. He pictured young nobles gathering together, raising their glasses as if they were enjoying some refined new luxury. Its fragrance spread fresh and clean, enough to make people think of a forest, while its sharp taste was said to clear the eyes and wake the senses. Because of that, epsilon had quickly become popular among young nobles in the central region. But that elegant image soon gave way to something soaked in blood. The retired knight explained that suicides among noble youths had recently risen at an alarming rate, and by the time anyone realized what was causing it, the damage had already gone too far. Hearing that, Vlad wondered if epsilon caused hallucinations or something similar. The retired knight denied it, saying that if the side effects had appeared from the very beginning, someone would have noticed the danger long ago. Then the retired knight's expression darkened, and his voice grew cold. He explained that epsilon created an incredibly high dependency, produced an absurdly strong awakening effect, and then dragged people into a crushing depression powerful enough to push them towards self-harm. As if that were not cruel enough, he added that young people these days were already carrying depression before the drug ever touched them. The retired knight thought of a worn-out young man sitting slumped in a chair, his face dull and lifeless. Then he spoke of the cruelty behind it all, explaining that as the empire's condition weakened, the future pillars of the nation were being driven onto battlefields, while the old claimed every glorious position for themselves and left the young with almost no opportunities. He imagined users collapsing with their faces hidden in their hands and continued in a heavy voice. It had already been an age where everyone was exhausted and depressed, so no one realized that they had quietly become addicted to epsilon until it was too late. Those words made Vlad frown. If the cause had finally been discovered, he questioned whether they could simply ban epsilon by law and stop it from spreading any further. The retired knight replied that young, upright people like Vlad could not easily see the dark web stretching deep beneath the surface of the world. Vlad, not fully understanding what he meant, asked him to explain. With the image of a shadowy figure controlling an organization in mind, the retired knight spoke grimly. He explained that the interests tied to epsilon had already sunk their roots deep into the empire, so deeply that a handful of deaths would never be enough to stop it. Thinking of piles of treasure changing hands, the retired knight emphasized the chain behind it all. Epsilon created money, money turned into power, and the old power holders were gathering bright gold from the deaths of the young. A sharp killing intent began to radiate from the retired knight as he spoke. He declared that one person's misery had become another person's happiness, and that he intended to bring that twisted happiness to an end. Vlad looked out toward the town in the distance, where the line between light and darkness seemed almost painfully clear, and quietly said that Goethe had been right. As Vlad observed more closely, he noticed that the dark residential area had no lights at all. Only black smoke rose from it in thick columns, staining the air above the rooftops. Seeing that, he continued by saying that the slum could not have existed there for very long. Farther beyond that gloomy district, brilliant high-rise buildings stood beside the darkness, glowing with wealth and splendor. Vlad remarked that Tanobo would only grow richer as time passed, and that the county of Vitskaya was clearly establishing itself as a new power in the central region. The retired knight frowned as he looked toward the same view. In a low voice, he said that the people of the domain were not receiving any share of those benefits. Smoke continued to billow from the rooftops of the slum as the retired knight explained what was really happening. More and more people were being pushed to the edge of the city, and once there, they were being mobilized to produce epsilon. Hearing that, Vlad finally understood why the retired knight had been carrying out raids. The more epsilon he stole from them, the more lives he could keep from being consumed by it. A faint blue light flickered in Vlad's eyes as that realization settled in. To him, the retired knight's purpose was undeniably noble. Vlad remembered the old knight's technique, the one that had radiated five-colored energy. In his heart, he silently acknowledged that the man's resolve was just as noble as the world Vlad had seen that day. Then Vlad lifted his gaze toward the distance. With his decision already made, he declared that this was something he ought to do. Some time passed, and two neat stacks of gold coins were placed on the table before Vlad. Vlad folded his arms and stared down at the coins, thinking that 20 gold was a strangely ambiguous price for a life. Since it seemed to be the payment he had received from Count Vitskaya, Vlad decided he would simply record the rest of what the Count still owed him as a debt. Suddenly, Vlad called out to Goethe. Goethe, who had been busy packing their belongings, turned around in confusion at the sound of his name. Vlad spread 3 gold coins out in front of him and told Goethe that this was his pay. The moment Goethe received the coins, his eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. He stared at Vlad in disbelief, blurting out that Vlad was really giving him 3 whole gold coins. Then Vlad handed over another coin and said that one was for security. Goethe looked even more stunned, but Vlad kept going, instructing him to use the money to pay for their inn and to cover the old man staying in the room next door as well. This time, Goethe's excitement vanished. His body stiffened, and he questioned why they had to pay for that old man too, wondering aloud if they were actually going to travel with him. Seeing Goethe's reaction, Vlad glanced at him and explained that, at least for a while, that was exactly what would happen. Goethe then asked whether the old man even had a horse to ride, leaving Vlad sweating slightly, and, for a brief moment, unable to answer. After that, Vlad handed Goethe 3 more coins and told him to find a decent horse. It did not need to be anything fancy, Vlad said, but it absolutely could not be some broken-down wreck either. Now, holding his empty pouch, Vlad could only lament that the one walking the lowest road was always broke. He even remarked that he had heard Sir Lamond had once wandered around without a single coin to his name as well. Vlad then pulled on his cloak and announced that he was going to see Stefan. Goethe looked confused and pointed out that Vlad had already paid the remaining amount when he returned. Vlad glanced back at Goethe with a faint smile and explained that because of him, Stefan and his people had probably ended up on the wrong side of Count Vitskaya. That meant Vlad should compensate them properly. He added that not a single person had run away during the mission, and that a mercenary band like the Thorn Tree Mercenaries was rare enough to be worth maintaining a connection with. Hearing that, Goethe's eyes widened before he admitted that Vlad had a point. As Vlad stepped out through the door, he told Goethe that they would leave as soon as he returned. Goethe waved him off and assured him that he would have everything prepared by then. After Vlad left, Goethe suddenly found himself noticing something he had not paid attention to before. Watching Vlad's back as he walked away, Goethe wondered if his captain's shoulders had always looked that broad. Goethe remembered the first time he had met Vlad, back when Vlad had seemed like nothing more than a vicious punk who did not understand the way the world worked. But now, looking at that sturdy and matured figure from behind, Goethe quietly realized that Vlad truly looked like a knight. Sometime later, 3 men sat around a fire in the forest, the flames crackling between them, while a pot of food simmered nearby and sent thick steam curling into the night air. The retired knight raised his brows as he looked at Vlad and asked if Vlad was truly saying that he did not know who his master was. Vlad answered with a serious expression, saying that if he had known, he would have told him long ago. He explained that back then, the man's sword had already been pressed to his throat. Then Vlad looked straight into the retired knight's eyes and spoke firmly. He said he had come all the way there because he wanted to know the answer himself. The retired knight studied Vlad carefully, watching his face and eyes for any sign of deception. Inwardly, he judged that Vlad was not lying, because his gaze had not wavered even once. The retired knight crossed his arms and let out a heavy sigh, muttering that this had become a real headache. He wondered who in the world Vlad's master could be, then insisted that this matter absolutely could not be allowed to leak outside. Vlad then looked at the retired knight with genuine curiosity and asked if the sword technique he had been using was truly the same swordsmanship practiced by the Imperial Knights. The retired knight seemed to picture the proud and brilliant figures of the Imperial Knights for a moment before explaining more carefully. What Vlad used was Imperial swordsmanship, but the one-strike kill principle was something even more restricted, passed down only to a chosen few among the Imperial Knights themselves. Hearing that, Vlad quietly wondered if the technique he had been swinging around all this time was really that extraordinary. Then he asked, a little uncertainly, whether that meant he was not supposed to use it. The retired knight narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked whether Vlad's father might be the emperor or someone of similar standing. Vlad was left completely speechless, while Goethe lowered his head beside him and trembled, desperately trying to hold in his laughter. Noticing the shaking, the retired knight looked over in confusion and asked if Goethe was laughing. Retired knight then grew serious and insisted he was not joking. He told Vlad to think carefully, suggesting that perhaps Vlad had been born with imperial blood, or that he might once have belonged among the closest confidants of the imperial family. Goethe kept shaking as he fought back his laughter, and Vlad could only answer helplessly that there was absolutely no such thing in his background. Once that was confirmed, the retired knight cleared his throat and said that if Vlad's connection had been real, things could have become troublesome. After all, the one-strike kill principle ultimately belonged to the Empire. In the quiet that followed, the retired knight continued his explanation. People in the north might not recognize the technique for what it was, but the closer Vlad traveled toward the central region, the more people he would encounter who understood its origins. Vlad and Goethe both froze when the retired knight added that if the situation went badly, Vlad could even be dragged away under the accusation of insulting the imperial family. Alarmed by that possibility, Vlad quickly asked what he was supposed to do. The retired knight remained calm and replied that it was not as though there were no options at all. While Goethe began preparing the food, the retired knight lowered his voice and carefully revealed the first important point. The one-strike kill principle Vlad used seemed to have leaked out long ago. Vlad, startled by that, immediately asked how his version was different. The retired knight then said something even more surprising. According to him, Vlad's swordsmanship was actually closer to the original form. Looking down at the plain stew in front of them, the retired knight used it as an example. If that simple stew represented the one-strike kill principle Vlad was currently using, then the version practiced by the Empire today would be like adding fresh meat into it. The moment Goethe saw the retired knight pick up a piece of fresh meat, he cried out in alarm, saying that it had been saved for tomorrow. But the retired knight ignored him completely, sliced the meat, and dropped it into the pot, explaining that this richer version was like the one-strike kill principle now used by the Empire. As he stirred the pot and watched the ingredients mix together, the retired knight explained that anything with a fixed form was bound to change over time. Since 300 years had passed since the Empire's founding, imperial swordsmanship had continued to evolve again and again until it reached its current shape. When the stew began looking fuller and more flavorful, the retired knight scooped up a spoonful and remarked that it had certainly become tastier as well. Goethe's eyes followed the steaming spoon as he practically drooled at the sight. But Vlad stayed composed and simply prompted the retired knight to continue. The retired knight then explained that the heart of the one-strike kill principle was surprise. And true surprise, he said, did not come from polished rules or predictable forms, but from ideas so unexpected that others could not understand them at first glance. Because of that, the retired knight suggested that Vlad should begin adding his own ingredients into his swordsmanship, things only Vlad could create, things strange enough to make even people from the Empire tilt their heads in confusion. As Vlad listened, astonishment gradually spread across his face, and in his mind he saw himself standing at the center of circles of light. The retired knight declared that it was time for Vlad to do it on his own, because only Vlad could create a complete world that belonged entirely to him. Handing Vlad a bowl of stew, the retired knight emphasized that even if Vlad had sprouted from the same root, he still had to make his own flower bloom. That, he said, was exactly the ideal the one-strike kill principle pursued as a sword art. At that same time, deep within the elven forest of Asura, the world tree rose high above the woodland, its vast presence towering over everything beneath it. Under its roots, the elf village had fallen into a deep and unnatural sleep. On the stairway leading into the base of the world tree, several figures appeared and moved toward the entrance. Varatus frowned as he looked toward the guards and ordered them to open the way. The guards immediately nodded in acknowledgement and moved to obey. Viratis stepped inside the world tree, entering a space where countless glowing spirit lights drifted through the air like tiny stars. Then, all at once, Viratis caught sight of something ahead of him and stopped dead, frozen in astonishment. The Holy Maiden was floating in mid-air, suspended above the ground as her sleeves fluttered softly around her. The aged Grand Elder stood nearby, gripping his staff as he turned his gaze toward Viratis and calmly told him that he had arrived. Standing behind the Grand Elder, Viratis stared at the sight before him and wondered if this was a revelation. The Grand Elder confirmed that it was, adding that it had truly been a long time since they had last received one. The Holy Maiden kept her eyes tightly shut, her entire body trembling as strained groans of pain escaped her lips. Seeing her suffer like that, Viratis could not hide his anxiety and asked whether she was really going to be all right. The Grand Elder kept his eyes fixed on the Holy Maiden and explained that, no matter what they did, this was bound to place a heavy burden on her. It was the first revelation she had received from the World Tree since becoming priestess. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden's eyes flew open. At the exact same moment, brilliant golden energy burst from her entire body, flooding the space around her with radiant light. The elders gasped in shock, unable to hide their astonishment at the overwhelming power pouring from her. Then the Holy Maiden spoke through the pressure of the revelation and declared that it was coming. Within the darkness of her vision, she saw the vague outline of a dragon. Behind that shape, more red eyes opened one after another. Gritting her teeth, she forced the words out and said that a dragon was coming. Without warning, a crimson dragon's eye appeared directly before her, filling her vision with terrifying intensity. The Holy Maiden threw her head back, her mouth opening wide in terror as she cried out. She asked what they should do, saying that she had seen a dragon and urging them to show it something. But in the next breath, panic overtook her, and she insisted that they must not do it. The dragon, she realized, was watching them. Viratis shouted in alarm and called out to the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder glared back sharply and ordered him not to interfere. At that moment, a 1,000-petaled flower appeared within the Grand Elder's pupil. He thought to himself that the Holy Maiden was still a young priestess without enough experience, and that if necessary, he would gladly offer up his own world. At the same time, a 1,000-petaled floral magic circle flared beneath the Grand Elder's feet, and spiritual power surged upward around him. The Grand Elder gripped his staff so tightly that veins stood out across his forehead. Under the crushing strain, he muttered to himself, wondering what he should show the dragon. Still arching her neck back in agony, the Holy Maiden screamed that it was the sword. At that moment, the energy radiating from the Grand Elder formed only a small circle beside the Holy Maiden's vast and brilliant one, making the difference between their burdens painfully clear. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden cried out in pain again. Twisted roots began intertwining together while specks of spirit light wrapped around them. The Grand Elder's sharp eyes widened as he realized what he was seeing and uttered that it was that. Then, deep within the base of the World Tree, the Grand Elder caught sight of a sudden flash of light. When he focused more closely, he saw it clearly. A sword embedded in a mound of earth, waiting there beneath the tree. Meanwhile, Vlad's group rode their horses through the forest, the three of them moving along the path together. As they traveled, Vlad asked the retired knight how he actually planned to stop them, pointing out that simply looting caravans would not prevent Epsilon from being sold, especially when Vlad had already heard that it was insanely popular in the central region. The retired knight closed his eyes and answered with a helpless tone. Just as Vlad said, he could not stop Epsilon from being sold through raids alone, and that was exactly why he had decided to smash the issue head-on. Hearing that, Vlad asked what exactly the retired knight had smashed. The retired knight lifted one finger as if the answer was obvious, then calmly said that what he had smashed was the beehive itself. He explained that when something was buried too deep to dig out directly, the only choice was to lure it out into the open. That was why he had used himself as bait, forcing whatever Count Vitskaya was hiding to reveal itself. As Vlad listened, the pieces finally clicked into place. After a short pause, the retired knight asked whether Count Vitskaya had requested help from the Dragon Killer Knights. Vlad answered honestly, confirming that he had heard that was exactly what the Count intended to do. That straightforward reply made the retired knight fall into thought. The retired knight remarked that Count Vitskaya had apparently reached out to House Dragulia directly, without going through the Empire. There were proper orders and procedures for such things, so the fact that Vitskaya had bypassed them made him wonder whether House Vitskaya had ever truly possessed that kind of influence. A little while later, Vlad looked toward the retired knight and asked why he had been so interested in the Dragon Killer Knights. The retired knight avoided giving a clear answer. He simply said it was nothing, and warned Vlad not to dig too deeply into the matter. But the caution in his aged eyes said more than his words did. Inwardly, the retired knight understood that there were times when simply knowing the wrong truth was enough to place a person's life on the line. Suddenly, Goethe pointed ahead in confusion and asked whether it was over there. Then, turning to Vlad, he asked if that was the place they had been looking for. Vlad smiled when he saw the building before them and confirmed that they had found it. With a quiet sense of accomplishment, he looked toward the trading house connected to the elves. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window and filled the house with a soft, clear glow. Seated at the table, the holy maiden turned slightly and called out to her brother. Varatus, still focused on his work, answered her with respectful formality, addressing her as the holy maiden. That stiff response immediately displeased her. She asked whether he really intended to call her holy maiden, even when there was no one else around. But the two of them. Varatus only smiled at her with quiet indulgence and gave no real answer. Seeing that expression, the holy maiden could do nothing but turn her face away in helpless frustration. Her gaze shifted toward the basket of fruit sitting by the window, and she told Varatus to take it with him when he went out. Varatus looked at her in confusion and asked where exactly she wanted him to take it. Without meeting his eyes, the holy maiden answered vaguely that he had looked hungry. That only made Varatus even more puzzled, and he asked who she was talking about. At that moment, one of his subordinates called to Lord Varatus from the doorway and reported that humans had been found loitering near the boundary of the forest. Varatus reacted at once, giving a firm order to drive them out. But the subordinate hesitated before adding more details. The humans were apparently looking for Lord Varatus, and more specifically, they claimed that Varatus himself had invited them. Varatus frowned in confusion and repeated the question back, wondering when he had ever invited them. The subordinate then explained that one of the humans had introduced himself as Vlad of Sora. The moment Varatus heard that name, he glanced toward the holy maiden, as if he had suddenly realized what she had meant. Then Varatus turned back to the subordinate and asked if the man had said he was hungry. The bewildered subordinate stared at him blankly and asked him to repeat the question. At the same time, somewhere else, Vlad rubbed his growling stomach with a troubled expression. Seeing that, the retired knight let out a short sound of surprise, while Goethe looked at Vlad in disbelief and mockingly asked if he was seriously hungry at a time like this. After all, they were currently locked inside a jail cell. Goethe could not hold back his anger as he reminded Vlad that Vlad had said they were invited guests. Goethe then remembered how arrows had been fired at their feet the previous night as a warning, and he demanded to know if shooting arrows without saying a word was how elves welcomed people they had supposedly invited. Vlad went pale and stammered that the arrows had not actually hit them, then asked how he was supposed to know the elves would react that way. Sitting beside him, the retired knight reminded Vlad that he still had not repaid the price of his life. Vlad protested immediately, saying that he had at least managed to get the retired knight inside the forest, had he not. The retired knight let out an irritated sigh and sarcastically wondered whether people from the north were always this shameless. Those words made Vlad's expression darken. Sweat slipped down his face as he wondered why the elves had invited him in the first place if they were going to treat him like this. Then Vlad's gaze grew distant and uneasy. Remembering the sharp, cold eyes of the elven soldiers as they fired arrows near their feet, he could not shake the feeling that the elves had been on edge for some deeper reason. Suddenly, the prison door opened, and Varatus stepped inside. He addressed Vlad formally as Vlad of Sora and welcomed him to their forest. Seeing him arrive, Vlad pushed himself up from where he had been kneeling and dryly remarked that elves seemed to welcome their guests from inside a jail cell. Varatus offered him the basket of fruit and apologized for what had happened, asking Vlad to accept it for the time being. As Vlad took the basket, he asked if they were not going to let them out. Varatus explained that Vlad only needed to wait one day, since there were still procedures they had to follow. Then, with an awkward expression, Varatus added that he hoped Vlad would understand. Everyone in the forest had been extremely tense lately. At that, Vlad fell silent for a moment. Then he asked whether that tension was not actually because of them. Vlad stared directly at Varatus and said that it had felt as though the elves were truly wary of something, not simply reacting to a few humans at the border. Varatus's perceptive eyes gleamed with curiosity. As he looked at Vlad, he thought of the fact that this was the man the holy maiden of the world tree had taken notice of. Then Varatus observed the motes of spiritual energy overflowing around Vlad, and considered that perhaps Vlad's arrival at this exact moment was not a coincidence after all. After a brief pause, Varatus admitted that Vlad was right. The truth Varatus revealed next made Vlad stiffen in place. With a grave expression, Varatus told him that a dragon was coming. As Varatus pictured a red-eyed, spiked dragon turning its gaze toward the tree of life, he explained that the young world tree would soon come into bloom, and the sharpest dragon, he said, had always coveted the potential sleeping within the world tree. From outside the cell, Varatis's voice carried a note of apology as he said he was sorry they had received Vlad and his companions at such a terrible time. Vlad looked at him seriously and replied that it was fine. Then he asked whether there was anything he could do to help. Varatis closed his eyes calmly and answered that even Vlad's offer alone was appreciated. A moment later, Varatis opened his bright eyes and studied Vlad again. In his heart, he still believed that human souls were light, their mouths rotten, and that they were beings who could never truly be trusted. And yet, when Varatis noticed the letters engraved upon Vlad's armor, his thoughts shifted. The spirits gathered around Vlad were speaking, and their presence was telling Varatis something he could not simply ignore. Vlad's eyes drifted down next, settling on the crystal set deep into the hilt of the sword, its faint gleam drawing his attention, as if it carried a meaning he still had not fully grasped. As Varatis pictured a white serpent curling protectively around Vlad's figure, his thoughts quietly came together. To him, the spirits seemed to be whispering that this man was not merely a wandering knight, but someone who had once stood as a protector. Sometime after that, warm sunlight spilled through the windows and washed over the private room of Count Vitskaya, softening the tense air inside with a calm glow. With a teacup still held in his hand, Count Vitskaya looked up in confusion and asked why Mircea had suddenly appeared before him. Mircea had not come alone. With troops standing behind him, he answered in a firm, cold tone that the Count himself had been the one who requested his presence. That answer only made Count Vitskaya more uneasy. Under the weight of Mircea's presence, he began to stammer, thinking in panic that even a duke would struggle to summon a noble knight of this rank. Yet Mircea had personally come because of his request. The Count could not understand what was happening. Mircea offered no further explanation. He simply fixed his eyes on Count Vitskaya in silence, and that quiet stare made the Count's fear and confusion swell even more. Then, as if suddenly remembering his manners, Count Vitskaya sprang up from his seat and hurried to welcome him properly, anxiously gesturing for Mircea to come further inside. Mircea moved without hesitation and settled into the seat of honor, leaning back with his legs crossed as though the room already belonged to him. Standing before him nervously, Count Vitskaya lowered his voice and cautiously asked if Mircea would at least care for a cup of tea. Mircea turned the offer down at once, saying flatly that elf tea was not something that suited his taste. Count Vitskaya let out a strained, awkward laugh and quickly apologized, saying that of course such tea could never be worthy of someone as distinguished as Mircea. Trying to recover, he immediately raised his voice and ordered a subordinate to bring black tea instead, the finest grade grown in the southern archipelago. But before anyone could even carry out the order, Mircea cut him off and said there was no need for tea. Count Vitskaya faltered again, flustered, and hurriedly began suggesting wine instead. Mircea refused that as well and moved straight to the real reason he had come. More importantly, he asked whether Absalon was being produced properly, since he had received a report about an unidentified attacker causing trouble. Realizing what Mircea was referring to, Count Vitskaya quickly forced a smile and assured him that the matter had already been settled, so production was continuing without any problems. Mircea repeated the Count's words back to him, without any problems, with clear displeasure in his voice. Then he pointed out that the report had mentioned a skilled fighter, someone even the knights stationed there could not handle by themselves. Count Vitskaya hurried to explain that the report had indeed been true. However, by sheer good fortune, they had received help from an outsider. At that, Mircea's eyes sharpened slightly as he echoed the word outsider. The Count then explained that a knight from the north had happened to come through. Mircea's tone shifted with faint curiosity as he asked whether the Count truly meant the north. When Count Vitskaya finally spoke the familiar name Vlad, Mircea's eyes widened at once, and a thick, dangerous killing intent began to seep from him. Not noticing the change in Mircea's expression, Count Vitskaya continued speaking carelessly, saying that Vlad had been nothing more than a dog abandoned by Bayezid, though he admitted the brat did possess genuine skill. The Count gave a weary little laugh and added that in the end, Vlad was still a northerner. His manners had been awful, and he had spoken as if he did not understand his own place. Mircea was forced to sit there and listen as Count Vitskaya continued to belittle Vlad, claiming that barbarian blood could never truly be hidden, and that low-born blood would always reveal itself no matter where it went. Then, all at once, Mircea asked whether Vlad had truly looked that way to him. Count Vitskaya froze, confused by the sudden question, and nervously asked for pardon. With a chilling expression spreading across his face, Mircea repeated the insult back to him. Blood that shows no matter where you look. Then he locked his murderous gaze onto Count Vitskaya and hissed through clenched teeth, asking what bloodline the Count thought he had recognized. The crushing force of Mircea's killing intent left Count Vitskaya trembling, sweat pouring down his face. Mircea's dragon-like eyes bored into him as he demanded to know whether Vlad's blood had truly looked lowly in the Count's eyes. The Grand Elder of the Elves stared in astonishment, when he saw the golden amber set into Vlad's sword hilt begin to shine with the same light as the tree of life standing behind him. Unable to hide his curiosity, the Grand Elder remarked that Vlad was indeed a rare guest and asked where he had obtained such amber. Vlad answered that he had been told it was an heirloom passed down through the Heinel family. The sound of that name, the Grand Elder closed his eyes and murmured Heinel to himself, repeating it softly as though he were confirming a distant memory. Then, to Vlad's surprise, the Grand Elder said that the name was connected to the Swordmaster. He continued, recalling that among the knights who had once followed that man, there had been one who carried the very same surname. As the memory of that young knight returned to him, the Grand Elder spoke of clear, honest eyes and sorrowful hair the color of water. Hearing that, Vlad hesitated, then asked with doubt in his voice whether the Grand Elder knew where the maple tree sealed inside the amber had once stood. The Grand Elder's aged eyes opened wide at once. He looked at Vlad in surprise and asked how a human could have known that the scenery inside the amber was a maple tree. Vlad blinked in confusion, unable to understand the Elder's reaction, and asked what he meant by that. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and studied Vlad more closely. Around Vlad, tiny specks of light shimmered faintly, sparkling like fragments of starlight in the air. But no matter how beautifully those lights shone, the Grand Elder could not help wondering how Vlad had managed to glimpse a world that was never meant to be seen by humans. Vlad sensed the silent tension gathering among the elf elders beside him. He fell quiet, sweat forming on his skin, as he wondered how much he should say, and yet for some reason lying felt deeply wrong. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder finally spoke again and said that it did not matter. He then told Vlad that the maple tree carved into the amber had once stood far in the west, within the greenest forest on the continent. Vlad stared back in bewilderment and questioned how that could be possible, since the west was now nothing but wasteland. The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes and answered in a quiet voice that such a place had indeed existed once. In his memory rose the site of Elvenheim, their forest as it had been long ago, a lush green land surrounding the radiant, two-tiered golden tree of life before the dragon reduced it all to ashes. Night eventually settled over the elf settlement, wrapping the unfamiliar village in darkness and silence. Inside his room, Vlad sat on the bed with his chin propped against his hand, weighed down by uneasy thoughts. He let out a sigh, wondering what they were supposed to do now, and how they could possibly find something that no longer existed. Just then, Lemon stepped into the room and casually announced that he was going to take a look at the Epsilon leaves. Vlad immediately reminded him that they had been told to remain in their room, but Lemon brushed it off as if it were nothing, telling Vlad to simply say he had been there the whole time. Vlad glanced at him with concern and pointed out that the atmosphere outside was already in chaos because of the dragon. Lamond climbed up onto the window of Vlad's room without the slightest hesitation. Half amused, half confident, he reassured Vlad that he would not get caught, so there was no need to worry. After all, he added, he had done this sort of thing plenty of times when he was younger. Then Lamond paused with a small sound of realization while leaning halfway out the window. Looking back, he mentioned that Vlad's master seemed, after all, to have some connection to the imperial family. Startled, Vlad quickly asked if that was really true. Lamond glanced back at him and confirmed it without hesitation, saying that from what he had seen, there was no doubt about it. Lamond thought back to the throne that had once stood at the very highest point of the castle, then explained that the founding king, Frausen, had willingly stepped down from that exalted seat and lowered himself to the very bottom. In Vlad's mind, the image formed of a silver-haired man turning away from a sword and shield planted firmly in the earth. Lamund continued, saying that King Frausen's first glorious step had echoed through hundreds of years, and just as one would expect from the beginning of a legend, the ending of his life had been wrapped in mystery. Lamond then suggested that Vlad might not be standing outside that mystery at all. Instead, Vlad could very well be connected to the unknown final chapter King Frausen had left behind. Those words left Vlad visibly troubled. His brows drew together as he asked what Lamond meant by that, pointing out that as far as he understood, the trail had already gone cold right there. Lamond kept his gaze turned toward the night beyond the window and calmly denied that anything had truly ended. From where he stood, this was not the end of the trail at all, it was only the beginning. Vlad blinked, puzzled, and repeated those words back to him in disbelief. Then Lamond turned fully toward Vlad and spoke with a seriousness that made the air feel heavier. If Vlad's master had truly inherited King Frausen's will, then Vlad himself needed to follow the traces that master had left behind. But Vlad still could not accept it so easily. He raised another concern, saying that everyone had told him no one knew what happened during Lord Frausen's final moments. Lamond answered in a low, steady voice that humans did not know. Then, after a brief pause, he added that the elves might be a different story. With that, Lamond gave Vlad a small, meaningful smile, as if he had just handed him the first real clue hidden in the dark. A moment later, before Vlad could fully respond, Lamond said that he would be back and prepared to move. Then Lamond launched himself away like a released arrow, slipping into the thick forest so quickly that his figure vanished between the trees. Vlad stared after the spot where Lamond had disappeared, and muttered in disbelief that he had vanished in an instant, wondering if the old knight was actually some kind of cat. After that, Vlad fell into deeper thought. If the elves really might know something, then Lamond's words made sense, especially since the Grand Elder had recognized the scenery sealed inside the amber. Then, all at once, Vlad's eyes widened as a startling idea cut through his thoughts. What if the voice had not seen that place with its own eyes either? What if it had only witnessed the scene through the amber, the same way Vlad himself had? But the thought only made his head ache more. Vlad let out a long, frustrated sigh and scratched at his hair, wondering just what kind of person Lamond really was. Just then, a knock sounded from the door, breaking the silence in the room, and Vlad turned toward it before telling the visitor to come in. The holy maiden peeked inside with a curious look on her face, and the moment Vlad saw her standing there, he was taken completely off guard. She looked at Vlad quietly and asked if he could spare her a moment. Sometime later, Vlad and the holy maiden walked together toward the base of the world tree, leaving the room behind and moving deeper into the elven settlement. Vlad already felt dizzy from the sudden turn of events, and regret crept into his thoughts as he wondered if he should have ignored the knock and simply stayed inside. He followed a step behind the holy maiden, while two elven soldiers guarded the rear. With their presence pressing against his back, Vlad felt awkward and hesitated before speaking. In a voice with very little enthusiasm, Vlad asked where exactly they were going. But when he sensed the cold stares from the two guards behind him, he carefully added the final word with much more politeness than before. Without even turning around, the holy maiden answered that there was something she wanted to show Vlad. Vlad asked what it could possibly be, and the holy maiden replied simply that it was the amber. Then she turned back toward him with a mysterious smile, her expression gentle but unreadable, and said that she truly wanted to show it. Even so, Vlad was far from convinced. As he followed her, he wondered why this was happening so suddenly, and more importantly, who exactly she intended to show the amber to. The holy maiden suddenly turned and explained that the world tree wished to see its mother at least once, because from the moment it was born, it had never been able to see her. Hearing that, Vlad's thoughts immediately went to the image inside the amber, and he wondered if the maple tree sealed within it had been the mother of the world tree. They stood along a path filled with golden motes of light, and the holy maiden continued softly. She said the world tree would bloom when spring arrived, that this would be its very first bloom, and that it had been terribly anxious. Then, at just the right moment, Vlad had arrived carrying the memory of its mother. Those words struck Vlad harder than he expected, leaving him shaken as the meaning slowly settled in. The holy maiden walked farther ahead and explained that only a very small number of elves were allowed to enter the inside of the world tree. It was a secret place, and without the world tree's own invitation, no one could set foot within it. After saying that, she reached out and placed her hand against the massive trunk. A brilliant light began to gather beneath her palm, spreading little by little until the surface opened into a hidden space. The light widened and grew brighter, slowly taking the shape of a radiant doorway carved from pure golden brilliance. Vlad stared at the sight in astonishment, barely managing to begin saying that this was... But by then, the holy maiden was already standing inside the lush green space beyond the opening, welcoming Vlad of Sora and telling him that he was the first human ever to come this far. At those words, Vlad turned and looked back toward the two guards. They met his gaze without any change in expression, then quietly closed their eyes and gave him small nods. The two elven soldiers stayed behind where they were, leaving Vlad to step forward on his own. Vlad passed through the glowing doorway and set foot onto the fresh, verdant grass inside the tree. The instant his foot touched the ground, a faint rustling sound seemed to reach his ears, light and delicate like leaves stirring in a hidden breeze. Vlad froze in place, clearly sensing that the very air around him had begun to shift. The holy maiden looked back at him with a soft smile and said it seemed happy that Vlad had come. Vlad's eyes widened as a gentle wind brushed through his hair, and in that moment he began to understand where he was standing. All around him, brilliant golden streams of energy flowed through every branch and leaf, weaving through the living space like veins of light. As Vlad looked up at the breathtaking sight, the realization struck him. The world tree itself surrounded him. Meanwhile, far away in a desolate mountain forest, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the darkness. Beneath one of the trees, several figures in blue cloaks lay collapsed on the ground, their bodies soaked in blood. One elven guard lay among them with a horrifying wound, a gaping hole pierced clean through his chest. From within the darkness, a monster with glowing red eyes slowly drew closer, lured in by the scent of fresh blood as its sinister crimson gaze flashed through the shadows. Back inside the Tree of Life, countless butterflies suddenly lifted into the air, their pure white glow gathering together until they formed a shining swarm. Vlad stared at the shimmering light spilling from their wings, his mouth falling open in astonishment as he wondered what in the world was happening around him. Beside him, the Holy Maiden suddenly turned to Vlad and asked if he could show it to the World Tree. The Holy Maiden slowly interlaced all 10 of her fingers and clasped her hands together as if offering a prayer, then told Vlad that he needed to become the passage connecting those two worlds. Her golden eyes stayed fixed directly on Vlad, clear and piercing, almost as though she could see straight through his body and into the secrets he carried, making caution rise in him at once. After a brief silence, Vlad moved his hand to the hilt of the sword at his waist and steadied himself, then quietly said that it was all right. Then Vlad bent down and lowered himself onto one knee. Holding the sword high above his head, he raised the blade with solemn reverence, like a knight offering respect before something sacred, keeping the hilt upright before him. The instant Vlad offered up the sword, the glow surrounding the butterflies suddenly shifted, blooming from pure white into a dazzling whirl of many colors. The butterflies swept down from above in a bright, fluttering stream, gathering in the open space between Vlad and the Holy Maiden. At last, the swarm reached the sword and gently settled around the hilt, where the amber crystal had been embedded. Then, without warning, a transparent hand appeared out of the light and softly rested upon the surface of the amber. At the same time, a girl formed entirely from light emerged within the colorful swarm of butterflies, her figure glowing faintly as if born from the radiance itself. Immediately afterward, the amber crystal erupted with a blinding brilliance, and the power sleeping within it seemed to flow outward, merging with the Tree of Life itself. The girl of light stood there quietly, watching as the butterflies circled around the roots of the tree, then rose higher and higher toward the thick canopy overhead. Vlad stayed kneeling on one knee with his head lowered, not daring to look up. After a while, the girl of light suddenly scattered into hundreds of butterflies, and those glowing wings flew upward, blending into the energy pulsing through the Tree of Life. At that very moment, the sword in Vlad's hand responded. He could feel it clearly now, the countless possibilities the World Tree had been holding inside itself. Across the Tree of Life, tiny buds began to appear one after another. As Vlad sensed them, he thought of the little ones who had once been forgotten beneath a single shared name, now returning to the world again. One small bud began to shine brightly the moment a butterfly brushed against it. Soon after, it opened wide, bursting into a radiant flower filled with light. At the same time, the girl of light appeared once more, blooming from within the aura of the Tree of Life, as though she had been carried back by its energy. Elsewhere in that shining space, a little girl opened her bright, glowing eyes and slowly looked upward. At that same moment, the girl who had appeared from the Tree of Life looked down with a gentle smile and opened her arms wide, welcoming the child as she flew toward her. Vlad felt the happiness of those two figures as they embraced each other, and in his heart he realized that they were finally blooming. Outside, several elf elders saw the brilliant light spilling out from the Tree of Life and cried out to the Grand Elder, stunned that something so extraordinary was unfolding before them. The clan leader also lifted his gaze in amazement. After releasing a soft, emotional sigh, he stood by the window and murmured that he had waited so long for this moment to come. In another place, Varadas' ears twitched as he sensed the strange disturbance moving through the air. He glanced toward the distant light with a doubtful grunt, then turned his eyes toward the window as if trying to understand what had just awakened. Out in the fields, the elf villagers stopped their work and raised their faces toward the glow spreading through the settlement. The forest guards stood frozen in astonishment, staring with their mouths slightly open as the light washed over them. Gerda, who had been in the middle of grooming a horse, jolted in surprise when the sudden phenomenon lit up the surroundings. Even Lummond, who had been inspecting an epsilon leaf, found his attention pulled away as the light of life drew his gaze. Vlad then thought that if a young world was being born, someone had to stand guard and protect it. As flowers continued blooming across the Tree of Life, he understood why the knight with blue eyes had never let go of his sharp blade. Vlad's own grip tightened until the edge cut into his palm, and blood began to flow. He kept thinking that the crimson drops falling toward the earth, the blood staining the green grass beneath him, were the knight's gift to the children being born on this very day. From each flower that opened, new spirit lives began to emerge, taking the shapes of white rabbits and small foxes. An old farmer stood there completely stunned, his voice trembling as he stammered that it had finally happened. Beside him, a young woman cried out with joy that the long-awaited moment had come at last. Now the Tree of Life no longer shone with golden light alone. Countless colors bloomed together across its branches, as though spring itself had arrived in Ashrina. After an unknown amount of time passed, a flower drifted softly downward and came to rest on Vlad's head. By then, Vlad had sunk down onto both knees, and the sword he had been holding so reverently had lowered with his exhausted arms. The hand that had been cut deeply by the blade continued to bleed. Seeing the wound, the holy maiden reached out and gently touched Vlad's injured palm. She sat down in front of him, her expression filled with concern, and quietly asked whether Vlad was all right. Sweat ran down Vlad's face as he struggled to steady his breathing. But the first thing he asked was whether the flowers had bloomed. The holy maiden looked at him with a gentle gaze and told Vlad that they had bloomed, adding softly that they were saying thank you. At that, Vlad let out a small laugh of relief and murmured that he was glad to hear it. Then all of a sudden, sadness crossed the holy maiden's face, and she apologized to Vlad. But Vlad rejected the apology right away, telling her it was all right because this had been his own choice. He then frowned and lowered his gaze to the long wound carved across his hand, watching the blood continue to seep from it. Thinking back to the image of the mother and child embracing each other, Vlad quietly admitted that he simply had not wanted to interrupt that moment. When the holy maiden heard those words, her eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Vlad looked toward the place where the amber crystal had vanished and muttered that, well, he had not expected it to disappear. After all, he had been told it was a treasured heirloom of House Heinel. Suddenly, a faint noise reached Vlad's ears and pulled his attention away. Both Vlad and the holy maiden turned their heads at the same time, looking toward the source of the sound. After a short pause, the holy maiden said that perhaps it had decided it was all right to show itself to Vlad. At that moment, a cluster of light began shining from within the darkness. There, embedded firmly in the ground, stood a sword glowing with a mysterious radiance. The instant Vlad saw it, his entire body went still. Vlad's pupils slowly widened as he stared at the sword, unable to look away. Its light was undeniably noble and lofty. Yet something about that same radiance crawled under his skin and filled him with an eerie chill. For one sharp instant, the sword seemed to swell before Vlad's eyes until it looked impossibly huge, its edge aimed straight at him. It felt less like a weapon resting in the ground, and more like a blade deliberately raising itself against him. Blood slipped from Vlad's wounded hand and fell in slow drops, landing on the surface of the magical lake beneath him. The moment Vlad noticed it, panic surged through him. Before he could react, he saw the sword begin to lower its sharp point directly toward the lake, as if responding to the blood that had touched the water. Then a cold, bluish energy spread outward from the sword's hilt, carrying a clear warning that told Vlad not to come any closer. That energy shot straight toward Vlad in a sudden burst, forcing him to throw up his arm and shield his face from the impact. At that same moment, a man appeared before him and scolded him harshly, calling him a little thing that could not even open its eyes yet. Vlad stared at the man in stunned silence, his breath catching as he tried to understand what he was seeing. The man gripped the hilt of the holy sword and continued in a threatening voice, ordering Vlad to vanish from his sight before he cut him down. As he spoke, he pointed the blade forward without the slightest hesitation. In that instant, Vlad felt as if an invisible force had dropped onto him, pressing down on his entire body and crushing the air from his lungs. From behind him, the holy maiden called out anxiously, asking whether Vlad was all right and what had suddenly happened to him. Vlad immediately turned his head toward her, his face filled with confusion, and demanded to know what in the world that sword actually was. The holy maiden pointed toward the weapon almost casually and replied with surprising calm that it was the Swordmaster's sword. The moment those words reached him, Vlad's face went pale and cold sweat broke out across his skin. He could hardly believe what he had just heard, and in shock he repeated that this was the Swordmaster's sword before demanding to know why it was here. The holy maiden answered that she had heard the Swordmaster himself had given it to them. She continued, explaining that although the Empire had been terrible, the Swordmaster had been kind. Her words only stunned Vlad even more, and he began to ask what she meant by that. As the image formed of the holy sword standing among countless other blades planted across a dense land, the holy maiden explained that this was a guardian sword, once used to protect someone precious. But it was also a sword soaked in blood, a blade that had slaughtered countless enemies. It was the dragon-slaying sword that had pierced the heart of the prime dragon of perfection. Then the holy maiden stood beside Vlad and looked toward the glowing blade, adding that now it served as a talisman protecting the world tree. Hearing that, Vlad raised an eyebrow and asked what exactly the world tree needed to be protected from. The holy maiden did not answer right away. Instead, she quietly stared at Vlad for a moment, as if weighing how much she should say. Then, looking toward the spirits gathered upon the Tree of Life, she finally said that the sword was there to guard against those who tried to pry into the world tree's possibilities. Somewhere far away, a dragon's eyes suddenly snapped open in the darkness. As the creature slithered forward, murderous intent rolling around it like a suffocating shadow, it growled that this meant every dragon in the world. Late that night, moonlight poured into Vlad's room as he slept on the bed. From the darkness, the divine sword of the holy race suddenly appeared, giving off a soft blue glow. Vlad's eyes opened slightly, and when he looked up, he saw a man standing over him with the holy sword pointed down at his body. The man's eyes burned eerily like ghostly flames as he declared that he had already told Vlad to disappear from before him. Terror sent cold sweat across Vlad's body, but the holy sword did not hesitate. It drove straight into his chest, and blood splattered violently from the wound. Vlad jolted awake in shock, gasping for air. He sat up on the bed and clutched his chest tightly, struggling to breathe as the nightmare's pain lingered in his mind. With his brows drawn tight, Vlad realized in fear that the strange feeling he had sensed earlier had not been his imagination. It had been a clear warning sent directly to him. The man's deadly gaze returned to Vlad's mind, sharp and unsettling, filled with a bottomless hatred that seemed to pierce right through him. Panic spread across Vlad's face as sweat dripped down his skin. He clenched his fist and wondered why such hatred had been aimed at him in the first place. At that moment, Lamund returned and crouched by the windowsill, glancing at Vlad before asking whether he had just had a nightmare. Then Lamund noticed Vlad's hand and asked what had happened to it. He muttered under his breath, wondering whether Vlad could even move it properly, and questioned what kind of madman had wrapped the bandage so badly, while Vlad remained silent. After a while, Vlad turned around and placed his feet on the floor, forcing himself to focus as he asked how Lamund's investigation had gone. Lamund replied that the fields had been divided. Stepping farther into the room with his arms crossed, Lamund explained that the tea leaves meant to be sold to humans and the leaves meant for the elves' own use had been separated. Hearing that, Vlad guessed that perhaps they had simply divided them for trade, but Lamund said he had thought the same thing at first. The problem was that the two kinds of tea leaves were slightly different, and that difference meant the separation had been intentional from the very beginning. Vlad questioned what kind of intention could have been behind it, and Lamund looked at him closely before stating that it was malice toward humans. That answer left Vlad completely stunned. Lamund then said that, in a way, this was the Empire's original sin. The elves' hostility toward humans, he explained, had begun entirely because of the Empire. Sweat forming on his face, Vlad asked what Lamund meant. As the image of a dazzling golden castle came to mind, Lamund explained that beneath the Empire's brilliant glory lay the blood and tears of countless people. Then, as if seeing a place swallowed by darkness and stained red, Lamund added that the elves had been among those who suffered as well. Thinking of the dragon that had once spewed fire across everything in its path, Lamund continued that to the elves, humans were no different from the dragon that had burned their forest. Vlad listened with widened eyes and his mouth slightly open as Lamund emphasized that, in the past, it had been the most perfect dragon that burned the world tree, but it was the Empire that drove the elves out of their forest. After saying that, Lamund turned his head toward the window, his expression darkening as he thought about how tangled the entire situation had become. Looking toward the tree of life, Lamund reflected on the fading Empire and the world tree that had only just begun to bloom again. With a worried look, he said that someday the Empire would have to harvest the seeds of sin it had sown, whether it wished to or not, on another day. As the Holy Maiden worked on changing Vlad's bandage, she wondered aloud why it would not come off. Vlad, already suffering through it, asked her to tie it a little more gently this time because his blood was not flowing properly and his fingers were starting to change color. Hearing that, the Holy Maiden asked why Vlad had held the sword backward in the first place. Vlad replied helplessly that he could not have known things would turn out the way they did. That answer clearly displeased the Holy Maiden, and she scolded him by saying that people who made excuses could not be trusted. Lamund, Goethe, and the two elven soldiers standing nearby all grew uneasy as the Holy Maiden continued, telling Vlad that he should have warned her beforehand. She then added that it had also been her first time performing the awakening ceremony. After finally removing the bandage, the Holy Maiden casually announced that it was done, completely ignoring the way Vlad was trembling from the pain. She then searched through the medical kit and told Vlad to wait a moment, explaining that the elders had instructed her to use certain items for his treatment. Watching her rummage through the kit, Vlad stared blankly and remarked that it really looked like she had never done this before. But the Holy Maiden said nothing and simply continued working. Then the Holy Maiden suddenly turned back with a reassuring smile and told Vlad that everything would be fine, because she had at least watched this kind of treatment from the side before. Vlad, however, immediately thought that this was absolutely not fine at all. A moment later, the Holy Maiden held out her hand and calmly asked for Vlad's hand, so Vlad quietly presented both of his injured hands for her to inspect. The Holy Maiden studied Vlad's wounds for a while, her gaze lingering on the cuts, then softly remarked that it must have hurt quite a bit. Vlad denied it with a faint, embarrassed expression, saying that it did not hurt that much. What bothered him more was the shame of being a knight who had somehow managed to get cut by his own sword. The holy maiden gently touched Vlad's injured hand and told him that it was something he could be proud of because the scar was proof that he had helped the world tree bloom. After that, the holy maiden took out a small vial filled with purple liquid and explained that the elders had prepared it for Vlad, saying it should work well. But then, without warning, the hand holding the vial began to tremble uncontrollably. When Vlad saw the holy maiden lower her head, he looked at her in confusion and called out to her as priestess, unsure what had suddenly changed. At that very same moment, lightning-like energy burst from both of Vlad's hands, shocking him so badly that his body stiffened. Vlad stared at the energy in astonishment, unable to understand what had just erupted from his own hands. In that instant, images flashed through Vlad's mind one after another. A red dragon roaring with its jaws stretched wide, a furious silver dragon blazing with rage, and finally the face of Mircea Dragulia. Meanwhile, the holy maiden's eyes shone with golden light, and from her lips came a voice that no longer sounded entirely human, declaring that it had arrived. Elsewhere, deep in the moonlit forest, a monster slowly raised its clawed hand beneath the pale light. The elven soldiers braced themselves at once, gripping their shields and weapons as they prepared to meet the creature in battle. But before the soldiers could make their move, a blazing slash of red energy tore through their formation, scattering them apart in an instant. The monster's red eyes burned with savage ferocity as it swung another claw and struck into the elven soldiers again. Another wave of violent energy followed the movement of its claw, cutting down more soldiers before they could properly defend themselves. The creature did not slow down. It continued its frenzied assault, crashing into the elven forces with relentless brutality. One frightened soldier glanced back in panic and shouted to Lord Varatus that Nidhogg was far bigger than any of them had expected. In response, Varatus drew his bow and shouted his order over the chaos, commanding everyone not to fall back and to hold the line no matter what. Elsewhere nearby, 3 elders knelt on the ground, forming a circular magic array, while Varatus's voice rang out that they had to buy enough time for the magic circle to take shape. The soldiers immediately lifted their spears and answered in unison, making it clear that they understood the order. The monster opened its mouth, packed with terrifying fangs, and unleashed a roar that shook the air. Then it slammed its tail into the ground, blasting dirt and debris in every direction. Standing alone against the entire elven army, the monster fixed its red eyes on them, its presence towering over the battlefield. Suddenly, arrows poured down from above like rain, striking the monster's body one after another, but not a single arrow could pierce through its thick hide. The archers stared in shock and shouted in disbelief, questioning what kind of creature could possibly deflect every attack they threw at it. Below them, the shield-bearers shouted that the monster's neck was exposed and urged the others to stab it before the chance disappeared. Dozens of spears thrust toward Nidhogg's neck at once, but the monster suddenly raised its head, causing the blades to miss their target. In that moment, a dense, blood-red aura poured from its eyes, and the shield-bearing soldiers froze in place beneath the crushing pressure. Then the monster opened its massive jaws wide, aiming them directly at the soldiers trapped before it. Just then, an arrow wrapped in blue spiritual energy shot forward and pierced straight through the monster's eye. The creature recoiled from the hit and roared in pain and fury, its voice tearing through the forest. At the same time, Varatus's eyes shone like a blue star as he declared that this newly born possibility would not be taken away by greed. Even wounded, the gigantic monster continued closing in on the soldiers, and its overwhelming presence made fearful sweat break out across their faces. But Varatus quickly conjured a magic circle and shouted that the formation was ready, ordering everyone to fall back at once. At that same moment, a massive 5-colored magic formation appeared above Nidhogg. As the rings of magic lit up one after another, the mages poured their energy into the formation on the ground, and lightning crashed down onto the monster's head, erupting into a powerful 7-colored explosion that could be seen even from far away. Varatus raised his arm to shield himself from the shockwave, narrowing his eyes through the blast as he wondered whether they had managed to bring it down. In front of him, dust and smoke thickened across the battlefield. Then, all at once, a red eye flashed from within the darkness, and the blood-covered monster revealed itself again. Seeing the creature still standing, one of the elf elders shouted anxiously that the attack had barely affected it, that Nidhogg was already fully grown, and that it possessed considerable resistance to magic. The soldiers began to panic and turn back, while the other elders shouted that swords were not working either, and questioned whether they should retreat and regroup with the main force. Varatus raised his bow again and firmly insisted that they had to settle the fight right there, because they could not allow the world tree to become their shield. Then Varatus shouted for everyone to prepare themselves, explaining that if they aimed for the blind spot on Nidhogg's right side, they still had a chance to subdue it. The soldiers immediately raised their bows and answered that they understood, calling out to Lord Veratus as they readied themselves. As Veratus watched the monster closely, he thought that they needed just one more opening. But then, behind him, the world tree suddenly began to glow, startling him even before he turned around. The soldiers, drenched in sweat, looked toward the light in shock and cried out, asking what was happening. Veratus frowned deeply, worry tightening his expression as he cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Nidhogg scraped the ground impatiently with its forelegs, drool dripping from its mouth as it growled with desire, its red pupils fixed entirely on the brightly glowing world tree. As the monster rushed toward the tree, it seemed to sense that there was another one waiting there. At the same time, beside scattered barrels of potion, the holy maiden weakly cried out for help. Her head drooped as her whole body trembled, and she pleaded desperately for someone to help her. Vlad, standing close by, was startled when the holy maiden revealed that the dragon was coming. Sweat formed on his brow as he looked at her condition and questioned what was happening to her. Nearby elf soldier explained that it was a revelation. The soldier said the holy maiden would kneel in prayer before the world tree, and because the world tree could perceive things beyond mortal limits, it delivered those revelations only through her. She was the conduit connecting the world tree to the elves. Another scarred soldier added that a revelation from the world tree could never be ignored. If the world tree was asking for help now, then it meant it might have seen hope only through Vlad. Without warning, the two soldiers dropped to their knees in front of Vlad, their heads lowered in desperation as they begged him to protect the fragile possibility that had only just begun to bloom. At almost the same moment, the holy maiden reached out with trembling hands and clung tightly to Vlad's hand, as if he was the only thing keeping her from falling apart. Now that she had finally awakened from her trance, tears streamed down her face, and with a broken, pleading voice, she begged Vlad to save them. Their desperate pleas weighed heavily on Vlad's heart, leaving him torn for a moment, unsure of what answer he should give. He turned his eyes toward the old knight, silently seeking guidance and asking what he was supposed to do in a moment like this. The old knight merely folded his arms across his chest and snapped that Vlad was a fool for looking at him. He made it clear that he was neither Vlad's lord nor his senior knight, and that this decision was not his to make. Those blunt words struck Vlad like a wake-up call. In that instant he understood that here, in this place and at this moment, the only person who had the right to command Vlad of Sowara was Vlad himself. After that, Vlad gently reached out and wiped the tears from the holy maiden's cheeks, telling her in a calm voice to dry her eyes. Then his gaze hardened with resolve, and he declared that he, Vlad of Sowara, would carry out his duty as a knight. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the soldiers were already screaming in terror. The monster crushed one man beneath its massive foot, then whipped its tail through the chaos and struck down another soldier like he was nothing. Outside the village, panic spread through the crowd as people ran for their lives, crying that it was a dragon and shouting for everyone to flee. Behind them, the creature swung its claws through the air, lowering itself as if ready to leap straight into the fleeing villagers. Then, all at once, a green magic circle flared open beneath a mage's feet, and a surge of emerald energy shot forward in a straight line, rushing directly toward the monster. The fleeing villagers turned back in shock at the sudden burst of light, only to see an enormous magic formation spreading out before them, standing like a wall between the monster and its next victims. The Grand Elder gripped his staff so tightly that his knuckles seemed to strain, forcing a magical shield into shape as he shouted for everyone to hurry and run, demanding to know why they were still standing there. With his eyes fixed in fierce determination and his hair whipping wildly in the wind, the Grand Elder poured even his own life force into the spell, using everything he had to shield the people behind him. Seeing his sacrifice, the people finally answered in relief, saying they understood. The Grand Elder immediately raised his voice again, ordering the warriors to rebuild their battle lines. At once, the soldiers lifted their shields, stepped forward with their spears, and shouted that they would obey the Grand Elder's command. Outside the barrier, the monster raked its claws against the magic circle, tearing at the surface until thin cracks began crawling across the glowing wall. Before long, its claws pierced straight through the shield. The sight made someone cry out in horror, unable to believe that the creature had torn through the magic circle so easily. As the Grand Elder struggled to keep the formation from collapsing, sweat ran down the bridge of his nose. In his mind, he understood the terrifying truth. The remnants of the fallen dragon had originally split away from the prime dragon of perfection, so magic that manipulated the world could never deceive it so easily. Even so, the Grand Elder continued, forcing more energy into the shield, urging the others to stack more magic circles over it and stop that creature no matter what it took. The elders reacted immediately, pressing their hands against the magic circles beneath their feet and channeling their strength into them. One after another, formations of different colors rose around the monster, surrounding it from every side. A yellow formation erupted with crackling lightning, A blue one twisted and grew into towering trees, and a red circle burst open with roaring flames, all of them striking the monster at once. But even under that relentless storm of magic, the monster's claws continued to sink deeper into the green barrier, while the elders kept casting spell after spell without stopping. Despite their combined strength, the monster forced its head through the shield at last, and the backlash hit several elders so hard that they coughed up blood. Its furious eyes locked onto them from beyond the broken magic. Then the monster threw its head back and roared, completely shattering the magical power the Grand Elder and the elders had created together. At the same time, the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and the soldiers around him shouted in alarm, calling out to him in fear. The Grand Elder collapsed down onto his knees as the magic circle beneath him faded. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he bitterly thought that with his old, withered body, he could not even hold the creature back. Several soldiers urgently begged him to flee with the other elders, saying they would try to hold the monster off themselves. But the Grand Elder knew the truth in his heart. They could not endure it either, and even Varatis's elite warriors would have struggled against such a creature. With his aged eyes still unwavering, the Grand Elder silently lamented that after waiting so long for this fragile possibility to finally bloom, they still lacked the strength to protect it. Then, without warning, a dazzling beam of light shot toward the monster, striking with such sudden brilliance that both the Grand Elder and the creature froze in surprise. A gentle stream of light shimmered through the air, and along with it came a calm voice, touched with faint surprise at what had appeared before him. The old knight stood with his sword gripped firmly in a ready stance, his gaze sharp and disdainful as he looked toward the creature and growled that it was truly an ugly thing. Then he swung his sword, sending a blade of light slicing toward the monster, and asked with a cold edge in his voice whether Vlad did not agree. The radiant slash struck the creature head-on, making it roar in fury, while a cold, merciless glint flashed through the old knight's eyes. At that very moment, Vlad appeared between the old knight and the monster, driving himself forward as he swung his sword straight toward the creature. Vlad shot upward with sudden speed, and the old knight followed closely behind him. Beneath them, the monster continued its assault on the elf army, lashing its tail violently and sending broken debris flying in every direction. Seeing the chaos below, Vlad turned his head and glanced back, concern flashing across his face. At that moment, the magic formation raised by the elf elder held the monster back from reaching the villagers. Looking down at it, the old knight noted that it was magic, and that at the very least, it had bought them a little time. And a silver aura began to flow from the old knight's eye. Noticing the strange light, Vlad narrowed his gaze in suspicion, wondering what kind of aura was gathering in his right eye before asking what he was doing. As the old knight released his aura, he explained that his right eye held reality, while his left eye held his own world. With both of them contained within his vision at once, he said, it became possible to see what others could not. Hearing that, Vlad crouched slightly with curious tension in his posture and asked what exactly the old knight could see. The old knight answered that he could see the truth being desperately hidden beneath layers of lies, adding that seeing through such things had always been his specialty. Suddenly, the old knight's eyes opened wide, and a brilliant radiance burst from them. A purple magic circle formed in his line of sight, focusing directly on the monster rampaging below. At the same time, the monster's body appeared in his vision as a wave-like mass of energy. The old knight searched through that distorted shape, looking for the flaw it was trying so desperately to hide, the one fatal point that could bring it down with a single strike. After a moment, the old knight found it. He identified a weakness beneath the monster's foreleg and told Vlad to aim for the armpit hidden under the membrane. Then, turning his attention back to Vlad, the old knight instructed him that he would draw the creature's focus, and Vlad would use that opening to strike the weak point. Following the old knight's direction, Vlad gathered every bit of strength he had and unleashed a powerful slash at the monster. A massive eruption of aura exploded outward from his blade, sending shockwaves rippling violently in every direction. As dust and pressure blasted through the air, the old knight shielded himself and, for one brief instant, thought Vlad had done it. From where he stood, it looked like a perfect strike, but before that thought could even settle, the old knight's expression changed in shock. Vlad's sword had only scraped across the creature's tough hide, failing to cut deep enough to wound it. Stunned, the old knight realized that the monster had blocked the attack with its tail. The creature's eyes burned with rage, while Vlad, still wrapped in aura, kept his sword charged with energy and refused to back down. Then the monster threw its head back and roared before slamming a crushing blow down toward Vlad with terrifying force, shattering the ground beneath him on impact. With murderous intent pouring from its body, the monster raised its left claw high and launched into another frenzied attack. This time, Vlad's heel caught on the uneven ground beneath him, throwing his balance off for just a split second. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he cursed under his breath, and in that same instant, the monster's claw came crashing down toward him. The monster's blow landed cleanly, sending Vlad flying back dozens of meters. His boots scraped violently across the ground, carving a long trench through the earth, and as thick dust swallowed him, Vlad cried out in pain, sweat pouring down his face, while he glared at the creature and realized this thing was on an entirely different level from Lindblom. That was when the truth hit him even harder than the impact itself. What stood before them was the overwhelming power of a fully matured dragon. Meanwhile, the old knight charged straight toward the monster without hesitation. The creature immediately sensed the attack coming, twisted its massive body toward him, and roared with furious hostility. Watching through his left eye, the old knight's expression tightened with suspicion as streams of energy arrows came flying toward the monster. Behind him, clusters of light shot forward one after another, and as he continued his advance, those arrows gathered together into a coordinated assault. But the monster shook its enormous body and swept its tail through the air, knocking every arrow aside and sending them back toward the old knight instead. He twisted away to dodge, yet one arrow still pierced into his shoulder, knocking him backward as a pained groan escaped his throat. Seeing the old knight struck, Vlad shouted out in alarm, his voice filled with concern as he called to the old man. But in the very next instant, Vlad's body suddenly gave way, and he dropped toward the ground in shock, his eyes widening as if he had realized something too late. A chilling presence surged from behind him, and Vlad understood in that split second that he had reacted a moment too slowly. Just before the fatal blow could land, a green magic formation created by the Elf Elder flashed into place and blocked the monster's attack. The barrier shattered almost immediately after taking the impact, but even with that protection, Vlad was still wounded. The Elf Elder strained with everything he had to hold the formation even for that brief instant, calling out to Vlad as the spell broke apart. Seeing how close it had been, the old knight broke into a cold sweat. Taking advantage of the moment when the monster was held back, the old knight leapt forward, while Vlad was blown away and sent crashing far from the main battlefield. The old knight rushed toward Vlad, cursing under his breath as he ran. Hearing the commotion, the monster turned its head for a moment, but it showed little interest in chasing them. Instead, it bared its teeth, growled low, and shifted its hungry gaze toward the elf soldiers gathered below. The elf soldiers looked up at the creature's towering body in stunned silence, frozen where they stood as its shadow loomed over them. Where Vlad had fallen, trees lay crushed flat against the ground, and dust rolled through the air like smoke. The old knight hurried into the wreckage and found Vlad lying motionless, urgently calling for him to pull himself together. After a tense moment, Vlad suddenly drew in a sharp breath, gasping as consciousness returned to him. Relief flashed across the old knight's face as he exclaimed that Vlad had survived thanks to the Grand Elder's magic. Vlad slowly pushed himself upright with a groan, but as he sensed something strange lingering in his chest, suspicion crept into his expression. Noticing the change in Vlad's face, the old knight asked how badly he was hurt and whether anything had broken. Vlad answered that he was still all right, then turned the question back on the old knight, checking on him as well. The old knight glanced down at his injured arm and said he had barely avoided taking the hit directly. Even so, he added that swinging his sword a few more times would not be a problem, before frowning at Vlad and asking if he could still fight. With one hand pressed against his chest and the other gripping his sword, Vlad carefully judged his own condition. The blessing of the white serpent was still there, though only faintly, and even though his sword had warped, its edge had not completely lost its sharpness. Then Vlad lifted his eyes with firm determination and answered that he could do it. At the very least, he believed he could survive one more exchange. Hearing that, the old knight allowed a faint smile to cross his face. He said that was good enough, because before the creature reached the top, they would finish everything with one final strike. Meanwhile, the monster continued climbing upward along the wall with all four limbs, its claws stained dark with blood. At the foot of the mountain, a trail of bodies marked the path it had already torn through. Its eyes glowed with a savage red light as it advanced higher and higher. Above, on the world tree, countless spirits and beasts huddled together in fear, trembling as the monster drew closer. The creature's tongue slid out greedily, drool dripping from its jaws, and then it suddenly unleashed a deafening roar, spraying saliva into the air as its hunger and rage burst out together. Vlad and the old knight stood before a mountain of corpses, taking in the terrible sight, and Vlad grimly remarked that the monster had wiped them all out. Then Vlad looked beyond the pile of bodies toward the Grand Elder and the elders on the other side, noting that at least the elders had still been protected. The old knight scanned the battlefield and spotted the monster climbing high in the distance. He commented that it had already made it pretty far up, then abruptly asked whether Vlad could climb trees. Vlad, caught off guard, frowned and asked if that really mattered right now. The old knight admitted that Vlad had a point. No matter how skilled someone was at climbing, there was no way they could catch up to that monster by normal means. Vlad's expression tightened as he looked upward, wondering what they were supposed to do next. At that moment, a green magic circle suddenly bloomed beneath their feet, its light spreading across the ground and leaving both Vlad and the old knight stunned. When Vlad glanced to the side, he saw the Grand Elder and the other elders pressing their hands against the earth, pouring their remaining power into the formation beneath him. Even with sweat running down his face and blood dripping from his nose, the Grand Elder held firm and declared that he was placing his hope in the knight who carried the memory of the World Tree. The instant those words left his mouth, a massive root burst up from beneath Vlad and the old knight, lifting both of them high into the air. The old knight glanced toward Vlad and shouted that the spell had worked, telling him to brace himself and get ready. Then the root launched them forward with tremendous force, hurling Vlad and the old knight toward the monster far above. As they closed the distance, the monster's head came into view, and they could clearly see the sharp spikes jutting from it. Suddenly, far below them, the Grand Elder collapsed, and one of the elders cried out in alarm as he called to him. At the same time, the magic sustaining the great root began to weaken, its power faltering beneath them. Vlad looked down anxiously as someone shouted that the magic was breaking apart, warning that if things continued like this, everything would go wrong. But the old knight remained perfectly calm. He declared that this was already enough, and in the next breath, he activated the power of his left eye. A surge of energy erupted from him, and the old knight shot upward into the sky, leaving Vlad behind as he launched himself toward the monster. With his sword in hand, the old knight flew in behind the monster, aiming for an opening. But before he could land the strike, the creature sensed his presence. Reacting instantly, the old knight swung his blade and unleashed his attack, snarling at the monster in anger as he called it a bastard. His strike carved into the creature and opened a wound, but the blade failed to reach the vital point and only cut into its tail. Landing against the World Tree, the old knight looked up at the monster and cursed under his breath, realizing that the blow had not been enough. Enraged, the monster twisted around and slashed at him with its claws. As the attack came rushing in, the old knight bitterly thought that he had failed to cut it properly. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion rang out. The old knight was struck with brutal force, coughing up blood as his body was thrown backward. After forcing himself to regain his footing, the old knight faced the monster's fury once again, refusing to retreat even under its overwhelming pressure. Even with his arm injured, he raised his sword back into position and muttered that the creature could at least go a little easier on him. Then, just as the monster came charging toward him, the old knight activated the ability of his left eye once more, releasing a brilliant five-colored light that flared against the approaching beast. The sudden burst of light slammed into the creature's vision, forcing the monster to squeeze its eyes shut as the brilliance overwhelmed it completely. And from within that blinding radiance, Vlad suddenly burst forward, his body wrapped in crackling lightning as he appeared before the monster like a god descending through the storm. Gathering every ounce of strength in his body, Vlad brought his sword crashing down with a thunderous strike, the blade biting into the monster's head and sending blood spraying through the air. Without giving the creature even a moment to recover, Vlad followed with another brutal blow aimed at its forehead. His teeth clenched tightly as he forced his wounded body to keep attacking. The monster answered with a hideous roar, its grotesque jaws stretching open as its twisted mouth gaped wide before him. In that instant, Vlad yanked the dagger from his waist, fury burning in his eyes as he shouted at the creature, demanding what it was laughing at before spitting out that it was a bastard. Then Vlad drove the dagger forward with all his rage, plunging the blade deep into the monster's eye. The creature shrieked in agony and thrashed wildly, trying to fling Vlad from its face. But Vlad clung on with desperate strength and released his energy, screaming for the monster to die. A violent burst of lightning exploded outward from Vlad, spreading in every direction like a storm tearing through the air. The monster flailed in pain, smashing against the World Tree so violently that chunks of its trunk shattered into fragments. Yet Vlad refused to let go, holding tightly to the dagger, still buried in the creature's eye, to avoid being swallowed by the destruction. The old knight immediately kicked off and leaped backward. But the moment he landed, he sensed something was wrong. With an alarmed curse, he realized the piece of wood beneath his feet was breaking apart. As his footing gave way and his body began to fall, the old knight shouted out to Vlad, warning him to be careful. The old knight crashed downward through layer after layer of the tree, striking branches and broken wood again and again before finally slamming face first into the ground amid a cloud of dust and debris, his body trembling from the impact. The old knight struggled to push himself up and muttered bitterly that he really should have retired already. Meanwhile, Vlad tightened his grip around the dagger and glanced downward. Seeing that the old knight had survived, he felt a brief moment of relief, but that relief vanished quickly, because now he had to face the monster alone. Suddenly, the monster shook its head again with terrifying force, trying to tear Vlad loose and send him flying. Vlad gritted his teeth hard and held on with everything he had, refusing to release the dagger, no matter how violently the creature thrashed. Then the monster charged straight toward the massive tree trunk, lowering its head before slamming itself into it with brutal force. The impact hammered into Vlad's body, making him cough up blood as pain ripped through him. Still roaring in fury, the monster smashed into the tree again, and the entire trunk shuddered under the force of the collision. For a brief moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air, as if something deep within the structure had finally given way. Then Vlad was torn loose at last, his body flung away from the monster and sent spinning into the open air. This time, there was nothing beneath him. Vlad fell straight downward while the monster roared after him from above. As he plummeted, Vlad stared in stunned disbelief, falling together with the shattered remains of the elves' dwelling as broken pieces rained around him. Then, without warning, a flash of light burst through the air, and Vlad dropped into what looked like a surface of silver water. He continued sinking into those seemingly endless depths, his eyes squeezed shut as pale white bubbles drifted upward all around him. Then soft pink butterflies began to appear in the water-like space, fluttering around his sinking body, and one among them suddenly shone with a radiant five-colored light. Startled by that glow, Vlad's eyes snapped open. When his vision cleared, he found himself lying in the middle of a golden meadow, surrounded by countless butterflies fluttering gently through the air. Vlad slowly sat up and looked around in confusion, sweat beading on his face as he wondered where he had ended up. Then his eyes widened in shock when a voice reached him, softly asking whether it hurt a lot. In the distance behind him stood a cloaked figure, turned away with his back facing Vlad. That figure was reflected clearly in Vlad's eyes, golden brown hair flowing in the wind, a man leaning against a sword planted into the ground, his heroic silhouette shining beneath the warm sunlight. Vlad broke into a run, rushing forward as the grass rustled around his legs, astonishment written across his face while he chased after the figure ahead. But when that person's back came into view again, Vlad suddenly stopped in his tracks. His pupils shrank in disbelief as the white cloak over the figure's shoulders fluttered quietly in the wind. At that moment, Vlad realized he could not close the distance at all, not even by a little. Even though the figure remained just ahead of him, Vlad still found himself desperately trying to catch up. Gradually, Vlad's footsteps slowed until they stopped completely. With only the sound of grass swaying in the breeze around him, he lowered his head and wondered hesitantly if it was still too early for him. Countless maple leaves drifted past Vlad in the gentle wind as he clenched his trembling hand. His voice grew strained as he said he had worked so hard, then choked up while asking if he still could not get even a little closer. After chasing something with everything he had, and still failing to reach it, Vlad did not know what words he could possibly use to comfort himself. Then a gentle voice echoed through the space, telling Vlad that, no matter what, he was someone worthy of pride. The voice said the world was filled with far more things people could not do than things they could, and yet Vlad had never stopped reaching his hand toward the stars, even when no one acknowledged him. He had kept looking upward, and because of that, the place he gazed toward would soon become his world. Vlad's expression grew quiet and thoughtful as the voice urged him to lift his head. Slowly, he looked forward and asked anxiously if he was doing well, and the man answered with calm certainty that, of course, he was. Vlad's voice carried a trace of sorrow as he asked if he could do better from here. No matter how hard he tried, he admitted, there always seemed to be a larger world standing in his way. The man then asked Vlad if he remembered the day he had asked to be taught the sword. Back then, Vlad had stretched his blade toward the blue moon hanging impossibly out of reach, but now, the man said, Vlad's sword had already touched the moonlight. Those words startled Vlad, as if something buried deep inside him had finally begun to surface. The man then added gently that he remembered every single step Vlad had taken. The man said Vlad had not broken, even when the massive world pressed down on him, and more than anything, Vlad had carried himself with a noble, radiant stride. As the image of Vlad cutting into the monster and sending blood spraying appeared, the man lifted the sword that had been planted in the ground and told him that he had done well enough until now. From this point on, Vlad only needed to keep walking the same path, because Vlad was right and just. Vlad watched as the sharp sword spun through the air before stabbing forcefully into the ground. A cold sweat ran down his face as he hesitantly wondered what it was, just as powerful white energy began pouring from the blade. At the same time, the man slowly turned his head, and his low voice echoed throughout the space. He told Vlad that every beginning started with believing in oneself, and that Vlad must never lose that belief. Just as the man's faith in Vlad had never wavered for even a single moment, he smiled faintly and declared that now it was Vlad's turn. Vlad stared at that face in a daze, his eyes wide with disbelief, but before he could take it all in, a shower of red maple leaves fell between them and completely covered the man's face. In that moment, dazzling streaks of light appeared before Vlad, and a butterfly spread its wings wide, shining with a brilliant radiance. After a while, the golden surroundings slowly faded into darkness, and Vlad found himself lying on the ground again, covered in blood and utterly bewildered. Sweat beaded across Vlad's face as he slowly lifted his gaze, still unsure of where he had fallen. Before him stretched a dark forest, silent and unfamiliar, while countless butterflies drifted through the shadows like small, glowing traces of another world. Then a sound came from behind him. Vlad turned his head sharply, and the moment he saw what lay there, his expression froze in surprise as the words from that mysterious place echoed through his heart. From this moment on, it was his turn. Ahead of him, the monster appeared again, its sharp teeth bared and its blood-red eyes fixed forward with terrifying hunger. It did not care that its ascension had taken such a hideous, broken shape. Before it stood those pitiful beings, and the creature charged toward them without mercy, determined to steal the potential of those children and twist them into perfect beings. But at that very moment, a commanding voice cut through the air, ordering the creature to shut its mouth. The monster flinched and turned back, only to find Vlad standing there with a cold, merciless expression as he called it a damned lizard. Vlad landed lightly in front of the monster, his body steady as he swung the sword in his hand. The creature showed no fear and tried to rush straight at him, but Vlad's blade slammed into it with heavy force, making the monster cry out in pain as sweat poured down its body. Vlad had no intention of letting the attack end there. He kept the sharp tip of his sword aimed forward, then gently closed one eye as a thought settled in his mind. He had to go deeper. Beneath his feet, a bottomless current seemed to open, flowing and twisting through the depths like a vast sea, and as his eyes began to glow, Vlad silently affirmed that now it was his turn. Then Vlad snapped his eyes open wide and declared that now it was his turn to protect them. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched himself straight toward the monster. Vlad struck fiercely with the weapon in his hand, cutting deep into the creature's tail and forcing another cry of pain from its throat. Even then, he did not slow down, pressing forward with relentless force as if every step carried the weight of his resolve. The two rushed at each other head-on, neither side holding anything back. The air between them tightened with violence, and a crimson gleam flashed deep within the monster's eyes. At the same time, Vlad drove his foot firmly into the ground, using the earth beneath him as a brace before swinging his sharp sword toward the creature. After taking the blow, the monster narrowed its eyes and glanced downward, as if searching for the source of the pain. Vlad only frowned harder, gritting his teeth as he forced his sword forward again. The impact tore through the creature's body, splitting it open as fresh red blood sprayed into the air. But Vlad still refused to stop, driving in with several more strikes one after another. Only after pouring his anger into the monster did Vlad swiftly pull back, retreating from the battered creature in a sharp, controlled movement. Even with its body left in ruins, the monster still struggled to growl from deep within its throat. Then, as if driven purely by rage, it suddenly lunged forward again, roaring furiously with its attention fixed entirely on Vlad. Veins bulged around Vlad's eyes as his pupils contracted, and his expression tightened into a fierce frown while he stared straight ahead without looking away. Inside his mind, Vlad realized he could see it. He could perceive the truth buried beneath the lies, and within the countless lines of death spreading before him, there was one narrow path that led to life. At the same time, the ferocious monster came charging toward him, raising its massive hand high as it tried to crush him in a single strike. Vlad's blue pupils widened as he faced it directly, while the monster's blood-red eyes locked onto his with murderous focus. Then, out of nowhere, countless sharp vines burst into existence and wrapped around the creature's body, restraining it in place. The monster trembled, its eyes widening as if it could not understand how it had been caught. In that opening, the sharp tip of a sword drove forcefully into the creature's body, piercing deep enough for red blood to begin seeping from the wound. The monster screamed in agony after taking the strike, releasing strange, terrified cries that no longer sounded like the roar of an unstoppable beast. A tremendous force surged from the blade, pushing it deeper and deeper into the creature's body as the pressure around them grew overwhelming. At that moment, Vlad shouted that it was now his turn, and with that cry he delivered a powerful slash across the monster's body. At the same time, a dazzling beam of light burst from the top of the world tree, and in the next instant an immense wave of energy erupted outward. The nearby elves stared wide-eyed at the radiant light, frozen by what they were witnessing, while even the elders watched intently with unreadable, emotionless gazes. there appeared the sight of a beautiful white-haired girl kneeling in prayer upon the ground, followed by the image of two figures standing atop the monster's corpse. Varatis broke into a cold sweat as shock spread across his face, wondering what in the world he was seeing and what that overwhelming presence could possibly be. Suddenly, his companion cried out in terror, shouting to Varatis that the dragon was falling. Varatis immediately turned his gaze toward the world tree, his mind racing as he wondered who on earth could have brought such a creature down. At the same time, the sharp blade was slowly drawn out from the monster's body, and Varatis stiffened in surprise as realization struck him. Before his eyes stood a figure with glowing eyes, and Varatis declared with firm certainty that this was the Swordmaster. The ruined battlefield fades behind us, and the next moment opens inside a radiant council chamber deep within the elven city. Sunlight pours across the polished floor, while an old veteran knight stands alone in the center of the hall, straight-backed and unmoving. Before him, a high council of elves sits behind a long formal desk, their expressions cold and unreadable. One of them finally speaks, explaining that the Grand Elder is still receiving treatment after the battle and cannot appear before them. With that matter dismissed, the council turns its full attention down toward the human knight. After acknowledging that both he and Vlad had played a decisive role in protecting their home, the elves waste no time circling around the subject. They ask the old human knight plainly what kind of reward he wants in return for his service. Standing firm beneath their judging eyes, the veteran does not hesitate or dress up his answer. He steps straight into the heart of the matter. He tells them that the elven people are still caught inside the nightmare left behind by Nidhogg, the dragon that nearly destroyed everything. But even in that disaster, he points out that one rare opportunity has appeared. For the first time in ages, humans and elves stood on the same battlefield and fought together against a common enemy. And because of that, the elves' long hatred toward the human empire has finally begun to loosen. To him, that fragile change makes this the one moment they absolutely cannot waste. Facing the council without lowering his gaze, the veteran finally lays out his official demand. He does not ask them for gold, treasure, enchanted relics, or some legendary elven weapon. Instead, his voice turns sharp and unwavering as he demands that the elves immediately and completely stop the distribution of epsilon, the so-called elf tea, throughout their territory. The instant those words leave his mouth, the council falls still. The elves stare at him with widened eyes, their composed expressions cracking for the first time. None of them had expected such a strangely specific demand, and the shock on their faces makes it clear that his request has struck a nerve. The Elf Council quickly pushes back, their voices turning defensive almost at once. They remind the old knight that they are deeply grateful for what he did in protecting the world tree. But gratitude does not mean they will allow a human to overstep his place. In their eyes, his demand has crossed a boundary that should never have been touched. They warn him that epsilon is part of their ordinary trade, nothing more, and that attempting to interfere with it is no small matter. To them, his request sounds less like a reward and more like a human knight trying to meddle in the internal affairs of the elven forest. Hearing their guarded response, the veteran exhales slowly, his patience visibly thinning. In that moment, he realizes that speaking politely and trying to approach the issue delicately had only allowed them to pretend they did not understand the danger. The softness in his expression disappears. He drops the courteous tone completely. His face hardens, and the atmosphere around him turns cold as he clarifies exactly what he means. In a voice stripped of all diplomacy, he orders the elves to stop spreading poison throughout the human empire. The council is left completely stunned by the accusation. For a moment, the elves can only stare at him, unable to understand how the conversation has suddenly turned from trade to poison, utterly confused. They question him at once, demanding to know how their harmless-looking tea could possibly be connected to poisoning anyone. From their perspective, the trade had never been spoken of in such a terrifying way before. Veteran's eyes narrow as he stares them down, challenging the ignorance they are hiding behind. Then he tells them the truth without softening a single word. The leaves they have been distributing as tea are not merely a luxury product. They are a dangerous drug, one powerful enough to tear apart the human lands from within. His warning comes down heavily over the chamber, leaving no room for the council to brush it aside or pretend they misunderstood. He tells them that if they continue selling that substance, the violence it creates will not remain confined to the empire. Sooner or later, the consequences will spill across borders, and the very forest the elves have only just begun to rebuild will become an obvious target for destruction. When the stunned elves ask him what exactly he is trying to say, the old knight gives them a grim fact they cannot ignore. The human empire is no longer standing on stable ground. It is swaying dangerously, full of internal pressure, and already teetering on the edge of complete chaos. The head elven counselor immediately lashes back, his expression tightening with anger. He dismisses the veteran's warning as nothing more than an excuse to reopen ancient hatred between elves and humans. In his eyes, the old knight is using their gratitude to settle old grudges, and the elf leader coldly tells him that he has gone far beyond what they can tolerate. Without showing the slightest remorse over the poison spreading through human lands, the elven leader's voice turns chilling. He tells the veteran that the only reason he is being allowed to leave the forest alive today is because he helped protect the world tree. The veteran answers with a cold, humorless scoff. Rather than backing down, he warns the arrogant council that they are making a deadly mistake. They have confused a sick emperor with a weak empire, and that misjudgment could cost them everything. Then he lays two terrifying truths before them. First, the imperial family's ultimate weapon still remains intact, the royal knights. That force has not been weakened in the slightest, and if ordered to move, they are more than capable of reducing the elves' newly settled forest to ashes. Second, and even more dangerously, the old man sitting on the throne is not merely a dying ruler. He is the legendary dragon slayer. The emperor has not lost control of the corrupt nobles swarming around him. He is simply watching them carefully from the shadows. Leaning into the silence, the veteran reveals the most frightening part of all. The emperor already knows about the poison trade. He is not unaware, and he is not helpless. He is waiting for the perfect justification to unleash his full wrath and wipe the elves from the map. The veteran does not stop there. He explains that the empire's greedy nobles have grown dangerously powerful, so much so that even the royal family can no longer reign them in the way it once could. Driven by ambition and hunger for territory, those nobles are already gathering private forces and building armies of their own. All they need now is a reason that sounds legitimate enough to begin a war and claim more power for themselves. He fixes his gaze directly on the council and delivers the cruel truth they have been refusing to see. By continuing to sell Absalon, the elves are placing the perfect excuse directly into the Empire's hands, giving humans every justification they need to invade the forest and conquer it. At last, the weight of his words settles over the room. The terrifying reality begins to sink in, and the confidence that had filled the council only moments earlier starts to crumble. Proud head elf begins to sweat, his earlier arrogance draining from his face. Only now does he realize that the man standing before them is not some nameless old mercenary wandering through their forest. With visible unease, he asks the veteran who he truly is. The old knight's hand moves to the hilt of his ornate sword, its jewel-encrusted guard catching the light as his fingers close around it. Standing tall before the shaken council, he finally reveals the identity he had kept hidden. He introduces himself as Auguste, but Auguste does not stop at giving them a name. He lets the full weight of his title fall into the chamber, and the meaning behind it is far more terrifying than the elves expected. He reveals that he is the former commander of the Imperial Enforcers. The entire council goes rigid. The elves sit frozen in place, the color and composure draining from their faces all at once. I know exactly what that title means. Auguste once led the Imperial family's personal swords, an elite military force that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial Guards themselves. In a single breath, they understand just how dangerous the man before them really is. They are not speaking with an ordinary veteran, but with one of the highest-ranking and most feared figures ever to serve the human empire. Now that fear has finally forced the council to listen. Auguste gives them his final warning. His voice remains calm, but every word lands like a drawn blade. If they keep distributing this drug, he tells them, the entire scheme will turn against them. It will not simply rot the human empire from within. It will hand the Imperial Army the exact excuse it needs to march straight toward the World Tree, set fire to the Elven Forest, and leave nothing behind. The tense council chamber fades away, and the story shifts to a much quieter place, a peaceful elven treehouse bathed in warm sunlight, standing high among the branches. Inside that gentle light, Vlad lies in bed, his body clearly still recovering from the brutal battle against the dragon. Thick bandages wrap around his torso and arms, covering the injuries left behind by a fight that pushed him far beyond his limits. Then, all of a sudden, Vlad lets out an irritated groan and forces himself upright. The sudden movement startles Goethe, his subordinate, who has just stepped into the room carrying fresh supplies in his arms. Goethe immediately panics, worry spreading across his face as he asks why his captain is already trying to get out of bed. To him, Vlad should be resting, not moving around like his wounds are nothing. Still wearing that annoyed look, Vlad grumbles that he cannot sleep at all. The reason, he says, is simple. Everything is far too noisy. Goethe is left completely baffled. He turns his head around the tranquil cabin, listening carefully, but the room is perfectly still and silent. With genuine confusion, he points out that there is not a single sound anywhere nearby, making it obvious that Vlad is hearing something no one else can detect. Seeing Vlad's strange reaction only makes Goethe panic even harder. Terrified that the dragon battle may have damaged his captain's hearing, he suddenly leans in and claps his hands loudly right beside Vlad's ear to test whether he can still hear. Vlad does not look amused in the slightest with a flat, tired expression. He immediately shuts that idea down and tells Goethe that he is not deaf. The real source of the noise slowly becomes clear, and it has nothing to do with ordinary hearing. Vlad's senses have not failed him. If anything, they have become far too sensitive, overflowing beyond what his body can comfortably handle. To Vlad, the quiet room is anything but empty. Dozens of small, brightly colored spirit animals crowd around his bed, fluttering, chirping, barking, and bouncing happily in every direction. The adorable little creatures swarm the space like a living storm of noise and movement. As Vlad takes it all in, he realizes that this constant spirit vision must be a lingering side effect from forcefully drawing so much power out of his inner domain during the battle. Completely exhausted, Vlad lets out a long, heavy sigh. With the spirits still crowding around him, he practically begs the energetic little creatures to give him just a moment of quiet so he can finally rest. But just as Vlad tries to relax, something unexpected suddenly catches his attention. His glowing blue eye snaps wide open, the shock on his face appearing in an instant. It is not an enemy or some new threat. It is Goethe, who has been standing nearby and nervously staring toward the corner of the room. Unable to hold back any longer, he points toward the colossal glowing greatsword leaning casually against the sunlit window frame and hesitantly asks his captain where such an unbelievable weapon came from. Still propping his head against one hand, looking utterly drained from everything he has endured, Vlad answers as if it is the most ordinary thing in the world. He casually drops the truth on Goethe, flatly explaining that the greatsword belonged to the Swordmaster. At first, Goethe only gives a simple, obedient nod, as if Vlad's words have passed over him like any ordinary command. But then, a heartbeat later, the meaning finally sinks in, and the realization slams into him with the force of a carriage breaking loose down a hill. His face twists in an instant. Goethe's eyes fly wide, bulging so hard they almost look ready to burst from his skull, and a raw scream tears out of him before he can even think to hold it back. Completely overwhelmed, Goethe nearly falls apart on the spot. His voice cracks as he stammers through the unbelievable truth, frantically asking if Vlad is really talking about the Swordmaster himself, the legendary founding king, the first emperor of the human empire, the man whose name sits at the very beginning of human history. Vlad, however, looks almost painfully unimpressed by the insane weight of the relic he had just brought into bed like it was nothing more than luggage. He presses his fingers against his throbbing temples, grimacing in irritation, and mutters that there is obviously no one else it could be. With the spirits still chirping and swarming around him, he begs Goethe to lower his voice before the noise splits his skull open. Poor Goethe can barely move. Sweat beads across his face, his hand remains frozen awkwardly in the air, and his entire body trembles as his thoughts collapse under the weight of the historical disaster Vlad has just dropped on him so casually. Vlad pays almost no attention to Goethe's stunned silence. Resting his chin against his hand, he turns his gaze into the distance, his glowing blue eye narrowing with quiet thought. Deep inside, he makes a firm decision when he meets his master again. There are far too many questions that need answers. He needs to properly press the old man about the impossible shadows hidden in his past. First of all, Vlad intends to ask about the man who once declared without hesitation that he would slay a dragon. After that, Vlad has to ask about the man who could see into the ancient world of spirits, a forgotten realm that ordinary people no longer even recognize. And finally, there is the question he cannot ignore: the identity of the man who is able to wield the sword of the imperial family itself. Vlad's gaze settles on the glowing greatsword, and in that quiet moment, a heavy realization begins to take shape in his mind. The voice inside his head had handed this legendary blade to him, so naturally, so effortlessly, as though the sword had always belonged to him in the first place. Meanwhile, far below at the base of the world tree, the enormous corpse of the dragon lies still, its ruined body soaked in blood and stretched across the ground like a fallen nightmare. August, the former imperial commander, steps toward the elven guards with the steady composure of an old soldier and asks for permission to examine the remains of the beast. Once allowed through, the veteran kneels beside the monstrous carcass and leans in close, his sharp eyes studying the devastating wound carved deep into the dragon's chest. A look of deep respect slowly settles over Auguste's weathered face. The fatal strike is so clean, so perfectly placed, that he can tell Vlad followed his battlefield advice without the slightest deviation, piercing straight through the dragon's heart with one crushing blow. As Auguste remains beside the massive corpse, something else catches his eye, and the discovery makes the old knight's expression grow far more troubled. That flawless thrust to the heart had not been the final movement of the battle. The killing blow was only the beginning of what came after. Across the dragon's torn flesh, Auguste finds a wild mess of savage cuts and ripping slash marks. scattered over the beast's body, like the traces of someone who kept attacking long after victory was already certain. The old knight quickly understands the chilling truth. Even after Vlad had pierced the dragon's heart, even after he knew the monster was already dead, he had not stopped swinging. Instead, he had carved into the collapsing beast again and again with merciless, almost reckless fury. Auguste exhales a long, weary sigh, silently weighing the absurd contradiction of that young warrior. To Auguste, Vlad's foundation is unmistakably noble, rooted in the clean and dignified swordsmanship of the imperial family. Yet the way he actually fights is brutally cruel, sharpened not by courtly discipline but by the streets and battlefields that made him. A northern knight carrying the first emperor's absolute power with such raw, untamed ferocity is something both magnificent and terrifying. The grim weight of the battlefield fades away, and the scene returns to the peaceful elven village. High inside a treehouse, Vlad stands by an open window, looking out across the lush forest canopy as warm sunlight pours over him, a quiet contrast to the blood-soaked night he has just survived. Bathed in the gentle light, Vlad draws in a slow breath, filling his lungs with the clean scent of spring drifting through the open window. The endless ringing and chirping that had tormented his ears has finally begun to fade, giving him a measure of relief. Even so, the bright little spirits are still gathered around him, fluttering, perching, and resting across his body as if he belongs to them. As he looks out over the forest, Vlad quietly thinks back to the terrifying power he had pulled from within himself during the fight against the dragon. He understands now that dragging power from the deep world by force, without control or careful thought, comes with a brutal price. The backlash does not simply pass through the body, it tears through it. Remembering how even Rudiger Bayezid struggled to endure that kind of strain, Vlad reaches a sober conclusion. If he wants to truly master this new strength, raw force will not be enough. He needs perfect calm, absolute composure, and the discipline to keep himself steady even in the middle of death. Then, without warning, a startled gasp cuts through the quiet room. The elven high priestess rushes inside with a medical box in her arms, two guards following close behind her as her eyes immediately search the room for Vlad. The moment she sees him standing at the window, her expression tightens with alarm. She scolds him at once, unable to believe he has already torn off his bandages, so soon after surviving a battle against a dragon. Vlad does not seem the least bit shaken by her panic. He simply turns away from the window and faces her with the same calm, almost casual look as before. His upper body is bare, revealing a muscular torso marked by heavy scars. Yet the terrible wounds that should have left him bedridden are already gone. Vlad points this out plainly, then rubs the back of his neck and complains that the bandages had been wrapped so tightly it felt like his blood had stopped flowing. The high priestess immediately cuts through his casual attitude. She reminds him that the wounds left by the dragon were far from minor. His flesh had been deeply torn, and several bones had been cracked. If he had depended on ordinary human treatment, she says, he would have been trapped in bed for at least a full month. Only the extraordinary strength of elven medicine allowed him to recover almost completely in less than a week. Vlad looks down at his newly healed arm with clear interest, flexing it as if testing whether the recovery is real. Then, still impressed by the result, he turns back to the high priestess and asks her for a favor. He asks whether, when the time comes for him to leave, he might be allowed to take some of their remedies back home with him. But what he wants is not medicine for wounds, broken bones, or pain. Vlad specifically asks for a powerful cough remedy, one that works extremely well and carries absolutely no side effects. The high priestess falls silent at that strangely precise request, her eyes lingering on Vlad as if the words themselves reveal far more than he has said aloud. For a moment, Vlad and the high priestess simply stare at one another, the quiet between them growing heavy enough to fill the room. Her golden eyes shine softly as they hold his gaze, and in that silence, she seems to understand the deep, unspoken reason behind the medicine he is asking for. The bright green forest and warm elven sunlight fade from view, replaced by the dim, somber interior of a distant manor. Inside a quiet room, a lone figure sits curled in an armchair before a roaring fireplace, leaning toward the flames as though desperate to steal even a little warmth from them. It is Lord Joseph Bayezid. His face is pale, his body shivers uncontrollably, and cold sweat clings to him as he coughs violently into a white cloth. The illness eating away at him has clearly grown severe, leaving the proud northern lord visibly weakened. Seeing Joseph in such a desperate state makes the truth painfully clear. Vlad was not asking for that elven miracle medicine for himself. He wanted it for the liege he is determined to save. And with that, this part of Vlad's journey settles into a quiet, painful pause, leaving behind one simple truth. Even after slaying a dragon, the person he wants to protect most may still be beyond the reach of his sword. As the next chapter begins, the high priestess finally answers Vlad's request to bring elven medicine back with him. She agrees that if he truly wants it, she can prepare some for him, but her calm response comes with a harsh truth he cannot afford to ignore. For an ordinary person, the medicine will not have the miraculous effect Vlad is hoping for. She explains that the remedy is not some universal cure capable of saving anyone it touches. The reason Vlad recovered from those brutal dragon wounds in less than a week was because his own life force is exceptionally powerful. For a normal human body, the effect would be far weaker and much slower. The medicine only awakened and supported the healing strength that was already inside him. With that single explanation, the High Priestess crushes the fragile hope Vlad had been holding on to. Seeing straight through the purpose behind his request, she gives him the truth without softening it. Because the elven remedy depends entirely on the patient's remaining vitality, it will not help that person very much, no matter how pure or potent the medicine may be. Lord Joseph's life force is already too weak to produce the same miraculous recovery. Vlad's eyes widen for a brief instant, shaken by the realization that she knows exactly who he has been thinking of. That surprise quickly fades. His expression darkens, becoming quiet and solemn as he accepts the cruel reality laid before him. There will be no simple miracle, no easy elven cure, and no effortless way to save his liege. Seeing the heavy disappointment settle across Vlad's face, the Holy Maiden softens her expression and offers him a gentler kind of compromise. Their medicine may not have the power to miraculously cure the suffering lord, but she promises to prepare a special supply of elven tea for Vlad to carry back with him. It would not drive the sickness from the man's body, and she does not pretend otherwise. Still, in her calm and reassuring voice, she tells Vlad that the tea should at least ease his pain and give the weakened lord some much-needed comfort while he endures his illness. Vlad accepts her offer with sincere gratitude, his earlier disappointment easing just a little. But that solemn mood does not last long, because the Holy Maiden immediately slips back into the sharp, no-nonsense attitude of a strict healer and orders Vlad to sit down again so she can properly finish treating him. Glancing down at his torso, which already looks perfectly healed, Vlad lets out a playful groan and asks whether he really needs to be wrapped up in those tight, suffocating bandages all over again. The Holy Maiden, clearly not amused by her troublesome patient, fixes him with a cold, stern glare and makes it perfectly clear that he has no choice in the matter. Varatis walks steadily down the quiet corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor until he notices two elven guards standing watch outside Vlad's door. The moment he sees the guards posted there, Varatis quickly understands what it means. If they are guarding the entrance so carefully, then the Holy Maiden must already be inside the room paying a visit to the young knight. With a warm smile on his face, Varatis steps into the room and greets Vlad, offering a sincere apology for coming so late. He explains that he has been unable to visit sooner because the aftermath of the recent battle left him completely buried in urgent matters. But before he can even finish speaking, Varatis suddenly stops in place, his words dying in his throat as the sight before him hits him like a bolt of lightning. Right in front of him, the Holy Maiden has her hand pressed firmly against Vlad's bare chest, carefully spreading soothing ointment over his skin. Under the soft glow of healing light, the Holy Maiden sits close beside Vlad, close enough that her hand rests gently against his uncovered chest as she continues the treatment with focused care. The room is wrapped in a quiet, heavy stillness while she concentrates on tending to his wounds. But to anyone walking in without context, the closeness between them could easily look like something secret, intimate, and far more romantic than a simple medical treatment. Varatis's voice trails off completely in the middle of his sentence, as though his mind has suddenly jammed while trying to understand what his eyes are seeing. The color drains from his face in an instant, and dark, dramatic shadows fall over his trembling eyes. Sweat beads along his skin as he stutters helplessly, frozen in place like his entire body has forgotten how to move. He stares at them in total shock, completely misunderstanding the innocent treatment unfolding before him. In his mind, it looks as if he has walked in on the young knight and their sacred Holy Maiden behaving like lovers, while the blue-haired elf's face grows darker and darker. Meanwhile, the Holy Maiden does not even bother reacting to him, silently continuing to rub the ointment into Vlad's chest, as if nothing unusual has happened at all. When Vlad notices the terrifying, shadowed expression spreading across Varatis's face, he is confused for a brief moment. Then, with a jolt of realization, he understands exactly how this must look to someone who just entered the room. Sweat immediately breaks out across Vlad's face as he awkwardly tries to explain himself. Flustered and anxious, the young knight quickly insists that there is nothing strange going on, and that the Holy Maiden is only applying medicine to his wounds. But Varatis does not look convinced at all. He remains rooted to the spot, frozen stiff, staring down at Vlad with a sharp, intense gaze that only makes the misunderstanding feel even worse. Under the crushing weight of that silent judgment, Vlad grows even more frantic and desperately insists that he is telling the complete truth. the painfully awkward misunderstanding finally reaches its comedic peak, and the moment gives way to the breathtaking sight of the beautiful elven tree. After the uncomfortable situation is finally cleared up, Vlad and Varatis leave the room together and walk side by side through a majestic stone hallway where warm sunlight pours across the polished floor. As they continue along the corridor, Varatis tells the young knight that the Grand Elder wishes to meet him in person. He explains that the meeting had to be postponed because the Grand Elder needed time to recover after the recent battle, then earnestly adds that he hopes Vlad has not felt ignored or disappointed, since the Elder certainly has not forgotten him. Vlad looks completely at ease as he calmly reassures Varatis that he understands the situation and has not taken the delay badly at all. While they keep walking through the sunlit stone passage, Varatis brings up the fierce battle against the dragon, saying it is a real shame that Vlad's sword and armor were both destroyed so completely during the fight. Vlad quietly agrees, and there is a faint sadness in his voice that he cannot quite hide. For a brief moment, warm memories rise in his mind, glowing softly with the faces of the people from his past. He admits in a low, honest voice that those lost belongings were precious to him, in many different ways. Hearing the weight behind Vlad's words, Varatis gives a thoughtful hum, as though he already knows something the young knight does not. With a subtle knowing tone, Varatis hints that Vlad may be very pleased by what they are about to see next. Vlad, slightly puzzled by the elf's cryptic comment about his shattered equipment, follows him onward until they finally stop before a massive pair of grand wooden doors. Standing before the doors, Varatis respectfully announces their arrival to those waiting inside, and declares that he has brought the honored guest of the World Tree. With a deep, heavy creak, the enormous doors begin to open, and a bright, almost otherworldly light spills out, washing over Vlad and Varatis from the hall beyond. They step into a breathtaking hall filled with sunlight, where the highest-ranking figures of Elvenheim have gathered to receive him. At the center of the chamber stands the Grand Elder, holding a large wooden staff as he formally welcomes Vlad of Sora and politely asks whether the young knight has been spending his recovery in comfort. Showing the deepest respect, Vlad places a hand over his heart and lowers himself into a dignified bow. In a sincere and composed voice, he assures the Grand Elder that he has been treated with exceptional care, spending his days so peacefully that it felt almost as though he were resting in his own home. The wise old elf smiles with genuine warmth, clearly pleased to hear that their honored guest has been able to rest properly and receive the care he deserves. The Grand Elder then continues, turning the conversation toward the heavy price Vlad paid in battle. Having heard that the young knight shattered both his sword and armor while fighting the dragon, the wise elf declares that Elvenheim intends to offer him a fitting and grand compensation for his heroic deeds. With a dramatic motion, a large red cloth is pulled away, and the sight revealed beneath it leaves Vlad completely speechless. Bathed in a brilliant golden warmth, two magnificent sets of elven armor gleam before him, each one crafted with astonishing skill and elegance. The Grand Elder explains the gift in detail, telling Vlad that one set is heavy outer armor meant for solid protection, while the other is a lighter, more flexible set designed to be worn underneath. Vlad steps closer, drawn in by the shine of the beautifully forged metal, and his eyes widen when he notices one small detail that feels incredibly familiar. With a gentle smile, the Grand Elder explains that they were able to recover a single, undamaged piece from Vlad's destroyed armor and carefully attach it to the new pauldron. Vlad lowers his gaze to the cherished engraving, Defender of Children, and the sight moves him deeply. The elves have not merely given him powerful new protection, they have preserved the heart of his old armor, along with the memories and meaning it carried. The realization strikes Vlad with quiet force, because the elves chose to save the Defender of Children engraving from his shattered armor and carry it forward into this new gift. Smiling warmly, the Grand Elder tells him that he felt those noble words suited a heroic young knight like Vlad perfectly. Overwhelmed by the kindness and respect behind such a thoughtful gesture, Vlad bows his head and sincerely thanks the elven leader for considering not just his armor, but the meaning behind it. A brief silence settles over the hall before the Grand Elder suddenly turns the conversation in an unexpected direction. The sword. To Vlad's utter shock, the wise old elf tells him that, if he wishes, he may take the legendary weapon with him. The Grand Elder explains just how significant this offer truly is. The Swordmaster's blade had remained in the elven forest for one reason alone, to protect the World Tree. But since Vlad was the one who drew that legendary weapon and used it to defend their sacred home from the dragon, the Elder acknowledges that the young knight has proven himself worthy of wielding it. Grand Elder admits that parting with such a legendary relic is deeply regrettable. Even so, he also knows the elves were never truly able to handle the sword's power themselves. However, before the Elder can formally bestow the weapon upon him, Vlad respectfully cuts in and states something no one expects. he intends to return the sword to the elves. The Grand Elder's solemn speech comes to an abrupt halt, and he stares at Vlad in pure bewilderment, completely caught off guard. He can only stammer out a shocked question, asking what Vlad means and why he would refuse it. Vlad unwraps the beautiful, glowing greatsword and carefully lowers it until the tip rests against the stone floor. Then, in a calm voice, he explains the surprising reason behind his decision. He reveals that the sword itself has been speaking to him, and that it is stubbornly insisting it does not want to leave the forest. The idea that this legendary blade is practically throwing a tantrum over being taken away leaves the entire hall in stunned silence. Veradis, the Grand Elder, and the surrounding members of the Elven Council all stare at Vlad in absolute disbelief, murmuring among themselves as they struggle to accept such an impossible situation. Standing before the bewildered elders with surprising confidence, Vlad decides to make an audacious counteroffer. Since they had already intended to give him a weapon as compensation, he politely asks whether the elves could instead forge him an entirely new sword from scratch. Vlad's glowing blue eyes narrow with a deep, quiet resolve. In that moment, he understands that he does not want to carry the weight of someone else's ancient legacy, and he does not need the greatest sword in existence to prove his own strength. As brilliant golden light washes over his heroic silhouette, Vlad finally recognizes what he truly wants. What Vlad needs now is not just any ordinary blade. His will is far too overwhelming for a common weapon to endure. What he truly needs is a sword strong enough to hold that immense power without breaking, a sword forged for him alone, and no one else. Outside, beneath the warm sunlight spilling over the beautiful elven city, the old veteran quietly prepares for departure. He fastens his belongings onto his horse with practiced hands, tightening each strap, as though he has done this countless times across countless roads. Before leaving, Auguste pauses and turns back toward Vlad, wanting to make sure the young knight really intends to remain behind a while longer. Vlad calmly confirms it, explaining that the elves told him the process will take about a week because his new weapon has to be forged through some kind of special ritual. Even as he says it, he looks completely lost, clearly unable to imagine what a sword-making ritual is supposed to involve. Vlad can only give a helpless shrug, his expression saying he understands just as little as anyone else. As far as he is concerned, his guess is no better than theirs. Auguste, being far more practical about the situation, does not bother overthinking it. He simply tells Vlad not to question the elves too much and to accept the powerful gift they are offering him with gratitude. But before they finally part ways, Auguste's face grows serious. The question that has been burning in his mind ever since the battle finally rises to the surface. He admits that he is deeply curious about the true identity of Vlad's master. Then, narrowing his eyes as if tracing through old memories, he suggests that the historical records of legendary dragon slayers might be the perfect place to begin uncovering the truth. That suggestion immediately catches Vlad's attention. His gaze sharpens with interest, and he asks Auguste what exactly this list of dragon slayers is. Auguste explains that the complete record is kept far away in the imperial capital, Brigantes, where the empire preserves its most important histories. He goes on to reveal that House Dragulia has long been responsible for maintaining detailed records on anything and everything connected to dragons. So if Vlad's mysterious master truly was a dragon slayer, then his name, his deeds, and the proof of what he accomplished should almost certainly be hidden somewhere within those archives. Auguste begins laying out the enormous clues already in front of them. A warrior who mastered imperial swordsmanship and at the same time succeeded in hunting down a dragon. Officially speaking, history recognizes only one person who matches such an unbelievable description, King Frausen. But Auguste also points out the weakness in relying only on official history. There could easily be forgotten or undocumented figures who achieved the impossible without ever being properly recorded. Vlad himself is the clearest example, having recently accomplished something extraordinary that still has not been entered into any formal record. As the meaning behind Auguste's words settles in, Vlad's eyes widen. The possibility is so heavy and so startling that, for a moment, he can only stare in stunned silence. Auguste studies the young knight from the north with a steady, knowing gaze. Vlad may be developing his own identity and steadily mastering imperial swordsmanship, but his current position is still dangerously unstable. Admitting that his own name may not carry overwhelming influence everywhere, Auguste still gives Vlad one final piece of advice. If Vlad ever finds himself trapped in the worst possible situation, he should use the name of the former Imperial Enforcer commander to help carve out a path to safety. Then, with a sudden flick of his wrist, Auguste tosses a small object through the air toward the young knight. Vlad catches it almost instantly. When he opens his hand, a single gleaming ducat coin rests in the center of his palm, catching the light. As Vlad looks down at the unexpected coin in surprise, the old veteran finally casts aside his anonymity. For the first time, he properly reveals his true name, Auguste. Auguste tells Vlad that if anyone ever recognizes the unique swordsmanship he uses in the future, then Vlad should offer them his name. Hearing that, Vlad's expression softens into a warm and sincere smile. Grateful for the guidance, the lessons, and the protection Auguste has given him, the young knight bows respectfully and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Soon after, Auguste climbs onto his horse and rides away from the elven village, leaving Vlad behind to wait for the completion of his new sword. As the old veteran moves down the road, his thoughts drift back over the long path he has walked. After abandoning his past, he had lived quietly, devoting what remained of himself solely to the Empire. Yet when Auguste looks back at the remarkable young man standing beneath the warm forest light, a quiet peace settles inside him. Through Vlad, he feels that he has managed to leave behind something of himself, a faint trace, perhaps, but one that can no longer be denied. And with that, today's part comes to an end. If this journey pulled you in, make sure to show your support, share it with others, and stay close for the next chapter of Vlad's story. The next chapter opens inside a magnificent library bathed in sunlight, where towering shelves of books rise high above the room and tiny glowing spirits drift playfully through the air. The Holy Maiden asks Vlad whether the old mercenary has finally left. When Vlad confirms that Auguste has departed, she lets out her relief without even trying to hide it. Her reaction makes Vlad curious. He turns toward her and asks why she seems so glad that Auguste is gone. But instead of answering, the Holy Maiden simply turns her face away, stubbornly refusing to give him any explanation. Watching her behave so unpredictably, Vlad quietly comes to the conclusion that her personality is somehow always changing, yet somehow that inconsistency itself is completely consistent. Then, without warning, the Holy Maiden changes the subject on her own and brings up a place called Dirmar. She asks Vlad whether there really is a white serpent living there. While carving a piece of wood with a small knife, Vlad gives a calm nod and confirms that it is real, adding that the creature is unbelievably large. With a faintly teasing tone, Vlad exaggerates the size even further, saying the white serpent is big enough to swallow all the little glowing spirits floating around the library in a single bite. The Holy Maiden does not look frightened in the slightest. Instead, a warm smile spreads across her face as she says she would like to see it at least once. Thinking aloud, she adds that, technically speaking, the giant serpent is almost like an uncle to the little spirits, isn't it? Vlad cannot help but laugh at her strange way of looking at things. Amused, he asks whether these magical spirits even have something like a family tree. The Holy Maiden gives a playful shrug and admits that she has no idea, but she simply wants to call the giant serpent their uncle. Realizing that trying to fully understand this unpredictable elf may be impossible, Vlad decides to move on to something more practical. After a slight hesitation, he brings up the matter of his new sword, wanting to avoid making the situation any more troublesome than it needs to be. The humble young knight tries to convince her that the grand forging ritual is unnecessary. He gently reminds her that the village already has a perfectly usable forge. As far as Vlad is concerned, all he truly needs is a simple, durable longsword that can withstand real battle. The Holy Maiden shuts him down instantly. With a sharp smack, she slaps both hands against the open book resting in her lap, and her playful mood disappears in an instant. Fixing Vlad with an intense stare, she firmly rejects his modest request and stubbornly insists that she will forge the sword for him herself. Irritated by Vlad's repeated attempts to refuse, the Holy Maiden sharply points out that she is already studying hard for that exact purpose. Still unable to understand why she is so determined, Vlad asks why she would go to such lengths just to make his weapon. The Holy Maiden lowers her gaze to the heavy ancient tome in her lap, and her expression grows solemn. She explains that this grand forging ritual is something she must physically perform at least once during her lifetime. If she misses this chance, the sacred technique will not be passed on properly, and eventually the knowledge will vanish altogether. A fierce resolve shines in her golden eyes as she vows that she will never allow the next priestess to suffer the same loneliness she endured, having to learn everything alone from old books with no one left to guide her. Hearing the weight hidden behind her words, Vlad's eyes widen in quiet shock. He finally understands that she is not only doing this for him, but also for the future of her own people. Then, just as quickly, the solemn look on the Holy Maiden's face softens back into a confident smile. Surrounded by the glowing spirits drifting around her, she cheerfully tells Vlad to wait patiently, promising that they will forge him a truly beautiful weapon. As Vlad watches her return to the heavy ancient book, muttering to herself with intense focus while she studies, a deep realization slowly settles over him. He finally understands that he is not the only one fighting to carve out a path of his own. Just like him, this young elf is carrying a heavy duty that she must uphold with her own hands. Moved by her stubborn determination and the sincerity behind her devotion to her people's legacy, Vlad's expression gently softens into a warm, supportive smile. Now that he understands how important this task truly is to her, Vlad no longer tries to argue or refuse. Instead, he quietly turns his attention back to the piece of wood in his hands and continues carving. In a gentle voice, he tells her to take her time, assuring her that he will wait for as long as she needs. Those patient, supportive words reach the Holy Maiden, and a warm, genuine smile slowly appears on her face. The grand library, glowing softly in the sunlight, settles into a calm and comfortable silence. With playful spirits drifting between the towering shelves and ancient books surrounding them on every side, Vlad and the Holy Maiden share a peaceful moment together, each quietly focused on the duty placed before them. When night falls, the magnificent elven village changes completely beneath the light of a brilliant full moon, its graceful buildings and quiet paths glowing with a pale, dreamlike radiance. The stillness of the forest does not last. The peaceful silence is suddenly broken by the deep, rhythmic pounding of massive drums, their heavy echoes rolling through the towering trees. The quiet, simple forging that Vlad had been hoping for has somehow turned into something far bigger than he ever expected. Instead of a modest workshop and a practical blade, the entire elven village has gathered as though this sacred ceremony is a grand festival under the night sky. All around the ritual grounds, armored elven guards stand tall and proud, their spears held firmly at attention. Behind them, musicians strike the great drums with fierce passion, each thunderous beat building a majestic pressure that rolls through the village like the pulse of something ancient awakening. Right in the center of this overwhelming spectacle, Vlad and his attendant Goethe stand stiffly, looking completely out of place. A nervous bead of sweat slides down Goethe's cheek as he leans closer and mutters that this whole situation is far too intense. Vlad, wearing the same strained and panicked look, silently makes it clear that he is not handling the pressure any better than Goethe is. Heavy drum beats continue pounding through the moonlit night while the Holy Maiden sits solemnly at the center of the radiant ancient altar. Dressed in an elegant white gown, her hands folded with quiet reverence, she gives off a calm and mystical presence so powerful that every eye in the crowd is naturally drawn toward her. Trying to calm his own nerves, Goethe leans toward Vlad again and quietly suggests that maybe they should just pretend this enormous and intimidating gathering is nothing more than an ordinary village festival. The Grand Elder steps forward to guide them, his voice calm and reassuring as he addresses Vlad. Looking up toward the night sky, he speaks almost like reciting an old poem, saying that while the sun is strict and stern, the moon is endlessly gentle. For this sacred ritual, he assures Vlad, the moon will briefly close its eyes and bless the Holy Maiden. Then the Grand Elder shifts from poetry to instruction. He tells Vlad to steady his heart, sharpen his thoughts, and clearly imagine the exact shape of the sword he wishes to receive. Vlad, still unsure whether he has understood correctly, asks again if all he really has to do is picture the sword inside his mind. The Grand Elder confirms it with a measured nod, stressing that the image must be as clear, vivid, and powerful as Vlad can possibly make it. Accepting the instruction, Vlad firms his expression and nods back in understanding. With a graceful motion toward the glowing steps of the altar, the Grand Elder instructs the young knight to walk forward, sit in the prepared place, and close his eyes when he is ready to begin. Following the Grand Elder's guidance, Vlad climbs the stone steps one by one, moving steadily toward the heart of the ancient altar as its soft light shines around him. He lowers himself onto the cold stone floor, crosses his legs, and draws in a slow breath to calm the tension in his chest. Only then does he gently close his eyes. The Holy Maiden watches him closely, her golden eyes shimmering beneath the pale and otherworldly glow of the moon. Then she rises gracefully to her feet and steps lightly toward Vlad. Her white gown sways around her, and the flower crown resting on her hair trembles softly in the cool night breeze. As the massive drums beat faster and heavier, rising to a feverish rhythm that shakes the air itself, the sacred forging magic finally begins to awaken. Glowing rings of ancient runes spiral around the Grand Elder's hands, circling his fingers and wrists as he channels the powerful spell into motion. The Holy Maiden's voice suddenly cuts through the mystical air with clear, echoing authority. Fixing Vlad with an intense gaze, she calls out across the altar, urging him to sink deep into his own mind and see, with absolute clarity, what he truly desires. As the ritual's energy grows brighter and more overwhelming, the Holy Maiden asks one final question, her voice carrying the weight of the ceremony itself. She asks Vlad what he truly wishes to take from this sacred forging. The Holy Maiden rises into the air, lifted by the brilliant pillar of light, and begins a breathtaking dance that feels less like movement and more like a prayer given form. Glowing butterflies swirl around her while white silk billows through the light. In that radiant space, she gently guides Vlad, telling him that the true form of his weapon can only be discovered deep within himself. Bathed in the strange, radiant glow of the ritual, Vlad remains perfectly still, his eyes shut tight as he turns his focus inward. Round him, the little elemental spirits dart joyfully into the dazzling heart of the magic, throwing themselves into the spell as if lending their own bright power to the forging. Vlad shuts out the thunder of the drums, the glow of the altar, and the vast festival surrounding him. Deep inside his soul, he searches for the answer, asking himself what he truly wants and what kind of path he intends to carve with his own hands. Then, without warning, a brilliant spark bursts to life inside the pitch-black void of Vlad's mind. It flashes like a hammer crashing down on a divine anvil, sending a violent burst of golden light through his vision. In that burning instant, Vlad's answer finally begins to take shape. The searing flash tears through the darkness, shattering the silence within his mind, as if the void itself has been split open. From that fiery eruption, the flawless silhouette of a magnificent sword appears, forming all at once with breathtaking clarity. The blade blazes with an otherworldly brilliance so intense that it seems to outshine even the countless stars scattered across the night sky. As a sudden storm of glowing butterflies whirls around him, Vlad does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He thrusts his hand into the void and reaches for the destiny before him. The moment his fingers close around the radiant hilt, a tremendous shockwave of golden fire and sparks explodes from his grip. With unwavering resolve burning in his chest, Vlad finally seizes the desire hidden at the center of his heart, claiming that unmatched weapon as his own shining star. The blinding light shifts in an instant, replaced by the crisp, rhythmic sound of a heavy hammer striking hot steel. Surrounded by the soft flutter of glowing butterflies, Vlad pushes open a sturdy wooden door and steps into a familiar room marked by soot, heat, and the scent of iron. He knows this place immediately. It is the humble blacksmith's shop tucked deep within the slums of Sora, the very place where Vlad once received his first sword. In front of the roaring forge stands the old blacksmith, working the glowing steel with the same tireless dedication Vlad remembers so clearly. Stepping farther into the warm light of the shop, Vlad quietly announces his presence, his voice carrying through the familiar clang of metal and fire. The old blacksmith pauses his heavy hammer strikes and turns toward him. The moment he sees Vlad, his weathered face breaks into a gentle, welcoming smile, as if greeting someone who has finally come home. Looking at that familiar face deep within his soul, Vlad's eyes soften. A powerful, bittersweet nostalgia washes over him, bringing back the warmth and ache of a bond he has never truly forgotten. Meeting the old blacksmith's gaze, Vlad speaks plainly and says he wants to make a sword. The old man's face lights up at once. With a pleased chuckle, he says, Vlad has come at exactly the right time, because a very fine material has just arrived. Then he proudly presents a massive, radiant chunk of shimmering ore. The old blacksmith explains that the breathtaking stone is actually a meteor. Since it is metal that fell directly from a star, it is extraordinarily hard and completely free of impurities. After looking over the size of the meteor, Vlad says that a simple, undecorated sword would suit it best. A fond smile touches his face as he admits that he may have been shaped by that straightforward style, since the first weapon he ever held was just like that. The old blacksmith laughs warmly and rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. He tells Vlad not to worry, playfully admitting that a large, plain blade is about the best thing he can make anyway. And the old man's expression shifts, his smile giving way to focused determination as he lifts the radiant star metal firmly in both hands. He asks Vlad if they are ready to begin, and without wasting another moment, drops the glowing meteor straight into the crucible. The instant the star metal touches the heat, the entire forge seems to come alive with magical energy. A lively crowd of colorful elemental spirits bursts into the shop, appearing one after another as if they have come to help bring the new sword into existence. Round, glowing fire spirits dance merrily inside the roaring hearth, their chubby little bodies bouncing through the flames without fear. Bright avian spirits flutter around the heavy iron anvil, while soft, squishy water spirits splash happily in the wooden quenching barrel, each of them taking their place in the work ahead. Surrounded by these playful, magical helpers and the comforting heat of the familiar shop, Vlad cannot hold back his smile. A wide, genuine expression spreads across his face. Filled with eager excitement, Vlad pumps his fists and prepares to work beside his old mentor once again. Across from him, the blacksmith grips his heavy hammer and answers with a confident grin of his own. In the middle of a dazzling, colorful storm of elemental spirits, Vlad and the seasoned blacksmith begin working together in perfect rhythm. The mystical shop glows with heat, light, and purpose as the two pour their shared resolve into shaping the radiant metal that fell from the stars. After pouring everything into the work, Vlad and the old blacksmith finally reach the last step. The newly formed blade, still glowing with fierce heat, is driven firmly down into the heavy wooden quenching barrel. The moment the burning steel sinks into the cold water, a violent hiss bursts through the forge. Thick white steam surges upward in a roaring cloud, wrapping around the blade as the water rapidly tempers the metal and seals its immense power into its final, perfected shape. The old blacksmith lowers his gaze to the sword they have created together. As he takes in the finished blade, his weathered face relaxes, filling with deep pride and the quiet satisfaction of a craftsman who has given his whole heart to his work. Then the old blacksmith turns his warm eyes toward Vlad. With unmistakable pride in his voice, the seasoned craftsman tells the young knight that their magnificent sword is finally complete. Vlad can only stare in awe at the flawless weapon before him, silently taking in every part of the masterpiece they forged together. But just as the joy of that achievement fills the air, a painful realization quietly pierces through it. A bead of sweat slips down Vlad's cheek as his eyes widen ever so slightly. In that moment, he understands with a heavy heart that this miraculous reunion with the old blacksmith is already reaching its end. The old blacksmith seems to understand Vlad's unspoken sorrow without needing a single word. He simply closes his eyes and gives a gentle nod, his warm smile never fading as the glowing butterflies drift softly around him. Vlad gazes at his lost mentor with quiet, solemn acceptance. Deep down, he had always known this beautiful moment could not last forever, and that his time inside this spiritual forge was limited from the very beginning. Reaching forward, Vlad wraps both hands firmly around the sturdy hilt of the newly forged sword, feeling the weight of the star metal blade settle into his grasp. Part of Vlad's soul still aches, desperately wishing he could stay here just a little longer with the dear friend he had lost. Yet beneath that sadness, a deep and gentle peace begins to wash over him. Held steady by the comforting weight of the sword they created together, Vlad draws in a slow breath. More than anything, he feels grateful and relieved that he was allowed this one final, perfect goodbye. The old blacksmith gently places his hands over Vlad's on the hilt of the newly forged blade. In that quiet touch, he shares a deeply comforting thought, saying that unlike the sudden tragedy of their real parting, this time they have finally been given the chance to say farewell properly, with no words left unsaid. Vlad's eyes soften as the old blacksmith's words sink into his heart. Deeply moved, he quietly murmurs his agreement, accepting the farewell with all the warmth and sorrow it carries. With his final masterpiece complete, the old blacksmith's form begins to dissolve peacefully into a warm, brilliant white light. As he fades into a swirling cascade of glowing butterflies, he lifts one hand in a gentle, grandfatherly wave, leaving Vlad with one last fond message, that seeing his dear friend again after so much time had truly been wonderful. Now alone in the fading radiance of the spiritual forge, Vlad lowers his eyes to the sword in his hands. The flawless, unadorned crossguard and pristine star metal blade shine beautifully, reflecting the quiet peace that has settled across his face. Vlad tightens his grip around the sturdy hilt and bows his head. A bittersweet but deeply grateful smile spreads across his face as he softly echoes the old blacksmith's final parting words, holding their precious reunion close as the miraculous moment gently comes to an end.